Family, who understands this? I just woke up and was surrounded by 5 pirates. I ended up using the room ability to easily deal with them and unexpectedly gained a power that allows me to absorb blood from my enemies to become stronger. After that, I caused a ruckus at a pirate banquet, stole a devil fruit, and now am thinking about finding a backing when I stumbled upon future crew members being bullied. Let me tell you, I just woke up and I couldn't even get my head straight before I was surrounded by 5 pirates. They all looked like weirdos, brandishing knives, saliva nearly dripping on my face, grinning at me and saying, "Hey kid, why aren't you scared at all seeing 5 big pirates like us?" Scared? Who understands? At that moment, my mind was blank and I didn't react at all. Just a second ago, I was dreaming, listening to Mr. Corazon whispering in my ear, "I love you, Law. You're free now." The next second, I opened my eyes and the scene changed dramatically. Those guys thought I was looking down on them because I didn't react, and they started yelling to chop me up. Let me tell you, it was at that moment that the massive flood of memories in my head burst open like a dam, flooding in all at once. Who am I? Where am I? Oh, I've crossed over and become Trafalgar Law. These guys in front of me aren't, they just experienced bags delivered to my doorstep. Room. I didn't even know how I did it. I just felt a strange power surging from my body, and a pale, blue hemispherical space instantly opened, enveloping all of us. The pirates were still cursing. "You little brat. What are you waving that knife around for?" I couldn't be bothered to respond. I pressed my palm down, and a small white whirlwind spun in my palm. "Slaughterhouse." My voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for them to hear. The next second, the 5 pirates charging at me were all split in half. My legs. One pirate looked at his lower half, running forward while his upper half stopped in place, completely breaking down. "Bastard. What the hell is going on?" They were all dumbfounded, their bodies cut in half, yet they felt nothing. Even the knives in their hands were cut cleanly. A devil fruit user. Finally, one of them realized and started wailing. Some began begging for mercy. "Big brother. Grandpa, we were wrong." Others still try to act tough. "Kid, if you have the guts, bring us back. Otherwise, you're dead." I touched the iconic spotted hat on my head, my mind clear as day. All right, I am Law, and this is the power of the Ope Ope no me. Although this 13-year-old body is as weak as a chick, it's enough to deal with these small fries. As for you guys, I gave him a cold look, Arlem's surgical knife. Puff, 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 puff. 5 still beating hearts just popped out from their chests, floating in front of me. Now they were completely panicking, each of them scared to the point of wetting themselves. I didn't give him another chance to talk. I gently pushed the small knife in my hand, stabbing it 5 times. Accompanied by 5 screams, those 5 pirates died on the spot. Having dealt with them, I raised an eyebrow. Strange things started happening. I felt 5 streams of red energy rising from their corpses, rushing into my body with a whoosh. Let me tell you, it felt like soaking in a hot spring warm and incredibly comfortable. The weakness I felt after using my ability vanished instantly. I clenched my fist, and wow, my strength had increased. Is this my crossing over cheat? Absorbing blood to become stronger by killing enemies? This is amazing. With this thing, what am I even afraid of? I collected my thoughts. A few days ago, Mr. Corazon sacrificed himself to save me, shoving the Ope Ope no me into my mouth. I should be hiding in the cabin of a pirate ship on an unknown island. I pushed the door open and walked out. It was noisy outside. A group of pirates was having a banquet on the shore. I was discovered by 5 guys who came over to carry wine. I casually picked up a long knife from the cabin. This knife was about my height and felt quite heavy in my hand. "Hey, Kitagawa, you lazy guys, are you done moving the wine?" A drunken pirate shouted up. He caught sight of me and froze. Huh, where did this kid come from? Before he finished speaking, I leapt down from the ship's edge, using the momentum to swing my knife down. "You!" A line of blood spurted from the pirate's neck. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fell to the ground. TSK, my strength was still a bit lacking. I couldn't even chop off his head in one strike. This stirred up a hornet's nest. "Who dares to kill us? You little brat. You're looking for death. Just right. Well, cut off your ears for a snack." Dozens of pirates surrounded me, each one fat and strong, but they didn't take me seriously at all, not even grabbing their weapons, thinking I was just a lucky little kid who had killed a drunkard. Underestimating me fine. I scanned them all and grinned. Room. The pale blue space unfolded again, instantly enveloping the entire banquet area. "Slaughterhouse." I swung my knife, then lightly hooked my index and middle fingers upward, conductor. The next second, a spectacle occurred. The dozen pirates rushing at me had their upper bodies seemingly defy gravity, floating up into the air in unison. What's happening? My legs. My lower body is still on the ground. These guys, who had never seen such a thing, were screaming in panic up in the air. I didn't waste time taking advantage of the other pirates being dumbfounded. I used a teleportation move to appear in the center of the banquet, and with a flash of my knife, all the pirates around me, trying to draw their guns, were severed at the waist. My tactic was simple. First, cut them all in half to restrict their movement, then throw their upper bodies into the air. If we're doing this, we're going all out. Damn devil fruit user. At that moment, a huge guy burst out from the tent, over 2 meters tall with a face full of muscle, and wearing brass knuckles. He clearly looked like the leader of this group. But I wasn't looking at him. I was focused on the box in his hand that had a crack in it. Wow. This overwhelming wealth just fell into my lap. There was definitely a devil fruit inside. Slaughterhouse. I concentrated, and that box instantly appeared in my hand. I opened it, and sure enough, there was a completely green, twisted pattern devil fruit. Strangely, I felt an urge to eat it as soon as I saw it. You little brat. You're dead. I, Harmank, am a pirate with a bounty of 25 million berries. The big man roared as he charged at me. 25 million? Is that a lot? I slashed at his waist. Slaughterhouse. How is this possible? He looked terrified as his body instantly split apart. The next second, his head separated from his upper body and shot up like a cannonball. Then boom, it crashed to the ground, splattering everywhere. Now, the remaining pirates were completely broken, each shouting devil, and fleeing in all directions. Soon, the entire banquet fell silent. I stuffed the valuable items and that devil fruit into my bag, slung it over my shoulder, and turned to leave. What was left behind was a hell on earth stained with blood. Not long after I left, a warship quietly approached the shore. A cold-faced man with a cigarette in his mouth stood at the bow, and the lava dripping from the deck sizzled. Report to Major Sikorsky. The Steel Fist Pirates have been completely annihilated. The scene is unbearable to look at. The perpetrator is likely a great swordsman. My name is Luo, and am currently on Swallow Island in the North Sea. I managed to bag over 50 million berries from those pirates, along with a devil fruit of unknown ability. Most importantly, after absorbing the blood essence of over 100 pirates, I feel my physical condition has improved significantly. But now I'm all alone and need to find a backing. My mind is racing in this world of One Piece. Having a strong background is crucial to making a name for oneself. Just look at the protagonist Luffy. His father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. His grandfather is a Navy hero, and his mentor is the Yonko Shanks. This isn't just a sea adventure, it's practically a prince's secret visit. I certainly don't have that kind of luck. The Revolutionary Army? Forget it. Their leader dragon is always sweating cold, and even when he endures to the end, he never shows what he's really thinking, watching his own people get hurt without saying a word. The Navy? Don't even think about it. My surgical fruit can grant immortality, and if the celestial dragons found out, I'd be nothing but walking Tang Sung meat. I have no relatives in the Navy expecting Sengoku to turn against the celestial dragons for me. That's a pipe dream. So, I can only join a pirate crew. While I was pondering this, I unknowingly walked into a narrow alley. Suddenly, I heard a commotion ahead. Hey, you little bear, hand over the money. I raised an eyebrow and walked over, amused. 2 delinquent boys were bullying a talking little white bear dressed in clothes. Isn't that my future crewmates, Penguin, Shachi, and Beepo? What a timely arrival. You 3, interested in following me? I smiled as I stepped forward. The 2 boys were taller than me, and seeing my young age, they looked at me with disdain. Kid, do you want to get beaten up too? I couldn't be bothered to talk back. ROM butchery. With a thought, an invisible force pinned them firmly against the wall, unable to move. Monster! Shachi screamed in fear. Penguin, however, had some insight and stared at me intently. That ability. You're a devil fruit user. Correct. I smiled, but unfortunately, there's no reward. The bullied little white bear Beepo looked at me like he saw a savior and immediately shouted, I'm willing. As long as you take me to Yuzo Island, I'll join you. I promise you. I nodded and looked at Pei Jin and Xiachi. What about you two? A quarter of an hour later, after some friendly persuasion from me, they both obediently joined in. After all, in the eyes of these delinquents, having a strong fist is the only truth. I'm younger than them, but my strength can crush them, and they're convinced from the bottom of their hearts. We had a big feast at the restaurant, and let me tell you, I ate more by myself than the 3 of them combined. With my enhanced body, my appetite is just that outrageous. In the following days, we were both looking for ships to go to sea while training like crazy. Beppo has a talent for navigation, so I found him a bunch of sailing books. Pekan and Shaki were orphans to begin with, so they had no burdens following me around. 3 days later, we finally waited for a large merchant ship heading to the Chandalo Islands. Once on board, I realized why the ship claimed to be absolutely safe. Goodness, right next to our ship was a warship towering over us. The owner of this merchant ship was quite a genius, focusing on close protection. Huh? And I immediately spotted the figure at the bow of the warship. Tall and imposing, with a cigar in his mouth and a face full of determination. Just standing there gave an overwhelming sense of pressure. Sakazuki, the future Admiral Akainu. My heart sank for a moment. Fortunately, I didn't foolishly hoist a pirate flag and set sail. Otherwise, given this person's character, it wouldn't matter if I was a child or not. He'd come straight at me with a hellhound. Once I entered the cabin and settled down over the next few days, I supervised their training while also sensing something was off. I always felt that deep within the ship's cabin, something was drawing me in. But I didn't dare act recklessly. After all, Sakazuki, a master of dual hockey, was right beside me, and any fluctuation in my abilities could be detected by him. That morning, while we were training on the deck, an uninvited guest jumped over from a nearby warship. The man had 4 X-shaped scars on his face and neck. His left eye lacked a pupil, and he wore a distinctive Navy justice coat, exuding an aura of a tough, iron-blooded man. My heart skipped a beat, and I smiled as I approached. "Sir Navy, may I ask what brings you here?" Goodness, isn't this one of the future Demon Slayer Order's 5 generals, Deo Bowman? He is indeed a staunch hawk from Sakazuki's faction. He still looks like a colonel now, but that fierce aura can't be hidden anymore. I told you, he has been staring at us for several days, including Babla. Today, he finally couldn't help it and came over to talk to us, saying we are good seedlings and asking if we want to join him in the Navy. He even painted a big picture, saying that Admiral Sakazuki would recommend us for special training at headquarters. If it were someone else, they might have been tempted, but I directly refused. I said, "Sorry, Colonel, but we have to return to the East Sea to reunite with our family. We don't have that intention for now." Of course, I had to say some polite words, mentioning that our family was also killed by pirates, and if our relatives agree in the future, we will definitely shine for justice. I said it flawlessly. As a Navy officer, couldn't force us, right? Doberman didn't press the issue and, before leaving, handed me a small booklet as a meeting gift. Once he left, Pei Jean and the others surrounded me. I opened the booklet and was stunned. Who understands the wealth that comes so suddenly? It recorded the training method for observation hockey. I was worried about not having a place to learn, and this was like a beginner's gift directly thrown into my mouth. To be honest, if it weren't for those celestial dragons, the Navy would definitely be my first choice for getting stronger. After all, their system is really impressive. Unfortunately, there's no if. We immediately gathered around that booklet, studying it as if we had discovered a new continent. On the other side, on the warship, Doberman returned to report to Sakazuki, saying we didn't agree. Sakazuki was very aloof, just responded with a hum, then pointed to a place on a map and said, "Let's go here." Let me tell you, the place he was referring to is the small island where Admiral Kizuru predicted that the Don Quixote family would appear. This old buddy Sakazuki is planning to flank them from the other side and take out the whole Don Quixote family in one go. The tone was icy, and the killing intent was almost spilling out of the screen. Then, that warship turned around and moved forward at full speed. The people on our little shabby merchant ship were dumbfounded. Oh my gosh, the escort just decided to leave? Now we're left exposed at sea. Everyone was scared and hurried to chase after it. But how could a merchant ship catch up to a warship moving at full speed? In no time, we were left far behind. Well, with the Navy gone, I couldn't hold back my little schemes anymore. By midnight, I teleported directly to the deepest part of the cargo hold in a room slaughterhouse. I had my eye on a big wooden box over 2 meters long, feeling that there might be treasures inside. I pressed my hand down, and the space unfolded. Then I activated my ability, and with a swish, the items in the box were in my hand. My hand felt heavy for a moment, and I nearly couldn't hold on. Goodness, it was a katana that was much taller than me. The black sheath was covered in cross patterns, and the hilt had a fuzzy guard. As soon as I grasped it, the hilt actually flashed with an eerie light. My heart skipped a beat. This familiar shape isn't it my future blade? The demon sword Kyuka. I gently touched the blade, feeling incredibly secure. I had been worried about not having a suitable weapon, but now I'd found the perfect one in an instant. This knife felt like a part of my body. That sensation was simply amazing. But before I could show off for even 3 seconds, there was a sudden loud bang, and the whole ship shook violently, nearly throwing me overboard. I quickly stashed away the ghost cry and teleported back to the deck. Pei Jean, Xiachi, and Beibua all rushed out, looking panicked. As soon as I appeared, they seemed to find their anchor and calm down a bit. After all, they had seen the capabilities of my surgical fruit over the past few days, so they felt some sense of security. Just then, Xiachi pointed into the distance and shouted, "Look over there." We looked in the direction he pointed, and I was stunned. In the distance, There was an island completely engulfed in flames and lava, with the sky turned red. From the island, there were occasionally deafening explosions, clearly indicating that two monsters were fighting up there. Then, a crew member let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. It's a dragon. It's a dragon. I looked up and wow, above the island, there was indeed an enormous azure dragon swirling in the dark clouds. Its size was bigger than the entire island, with just a portion of its body visible, measuring over 1,000 meters. The dragon's scales shimmered with a metallic luster in the firelight, like a creature straight out of mythology. In the next moment, the dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a scorching beam downwards. Roar! Does anyone understand? With just this breath of the dragon, the entire island was split in half. The surrounding seawater was instantly evaporated, creating giant waves dozens of meters high rushing towards us. My eyes were almost popping out. Isn't this Kaido? The emperor who rules the New World. How could he appear in the North Sea? My mind was racing. Wait a minute. At this point in time, Kaido shouldn't have just wrapped things up with Kazuki, Oden, and Wano and be feeling triumphant. Why is he here? How did this newbie village in the North Sea spawn the final boss of the world directly? This doesn't follow the rules of combat. The one fighting Kaido is most likely Sakazuki, but the current Akainu is no match for peak Kaido. The people on the ship are already terrified, each one crying and turning the ship around to flee. What safety, what warship, all forgotten. Now there's just one thought: survive. But amidst this chaos, I noticed something. There was a small broken boat floating on the sea between us and that island, struggling in the waves. Just as I realized it, a massive burning rock fell from the sky, heading straight for that little boat. Just when disaster seemed imminent, a chunk of snow suddenly burst out and knocked the rock away. My eyes lit up. The opportunity has come. Room, slaughterhouse. As soon as I activated my ability, the two decks in front of Pei Jin and Xia Qi instantly vanished, replaced by two little girls who fell directly to the ground. One was a big sister with green hair, and the other was a little lowly in a spotted dress wearing a monocle. The green-haired sister immediately hugged the little lowly as soon as she landed, excitedly shouting, "Sister, we're saved." The looks in Xia Qi and Pei Jin's eyes changed instantly, as if to say, "Boss, you're quite the trickster, huh?" Only Babua, the silly one, scratched his head and asked a soul-piercing question. "Hey, she's clearly younger than you. Why do you call her sister?" I laughed and explained, "Because she ate the devil fruit. Her appearance has been fixed to childhood." As soon as I said this, the two girls immediately became alert. The one in the dress, named Sugar, walked over, bowed to me, and while thanking me, her hand reached out towards me. I thought to myself, what the heck? Do you want to turn me into a toy? Room, slaughterhouse. I quickly switched a wooden board in front of her hand to block it. The next second, with a snap, the wooden board turned into a toy bear and fell to the ground. The fun fruit, how terrifying. I looked at the two of them and said directly, "I mean no harm to you. And as you can see, I'm also a person with abilities." These two young girls are the future Sugar and Monet. Upon hearing that I'm also a person with abilities, they both visibly relaxed. I looked at them and straightforwardly asked, "Are the members of the Don Quixote family also here?" Sugar looked confused, as if she had never heard of it. But I could tell that they weren't lying. It seemed that they hadn't been recruited by Brother Ming yet. Monet quietly reminded Sugar, and then she remembered, saying that there was indeed a group of people who had been trying to gather information about them. I have a clear idea in my mind. One is a natural type snow fruit, and the other is a BUG level childlike fruit. How could Doflamingo let them go? I decided on the spot that I would take these two, but right now, I need to deal with the pursuers first. Just as I was saying this, there was a commotion at the bow of the ship, and several footsteps were quickly approaching us. Sugar and Monet's faces instantly turned pale. I looked at the two of them and directly threw out an olive branch. "How about making a deal? I'll help you deal with the pursuers. And from now on, you two can stick with me." I even glanced at Sugar and added, "From now on, there will be plenty of big grapes." Sugar's eyes lit up, clearly tempted. Just as she was hesitating, with a loud bang, three figures were hurled from the bow of the ship like broken sacks, crashing to the ground at our feet, covered in blood, and died on the spot. This bloody scene shocked everyone, and Babua immediately hid behind me. I yanked her out and said seriously, "This is the sea. It's survival of the fittest. If you want to live, you have to rely on yourself." As soon as I finished speaking, a deep and arrogant voice rang out behind me. "Huh, so you're all here? Your words are getting better and better. Huh, Luo." Upon hearing this voice, Sugar trembled in fear and immediately shouted at me, "I agree." I laughed, turned around, and looked at the newcomer. "I didn't expect to run into you here, Lao Ji." "That's right. It's one of Ming Ji's highest-ranking subordinates." The old man covered in muscle lumps. But it's a good thing it's him. Among all the subordinates, this old man has the worst talent and is also the weakest. If it were Tory Pole or those guys, I might have to consider whether to run away or play nice first. Lao Ji looked at me with a very unfriendly gaze. As if I was still that little brat he could easily manipulate back then. Hey Luo, the young master values you highly, but don't forget, I'm your senior. It seems my previous education of you wasn't enough. I laughed, go back. Sorry, the world is so big, I want to see it. As I spoke, I shook the stone in my hand, and the demon blade appeared in an instant. Rao Ji's face turned dark. It seems you've forgotten the family's rules. As the last word left his mouth, he shot toward me like a cannonball. Room, slaughterhouse. I was already prepared, and my figure vanished instantly, while the wooden board where I stood was smashed to pieces by his punch. Rao Ji looked confident. Ro, if your reliance is just this teleportation, then you might be disappointed. In his eyes, I a 13-year-old kid. How much stamina could I possibly have? How many times could I dodge? I appeared behind him, smiling as I said, Old man, you're quite confident. Rude little brat. He was completely triggered by my calling him old man, with veins popping out on his forehead. He struck a strange G-shaped pose and shouted, My back hurts. His speed suddenly increased, and he launched a frenzied attack on me like a storm. I didn't confront him directly at all. Instead, I played hide-and-seek with him in my room space. Every punch he threw was accompanied by a terrifying gust of wind, smashing the deck to pieces, yet he couldn't touch a single hair on me. Frustrated, he shouted, Luo, you can hide once, hide 10 times. But can you hide 100 times? It's like whack-a-mole. How long can you? This poor little mole. Keep it up? I replied to him in a teasing tone. Sorry. I could spend the whole day with you. But at your age, you can't even catch my position, which shows that your observation hockey training is not up to par. Huh? Nonsense. What do you, a little brat, know about hockey? He was completely flustered. His attacks became even more aggressive, but the result was still the same. He couldn't even touch the corner of my clothes. After chasing for a while, Rao Ji finally lost patience and shouted angrily, I don't believe you won't care about your friends. Saying that, he actually turned his weapon around and aimed at Beepo and the others in the distance, taking an attacking stance. I've been waiting for this moment. At the instant he was distracted, I appeared behind him. I've been waiting for you. Rao Ji's eyes lit up, and he swung a heavy punch at me. This time, I didn't dodge. I drew my weapon, the ghost cry, and charged forward, shouting scalpel. A cold light flashed, and in the next second, I was smashed into the cabin like a cannonball. Boss Luo. I heard Xiaoqi and Babe shout from a distance. But right after that, Rao Ji clutched his chest and fell down in disbelief. You. As the dust settled, I staggered out with blood at the corner of my mouth. Enduring his punch nearly took me out. But in my hand, I held a pink square, which contained a pulsating heart. Rao Ji stared at the heart in my hand, completely dumbfounded. Goodness, this young man has no martial ethics, ambushing an old comrade in his 60s. I let my guard down and didn't dodge. How could you? He looked unwilling, unable to comprehend how my blade could pierce through his forged muscle defenses. I squeezed the heart in my hand, and it immediately let out a painful scream. Lao Ji, you're getting old. I looked at him coldly. Now he was completely scared. With his heart in someone else's hand, who wouldn't he be afraid? He began to plead for mercy, promising high positions and talking about family ties. He even said that Da Flamingo was a celestial dragon with power beyond my imagination. I interrupted him directly. Write down your methods for cultivating Qi Gong, as well as the methods for cultivating dual-color dominance. Otherwise, you will die. When a person is under a roof, they have to bow their head. In the end, he still yielded and obediently wrote 3 small booklets for me. After I got the items, he was still unconvinced and forced to smile, trying to persuade me to return to the family. Return to the family. I murmured to myself. He thought there was a chance, and quickly said yes. Return to the family. The young master is looking for you. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes bulged out. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, and he looked at me in disbelief. My demon sword, the weeping ghost, has unknowingly pierced the heart that belonged to him in my hand. Why? He never understood until his death. I calmly watched him, as if doing something trivial. There was no reason. Isn't this world just the law of the jungle? Saw the Lao Tse, but I don't want to reveal my existence just yet. As soon as I finished speaking, let me tell you, that old man fell down, and suddenly, a warm current rushed into my body. The feeling was just like jumping into a hot spring on a scorching summer day. Every pore in my body was screaming. It was so comfortable. I could clearly feel my body strengthening at the speed of light, my strength, hearing, and vision all skyrocketing like a rocket. This power. I was a bit dazed and instinctively extended a finger, gently poking the wooden wall of the cabin. Guess what? With a pop, there was a hole made by my finger. Goodness, the surge of power was so overwhelming that I could barely control it, almost tearing the ship apart. I quickly called Pei Jean and the others over. Pei Jean, Shachi, and Babor ran over, while the two little girls, Shadang and Monet, followed behind with pale faces and eyes full of terror. After all, they were still kids, witnessing a living person die right in front of them. It was a miracle they weren't completely scared stiff. I pointed at the old man's corpse on the ground, my tone icy. Make sure you all see this clearly. In the future, enemies like this will only increase, not decrease. If you can't become stronger, his today will be your tomorrow. This cursed place follows the law of the jungle. The weak don't even have the right to breathe. The Navy? What good is the Navy? Isn't it true that every year, countless civilians die at the hands of pirates and those celestial dragons? If you want to survive, you have to rely on your own fists. After saying this, I turned to Sugar and Monet, softening my tone a bit. By the way, welcome aboard. The battlefield was quickly cleaned up, and I had Lao Ji's corpse thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Come on, why would I keep such a dangerous expert around? Even if Sugar could turn him into a toy, who knows if it would suddenly malfunction in the middle of the night and stab me? I'm not that naive. This ship was basically done for. The earlier fight among those top-tier experts was like a fireworks display. The stones flying around had smashed the ship to pieces, and most of the people on board were dead. Originally nearly 100 people, now there were only a dozen left. At dawn, we scavenged everything valuable and usable from the ship, carrying large and small bags. The merchant ship's keel was broken, and it was on the verge of sinking, but fortunately, there were a few small lifeboats left. I got a pointer to the nearest island from the remaining crew, and I didn't give them a hard time. Everyone went their separate ways. Not long after we paddled away, that huge merchant ship exploded with a loud bang and was completely swallowed by the sea. Beepo, that little bear, was so scared that he nearly drooled. I looked at them, each one looking so useless, and directly threw them the booklet that Dauberman had given me, along with the dual-color domineering and Qigong cultivation methods I found on Lao Ji. Pay attention and learn well. You must master the dual-color domineering within a year. Otherwise, once you enter the Grand Line, I won't bother to care how you die. Just as I finished speaking, a huge noise erupted nearby. A giant yellow-skinned fish, several meters long, shot out of the water like a submarine-launched missile, opening its massive mouth wide and swallowing a nearby small boat in one gulp. The few merchants on that boat didn't even have time to make a sound before they disappeared. It was a small sea king. Pei Jean turned pale. I'm quite calm. After all, my room has been open all along, and nothing within 50 meters can escape my notice. Do you see? If you master the observation hockey, you can foresee danger in advance. Beepo innocently asked. So that means we can avoid being eaten, right? I gave him a faint glance. No, but at least you can die understanding. Beepo was so scared that his fur stood on end. I took the opportunity. So, armed color and key techniques are your life-saving charms. Especially you, Monet. I looked at her. Don't think that your snow fruit makes you invincible. If you run into someone with armed color, you can still be turned into snowflakes. Now, no one dared to slack off. Everyone started training like they were on fire. After all, that feeling of having your life in someone else's hands is too suffocating. Especially Pei Jean and Shachi. Those two guys are prideful and don't want to be dead weight, so they trained harder than anyone else. We drifted at sea for several days, and the small boats around us were getting fewer. They were either eaten by sea kings or lost their way. If I hadn't stepped in at a critical moment and taken down a few careless ones, our ship would have capsized too. Finally, under Beepo's guidance, we saw the outline of an island in the distance. Captain, look, ISNT, there a person sitting on the edge of the island? Beepo shouted, pointing ahead. I walked out of the cabin. The black power wrapped around my fist flashed away. Squinting, I looked over and saw, well, there really was a person, sitting all alone on a rock, looking like a performance artist, as if waiting specifically for us. This is interesting. A smile crept across my lips. Is it him? I recognized him at a glance. That kid had flowing golden hair, a tall and slender figure, and 6 vertical lines on his forehead that looked like a QR code, dressed in a way that was truly unique. Isn't this one of the future superstars, the magician Basil Hawkins? Who? Pekin looked completely confused. I patted him on the shoulder. Grinning like a villain, Basil Hawkins. Want to test his weight? Me? Pekin's eyes lit up, and he immediately got excited. Sure. Our little boat headed straight for Hawkins. That guy was still mumbling to himself, saying, as expected, the noble person in my life will appear today. I couldn't help but laugh. Wow, this guy's been fully trained in his scamming attributes since he was little. As soon as the ship docked, Pei-Jean jumped on board with a knife in hand and got straight to the point. Are you Basil Hawkins? Hawkins' pupils constricted. How do you know? Pei-Jean grinned, thinking to himself how impressive his boss was to know this. He had initially thought they knew each other, but judging by Hawkins' reaction, that was clearly not the case. He then asked, I heard you're devil fruit user? No, Hawkins shook his head. Upon hearing this, Pei-Jean's eyes lit up even more, and he suddenly threw his knife aside, flexing his wrist. That's great. Come and fight me. Hawkins was completely stunned, still trying to process what just happened when Pei-Jean's fist came crashing towards him. Bang! Hawkins was no pushover either. In an instant, his muscles tensed, and his gaze became sharp like an eagle, firmly catching Pei-Jean's punch. I sat on the boat with my arms crossed watching the fight. Hawkins was only about 16 years old now. Although he hadn't eaten the fruit yet, his skills were indeed impressive. Pekin was also good at fighting. Coming from a delinquent background, he had a fierce edge. The two of them exchanged blows, and it was quite lively. After a few rounds, Pekin landed a punch that forced Hawkins back. Hawkins was panting. His gaze passed over Pekin and fixed on me. What do you guys mean? Nothing, just testing your strength. I said casually. Didn't you predict that we would come? Isn't this just heaven guiding you to join us? Hawkins frowned. Then what about your strength? I haven't seen it yet. Damn, are you not done getting beaten yet? Pekin was displeased. He was clearly the one in the advantageous position. All right. I signaled Pekin to step back and took a couple of steps forward. Room. A semi-transparent space instantly unfolded, enveloping everyone inside. Command stick. With a gentle flick of my finger, the ghostly cry in Babewa's arms flew into my hand. The next second, my body moved, and a gigantic blade, taller than myself, sliced through the air. A massive rock nearby, over 10 meters high, was silently split in two as if it were tofu. Boom! The giant stone collapsed, and dust filled the air. I sheathed my blade and looked at Hawkins, casually asking, How do you find our strength? Hawkins stared at the smooth, mirror-like cut. The hand he had prepared to reach into his pocket for the tarot cards froze in midair. He gazed deeply at me, then lowered his head, saying, I'm willing to join, Captain. Ha ha ha. I burst into laughter. You have a good eye, Hawkins. Finding a future supernova here is purely a pleasant surprise. Just right, we can nurture the team spirit while he has still a blank slate, to avoid having him turn into a traitor like in the original story. Under Hawkins' lead, we entered the town. This place was quite underdeveloped, but relatively peaceful. Just as we were about to find a place to buy a ship, the sound of hooves suddenly approached. Get out of the way. Everyone, get out of my way. A flamboyantly dressed, noble brat rode a tall horse, charging through the street with a group of servants. One slow runner by the roadside was directly whipped, leaving him bloodied. The brat laughed heartily at the terrified expressions of the onlookers. Monet and Sugar furrowed their brows, looking quite displeased. I didn't react much and calmly said to Hawkins, Keep leading the way. Such things are too common on this sea, and I'm not interested in being some righteous partner. Hawkins told us that this kid is the only young master of the noble Oriole family in town, named DOD, who relies on his family's power to bully others in the town every day, and everyone has long gotten used to it. I shook my head in my heart. Isn't this purely asking for it? This kind of cannon fodder role is simply rushing to deliver their head. We ignored him and went straight to the boat shop. Just as we had finished negotiating the price with the owner and were about to look at the boat, the shop door was kicked open with a bang. Guess who it was? It was that aristocratic young Master Dodd from earlier. He immediately spotted Monet in our group, and his eyes lit up, looking like a hungry wolf seeing meat. He arrogantly pointed at us and opened with a classic line. How much for that girl beside you? I'll buy her. Xiachi was instantly furious. Who do you think you are? Ha ha ha. Dodd laughed so hard he nearly fell over. I'm a young master of the Aurelia family. You commoners, kneel before me. I couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him, so I quietly asked Hawkins, Is there a naval branch on this island? No. Hawkins shook his head. That's good. Dodd saw Hawkins and sneered again, clearly recognizing him. He first waved his hand at the shopkeeper. The boat they want is mine. Then he looked at us with disdain, saying, Now do you know who the real master of this town is? After saying that, he gestured for his men to throw us out, apparently wanting to establish his authority by taking us down in front of the entire town. I waved my hand at Pei-Jean and the others. My tone as calm as if I were commenting on the nice weather. You guys go ahead. And if anyone gets hurt, you'll have to train harder when we get back. Then I turned to the shop owner, who looked utterly dumbfounded, and tossed him a wad of cash. Can you take us to see the boat? You won't lose any money. The shop owner was still in shock, wanting to urge us to run away quickly. But over there, Pei-Jean, Xiachi, and Babel had already charged in. Xiachi was the fastest, darting in front of Dode in an instant. delivering an uppercut that resulted in a blood-curdling scream as the young master was sent flying, landing on the ground with his mouth full of blood. As his guards were about to draw their guns, I activated a room, and their guns instantly turned into a pile of small stones. 4 handguns landed steadily in Monet's hands. Still want to use weapons? Pei Jean snorted coldly. Moving like a ghost, 2 flashes of cold light appeared, and 2 guards fell with knives at their throats, not even able to scream. It was a clean and neat physical execution. Beibo also showcased the fighting talent of the fur tribe. Don't be fooled by its usually cute demeanor. It was fierce in a fight. It grabbed 2 guards by the necks, and with a twist of its arms, there were 2 cracking sounds as they were knocked out. Xiaoqi was even more ruthless, stepping on Dode's hand, and a scream like that of a slaughtered pig echoed throughout the shop. Your guards seem a bit lacking, huh? Xiaoqi said, gently tapping Dode's face with a small knife. Dode was scared to the point of wetting himself, trembling like a sieve. Why you? Just wait. My family's guards will be here soon. Let me go. Xiaoqi smiled, and with a swift motion, the knife plunged directly into Dode's stomach. I taught them long ago that if they can take action, there's no need to talk too much. Boss, can you take us to see the ship now? I turn around to look at the shop owner, who was already petrified. Well, of course I can. We dragged the half-dead Dodo and followed the boss to the port, where we spotted a medium-sized boat that could hold a dozen people. Although it wasn't as good as the previous merchant ship, it was sufficient. After paying, I told the boss to quickly get out and hide. Boss, do we need to prepare some supplies? Xiaoqi asked. I smiled and glanced at the Dodo on the ground. Don't worry, it will come. A noble's family background surely won't let us down. So you still want me pirates, huh? Hawkins looked at me speechlessly. What are you talking about? I gave him a sidelong glance. We call this robbing the rich to help the poor, helping the poor like us. Besides, this isn't a world-affiliated country. The Navy has no control here. Just as I finished speaking, a cloud of dust appeared in the distance, and a large group of people charged over. Leading them was a burly man in armor, riding a tall horse and wielding a long knife, exuding an intimidating presence. That was Albert, the steward of the Olido family. Hawkins's expression changed. He used to be a bounty hunter and had taken down pirates worth 20 million berries. Is that so? I drew my blade, Ghost Cry. Room. A blade of light that was almost invisible to the naked eye flashed by. And all the horses in the front suddenly had their upper and lower bodies bizarrely separated, but strangely, not a drop of blood was shed. And the horses were still wailing. The steward Albert reacted quickly. The moment the horse fell, he jumped up and slashed down at me in mid-air. I'll take it, I exclaimed lightly, countering with a slash. Clang! The 2 blades clashed in mid-air, and Albert's face darkened. What great strength! He clearly thought of me as some kind of Zoan-type devil fruit user. Otherwise, he couldn't explain where such strength came from in my small body. Is that all you've got? I beckoned him with my finger, provocatively. Come on, I'll cut you down. You brat, you've got guts. Albert's face turned pale with anger, and he roared for his subordinates to kill Pekin and the others, while he charged at me again, delivering a powerful downward slash. I smiled slightly at him and activated the slaughterhouse, instantly swapping positions with a warhorse that had been cut in half beside me. Crash! Albert's blade missed and directly split the half-horse's body in 2, hot horse blood splattering all over his face. Damn it! Albert roared, but inside he was startled. What kind of ability is this? Meanwhile, on the other side, Pekin and the others were dealing with the guards as if they were chopping vegetables. Monet even stood still, allowing the opponent's blade to pass through his elemental body, then retaliated with a shot to the head. Sugar was even more outrageous. With a gentle clap of her small hands, several guards turned into toys and fell to the ground. Albert watched as his subordinates fell one after another, completely stunned. At that moment of distraction, I reappeared in front of him, the tip of my Ghost Cry blade slicing across his chest, leaving a trail of blood. Being dazed in battle is a huge taboo. I turned my body and struck back with a knife, hitting his blade hard. With a crack, Albert, along with his blade, was sent flying, his arm trembling uncontrollably. He looked at the dent on his blade in disbelief, then at my Ghost Cry, which was still smooth as ever. His eyes filled with horror. Is this boy a monster? Come again. I laughed as I charged forward. I have to say, I hardly used my abilities at all. Just relying on the explosive physical strength gained from absorbing Lao Ji's blood energy and the sharpness of the Ghost Cry, I completely suppressed this so-called bounty hunter. Your strength isn't very impressive, is it? While I fought, I mocked him, saying, or is it that all those years of being a dog for the nobles have dulled your claws? After absorbing the old man's essence, I felt like I had achieved a kind of ultimate evolution. Now, I don't even know how strong I really am. Just right. This old butler named Albert in front of me became my first target to test my damage. I'll tell you, at that time I hadn't even unlocked my abilities, relying solely on my newly trained muscles. Wielding my ghost cry, I managed to overpower him. The old man was stunned, probably thinking, "Isn't this kid a fruit-eating mage? How is he so fierce in close combat?" He was shouting, "You're forcing me," and then suddenly stripped off his iron armor with a bang, making it seem like he was about to transform. Then we started fighting, blades flashing, clanging sounds. He relied on technique, while I relied on strength. His knife was like a snake, slippery and elusive. As for me, I was all about brute force, no fancy tricks. Just one hammer to settle it all. After dozens of moves, the old man was out of stamina, and with a misstep, I seized the opportunity to slash him across the chest. He still wouldn't admit defeat, his eyes turning red, trying to disarm me with his bare hands. Who understands this? It's such an old trick. I executed a slick maneuver, twisting my body like a pretzel, and kicked him in the face with a crack. His nose must have been shattered. He knew he couldn't beat me, and in the end, he yelled that he didn't owe the Olido family anything, charging at me like a madman. Could I let him have his way? A flash of my blade, and off went a big head. Job done. I casually absorbed a wave of experience points, feeling pretty good. Then I thought, since your Olido family struck first, don't blame me for bringing the warmth to your door. In the dead of night, we sneaked into their home like ghosts. The guards were still yawning when we took them out in one go. The whole manor was instantly in chaos. I stood on the rooftop looking down, completely unfazed. This world is like this. It's either you eat me or I eat you. Those who dare to touch me must be prepared to face annihilation. Don't talk to me about noble morals. Even dogs don't believe in that nonsense. Half an hour later, the world became quiet. We started to loot gold, silver, jewels, antiques, paintings. Wow, we directly raked in 50 million belly. That kid Pei Jin's eyes were about to pop out. Just then, Sugar ran over with a torn map. I took a look and thought, well, isn't this a coincidence? It turned out to be a treasure map, complete with a permanent compass. Beepo, the professional navigator, got excited and said this map pointed to an uninhabited island next to the Fano Yule Islands, a place with no wind and no waves, where ships generally can't pass. I thought, who cares? Since we're here, we must go take a look. The next day, we arrived at that windless zone, and the ship wouldn't move. There was no choice but for me to act as a human engine. I opened a room and used a command stick to push the ship along. Good heavens, after 15 minutes, I felt completely drained. My face turned pale. Finally, I spotted that lush green island. Just as we approached, I frowned. Something was off. There was a black ship docked at the shore. What is going on? Did someone get there first? A few of us sneaked onto the island, and the noise was getting louder like a demolition site. When we ventured deeper into the forest, I was shocked. I tell you, the scene was like Godzilla battling Mechagodzilla. A giant white-haired gorilla, over 50 meters tall, was being surrounded and beaten by a dozen men in black suits. Those guys in black were definitely not ordinary. Their moonwalking and swift kicks clearly marked them as CP agents from the world government. I immediately pulled Pei Jin and the others down to hide and watch the show. In a battle like this, we mortals should definitely not interfere. As they fought, the gorilla got angry and let out a roar that shook the sky. What a display of conqueror's hockey. Several CP agents were knocked out on the spot, and then the gorillas started smashing them one by one into a pulp. That rhino captain was also tough, managing to take off one of the gorilla's arms with the remaining crew. But guess what happened next? The gorilla actually learned on the spot and kicked out a huge gust of wind, sending the rhino captain flying and plowing a trench hundreds of meters long into the ground. Folks, is this the legendary "I only need to teach you once for you to learn"? This learning ability is just too abstract. The rhino captain struggled to get up, probably trying to call for help. I saw my chance. I had to strike while the iron was hot. I quickly appeared in front of him and swung my knife. He reacted quickly, instantly activating his armor, making his body as hard as steel. My knife struck silently, and he was still grinning, probably thinking he had blocked it. But the next second, his world spun upside down. He looked down, and lo and behold, his upper body and lower body had separated. I followed up with another strike, delivering a fatal blow to the back of his head. Done. Pei Jin was dumbfounded beside me, praising me for being awesome. I thought to myself that it was just luck, a lucky break. Just as I finished showing off, Monet's face suddenly turned pale, and she hurriedly said to me, "Brother Luo, something happened on sister's side." As soon as I heard this, my mind went blank. Something happened to Shadang. This is serious. The code we had agreed upon earlier. A rabbit appeared in my mind. The number is 1. which indicates the highest level of life and death crisis. I tell you, my anger surged up in an instant. Almost at the same time, a loud shout came from beside me. "There's an outsider." Wow, the reaction was pretty quick, but I was quicker. I pressed down my hand and shouted, "Room, slaughterhouse." In a flash, the three of us disappeared. Just a second after we vanished. Three sharp sword energies sliced through the exact spot where we had been standing, leaving it in ruins. I appeared with Pei Jean and Monet dozens of meters away. Looking back, I saw three men in black floating in midair like ghosts, glaring at us. They had lost another brother, and now they were completely insane. On the other side, the rhino guy that I cut in half was still spurting blood from his corpse, creating a bloody scene. The gorilla, named Zhu Yan, seeing his enemy dead, allowed a triumphant howl to the sky. Then, regardless of us, he mustered his last bit of strength, his legs almost turned to skeletons, and lunged fiercely at the men in black. Those men in black knew that the gorilla was just a last gasp, and didn't want to fight him head-on. "Cursing beast! Get lost!" One of them, holding a knife in both hands, was about to unleash a big move. The opportunity had come. With a gentle flick of my finger, "Room, conductor's baton." As my voice reached the black-clad man's ear, in the next second, countless giant stones roared as if they had eyes, surrounding him from all directions, leaving no escape. "You're seeking death," he shouted angrily, and with a flash of his sword, he shattered all the giant stones into pieces in just 1 second. But as he took a breath and looked up, his face went pale. Before him, a mass of white fur stained with blood and mud came crashing down, blocking out the sun. Boom! I tell you, at that moment, the whole world fell silent. The gorilla used the last of its life force to smash that man in black into a puddle of flesh, merging completely with the ground. Now, only 2 people were left on the other side. One of them, witnessing their companion's tragic death, completely broke down and shouted in grief and anger. How could this happen? We were clearly going to win. I don't have time to listen to him putting on a tragic show here. A slaughterhouse teleports in front of him, and with a raised hand, it's a slash. "You dare to come over?" That guy laughed in anger, probably used to being the big boss in the CP organization, thinking that a little brat like me would dare to play with his sword energy. He retaliated with a slash. But he was mistaken. What I was using was not swordsmanship. It was a BUG. The 2 slashes collided in midair, and strangely, there was no sound at all. My blade energy sliced through his sword energy as quietly as cutting through tofu. Then it sliced through his heart. As for me, the moment I struck, I replaced my real body with a wooden post and ran away. That guy was left dumbfounded, his body cut in half without a single drop of blood flowing. The images in his eyes drifting in different directions. Until his death, he was still roaring, "Devil fruit user. You despicable little man. You don't deserve to wield a sword." Does anyone understand? What era is this? Still romanticizing swordsmen? Winning is all that matters, right? The last man in black, who was desperately dodging the gorilla's final strike, was also stunned by this scene. But he was quick-witted. While dodging frantically with shave, he stared at me intently, and his expression suddenly changed from anger to fanaticism and greed. "Surgery fruit. It's you? Surgery fruit," he yelled as if he had discovered a new continent. Well, it turns out this group came to the North Sea not only to cause trouble, but also to find my surgery fruit. Now it's right in front of me. He must have started dreaming in his mind, thinking that as long as he captured me and brought me back to Mariehua, not only would he not fail his mission, but he would also get promoted and a raise, with celestial dragons fighting to be his backer, leading him to the peak of life. Nice thought. He was like he had been injected with adrenaline, using shave and moonwalk, crazily charging towards me. To be honest, I was a bit annoyed at that moment. The ship still didn't know what was going on, and I had to go back immediately. But Peking and Monet were still here. I couldn't just leave them behind. This last guy, although injured, was still a sword master, and it was too difficult to take him down in an instant. Just when I was feeling a headache, a miracle happened. The gorilla, which was almost out of breath, slowly closed its eyes, then suddenly opened its mouth and let out one last roar. Roar! I tell you, in that moment, the heavens and earth changed color. A force so overwhelming that it was indescribable, exploding like a nuclear bomb. Monet, who was close by, felt his vision go dark and fainted. Pei Jean fared worse, being pinned to the ground, veins bulging, and he couldn't hold on for more than 3 seconds before also passing out. Is this the Conqueror's hockey? That swordsman in black was also shaken, unable to move, gritting his teeth and holding on. But me, let me tell you, I felt different. Maybe because I came from another world, my soul power was particularly strong, and the Conqueror's hockey had surprisingly little effect on me. I could still move. Isn't this a heavenly opportunity? "Room, slaughterhouse. I instantly appeared behind that swordsman. He struggled to turn his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. He probably couldn't understand why I could move freely amidst this terrifying conqueror's hockey. Before he could react, my ghost cry had already pierced through his chest. He looked down at my blade, blood frothing from his mouth, and said, "It's a demon's sword. You are devouring me." I ignored him, drew my knife, and turned to face the completely motionless gorilla, delivering a swift and decisive blow, severing it in two. Then I immediately activated my ability and rushed toward the shore without looking back. As soon as I left, the body of the gorilla and the last man in black exploded like firecrackers, showering the sky with blood. The blood, as if it had a life of its own, slowly flowed to the unconscious Pei Jin's lips and then seeped inside. I was rushing back desperately, and from a distance, I could feel the ground shaking. The surrounding forest also exuded a sense of death, with flowers, grass, and trees all withered. By the time I teleported back to the shore, I tell you, my eyes were red. On our ship, Beepo, Sugar, and Hawkins were all lying in a pool of blood. Beepo had a large fist imprint on his stomach, almost punched through. Sugar's arms were twisted at a bizarre 90-degree angle. Hawkins was slightly better off, but his body was covered in long, thin wounds, as if he had been flayed alive, blood spilling everywhere. Above them, a young punk with an unhappy expression was standing there, crazily shooting down with his finger. It was a finger gun. Facing him was Xia Qi. But now Xia Qi had completely transformed. He had turned into a massive treeman, countless vines bursting from the ground, wildly whipping at the enemy in the sky, his eyes blood red, clearly having lost his sanity. "Little punk, so what if you ate a top-tier fruit? Let's see how long your stamina lasts." The guy in the sky was named Blair, and in turn from CP8, arrogantly sneering down at us. Later I found out that this guy was just looking for trouble out of boredom and came over to our ship. As a result, he pushed Xia Qi to the brink, and in front of him, Xia Qi opened a box and swallowed a devil fruit in one bite. Family. That was the forest fruit, a top-tier Logia. Blair was regretting it deeply, but he didn't have the strength to kill Xia Qi in his natural form. So this bastard played dirty, suddenly using Shave to appear in front of Hawkins with a sneer, saying, "I can't kill him, but can I kill you?" Hawkins was on the verge of blood loss and shock, but when he saw me return, he actually showed a smile. Blair was taken aback. Just as he was about to strike, suddenly there was a flash of light from a blade. "It's you, the one who hurt me?" I held the ghost cry and appeared next to Hawkins. Before Blair could react to what was happening, his body had already been sliced into dozens of pieces, floating in the air like building blocks. I grabbed his head tightly and shouted at the still rampaging Xia Qi, "Xia Qi," and I chopped off the root connecting him to the earth. A glimmer of clarity returned to Xia Qi's crimson eyes as he looked at me, his voice trembling. "Boss." I quickly used my abilities to twist Hawkins and the others' broken bones and bodies back into place. Although it would hurt afterwards, it was better than being dead. As soon as Babel woke up, he hugged my thigh and cried loudly. Shachi asked me where Pei Jin and the others were, so I had no choice but to take them back to the battlefield we had just left. When we arrived, Monet had just woken up and was still a bit dazed. But Pei Jin was missing. Babel, with its keen nose, said there were footprints leading to a nearby cave. Just as it was about to go over, there was a loud crash. Babel was so scared that it rolled and crawled back. Immediately after, a giant white ape over 6 meters tall walked out of the cave. Xiaoqi immediately exploded, thinking Pei Jin had been eaten by this monkey, and pulled out a knife to charge forward, shouting, "Beast, you're asking for death. Wait, wait." 2 voices sounded simultaneously. One was mine, and the other, surprisingly, came from the white-haired monkey. "Boss, it's me. Boss." I was stunned at that moment. Wow, isn't this Pei Jin? This guy is also quite a character. And when he woke up, he had directly transformed. Pei Jin had a mournful expression as he explained to us that when he woke up, he found himself covered in hair and had grown taller. Then, it seemed like something was leading him into a cave where he saw a devil fruit. A voice in his head kept telling him to eat it. So he did. He also said that thing tasted as bad as poop. I asked him to try his abilities. He closed his eyes and exerted himself. And let me tell you, the scene became even more abstract, for more arms emerged from his body, and 2 heads grew on his shoulders, 3 heads and 6 arms. I immediately understood that this kid drank the blood of that Zhu Yan and ate the fruit it guarded. Could it be the Yuan fruit? A mythical beast type, Zhu Yan form. This luck is unbelievable, all about having an extraordinary opportunity. I warned him that the animal-type fruits have their own consciousness, and told him to be careful not to be possessed in the future. Then we entered the cave together, and, at the back, We found a small lake emitting a strange fragrance. Pei asked me what it was, but I had no idea. However, that Zhu Yin wouldn't logically put a pool of poison in its own nest, right? I used my abilities to get a little for the rabbit to drink and found it wasn't toxic. Instead, it made the rabbit even more lively. Hawkins said nearby that this might be the legendary monkey wine brewed by monkeys from various fruits and herbs, which is extremely beneficial for the body. Let me tell you, whether this thing is real or not, I'll try it out for my brothers first. With a thought, I directly used my ability to float a cup of liquid to my mouth, closed my eyes, and downed it in one gulp. Good heavens! This is not alcohol at all. This is like pouring lava into my body. That fiery sensation burned down my throat all the way to my stomach. And then with a roar, it felt like the engine inside my whole body had been ignited. An explosive force instantly spread throughout my limbs and bones. I suddenly opened my eyes and shouted at them. Brothers, it's not poisonous. It's a great supplement. Let's feast. As soon as I said that, those guys couldn't hold back any longer, and one by one, like hungry wolves, they rushed to the lake and started gorging themselves. I was the fastest to change. Just after taking a couple of sips, I heard my whole body crackling like firecrackers. My muscles expanded all at once, and a layer of dark luster appeared on my skin. I felt like I could punch through steel. That kid Pei was even more ferocious than me. After he finished drinking, he let out a roar and transformed back into that big gorilla form called Zhu Yin, his height skyrocketing. Holding that small lake of liquor was like holding a big bowl, and he just chugged it down. The most incredible thing was that we all started to exude that black, greasy substance. Family, who understands? This is simply cybernetic cleansing. Once this layer of filth was expelled, I felt completely transparent, and my whole body felt incredibly comfortable. After a while, except for me and Pei, everyone else was drunkenly leaning all over the place. That kid Xiaoqi was so red in the face from drinking that when he burped, sparks flew out, and he dizzily asked me, Boss, does this count as underage drinking? I couldn't help but laugh and scold, Go, sit over there with the kids. Turning around, I was shocked to see everything had fallen apart. Monet and Sugar were sprawled together, fast asleep, completely disregarding their image. Pekin was drunk and had grown to 10 meters tall, walking like a giant and swaying. If I hadn't quickly used my ability to move him aside, he probably would have stepped on a couple of people. Looking at this group of drunks as the leader, I couldn't just sit back. I used a rune to cut off the remaining 3/4 of the monkey liquor along with the stones at the bottom of the lake and packed it all up. This was a rare treasure. Not a drop could be wasted. Once I had everyone and the liquor moved back to the ship, the CP Organization's captive was still begging for mercy, saying he would tell us the secrets of Mary Geos if we let him go. What I need you to tell me. I thought, you're overestimating yourself, buddy. With a swift motion, I sent him on his way. As a result, a stack of manuscripts fell from him, and when I picked them up and took a look, my eyes widened. It was the training method for the Navy's 6 styles. Damn, we got it. Let me tell you, this is crucial. With this, our ragtag group finally has the foundation of a regular army. With only about 10 years left before Luffy sets sail, if we don't hurry up and level up, we won't even have the qualification to buy tickets to watch the gods fight in the future. The next morning, Xiaoqi and the others dismantled that broken ship across from us and returned with a pile of shiny sea stone, complaining that the world government was too stingy and the employee benefits were terrible. I thought to myself, you have no idea. This stuff is worth much more than gold. I announced a devilish training plan on the spot. Starting today, you few capable ones will hold sea prism stone while working out for half an hour every day, then soak in the seawater barrel for a bath. Xiaoqi immediately let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. No, boss. The feeling of weakness from losing power is a nightmare for him. What do I care? I directly said, don't worry, I'll train with you. If you want to get stronger, you have to be tough on yourself. So we drifted on the sea for a month, with days filled with either training or playing cards. We were almost growing fur. Suddenly, a news bird flew over, and wow, it was like seeing a long-lost relative. Monet quickly bought the newspaper, and when Xiaoqi leaned over to take a look, he shouted, wow, one of the 3 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, has been captured by the Navy. I picked up the newspaper and saw that it's that Sakasaki again. That guy Akainu really levels up like it's drinking water, focusing on a companion style, ranking up. But Kaido? I estimate he'll be strolling out of prison in a few days. That guy is a BUG. He just won't die. Everyone has been busy this month, practicing the 6 powers until they look pretty good. Especially Beepo. He's simply a martial arts genius. He's already got the basics of the 6 powers down, faster than me, who has a cheat. I now feel that without devil fruit abilities, Taking on a pirate worth around 50 million berries should be like child's play. After sailing for a few more days, Beepo suddenly shouted from the lookout, "Captain, there's a navy ahead." I took a look in the past and thought, wow, it's not just one ship, but 3 warships surrounding an island. What on earth is going on? The enemy ships quickly approached, and a colonel shouted at us from a distance, asking what we were doing. That kid Pagine, who stands out, casually threw the heads of a few pirates he had taken care of on the deck and replied nonchalantly, "Bounty hunter, just passing through." The colonel saw that we were tough characters, so he didn't ask any more questions and let us go after warning us not to cause trouble. But as soon as we stepped onto the island, I felt something was off. There wasn't a single person on the street. All the shops had their doors shut, making it look like a ghost town. I'm telling you, this atmosphere definitely signals that something big is about to happen. We found the only restaurant still open and heard the owner mumbling with a few customers, saying something about an arrival, that it was today, and hoping it wouldn't affect the town. I directly asked the owner, "Boss, what festival are you celebrating? Why is there no one on the street?" The owner was startled, and seeing that we were just a few kids, lowered his voice and said, "Little ones, finish up and hurry home hide. A war is about to break out. The Navy is going to fight the pirates." He paused and added a particularly strange remark. I heard that the pirate leader was once called a hero in the newspapers. I couldn't help but laugh at the thought of heroes in a pirate story. Isn't that just pure comedy? But with the keywords hero, pirate, and the Navy's show of force, I instantly had an answer in my mind. I directly told them, "Hurry up and procure supplies. Get ready to watch the show." Xiaoqi looked confused and asked, "Boss, how did you know?" I just smiled and didn't say anything. In the afternoon, all the adult men in the town came out of their homes, each with expressions like they were headed to the gallows, waiting at the dock for someone. We hid in the woods and watched from afar. Before long, a huge ship appeared on the horizon. As it got closer, Pagine pulled out a bounty notice and his voice changed. "Wow, it's the Sun Pirates. Captain Fisher Tiger, bounty of 230 million berries." I saw that tall, over 5-meter red-skinned merman, Tiger, personally escort a blonde little girl to the shore. The girl cried as she said goodbye to him, and he waved his hand gracefully. Who understands a family? This scene was quite touching, but the next second, a large group of Navy suddenly emerged from the forest and surrounded him. The leading rear admiral, Stobley, shouted directly, "Fisher Tiger, thanks to the report from the townspeople, today you can't escape." I understood right away. Damn it, this is a trap. These villagers have betrayed their savior. With a command from Stobley, gunfire instantly echoed through the skies. It was unbelievable. The little girl, named Kula, turned pale at the sound of gunfire and wanted to rush over. But she was slapped down to the ground by her so-called distant relative, who was cursing. "They are pirates. They are criminals." I was so angry just looking at it. What is this all about? She was dragged back home, completely dazed, staring blankly out the window. Just then, I directly used a room and instantly appeared in front of her, softly asking, "Do you hope that Fisher Tiger will be saved?" The battle raged on, darkening the sky, lasting an entire afternoon. In the end, Tiger, covered in blood, fought his way through and jumped back onto the ship, quickly leaving with the Sun Pirates. 3 warships were chasing fiercely behind, but the fishmen were like gods in the sea. They couldn't catch up at all. Meanwhile, in the cabin of the Sun Pirate ship, chaos had erupted. "Tiger, brother." Tiger collapsed onto the bed, the smell of blood permeating the entire cabin. A fishman dressed as a doctor was sweating profusely. "Tiger, brother, you are severely lacking blood. You must receive a transfusion immediately." Tiger's hoarse voice rang out, but his tone was unusually calm. "If I remember correctly, your blood types don't match mine, right?" The ship's doctor, Aladdin, stammered. "On the ship, there is human blood, right?" Tiger's voice was frighteningly flat. Beside him, the whale shark fishman Jinbi hurriedly advised, "Tiger, brother, what time is it? Human blood is human blood. Didn't you just send Carla back?" "Jinbi, why are you mentioning that little brat?" An angry roar interrupted him, as the sawshark fishman Arlong rushed over, his face filled with rage. The Navy's ambush was definitely premeditated. That little brat betrayed us. I've said it before, there's not a single good human. Arlong, don't say such things. Tiger coughed up 2 more mouthfuls of blood as he spoke. "This matter has nothing to do with Carla. She is innocent." But Arlong's temper was too explosive to contain, and he was about to jump up, nearly spitting on Tiger's face in anger. Fortunately, Jinbi arrived just in time, holding a bag of life-saving plasma, sweating profusely. "Brother, it's this time already. Quickly transfuse the blood." And guess what? Tiger refused it again. I tell you, the look in his eyes at that moment was as if he had seen through life and death. He calmly started spilling shocking secrets. He said his biggest secret was that when he first set out to sea, he was captured and made a slave for the celestial dragons. Wow. As soon as he said that, the entire cabin fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Along's eyes were about to pop out. The big brother he admired the most, Tiger, actually had such a past. This was simply rubbing his faith in the dirt. The atmosphere in the cabin instantly dropped to freezing point, with everyone clenching their fists, the hatred almost tangible. Tiger leaned there, saying he could no longer love humanity. His existence even hindered Princess Odoheim's ideals of peace. So, he would rather die than use human blood to extend his life. Just when the atmosphere was so oppressive that it seemed everyone was about to hold a memorial for Brother Tiger, suddenly, I tell you, a cheerful voice appeared out of nowhere. Isn't it fine not to use human blood? Who? Family, who understands? A little brat appeared in the cabin out of nowhere, wearing a spotted hat and carrying a long knife taller than him, with a look on his face as if he was enjoying the show. Along, with his quick temper, saw it was a human and immediately exploded, grabbing his knife and attacking Dai. What happened next? Whoosh, the person disappeared, leaving only a piece of broken stone behind. What kind of operation is this? Instant teleportation? That little brat, who is Law, looked at our ship's Dr. Aladdin with a grin and directly tossed a package over, saying, "You're the ship's doctor, right? Take a look at this." Aladdin caught it, initially confused, but when he opened it and smelled it, his eyes instantly lit up. This is Brother Tiger's blood type, and this smell is not human blood. He was so excited his voice trembled. "Brother, you were saved. Damn, what a savior this is." The expressions of all the fishmen changed instantly as they looked at that little brat, and even Alone stopped his actions, still glaring at him with an unhappy face. Tiger himself was also stunned, holding on to his last breath and asking, "Why did you save me?" Luo took out a small ornament from his pocket, and I recognized it as the one Xiaoba made for Kula. "It's a promise," Luo said. "Kula is now my crew member, so you can't die yet." Wow, is this directly asking for someone? No, he said this is a deal. He saves Brother Tiger's life, and in exchange, we have to teach him and his crew the fishman karate. This plan was so loud, I could hear it all the way in the East Sea. Aladdin didn't care about anything else, and quickly started to transfuse blood to Brother Tiger. At this point, isn't the will to survive coming out? When life is hanging by a thread, who cares about whether you're human or not? To survive first. Moreover, Brother Tiger couldn't bear to leave his brothers on the ship, especially fearing what that fool Alone would do if he died. Brother Tiger looked at Luo with a complex expression. "Humans, you have a strong purpose." Luo wasn't intimidated at all, grinning like a little fox, "But you're already receiving a blood transfusion." Brother Taishin sighed and admitted, "Young man, you are very special." Luo immediately replied, "It is an honor to receive praise from a hero." He looked at Tiger with great seriousness. "If you're not a hero, then who else is worthy of being called a hero? Let me tell you, that guy Luo has a way with words. He directly praises Tiger to the heavens, saying he is the real hero. What detailed plans? What powerful partners? Just do it. The main point is to act boldly, climbing up the red Earth continent barehanded, daring to burn the Holy Land Mary Geos with just a lighter. This move is simply the flashiest bag of 2025, and you just have to admire it." This remark made Tiger laugh. "Ha, you little human child really know how to talk." After laughing, he became serious and stared at Luo, asking, "Do you want to be a pirate?" Luo chuckled and said he wasn't interested in any great treasure. His goal is very simple, to become strong. Strong enough that no one can treat him as a slave, strong enough to trample those pigs above him underfoot. I tell you, when he said the words pig and monkey, the expressions of all the fishmen on the ship were frozen in shock. This little brat is really bold, isn't he? Just as Brother Tiger was getting out of danger, Lo started undermining him. With a smiling face, he suggested, "How about you send someone to our ship? It would also be convenient to take care of Keela." Aaron was about to explode, but Lo shot him a disdainful glance as if to say, "I don't want someone like you." Ha! Aaron's face turned the color of liver from anger. It was ridiculous. Brother Tiger ignored him and directly agreed to Lo's suggestion. The brothers on the ship pledged their loyalty, saying they would follow Brother Tiger for life. Xiaoba also raised his hand wanting to go, but Brother Tiger rejected him, citing that his karate skills were too poor. Just then, a heavyweight character made his entrance, Jinbei. He stepped forward and said he wanted to experience the human world. Aaron and the others were stunned. Jinbei is our second in command, but Brother Tiger is a wise man. He knew that if Jinbei followed him, he wouldn't be able to showcase his full abilities, so he waved his hand and agreed. Jinbei made one request. If he felt that Lo's ship wasn't suitable for him, he would leave after teaching karate. Lo was beaming with joy, probably thinking, "Once you're on my ship, You want to leave? The next moment, Lo activated a room, and with a whoosh, he teleported away with Jinbei, leaving only 2 small stones behind. When Jinbei opened his eyes, he was dumbfounded. What was before him was not a pirate crew, but a kindergarten at sea. The ship was filled with little kids. Lo happily introduced, "This is Jinbei, our new karate teacher and helmsman." Thus, Jinbei officially started his job. Everyone quickly got familiar with him, and Keela found peers, playing with Monet, Sugar, and the others all day long, her smile visibly increasing. In the evening, seeing Keela so happy, Jinbei also smiled. Lo handed him a drink and said, "So, how is it? Not bad, right?" The two chatted by the railing. Jinbei was worried that his bounty criminal status might bring trouble to these kids, but Lo was unconcerned, saying, "Life is always full of troubles, which is why I want to go to sea." Then, the devil training began. Every day before dawn, Lo would drag Pei Jean and the others out of bed. Get up, get up. How can you sleep at your age?" On the deck, Jinbei acted as the instructor, teaching everyone fishman karate. Let me tell you, Keela is a natural talent, learning quickly that even Jinbei couldn't help but praise her. In turn, Lo taught Jinbei the methods of using armament hockey. Guess what? In just 3 days, Jinbei got the hang of it. His arms turned pitch black, and with a single punch, he could shatter a knife. This talent is just incredible. With armament hockey, Pei Jean started provoking Shachi, saying that it would hurt now if he hit him. Shachi, not to be outdone, relied on his ability to fly and showed no fear. The atmosphere on the ship became more lively day by day. One day, the newsbird brought the latest newspaper. Shachi shouted, "Captain, there's big news again." The headline read, "A woman named Boa Hancock just set sail and has a bounty of 80 million, and was directly invited by the world government to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea." The photo was stunning. She truly deserves the title of the most beautiful woman in the world. Lo looked at the newspaper calmly. He knew that the warlord system was just a pawn used by the world government to balance various forces. Sure enough, a few days later, the newspaper reported that the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, and the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma also joined the warlords. Now the whole sea was in an uproar. The warlords have legal plundering rights. Countless pirates began a new round of slaughter to gain fame and catch the government's attention. Monet looked at Kuma's indifferent face on the newspaper, feeling a bit scared. But Jinbei said, "He's actually a good person. We met him in the New World. He's one of the few pirates who don't discriminate against us fishmen. He's just a bit strange and doesn't like to talk." Lo looked at the man called the Tyrant Kuma in the newspaper, deep in thought. Kuma's story is indeed tragic, but now he should be involved in some revolution. His pawpaw fruit is truly extraordinary, only slightly inferior to my Ope Ope fruit. Of course, I just think about it. He's a king with a heart for the world, while I'm just someone thinking about helping my brothers get rich, completely different paths. I tell you, another month has passed just like that. Our ship, the Star River, is just one stop away from the Zyangpidi Islands, resupplying and then heading straight in. Along the way, wow, it was anything but peaceful. Once the news of the 7 warlords was released, all those pirates on the sea seemed to be on steroids, filled with murderous intent, causing trouble everywhere. Some reckless newcomers without even a bounty dared to set sail in their shabby boats, trying to make a big splash. And what happened? They all became experience bags for my underlings to level up. One Zoan-type fruit user was made to kneel and call out for his dad by Pei Jean. But me? I'm not some saint. I had to land the final blow myself. There's no helping it. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. And although the little bit of blood I got back was minimal, it adds up over time. During this period, I've grown a lot myself, now standing at about 8 meters. I look slim in clothes and toned without them. And even without the fruit powers, I can go toe-to-toe with Pei Jean in his transformed state. That kid Pei Jean is even more exaggerated, jumping up to 3 meters, looking like a little giant. Here it comes. Bebois, on lookout at the bow, suddenly shouted. It's the Nyonyo pirate crew. The captain has a bounty of 40 million, right? Summer and Pei Jean, who were practicing, instantly lit up, zipping over from the stern. Not just them, but everyone except Hawkins and Sugar came out, all eager to get in on the action. Who understands, family? To us, these pirates aren't pirates anymore. They're just moving ATMs that also provide combat experience. Hawkins, holding a bounty poster, leisurely read, "Gabriel Lowry, captain of the Nyonyo pirate crew, self-created Nyonyo fist style, goes wild like a bison. Over 100 crew members, it's considered a medium-sized crew." He paused, adjusted his glasses, and it seems this time I'll have to step in. This kid usually plays it safe, never putting in effort unless absolutely necessary. One time I couldn't stand it any longer and tossed him into a pile of pirates. And guess what? He actually awakened his observation hockey right then and there, dodging bullets. He's quite the talent. Jinbei, I'll need you to handle the ship in a bit. I sat in a chair, putting down my coffee, and the ice cubes made by Monet's snow fruit melted with a clink, the korizumi already in my hand. All right, these coffee beans were grown by Summer using the forest fruit, making sure everything is put to good use. Don't worry, Law. Leave it to me. Jinbei laughed heartily. During this time, he has grown close with everyone, witnessing us get stronger day by day, and his fatherly sense of pride could almost burst through the screen. I tell you, the fishmen have never seen our colorful world. Hot pot, barbecue, and the game of 3 kingdoms. After a set of combos, Jinbei's favorability skyrockets. Now, when I go to take heads, he's our most reliable backup. Ahead, a large ship flying the bull skull flag was getting closer. Peijine's arms were already sprouting white hair, eager to try out. Summer was shouting beside him, Peijine, don't you dare steal that minotaur from me. His palm was changing colors from green to yellow, probably contemplating which plant to throw over for style points. But just then, Babe was scratched his head, looking confused. Captain, they're not heading our way. What? Summer was the first to protest, dashing to the bow, stretching his neck to look, and immediately screamed. Holy crap. They actually dare to ignore us. There they were, the Nyonyo pirate crew, turning the bow of their ship, completely disregarding our merchant ship that wasn't even flying a pirate flag, and instead speeding away, looking like they were. Fleeing? Summer exploded right there, stepping on a railing and pointing at their ship, cursing, damn it, who do they think they're looking down on? Can they let this meat slip away? This fortune must be ours today. Babua, chase after them. If that 100 million berry gets away, I'll kick you like a ball. Hawkins chimed in, adding, not just 100 million. They have 2 crew members with 20 million bounties each, one with 15 million, plus a few squad leaders. The total bounty is quite considerable. So rich? Summer's eyes widened. Sugar's eyes sparkled even more. 100 million berry. How many grapes can that buy? This little girl, having eaten the hobby fruit, was forever stuck at her height, and it made her crave food. Buy grapes? Definitely rare plants. Summer's internet mouth chimed in, starting to mumble. Ever since he got the forest fruit, his interests have become extremely bizarre, like sunflowers that fart in apple trees that can urinate 5 meters. Of course, all of that was strictly forbidden by me. Anyone who dared to mess around on the ship would be thrown overboard to feed the fish. Only little kids buy plants. Of course, we buy alcohol. Peijine, the underage drunkard, joined in the excitement. You're only a year older than me. Don't call me that. I couldn't be bothered with these clowns and gave a direct order. Under the operation of Jinbei and Beppo, our Star River ship swung its tail and charged straight towards the Nyonyo pirates. Meanwhile, on the Nyonyo pirate ship, the atmosphere was tense. It wasn't because of us. Brother Lori, that merchant ship has gone mad. How dare it turn around and charge at us? Shouted an officer with a sniper rifle indignantly. Why don't we just blow it up? No, a deep voice replied. A towering man, for meters tall and muscular like a standing wild buffalo, stepped forward. He was Captain Lori. At that moment, his face was so dark it could drip water. Don't forget who is behind us. If we stop and get caught by them, even if we defeat this ship, we won't survive. They're just a bunch of newbies. I said no. Lori's eyes were sharp. This is near the Sabeti archipelago, a place where monsters roam. You don't understand. This matter is very serious. Didn't he have a temper? But the people chasing him behind were not something he could even dare to think about. They were top-tier monsters in the world. However, just as he was explaining to his officers, I made my move. Little Nyonyos, I'm here. A room unfolded, and in an instant, Xiaoqi and the other 7 appeared in a pile of empty wine barrels on the enemy's deck. Damn it, Captain Luo teleported us to a garbage heap, Xiaoqi said with a disgusted expression. Without a second thought, Peijine unleashed a ki blast, instantly blowing up the surrounding barrels. The pirates below heard the commotion and rushed over, cursing. Where did this little brat come from? Oh, there are also 3 little girls. Come here. Uncle will show you a big goldfish. Kill the men, keep the women, Xiaoqi jumped straight to the front, extremely arrogant. Get lost. A bunch of trash. You should be grateful I'm not robbing you. And you still dare to run? Hurry up and come here to bow and greet me. A Mediterranean-haired squad leader, Jonas, grinned as he charged up. Kid, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Mediterranean? You think you're worthy? Xiaoqi shot back. Today is your death day. I said you bald pirate. Did you hear that? This hit the nail on the head, and the bald man exploded in rage. The two rushed together, and Xiaoqi pushed off the air beneath his feet, his speed skyrocketing, and with a thunderous punch, he struck Jonas right in the stomach. The guy let out a scream and flew out like a cannonball. Xiaoqi whistled and gave a thumbs down. Come on. Is that all you got? This completely ignited the powder keg. All the pirates went crazy and rushed up, especially towards Monet, Sugar, and Carla, their eyes filled with lewd intentions. Meanwhile, in the ship's command room, Laurie's officer, Lita, had just shouted for quiet when a fist suddenly enlarged in front of his eyes. Bang! It was Pei Jean. He punched the 2 million bounty sniper's face into a dent, sending him flying into the wall. Who? Laurie and another officer, Pei Xingxi, turned around sharply. When you go to rob, do you ask the villagers who they are? Pei Jean smiled, his gaze locking on a Laurie, Gabriel Laurie, 40 million berries. I want her head. Another officer, Troy, charged at Pei Jean with dual blades. Pei Jean didn't even look, directly using a technique to catch the blades with empty hands, and threw Troy out. Roar! Laurie charged at Pei Jean like a mad bull. The two instantly grappled together, smashing through the ship's cabin. Outside, the sniper Lita, who had been sent flying, groggily got up, blood all over his face, raising his gun. At the door, Monet was pushing Beepo inside. Bang! A gunshot rang out, the bullet hitting Monet right in the forehead. Lita was just about to smirk when his eyes nearly popped out. The bullet hole in Monet's forehead instantly turned into snowflakes, and in the blink of an eye, it healed, not even damaging her clothes. What kind of monster is this? Pei Xingxi was also dumbfounded. No one was there to explain. Monet smiled slightly. Beepo, it's our turn to strike. Little White Bear made a nimble jump, its paw coming down from the sky. The battle erupted simultaneously in 7 locations on the ship. I stand at the top of the highest mast, like an elegant hunter. As soon as one of the pirates below is about to be defeated, I teleport, swap a stone for a person, and then strike down with my sword. Who understands this, my family? As the captain, I focus on collecting heads. I can't waste a single drop of experience. My underlings dare not voice their anger. It's hilarious. The battle is completely one-sided. Shachi transforms into a giant treant, countless vines piercing through the bodies of the pirates, pinning them to the deck like a death flower banquet. Sugar is even more of a bug. With a gentle pat on an 8 million bounty officer, the opponent turns into a toy, and then the surrounding pirates, having lost their memories, foolishly rush in, creating a perfect cycle. Only Hawkins is the most unlucky. He originally wanted to slack off, but I teleported Troy, the officer that Pecan threw out, right in front of him. Hawkins looked completely dumbfounded but reacted quickly, instinctively swinging his sword. Now, the hatred is maxed out. He can't avoid fighting. The most intense battle is still inside the cabin. Navy, you despicable Navy. Laurie gasped for breath, looking at the white giant ape towering 10 meters high in front of him, completely stunned. Navy? What are you talking about? Pekin's transformed Zhu Yin form shakes the ground with every punch and kick. Laurie, at 4 meters tall, looks like a child in front of him. Impossible. At this age, with this talent, and possessing such an ancient type devil fruit. You must be the Navy's secret weapon. Laurie has completely imagined a grand drama. Guess what? Pekin grins and throws a punch. Even if it's a devil fruit, so what? Laurie roars, his muscles bulging, and surprisingly withstands Pekin's punch. Your bounty is 40 million, reduced. Pekin is somewhat surprised. I'm not executing justice. Pekin is speechless. What's wrong with this guy? Does he only know how to talk about the Navy with such a narrow mindset? Continue. Pekin is full of fighting spirit. This Laurie is a good opponent. The two engage in a frenzied exchange again. I watch from above, clearly seeing that Laurie's martial arts skills are much stronger than Pekin's, with rich combat experience that makes Pekin spit blood repeatedly. But it doesn't matter. A gap is a gap. Pekin is a mythical beast type, with crushing levels of defense and vitality, completely exhausting Laurie by trading injuries for injuries. Laurie grows more anxious as he fights. He realizes Pekin is like an unkillable cockroach, seemingly inexperienced in combat, but relying on that monstrous body to force him to fight. This thought flashes wildly in his mind. This is not a human at all. This is a monster. Laurie completely loses his cool. I'm telling you, that guy probably used all his hidden skills, veins bulging like a berserker unleashing a big move, howling as he charges forward again. But what about Pekin? Goodness, he is covered in wounds, patches of fur ripped off, yet he is still excitedly shouting. Come on, keep going. It's simply a battle maniac. I was getting into it when suddenly Beppo shouted at the top of his lungs, Captain, there's a warship. In a flash, Law appeared at the bow of the ship. I followed his gaze, and wow, a Navy warship was charging straight at us, and it didn't look friendly. Without a second thought, Law opened a room, and it felt like he had activated a full map hack, instantly revealing the people on the warship. Then, I saw his face turn pale in an instant. Is it him? Law murmured, and in the next second, he vanished. I was stunned. Xiaoqi and the others had just finished looting and were cheerfully bragging to Law about finding a living devil fruit. But Law ignored them, grabbed sugar, and they both disappeared. Xiaoqi was still there, raising her eyebrows, thinking the captain was just in a hurry. What happened next? Law directly appeared in front of Jinbi with sugar. Quick, use your ability to turn Jinbi into a toy now. Don't resist. Wow. The tension was so high I could feel my heart in my throat. Jinbi was a straightforward guy. Without hesitation, he agreed. Sugar clapped her little hands. A flash of light, and the mighty warlord of the sea, Jinbi, was turned into a palm-sized blue fishman toy, which Sugar stuffed into her pocket. At that moment, the two people from the warship arrived. They landed with a puff of smoke, like jet fighters. One was the white-haired smoker, and beside him was a pink-haired lady named Tina. They descended like paratroopers, one landing on our ship, the other jumping onto the ship of the bull pirate crew across from us. As soon as Tina got on our ship, she started interrogating us about what happened to the merchant ship's crew. Xiaoqi, with her fiery temper, shot back. What merchant ship? Those useless pirates were already taken care of by us. Navy, get off her ship. But Tina didn't believe it. You can't fool Tina. She even spoke in the third person, and when things didn't go her way, she was ready to fight, with several iron rods popping out from her hands. Xiaoqi didn't back down. Her arm transformed into a tree trunk and met her head on, and the two immediately started fighting. On the other side, things got interesting with Smoker. As soon as he boarded the ship, he was hit by the smell of blood from all the bodies scattered around. Just as he was puzzled, Monet stepped forward. Smoker looked at her and thought, oh, a little green-haired beauty, and assumed she was a victim. But Monet directly said, Navy officer, this is our prey. You cannot interfere. Smoker was stunned. You guys? Bounty hunters? His expression was as if to say, are you kidding me? He couldn't believe a little girl could take down an entire pirate crew. When he tried to move forward, Monet blocked him with her hand. Smoker, not being polite, tried to push her aside with a slap. But with a bang, Monet turned into a pile of snow. Wow, a Logia user. Smoker was dumbfounded. But he wasn't a pushover either. When Monet lunged at him with a knife, he transformed into smoke. Two Logia users, neither could hit the other, creating a very awkward situation. Monet realized physical attacks were useless and started playing tactically, unleashing her ultimate move, causing the temperature on the deck to drop sharply in an attempt to freeze Smoker's smoke into ice shards. She even formed a giant ape out of snow that looked similar to pudding, creating quite a scene. But she miscalculated one thing. Smoker was no ordinary rookie. He could use armament hockey. Suddenly, Smoker charged at her like a cannonball, moving so fast he became a white blur, and his fist turned black. With a muffled bang, Monet didn't even have time to react before she was sent flying, bleeding, and crashed hard into the cabin. Armament hockey is specifically designed to deal with you flashy Logia types. Just as Smoker was about to move inside, Monet struggled to get up and block him again, only to be knocked away by another punch. I'm telling you, it was brutal. At that moment, bang, the cabin door was kicked in. Pudding stumbled out, panting heavily, holding the head of the bull-headed captain. He looked up and saw Monet on the ground bleeding, and his expression turned furious in an instant. He glared at Smoker, his voice tight as if it was forced through clenched teeth. Do you want to die? Seeing Luffy's head shocked Smoker as well. He didn't expect these young ones to actually take care of it. But before he could say anything, Pudding picked up Monet and listened as she said a few broken sentences, and his anger skyrocketed. With a roar, Pudding's bones cracked loudly, and he transformed into a 10-meter-tall, white giant ape, charging straight at Smoker. The scene was like King Kong battling the Smoke Man. Although Smoker was shaken by the brute force, he was still a Logia user, dispersing his body to dodge. He countered with a white vine, and countless smoke chains wrapped around the rampaging Pudding tightly. Although Pudding was strong, he couldn't hit the main body, merely being used like a kite and getting furious. While the two sides were locked in a fierce battle, the atmosphere on our ship was tense. Let me tell you why Law hadn't made a move until now. Because an unexpected guest had appeared on our ship. A huge old man, as strong as a bear, with purple hair, whose presence was suffocating. Former Admiral Zephyr. Wow, the boss of the boss had arrived. Law sheathed his sword, smiling, but he was probably cursing inside. Old Zephyr directly said he was originally coming for Jinbi, but since he was gone, he must have sensed with his observation hockey that we had hidden Jinbi away, but didn't expose us. I thought to myself, this was a little Navy shock for Law. Zephyr looked at us young ones. The more he looked, the more he liked us, and surprisingly offered to recruit Law into the Navy. Law, being bold, directly refused and added with a hint of sarcasm. Admiral, the Navy doesn't always represent justice. Does it? Wow, that statement hit Zephyr right in the chest. He fell silent instantly. The two exchanged a few cryptic remarks, and Law then said, Admiral, my people and your people should stop fighting now. Zephyr waved his hand in agreement. Law teleported over and brought Pudding and Xiachi back, while also sending Monet for treatment. Then, Law began to lecture them, saying it was because they didn't know armament hockey that they were in such a mess. Zephyr overheard this and chuckled, saying, Kid, you have quite the attitude. Want to compare yourself to an admiral? Law smiled faintly. Everyone needs to have dreams. Zephyr, hearing this, became even more excited. So what is your dream? To live freely. Law's answer momentarily stunned Zephyr. Then he burst out laughing. All right, kid, you've got guts. Zephyr pointed at Smoker and Tina. How about this? Since you think they're weak, have a match with them as your graduation assessment. I thought to myself, this old man is here to challenge us. In the end, not only did Luo agree, but he also turned the tables and directly proposed a bet. Admiral Zephyr, just fighting is boring. How about adding some stakes? Zephyr became interested. What are we betting on? If I win, you will give me the training methods for armament hockey. From beginner to advanced, and then to flowing cherry, all of it. Wow, that's quite the appetite. Zephyr laughed. And if you lose, your entire group has to join our Navy? My heart has already cooled down halfway. This bet is too big. As a result, Luo smiled mysteriously and said, I know how to help you cure your asthma. This sentence completely stunned Zay Fa. His illness is known by very few people in the Navy. In the end, the two of them hit it off. All right, Luo said, a smile curving up on his face. I told you, I laughed at that moment. 2 against 1? Do they really think I'm easy to deal with? Being weak is an old story. I've refined my blood and energy in drunk monkey wine. My physique now can handle a head-on. Smoker, that old chain smoker, is acting all tough, holding a cigar and saying, don't let me down. Tina, that pink-haired girl, also has a fierce look on her face. All right then, let's do this. I focused my mind and directly activated Slaughterhouse, instantly flashing to Tina's side. Drawing my sword, I swung it at her. Goodness, this girl reacted quite quickly. She slipped away like a mudfish, turning around and thrusting an iron railing in my chest. At the same time, Smoker's smoky black fist came towards me, aimed straight at my forehead. He actually thought highly of me, starting with hockey right away. Good. I was excited at that moment. Dodge? What for? I released my sword, letting it float in the air and clench my fists, coating them with hockey for a head-on clash. Bang, bang. With 2 loud impacts, I grabbed Tina's iron railing with one hand and caught Smoker's fist with the other. I must say, the combined strength of these two was quite impressive, making me stagger back several steps. Seeing the opportunity, they coordinated flawlessly. Tina's iron rod rained down on me like a storm, while Smoker transformed into smoke, trying to wrap around me like a snake. Dream on, I sneered, exerting force from my waist, grabbing Tina's railing, and lifted her up as a weapon. Tina was shocked, and Smoker's eyes widened, probably not expecting me to be this strong. In that moment of surprise, I swung the Tina-made club at the approaching Smoker. Tina, Smoker shouted, trying to catch her, but his body instantly turned to smoke and dodged. At that moment, I couldn't help but twitch my mouth. Who understands this, family? This move was like another version of me in the world, so straightforward. I didn't care about anything else. Swinging my arm, Tina was smashed into the nearby Nyo pirate ship like a cannonball. Then I let out a long howl, fully unleashing my armament hockey, and went after Smoker with a flurry of punches. Smoker wasn't backing down either, spraying smoke and ramping up his speed to engage me in close combat, shouting, Kid, your armament hockey is still not enough. Is that so? My gaze turned cold as I activated command stick, and the knife flew back with a whoosh, colliding with his fist, sending sparks flying. Smoker's fist was directly slashed, leaving a white mark, and he was momentarily stunned, probably wondering where I got that knife from. I won't give him any time to think. With both hands gripping the sword, I infused my armed color into it with overwhelming power. With a single move, Stormblade, I unleashed a massive flying slash towards him. Smoker was taken by surprise and hurriedly pulled back his fist to block, but he was knocked back several steps. I told you, fighting against strong opponents is different. Before my surgery fruit ability reaches its peak in the new world, encountering people who can use hockey does put me at a disadvantage. So, I have to rely on raw strength. Smoker has also learned his lesson, no longer underestimating my swordsmanship, and has started to defend with shadowy palm strikes all around. Seeing that this was going to drag on without any meaning, I vanished in a flash. Where'd he go? Smoker punched into empty air and I suddenly turned around. But there was nothing behind him. Even Zephyr, watching from a distance, couldn't stand it anymore and shouted from outside the ring. Smoker, where's your observation hockey? This old man really has no sense of martial ethics. I emerged from the cabin right under Smoker's feet, my voice echoing up. Admiral Zephyr, you can't cheat. Smoker was so scared that his soul almost flew away. It was too late for him to dodge. In a flash, my sword light gleamed, and with a slash, I left a deep wound on his thigh, just a few palms away from his precious cargo. Furious, he smashed his palm through the cabin, but I had already changed my position. At this moment, Tina charged out, shouting that she wanted to hit me. I completely ignored her and directly flashed behind Smoker, landing a heavy punch imbued with hockey that made him spit blood on the spot. If you bully my cute crew member, you must be prepared for the consequences. Before my words even finished, I delivered another punch that smashed into his face, distorting it completely. Tina tried to come to his aid, but with a command stick. I sent a ghostly strike to block her. Then, I chased after Smoker, who tried to fly away and create distance, directly stepping onto the moonwalk to soar into the sky. Tina and Zephyr were both stunned. I didn't have time to admire their expressions. I raised my sword and struck down fiercely at Smoker's hands. Boom! Smoker was smashed into the ship's hull like a meteor. Taking advantage of his weakness, I vanished again, preparing to give him a chilling surprise. But then, with a clang, a large pitch-black hand squeezed my sword. Zephyr finally made his move. He dragged both of us back onto the ship and scolded Smoker, saying he relied too much on his fruit abilities and that his hockey training was pathetic. Smoker was so ashamed that he couldn't lift his head. Tina also deflated, admitting that she couldn't defeat me. I smiled at Zephyr, making my intention clear. It's time to give me something, right? The old man squinted and asked if I was from the world government. I immediately retorted, be a dog for the celestial dragons? I have no interest in that. Smoker and Tina looked like they had seen a ghost. Zephyr, on the other hand, nodded and said my words reminded him of an old friend of his. Then he tossed me a booklet, claiming it was his own training insights. Let me tell you, I was buttering him up so much, talking about how great the Admiral was, I almost wanted to throw up. Sugar and Shachi were dumbfounded beside me. After getting the item, I quickly waved my hand. You guys set sail, let's get out of here. Once the ship was far away, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. First, I helped Pecan and Monet heal their injuries, and then I started worrying. We were short a helmsman. Beepo was both navigating and steering, which was too tiring. I unconsciously muttered, if only Jinbe were here. Just as I finished speaking, Sugar suddenly pulled out a toy fishman and waved it. The next second, to my surprise, a 3-meter-tall blue-fat fishman Jinbe appeared right in front of us. I directly burned out the CPU. It turns out that I previously transformed Jinbe into a toy to avoid Zephyr. But why do I still remember him? Later, I realized that Sugar's ability can only erase the memories of my interactions with Jinbe after I crossed over. But it can't erase my memories of watching the anime before I crossed over. This is simply an epic level bug. I was ecstatic at the moment. Wow, Jinbe is mine. This kid Xiaoqi came over to mock me, asking if I'd been hit in the head by Zephyr, and I gave him a good whack with my sheath. After the commotion, Kara took out a banana-shaped devil fruit, saying she found it in the captain's room of the KillsPirates. I examined it for a long time, but didn't recognize what it was. Hawkins was almost glued to it, so I quickly held him down and told him not to rush. This thing is probably an ordinary zoan-type, and eating it would be a loss. I have the locations of a few god-level fruits in my mind, and I'll take him to get them later. As for this unknown fruit, we decided to keep it for now and check it out at the underground auction in Sabeti Archipelago. Maybe their S8 Devil Fruit Encyclopedia that can identify it. 3 days later, we finally arrived at Sabeti Archipelago. I held a meeting to explain the various areas, making it clear that areas 1 to 29 are illegal zones for human trafficking, and we must not cause trouble, especially with the celestial dragons. If we see them, we should avoid them. Then we split into 2 groups. I took Sugar, Beepo, and Kara to explore the auction house in Area 1. As soon as we landed on the island, Beepo was like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, fascinated by everything. He even pointed at a roadside stall selling fruits with strange drawings, saying they sell devil fruits. I rolled my eyes at him and told him that those are just scams. Kara, on the other hand, was very nervous, her little face pale. After all, she was sold as a slave here. Sugar quickly held her hand to comfort her. I smiled at Kara to reassure her. I came here today because I heard their SA special devil fruit at the auction, and I also wanted to see what kind of den of tigers and dragons Doflamingo's territory really is. However, the deeper we went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The streets were filled with slaves displayed as goods with collars around their necks. And there were even shops openly selling various bloody torture devices, euphemistically called toys. Beepo, this 9-year-old little bear, had never seen such a scene. His worldview was about to collapse, and he quietly asked me, "Captain, doesn't the Navy care about this place?" I pointed to a short distance away, where a naval lieutenant was laughing heartily and clapping his hands at a scantily dressed slave. I said nothing, but the meaning was already clear. This place was rotten to the core. Just then, a fat, big-eared nobleman, adorned with gold and silver, stopped us with a few guards. His greedy eyes roamed back and forth over the sugar and curla, and he said lewdly, "Little sister, would you like to come play with Uncle?" My expression darkened at that moment, and I said just one word, "Get lost." The fat man was taken aback for a moment, then immediately became furious, waving his cane and shouting, "You brat, what did you say? Look at you poor and shabby. You must be commoners, right? I'm a noble. Do you think just wielding a broken knife makes you a hero?" I slightly raised my head, my cold gaze sweeping over, and said again, "Say it again, get lost." That guy was startled by the murderous look in my eyes and took a step back, but after realizing it, his face instantly turned the color of liver. The expression on his face, turning that color, was as if he thought he was the local emperor, only to be publicly slapped in the face by me. A little kid, making him lose face. Well, it turns out this guy is a local bully from the Taters family, with someone backing him up in this area. That's why he dared to act so arrogantly, looking at us like we were vegetables. Then his eyes stuck to Shadang, looking lewd, almost drooling, muttering something about a super cute little lowly. Family, who understands? My fists were clenched. He waved his hand, and a muscular man over 2 meters tall jumped out, like an iron tower with a murderous gaze. This noble was particularly pleased, shouting, "Salo Yen, teach this kid and that bear a lesson. As for these 2 little sisters, Uncle will take good care of them." I really was speechless, utterly speechless. I glanced at the big guy's neck, which bore no marks of slave collar. I immediately shot back. The collar may be off, but unfortunately, the chains in your heart are still there. You become addicted to being a dog, haven't you? The muscular man named Salo Yen was thrown off by my words, his eyebrows raised in surprise, and he even asked his master for permission. "Master, I want to eat his heart." The noble laughed like a villain. "Ha ha ha, I permit it. Go ahead. Let me tell you, this Salo Yen is really no slouch. I heard he once took down a pirate with a bounty of 50 million. He is also a bit of freak, looking at sugar the same way his master does." He yelled and charged at me, conjuring a small blade out of thin air, and he was quite flashy with it. What happened next? I didn't even move, and behind me, Beepo lunged forward in a flash. With a flying kick, he sent that blade flying. "Isn't Beepo cool?" Salo Yen was stunned, probably thinking how this bear could talk and fight. When he realized his sneak attack failed, he got even more fired up and pulled out a half-meter-long curve sword from his pants. Yes, you heard me right, from his pants. What the heck? Is he Doraemon? Just at that critical moment, someone suddenly charged out from the side. A figure flashed by, and, with a kick, sent Salo Yen flying over 10 meters. Blood spewing like a fountain. I took a closer look. It was a guy with gray-green hair, somewhat handsome. He stood in front of us and coldly said to that noble, "They're still kids. Don't forget what's being auctioned today. That family is not something you can mess with." Upon hearing this, the noble turned pale, seemingly realizing he had provoked someone he couldn't afford to mess with, and quickly fled with his people. The gray-green-haired guy didn't stick around either. He urged us to leave quickly, saying it wasn't safe here, and then took his people away. After they left, Sugar asked if I knew that person. I laughed and said, "Do I know him? Not only do I know him, but this guy is my main target for this trip. His name is Gilded Tezalo, the future Golden Emperor. Let me tell you, this guy is a commercial genius. In the future, 20 of the world's money will be in his hands, and even the celestial dragons will have to give him face. Today is the turning point of his destiny. He is going to snatch that legendary gold fruit. And me? I'm here to invest. Oh no, I'm going to cut in on this future world billionaire." We followed him into an auction that was as large as a football field. The scene was bustling with excitement. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The entire venue exploded. Flames shot up to the sky, and screams and gunshots filled the air. Those nobles, who usually acted all high and mighty, ran faster than anyone else. The place turned into utter chaos, like the electronic pickled vegetables seen in 2025, quite a spectacle. In the midst of this confusion, there were still some foolish ones trying to catch us. I couldn't be bothered to deal with them and directly open a room. In the next second, we disappeared. Those pirates were still stunned in place when suddenly, with a loud crash, their upper and lower bodies separated, blood spraying everywhere. It was so cool. On the other side, Taizolo had just run out of a narrow alley holding a box when he was blocked by the previous group of nobles. With wolves in front and tigers behind, Taizolo saw no way out, gritted his teeth, opened the box, grabbed the fruit, and was about to shove it into his mouth. Just when everyone thought the situation was settled, he took a bite. It was sweet. Looking again, the gold fruit in his hand had somehow turned into a pear. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, I appeared on a large rock, tossing that shiny, genuine gold fruit in my hand. I smiled at them. Are you looking for this? The nobles went crazy, commanding all their henchmen to rush at me. That one called Frederick shouted that he would kill me. I drew my knife and lightly said, "Slaughterhouse." An invisible blade flashed by, and a few charging in front, including the one named Saloyen, first froze for a moment, then fell to the ground with their arms and legs falling off like building blocks. I dismantled them into pieces without them even bleeding. Isn't that amazing? In the end, only the largest bodyguard was still standing, his hands turned pitch black, staring at me intently and asking who I was. I looked at him and laughed. So what if he mastered the armament hockey? Isn't he still just a dog for an ugly noble? As soon as I said that, it hit his master right in the lungs. That noble named Zybassadin exploded on the spot, pointing at me and shouting, "Go to Froy, kill him." The other nobles nearby went pale, probably thinking, what the hell? Our 4 strongest bodyguards just got taken out by a kid? Who is this guy? Even the one named Tezolo, who originally wanted to settle scores with me, fell silent, completely quiet. He probably waited up and realized that even he couldn't take down those 4 in an instant. The big guy Godefroy was still trying to act tough, staring at me and saying, "Humph kid, in the new world your skills are nothing." I laughed and directly confronted him. "Oh, a new world? So you're just a prodigal dog that sneaked back from the new world, huh?" One sentence left him speechless, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, gritting his teeth and saying, "Kid, do you know how dangerous that sea is? Bounty hunters worth over 100 million roam there. Yes, they roam everywhere, but surely not you, right?" I couldn't be bothered with him, and turned to greet Tetsolo directly. "Mr. Tetsolo, can we have a chat later?" Tetsolo was taken aback for a moment, then laughed self-deprecatingly. Of course, it seems I was meddling earlier. Hey, this guy is clear-headed. He must be both hating me and feeling conflicted right now. Hating me for taking his stuff, and fearing this monster that came out of nowhere. I even know his name, while he knows nothing about me. All right, you wait a moment. I'll take care of this bunch of trash first. I politely nodded at him. That Sylphine started shouting again, Gao to fury. "Kill him. I'll fulfill the condition you mentioned last time when we get back." Let me tell you, when that guy heard this, his eyes nearly sparkled with greed. After all the trouble, he was fighting for the chance to become a son-in-law, wanting to marry into a wealthy family. This immense fortune seemed to have fallen right into his lap. He grinned at me and said, "Kid, your fruit ability is quite strong, but I just happened to counter you." As soon as he finished speaking, a blade of light slashed towards him. He didn't even dodge. His arm instantly turned pitch black, and with one punch, he shattered my attack without a scratch on him. Useless, he was like a know-it-all, completely unaware of what armament hockey really meant. Great, the most annoying situation has arisen. I've run into a tough guy who relies on physical techniques. He was covered in armament hockey, charging at me like a tank, and when he threw a punch, he looked just like a little giant. Even Taizolo beside us couldn't help but shout, "Be careful." Can I be afraid of him? I gripped the knife with both hands, advancing instead of retreating, my whole body tense, and a layer of dark, domineering aura emerged on the ghostly blade. With a bang, we collided head-on, and the shockwave exploded, pushing both of us back a step. Not only was Zebastin stunned, but even Godfrey was taken aback. "Oh, you can also use armament hockey? Is that a question? Is it that hard?" And he realized that despite my small stature, my strength was actually on par with his. He started to panic and began to guess wildly. "What fruit do you have? The / fruit? The strength fruit?" I chuckled. "Guess what? Looking for death." He shouted in exasperation, thinking he could win by exhausting me. Just then, there was a loud bang from the auction, and Tezolo's expression changed. It was the bomb he had planted, indicating that the pursuers were coming. Zybassadin panicked and directly ordered everyone attack. "All of you go. Kill them." Goodness. Here we go again, calling for reinforcements when they can't win. Huh? A group of thugs charged over like rabid dogs, and a few blind fools even tried to go after Beepo and the others behind me, just as Tezolo was about to lead his men to help. Several other nobles' bodyguards surrounded them and blocked their way. Goat Fury sneered, "A knight's duel? That's what fools do." I looked at the familiar scene and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Did they think that having more people would be useful? Just then, a sniper in the distance fired, and a bullet struck my camouflaged arm, causing all the gear to clatter to the ground. "So you want to gang up on me?" "Huh?" I shrugged and picked up 2 bullet casings. "Bring it on." Whoosh. I flicked the bullet casings away. Godfrey didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a minor trick. But guess what? Just a second before the casings were about to hit him, the corners of my mouth curled up, and I growled, "Room." Those who understand will know that 1 second I was playing a one-on-one, and the next second I summoned the dragon. In a flash, the bullet casings vanished, and 2 living people appeared out of nowhere. My 2 brothers, Pei Jin and Xia Qi, made a dazzling entrance. As soon as Pei Jin appeared, he delivered a powerful blow to Godfrey, creating a huge bang that sent him stumbling back several steps. Before he could regain his balance, countless vines suddenly sprang up from the ground, binding him tightly. What shocked him even more was what came next. Pei Jin transformed right in front of him, turning into a 10-meter-tall, white-furred giant ape. Those fists the size of sandbags rained down like raindrops, pounding Godfrey into the ground in an instant. On the other side, Xiaoqi also unleashed his power. Countless vines burrowed up from the ground, seemingly with eyes, piercing through the henchmen one by one. Even more terrifying, these vines could absorb water. In less than half a minute, several living people had turned into dried corpses hanging on the vines. The entire battlefield shifted in an instant. On our side, Hawkins and Monet also arrived with bags in tow. I raised my hand and fired a few precise shots, taking out several unlucky ones who were bound. Hawkins, the so-called fortune teller, calculated something for himself and calmly stood beside me, saying, "Today's survival rate is 100%. The 5 nobles had their eyes nearly popping out, watching their men being cut down like vegetables, trembling in fear, and one of them turned to flee. "Want to run?" Too late. I expressionlessly drew my weapon, ghost cry, "Room." In an instant, the entire world fell silent. A bright flash of sword light cut through the air, as if slicing open a rift in space. By the time they reacted, the 5 nobles, along with all the henchmen around them, had neatly separated into upper and lower halves. "I'm a noble. How dare you kill me?" Sebastian exclaimed in disbelief. I couldn't be bothered, and with a light flip of my palm, dozens of blood fountains shot up into the sky, creating a spectacular scene. With a loud bang, Pei Jin was knocked out of the ground by a figure. Gout Defo Li jumped out, covered in dirt, and upon seeing the corpse of Shiba Si Ting, his eyes instantly turned red, and he went berserk. You dare to kill him? I want all of you to be buried with him, ah." Beside him, Taizolo and his gang were left dumbfounded, as their opponent had suddenly turned into a pile of debris, and the smell of blood almost made them vomit on the spot. I turned to Tezolo and said, "You all go wait for us by the shore in that direction. Of course, if you don't want that fruit anymore, you can leave now, but you will never have the chance to take revenge on those pigs and dogs in your life." Tezolo trembled all over. He knew I was talking about the celestial dragons. Without saying a word, he took his people and left, a person capable of great things. Meanwhile, Godfrey had completely gone mad and knocked peeking away again. I pressed my palm down and activated my ability again. Room. Whoosh. I instantly disappeared. Godfrey's pupil shook. This speed was faster than shave. Where did I go? Just as he was about to jump up, dozens of vines shot up from the ground and wrapped around him. He swung his fists wildly, smashing a tree trunk, but at that moment, I appeared behind him like a ghost. Scalpel. His scalp exploded as he concentrated all his haki on his chest with all his might. With a pop, the tip of my knife pierced in a little but couldn't go any further. He gasped and asked me what kind of ability I had, being able to slash and teleport. I didn't answer him. My left hand, which wasn't holding the knife, gently patted his shoulder, and my thumb flicked up. Zzz. A surge of electricity coursed through. Cardiac arrest. What a... A scream echoed through the sky as white smoke billowed from his body, and a burnt smell filled the air. Hawkins was stunned nearby. "Captain, there is a 76 probability that a powerful enemy is approaching." Copy that. Taking advantage of his body being paralyzed from the electric shock, I swung my sword with a ghostly cry, swish, 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 and his limbs directly left home. He collapsed on the ground, still wanting to beg for mercy. "Don't kill me. I know information about the new world." I ignored it completely and instantly transported everyone 100 meters away, then clenched my palm fiercely. Ability nullified. For jets of blood gushed wildly from his severed limbs. And just like that, a powerful warrior who had returned from the new world died in such a pathetic manner, bleeding out. We had not been gone long when a tall, thin man dressed as an Indian arrived. He looked at the mess around him, cursed, "Damn it, I'm late," and then swung his sword, decapitating the head of Godefroy before chasing after us. By the time we reached the shore, Jinbe was already waiting there. He tore off the plant vines he had used for disguise, revealing his blue skin. Several corpses were still floating on the sea, indicating that he had just dealt with two groups of foolish pirates. I pointed to Taizolo, who had followed us, and said to Jinbe, "They are the ones we called." Then I smiled at Taizolo and said, "There are two ships. Choose one as our meeting gift." By the time that guy named Diamante reached the shore, we had already disappeared over the horizon. On the ship, Taizolo looked at Jinbe, the helmsman, and was completely stunned. He simply couldn't understand who we really were. I handed him a cup of ice-cold drink. It took guts for him to come aboard my ship alone. "I'm not going to waste any time. I'll just bring out the gold fruit. Do you want it?" His eyes widened, and he nodded vigorously. "Yes. Captain Law, feel free to state your conditions. Even if it means letting me join you. I must use the power of this fruit to overturn this world. Join us, and then give your life to me." I said straightforwardly, "In the future, I will help you annihilate the celestial dragons." Taizolo's pupils suddenly constricted. He probably never dreamed that my goal was so grand. I pointed to Kella not far away. "She, like you, also escaped from Erigios. After all the suffering you endured, don't you want to repay 100-fold? Mentioning this, the fury in Taizolo's eyes was hard to conceal as he thought of Stella. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Captain Law, I will join. Even if it costs my life, I will seek revenge." "Welcome." I smiled, knowing he would agree. I threw the gold fruit to him, then drew out my sword. Scalpel. The tip of a knife gently grazed his chest, and a perfectly square heart was extracted, without a single drop of blood flowing from his chest. I held his heart, gently squeezed it, and he immediately let out a muffled groan from the pain. "Sorry, this is for security. Until you prove that you are completely trustworthy, I will keep it safe." I put away the heart, and rest assured, it won't affect you normally. You just lack a vital point. Your stage is the entire ocean. I pulled him into the room for a private discussion. When we came out, he was completely excited, looking at me as if I were a deity. "Captain Luo, you are truly a genius, with so many ideas. I can't help but wonder if you are a fruit of knowledge user." "It's nothing," I said, "so let's part ways here." Watching Taizolo's ships sail farther away, Pekin still felt a bit uneasy. I calmly replied, "Following us would actually limit his development. I have given him the gold fruit, as well as the training methods for the 6 powers and hockey. With these, his time to become the Golden Emperor will be greatly shortened." Hawkins beside me said softly, "It's a pity it's not a Logia type." I laughed. "Don't worry, the Thunder Fruit and the Flame Fruit are both on the way to the EC. We might just have some luck. If not, there's also the Barrier Fruit that could defend against all attacks. It all depends on your luck." Hawkins nodded. Someone like him would definitely choose the safest option. Just as we were enjoying this rare moment of peace, the fish in the sea suddenly jumped out of the water like crazy. The helmsman, Jinbe, frowned and shouted, "Not good," as he suddenly turned the wheel. I quickly turned around and activated the room, my expression becoming serious as I directly unleashed the slaughterhouse ability, pushing the starry river forward with a sudden burst. Just as we left our original position, boom, a massive water column erupted from the sea surface, followed by a giant warship gleaming with metallic luster, emerging from beneath the water like a moving fortress. Goodness, the waves were so high that they almost capsized our little boat. I tell you, upon closer inspection, there was a large hunter character on the sail of that giant ship, and my heart dropped. "We're doomed, the beast pirates. How did these lunatics end up here?" Law's face instantly darkened as he shouted at Jinbe, "Let us get out of here." Without looking back, he fully activated his ability, and our starry river shot forward like a firework. Are you kidding me? This is right next to the Navy headquarters. And the beast pirates showing up now clearly means they are here to rescue their boss Kaido, who has locked up. What kind of setup do they have on that ship? An all-star lineup from the New World. Who would dare to tangle with them? But as we tried to escape, they wouldn't let us. I was gripping the railing when I heard Beepo shouting from the side, "Captain, someone's coming to kill us." Before his words even faded, a loud crash sounded as 2 people crashed down onto our ship. One was Pekin, who was in charge of steering, and the other, goodness, was a purple-haired kid with an Inyang hairstyle and a gaze that looked like he wanted to eat people. Without saying a word, this guy let out a roar and inflated like a balloon, instantly transforming into a giant dinosaur over 9 meters tall. A Spinosaurus. Who understands this these days? Are all ability users so reckless? Just starting out with their big moves? Pekin wasn't to be underestimated either. Seeing the transformation, he didn't hold back either, his white fur rapidly growing. And in the blink of an eye, he also transformed into a towering white giant ape. A dinosaur and a giant ape started a prehistoric brawl on our deck, claws swinging, teeth gnashing, making our ship creak ominously. And I was terrified it would fall apart at any moment. But that wasn't the end of it. Another figure jumped over from the enemy's ship. It was a flamboyantly dressed girl with horns on her head, who shouted in midair, "No one is allowed to harm little Pekin." I thought to myself, are we calling for parental help in a fight now? Then she began transforming in the air, her head turning pitch black as she charged at Pekin like a cannonball. Shouting something about a headbutt, just as it seemed she would hit, Jinbe made his move. Fishman karate, shark hammer. With one punch, he firmly intercepted the girl's headbutt. But Jinbe didn't even look at her, his eyes fixed on the Beast Pirates' big ship. He asked in a deep voice, "Why are you attacking us? Members of the Beast Pirates?" The answer came in the form of a shadow descending from sky. The figure was completely wrapped in dark armor and a mask, with flames circling behind him, looking like a messenger from hell. At that moment, I felt this was getting serious. The appearance was exactly like the Beast Pirates' big poster boy, Ember. Ember completely ignored Jinbe, his gaze as cold as ice, and with a flap of his wings, he crashed down with a bang. Jinbe met him with a shark hammer, but what happened? With a loud clang, we only saw a blue figure swallowed by the black shadow in an instant. Then with a bang, the railing shattered, and Jinbe was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing directly into the sea. In one move, just one move, and he took down the sea warrior Jinbe. Ember landed steadily at the front of our ship, his cold voice echoing throughout. "Kill them all. The whereabouts of Mr. Kaido must not be exposed." Law instantly teleported in front of him, trying to reason. "We're not the Navy, we won snitch." But Ember didn't listen at all, not even bothering to look at Law, and directly ordered the dinosaur siblings still fighting. "Kill them all. Consider this your assessment to become the Flying Six." Goodness, I thought this KPI is a bit too hardcore, right? Killing our entire ship as a year-end bonus? Hearing this, the siblings charged at Pekin like they were on steroids, screaming as they beat him mercilessly. Law saw the negotiations break down and launched a sneak attack from behind. But with a clang, Ember easily blocked it with his armament hockey. Law was pushed back 3 steps, his hands numb. He couldn't cut through it all. They were completely on different levels. Ember treated it like a game, easily blocking all of Law's attacks while commenting, "Your fruit ability is quite interesting. Teleportation? Swapping positions?" Law put all his effort into it, not even touching a hair of Ember, instead getting injured by a sword Chi kicked his way. Knowing he couldn't win, Law gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you really looking for a dead end? This is not far from the Sabati archipelago. Making a big fuss won't benefit you in rescuing anyone." "We do not accept threats," Ember replied, and in an instant, his sword was enveloped in hockey. Moving so fast, it was only a black flash. Law's pupils shrank violently, a sharp pain shot through his chest, and he was sent flying by a single slash. Just as Ember was about to chase after him to finish the job, countless water droplets suddenly shot out of the sea, dense as bullets. Gun wave rain. Jinbe emerged from the water, staring seriously at Ember. "Ember, leave this ship." Ember was delayed, but then 3 more people jumped down from his ship. One was a hot woman with her hair up, another was a slightly chubby guy in a flaming cape, and the last was a flying fighter. Oh my gosh. The future Flying Six, Black Maria, and Sasaki. Now, this was great. Almost all the Flying Six from the original story were here, except for the ones who hadn't joined yet. Now we were completely trapped. Pekin was being overwhelmed by the dinosaur siblings and was about to give in. Sachi was forced to fly in the air, dodging the swordmaster, named Sasaki. Beppo was trapped in a web by the woman named Black Maria, his space to move shrinking. Monet was in even worse shape, being punched into the deck by a guy transformed into a red wolf. Hawkins and the others here don't even have the qualifications to intervene. Sugar's little face turned pale, already showing despair, because she could see clearly that on the big ship opposite them stood a strong man, Jack, with a bounty of 200 million. Not to mention the hundreds of people behind him. Our little boat is completely surrounded. That red wolf guy who injured Monet is named White Herbert, with a bounty of 250 million. He is a seasoned fighter, and his attacks are as dark as they come. When Luo saw Monet get hit, his eyes turned red, and his anger flared up in an instant. In a flash, he appeared behind the werewolf and slashed down with his knife. Useless, brat. The werewolf turned around and punched Luo, his arm color hockey as hard as iron, easily blocking Luo's blade. "You can't break my defense. You little brats have no idea what it means to be strong." He laughed maniacally as he knocked Luo back. Luo was anxious. Jinbe was holding back their only chance in the sea. They had to finish off the few on the boat quickly and then escape. He raised his finger and activated room, slaughterhouse. All the broken wooden planks and steel pieces on the ship shot toward the werewolf as if they had eyes. "You can't hurt me," the werewolf sneered, smashing all the debris into pieces with a single punch. Seeing that he couldn't catch Luo, he simply turned around, his crimson eyes fixed on the fallen Monet. "Since I can't catch you, I'll kill your companion first and make you taste the pain." Saying this, his sharp wolf claws reached out toward Monet. Luo activated his ability again, using the debris to block, but the werewolf didn't care, allowing the objects to hit him without losing a single hair. "Kid, can't hold back anymore." Just as Luo teleported in front of Monet to protect him, the werewolf's smile grew even wider. To him, those kids who valued friendship and bond were the easiest to deal with. However, at that moment, the smile on his face suddenly froze. He felt his body tremble violently, as if all his strength had been instantly drained. He couldn't even maintain his half-beast form and reverted to human shape, feeling weak. Looking down, he saw a black stone, smaller than a fingernail, tightly pressed against his skin. Sea stone, high-frequency scalpel. Luo had been waiting for this moment. The blade of the knife, wrapped in armed color, instantly pierced the werewolf's chest. Poof! A bloody hole appeared in an instant. The werewolf couldn't even scream, as the shockwave from the attack devastated his internal organs, and he flew backward, coughing up blood. Luo didn't stop. With a flick of his finger, the small sea stone embedded itself into the werewolf's wound. Monet also reacted, and a storm of snow instantly surged up, freezing the wound along with the sea stone. Cutting. A flash of cold light passed, and the werewolf's head shot up into the sky, firmly grasped in Luo's hand. "How is this possible?" Luo remained expressionless, fingers together, snapping his fingers. And the werewolf's head and body appeared simultaneously on the distant sea. Release. With a splash, a large expanse of blood instantly stained the sea red. What? The other officers of the beast pirates on the ship were stunned. Bert was killed in an instant. He was a seasoned fighter who could even hold his ground against Jack. For a moment, everyone's attacks slowed down, and their gazes toward Luo were filled with fear. Bold move. On the sea, Jean, who was entangled with Jean Bay, let out an angry roar, clearly sensing the change over here. If members of the beast pirates were killed, things would get serious. At that moment, Jack on their big ship also panicked, shouting for the ship to accelerate full speed. But his subordinates rushed over in a panic to report. "Captain Jack, a new ship has appeared in that direction. Do you think I'm someone to mess with? Fire cannons to sink it." Jack roared. Several cannonballs whistled through the air toward the newly appeared ship. That ship was truly magnificent, being pulled through the sea by two enormous sea serpents. The people on that ship were no pushovers either, as several arrows shot out, detonating all the cannonballs mid-air. "You dare to strike at us? What the beast pirates to us?" A cold and proud female voice rang out. At the bow of the ship stood a stunning beauty with long black hair, tall and exuding an aura of 2 meters 8. "Wow. Isn't that the warlord of the sea, Boa Hancock? This is getting exciting." The 9 snake pirates have joined the fray. Jack on the beast pirate ship, seeing this, was not afraid but even more excited, kicking a subordinate away, shouting, "Bring the ship closer." "What, the 7 warlords?" "Just a pirate crew made up of women. If they dare to come closer, we'll kill them all." As soon as he finished speaking, the battlefield on my side exploded. Let me tell you, if I had charged up 1 second later, our Peijin would have been torn to shreds by that pair of dinosaur siblings. He was already fighting 2 of them, covered in blood. If that brother, Peiji, got 1 bite and made a blood hole, the sister, Run-T, is even more of a tough cookie, always headbutting whenever she gets the chance. It's unbelievable. As soon as Run-T saw me coming, her eyes turned red, and she screamed, "Dare to touch my brother." Then in her half-orc form, she shot at me like a cannonball. I was furious at the time. "Your brother is a treasure, but mine isn't?" With a roar, I unleashed my armed hockey to the max and struck at her with a blade. There was a huge bang, and it felt like the entire ship shook. The shockwave nearly sent me flying. This girl is really tough, but can I let her take advantage of me? In a moment she paused. I quickly darted to her side, thumb raised, and executed a heart shock move, delivering an electric jolt directly to her heart. She let out a scream and knocked me away, her massive tail crashing down onto the deck, creating a large hole. My heart sank. This ship is our home. If we keep fighting like this, we won't even wait for the enemy to attack before we sink. We can't waste any more time. Just as I was exchanging blows with Run-T, the entire Star River suddenly shook violently. I turned my head and saw, holy crap, The surface of the sea was stained red. Our old Jinbei had a bloody hole in his shoulder and was confronting the guy in the sky. Family, who understands? That guy is simply not human. From the Lunaria tribe, he comes with a built-in bloodlock ability, can fly, and the hotter the fire behind him burns, the more insane his defense and speed become. Although Jinbei is a sea knight, he just learned hockey not long ago, so he can't break through his defense at all, and the water attacks just make him fly, dodging everything. This is completely a one-sided beating. Jinbei shouted to me, "Captain Luffy, you all go first. I'll hold him off." Then he pushed with both hands, sending another massive current crashing towards the enemy. But that slippery guy, with a few slashing strikes, dispersed the current and coldly laughed. "Sea Knight Jinbei, today you die." My eyelids twitched as I saw that guy's head being pulled back like a slingshot, and I shouted in my heart that it was bad. I quickly warned, "Jinbei, be careful." It was too late. The sharp-headed guy lunged forward with a thud, directly piercing into Jinbei's chest, and I could hear the sound of his ribs cracking from a distance. Old Jinbei flew back like a broken sack, blood gushing from his mouth, and the light in his eyes dimmed. My mind went blank for a moment, and, without thinking, I turned the room to the maximum and instantly rushed over, pulling Jinbei back before he fell into the sea. That crazy lunatic, Run Me, was furious to see me distracted by saving someone in the middle of a fight, screaming and charging at me again. But I couldn't pay attention to her at all because the killing intent from Jean had already locked onto us. Bang! A massive katana fell from the sky, directly striking the spot where I had just been standing, obliterating half of the ship's bow. The force sent Run Me flying, and she shouted up at the sky, "Jean, watch where you're aiming." I held the half-dead Jinbei in my arms, my face pale as I realized I was truly done for. I even entertained the thought of surrendering, saying I could join the Beast Pirates. But guess what Kaido said? He said, "There's no chance left, you all have to die." This bastard is even more ruthless than Kaido. He just loves to torture people. Just when I thought I was going to meet my end here today, suddenly, a fireball erupted in the distance. A huge figure swooped across the sky and crashed onto the Beast Pirate ship with a thunderous sound. I focused my eyes and thought, good grief, isn't that Jack the Drought? Who kicked him away? Then, a stunning figure appeared on the enemy's ship, with long hair down to her waist. Exuding en incroyable aura. She gently tossed her hair and said in a tone of disdain, "Is this all that's left of the Beast Pirates? Truly disappointing. Damn, it's the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. How did she end up here?" The minions of the Beast Pirates, upon seeing Hancock, had their eyes bulging and nearly drooling. In the next moment, snap, snap, dozens of people in the front row turned to stone statues, as if they had been hit by a glance from Ding Jun. Jin's face darkened, and without a word, he swung his sword at Hancock. Seeing this situation, I realized the opportunity had come, taking advantage of their infighting. I pushed my room to the limit, covering the entire Star River ship, and shouted with all my might at the Beast Pirates officers on board. Like Sabok and Pejuan, "Get out!" A tremendous force suddenly appeared, directly lifting them and the deck beneath their feet out of the ship. I felt a sweetness in my throat and spat out blood, but I couldn't care less. I tightened my grip on Ghost Cry and swept it horizontally again, completely driving them back onto their own ship. On the other side, Hancock and Jean had already started fighting. Jin's fire dragon was kicked apart by Hancock, but Jean was, after all, a vice admiral, and his strength was too formidable, forcing Hancock to take a step back. She seemed to have been ignited with anger, formed a heart shape with her hands, and shouted, "Sweet wind. Oh my gosh, that pink heart beam is like rain indiscriminately attacking. Not only the members of the Beast Pirates, but even we are covered. This woman really doesn't care about anyone's life." Just as the petrifying beam was about to hit our ship, everyone on our side was injured and couldn't dodge at all. At this critical moment, I stood up and unleashed my hidden power. An invisible aura exploded from me. Boom! The incoming heart beam was instantly shattered. Conqueror's hockey. The entire place fell silent for a second. Jin's expression changed in an instant. Hancock was also stunned, and for the first time, surprise appeared on her proud face. But as expected of the Empress, she merely snorted in dissatisfaction, and then a stronger Conqueror's hockey erupted from her, soaring into the sky. Boom! Our hockey collided in the air, and the sky instantly darkened with clouds, thunder, and lightning, like the end of the world. Countless small minions foamed at the mouth, collapsing on the deck like dumplings. Now is the time. I used my last bit of strength and shouted at the helm, "Go." The starry river shot out like an arrow, bursting forth. Jin stared at us fiercely, but ultimately did not chase after us, because he sensed an extraordinarily strong aura on the Snake Princess's ship. After escaping, I could no longer hold on. My vision went black, and I passed out. When I regained consciousness, I couldn't tell how long had passed. We had escaped, but we were in terrible condition. I was in a deep coma. Jimby had a big hole in his chest, and Pecan, Beepo, and the others were all injured. The Starry River was also in tatters, nearly falling apart. Summer Chi used his forest fruit ability to sprout many plant vines, barely patching up the big hole in the ship. We decided to go to Water 7 to find the best shipwright to build a new ship. While I was unconscious, the newsbird brought the message that Kaido of the 100 Beasts had escaped from prison again. Interestingly, the newspaper reported that the Beast Pirates had sent a ship to rescue him, but their numbers were pitifully small, as if they had just suffered a major defeat. Sakazuki at Navy headquarters was so angry he was jumping up and down, while Admiral Sengoku looked at several photos, one of which was me carrying the sword Onigiri. After escaping the pursuit of the Beast Pirates, we plunged into the terrifying weather of the Grand Line. The storm was like the sky collapsing, pouring down for an entire day and night. We all worked hard to keep this battered ship afloat. Finally, when the weather calmed down, everyone gathered around the campfire roasting sea beast meat, and Hawkins, that charlatan, started predicting again. He shuffled the cards, suddenly changed his expression, stood up abruptly, and said, "Tonight, there's danger." As soon as he finished speaking, a dense fog rose from the sea without warning, instantly swallowing our entire ship. Beepo, holding the nautical chart, was so scared his voice changed. We seem to have entered the Devil's Triangle. It's South said that this place is haunted. Summer Chi was still stubborn. What is there to be afraid of? We've dealt with the Empress already. Let us kill a ghost if one shows up. Just then, there was a light sound from the side of the ship. Pecan immediately used Shave to rush over, but found nothing. However, the next second, a pitch-black slash appeared out of nowhere, accompanied by a piercing scream that tore through the air, directly sending the already transformed giant ape Pecan flying, blood splattering across the deck. This left us all dumbfounded. I'm telling you, that slash came out of nowhere, and by the time we reacted, we saw a massive shadow suddenly emerge from the thick fog. At first, we thought it was an island, but then, to our shock, countless pairs of red eyes lit up on that island, staring at us like a pack of beasts that hadn't eaten for 800 years. Their greed palpable even from 800 meters away. Pecan clutched his chest, blood pouring out. His voice hushed as he said that the previous slash was definitely made by a swordsman. He had used iron blocks. It still got cut through in one slash. How powerful must that be? Beepo was so frightened that his fur stood on end, shouting at Jinbe, "Don't go forward. The current is strange. Does anyone understand? That wasn't us approaching the island. That island was charging towards us. It was like a living sea monster with its mouth wide open, ready to swallow us." Summer Chi was at a loss, regardless of whether it was a ghost. His arm suddenly stretched dozens of meters long and transformed into a tree trunk, crashing forward. And what happened? With a loud bang, it hit solid ground but struck nothing. How strange. It was clearly an island, but where did that slash that cut Pecan come from? I'm telling you, given our current state on the ship, Luo is unconscious. Jinbe is severely injured and not fully recovered. If a fight breaks out, the consequences are unimaginable. Hawkins was over there divining. Looking pale, as he said, the probability of encountering enemies was 90%. The other side made one slash and then fell silent, clearly observing us, waiting to confirm we were soft targets before striking. Just then, a series of strange screeches sounded, and a large swarm of black bats flew over from the sky, rushing towards our faces. Summer Chi was furious at that moment. Dozens of branches exploded beneath him, smashing that group of bats to pieces. But strangely, those bats disintegrated into thin air without leaving a corpse. The ship could only stop at the shore for now. At that moment, Jinbe also stopped steering, and with a flick of his hand, a water blast shot out. Guess what? A strange, eerie laugh came from the fog. See, hero Jinbe. You seem to be quite injured. Huh? Damn, that voice. Then a giant over 7 meters tall walked out of the fog, with an onion-shaped head, sharp teeth, and stitches all over his body, a complete gothic demon. He surveyed us, his gaze like that of someone looking at a buffet, and opened his mouth. The bounty of 76 million for Jinbe. I didn't expect that just after becoming a warlord, heaven would send me such a great gift. Here is your choice. Become my partner, or become my zombie. Jinbe recognized him at a glance. This guy was Gecko Moria, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 320 million, a figure from the same era as Tiger, who used to roam the New World, but later, after reportedly fighting Kaido, he disappeared. Didn't he expect he was hiding here? Moria continued to talk to himself. Has the world forgotten about my strength? Since this blue fat guy doesn't know how to appreciate, then I'll take you as my first target. He glanced at the people on our ship, seeing Pecan's giant ape form, and then looking at Bepo, muttering something about good materials, which frightened Bepo, making his bare body tremble. I'm telling you, this Moria now is not the same as the later fat guy. He has all muscle and looks fierce. Jimby wanted to reason with him, saying we're just passing by. Moria laughed directly. You think you're worthy to be my enemy? Since you want to agree, then all of you will become part of my zombie army. Good heavens, this guy is too bold, immediately trying to make others work for him, even after they die. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out a large pair of scissors, and the shadow beneath him instantly transformed into countless black bats, charging towards us. Jimby sighed, knowing that this fight was unavoidable. He wanted to take it on himself, letting Moria let us go, but Pecan, being a real man, directly said he wanted to join forces with him, refusing to run away alone. Moria pretended to laugh. How touching. But in this ocean, cruelty is the truth. I'm hiding here for the corpses of strong people like you. Leave them all to me. Saying this, he swung his scissors down. Jimby and Pecan jumped off the ship to fight Moria on the island to prevent the ship from being destroyed. But we weren't idle either. Behind Moria, a large group of shriveled-skinned, pale-faced creatures rushed out, directly lunging towards our ship. Those zombies were relentless, and Hawkins and Keela went straight to meet them. Keela punched one zombie right through the chest, and to our surprise, not a single drop of blood came out. On Hawkins' side, it was even more brutal. He sliced one in half, and the body kept moving even without a head. Sugar, watching from the side, understood what to do. Xiaoqi directly used vines to wrap around a zombie and threw it in front of Sugar, then covered it. When the vines moved away, a doll appeared in its place, and Sugar pulled out a lighter, ignited it, and in an instant, it turned to ash. Xiaoqi immediately shouted, Hawkins, Keela, throw the zombie heads over here. So the two below started frantically tossing zombies onto the ship, and Sugar was like a production line, turning each one into a toy and burning them. As the zombies kept increasing in number, Monet also jumped off the ship. With a single move, she unleashed a blizzard, instantly freezing a large number of zombies in place, slowing their movements. Just then, Hawkins suddenly changed his expression and threw his knife at Keela. I was stunned. What the hell, Hawkins? Are you a traitor? But in the next second, the knife plunged into an empty spot next to Keela with a thud, splattering blood all over her face. I couldn't believe it. It turned out there was an invisible person there. Keela reacted quickly, punching without hesitation, and collided solidly with something. The invisible guy was sent flying, crashing into the snow and creating a pit. Hawkins stepped forward but was dodged. This guy was Absalom, a user of the transparent fruit, trying to sneak attack us using his invisibility, but Keela's punch caught him off guard. He must have been thinking how this little girl had the strength of a monster. Just as he was about to run, Hawkins shouted to Monet, Monet, cover this area with snow. This move was brilliant. While you can't see the person, there must be footprints in the snow, right? Seeing his sneak attack fail, Absalom targeted Monet, intending to take out her mage first. He charged at her, throwing a punch aimed at her chest. With a thud, Monet's body exploded, turning into a large mass of snow. Absalom was stunned, his hands covered in ice shards. In the next second, a bone-chilling cold spread up his arm. It was then he realized Monet was a natural type. I thought you would use hockey too. You scare me to death. Monet's figure reassembled on the other side, patting her chest. Absalom was now completely panicked. Covered in snow, his form was fully exposed. Hawkins' eyes lit up, and he charged forward with his knife, and with a thud, a head wrapped in snow flew up. Xiaoqi's vines then plunged into Absalom's corpse, draining him into a dried-up husk in seconds. But the next moment, there was a loud boom, and that huge white ape Pecan was sent flying back from the island like a rag doll. His chest was caved in. Coughing up blood, Pecan shouted, Did you kill his father? He said that just now. Moria had gone crazy, his eyes turned red, and his strength surged several levels. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying figure dozens of meters tall descended. Wasn't that Moria? However, he was now surrounded by dark energy, his body swollen several times, looking like a giant demon. He roared towards us, Absalom. He actually felt that his companion died. You dare to kill my people. You will all die today. Moria had completely lost it, sending Jinbei flying with a punch. He spread his hands, and the shadows under the zombie army were all drawn out, rushing into his body. In an instant, Moria's body swelled again, and with a casual punch, the gust of wind shattered distant rocks. What the hell? What kind of ability is this? I tell you, this guy is simply pumped up like he is on adrenaline. No, it's like he is on drugs. His body is swelling up like a balloon, and it makes my scalp tingle just watching it. Jinbei gritted his teeth, steadied himself, and threw another punch. Fishman karate. Bang bang, 2 punches slammed into his stomach. At this distance, they were practically face to face. There was no way to dodge. But who understands? Moria never even thought about dodging. That punch from Jinbei felt like a tickle to him. With a clang, it was Jinbei who was knocked back several steps. That power was insane. Jinbei's expression changed. The quality and quantity of that armament hockey were on a completely different level. Looking for death, huh? I'll grant you that. Moria sneered, and with a flick of his hand, he shaped the shadow into a long spear and shot it towards Jinbei. Thud! I watched in disbelief as that shadow spear pierced straight through Jinbei. Blood gushed out like a fountain. He already had old injuries, and this time it was an injury on top of an injury. A huge gash exploded open on his stomach. I was anxious at that moment and shouted, "If you can't do it, then run." As a result, Moria let out a creepy laugh and said, "Run? Can you all escape?" Just as he finished speaking, a loud rumble echoed behind us, and a massive wall suddenly rose up, blocking the entire gap of the island. Good grief. This is like closing the door to beat the dog. Now we're completely done for. Our retreat is cut off, and we can only fight head on. This wall is at least 50 meters high, covered in fog, and who knows how to get out. Jinbei is still holding the front, but I can see clearly that his breathing is erratic. He is clearly struggling. Everyone go die. Moria stomped the ground and charged forward. At a critical moment, Pekin sprang out from the side and threw a punch to meet him. I saw that his fist was also wrapped in black energy. It was armament hockey. Good brother. He finally mastered it, but it was useless. Just you little brat. Moria punched Pekin and sent him flying, his arm twisted. Just as Moria was about to deliver a fatal blow, I quickly activated my ability, and a giant carnivorous flower burst from the ground, swallowing half of Moria's body in one gulp. But the next second, with a tearing sound, that carnivorous flower was ripped in half from the inside by him. This monster is simply invincible. On our ship, Hawkins was fortune-telling. His face turned pale as he said the chance of escaping was only 1%. Beppo was sweating profusely, wanting to start the ship, but there wasn't a whisper of wind in this cursed place, and the ship wouldn't move at all. It's over. We're really going to be wiped out here. Jinbei let out a deep sigh, and there was actually a hint of determination in his eyes. He was ready to fight to the death. Regret it, Jinbei. Moria mocked. If you had become my subordinate earlier, you wouldn't have to die, right? I originally just wanted to turn you into zombies, but now you all have to accompany my favorite subordinate to the grave. Moria's murderous aura surged, shadows coalescing into a set of armor, pointing at Jinbei and preparing to strike. I quickly used vines to block, but with a whoosh, he shot a finger gun that pierced through my body. If it weren't for my fruit's quick recovery, I would have been finished. He didn't care about me at all. Punching Pekin aside and heading straight for the weakest, Jinbei, he realized that among us, Jinbei was the biggest threat and had to be dealt with first. Suddenly, Moria's shadow shot out from beneath him, wrapping around Jinbei like a ghost, while he himself threw a punch. Just at that critical moment, Pekin charged forward again, standing in front of Moria. "It's you again, you little brat." Moria was completely furious, grabbing Pekin's arm, and with a crunch, I heard it clearly, the bone broke. In a Master S battle, who gave you the courage to intervene? Moria was about to forcibly tear off Pekin's limp arm. I shouted anxiously, "Let go of Pei Jean." My whole body transformed into a treant and charged forward. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. White flames suddenly erupted from Pei Jean's body. He was enveloped in a layer of fiery armor. With a sizzling sound, Moria's hand was burned to a charred black, and in pain, he yelled and flung Pei Jean away. "What kind of devil fruit is this?" Moria exclaimed, both astonished and furious. In the next moment, as if he had realized something, his voice trembled. "You are a mythical Zoan." I tell you, at that moment, Pei Jin's entire demeanor changed. The white flames condensed in his hand, transforming into an illusory long knife. He wielded the knife, his gaze locked on Moria, and charged forward like a meteor. Boom! A loud explosion. The shockwave turned the surrounding zombie remains into mush. But it still wasn't enough. Pei Jin was knocked back, the flames on his body dimmed, carving a trench over 100 meters long in the ground. And he was forced back to his human form, completely losing his combat ability. No matter how good the fruit is, it depends on who uses it. Moria panted heavily, clearly also using serious fire. "Do you even deserve to eat a phantom beast fruit?" After he finished speaking, Both Jinbei and I launched our attacks simultaneously. As a result, Moriya's shadow split beneath his feet, creating a shadow clone that looked exactly like him, instantly pushing both of us back. The Mori Mori fruit, a Zoan-type phantom beast fruit, and that snow woman. Moriya licked his lips, looking at us with greed in his eyes. Your ship has truly brought me unimaginable wealth. He intended to take us all down in one go, turning us into his twisted zombie collection. I directly cursed. You must be dreaming. You. The defeated dog returning from the new world. It struck him right in the lungs. Kid, are you looking for death? Moriya completely exploded, and the three of us instantly got entangled in a fierce battle, fighting until the heavens and earth turned dark. Just when it felt like we couldn't hold on any longer, a gasp came from the ship. With a creak, the cabin door opened. A voice we were all too familiar with rang out. What happened? It's the captain. Law. P.S. awake. Family, in that moment I almost cried. Our backbone has returned. Hawkins quickly explained the situation, and Law just glanced at Peijian's miserable state, his gaze instantly turning cold. I understand, he said, leave it to me. With his palm facing down, a hemispherical, transparent dome instantly unfolded. Room. On our side, Jinbei had just been punched into the ground by Moriya. Moriya was feeling triumphant when suddenly, a figure appeared before him without warning. Cut! The cold voice rang out, and Moriya's pupil shrank. He had no time to react, and could only hastily defend with haki. With a bang, his massive body was actually forced back over 10 meters. He looked up and saw a slender figure standing there with a long knife. Captain, I shouted excitedly. Who are you? Moriya was both shocked and furious. Law completely ignored him. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Moriya again, the knife ghost cry slashing down with a chilling light. You boarded my ship and dared to attack my people? Law's voice was as cold as ice. Moriya, the defeated dog of Kaido, what gave you the courage? This statement hit the mark, and Moriya exploded on the spot, swinging his shadow scissors and charging forward. Law blocked while continuing to attack. The enemy's enemy is a friend. We just had a fight with the beast pirates. Do you really think you could defeat a monster like Kaido with these zombie legions? Before the words finished, the ghost cry in Law's hand suddenly disappeared, and the next second it appeared behind Moriya, piercing a large gash in his abdomen with a puff. Several shadows immediately shot out from the wound. You think you can compete with the beast pirates? Moriya shouted while blocking the wound with shadows and crazily counterattacking. Law raised the corner of his mouth. No, it's you who overestimates yourself. He lightly flicked his finger. Room, command stick. In that moment, all the stones, dirt, and zombie corpses on the ground flew up, raining down densely on Moriya. You like zombies, right? Here, take these back. What kind of ability is this? Moriya's face turned pale. He realized this newcomer was too bizarre. The two instantly clashed, with blades flashing and thunderous sounds echoing. Moriya fought with a bold and powerful style, while Luo was elusive, his blade always appearing from various tricky angles. Suddenly, Moriya grinned. Shadow Warrior. His shadow clone instantly swapped places with his main body, directly appearing in front of Luo. But it seemed Luo had anticipated this. His eyes lit up, and his figure vanished from the spot by the time Moriya switched back. Luo was already holding Ghost Cry, waiting for him. High-frequency scalpel. Clang. The blade collided, and a surge of high-frequency electricity instantly spread through Moriya's entire body. Luo wasn't done yet. He brought his fingers together into a palm and directly struck Moriya. Heart pulse shock. Ziz. Moriya trembled all over, his body going numb. Luo's gaze was cold as he raised Ghost Cry, aiming at the immobile Moriya. Go. Cut. In that instant, I tell you, Moriya let out a howl and vomited all the shadows in his belly. His entire body instantly shrank, transforming from a giant back to a 7-meter-tall figure. The blade just grazed his ear, and good heavens, a stone behind him was split in half by my strike. The cut so smooth it could be used as a mirror. I thought it was my turn to show off, so I instantly flashed to his other side. But guess what? This old guy didn't even turn his head, swinging back with a punch that came at me, his fist wrapped in a dark shadow. With a bang, what he sent flying wasn't me, but a small piece of sea tower stone that I had quietly thrown. He disdainfully shouted at me, Kid, playing such petty tricks. Do you think I'm a newbie just out at sea? I felt a jolt in my heart. The plan had failed. He swung his palm at me, and I quickly raised my sword to block it. Using the force, I performed a backflip and disappeared. Moriya was furious, shouting, not this move again. He charged straight at me, and the shadows he had just summoned suddenly scattered, each transforming into his likeness. Then, one of the shadows closest to me instantly morphed into Moriya's true form. He sneered at me. Little brat, You can teleport, so can I? This guy was so desperate to catch me that he even crashed his own zombie minions to pieces. It seemed he was really anxious. But to be honest, it looked like he'd figured it out. Relying solely on these ordinary zombies was like delivering food to a strong opponent. He was probably thinking about creating a powerful zombie army, and we would be the first targets. I swung my knife backward and chopped down the near shadow clone. But at that moment, a loud roar echoed from the thick fog in the distance, like a monster was growling. And I felt as if countless eyes were staring at me. What's going on? It wasn't just me. Even Moria stopped, his eyes flickering uncertainly. The people on our ship were also taken aback, and Beepo went into a frenzy, sensing something was off. Just at that moment when I was distracted, that son of a gun Moria seized the opportunity. With a flick of his hand, his shadow transformed into a long knife and suddenly pierced my shoulder. Let me tell you, that hit was really heavy. I was sent flying like a cannonball. Keek, kill them. Moria laughed maniacally. Immediately after, a figure suddenly burst out from deep within that large ship, heading straight for our Star River. That guy had gray hair, no eyes or nose on his face, and was wrapped in bandages all over. He looked like a tough character. Who understands, family? This was actually the legendary Dragon Slayer warrior, the sword god of Wano, Shomuzuki Ryuma. His corpse had been stolen by Moria, and now he stuffed the shadow of some unfortunate guy into it and sent it out to attack us. Moria was calculating perfectly. He had Ryuma distract the people on my ship while he sent out 3 shadow mages to deal with Xiachi. Just where I was sent flying from, a surge of overwhelming aura erupted into the sky. I unleashed my Conqueror S-Haki. There was no choice. I was pushed to the limit. That uncomfortable feeling instantly vanished, and I realized this cursed place indeed had its tricks. Moria, come over here. I stood within a light circle with a diameter of 100 meters, feeling like a god of this realm. I looked down at him, my aura fully unleashed. Moria's expression changed. You little brat. So what if you have the qualities of king? There are others with Conqueror S-Haki on this sea. He talked tough, but still retreated under my pressure. This old fox was also crafty. Instead of confronting me head-on, he spread his hand, and shadows turned into countless bats, instantly surrounding me in a black box. He slashed the box in half, but there was nothing inside. I have already appeared behind him. The blade of the ghostly knife pointed directly at his back. But you don't even have Conqueror's Haki. What do you think you are? Sharp-tongued. He was completely enraged by me, compressing his armament Haki crazily into his right fist, and he swung a punch at me. Sparks flew everywhere, and I was forced to retreat step by step. Suddenly, I sidestepped to avoid it and jumped into the air. You're not the only one who can fly. A pair of shadow wings suddenly sprouted from Moria's back, and he flew up, a mocking expression on his face. Little brat, it seems you still can't use Conqueror's Haki, right? Dark energy flowed over his right fist as he smashed down at me, sending me flying off the ship and embedding me into a distant high wall. He laughed triumphantly. Keek. When it comes to Haki, you're still a rookie? I steadied myself, my mind as clear as a mirror. This old guy has fought against Kaido after all, and his Haki foundation is very strong. Although he's become weaker now, he is not a pushover. Moreover, his subordinates have been taken out by us, and the enmity between us is irreconcilable. If I want to win, I have to exhaust all his Haki. I stood on the wall, starting to observe my surroundings. Suddenly, I felt it. In that thick fog, there was a particularly enticing scent. I focused my gaze, and to my surprise, not far away floated a purple fruit with spiral patterns. This incredible wealth turned out to be the dark fruit. On the other side, the people on my ship were barely holding on. Longma's swordsmanship was simply outrageous. Hawkins and Beepo didn't dare to take it head-on, and Hawkins' sword had even chipped. At that moment, Moria flew over and began to taunt them wildly. Keek, it seems your captain has abandoned you and run away. The people on my ship were shocked to find that I had really disappeared. But Xiachi was the first to shout back. The captain can't just run away. Jinbei also stood in front, dragging his heavily injured body, while Sugar stomped her feet in anger behind him. That guy, when he comes back, I'm definitely going to scold him. Where did he run off to at such a critical moment? Beepo and Hawkins were directly slashed away by Ryuma's sword, with a large gash opened on Beepo's body. Ryuma, wielding the famous sword Chioshui, stepped closer. Haha, you're still useful. Frost Moon Ryuma. Moria laughed like a crow. It's over. It seems like we're about to be wiped out. Just at this critical moment, with a clang, I'm back. I blocked Ryuma's attack with a single sword strike, sending him flying. As expected of the national treasure Chioshui, it was able to withstand my strike. I flashed and appeared in front of Moria, raising my hand for a strike. You dare to come back. You have quite the guts. Moria swung back with a knife, blasting a large hole in the deck. But I ignored him and reappeared in front of the Star River, standing in front of my crew. Moria was taken aback. He noticed that my eyes were not right, bloodshot as if I had just taken drugs. I looked at him and smiled. Moria, this time I'm back to kill you. I paused and said word by word, I want everything of yours. Kid, it seems I just knocked some sense out of your head. Moria let out that signature unpleasant laugh, and the shadow clone imitated him, shaking its head. I couldn't be bothered with small talk, so I pressed my right hand down, room. A huge space suddenly unfolded. Oh, so your ability's range is just this circle, huh? Moria saw through it at a glance and seemed quite pleased. I told you, there are no invincible devil fruits. He spread his hands, and 10 shadow clones lined up, frantically swapping positions, trying to disorient me. The shadow fruit is indeed quite good. As I said this, I walked towards him, my steps calm and unhurried. The people on the ship were dumbfounded, and Xiaoqi murmured, what is the boss trying to do? Going for close combat? Hee, how dare you walk towards me? Seeking death. Moria raised his hand and unleashed a shadow blade attack, shadow spears raining down on me from all directions. I just turned my head and whispered to my crew, don't be surprised if anything happens later. The next second I vanished, and all the shadow spears fell to the ground. I appeared at Moria's side. This move again? No new tricks? Moria sneered, as he had already locked onto me with his observation hockey. Is that so? I smirked, then let me show you something new. The ghost cry disappeared from my left hand, and at the same time, a cloud of black mist emerged from my hand. Dark acupuncture centered around me. Black ripples instantly spread out, as if we were sinking into a black quagmire. Then, the black mist surged upward, completely dyeing my entire room's space pure black. Welcome to my domain. I vanished again, appearing in front of Moria. He instinctively raised a shadow blade to strike. But guess what? The blade was gone. The shadow weapon in his hand had disappeared. Not only that, but he shrank his pupils and realized that his connection with the shadow clone was also severed. His ability seemed to have been forcefully shut down by me. With a splatter, a blood arrow shot out from his arm. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have lost the entire arm. Kid, what kind of ability is this? Moria showed a panicked expression for the first time, nearly exploding with anger. It's the ability to kill you. I lifted my head, my eyes filled with a bloodthirsty light. That's right, that fruit was the dark fruit, which I just ate. A dual fruit user. Are you scared or not? I can only say this move is far ahead. In this dark domain, he is just a target who cannot use his abilities, while I can teleport freely and slice at will. I don't believe you can maintain this state for long. Moria shouted, having to rely on his hockey to withstand the attack. We exchanged a move and simultaneously stepped back. However, the smile on my lips grew wider. I admit that I can't maintain this for long. My stamina is rapidly depleting, but it's enough to take you down. The people on the ship were dumbfounded, as they only saw a massive black sphere engulfing both of us. Xiaoqi also noticed that, in the distance, the dragon horse zombie suddenly fell to the ground with a thud, likely due to the influence of the shadow from my side, which had disappeared. Inside the black sphere, it was pure slaughter time. Moria was like a clumsy bear, unable to hit me and unable to defend himself. I darted around him like a ghost, always targeting the areas where his hockey wasn't covering. 1 slash, 2 slashes, and more wounds appeared on his body. Ah! He screamed in agony as I sliced off 3 of his toes. Your armament hockey has weakened, I said with a smile. He was furious, his eyes bloodshot, and he charged at me with his entire body covered in armament hockey. But I simply used a shave to create distance. He thought I was exhausted and tried to catch up to finish me off, but just as he reached me, I used room to teleport to the other side. He was left spinning in circles, panting with frustration. I snapped my fingers, and something even more extreme happened. A pungent gas began to fill the space. How could an operating room be without anesthetics? Moria's expression changed dramatically as he quickly held his breath and tried to run out. But it was too late. He had already inhaled it, and his body began to go numb, his legs turning weak. Moreover, the closer he got to the edge, the stronger the gravitational pull of the dark fruit became, consuming him even faster. Now he wanted to escape? It was too late. My attack grew more intense, and I finally found a flaw, kicking him hard in the stomach before he could defend himself. He flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing against the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. I suddenly appeared in front of him, looking down at him from a height. You have lost. The ghostly cry cut through the air, and with a flash of cold light, his massive head soared into the sky, his eyes wide open, filled with unwillingness. Finally dead. I let out a long sigh, my body swaying slightly. The next moment, as if I remembered something, that pure black power surged from my palm again. And without hesitation, I plunged it into Moria's still twitching chest. The black mist outside slowly dissipated, and the people on the ship first saw Moria's headless corpse. Then saw me. Ha ha ha. I knew Captain Law wouldn't let us down. Jimby was the first to burst into laughter. Pecan, Correja, Monet, everyone cheered like crazy. Beepo was even more excited, jumping up and down. They ran over to check on me. Hawkins said my breathing was very steady, and Jimby said I might be in a state of enlightenment. They were right. I stood beside Moria's corpse, my eyes tightly closed. I had consumed the dark fruit. And besides being able to nullify the abilities of others, there was an even more important reason. It could steal the abilities of others. I focused intently, using the power of the dark fruit to search within him. Gradually, I sensed a consciousness trying to evade me. Found you. A smile appeared at the corner of my mouth as the power of the dark fruit suddenly seized that entity, which was the source of the shadow fruit's power. I pulled it out directly. Goodness, it felt like pulling a steel bar out of a giant cotton candy. I quickly used my ability to swap for an apple from the storage room, then carefully shoved that dark, shadowy thing representing the essence of the shadow fruit straight into the apple. Let me tell you, that scene was unbelievable. I watched as that apple suddenly sprouted a bunch of bizarre spiral patterns. And Xiachi beside me was almost wide-eyed, her mouth open enough to fit a fist. Wow, boss, are you here, crafting a devil fruit? Of course. I smiled proudly, holding the freshly made shadow fruit in my hand, and immediately asked, "Come on, who wants to have a taste?" The same ability as the 7 warlords, don't miss it. At that moment, everyone on the ship was stunned. Monet and Sugar rushed over, bombarding me with questions about how I did it. I've come clean. No more pretending. I just ate the ability of the dark fruit, the second one. Whoa. As soon as I said that, it was even more explosive than before. They all looked at me like I was a monster, their expressions practically saying, "Boss, are you crazy? Eating 2 fruits will make you explode on the spot." What can I say? I can only smile mysteriously. My physique is special, primarily showcasing a remarkable talent. Since such things as crossing over have already happened, isn't it reasonable to have a few bugs as well? Anyway, I feel like I'm already full inside. Adding one more might really blow me up. All done and wrapped up. That guy Moria has been completely taken out by Xiachi. Then we started a big cleanup on this huge broken ship. I used the surgery fruit to bring the injured back one by one, with Jinbei being the worst off, but he is mostly okay now. Pecan and the others came in like bandits raiding a village, emptying Moria's entire stash, and on the way, they brought back a chubby doctor named Hogback. I took a moment to scrutinize him. This guy is just pure trash. However, he revealed a key piece of information. Moria had previously explored the depths of this ghostly fog and ended up being beaten half to death before fleeing back, never daring to leave this ship again. Quite interesting, but this place is too deep for me to grasp at the moment, so I'll let it be for now. When my strength can rival the 4 emperors in the future, I can come back to sweep through here. All right, there's a group of clueless pirates who just got their shadows back and wanted to attack us. I directly said to kill them all, and Xiachi took action, instantly clearing the world. After resting for a week, we loaded all our treasures onto the ship and set sail again. That kid Xiachi has completely lost it, standing at the bow and shouting, "To the EC, I want to suppress all enemies. Any supernovas come at me. Family, who understands? Is a natural type really this confident? I can't handle it." Just as he finished speaking, my heart sank as a powerful presence descended. I suddenly turned around and coldly shouted at the terrifying 3-masted ship we had just left, "Come out." To my surprise, a huge figure over 2 meters tall appeared out of thin air, wearing a barriered hat and holding a Bible. As soon as I saw his appearance, I knew who it was. Wasn't he this Bartholomew Kuma? What? Are the 7 warlords gathering for a meeting today? He asked me where Moria had gone. I calmly told him dead. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Let me tell you, my mind was racing. The shadow fruit is a great thing. Wouldn't it be a perfect match for Hawkins? Kuma also sensed something was off, seeing us all looking like little wolf cubs, and with Jinby around. He probably had his doubts, but he still wanted to act cool and raised his hand to unleash a skill. I was immediately furious, my gaze turning cold. "Do you want to die? If you dare to make a move, I will make sure you don't leave." I charged up in a room, and the flash of my blade appeared, but this guy was slippery. He dodged with a blink. I stood where he had been, my blade pointed at him, grinning. "Don't run, Tyrant Bear, come and take a hit." When he saw Jinbei come out of the cabin, he got even more scared and said some formal words about reporting everything to the world government. Then bam, he shot himself away. He ran faster than anyone. Xiaoqi was still on the ship shouting, "Damn it, he got away. What a pity. This guy was too alert. Otherwise, we could have gathered 2 top-tier fruits today." Oh well, if he ran, he ran. I went back to the ship, turned around, and handed the shadow fruit to Hawkins, asking if he wanted it. But this guy, acting all mysterious, did some divination and said, "No, Captain, this fruit isn't suitable for me." "Fine, you're something." Keela and Beepo didn't want it either. "So I'll just keep this fruit for now." Then, let me tell you, the Devil's Triangle is really eerie. We encountered a ghost ship again, and when we boarded, we found a skeleton with an explosive hairstyle sitting on the deck. Xiaoqi was so scared, she almost screamed. As soon as I saw this figure, I knew it was Brooke. I thought to myself, if a user of the Yomi Yomi Nomi gets touched by my Yami Yami Nomi, will they just drop dead? I was about to give it a try when suddenly a green soul zipped into the skeleton. In the next moment, that skeleton came to life. Whoa, so this is what it feels like to have a body. Xiaoqi reacted quickly, without saying a word. She directly bound him up with vines, tying him up securely. I placed the ghost cry against his neck and smirked. "From the Rumbar Pirates? Call me aboard. I'll take you to find Laboon." Done. Another crew member secured. Unexpectedly, just after recruiting Brooke and before we could leave this ghostly place, another job came up. A small shabby boat floated over, and on it lay a lowly with pink hair and double ponytails, unconscious. Perona. I thought to myself, now it's all coming together. I've run into all 3 of Moria's main officers. That guy Xiaoqi saw was a girl and rushed over to save her. But as soon as he touched her, he fell flat on the ground with a thud, muttering, "I'm sorry, I'm just a salted fish. I shouldn't be living in this world. I can't believe it. I'm feeling so emo." The Ling Ling fruit is indeed quite sinister. Pei Jean and Hawkins, those 2 troublemakers, instead of saving people, pulled out their cameras to snap photos, frantically documenting Xiaoqi's dark history. It's ridiculous. After Perona woke up and found her captain and home were gone, she was left all alone and desolate. With a little persuasion from us, great, another one on board. Just as we were returning triumphantly with 3 new crew members and finally sailing out of that ghostly fog, the Navy headquarters was already in an uproar. When Kuma reported back that Moria had been taken down by a bunch of kids, good grief, I heard Sengoku slam the table in anger, his face turning green. The newly appointed warlord of the sea is gone. Where are we supposed to put our Navy and world government's face? And guess what? That old guy Carp, while munching on Senbei, was rolling on the floor laughing, grinning widely. This guy's really boring. Let me tell you, back in the Warring States period, that face was so dark it could almost compete with the bottom of a pot. Old Carp was still there blabbering, saying it was good that the trash on the sea had died. It should have died a long time ago. Goodness. Sengoku was so furious that the veins on his forehead were popping. He turned his head away, not to look at him, probably afraid that if he looked one more time, he would have a heart attack. A week passed in a flash, and we arrived at a small island with a Navy branch. Pekin and Shachi happily carried Moria's big head to exchange for the bounty. Guess what happened? When they came back, both of their faces turned green. I thought, no way. Do these Navy guys dare to blackmail us? That's the head of a warlord. Then Pekin said, "We got the money, but we were exposed." Goodness, it turned out to be that tyrant Kuma, a complete insider, who sold all our intel to the Navy headquarters. And the most ridiculous part was that they actually treated us as Jinbei's subordinates. Jinbei laughed when he heard this, saying it would be his honor to have such powerful subordinates. Then, the most explosive part came. The Navy headquarters directly relayed a message through the branch, asking Jinbei if he was interested in playing the role of a warlord. I thought, isn't this the ultimate version of giving you a chance in the workplace and seeing how useless you are? First, they lift you to the sky. Then see how you choose. Law was quite calm, waving his hand, saying not to worry about them. The ship was broken, and the priority was to go to Water 7 and find a master craftsman to make a new ship. So we continued sailing. A few days later, a seagull selling newspapers flew over, dropped a newspaper and a bounty notice. I leaned over to take a look. The front page headline read, "Shocking. The death of the warlords is actually linked to the rise of the fishmen." Below was a big photo of Moria's head. It was ridiculous. Beepo was screaming, "Jinbei, your bounty." We all gathered around to see. See hero Jinbei, bounty, 480 million berries. I couldn't believe it. It directly multiplied from 76 million to over 6 times. This isn't just a bounty. It's the world government blatantly telling us, look, we have our eyes on you. Either cooperate or die. Anyway, we set this matter aside for now, and after drifting for more than half a month, we finally arrived at Water 7. That place was really beautiful, like Venice on water. The main group went to procure supplies, and Law took me, Jinbei, Sugar, and Hawkins to find the legendary shipwright, Master Tom. But guess what? Jinbei took us through several turns and finally stopped at the entrance of a huge, stinking garbage dump. I was as confused as an old man looking at his phone on the subway. Jinbei smiled wryly and explained that Master Tom had built a ship for Roger. And because of that, he was oppressed by the world government and could only live here. As soon as we got off the ship, we spotted a blue-haired guy sneaking behind a pile of garbage, peeking at us. He was scared off by a glare from Hawkins and ran away. Law laughed, saying that if we followed him, we could find someone. We ended up following him to a small house, and to our surprise, there was a group of people in black suits surrounding a chubby fishman uncle, clearly up to no good. The blue-haired guy, who turned out to be a younger version of Frankie, charged right in. Seeing this, Jinbei immediately sprang into action, stepping forward and with a loud crack. He dislocated the arm of the leading black-clad man. The group, initially ready to shout, instantly backed down when they heard the name Sea Hero Jinbei and remembered the bounty of 480 million. They scrambled away, shouting that it was all a misunderstanding. Master Tom was thrilled to see Jinbei and invited us into the house. Law got straight to the point, asking him to help build a new ship. Master Tom readily agreed. While chatting, Law inquired about Pirate King Roger. Master Tom sighed, saying Roger was the man he admired the most. But then he dropped a bombshell. He revealed that even someone as strong as Roger had lost, and it was to the world government. It turned out that Roger had once stormed Mariewa alone and was nearly killed. It was Rayleigh and the others who rescued him. This incident was suppressed by the world government, and no one knew about it. After discussing this, we went out to see the ship, but another group arrived on the shore. They were also in black suits, but the leader was someone I must say looked quite sleazy. He was Spandam, the commander of CP9. Following him was a purple-haired young man, clearly his useless son, whose legs were shaking. Spandam feigned politeness and brought up the invitation to become a warlord, claiming that if Jinbei agreed, he would gain legal plundering rights. This disgusted Jinbei, who was about to refuse when Law subtly signaled him to accept. Jinbei understood and directly laid out 3 conditions. First, he demanded no harm come to Master Tom, bluntly stating they were looking for the design of the ancient weapon Pluton, which shocked Spandam into paleness. Second, he suggested that they wanted to spar with the elite of CP9, implying that they were all weaklings. The guy next to him, a sunglasses-wearing man named Tomlinson, blew up with battle intent. What happened next? Jinbei moved with such speed, it was like teleportation. With a single punch, he caught Tomlinson off guard. The guy didn't even have time to react and tried to evade with a shave technique, but it was too late. The punch sent Spandam flying. Tomlinson attempted a sneak attack, but as soon as he shot his arrow, Jinbei caught it barehanded. You know what I mean? 1 second he was acting tough, and the next, he was taken out in an instant, a classic case of getting slapped in the face at light speed. Jinbei followed up with a water attack that made Tomlinson spit blood, and then delivered a powerful punch that knocked him out like a rag doll, crashing into a pile of garbage. Spandam and his terrified son turned pale. Jinbei then leisurely stated his 3rd condition, and Law threw a list filled with top-tier shipbuilding materials at him, including wood from the treasure tree at him. Spandam didn't dare to refuse and fled in a panic. But guess what? Just as it was getting dark, that scoundrel Spandam returned. This time he was much more compliant, looking like a quail, wearing sunglasses to avoid eye contact. He immediately asked where we had learned about the Pluton information. I'm telling you, the script written by Luo is truly amazing. Jinbei, following Luo's lead, casually mentioned the Beast Pirates, saying, "Oh, we had a skirmish with them not long ago, and that's where I heard the news." Well, the moment Spandam heard the words Beast Pirates, his expression instantly darkened. He probably already equated us with the 4 emperors in his mind. This matter involves the 7 warlords and the legendary ancient weapons. So how could he dare to keep it to himself? He hurriedly ran to report to the Gorosei. What do you think those old men of the Gorosei could do? A possibly non-existent broken blueprint versus a finished Pluton that has likely already fallen into Kaido's hands, which poses a greater threat. It doesn't take a genius to figure that out. So, not long after, Spandam came back with a message that the world government approved it. Jinbei has officially become a warlord of the sea. All conditions accepted. Of course, one of the conditions involved a battle. Spandam waved his hand, and a bunch of half-grown kids came rushing out. Rob Lucci, Kaku Gabra. He said they're the most outstanding genius youth group of the world government and asked how we wanted to train. Jinbei was delighted and said, "Let's have 3 matches then." Peking was the first to step forward, smiling as he asked, "Who among you is the strongest?" A guy wearing a tall hat, with a pigeon perched on his shoulder, walked out, looking quite arrogant. Before he could say anything, the one behind him, Spandam, started shouting like a cheerleader. Rob Lucci. He is the most talented genius of our world government in 800 years. I almost couldn't help but laugh at that moment. 800 years? Who understands this, family? What a boast. If someone didn't know better, they might think their ancestral grave was smoking. And guess what happened next? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lucci moved. Without any warning, he charged straight at Peijine's face with a shaving finger gun. It was a sneak attack. But who is Peijine? He easily dodged by tilting his body and countered with a punch. With a loud bang, both of them stumbled back several steps. Peijine grinned and said he wouldn't play around anymore. His body suddenly shot up, transforming into a 3-meter-tall, white-haired giant ape in the blink of an eye. The oppressive feeling instantly peaked. He charged forward with another punch, and Lucci was completely stunned, crossing his arms defensively over his chest, but still getting blasted away for over 10 meters. One moment he was boasting, and the next he was sent flying. Talk about a slap in the face. Lucci panicked, yellow spotted fur sprouting all over his body as he transformed into the leopard form of the cat fruit. Let me tell you, the scene was intense. Every punch landed with a thud, shaking the ground. Lucci even unleashed a big move called Six King Gun, which had quite the imposing aura. But what happened? Peijine activated his haki and took it head-on, unscathed. The two fought for a full half hour, and when they finally stopped, Lucci's hands were trembling, his fists swollen, while Peijine looked as if nothing had happened. He even cheekily remarked, "Your mythical Zoan fruit is not bad. Next time I'll knock out your other abilities." That left Lucci dumbfounded. He was just an ordinary Zoan type. Law pointed out from the side, his devil fruit is just an ordinary Zoan. Good grief, the CP9 guys looked like they were about to explode. A once-in-800 years genius, and the world government gave him an ordinary fruit? That's just too stingy. In the second match, we sent out Beepo. The opponent was a werewolf named Gabra. After all, Beepo was only 10 years old and hadn't mastered haki yet. He fought for over 10 minutes, but ultimately lost. But that was impressive. A 10-year-old kid going toe-to-toe with a 20-something CP9 member like that. His talent was off the charts. Then came the most explosive moment. In the third match, Law took the stage himself. He pointed at the burly man across from him with a hairstyle like bull horns, Bruno, and simply said, "You." His arrogance was off the charts. The CP9 side was still cheering, saying the opponent was just a kid. But let me tell you, it didn't even take 3 minutes. That wasn't a battle. It was a slaughter. Law didn't even draw his scythe, just used an ordinary long knife. Bruno thought he could withstand it with a block of iron. He must have been out of his mind. Law's figure flickered, and the next second, with a squelching sound, a hand wrapped in black hockey pierced straight through Bruno's chest. His bloodied heart was held in Law's hand. The entire venue fell silent. The CP9 members looked like their eyes were about to pop out, ready to lose their minds. Jinbei strolled over slowly, apologizing, while placing a hand on their instructor Tomlinson's shoulder, and with a loud bang, half of the instructor's body sank into the ground. A clear 5-centimeter deep handprint on his shoulder. That wasn't an apology, it was a physical deterrent. Spandam was so scared he didn't dare make a sound, leading his team to carry Bruno's body away with their tails between their legs. Once they left, Law opened his palm, revealing a devil fruit covered in spiral patterns. Good grief. It turns out Law's target from the beginning was Bruno's door fruit. I can only say, what a move. Law directly tossed the fruit to Hawkins. Hawkins was also a remarkable person. Without a word, he opened his mouth and swallowed it in one bite. So fast that Peijine didn't even have time to take out his camera. Shachi was still complaining that it lacked a sense of ceremony, saying it should be eaten with a knife and fork. The next second, Hawkins pointed at the air ahead and softly said, "Open." Damn! The air was actually pulled open like a door, and he stepped right in. Then the door closed, and the person disappeared. This ability is too overpowered. That guy, Zaki, has already started thinking about women's baths, but he was directly shut down by a few girls on our ship with their glares. That night, Law, Jinbei, and Master Tom had a secret discussion. Master Tom was still uneasy and asked if the matter of the Pluton was real. Law straightforwardly revealed that it was indeed true, located in Wano country, and our goal was to make the world government and Kaido fight each other. Then Law shifted the topic and pointed out that Master Tom had the blueprints for Pluton. The old man was shocked on the spot. Law continued to analyze, saying, "Do you think the world government is a good bunch? Even if you build the sea train, they can easily find excuses to come after you. For example, using the warships built by your disciple Frankie to attack civilians, and then you won't be able to defend yourself at all." Master Tom was convinced and agreed to hand over the blueprints, but with one condition. his eldest disciple Iceberg must come aboard with us to safeguard the blueprints together. Law readily agreed, as this was like getting a top-tier shipwright for free. The next day, the newspaper came out, announcing the new warlord of the sea, Fishman Jinbei. The headline was written in such a way that it almost made Jinbei seem like the top warlord, just waiting for someone to challenge him for a big news story. However, we didn't have time to pay attention to him because our new ship was ready. Let me tell you, that ship, 100 meters long, deep blue all over. It was simply a work of art. Master Tom said this was the best big ship he had built since he made the ship for Roger. Law named it the Starlit Sea, as a tribute to our previous little broken ship. Iceberg officially came aboard and became our shipwright. Then, we stocked up on supplies and set sail again. Our destination, East Blue. But just as we were leaving in a new world, Wano country, a dull voice exploded in the air. Fishman Jinbei? Was it this fishman who killed so many of you? Sorry, Mr. Kaido. Not just him, but the young man behind him has awakened Conqueror's Haki and killed Bird. Let me tell you, as soon as I said that, the voice of Kaido on the other end of the phone worm sounded like it came straight from hell. Heh, dying at the hands of a little brat? That's his own incompetence. His voice was full of disdain, not even considering his subordinates as human. And that Moria, he's also trash unworthy of living. I was thinking at the time, wow, the one in charge is really ruthless. Then he directly ordered, Jean, find an opportunity and take out that group of brats. What is this Conqueror's Haki? Kaido didn't care at all, saying there are too many kings in the new world, and one less doesn't matter. But right after that, Jean reported something else, saying that members of the CP organization had infiltrated Wano. Damn, as soon as he heard the words world government, Kaido instantly exploded. I could feel his anger, even through the transponder snail. He roared directly, a bunch of servants. Jean, you and Quinn go personally and crush these little bugs for me. No pests allowed in my territory. What he meant was that he wanted a clash with the world government ahead of time. And he urged Joker to speed up the progress, saying he couldn't wait for the war that would sweep the world. Once this news spread, the entire new world seemed to shake like an earthquake. Jinbei becoming a warlord was already terrifying enough, especially since he climbed to power on top of Moria. Now he has a Conqueror's Haki user backing him. Who wouldn't shudder at this combination? Over on Amazon Lily, that old hag was anxious and told Empress Hancock, Snake Princess, those people on the ship are not simple. You need to be careful. And guess what Hancock said? She just lay there, looking indifferent. They're just men. What's there to pay attention to? My beauty can handle everything. I really admire her. Where does this confidence come from? And then there's the Golden Emperor, Tezzalo, on his pure gold gambling ship, squinting while smoking a cigarette, looking at the newspaper and saying, Captain Law is still as low-key as ever. He knows very well that Law's target is the sun in the sky. On the other side, on Doflamingo's Pink Flamingo ship, his signature fufuful laughter rang out again. That kid with the black and white hat is Law, right? He actually followed Jinbei? Interesting. Looks like we need to get ourselves a warlord position to play with. Family, who understands? The big shots of the entire new world are starting to stir because of our ship. We drifted at sea for more than half a month and finally arrived near Magic Valley Town. That kid Xiachi was so excited, shouting that he wanted to go to the Sky Island. He also complained that they hadn't encountered any blind pirates these days, and his hands were itching to fight. I thought to myself, you can forget it. It's not that I Haven T encountered them before. It's just that the ones I've met were too weak. There were a few small shabby ships that dared to rush towards us, the Star Sea, which looked like an aircraft carrier. I'm telling you, that scene was like a chihuahua provoking an elephant. The result was being stomped to death without even causing a splash. Sugar was quite unhappy, pouting and saying, It's bad that no one is coming to die. That's all money. Indeed, we were relying entirely on hunting pirates for bounty to get by. After all, we hadn't even paid off the construction cost of the Star Sea, which was over 100 million berries. Luo remained calm, smiling and saying, Don't worry. Magic Valley Town has plenty. Sure enough, before we even docked, 10 pirate ships suddenly appeared in front of us, lined up to block our way. Damn, how much supplies does such a big ship need? Fool, we need berries. Who needs supplies? We must rob. Goodness, these people look like starving wolves seeing meat. Their eyes turn green. The few leaders, with bounties of 60 to 70 million, gathered together, emboldened by their numbers, daring to take on even those with bounties over 100 million. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 cannonballs came flying at us. Who the hell fired the cannon? If you break the ship and burn the money inside, you'll pay for it. One captain got angry right on the spot. With a boom, a cannonball exploded beside our ship. The Star Sea remained unmoved, but their little ships were tossed around by the waves. Indeed, there were experts. The captain named Randolph grinned sinisterly, looking like he had us under his thumb. Just then, Xiaoqi stepped onto the moonwalk and flew into the air, looking down at them with an arrogant tone. Do you want to die? As soon as he finished speaking, that kid Pei Jin shot out like a cannonball. Faster than him. Xiaoqi was stunned. Pei Jin, you're going to rob this too? And followed him up. Pei Jin smashed through the deck of one ship, landing in his half-orc form, scaring the pirates on board out of their wits, exclaiming, "What kind of monster is this?" The remaining ships saw only 2 people on our side and still dared to fire at the Star Sea simultaneously. What do you think happened? Hawkins stood on the ship, casually opened a few doors, and all the cannonballs and arrows flew right in, not making a sound at all. Then, with a loud bang, the ship Pei Jin smashed, exploded into a fireball on the sea. Xiaoqi's side was even more exaggerated. He directly turned the entire ship into a botanical garden, with countless vines darting around like killing machines. Bullets hitting him felt like hitting a haystack, completely useless. He grinned at that 60 million Randolph and said, "Your head is quite valuable." Then hundreds of tree spears pierced that guy into a sieve. Brooke and the others also charged out through the doors Hawkins opened, each taking responsibility for one ship. Showtime. The scene was all about chaotic slaughter. In less than 15 minutes, very few of those 10 ships were still floating on the surface. Blood and corpses were everywhere. It was simply a slaughterhouse. Finally, a pirate recognized Jinbi standing on the ship and instantly collapsed. The sea hero, Jinbi? Why is a warlord of the sea here? But what was even more despairing awaited them. One ship managed to rush up to the front of our star's sea. The captain looked up and turned pale. Jinbi was standing on the ship, but he was actually half a body length behind that hat-wearing boy. Luo looked down at him, casually saying a few words. "To get close, it seems your strength is not bad." The demon cry unsheathed, a cold light flashed. Room, slaughterhouse. I tell you, at that moment, the entire battlefield fell silent. An invisible slash passed through, and all the remaining pirates, including those captains with bounties in the tens of millions, had their heads neatly separated from their bodies. Xiaoqi was startled and shouted, "Captain, be careful with your skills, and watch your position." Luo sheathed his sword, not taking it seriously. He said that killing ordinary pirates was useless now. He needed to target these strong ones with bounties to refine their blood energy and strengthen his own physique. Jinbei, nearby, sighed and said, "Captain Luo, you are getting stronger and stronger. He can hardly keep up with you on land." But Luo shook his head, saying he was still far from it. Haki, fruit development, and Conqueror's Haki entanglement. None of them were fully mastered yet. After cleaning up the battlefield, we loaded the treasures onto the ship. Hawkins said the survival probability was less than 1%. This was the effect Luo wanted. After all, Hawkins' Barabara no Mi and Luo's own Yami Yami no Mi were secrets that couldn't be exposed carelessly. As soon as our ship docked, the entire Magic Valley town fell silent. The pirates on the shore who hadn't had time to set sail watched helplessly as 10 ships sank before us, their legs trembling in fear. Someone shouted, "The Marine Admiral is coming." And then the pirates in the entire town fled like mad. Xiaoqi looked at the empty town, speechless, so cowardly. "Captain, where are we going?" "To eat cherry pie," Luo said after thinking for a moment. "Is it delicious?" Xiaoqi was stunned. "I don't know." Luo shook his head, "But you can't eat it. I have a task for you. Find someone named Mont Blanc Cricket, who lives in a half room, has a diamond-shaped face, and invite him over." The rest of us walked into a restaurant, and Luo directly said to the trembling boss, "Cherry pie. If it's not done well, your head will end up like that of the captains of those 10 ships." A waiter, skeptical, tried to sneak attack, but was immediately disemboweled by Luo, having all his internal organs removed, feeling no more pain. This made the boss obedient, sincerely obedient. After he finished eating, Xiaoqi returned with that diamond-faced Kalikai. Luo got straight to the point and asked him where the current sky flow was. Half an hour later, we left the restaurant, and Luo neatly arranged the hearts and livers of the waiters on the table as a tip. I watched as they tried to stuff their own organs back into their bodies, only to find they couldn't tell which was whose. The scene was absurd. A month later, based on the location Kalikai gave, we finally reached that sky flow. It burst out of the sea like a giant dragon, launching our ship into the sky. Xiaoqi directly embedded himself into the deck, and we all screamed, clinging to whatever we could hold on to. Just as we were about to be thrown off, Luo executed a room slaughterhouse, instantly shifting the entire ship up a great distance, directly into the clouds. As the view brightened, I thought, wow, is this the sea of the sky? A vast sea of white clouds, stunningly beautiful. We paid the toll, clarified the direction, and headed straight for an island called Baika. Luo's goal was clear, the Rumble Rumble fruit. Upon arriving at Baika, Luo instructed us to search in groups while he ventured deep into the forest alone. Before long, he found Enel in a temple. That guy had a big hairstyle and long earlobes, and when he saw Luo, he had an arrogant look as if he were a god, asking Luo if he was there to apply for the position of chief god. Seeing his demeanor, Luo immediately lost interest in recruiting him. Luo asked if he wanted to see the world below, and Enel flipped out, disrespecting the gods, punishable by death. Fine. Luo simply replied with one word, and his figure vanished instantly. Enel transformed into lightning and appeared on a tree, just about to show off how fast a god is. But when he turned around, Luo was standing right next to him. You call yourself a god? With one slash, infused with armament hockey, Enel's arm was severed on the spot, leaving him dumbfounded, his face pale. How is that possible? He went into a frenzy, releasing electricity, but Luo instantly teleported beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder, activating the Ope Ope no me. How can you catch me? Enel completely broke down. The fruit's power was impressive. Luo smiled. It's mine now. With a flash of cold light, Enel's head flew off. A fruit adorned with lightning patterns appeared in Luo's hand. By the time Xiachi and the others were drawn over by the commotion and saw this scene, they shouted, "Boss, you're cheating." We stayed on Sky Island for half a year. Kella ate the thunder fruit, and we conveniently took over the entire Sky Island. We also found the golden town, Shandora, with its city full of gold, which nearly blinded me. The iceberg also started helping us build the flying ark, the Poneglyph. Later, Law decided to return to Qinghai, saying there were a few good seedlings and fruits to collect in the East Sea. So the four of us, Law, Jinbei, Beepo, and I, took a small boat and descended from 10,000 meters high, relying on an inflatable octopus. 3 days later, we arrived at the Drum Kingdom. Law initially wanted to find Crocodile, but that guy was not around. Law didn't feel it was a pity, saying the odds of fighting that guy in the desert weren't great. That night, the four of us sneaked into the royal palace of the Drum Kingdom. King Wapple woke up in a fright, and as he opened his eyes, he saw a large hand wrapped in dark energy pressing against his forehead. "Call me." He was about to shout, "Shill." The next second, Wapple closed his eyes forever. Not long after, in the castle atop Drum Mountain, Law lay on a sickbed, surrounded by the two miraculous doctors, Dr. Kureha and Dr. Hilyalik. And Law was using room to dissect his own body. Kureha pushed up her glasses, staring at the inside of Law's body with a serious expression. "You brat, it's strange. There's a powerful force inside you, but it seems you can't control it." Law nodded. He certainly knew. His physique was too special, able to refine the blood and energy of others. And even after eating 2 devil fruits, he hadn't exploded and died. So, to figure out what was going on with my body, I directly stormed into the Drum Kingdom, climbed that snowy mountain, and found the legendary witch Dr. Kureha. Let me tell you, that old lady is really not being polite with you. I just took my heart out, and she snatched it away from me, pointing to a spot on it and saying, "You have a mark on your heart here." I looked down and saw, wow, there really is a particularly small, glowing little pattern. I said, "What is this thing? How come I've never seen it before?" She shot me a glance. How would I know? But you, being able to eat 2 devil fruits and not die, must have something to do with this thing. While she was examining me, she complained, saying, "Really, giving a surgery fruit to a brute like you who only knows how to fight every day is simply a waste. If it were given to me, my medical skills would soar directly." The quack Shiraluk beside us was laughing and trying to smooth things over, saying that I could also become a famous doctor in the future. Come on, I didn't bring him here to listen to his bragging. Mainly, it was for his little apprentice, Chopper. I know this old man doesn't have long to live, and with such a good talent like Chopper, I have to reserve him in advance. At this moment, that timid little reindeer has already been taken away to play by our Beppo, and it looks quite harmonious with the bear and the deer. Kureha was checking my other organs when she suddenly narrowed her eyes. "Kid, honestly confess, was it you who took down Walpole?" She glanced out the window again. "That big blue guy outside must be the warlord Sea Knight Jinbi, right? Don't think just because we're hiding in the snow mountains that we know nothing." I laughed. The doctor has good eyesight. She snorted coldly and said that the whole magnetic Drum Kingdom was in an uproar, claiming that a ghostly thief had killed the king and emptied the treasury. I directly nodded in acknowledgement, saying it was us, so what? She looked out the window at Jinbei, sneering. "He's staring hard over there. Afraid I might harm you, right? Of course, I've given you my heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. How could I not worry? I've maxed out my observation hockey. And if she dares to entertain any wrong thoughts, I'll let her know why the flowers are so red right on the spot." After a long examination, Kureha concluded, "Your health is monstrous, with absurd muscle strength. That small dragon mark on your heart is your cheat. It glows when you're injured, helping you withstand the conflict of two devil fruits. All right, since it's a cheat, I won't dwell on it. I asked her if there were any other problems, and she replied irritably, "You're only 15, and you're hoping to have a whole bunch of illnesses, aren't you?" I stuffed the organs back one by one, jumped out of bed, and stretched, my whole body cracking and popping. Jinbei hurried over, letting out a sigh of relief. He suddenly lowered his voice and, with a serious expression, dropped a bombshell on me. "Captain, there's news you will definitely be interested in. Don Quixote da Flamingo has become the new warlord of the sea." My gaze instantly turned cold. That clown finally couldn't help but walk from underground to the stage. However, I am not worried at all. Without Sugar's bug ability, does he think he can easily take down Dressrosa? Dream on. He could develop his own plans while I quietly grow my own strength. Once Pekin and the others mature, our ship's combat power will be equivalent to several warlords of the sea. Not to mention the Tezzolo I have placed in the New World. That guy's doing quite well now, and just took down a 300 million bounty pirate on his golden ship last month. Definitely a potential candidate for an admiral-level powerhouse. 3 days later, I officially invited Dr. Hiliulik to join the crew. I told him that although I couldn't cure his terminal illness, I could use the surgery fruit to extend his life and let him see more of this world. The old man thought for a few seconds and then laughed heartily and agreed. Just like that, our ship gained another quack doctor and a future divine physician. Chopper pesters Beepo every day with questions, filled with longing for the sky island high above 10,000 meters. Looking at his sparkling eyes, I feel like a bad guy who sells children. To nurture him, I spent a lot of money buying a pile of medical books from Korea. Goodness, the thickness of those books made me immediately decide to give up the path of becoming a doctor. Memorizing? It's impossible for me to memorize those in this lifetime. Fighting is more suitable for me. We climbed over the inverted mountain, and at the foot of the mountain, we saw the huge whale Labu. Brooke burst into tears on the spot. A 50-year promise who understands family. Labu also recognized him, gently rubbing against our boat with its massive body. Coincidentally, the old man Kolokas, who guarded Labu, turned out to be an old acquaintance of Shiraluk. The two old men reminisced there, and Kolokas even helped Shiraluk check his health. But the result was, of course, hopeless. Just then, Kolokas suddenly said, "I didn't expect you to come first." They have arrived too. I followed his gaze and saw a pirate ship slowly approaching. At the bow stood a red-haired man with one arm, 3 scars on his face, and wearing flip-flops. He looked laid back, but his aura was so overwhelming that it made it hard to breathe from a distance. The future Yonko, red-haired Shanks. Beepo nervously ran over to report, and I waved my hand. "Don't panic, he's a guest of the old man." As soon as Shanks jumped off the ship, he greeted Kurokas with a smile. Then his gaze fell on Jinbei next to me, and finally turned to me. "What do we call this young man?" "Trafalgar Law," I replied. He raised an eyebrow and grinned. "Want to have a fight?" Jinbei and the others instantly tensed up, and Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the red-haired pirates, also came over. But I just gave Jinbei a reassuring look, my fighting spirit rising. Sure. In the next moment, our figures disappeared simultaneously and appeared in an open space in the distance. Shanks was quite surprised by my spatial movement. Without saying a word, I drew my sword, and a storm sword slashed forward. "Bring it on." Shanks held his sword with one hand, easily blocking my attack with his famous sword, Griffin. We exchanged blows, sword light flashing everywhere. His swordsmanship was grand and powerful, each strike resonating and numbing my arms. I couldn't help but ask him, "How could a strong man like you lose an arm?" He laughed heartily. "I bet on the new era." I rolled my eyes in my heart, betting on the new era? It's giving. Forcibly equipping the protagonist. You, a future Yonko, would have your arm bitten off by Sea King from the EC? Who would believe that? The simple test ended, and we both stepped back at the same time. He smiled and asked me, "Young man, you should know hockey too, right?" "A little bit." As soon as I finished speaking, the armament hockey instantly covered my sword. Ghost cry, the blade black as ink, and I charged forward again. Clang! Another hard clash. My palms went numb. His hockey was too refined. Clearly, my physical abilities were stronger than his, but he could easily block all my attacks. This is still not enough. Shanks suddenly became serious, slowly extending a sword. That sword looked absurdly slow, but I felt like I was locked on, with no way to evade. I couldn't dodge. I took a deep breath, my fighting spirit erupted, and I activated Room, flashing directly in front of him, Ghost Cry vibrating at high speed. High-frequency scalpel. Just as my blade was about to touch his face, he suddenly exhaled sharply. Boom! A destructive pressure erupted from him. Conqueror's Hockey. The entire space twisted. But how could I be intimidated? a similar force erupted from within me, and the two conquerors' haki clashed violently. Shank's eyes brightened, and he laughed. What a terrifying young man. We are fiercely clashing at the center of these two types of conquerors' haki. I find that under such high pressure, it becomes difficult to use my abilities. However, at the same time, my armament haki is being rapidly refined, and its purity is continuously increasing. Indeed, battle is the best catalyst. I asked him if Conqueror's haki could be cultivated later, and he said no, it is innate. I then asked him about the technique of Conqueror's haki, and he held his sword with one hand, his expression unusually serious. Young man, as you wish. Divine avoidance. Damn, in that moment, my scalp felt like it was exploding. Roger's ultimate move. A dark red thunder, sword energy that could tear apart the heavens, and the earth rushed toward me. And I felt like I was being targeted by an ancient ferocious beast. I couldn't stop it. I would definitely die, but I had only one thought in my mind. If the gods avoid me, I am more badass than the gods. I compressed all my strength onto the ghost cry, and, facing that divine avoidance, roared out my strongest move, the high-frequency scalpel. Boom! The sky shattered and the earth cracked. My spatial compression only lasted 3 seconds before being torn apart, and I was blasted away like a cannonball, with a deep wound on my chest that exposed bone, kneeling on one knee as blood sprayed out like it was free. The double pain brought by the dark fruit nearly made me faint on the spot. But I won. I stared intently at Shanks, my eyes shining terrifyingly. In that moment of life and death, my conqueror's haki broke through. Although I still didn't understand how to wrap it, I already had that feeling. Beepo ran over, crying, and hugged me. I felt like my bones were about to fall apart. Shanks scratched his head and smiled, saying sorry, I was a bit too heavy-handed. His crew was nearby cheering, saying he was bullying a child shamelessly. The red-haired pirates soon left. They were heading to the New World to stir up trouble. I lay on the ship for a full 3 days. The domineering power left in my body by the gods was destroying me like a virus. And even the surgery fruit was useless. In the end, I had to rely on the dark fruit to slowly absorb that power. The process was so painful that I felt my soul elevate. After I healed, Chopper's medical skills greatly improved under the guidance of Kuroka's and Dr. Hiralik. With our new companion, Laboon, we set sail again. A few days later, we arrived at Frostmoon Village in the East Sea. As soon as we landed, a little green-haired kid with a wooden sword rushed out, looking excitedly at us. Hey, are you here to fight? Chopper immediately got angry. Look closely. I'm a reindeer. At that moment, a short-haired girl came out and grabbed the kid named Zoro. I was stunned for a moment. Frostmoon Kuina, she's still alive? The corners of my mouth lifted crazily. Great. This time, I came not only to learn swordsmanship from her father, Gungsong, but the most important purpose was to take away this future world's greatest swordsman. If you're going to abduct a child, you must do it early. When we met, Gungsong immediately recognized Jinbei and then looked at me with a serious expression. Young man, your aura is younger and stronger than I imagined. I smiled slightly. As expected of a samurai from the Wano country's Shimatsuki family, you have good eyes. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 years have passed. During these 2.5 years, the world order has changed dramatically. Red-haired Shanks has become the 4th emperor of the New World. Kaido of the Beasts, enraged by CP0's infiltration into Wano, destroyed 3 marine branches in a fit of rage. Former Marine Admiral Zephyr withdrew from the Navy after losing an arm, and the new 3 admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, officially took their positions. My good brother Trafalgar Law also successfully secured the last position of the 7 warlords, known as the Golden Emperor. And now, we are standing beneath a soaring ocean current. There really is a sky island in this world. Zoro and Kuina, these 2 little sword enthusiasts, looked at the white sea in the sky, their faces filled with shock. Suddenly, a shadow like a small mountain fell from the sky. Someone, Zoro, excited, was about to draw his sword when he was pulled back by Kuina beside him. A voluptuous, wild-looking pink-haired woman walked over. She is our new chef, Carmen. Looking at the astonishing sight before her, she murmured, "Is this the aerial base of our mysterious captain? There are currently 4 people on our ship, Beepo, the bantering Zoro and Kuina, and the beautiful chef Carmen." At that moment, the air ahead seemed to part like a door, and a man with golden long hair walked out. It was Hawkins. He glanced at the 4 newcomers behind me and then nodded at me. "Captain, who are we targeting this time? Are we going to meet that great swordsman Mihawk? Or are we going to cause trouble for old sand in the desert? Or should we just take care of that old guy next door too?" I told you. At that time, Law just laughed, so carefree, and 2 words popped out his mouth. "Oh, goodness. Hawkins' expression at that moment made me feel like the CPU in his head was about to overheat. He was just a step away from pulling out his precious card to read my fortune and see if today was an auspicious day for anything. But he didn't ask much, just nodded and directly opened the air door to make arrangements. At this moment, Gwenna walked over from the side. She is now one of the swordsmanship representatives on our ship. You might not know, but if it weren't for Law's quick reflexes back then, saving her from that damn staircase, Zoro would have been practicing his swordsmanship in front of a tombstone every day by now. It was also because of this incident that her father, Gung Siro, finally relented and allowed her to go to sea with us along with Zoro. She seemed a bit worried and asked Law, "Are you really going to challenge Hawkeye?" Law shook his head, his expression very serious, and said, "It's not a challenge. I need him to give me a stamp to verify my current strength. Let me tell you, in recent years, Law has really hit a wall in the East China Sea. He has 5 major burdens weighing on his mind: Eagle Eye, Crocodile, the Revolutionary Army's dragon, and 2 old monsters, Navy Hero Carp and the Golden Lion. He only dares to glance at those 2 from a distance before turning tail and running. He originally thought Old Sand was the easiest target to deal with, but the first time he went without using the dark fruit, he was directly pressed to the ground and rubbed in the desert by the other party, suffering a terrible beating, almost turning into a mummy on the spot. I tell you, thinking about fighting Crocodile in a war of attrition in the desert now seems ridiculous. Fortunately, Law runs fast. 3 years later, he went again, still without using the dark fruit, because he wasn't confident he could kill in one hit. The speed at which Old Sand merged into the sand and ran away was incredible. However, this time was different. They clashed head-on for 3 days and nights. And in the end, he managed to withdraw calmly and regain some face. So this time, we came with a determination to win. Our shiny Arc Maxim is a treasure obtained from lunar technology, flying directly above the clouds, looking incredibly impressive. The kids in the desert saw it, pointed at the sky and shouted, but their fathers thought they were lying and whipped them for it. Who understands family these days? The cost of telling the truth is too high. The excited Shachi at the bow was shouting loudly, his feet rooted to the ship like tree trunks, yelling, "Captain, this ship is awesome." Pei Jin also came over, his face full of battle fervor. "Captain, have you found that crocodile yet?" This kid has been itching for a fight ever since he awakened his conqueror's haki 2 years ago. Law's goal is very clear this time. Either capture Crocodile himself or seize his Sansan fruit. Over the years, he hasn't been idle. He's gotten his hands on the barrier fruit and the flame fruit. Mainly, the new world is too chaotic right now. Recently, 2 of the 5 elders went down personally, bringing Kizaru to Wano to capture Kaido. If it weren't for Big Mom intervening, Kaido would have lost face. It's a battlefield over there like a world war. We need to build our strength in the 4 seas first. "Captain, we've arrived at the location," Beepo shouted as he ran out of the cabin. Upon hearing this, Pei Jin grinned and, without a word, jumped off the ark from several thousand meters high. The newcomers like Guena were stunned. Shachi calmly waved his hand beside him. "It's fine, just a few thousand meters. He's tough, a master of airborne surprise attacks." Meanwhile, at the Baroque Works base on the ground, Crocodile was smoking a cigar, holding a phone bug transformed into a woman's shape, speaking in a low voice. "Where's the clue you mentioned?" A sultry voice came from the other end of the phone bug. "Boss, the clue is on its way. But for now, you might want to take care of yourself." Just as the words fell, Crocodile, sensed something was off, stepped out of the tent, and saw a black dot in the sky rapidly growing larger. In just 3 breaths, there was a loud boom. A white fireball exploded in the desert, and Pei Jin smashed down, transforming into a 20-meter-tall white giant ape, roaring at Crocodile, who was formed from sand. "Crocodile, come out and die." Crocodile was so angry he found it laughable. What kind of cats and dogs dared to provoke him now? He raised his golden hook, and several sand snakes, dozens of meters long, lunged at Pei Jin. Pei Jin was thrilled, shouting, "Come on!" And with one move of the ancient ape fist, he crushed the sand snakes. But just as he finished, Crocodile emerged from the sand, his golden hook aiming straight for Pei Jin's face. Pei Jin didn't dodge. Instead, he activated his berserk mode, his aura surging, his fists wrapped in dark armament haki, laughing as he charged. "Let me see the strength of the 7 warlords." With a thunderous bang, both were sent flying. Pei Jin spat out blood, but his eyes shone terrifyingly bright, muttering one word, "Strong." Crocodile shook off his numb hand, his expression darkening. He realized this kid was on par with Law, both wielding dual-color haki and possessing bizarre fruit abilities. He was genuinely furious and was about to go all out when suddenly, a stronger aura erupted from Pei Jin. "Roar! Conqueror's haki!" Crocodile was stunned. What was happening? Is Conqueror's haki now as common as cabbage? Even more absurdly, golden runes appeared on Pei Jin's body, and a small monkey pattern formed on his forehead, making him look like a war god descending from the heavens, both sacred and violent. You are a mythical Zoan? Crocodile finally reacted. Pei Jin arrogantly replied, Is it only allowed for you to be a Logia? Why can't I be a mythical Zoan? Logia is impressive, huh? Yeah, Logia is impressive. A more arrogant voice descended from the sky. Shachi landed, using vines, sporting a flower on his head like a fan, grinning as he said, It's not right to hog all the glory, Pei Jin. One-on-one, the two of us against him. I almost burst out laughing on the ship. This shameless move that even AI couldn't calculate could only be thought of by Xiachi. Crocodile's face darkened, and he pressed his arm to the ground, directly unleashing a heavy sandstorm technique. A massive sandstorm swept towards the two. Xiachi quickly wove a net out of vines, but couldn't stop it at all. Pei Jin, on the other hand, was fierce, with a flash of golden light all over his body. He shattered the sandstorm with a punch, and even casually slapped old sand on the body. That golden light was strange. It could accelerate the consumption of haki. Old sand was startled. Just as he wanted to retreat, Xiachi's vines wrapped around him again. Old sand exploded into a cloud of sand mist, reappearing on the other side. He looked at a Zoan type and a natural type, his mind racing, and instantly understood that this was a trap. And guess what? He ran away. The dignified warlord of the sea didn't say a word and directly turned into sand to escape. Pei Jin and Xiachi were dumbfounded. Where was the demeanor of a master? But old sand was still too naive. Did he think it was over? Let me tell you, our boss had invested heavily this time, creating a Russian nesting doll-style encirclement. Just a minute after he ran out, he found the desert ahead frozen, snowflakes drifting down, with Monet, Brooke, Perona, and Beepo standing there as if having tea party. Old Sand saw another natural type and felt his scalp tingle. Without saying a word, he changed direction and continued to run. After another 5 minutes, lo and behold, a door suddenly opened in front of him, and Hawkins stood there like a doorkeeper, expressionless, saying, Mr. Crocodile, this way is blocked. Just as Old Sand was about to make a move, a little hand suddenly reached out from behind the door, almost touching him. It was Sugar. Damn, if she touched him, he would turn into a Toy Story character. Old Sand was nearly scared out of his wits. He could feel the deadly threat coming from that little hand and could only awkwardly change direction again. Now he realized that all three directions, south, east, and west, were blocked. And the last direction, he could guess with his toes who it was. Sure enough, after another 5 minutes, he stopped. Luo was there, holding his sword, smiling as he greeted him. Long time no see. Behind Luo stood two girls, Kira and Carmen. Crocodile exhaled a puff of smoke and said coldly, Do you want to drag them down with you? Luo shook his head and smiled. Let us show our warlord a little demonstration. As soon as he finished speaking, Kira extended her finger, and suddenly the sky was filled with lightning and thunder. Carmen clasped her hands together, and orange flames blazed fiercely. I tell you, at that time Lao Sha Cigar was almost scared away. Two natural types, the thunder fruit and the flame fruit. Luo laughed, even happier. How about it? For natural types, are you satisfied with this lineup? Crocodile, are we going to fight or join us? Lao Sha was silent for a long time, and finally threw away the cigarette, but, are you kidding me? If you want me to do things for you little brats, you have to defeat me first. As he spoke, a massive sand tornado rushed over. Luo nodded. I'll satisfy you. He asked Keela and Carmen to step back, and went up alone. The two instantly exchanged punches, and the entire desert trembled. While fighting, Luo taunted, Crocodile, your hockey hasn't improved, has it? Have you been too busy looking for the king of hell these years? Lao Sha's heart sank. This was something Robin hadn't told him. Luo continued to stab. Here's a free piece of information for you. The king of hell is in Wano, and the design is with me. Otherwise, do you think the world government is always looking for trouble with Kaido? Every word struck at Lao Sha's heart. He was completely enraged, roaring to fight Luo to the death. Hey, Luo sighed. Actually, I'm a peace-loving person. I don't like fighting. The next second, his eyes turned cold, and his overwhelming conqueror's haki erupted instantly, leaving Lao Sha momentarily stunned. In the dark operating room, in an instant, a domain that fused darkness and space enveloped both of them. Crocodile's expression changed drastically. He felt that the dark liquid beneath him seemed to contain sea stone, and his sand fruit had failed. What did you do? He was horrified to discover that he could no longer elementalize. Because this is my ability. Luo's figure appeared in front of him in an instant, the ghost crying out of its sheath, fast as lightning. With a sound, a wound appeared on Lao Sha's stomach. After more than 20 years, it was the first time he had been injured without using hockey. But to be fair, Lao Sha is indeed a tough guy. After losing his powers, he was instead provoked into a fierce state, charging forward covered in thick armament hockey, as hard as steel. Roaring, "So what if I lost my powers? Kid, when I was mixing in the new world, you were still in your mother's arms nursing." Let me tell you, as soon as Lao Sha made that tough statement, the next second he got hit with what it means to be slapped in the face at light speed. The sight of him covered in armament hockey was indeed intimidating, charging in like a black iron lump. But what about Luo? Goodness, he laughed. He simply said 8 words. The waves of the past should die on the beach. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura around Luo exploded. Family, who understands? That was not just an aura. It was Conqueror's hockey, crashing into Lao Sha's face like a tsunami. In that moment, I felt like Luo had completely transformed, as if he had activated some war god skin, with his aura fully unleashed. Lao Sha is also a tough guy, swinging his hook like a whirlwind. Still tough talking. Little brat, talking big is useless. Then the two of them started clashing. But the problem is, this is not a battle of the same dimension. In his operating room, Luo was so smooth, it was like he had activated bullet time. No matter how fast Lao Sha's hook was, it couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. And Luo, it was like playing with a cat, dodging here and teleporting there, occasionally throwing out some verbal attacks. Wildly PUVNG Lao Sha, you can't even beat me, and you want to go after Whitebeard? You're getting old. Your spirit is gone. I tell you, these heart-wrenching words are harsher than a knife. Lao Sha's face visibly darkened more and more. They fought for over half an hour, and Luo became more and more excited, feeling as if he had been injected with adrenaline, and his Conqueror's hockey seemed to strengthen even further. As for Lao Sha, he was already being pulled down by the power of the dark fruit, his body growing heavier, his movements slower, and he was accumulating more and more injuries. Just when they were in the heat of battle, things outside also became lively. The beautiful Robin had sneaked over at some point, hiding behind a rock to watch, but was caught on the spot by Hawkins. Robin was surprised. She originally thought Luo was only daring to challenge Lao Sha because he had Jinbei's support, but she didn't expect that the people under Luo were all like monsters. She looked at the huge black sphere and asked Xiaoqi and the others, "Aren't you going in to help?" Xiaoqi laughed so hard at that moment that I almost died from laughter. He said, "Help? Us go in? We might as well directly help Crocodile. You don't know, for us Devil Fruit users to go in, it would be even worse." Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud explosion from inside the black sphere. Lao Sha's hook-armed arm was blown away, blood and flesh flying everywhere. But I have to say, this old guy is really tough. Even after all that, he still wouldn't admit defeat. In fact, in his desperate situation, his observation hockey even broke through. He dodged Luo's deadly sword. Luo clicked his tongue, feeling a bit displeased. "Oh, you broke through at the last moment?" Crocodile looked fierce, roaring, "Thanks to you." In response, Luo laughed directly. "So what if you broke through? Do you still have any strength left?" After saying that, he transformed into a beam of sword light, striking down like a torrential storm. This sword, Lao Sha truly could not dodge. A deep gash was opened at his waist. Immediately after, Luo sheathed his sword and engaged in hand-to-hand combat, using his fists, feet, shoulders, and elbows as weapons, unleashing a torrential downpour of attacks on Lao Sha. In the end, with a pop, a good head flew into the sky. Luo reached out and grabbed Lao Sha's head, even casually flicking away the cigar he was holding in his mouth. And, "Smoke less, it's good for your health." I was dumbfounded at that moment. This operation was simply a cyber act of kindness, a physical way to quit smoking, right? Law, holding Crocodile's head, asked the final question, "Join us or die?" Crocodile was also a sensible person. He knew Law could take the devil fruit. So what was there to hesitate about? He immediately surrendered. As soon as that black sphere disappeared, Robin and the others saw Law walk out as if nothing had happened, with Crocodile standing there unharmed, though his complexion was a bit pale. Law grinned at Robin and said, "Robin, your former boss is now your new colleague." After taking care of Crocodile, our giant ship, the Star Sea, over 100 meters long, appeared right next to the Navy's G8 branch. Goodness, the Navy was stunned. Where did such a large ship come from? The Vice Admiral, named Jonathan, was quite cautious and personally brought men on a warship to interrogate us. At that moment, our lively Xiaoqi sat on the railing and started mocking them. "You think you can check us with this shabby ship? At least you should call an admiral over, right?" The Navy turned green with anger, pointing all their guns at him. Just then, Jinbei calmly walked out, stood at the bow of the ship, and asked majestically, "Are you going to inspect my ship?" When Jonathan saw that it was the warlord Jinbei, he was completely stunned. He was also a smart person and knew that the people on the ship were definitely not to be messed with. He immediately ordered his men to lower their weapons and left in a hurry, only daring to send a small boat to follow us from a distance. Not long after, Hawkins went out. I don't know what ability he used, but that Navy warship quickly ran away, taking back a message that we were the most responsible warlords. After shaking off the Navy, we sailed to a sea area with nothing around. Just as I was wondering, I saw stones falling from the sky like hail. Clara snapped her fingers, and dozens of lightning bolts exploded all the stones. Law smiled slightly and said, "Hold on tight." In the next second, the entire Star Sea was propelled upward with tremendous force. Folks, we were going to the sky. We flew directly to the Sky Island. There were all kinds of bizarre, giant beasts up there, just like Jurassic Park. We had just stopped by a lake when a giant rhinoceros beetle over 30 meters tall charged at us. Zorro, the battle maniac, excitedly drew his sword and attacked with a flying dragon flame slash, but he was back on the ship in less than 3 seconds after being kicked by the beetle. Xiaoqi was laughing so hard she could barely breathe, mocking Zorro while waving her hand. Countless vines sprang up from the ground, instantly binding a swarm of giant ants into Zhongzi. Law completely ignored the comical skirmish, leading Penguin, Jinbei, and Hawkins straight to the central island. As soon as they landed, a slash capable of splitting the sky came rushing toward them. Law didn't even blink. He unsheathed his sword and countered with a strike. The two slashes collided in midair, exploding in a dazzling light. When the light dissipated, an old man slowly walked out. Let me tell you, his appearance was amazing. He had long, golden lion's mane that touched the ground, a ship's helm stuck on his head, and 2 famous swords at his feet. It was the golden lion Shiki, the legendary pirate. Penguin and Jinbei instantly tensed up, ready to fight. The golden lion grinned and cheerfully asked, "Little brats, are you here to pledge allegiance to me?" Law also smiled and pointed at the helm on his head, saying, "The legendary pirate? You look a bit disheveled in that getup." As soon as those words left his mouth, the air instantly froze. Shiki's gaze turned sharp as a knife, and a terrifying conqueror's haki pressed down on them. However, Law wasn't fazed at all. He pushed back with his own conqueror's haki, and Penguin joined in, unleashing their own aura. Goodness. 3 waves of conqueror's haki collided in the sky, ripping open a fissure. Shiki's 2 lackeys were stunned, pointing at them and shouting, "Who are you? How dare you provoke the flying pirate crew?" But Shiki waved them away and fixed his gaze on Law, asking in a deep voice, "The 7 warlords of the world government? Heh, is your target also my head? Let me tell you, Law is someone you can rely on. When there is something going on, he really steps up." Faced with the questioning of the old veteran, the Golden Lion, he didn't even bother to respond with a single word. Instead, he simply wielded his sword, the Onigiri, which provided the answer directly. Oh boy, when Shiki saw this, he thought, "Hey, this young guy is quite arrogant, huh?" He immediately unleashed a sword aura with his 2 famous blades, Sakura 10 and Moku K, creating an impressive display that seemed to tear the very air apart. But what happened? Law just casually swung his sword, without even using haki, and effortlessly cut through the sword aura as if he were playing around. Shiki's face immediately fell. His expression turned cold, and he decided to stop playing with swords and go all out. Once he activated the power of his Fuwa no Mi, the entire ground came to life, instantly forming a gigantic lion's head over 100 meters tall, opening its massive jaws to swallow us whole. The scene was like something out of a Godzilla movie. Everyone, back. Law didn't even turn his head, just waved his hand at Jinbei and the others. Then with a snap of his fingers, a black circular dome, a dark operating room, enveloped the Golden Lion. For those who understand, just a second ago, the mighty lion's head was intimidating, but the next moment, it shattered into pieces like a toy that had lost power. The dark fruit, the Golden Lion, being a seasoned veteran of the previous era, reacted in just 0.5 seconds, and then he started laughing maniacally. "Huh, that guy Rock's ability actually ended up with you? ISNT this karma?" Law also laughed. "Old veteran, what do you think? Then let us do this." Shiki, this old madman, is also a tough guy. He said he wanted a duel, and with a push of his foot, he charged forward like a cannonball. I'm telling you, the next scene could easily be nominated for the best fight scene of the year. Luo moved like a dancer in the night, with blades flashing, and the 2 of them instantly exchanged dozens of blows. Suddenly, Luo spoke up, his voice not loud, but the content was explosive. "Old senior, doesn't that thing on your head hurt? Let me take it off for you, and in exchange, You fight me with all your strength. How about it? Saying that, he slashed a knife into a nearby rock, which cracked in half with a loud snap, then strangely floated in the air. Surgical fruit. The golden lion was dumbfounded. A dual fruit user? This setup was way ahead. He was stunned for a second, then laughed even more crazily. What is there to be afraid of? What happened next? I tell you, I still can't understand. The golden lion, that legendary pirate, actually just stood there, full of flaws, completely unguarded, allowing Luo to perform a craniotomy on him. This gamble wasn't about money, it was about life. Luo was also incredibly bold, saying he would do it, and then did. The blade of the ghost cry slashed, and a part of the golden lion's head was severed. Then Luo activated his ability. His fingers danced like he was playing the piano, and he forcibly removed the ship's rudder that had been embedded in him for decades. It dropped to the ground with a thud. Ha ha ha, I'm finally healed. The golden lion's head was still in two halves. Yet he was so excited he was trembling all over. All the madness that had been pent up for decades burst out. As Luo stepped back, he used his ability to stitch the golden lion's head. The operation was more precise than the world's best surgeon. Nerves and tissues perfectly aligned. Once the surgery was completed, Luo instantly flashed dozens of meters away. It turned out he was right to run. As soon as the golden lioness injury healed, his eyes snapped open, and boom, a destructive burst of Conqueror's Haki erupted. I tell you, that was not just Haki, it was a storm. The whole space was buzzing. Red lightning appeared out of nowhere, crackling around. This overwhelming presence, no, it was overwhelming Haki, almost sent me flying on the spot. Kid, to thank you, I will beat you half to death, and then take you as my vice captain. The golden lion was completely insane, and as soon as he finished speaking, countless slashes rained down like a storm. But Luo was even crazier. He actually invited back. Old man, I saved your life. You owe me. Come onto my ship and pay off your debt with the rest of your life. After saying that, his Conqueror's Haki exploded too. The two top-tier Conqueror's Haki collided in the air, shaking the entire island. The battle that followed could no longer be described as fierce. It was purely a clash of gods. Every slash from the golden lion was accompanied by red lightning, entwined with Conqueror's Haki. Luo was beaten like a broken sandbag. Blood spraying from his mouth and nose, his palms torn, his entire arm numb from the blows. But he simply wouldn't dodge. I realized this guy wasn't here to fight. He had paid a sky-high tuition fee to attend the Golden Lion's one-on-one private lesson. It was all about taking hits. Every time he was sent flying, he would instantly use his surgical fruit to heal the wounds, then endure the excruciating pain with his dark fruit, and charge back in. I can't even bear to watch. That guy Luo, while spitting blood, was mumbling. Am I seriously a heavy S-type? His arm was blown to bits. No problem, just use his ability. And the bone fragments and flesh will come back and piece themselves together. Later, he even learned to voluntarily let his arm explode when he felt he couldn't take it anymore to avoid the shockwave injuring his internal organs. Folks, this isn't just being ruthless. This is being so harsh on himself that it's twisted. Finally, after being beaten countless times, Luo's eyes turned completely red, like a demon crawling out of hell. He howled and charged forward again, the demon cry in his hand emitting a buzzing wail as if resonating with him. Lion slash wave. The golden lion unleashed another powerful move. With a pop, one of Luo's arms flew off, and he crashed to the ground like a meteor. The people here going crazy. Just as Xiaoqi was about to rush up, Pei Jin stopped him. No attacking until the boss is unconscious. The golden lion also fell down, panting heavily. He thought Luo had finally fallen, but that guy staggered and stood up again. With his remaining left hand, he pointed, and his flying right hand quickly returned. Then, Luo raised his head, smiling in a way that sent chills down people's spines. The most terrifying thing was that the pure, black demon blade, Ghost Cry, was now also wrapped in a thin thread of red lightning at the tip. He learned it. In this brutal beating, he forcefully mastered the Conqueror's Haki. Little brat, you're really interesting. The golden lion was excited too, watching the blade in Luo's hand. Under the infusion of Luo's domineering aura, the demon blade began to reveal countless ferocious ghost faces, and finally, with a buzzing sound, it completely transformed into a pitch-black sword, exuding an ominous aura. Old man, keep going. Luo's aura was completely different now. Ha ha, good. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. The golden lion laughed wildly, and then made a move that left me dumbfounded. He grabbed his own ankles with both hands, and with a couple of sounds. Blood spurted everywhere as he forcefully pulled out two famous swords used as legs from his bones, gripping them in his hands. Kid, remember to leave me some breath later, so I can get a new pair of legs. At that moment, the golden lion was no longer the old man with a lame leg. He was a true sword master. The two charged at each other again, and this time, their clash split the clouds in the sky. After a blinding flash of light, two figures fell from the sky at the same time. But in just a second, Luo soared back into the air, laughing loudly. "Old man, you're done for." This time, he had pushed the golden lion back. What followed was a pure duel of swordsmanship and hockey, both of them going crazy. The entire island thundered and flashed with lightning. Like the end of the world. After a quarter of an hour, both were covered in blood. Luo coughed up blood, and the golden lion was not much better off. After all, he was an elderly man whose brain had suffered severe trauma for decades. "Kid, with your talent, in 5 years, there will surely be your throne on this sea." The golden lion suddenly stopped, his eyes complex, but then he declared, "But I am the golden lion." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man disregarded the rules again. Suddenly, the island beneath his feet condensed into 400-meter giant lions, and at the same time, a massive surge of seawater appeared out of nowhere, instantly submerging Luo. Damn, this old fox actually hit a pool of seawater underground. What ability users most afraid of? He plays with it. Luo instantly felt weak and began to sink. "Ha ha, kid, you are still too young." The golden lion laughed wildly outside the seawater. Xiachi saw this and couldn't hold back any longer. Hundreds of vines surged from afar like crazy and launched an attack directly. Let me tell you, that guy Xiachi really got carried away. Without saying a word, he roared like the spirit tree forest, and suddenly transformed into a giant tree ant that could block out the sky. With just 2 slaps, he turned those few broken stone lions into dust, and his whole body was covered in a layer of shiny black hockey, reflecting a ghostly light under the sun. Simply stunning. I tell you, at that moment, he felt ridiculously powerful, laughing wildly in the sky while shouting, "Do nobles and generals have any real skills?" Goodness, his Chinibu spirit was ignited. But then, the old man with the golden lion glanced sideways, his eyes full of disdain, as if to say, "This is it?" He gripped a famous sword called Sakura 10 tightly in his right hand, and his eyes flashed red like he activated a lightning effect. Spitting out 4 words, "Lion Thousand Cuts Valley." The next second, with a boom, Xiachi's gigantic tree ant body exploded into a sky full of wood chips, as if it were made of paper. I watched helplessly as the tip of the golden lion's sword pierced Xiachi's belly, and the hockey that seemed so powerful was as fragile as a piece of A4 paper in front of him. Xiachi didn't even have time to say a word before he felt excruciating pain, and his hockey exploded with a bang, dazzling like fireworks, blood spraying from every pore, and his head buzzed, almost blacking out. He shot through the air like a meteor, much faster than when he came, and zoomed towards our Starsea ship. When the people on the ship heard the commotion, Monet and the others turned pale, thinking this is bad. Captain Luo is probably done for. Xiachi went up there for nothing. Then they saw a streak of light rushing towards them. Beepo, that silly bear, thought it was some kind of attack, shouted "watch out," and jumped up, swatting the meteor away with a bare paw, crashing into and breaking hundreds of trees. When he focused and saw what it was, his bare face turned green, awkwardly shouting, "Xiachi, family, who understands? This is a total mess, hitting our own people." Just as Xiachi lay down, Jinbei had already stepped up, looking steady as a rock. The golden lion looked at Jinbei and sneered. "So you are the new Shichibukai, created by the world government?" His words dripped with contempt. Jinbei wasn't intimidated, wrapping himself in hockey and getting ready to fight. But before he could make a move, Pekin charged in, engulfed in white flames. The golden lion saw this and thought, "Oh, this fruit ability is not bad. And it has Conqueror's hockey," but he didn't take it seriously at all. With a slight motion of his other sword, Moku-Kei, he blasted Pekin down, opening a large gash on his belly and kicking him away, taunting, "You're still a rookie compared to your boss." Just then, a portal opened nearby, sucking the severely injured Pekin inside. The golden lion was puzzled, and when he turned around, good grief, Jinbei had already pulled the nearly finished Law out of the water. The portal opened next to Law, and Pekin emerged, covering his wound, slapping Law's back, and with a whoosh, white flames erupted, instantly drying Law out like a human-shaped dryer. Once Law recovered, holding the sword Enma, he grinned, "Old man, you're not up to it." Now the golden lion was truly enraged, realizing that these little brats each had something up their sleeves, and he couldn't play around anymore. Without saying a word, he activated his ultimate move again, unleashing another version of Lion Thousand Cuts Valley, and this time it was a map-wide attack, causing the entire island to shake as if he was about to lift it up and wrap us all in dumplings. I'm telling you, that kid Law is really not playing fair anymore. Comparing devil fruit abilities? The power of his dark fruit erupted instantly. Dark water surged, directly messing up the surrounding space. But that's not the main point. He shouted room, and with Jinbei and PCOMs, his figure flashed and instantly teleported a kilometer away. Then he dove into a spatial door and disappeared. That world-destroying move from the Golden Lion hit nothing but air, and he ended up injuring himself, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Just as he caught his breath, Law's voice rang in his ears. Old man, continue. Next, the scene was simply a one-sided beating. Law didn't engage him head-on at all, using various teleportation tactics to harass the Golden Lion, who was exhausted like a dog and couldn't even touch the hem of Law's clothes. One-on-one, not a chance. He directly called his brothers, 4 against 1. Law was in charge. Hawkins provided long-range support from the back. Jinbei was even more heavyweight, with seawater on his fists and with one punch. The Golden Lion felt like he had fallen into water, his powers completely rendered useless. Finally, in the despairing gaze of the Golden Lion's subordinate, Indigo, half of the Golden Lion's body was directly blown apart by a punch from Jinbei, exploding into a mist of blood. Indigo and a suited gorilla next to him tried to rush in to save their master, but Hawkins opened a door right in their path, and the two of them ran headlong into the blade, instantly meeting their end. The Golden Lion watched as his last 2 subordinates were taken down. A flicker of sorrow in his eyes, finally admitting defeat. You win, kid. He sighed and asked Law what he really wanted from him. Law smiled and said, You, as a strong man, are the greatest treasure. As he spoke, Jinbei tossed a pair of sea stone handcuffs over. The Golden Lion, being straightforward, took them and put them on himself, sighing about Roger, saying that the East Sea had produced a kid even more cunning than him. Law just smiled and corrected him. Excuse me, I come from the North Sea. And with that, the once mighty sky pirate had completely fallen. Just as we had dealt with the Golden Lion, in another sea area, Navy Vice Admiral Jonathan was leading a fleet tracking Jinbei's route. Suddenly, the sky darkened. I tell you, the scene was like the apocalypse. Islands started raining down from the sky. Little islands crashed down like dumplings, and the waves nearly capsized the warships like small boats. What was worse, a bunch of bizarre, ferocious beasts charged down from the islands, launching a fierce attack on the Navy. The Navy soldiers had never seen such a scene and instantly fell into chaos, suffering heavy casualties. Jonathan was cutting down monsters while ordering a retreat. Just at this critical moment, a lazy voice rang out. Ice time. Immediately, a tall figure riding a bicycle leisurely came over from the ice surface, reached into the sea, and with a crackle, the entire sea surface, along with all the monsters, was instantly frozen. That crowd control ability was simply amazing. Not a single Navy soldier was frozen. The Navy soldiers were dumbfounded, and the next second erupted in cheers. It's Admiral Akiji. We're saved. Akiji greeted Jonathan, saying he was passing by on a mission. What kind of mission? I tell you, even more outrageous things were coming. Not far away, several warships were escorting a luxurious cruise ship over. On the ship stood a peculiar figure, wearing a glass dome on his head, looking like a fishbowl upside down, acting all high and mighty. He was a celestial dragon, St. Charlos. He was furious that Akiji had left his post to save people and was shouting about making Akiji his slave. Seeing the frozen monsters, this celestial dragon was not afraid at all. Instead, he was excitedly ordering the ship to approach, wanting to catch a couple as pets, and even trying to bribe Akiji to act. Akiji didn't even acknowledge him and directly refused. Just at this awkward moment, we finished our business. Xiaoqi was controlling our ship, along with the 4 floating islands descending from the sky. That overwhelming pressure left everyone below dumbstruck. Celestial Dragon, Charlos' eyes lit up, shouting, Hey, how did you fly up? Tell me. Xiaoqi was speechless, using his observation hockey to scan. Realizing this guy was weaker than the chickens on the island, and retorted, Who the hell are you? He completely ignored the Celestial Dragon, his gaze landing directly on Akiji, arrogantly stating, We're not here to team up with the Golden Lion. We're here to hunt him down. What Golden Lion, Silver Lion? We can take him down easily together. Charlos was immediately infuriated, and with a glance, his CP0 expert named Theodore instantly disappeared, using Soru to rush towards Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi didn't even turn around. His arm transformed into a tree spear and stabbed back, and the two began to fight in midair. At this moment, Jinbei also walked out from the cabin. He immediately spotted the fishermen slaves on the Celestial Dragon's ship, wearing collars and with lifeless eyes. I tell you, at that moment, Jinbei's expression turned extremely terrifying. A surge of anger rising up. Akiji immediately sensed it and walked to the side of the ship, his voice cold as ice. Sea Knight, Jinbei, don't be impulsive. You can't afford the consequences of attacking a celestial dragon. Jinbei's fists were cracking as he forced himself to hold back his fury. Just as tensions were rising, a somewhat provocative voice suddenly rang out. I've heard that Admiral Akiji was called a monster in his youth. Today, seeing it for myself, it's truly deserved. As soon as the words fell, a giant man, towering over Jinbei, stepped out from behind him, his height estimated to be around 4 meters. Just standing there, I tell you, the pressure was incredible, like a wall that could breathe. Akiji's brows furrowed immediately. He surely felt the thick fighting aura emanating from this guy, almost suffocating. Furthermore, Akiji's observation haki seemed blocked by our ship, only vaguely sensing a powerful presence on board, but unable to see who it was. And guess what? That 4-meter-tall giant, who was PCOMs from our ship, grinned widely, not saying a word. The next second, his mouth opened wide, and he let out a roar. That was no ordinary shout. It was the Conqueror's haki unleashed. An invisible shockwave exploded, and the Navy soldiers on the opposing warship, those with weaker strength, rolled over like dumplings, collapsing one after another. The stronger ones couldn't stand firm, desperately holding onto the railing, their faces pale. Akiji couldn't stand this show-off and shouted Conqueror's haki. He shot over in an instant, wanting to subdue him quickly. But PCOMs was not intimidated. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, laughing and shouting, "Come on!" A white-hot whip suddenly emerged in his hand, like a snake, and directly wrapped around Akiji in mid-air. Then he yanked hard, dragging Akiji along as the two flew towards the open sea. Let me tell you about that scene. Akiji was in the sky, trying to freeze the whip with his cold air, but the white flames crackled, and he couldn't freeze it at all. Just as the two were about to fall into the sea, at the moment Akiji's toes touched the water, he shouted, "Ice time!" Crack! Who understands? In just 1 second, the entire ocean was directly frozen into a giant skating rink. Pekin landed steadily on the ice surface and chuckled. Is this the strength of a general? The next second, all the muscles in his body started to swell, and his bones cracked as he transformed into a 30-meter-tall, white giant ape. That size was like blocking out the sun. Without saying a word, he reached down and scraped the ice surface, directly lifting a giant iceberg that resembled a small mountain and smashed it towards Akiji. Akiji was completely buried by the iceberg, but the next second, the ice surface under Pekin's feet suddenly exploded, and a giant ice bird rushed out, heading straight for Pekin's face. Pekin smashed the iceberg with a punch, but the shattered ice fragments seemed to have eyes of their own, and as soon as they touched his arm, they began to spread wildly, instantly freezing half of his arm. The cold air even drilled into his pores, causing Pekin to roar in pain. But he didn't panic. His whole body of white fur came alive, erupting with fierce white flames that melted all the ice. Just then, Akiji suddenly stopped fighting him and raised his hand to shoot 2 gigantic ice spears towards our most luxurious ship in the middle. Pekin was furious at that moment. "General, are you trying to sneak attack while we're fighting?" Akiji completely ignored him, having already landed on our ship, shouting at Jinbei, "Sea Warrior Jinbei, do you want to force me to leave you all here?" I just noticed that Jinbei had already stepped forward, and behind him was our reserve captain, Law. Jinbei raised his hand, and 2 drops of water shot out, bursting the ice spear with a bang. He calmly said, "Admiral Kazan, I'm just here to retrieve my people. They're not slaves." Kazan's expression darkened as he punched away the approaching Pekin and warned Jinbei, "You are a warlord of the sea. Doing this means you're opposing the world government." Just when the tension reached its peak, my reserve captain Law stepped forward, wearing a hat and looking harmless as he said to Kazan, "Hello, Admiral Kazan. I'm Jinbei's friend. I particularly admire the world government and want to serve as an admiral for them." Kazan was momentarily stunned. "What did you say?" "Family, who understands?" One moment he was submitting a resume, and the next he directly killed the interviewer. As Law finished speaking, he swiftly drew his cursed sword, the Enma. A large area was enveloped in black and red lightning, the Supreme Conqueror's haki coiling around the blade. With a single slash, it sliced through. The ice wall that rose before Kazan shattered like paper, and he was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth. Kazan looked at Law in shock. "Conqueror's haki?" Law sheathed his sword and smirked. "Admiral Kazan, is my power enough?" With that Conqueror's move, many CP agents around fell down. The most ridiculous part? That celestial dragon. St. Carter. Not only was he unafraid, but he also started clapping enthusiastically. "Beautiful. Well done." Kazan stopped, I've decided to invite this powerful person to serve us. He even ordered to remove the collars from the fishermen slaves. A masked CP0 expert nearby tried to advise him, but St. Carter glared, "I don't need disobedient dogs." Law understood and slashed at the CP0 expert. With a splat, the expert was split in half, blood mist exploding everywhere. Now Kazan was completely afraid to move, his eyes filled with fear. Meanwhile, that celestial dragon, St. Carter, was laughing excitedly like he was on drugs. "Well done. I'm in a great mood. From today, you are my confidant." He pointed at the previous lackey named Theodore and told Law, "That waist is too weak. Kill him." Law obediently approached with his sword and, in front of Kazan, beheaded Theodore, even waving the head in front of Kazan. Then, St. Carter put his arm around Law's shoulder, and the two entered the cabin, chatting and laughing. Once inside, let me tell you, the twist came. St. Carter removed his bubble helmet, and lo and behold, it was the Golden Lion. It turned out my captain had used the Ope Ope no Mi to put the soul of the Golden Lion into the body of this celestial dragon. This operation was simply like a forbidden reincarnation plus. As soon as the Golden Lion recovered, he started cursing, complaining that this celestial dragon's body was too weak and that he couldn't use his Fua no Mi Law. Acting like a big con man, said, "Now that you have a young body, why worry about not having a devil fruit? Just ask for one when you return to the Holy Land." He also mentioned that this celestial dragon's body might have some bloodline talent. The two reached an agreement, with Law instructing the Golden Lion to pretend to worship him as a master, training on the ship and reasonably getting stronger. Everyone on the ship was dumbfounded as they looked at the real Gold Lion, bound up like a zongzi with sea prism stone. That guy Xiachi even joked, "Did this old man elope?" As a result, Hawkins recorded it all with his sound transponder, scaring Xiachi into trying to grab it back. Afterwards, Sugar stepped up to take charge and said our next plan was to go to Fishman Island to find the Sea King, and once Luffy returned, we would prepare to take action against the four emperors. On the other side, the Gold Lion version of St. Carter was also quite the drama queen, shouting on the deck that he wanted to work out and asking the CP members to bring him dumbbells. However, he found that he couldn't even lift the smallest dumbbell with his body, and feeling embarrassed, he hid in his room to practice by himself, scaring the CP members half to death, afraid he would accidentally hurt himself. Akiji couldn't understand what was going on, so he went to find Luffy and asked who this person was and what his relationship with Gold Lion was. Luffy just played Tai Chi with him and even mocked him in return, saying the Navy's justice was a joke in front of the Celestial Dragons. He even cheekily asked Akiji, "Why don't you talk to Admiral Sengoku and get me a promotion?" Akiji was so angered that he directly left to report this to Sengoku. Sengoku, overwhelmed, could only have him escort the Celestial Dragons back to Mary Geos and advised him not to meddle in other matters. In the following days, Luffy was enjoying a life of luxury on that grand ship, almost like an emperor. As for Gold Lion, he was completely letting loose, working out during the day and at night. Well, the noise from the next room was so loud that Luffy was speechless. When he went to complain, Gold Lion confidently retorted, "What do you know, you little brat? It feels great. I haven't felt this good in half my life." He even wanted to drag Luffy into overthrowing the world government. Luffy rolled his eyes at him and said he should focus on getting this broken body in shape first, so he wouldn't get killed by the aftershocks when they fought. Gold Lion grinned, his eyes shining with excitement. "Do I need you to take care of me?" I tell you, the old man said something that completely threw me off. He actually said, "I thought you'd go crazy seeing those celestial dragons, shouting to flatten the world government. What's up? You seem to be enjoying yourself." I rolled my eyes at him. Attack the world government? Then get taken out in no time? I said to him, "Old man, are you trying to send me to my death?" Then this Golden Lion, with that young face of Katakuri, pouted and said, "Who are you calling old man? I'm younger than you now." "Fine, you're young, you make the calls. As long as he doesn't go crazy on this ship, that's better than anything. I tell you, this old man isn't someone to mess with. Not putting a bounty on him is a serious mistake by the world government." After chatting for a bit, a few CP members in black suits went into his room. And when they came out, our luxury cruise ship, man, it turned around immediately. Now we've really stirred up a hornet's nest. Guess who showed up? Akiji. That guy came over with a fridge-like face, his eyes practically blazing, and immediately questioned us. "Where are you guys going?" I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I said, "Isn't this just to inform you guards?" We changed our route. Green Bull's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, staring at me intently. "Grand Azoro? What are you going there for?" He knew very well in his heart that I was definitely stirring things up behind the scenes. Let me tell you, those CP agents on a ship are almost bald from worry lately. They want to get close to St. Carter. but they have less opportunity than I do as an outsider. This is supposed to be a good thing, as it means I can avoid some of the celestial dragon's torment. But the problem is that it puts St. Carter's life directly in my hands. If I wanted to take action, no one on the ship could stop me. Yet, this old man, St. Carter, has become quite fond of me, treating me like a treasure every day, even having the CP agents teach me the 6 styles. Who understands the pain of my family? Those agents are really suffering. They even want to stab me, but the problem is they can't fight back. I've already taken down 2 CP0 agents. If they come at me, it's like delivering food. If I tell St. Carter, he won't listen. There was one stubborn guy before who insisted on pushing for advice. And what happened? He ended up dead. I sliced off his head, and the golden lion was right there applauding. The scene was unbelievable. So now my back is straight as a rod. Looking at Akiji, I sneer and say with disdain, "What? You, a mere Navy officer, think you can inquire about the whereabouts of the noble St. Carter? I bet he doesn't dare to act here. The Navy isn't even qualified to command the celestial dragons." Akiji took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said, "That ship is in the New World. Do you know how dangerous it is there?" Dangerous? I almost laughed out loud. With your top naval strength, and me, are there places in the New World we can't go? Don't even mention a golden city. Even if it's a Yonko-S territory, what is the big deal if we take a look around? Akiji's brows furrowed even tighter. That S the territory of Guild Tesoro. Oh, I got excited at that moment and said, "What is the matter? A dignified world noble going to the territory of a warlord recognized by the world government to have fun, and there is still a life-threatening risk? Are you saying that the Navy doesn't recognize the warlords as their own? Trying to go solo? Flynn, Kevin, stop spouting nonsense." Akiji instantly exploded, his gaze sharp as a knife. I immediately shrank back, hugged my arms, and said cheekily, "Hey, why are you shouting so loudly? You scared me. Be careful, or I'll go tell Lord Carter that you're intimidating me." Kizaru was so angry that he couldn't say anything in response, and could only leave with a remark to take care of himself, once again feeling defeated. A month later, our fleet grandly sailed into the New World. Let me tell you, taking the official route is fast. When we passed by the Navy headquarters, Marine Ford, Kizaru didn't even disembark. He probably had completely lost his temper with me and Gold Lion, just wanted to quickly finish this job. Meanwhile, old Gold Lion was not idle on the ship. He changed from his usual laziness and displayed amazing talent. In just a month, he actually learned the 6 styles of the Navy. Even Kizaru was amazed when he heard this. Naturally, this news also reached the Gorosei. Guess what? Carter's relative, who was the financial martial god among the Gorosei. After hearing about this, not only didn't T send him back to Mariewa, but instead waved his hand and sent a large sum of pocket money over, specifically instructing Kizaru to take good care of him. Who understands family matters? At that time, I was wondering if the world government had some issues. Their own celestial dragon was kidnapped, and instead of being angry, they sent money for him to continue playing? What kind of operation is this, focusing on pampering? Even more outrageous was that the Gorosei actually spoke to me directly, without avoiding Kizaru. That old man actually told me that as long as I took good care of Carter, I could choose any position in the future Navy High Command. I watched Kizaru's expression change from the color of a burnt pot to that of dripping ink. Finally, we arrived. Grand Tesoro. Let me tell you, that scene was so bling-bling it could blind my dog. A massive ship the size of a city, crafted entirely of gold, shining as bright as the sun at night. The title of Gold Emperor is truly not just for show. Old Man Gold Lion also came over, mocking Kazan. "Admiral Kazan, look, there are quite a few Navy men here too." He was completely embodying the role of a celestial dragon, once chased and beaten by the Navy, and now feeling great to have an admiral as his bodyguard. Kazan couldn't be bothered to respond, casually saying it's their personal freedom where they go after work. Passing through a tunnel filled with golden powder, we officially entered the city. The next second, a deafening voice came. "Welcome to Gold City." A muscular man, all glittery gold with green hair, walked out. It was none other than Gold Emperor Guild Tesoro. He first slightly bowed to St. Carter, then turned to Kazan. "To be honest, over the years, you're the first admiral to step foot here, Admiral Kazan." Kazan nodded expressionlessly. "You lead the way." Gold Lion ordered Tesoro without courtesy. Tesoro smiled broadly, probably cursing in his heart, but still maintained a perfect smile as he led us inside. After walking a few steps, Gold Lion waved his hand to his CP bodyguards. "You all go aside. Just let Kevin protect me." The CP agents were almost in tears. Lord St. Carter. "What? Can you guys beat Kevin?" Gold Lion snorted coldly. "You bunch of useless fools. Some of you can't even beat me. Get lost." The CP agents exchanged glances, not daring to utter a word. In this past month, Gold Lion's swordsmanship had improved tremendously. He was almost becoming a great swordsman, and they really couldn't defeat him. Just then, two figures suddenly darted out from the side, a man and a woman. The woman was tall and extremely beautiful, while the man was a bit unfortunate looking, short and ugly. These two were the future candidates for Admiral Shiwan and Kaji, currently still just vice admirals. Shiwan, a gambler, got excited upon seeing Kazan. Admiral Kazan, should we take action against Tesoro? This broken ship has won me quite a bit of money. Let's find a chance to take him out. Kazan rubbed his forehead, feeling exhausted. This group was impossible to manage. He weakly said, stop with the killing and fighting. Before that celestial dragon leaves, don't cause any trouble. Shiwan wanted to say something more, but was silenced by a look from Kazan. Reluctantly, she said, Admiral Kazan, Tesoro is not a good person. There are many oppressed child workers on that ship. In the past, Kazan might have acted, but now, having followed the celestial dragons and seen the dark side of the world, he had become numb. He just paused for a moment, then said, keep a close watch. Just make sure nothing happens to that celestial dragon. After sending off these two lively characters, Kazan pulled down his eye mask. In this golden and resplendent world, all he wanted was to take a nap. Meanwhile, Tesoro led us into a fully gold-crafted secret room. As soon as the door closed, the atmosphere instantly changed. I reverted to my original appearance and smiled at Tesoro. Long time no see, Tesoro. Or should I say, now you should be called Warlord, Gold Emperor. Tesoro also put away his smile, looking deeply at me, then at Gold Lion beside me. I didn't hide it and directly told him. His body is that of a celestial dragon. His soul is the legendary flying pirate, Gold Lion Shiki. Tesoro's pupils shook. He stared intensely at the young man before him. Gold Lion grinned widely, looking extremely arrogant, casually extending his finger to lightly swipe. Raging Foot, let me tell you, that scene was absolutely stunning. A sharp sword aura erupted instantly, with tiny red arcs of electricity swirling around it, crackling with sound. The Conqueror's haki entwined. With a whoosh, the thick golden wall nearby, several meters thick, was sliced open like hot butter with a knife. Tesolo's eyes were almost popping out. This was the power of an emperor. He might have had some small schemes in mind before, but now he was completely convinced. I patted him on the shoulder and said, don't be discouraged. Your fruit must have awakened too, right? With the three of us working together, we can definitely take down that green bull outside. The success rate is very high. Just follow Captain Luo's plan. Taizolo immediately expressed his agreement. At that moment, the Golden Lion grew impatient and said, hey, that golden kid, bring some gold over for me to play with. And you, Luo, that Jinbei from the Seven Warlords is also your guy, right? You've been hiding him pretty well. What are you planning to do now? Good question. I smiled and said, how about we go after an emperor? Taizolo's heart raced, while the Golden Lion's eyes lit up as he shouted, let's do it. Which one? That brat Kaido? I've never liked him. No, I shook my head. Going after Kaido is only a matter of time, but not now. I want to target Shanks. The Red Air brat? The Golden Lion was taken aback. I'm going to drop a bombshell. I have to tell you something. Shanks is a celestial dragon. Now even the Golden Lion is shocked. I continue. He is not only a celestial dragon, but also has a deep relationship with the Knights of God. Now that Kaido and Big Mom have teamed up, Whitebeard is in seclusion. Just think, if at this moment it is revealed that another emperor, Shanks, is a celestial dragon, how chaotic would the new world become? It's like playing werewolf. I made an analogy that if you are an emperor, but your words and actions resemble those of an undercover agent for the world government, then you are a traitor, and everyone would definitely vote you out first. So what to do? I flipped my hand and produced a purple devil fruit. I'll use this. The Golden Lion looked at it and said, devil fruit? What is that? A Logia type? I shook my head with a smile. Zoan type, Inu no Mi. Spotted dog form. The Golden Lion fell silent, looking at me as if I were an idiot. Are you trying to joke with me with this junk? I have a bunch of those on my ship. Don't underestimate it. I tossed the fruit in the air, although it was a Zoan type. Its appearance resembled that of a fruit, more like a Logia type, the Yami no Mi. The Golden Lion instantly understood. You mean? That's right. I smiled and said, on Whitebeard's ship, there's a guy who would betray everything for this fruit. As long as we spread the word about this fake, guess what? That future Blackbeard, will he bite? Meanwhile, in the casino, Ji Yuan was losing her mind. Having lost 28 times in a row, she was almost out of her pants. She slammed the table and shouted, you guys are cheating. The beautiful dealer, Baccarat, smiled and said, Miss Ji Yuan, the dice cup is made of sea tower stone, and your friend is the one rolling the dice. Ji Yuan turned around and saw Jia Ji holding the dice cup, looking distressed. Ji Yuan, I'll make it up to you. I don't need it. Ji Yuan angrily walked away. Baccarat watched them leave, her smile fading as she picked up the phone bug. Boss, they didn't take the bait. On the other end of the line, Tesla hung up and shook his head at me. This Ji Yuan is hard to make mistakes. That's normal. I nodded. Then let us switch to someone else. Has the person you mentioned arrived? Tesla had just hung up another phone bug when the thick golden door of the secret room suddenly turned to sand with a whoosh. A man holding a cigar walked in, exhaling a puff of smoke. You called me in such a hurry, Luo. What do you want to do? I laughed. Long time no see, crocodile. Just as we were plotting in the casino hall outside, a blonde kid wearing a pirate hat was laughing maniacally. I won again. Ha. I've won 10 billion berries. Today I'm going to win 50 billion. This should be enough to buy the head of the world's strongest man, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was in an uproar. A burly man next to him stood up and shouted angrily, You bastard. Who do you think you are to insult, old man? Someone recognized him. That's the captain of the 7th Division of the White-Beard Pirates, Lackey. The show was on. The blonde kid looked disdainful. So what if you're from the White-Beard Pirates? This is a casino. If you have the guts, come and gamble. Bring it on. Lackey was furious. Half an hour later, Lackey sat in his chair, utterly incredulous. He had lost, and lost completely. The blonde kid stepped on the table, a mocking expression on his face. How about this? Let us have one last round. If you win, all the money is yours. If you lose, you have to let me step on you for a photo, and that photo has to hang on you for a year. Come on. Lackey's eyes turned red. He was furious and went all in. And what happened? It was useless. He lost again. He lost cleanly and decisively. As for the guy who won, let me tell you, he was incredibly arrogant. He kicked Lackey, the captain of our White-Beard crew, to the ground and even patted his face, saying he was from the Red-Hair Pirates, named Lime Jones. Goodness, the humiliation was unbelievable. He insisted on taking the spoils, which was that devil fruit, and stepped on Lackey's face for a photo. With a snap, the camera spat out the photo and directly tossed it at Lackey's face. The blonde kid swaggered away, still shouting about going back to hold a banquet. Who understands family? In the photo, he was stepping on our captain's face, grinning brightly. This was practically rubbing our White-Beard Pirate's face in the dirt. Lackey was so angry his eyes were nearly spitting fire. He picked up that humiliating photo and stuffed it into his pocket, without saying a word, immediately turned back to the ship. This matter was not over. He had to rally the troops. This was no longer a personal grudge. This was a blatant provocation from the red-haired crew against our veteran Yonko. But guess what? Even more explosive events were yet to come. As soon as that blonde kid entered the casino's office, he pulled out a den mushy, and his expression changed instantly, followed by the entire transformation of his face into another flamboyant figure dressed in a swan costume. I was shocked. After all this time, this Lime Jones was actually our protagonist in disguise. This guy really knew how to roleplay, directly playing both the White-Beard and red-haired crews. He casually said into the den mushy, Boss, mission accomplished. Meanwhile, on the other side, Marine Admiral Akiji, also known as Kazan, was still lounging on that golden ship. He had been there for a full 7 days, enjoying good food, drinks, and beautiful women, but he always felt something was off. Then, on that day, a big incident occurred. The Celestial Dragon with him, St. Carter, guess what? He actually awakened Conqueror's Haki. Wow, the aura burst forth, causing a large number of wealthy elites in the casino to collapse. And it didn't stop there. After awakening Conqueror's Haki, he floated around, gambling with several kings from the New World, winning 10 times in a row. One king, unable to take the loss, tried to leave, and he retaliated with 2 flying slash attacks, taking out the king's guards on the spot. I couldn't believe it. A celestial dragon actually had some skills. When this news reached Mariewa, the 5 old men, the Gorisei, immediately popped open champagne. Finally, a celestial dragon who can fight. This kid has potential. Hurry up and bring him back for key training. A reserve member of the Knights of God. I wondered if they had forgotten what kind of person this guy really was. The scene shifted back to our White-Beard Pirates. Lackey returned with a face full of dirt, and everyone was having a banquet on the ship. The 4th Division captain, Sachi, was joking with him, asking where he had gone to lose. Lackey's face darkened. He recounted the events and slammed that photo on the table. Goodness, the entire banquet exploded. The red-haired pirates were challenging Old Man's authority. Diamond Jaws was stunned, saying that the red-haired crew didn't seem like the type to do such things. But the photo was irrefutable evidence, just as everyone was filled with righteous indignation. A fat guy in the corner, Blackbeard Teach, was originally busy flaunting his cherry pie. But when his eyes caught sight of that purple devil fruit in the photo, his expression changed instantly. Like a starving wolf seeing meat, he became sharp-eyed. I'm telling you, something big was coming. At that moment, the 1st Division Captain, Marco the Phoenix, arrived. He saw the situation and quickly calmed everyone down, saying this matter was serious and needed to be discussed with Old Man. They must not act impulsively. But that night, Sachi snuck out with Blackbeard Teach to find Lackey. Teach was fanning the flames. We can't let Old Man's dignity be insulted. Let us go find that Lime Jones in person, without involving the pirate crews. With just a few words, he convinced Sachi and Lackey. At this time, Jaws also arrived, saying he had also disliked the red-haired crew for a long time and wanted to join. The 4 of them came to an agreement and quietly set off in a small boat. Following behind them, Teach's expression was one of uncontrollable joy, his body trembling with excitement, clearly harboring a belly full of schemes. Over on Marco's side, having just reported to Whitebeard, the moment Whitebeard heard, he laughed heartily, but his laughter was full of anger. My sons have been bullied. How can Old Man just sit and watch? What new Yanko, just a bunch of kids. Marco, you're too cautious. That's why your strength is stuck at a bottleneck. I tell you, Whitebeard's aura was so imposing, he stood up from his throne, making it feel like the heavens were about to be pierced. He immediately decided the whole crew would set out and take them down. Just as he finished speaking, Swordsman Vista rushed in to report that Jaws and the others had already sneaked out. Goodness, now Whitebeard was even angrier. The Moby Dick turned its bow and sped off in pursuit. As for that celestial dragon, St. Carter, when the Gorosei told him to go back, he simply ignored them. Go back for what? I've made hundreds of billions here in a few days. He even slapped a CP agent flying dozens of meters away. He said unless there was a more interesting place, he wouldn't leave an inch. At this moment, our protagonist, wearing a Flynn Kevin disguise, made his appearance. He smiled slightly and said, St. Carter, I know a place that's quite interesting. I knew right away. This kid was about to start his antics again. Where did they go? God Island. As the name suggests, it's an island that rains and thunders every day. St. Carter looked at it and thought it was boring, then had a brainwave and said, why don't we throw the slaves up there, and whoever can come back alive gets their freedom. I really couldn't believe it. Was this celestial dragon's brain a bit faulty? Nearby, Marine Vice Admiral Guion was so angry he had his hand on a sword hilt, but was stopped by Akiji. Then, St. Carter and Law each grabbed 2 slaves and flew up to the island using Jeppo. Akiji had no choice but to condense an ice path on the sea and follow them. Upon reaching the island, Law announced the game rules. Whoever could bring back a Thunderbeast head would get to live. Goodness, wasn't this just a real-life version of a survival game? In the end, 2 slaves really did come back dragging a huge beast head. And as you can guess, in order to survive, the 2 immediately turned against each other, with one stabbing the other. The survivor, named Cedric, thought he had won, but St. Carter laughed heartily and said, Reward. You're now the slave chief. Family. Who understands this? This is even more outrageous than drawing a pie. It's pure pie behavior, just as this guy was being supported by CP members. A huge thunderbolt fell from the sky, and with a crack, it turned him and 2 CP agents into ashes. I focused my gaze and saw that the lightning was aimed at Akiji. Everything went into chaos. The lightning rained down from the sky as if it were free, all targeting Akiji. A bunch of thunder beasts also appeared around. The CP members were scared out of their wits and hurriedly protected St. Carter as they ran towards the small boat. Luo, on the other hand, took the initiative, declaring with righteous indignation, I'll cover the rear. As soon as the CP members left, he immediately used room, directly treating dozens of thunder beasts as projectiles, throwing them onto Akiji's ice wall, using them as lightning rods to strike Akiji even harder. Damn, that operation was so dirty. At the same time, 2 people suddenly emerged from the sea, heading straight for St. Carter's small boat. One with a spear charged directly at St. Carter, while the other used a hook to block both Vice Admirals Gaki and Shiwan, showing incredible strength, not losing ground in a 1-on-2. Akiji was still being struck by lightning, and when he used observation hockey to sweep around, he realized something was wrong. The celestial dragon St. Carter's presence had vanished. Akiji was infuriated, letting out a roar towards the island. Flint Kevin. He flashed out of the thunder zone, and the Navy's warship approached, with anxious sailors reporting from the ship. Admiral. Vice Admirals Gaki and Shiwan have been captured by 2 guys. They seem to be from the Beast Pirates. Akiji's expression darkened. What a joke. How could Gaki and Shiwan's strength be captured by the real deal so quickly? He glanced at the small boat that had been split in half, and the cut was definitely the work of a great swordsman. At this moment, Luo, along with the remaining CP members, boarded the luxurious ship, looking innocent yet furious, and immediately shifted the blame onto Akiji, shouting loudly. As a Navy admiral, you actually stood by while Lord St. Carter was in trouble. I will track down the murderer. So what if it's the Beast Pirates? I will kill my way over and rescue Lord St. Carter. The CP agents were nearly scared to death. A celestial dragon had been captured. For them, the only outcome upon returning would be death. St. Carter must be rescued. Without a second thought, they immediately set sail, heading straight for the last known position of St. Carter. They had to obtain Lord St. Carter's forgiveness before this matter escalated. The eyes of the CP members sparkled with madness. Some were even angrily reprimanding Akiji on the luxurious ship, saying, Navy, as a subordinate organization of the world government, how can you exercise your duty to protect the Beast Pirates? Even if Roger came, we must bring back Lord St. Carter. The luxurious ship looked heavy, but it must be said that after discarding a lot of clutter and slaves, this exclusive vehicle of Celestial Dragon St. Carter was sailing at high speed, quickly covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Admiral Kazanwi, the nearby Navy soldiers hesitated, not knowing what to do. To be honest, they were quite pleased that the detestable Celestial Dragon had been captured. However, if the higher-ups investigated, the Navy soldiers were somewhat panicked. Celestial Dragons are world nobles. Is the Beast Pirates really going to have another showdown with the world government? Keep up, Kazan said in a deep voice. Admiral, keep up. Kazan suppressed his anger and chased after them. The other side hadn't directly attacked. They must have some purpose, so don't fall behind. If we can't find the whereabouts of Celestial Dragon St. Carter, just follow Flint Kevin. He turned and left. Kazan needed to contact the Navy headquarters. The significance of the Celestial Dragon being captured was too great. Moreover, Gaki and Shiwan had also been captured, and they must be rescued. Ha ha ha. Hey, you guys who are called the Seven Warlords of the Sea. Not doing so well, huh? On a fast ship, a young man wearing a bubble-shaped hood laughed heartily. Beneath his feet lay a man and a woman, who were Gaki and Shiwan. At this moment, Shiwan's right hand holding the sword was completely torn at the tiger's mouth. Blood gushing, and there was a deep cut in his abdomen, his breath weak. Gaki's condition was even worse, lying unconscious, his back flesh torn open, revealing internal bones, and blood flowing from his facial features. Shiwan looked unwilling, wanting to say something, but his throat was blocked by thick blood. The two men behind St. Carter had powerful hockey, but there seemed to be some issues, as their movements were somewhat stiff. Originally, Shiwan and Gaki were evenly matched with the opponent and even had hopes of victory. But at that moment, St. Carter, who was protected behind Gaki and Shiwan, made his move. The terrifying conqueror's hockey caused the two to freeze in thought, and what greeted them was the sword light filled with red lightning. What shocked Shiwan was that the sword light was an attack launched by the Celestial Dragon, St. Carter. With that strike, Shiwan and Gaki were directly defeated, and the CP members on the ship were all killed by St. Carter himself. The Celestial Dragon's strange actions made Shiwan's heart sink. Old man, an old guy from the old era, when I return, let's have a fight. A displeased curse rang out from the man whose arm had been turned into a hook. The two were Tezelo and Crocodile. In the Golden City, Luo had used Chaos Space to swap their souls and personalities with those of two true members of the Beast Pirates. The purpose was to stop Gaki and Shiwan. However, not being in their original bodies and unable to use their abilities, the two actually fell at the hands of Gaki and Shiwan. In the end, the Golden Lion had to use St. Carter's body to forcefully make a move. These two were not ordinary vice admirals. Another one said that the soul within him was indeed Tezelo. They both came from the Navy headquarters, disciples brought out by Zephyr with strength and talent among the best, and had received news from Vice Admiral Gaki that the two were very likely to become candidates for Admiral. Excuses are just excuses. St. Carter grinned, glancing at Crocodile, who had always wanted to fight him. I heard you were defeated by Whitebeard. A defeated opponent also wants to challenge me. Now I'm even younger and stronger. Don't forget who your body comes from. Crocodile lit a cigar, calming his temper. He was equally wary of the St. Carter before him, but more so, he was wary of Luo's mystery. How long has it been? That young man made the legendary pirate Golden Lion work for him? Moreover, using that strange devil fruit ability, he allowed this legendary pirate to occupy the body of a celestial dragon. St. Carter's eyes flickered. After Luo healed his head, his irritable temper had calmed down a lot, and with his young body, the current Golden Lion felt as if he had returned to his youth. Crocodile is a character, but he still doesn't take him seriously. That kid is different. If I'm not mistaken, you were also defeated by him. right? Oomph. Crocodile snorted coldly, turning his head away. Being defeated by Luo, a young man who was a whole generation younger than him, was a shame in Crocodile's eyes. However, it was also because of Luo that Crocodile once again stepped into the long-lost New World. Old man, don't forget the task that little brat arranged. You better not die first. Hee hee. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Carter's eyes. The wars of those years couldn't kill me. Now it's even less likely. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from him, stirring up layers of waves that changed the expressions of both Crocodile and Tezelo. Crocodile turned around, countless thoughts swirling in his mind. How did that little brat manage to make this old man obedient? A user of the surgery fruit. Damn it. What the hell is the Navy doing? Kazan, don't you want your admiral position anymore? In front of the visual transponder snail, four shadowy figures appeared, glaring angrily at the expressionless Kazan. We command you to rescue Carter. If anything happens to Carter, you can forget about your admiral position. At the same time, your Navy will have to pay the price for this. We don't need disobedient subordinates. Yes. Kazan nodded lightly, his expression not looking good, his eyes fixed on the ground. Lost in thought, one of us, Saint Satan, is stationed on Xianhua Island outside Wano. Kazan, I hope the two you mentioned are truly from the Beast Pirates, and that intelligence is accurate. The loud voice of Izambalong V. Nasu Shuru, Saint, echoed among the four figures. Izambalong Carter is his descendant, and Nasu Shuru Saint has high hopes for this outstanding junior of the Izambalong family. It's rare for the celestial dragons to produce such a talent, and he must be safely brought back for proper cultivation. Saint Satan blocks anyone trying to enter Wano. Even so, you will still need to be responsible for this matter afterward. Kazan nodded, yes. Remember your identity. The visual transponder snail closed its eyes, and the projection disappeared. My identity? Huh. Kazan's gaze deepened. He mentioned the matter of Kaji and Ziyuan from the very beginning. Yet, as he expected, the five elders didn't care about the lives of those two at all. They only want Carter alive. What the hell do you want, Flynn Kevin? Mary Ahua. Carter has been captured for how many years? And someone dares to lay hands on the world aristocrats? That's simply audacious. The golden-haired shepherd, T. Peter Saint frowned, his eyes filled with anger. Shouldn't we report this matter? The environment warrior, Marcus Maz Saint, dressed in a deep blue suit with long white hair, murmured, No, Izambalong Kve. Nasu Shuru, Saint spoke up. He is a direct elder of Carter, and his anger is heavier than the other four elders. However, when it comes to that one adult, don't forget, we are not far from the prophesied day. We must remain cautious. Do not affect that adult's judgment. We can manage this ourselves. Sigh. The bald topman V. Watchily Saint stood up, looking at Nasu Shuru Saint, but we also need to take action. Otherwise, in this sea, people will soon forget who can represent the world. Izambalong V. Nasu Shuru Saint nodded, his rough palm touching the hilt of his sword. Yes, I'll go with you. Hee hee. Do you want to see our world government make a fool of itself? Just a mere pirate. This is the bottle they threw away. They haven't shaken us off too far. They're right ahead. Keep the speed and chase. We are a large ship, and they only have a small boat with limited supplies. We will catch up sooner or later. At the bow of the luxurious ship, Law wore a light smile, issuing orders to the CP members behind him. Lord Kevin, everything is up to you. We will definitely rescue Lord Carter. Beside him, a woman in a black suit softly said. Her name is Esther Me, one of the few women in CP. There are 26 CP members on this luxurious ship, each a skilled user of the six powers. Law just nodded. Unlike his initial admiration for Carter, Law's attitude has gradually turned cold over the past few days. However, the CP members still obey Law's orders, their expressions respectful as if facing Carter himself. Because the five elders have already discovered that Carter has been kidnapped, they issued a death order to this group of CP members. Carter must be rescued. Otherwise, upon returning to Mariewa, they will only face one outcome, death. Continue to follow. The rest remains unchanged. Law's voice was calm. On Onagashima, what did you say? Report to Lord Jin. We have captured that celestial dragon who came to the New World. Celestial dragon? Jin held the transponder snail, confirming again, his eyes flickering. Where are you now? We are heading back to Wano. No, you cannot return. The world government's dogs are blocking the way outside Wano, trying to get in. You will definitely be ambushed. What should we do, Lord Jin? A rough voice came from the other end of the transponder snail. Should we just kill this celestial dragon? Jin frowned at the transponder snail. Killing him directly would be a pity. Banson and Hadro are old members of the Beast Pirates. However, as their strength has gradually been surpassed by new members, The Beast Pirates have seen more and more rough dominators. And the two old members have long since fallen out of the upper echelons of the Beast Pirates. They often sneak off to gamble. Who would have thought that during this outing, they actually captured a celestial dragon? Jin had no doubts about Banson and Hadro's identities. The transponder snail could somewhat restore the appearance of the person on the other end. Thud, thud. Heavy footsteps approached from the shadows, the figure towering over 7 meters tall, like a small mountain. Jin, why do you look so gloomy again? Banson and Hadro have captured a celestial dragon. Jin's expression remained unchanged. As soon as he smelled the alcohol on the other person, he knew his captain had been drinking again. What? A celestial dragon? A massive red wine jug, over 2 meters tall, was smashed to the ground by the giant-like figure, shattering with a loud bang, sending shards flying everywhere. Tell them to choose an island to hide. We'll kill them. I want to personally crush that world aristocrat in front of that old man. Jin, hidden beneath heavy black armor, nodded slightly. Yes, Mr. Kaido. In their Beast Pirates, things have not fully developed over the years. Quinn was ambushed by Saint Satan from the Five Elders and has not fully healed, and the numbers in the Flying Six are still not full. The Smile Fruit trade with Joker has been unable to proceed normally because Saint Satan frequently appears outside Wano, forcing the Beast Pirates to act secretly. You must know, there are 50 warships outside Wano. Not only is Saint Satan there, but that Admiral Kizuru often roams between here and the Navy headquarters. He is a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, recognized as the fastest Devil Fruit user. Even more deadly, the Beast Pirates do not know why the world government has taken action against them. They once kidnapped Navy and CP members. Yet even high-ranking figures like Vice Admirals are unaware. Lord Jean, news from the port, the warships outside are starting to spread out, seemingly intending to completely blockade us and Wano. At this moment, a pirate lackey ran in. Really? Jin's eyes flickered slightly. Don't worry about them. What does a naval blockade matter? The geographical location of Wano determines they can attack us. What use are mere warships without a general? Days passed. We've arrived on a crescent-shaped small island. 3 figures carrying Kaki and Shiwon walked boldly into the restaurant in the island, glancing at the flag stuck in the bar. Crocodile sneered and kicked the restaurant's door. Bang! Who dares to cause trouble here? Inside the restaurant, several adult men came out, wielding cleavers and looking displeased. It's your pirate grandpa. Taizolo laughed heartily, reached out to grab a pair of chopsticks, and with a slight flick of his wrist, swoosh. The sound of something piercing the air. Following that, several men fell to the ground. It hurts. Are you pirates? Don't you know whose territory this is? This is the territory of the red-haired pirates, right? Taizolo coldly glanced at him and shot out another chopstick, effortlessly piercing the opponent's throat. Sorry, we come from the Beast Pirates, a mere red-haired pirates who aren't even on the island. Do you think you can scare me using their name? Ha ha, go to hell with that. Over the years, Taizolo opened a casino and became a warlord. His heart had long become cold-blooded. This is the territory of the red-haired pirates, the island closest to their territory where they come to eat the most. As the world's richest man, Taizolo has his own intelligence network. Sure enough, under his observation hockey, some villagers have already run off into the distance to pull out a Den Den mushi. That little brat next to Roger, is now a big shot too. Cardi Saint, who was sandwiched between the two, didn't have so many thoughts and started eating the food that the trembling waiter brought, not fearing poisoning. Like the villagers outside, Taizolo also pulled out a Den Den mushi. Hello, the Golden Emperor finally called me. Huh? Is there some big action in your new world? The Den Den mushi's mouth suddenly transformed into a bird's beak, wings sprouting from the sides, quite miraculous. Of course, Taizolo's lips moved. Not long after. Oh, really? The Den Den mushi's eyes became sharp, sparkling with brilliance. Really? Taizolo smiled. However, I also need you to sell a newspaper to all the guests. If I'm not mistaken, that person should be on the way. After listening, the Den Den mushi fell silent for a moment, then cackled. Haha, Golden Emperor Taizolo, this time you really have a big move. I hope in the future, your Golden City can continue. Big news is finally coming. Lord Kevin, are you sure we're going this way? On the luxurious ship, a relatively young CP organization member couldn't help but ask. They had lost track of Cardi Saint for a long time. Now, the direction the large ship was heading had become the one Roger specifically pointed out. He glanced at that direction, suddenly recalling something, and felt panic in his heart. Of course. Do you have any objections? Roger smiled at the CP member. And no. The young man trembled all over. Looking around, he was shocked to find that his colleagues were all busy with their own things, none thinking to speak. Then why not go down and check the surroundings? Roger's voice was calm. Yes, yes. Lord Kevin. Unable to bear Roger's gaze, the young man jogged away. He would never forget the scene in front of Cardi Saint where that red-haired man dealt with those slaves. It even made him unable to eat that day. In the sky, a news bird with a bag and a hat flew by. Room. A coin in Roger's hand instantly disappeared. The news bird seemed to sense something, suddenly noticing a coin in its claws, causing its fur to bristle in panic as it flew away. The headline read, Beast Pirates cause havoc in the red-haired territory. Will Crescent Island be destroyed? Is it about to start? Roger's mouth slightly curled up as he looked up at the heavy clouds in the sky. The new world had been too balanced. Such balance was not a good thing for Roger. Heroes emerge in chaotic times. Only by thoroughly stirring the waters can one fish in troubled waters. In recent days, he had provoked the future Blackbeard's desires, leading them to the red-haired pirates' territory, while also having Tizolo and Crocodile, who carried the celestial dragon Cardi Saint, use the beast pirates' true combat strength to cause trouble in the red-haired pirates' territory. Blackbeard and his crew would attract the white-beard pirates to follow. Roger had already received news of the Moby Dick's mobilization. The three sea emperors would converge, drawing in that Saint Satan who was stationed outside Wano from the world government. They were all proud individuals, needing only a spark to ignite the powder keg. Sure enough, 3 days later, in front of a reversing waterfall, Roger looked at the empty sea around him and smiled. Are they still following behind? Report to Lord Kevin. A soft voice from Esther Mina rang in Roger's ears, like a gentle breeze passing by. Carrying a faint fragrance, she slightly bowed, her ample bosom appearing, but she paid no mind. Admiral Kazan requests you to stop the ship for communication. Don't mind them. Roger waved his hand, signaling her to leave. A hint of regret passed through Estermina's eyes. This man remained indifferent to her hints, leaving her with a bittersweet feeling and uncertainty about the future. Because the location they were currently at was indeed the lair of the four emperors, Kaido, beneath Wano. Boom, boom, on the island. A continuous rumbling echoed, shaking the entire island. And in the distant mountains, four figures suddenly appeared, their shadows flickering among the mountains as if descending from the sky. The leading figure was tall and imposing, making one feel awed. Found it. A deep voice came from the robust figure ahead. Just in time, we are near Crescent Island. Didn't expect those beast pirates to be so foolish. Brother Jaws, so what's next? Do we go straight in? Beside him, Lacquer's eyes sparkled. He had been humiliated by the red-haired pirates Rayleigh in the Golden City. This matter. He certainly wanted to take revenge. No. At this moment, a voice from behind came with urgency. A plump guy with a face full of flesh and a thick, pitch-black beard shouted, No. All members of the red-haired pirates are gathered here. If we rush in directly, what if those people join forces against us? Dad isn't here, and if a fight breaks out, we will definitely be at a disadvantage. Teach, you're being too cowardly, Sachi said, walking over and patting Teach on the shoulder. That red-haired guy isn't like that, Jozu added. Suddenly, he looked at Teach and laughed. You weren't scared by him before. Were you, Teach? How is that possible? Teach's face turned red, but he was constantly thinking. That fruit was something he had to get. Not everyone in the red-haired pirates has devil fruit powers. That Rymon Jones probably gave that fruit to Shanks, and they most likely sold it for booze. Perhaps that fruit is still on their ship. How could I be afraid of him? Teach shouted. It's just that this guy Rymon Jones is so disrespectful to Dad. It's clear that he harbors a lot of hostility towards us. He's probably very cunning. Even Shanks was fooled by him. The red-haired pirates are known as the Iron Wall Pirates, and their crew has a great relationship with each other. The red-haired pirates would probably help him. At that time, Shanks might very well be on their side. Jozu scratched his head. He wasn't good at thinking, and after hearing Teach's words, he nodded slightly. What you said makes sense. As one of the captains of the White-Beard Pirates, Jozu understood the strength of the red-haired pirates, who are also one of the four emperors. Initially, he planned to come over and demand an explanation, but along the way, Teach had been unintentionally saying some rather dark things, and coupled with the recent outbreak of battle, that terrifying conqueror's haki swept across the entire island, making Jozu involuntarily agree with Teach's words. On the other side, the real fight of the beast pirates was going on. They really dare to come here and cause trouble? Rakairo laughed loudly while taking a bite of the meat in his hand. In front of him, Tetsuro and Crocodile were lying on the ground, with Crocodile's eyebrows twitching, clearly wanting to fight back with all his might. However, Tetsuro, who had fallen beside him, held him down. The red-haired pirates can do whatever they want to us, Tetsuro said in a deep voice. Still putting up a tough front? Rymon Jones stepped on Tetsuro, sounding dissatisfied. When they arrived on this island, they saw the two of them harming civilians. The red-haired pirates immediately took action, Shanks was furious and slashed down, causing Tetsuro and Crocodile to be downed. If they were in their original bodies, they could have fought, but now they couldn't resist at all. Captain, we found these three over there. They're all tied up and should be prisoners. Jesus Burgess jogged over, carrying a gun in one hand, sounding a bit hesitant. You guys might want to come and check one of their identities. What is it? Rakairu walked over, maintaining his smile. What kind of person is it that we can't mess with? If our boss didn't lack that kind of ambition, that great treasure would have been ours. What? Shanks slowly walked over, looking at Tetsuro and Crocodile, feeling something was strange. These two beast pirates seemed a bit unusual under his conqueror's haki. The other side didn't seem to be too shocked. After all, he had just seen the villagers lying in a pool of blood, and for a moment, the violent conqueror's haki was enough to impact reality. These two didn't show fear upon seeing him, which wasn't the spirit a typical beast pirate should have. After all, they were also one of the four emperors, the red-haired pirates. This bubble looks so much like those damn celestial dragons. A voice suddenly rang out. Shanks walked over, his pupils suddenly constricting. In front of him were three people in a state of unconsciousness. Two were wearing white naval uniforms, and judging by their rank insignias, they were two rear admirals. However, the young man in the central position looked different. He was dressed in incredibly luxurious attire, seemingly radiating a remarkable glow. Particularly noticeable was his bizarre and unique hairstyle and the bubble headgear on top of his head. Shanks, something is off. Could this guy really be a celestial dragon? Beckman, who had been smoking, sensed something unusual and walked over. After witnessing the scene before him, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Rakairu's eyes widened as he stared for a while, then took a big bite of the meat in his hand. Kill him. Celestial dragons are just scum, not worth pitying. Back at Sabeti Archipelago, if you guys hadn't stopped me, I would have wanted to kill all those guys. No way. Shanks quickly denied, holding his forehead with one hand, his eyes flickering. The members of the red-haired pirates rushed over. The world nobles, celestial dragons, have actually been tied up and brought here. This is not a small matter. Now that the world government and Kaido have broken out into war, if we recklessly intervene, we will be dragged into this battle. Do you want to help Kaido and let him continue to wreak havoc in the new world? Heh, let those guys fight it out themselves. Jesus Burgess also spoke up, as he had always been rather carefree and disliked Kaido. In fact, when the red-haired pirates initially competed for the position of the four emperors, the beast pirates constantly suppressed them. There was a grudge between the two sides. This is also why Shanks rushed over with his crew after hearing that his territory was invaded by the beast pirates. Raimon Jones, you and Gab have him. Throw him to the nearest naval branch. The celestial dragon cannot die. If he dies, this sea will definitely not be balanced. Boss, what about those two Navy guys? Rakairu took a bite of the roasted meat while kicking Kaji. This guy and that woman seemed to be rear admirals from the Navy headquarters. The beast pirates too, real fighters have some skills, huh? I remember these two rear admirals are quite famous over at the Navy headquarters. Shanks, there's a problem. Beckman frowned, glancing at Crocodile and Tetsuro to confirm that they had passed out before speaking. These two real fighters shouldn't have the strength to capture a celestial dragon, and these two naval rear admirals. They didn't have much thought when they came here. But looking at it now, there really is a problem. Ha ha ha. A bird's shadow passed by in the sky. What is that news bird doing? Rakairu laughed, waving his hand to catch the newspaper that fell from the hasty flight of the news bird. Beckman also looked up at the newspaper's cover, and his eyes immediately narrowed. Something was off. Shanks, have our movements been reported by the news bird? How is that possible? We just arrived not long ago. Unless this news was made before we came. Jesus Burgess looked unconcerned as he walked over to recruit, both of them stunned. The headline clearly read, Beast Pirates cause chaos in the red-haired territory. Will Crescent Island be destroyed? Shanks also realized the seriousness of the problem. Before he could speak, the next moment, rumble. In the sky, dark clouds rolled and gathered like ink. The originally clear and sunny weather turned gloomy and oppressive in an instant, and dazzling lightning cut through the sky. At the same time, the thunder rumbled, as if it wanted to tear the entire world apart. Suddenly, a massive blue-green dragon claw emerged from the clouds, radiating a powerful aura, with each scale shimmering with a cold light. A dragon? Jesus' face changed slightly as he shouted. It's Kaido. Shanks. A huge dragon head protruded from the dark clouds, and upon seeing the two unconscious figures below, dressed in beast pirate's attire, its mouth slightly opened. In an instant, a tremendous energy gathered within the dragon's mouth, forming a dazzling ball of fire, which erupted forth with the roar of the dragon, like a volcanic eruption. Dragon breath. The flames rolled through the air, forming a gigantic fireball that sped forward, scorching the air into a distorted shape and producing a series of piercing howls. The grass and trees on the ground were instantly turned to ashes, and even the hard rocks melted under the extreme heat. Kaido. Below, a figure rushed out, moving like the wind, with a single hand resting on the famous sword griffin at his waist. Crimson lightning surrounded him as he swung his sword. Boom! The dragon breath collided with the sword light in midair, unleashing an unparalleled torrent of energy. This torrent surged forth like a volcanic eruption, carrying endless might and destructive power. Sweeping in all directions, wherever it passed, the void seemed to tear apart, creating enormous shockwaves that pressed down on the surroundings, forming a suffocating pressure. Shanks, give me an explanation. Kaido plummeted down, and with a loud crash, the ground of Crescent Island trembled. Kaido, in his half-dragon form, emerged. They had fought more than once. And after exchanging greetings, Kaido immediately activated his strongest battle form. This time he personally came, only to find his subordinates knocked out, along with the two Marine Vice Admirals mentioned by Tezuro. So, Shanks, what about that celestial dragon? Kaido's gaze was extremely cold. He wasn't here to save his subordinates, but for the celestial dragon mentioned by the other party. Beckman looked serious as he glanced behind Kaido, where a figure clad in cold armor slowly stepped out. It was the Beast Pirates' Calamity, Jin. He hadn't expected the other side to come as well. They truly disregarded the territory of Wano and came out. Kaido, don't make a mistake. You can't touch the celestial dragon. Shanks gripped Griffin tightly, his expression heavy. With this madman personally present, a battle was unavoidable. However, this was Crescent Island, which had a large civilian population, and Shanks didn't want to involve innocent people. Those old men have already besieged my territory. What can I do? Shanks, get lost. Where is that celestial dragon? You dare not kill him. I will. Beside them. Luffy spoke. Kaido, what are you thinking? If we're going to fight, let's fight. Although he supported killing the celestial dragon, he wouldn't show weakness to Kaido. Not possible. Hearing this, Kaido moved almost instantly, his spiked club as black as ink, arcs of lightning resembling those from hell crackling around it. Thunder Bagua, God of Void. Shanks followed closely, and the two clashed fiercely. Jin. Beckman focused on Jin beside Kaido, speaking coldly. Let's have some fun. As the governor of the Beast Pirates, Kaido was a ruthless man, and threatening him with Tezuro's two real fighters had no effect. But if he could capture Jin, perhaps he could use that as leverage to make Kaido retreat. Beckman. Jin's flames weakened slightly, and his figure shot out like a cannonball. In an instant, two battlefields were formed. But just as the cadres of the red-haired pirates engaged in battle with Kaido and Jin on the other side, good opportunity. In the distance, feeling Kaido's blazing aura, Teach and the others' expressions changed slightly. Then they rejoiced. Brother Jaws, let's make our move. Teach forcibly suppressed his excitement and shouted. He saw it. The guy with long yellow hair, named Lime Jones, was the one in the photo holding the fruit he had always dreamed of. They were at the edge of the red-haired pirate's ship. The best time to strike. All right. Jaws thought for a moment and decisively nodded. However, he looked at Lacquer. We'll hold the fort for you. You go and fight him to reclaim your honor. Just defeat him, and we'll leave. Teach, Sachi, we won't intervene. Leave it to me. Lacquer's eyes were burning, holding a long knife, the anger in his heart about to explode. He wanted to vent all the humiliation he suffered on the gambling ship during this battle. Of course. Sachi smiled, patting Lacquer's shoulder. Go for it, Lacquer. Teach also chuckled. However, the clenched fist of Teach trembled slightly. It was from excitement. Whitebeard pirates, why are you here? On the Red Force, Lime Jones and Gab watched the newcomers, their expressions darkening. They also sensed their captain fighting in the distance. But having accepted the captain's mission, they just wanted to quickly get rid of the troublesome Celestial Dragon and then return to support. The Celestial Dragon situation was more troublesome, with endless repercussions. It had to be dealt with first. Lime Jones, don't you know why we're here? Lacquer said, his voice turning cold. Have the Whitebeard pirates actually teamed up with the Beast Pirates? Lime Jones said in a low voice. With Pop strength, he never needed help. Jaws immediately retorted. Lacquer, go. Defeat him. Avenge your humiliation. Lacquer grinned as he took out his meteor hammer. Lime Jones, we will battle today, regardless of the outcome. We will let you go. Come at me. Lime Jones saw the fierce momentum of the few people, knowing that without a fight, they couldn't stop. The opponent had 4 people, and they only had 2, so if they're going to fight, they had to settle it quickly. The weakest should be the Lacquer in front of him. The captain of the 7th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates and the fat black guy standing behind Sachi, the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Electric currents wrapped around Lime Jones' stick, and he dashed toward Lacquer. This was his attacking method, using a weapon that entwined with electric currents. Bang! The two collided. Roar! Seeing Lime Jones engaged in battle, Gab's gentle gaze changed, a hint of ferocity rising as he inhaled a large amount of air. Angry roar, Gab, we won't overlook you. A figure holding dual swords leaped up. Sachi fixed his gaze on Gab, wanting to stop his roar. As a member of the 4 Emperors, both sides were somewhat familiar with each other's methods. But this strike still erupted from Gab's mouth. Roar! A powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. Sachi raised the sword in front of him, but was still blown away. He steadied himself, looking at Gab, grinning. No wonder he's called a member of the Iron Wall Pirates. Gab's expression remained unchanged as he let out another roar, condensing into an air cannon that shot forward with a whoosh toward Sachi. Sachi, I'm here to help you. A figure quickly flashed past and arrived behind Gab, slapping him on the shoulder. Boom! The floor shattered under the heavy pressure, creating a large pit on the deck of the Red Force, and Gab's muscular body fell directly into it. Teach! Sachi approached. Sachi, I'm here to help you. If we deal with this guy first, we can keep Lackey from being distracted, Teach said with a silly smile, scratching his head somewhat awkwardly. All right. Sachi nodded. Follow me. He jumped into the pit first, and Teach followed closely behind. Below, bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive faint explosions sounded as 3 air cannons shot straight at Sachi, preventing him from getting close. Gab's muscles had fully bulged, with veins popping out at his neck, revealing a fierce appearance. Gab, give up struggling. We're here for Lame Jones this time. It has nothing to do with you. Sachi, a powerful swordsman and the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was definitely no weakling. But now, facing Gab, he found it impossible to get close unless he took the roaring damage head-on. Gab was furious, his expression more enraged. Although he appeared strong, he had a gentle nature and did not want to see his companions get hurt. Roar! Gab let out a piercing shriek, suddenly unleashing his power, sending countless sonic waves shooting in all directions. Sachi, feeling helpless, covered his dual swords with haki, acting like a dam to withstand the torrent. The entire defense line remained steadfast, but this situation lasted only a few breaths. Sachi's expression changed slightly as he reached his limit. His hands trembled, and his body turned into a streak of light, crashing into the Red Force. Gab let out a thunderous roar, his body shaking violently, and 2 streams of breath exploded from his nostrils. Roar! Gab hoaret, leaping suddenly. Like Lame Jones, he wanted to quickly eliminate one person. Now Sachi was in his sights. Gab was not good with words, but his strength was terrifyingly astonishing. In an instant, the Red Force trembled as the mountain-like Gab leaped directly into the air, his massive, fierce mouth aimed at Sachi. At that moment, a figure suddenly shot out from behind Gab. A black-skinned fat man quickly darted past and arrived behind Gab with a short sword in hand. Gab sensed danger and turned to defend, but it was too late. The short sword easily pierced his body. He widened his eyes as blood vessels crawled up from the bottom of his eyes. In an instant, pain surfaced in Gab's eyes, and all his strength surged to his throat. His back was torn apart, a large hand protruding from his abdomen, the terrifying haki wreaking havoc inside Gab's body, preventing him from turning back. In that case, Gab stared at the hole where Sachi had disappeared, where a figure holding 2 swords faintly appeared in the smoke. Roar! The sound wave shot straight, as thick as an ancient tree, illuminating the entire Red Force cabin. Sachi, who had just emerged, saw this scene, his eyes narrowing. As the sound wave struck, the corner of his mouth twitched, and his figure sank again into the depths of the Red Force. Where's the place on your ship where you store the devil fruits? Behind, Teach's sharp eyes flashed with a chilling light as he gripped Gab's spine. Yanking hard, Gab let out a roar, but was too weak to launch another attack. Meanwhile, above, Lackey and Lame Jones' battle had also entered a heated phase. Lackey's meteor hammer swung continuously, striking at Lame Jones, who nimbly dodged the attacks while counterattacking with the stick in his hand. However, the violent shaking of the Red Force caused their battle rhythm to falter. Ja's heart sank as he sensed a presence vanish with his observation haki. That presence was unfamiliar to him, belonging to the red-haired pirate's cadre, the roaring Gab. Not just him, Lame Jones also exuded a cold aura, his sunglasses unable to block the murderous intent in his eyes. Whitebeard pirates, you're seeking death. With a clang, the long stick swept out a streak of rainbow, far less bright than a sword's light. But Lame Jones swung the long stick actively meeting Lackey with a fearless, brave demeanor. Unleashing a series of 3 strikes that broke through the air, moving at an astonishing speed. Lackey was shocked and unable to respond, his arms taking the blow, flesh flying and blood flowing. Seeing Lame Jones still in a frenzy, filled with murderous intent, he couldn't help but feel a heaviness in his heart. Just then, a cold light shot straight at his chest. His arms were in pain. The meteor hammer slipped from his hands and fell to the ground, unable to defend. And there was no time to dodge. Life and death hung by a thread. Stop! Jaws was alarmed as he saw Lame Jones erupt in fury. Calling for a stop at this moment was completely meaningless. Lame Jones was already blinded by rage. Gab was in grave danger. He had to avenge him. The stick struck like a spear, and Lame Jones closed the distance to less than a meter in front of Lackey. Phew! The long stick instantly pierced through Lackey's mouth into his brain. Lame Jones was one of the cadres of the red-haired pirates. Each cadre's strength was not to be underestimated. Lackey was still slightly inferior in comparison. Now feeling Gab's presence vanish, Lame Jones completely went berserk. Previously, he had been unclear about the situation, not knowing why the Whitebeard pirates had attacked. Now, he only wanted to avenge Gab. Lame Jones' sudden outburst caught Lackey off guard. Among the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, he was not among the top ranks. Lackey, Jaws shouted, his body turning in a shining diamond as he leaped high. Boom! Lame Jones quickly retreated after landing a hit. Knowing Jaws' devil fruit ability, he couldn't afford to clash head-on. Jaws picked up Lackey, whose head had been pierced from below and was clearly not going to last long. Meanwhile, Lame Jones jumped directly into the large pit that Gab had created earlier. Whether dead or alive, he had to find Gab's corpse. Upon landing, he saw Sachi jumping out from the other side with 2 swords. At that moment, Sachi was covered in dirt, his white chef's coat splattered with dust and showing obvious scratches. Where's Gab? Lame Jones asked coldly, attacking the moment he saw Sachi. Sachi was somewhat dazed. He had just been knocked away by Gab and was only just getting up. The two collided several times in an instant. Sachi, battered by the frenzied Lame Jones, did not back down. As the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Sachi was actually quite strong. Sachi, kill him. He killed Lackey. Above, Ja's voice echoed as he jumped down, holding the now lifeless Lackey, his expression filled with anger. What? Sachi was shocked, and his expression turned angry as well. You brought this on yourselves. Lame Jones said coldly, you guys deserve to die. Although Gab was tall and rugged, everyone in the red-haired pirates knew that he was actually the most gentle. Now, Gab's aura has disappeared, and it is clear that the situation looks dire. Just as a few people were fighting, no one noticed that Carter Saint, who was brought onto the ship by Gab and Lame Jones, suddenly moved. In the central battlefield, the 2 battle circles continuously erupted with deafening collision sounds. Shanks versus Kaido, Beckman versus Jin. The other cadres of the red-hair pirates were focused on Jin and Kaido, always ready to support. Suddenly, Shanks, who collided with Kaido again, had a slight change in his expression. He loosened his grip, and the heavy spiked mace in front of him instantly sent him flying. Shanks, you dare to be distracted during battle? Are you looking down on me? Kaido roared in anger. However, Shanks ignored Kaido, and on the other side, Beckman was also pushed back by Jin. The two exchanged glances. In the back, Jesus Burgess's expression changed as well. Shanks, Gab's aura has disappeared. Someone has come to the island. With their observation hockey, they could naturally sense that Gab's aura had suddenly vanished, not slowly fading away. This situation was not right. Kaido and Jin attacked again, directly blocking Shanks and Jin. Are you the Beast Pirates looking to go to war with us? Shanks held Griffin, the crimson lightning swirling around him, his expression dark enough to drip water. Go to war. Kaido grinned, a fierce glint in his eyes. This is a good idea. After that group of world government pigs leaves, red-haired, let's have a battle between us, huh? Shanks's gaze darkened. Kaido was like a madman, fighting with a desperate fighting style. But Kaido wouldn't lie. So who were those who landed on the island? Strangely, Shanks had a very bad feeling in his heart. There was a familiar aura that seemed to be hiding, and the strength of that aura was definitely not something that Lame Jones and the others could overcome. Jesus Burgess, look, you guys go check by the shore. Be sure to be careful. Shanks shouted. Boss, what about you guys? Jesus Burgess zizitated. Don't worry about us. Beckman said again, suppressing Jin once more. You should know our strength by now. Stop being so wishy-washy. Let's go. Lakuru patted Jesus Burgess on the shoulder, and the group of red-haired pirates immediately ran toward the shore. Wano Country, Flower Capital. This is the capital of Wano Country and the most prosperous place, where countless celebrities live. In the midst of the entire country being polluted, is the only pure land of Wano country. Kazuki, 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 I can't lose you. A fat man was being dragged away by two thugs, tears streaming down his face, looking very sad. His skin was fair, appearing to be from a wealthy family. But at this moment, he was wearing old clothes with holes in them. Another poor guy wanted to see a courtesan. Look at those ragged clothes, it's really disgusting. The people on the street had long since become accustomed to it. On top of a tall loft stood a green-haired woman dressed in a beautifully embroidered kimono with a peacock pattern. Her hair was meticulously styled, adorned with gorgeous and delicate hair ornaments that sparkled with enchanting light. Holding a pipe, she took a gentle puff and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. Kazuki, you've worked hard. Beside her, a man with a massive bun and dressed in a deep blue kimono stepped out. He is the current boss of the underworld in Wano country, Kurizumi Orochi. Soon, Kurizumi Orochi will meet you. Let us proceed according to plan then. Rest assured, Kurizumi Orochi. Kazuki nodded lightly. There are only 4 years left until the prophecy. Will the person of the prophecy truly appear in 4 years? Boom! The clear sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds. A golden ship suddenly appeared in the sight of everyone. What is that? It's a ship. Why is it flying? What a shiny ship. Is it made of gold? Kurizumi Orochi and Kazuki's gaze were immediately drawn to the suddenly appearing ship. Within the thick clouds, countless bolts of lightning surged like dragons gathering in one place. Suddenly, a figure slowly emerged from the lightning, seemingly a woman, bathed in the power of thunder. As if a deity had descended to the world. In that instant, the entire sky became dull and lifeless, as if the apocalypse had arrived. In the high sky, countless lightning bolts poured down like a waterfall, with giant thunder dragons, carrying the might to destroy the heavens and the earth. Their target was clearly the general's mansion below. Boom! The sky full of shooting lightning struck the general's mansion, creating a deafening sound. Protect the general. 11 figures dashed up. However, the number of lightning was overwhelmingly excessive. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions turned the general's mansion into ruins. Is this what they call ninjas? On the golden giant ship, Xiaoqi watched the 11 figures below with great interest. I'll go play. He stood at the edge of the ship, stepped into the air, and suddenly fell. Someone. The ninja troops of the Odin family were startled. Just now, the violent lightning had left them covered in dust. That ship, seemingly made of gold, actually exists. The leader, Fukuro Kuju, had a serious expression. Such a large ship flying made him think of someone, the one who could transform into a dragon. Kaido. Hey, are you ninjas? Xiaoqi's falling figure suddenly paused, stepping on the void, smiling at the people below. You can use ninjutsu? Saratobi from the ninja squad was shocked. Ninjutsu, huh? Xiaoqi grinned. Let me show you. In an instant, countless vines burst forth from Xiaoqi's body, continuously rushing towards all the ninjas. Protect! Protect! Below, a bald man with only a little purple hair crawled up from the ruins, his body covered in blood, both his own and that of the woman serving him. Kurizumi Orochi? Xiaoqi's eyes brightened. The snake fruit, mythical Zoan, Yamada no Orochi user, right? Who are you? This is Wano country, and also the territory of the beast pirates. Fukuro Kuju dodged a vine and stood in front of Xiaoqi. Kaido is not here, Xiaoqi said with certainty. What are you to me? Bring me his head, and I'll let you ninjas go. How about that? Upon hearing this, Kurizumi Orochi was immediately furious, shouting sharply, Fukuro Kuju, kill them for me. With a swish, 10 ninjas reappeared in front of Xiaoqi. Only one attempted to use would release to infiltrate Xiaoqi's vines, but failed, being wrapped up and smashed into the ground. Outnumbered, Xiaoqi's gaze fell on the 10 ninjas, led by Fukuro Kuju. Each of these 10 had the strength of a major general, not to be underestimated. But they had far more combat power on their ship. Creak. A door opened behind Xiaoqi. Pikun, Bippo, Monet, Carmen, Zoro, Kuina, Brooke, and Keela. A group of 8 stepped out, 9 against 10. But Xiaoqi and the others were unafraid. Samurai? Ninja? Our goal is that black charcoal snake behind you. Are you going to stop us? Peijin strode towards the black charcoal snake and the guards. Who are you? You dare to speak to me, a general, like that? I am a general of Wano. Black charcoal snake was furious, feeling a surge of anger at Peijin pointing at him. But soon, his gaze fell on Monet, Carmen, and several other girls. Fukuro Kuju, grab these girls for me to enjoy. To dare oppose me, you are provoking Wano and the beast pirates. If you dare to smash the general's mansion, you will spend the rest of your life as my slave. This time, Fukurokuju did not respond, his expression fluctuating. These people were able to fly in on that strange golden ship. They must be from overseas. As foreigners. Hearing the name of the beast pirates without fear, the next moment, Fukurokuju's scalp tingled as a thick bolt of lightning erupted from an inconspicuous girl beside him. Kila looked at Black Charcoal Snake as if he were a dead man. 1,000,000 volts. Since she joined Law's crew, it was the first time she heard someone tell her to become a slave. In an instant, lightning filled the entire area. A strong enemy is invading. On the other side, Transhiro, who called himself Kyushiru, looked surprised. Princess Kamurasaki, you stay here and rest. I'll go support. Transhiro made a quick decision. Kyushiru, you must come back safely. Kamurasaki felt the pressure waves coming from so far away and was a bit worried. Don't worry. Transhiro smiled. It's not yet the day foretold. Black Charcoal Snake cannot be defeated so quickly. Now is the time for me to achieve merit. On the other side of Wano, a giant mountain resembling a skull stood tall. This is Onigashima, the headquarters of the Beast Pirates. Due to the world government, Kaido moved the entire Onigashima to Wano. Kaido and Jin's departure was sudden. Only the still recovering Queen knew about it. Queen was now pacing back and forth in the main hall. Damn, Kaido and that Jin guy just left like that. Bastard. It must be Jin who said something sneaky again. Damn it. If that group from the world government attacks now, how can I defend? Would surrender be a bit bad? I heard that the world government once captured Kaido and Jin for experiments and research. Queen was a bit panicked. Every step he took made his fat jiggle. Usually, he would sing loudly, but now he just wanted to know when Kaido would return. Lord Queen, the intelligence you wanted has arrived. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in, shouting. Speak. Queen exclaimed excitedly. Did they invade? No. The subordinate shook his head. A hint of excitement in his eyes. Those warships have retreated. It seems they finally realized the power of our beast pirates and dared not invade again. Upon hearing this, Queen was overjoyed. Haha, it's good that they retreated. Tell the people below to prepare red bean, rice cake soup for me. However, a laugh broke Queen's excitement. No need to prepare. Anyway, it would be a waste of resources for you to drink. Who? Queen turned sharply. The next second, Queen felt a chill behind him. His body instinctively shook forward as a flash of cold light flickered. Drip, drip. Queen gasped, feeling fortunate behind him. A clean and smooth cut split the entire hall in two, taking with it a large chunk of fat from Queen's back, easily sliced off. Not dead? The laughter continued. Who are you? Queen exclaimed, his expression heavy. He was an ancient-type devil fruit user, who could so easily break through his defense. Even a swordsman couldn't do it. Kevin Flynn, a young figure, stepped out, holding a long knife engraved with the character 10. Since you're not dead, can you tell me where Kaido's son is? Otherwise, the entire Beast Pirates will die today. You. Queen was both shocked and angry. Who is this newcomer pirate? Newcomer? I guess so. Law smiled, and in the moment he charged out, he swung his knife, onigiri, towards Queen. Queen was furious and somewhat worried. Kaido and that Jin guy were not here. Now is the weakest moment for the Beast Pirates. But just a stranger. The next moment, Queen's eyes behind his sunglasses widened in shock. What is this? The blade's energy surged, surrounded by arcs of lightning. Red lightning suddenly manifested from the blade of onigiri. Law had no intention of holding back. Aiming for a quick finish, his conqueror's haki rising layer upon layer. Boom! A terrifying light erupted, the haki rolling forth, the thunderous blade arriving in an instant. Puff! Without any resistance, Queen's ball-like body, unable to react in time, took Law's powerful attack head-on. What are you? Dust filled the air as a long cut appeared on Queen's abdomen, his intestines and other organs spilling out. It must be said that the layer of fat on him absorbed a large part of the impact. He was still injured, and after taking Law's blow, only his bones were broken and he sank into the rock layers, not yet fainting. But the only response to Queen was a blade. Onigiri loomed larger in Queen's sight. Boom! The hall outside completely collapsed. With a swoosh, Law stood at the highest point of the Beast Pirate's lair. His onigiri still dripping with blood, his sharp eyes surveying everything below. Below, the sounds of shouting and the clashing of blades resounded continuously. The CP members who followed him were all thrown into the battlefield by Law. Law's only command to them was to eliminate the higher-ups of the Beast Pirates or the Samurai, and they could join Law's crew. At this point, Law no longer needed their existence. Now, they were just a means to an end, taking advantage of the four emperors Kaido and Jin being drawn away from Wano. Law attacked Wano with his crew, plundering all resources in Wano, including sea stone mines, devil fruits, famous swords, Zoan-type devil fruit users, gold and silver treasures. and the foundation of the Beast Pirates. Law wanted it all. Additionally, he aimed to deceive Kaido's exceptionally talented son onto his ship. Wano, historically closed off from the world, is a treasure land. Glancing down briefly, a powerful force began to surge within Law. Unparalleled observation, Haki erupted. It was as if the entire world was under his control. Law could clearly sense the positions and movements of every Beast Pirates member, even perceiving their inner fears and anxieties. Found you. Immediately, an invisible Haki surged like roaring waves, sweeping in all directions. Wherever it went, whether pirate or CP member, they trembled under this terrifying power. The weaker pirate subordinates lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground the moment they encountered this overwhelming Haki. Those who were slightly stronger could only barely resist this pressure, but their faces turned extremely pale, drenched in cold sweat. Under the force of this powerful conqueror's Haki, the entire Beast Pirates fell into chaos. Whose conqueror's Haki is this? It doesn't belong to that bastard Kaido, nor to that fat woman. Who dares to act against the Beast Pirates? Is it a samurai? Kazuki Oden. Want to join the battle too? At the foot of the mountain, a white-haired woman with her hands shackled held a small wolf fawn club, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Samurai? If I am strong, why should I become someone else? A voice came from behind, and the woman suddenly turned around to see Law, holding his sword, giving her a slight smile. I will take you out to sea, help you defeat Kaido, and let you experience a broader world. Do you want to board my ship? Out to sea? The woman before him was Kaido's son, Yamato. Can I be like Kazuki Oden, soaring freely over the sea? No. Law stepped forward and lightly scratched the handcuffs with his sword. What are you doing? That will explode. Yamato's eyes widened in shock. Room. The two instantly vanished from their spot. Boom. A tiny handcuff contained enough explosives to completely collapse a small mountain. Law turned to look at the shocked Yamato beside him, and the overwhelming conqueror's Haki erupted once more. In an instant, the air let out a wailing sound, and a terrifying aura spread outwards, as if it were about to tear the sky apart. What about Kazuki Oden? Follow me, surpass Kazuki Oden, and be yourself. Wano country is too small. This is it. Underground in Wano country, an air gate opened. A man and a woman stepped out. It was Hawkins and Robin. That is the historical text, right? It's in your hands now, Hawkins said calmly. In front of them lay a red historical text, quietly resting there. A special historical text. Robin's face rarely showed a hint of excitement. Law did not deceive her. In recent years, they had obtained more than 5 historical texts, but they were all ordinary ones. The red one, this was her first time seeing it. There is no information about Pluton here. After glancing around, Robin said softly, that ancient weapon is far from simple. A familiar voice sounded behind the two. Hawkins had just made a small opening in the air when his expression relaxed. Captain, long time no see. Law nodded. Behind him was a woman in a loose kimono, casually looking at the two. Hello, I'm Yamato. Law's short-term correction and powerful persuasion undoubtedly impacted Yamato's values, as she no longer constantly mentioned being Kazuki Oden. However, it was clear that Yamato still regarded herself as a man. Even with her ample chest exposed, she felt no shame. Is Jinbei ready? Yeah. Hawkins opened a space gate, and with his skillful ability, he was able to cross a certain distance. On the other side was the Thousand Sunny. Jinbei, ha. Do you need this, old man? A hearty laugh came from inside the gate. The voice sounded somewhat aged. Soon, an old man dressed in yellow clothes stepped out from inside the gate. Stepping out, the old man waved his hand, and the red historical text, along with a chunk of soil, soared into the air with a roar. Captain Law, the ability of this float fruit is impressive. Before long, the red historical text vanished. The 5 appeared on the Thousand Sunny. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? Is it ninjutsu? On the ship, Yamato looked at the shining golden walls, her eyes sparkling. Ninjutsu? The prosperity of this sea cannot be compared to any ninjutsu. Law's figure shifted, and the appearance of Flynn Kevin vanished, completely reverting to himself. Wow, transformation! Yamato was once again captivated. Meanwhile, Robin approached Law, smiled at him, and then took Yamato to tour the Sunny. Where are they? Law looked at Hawkins. It's over. Hawkins nodded and waved his hand to the side. In an instant, a portal opened in the air. A long string of vines shot out, and with a swoosh, a figure that looked like a broken bag rushed toward Law. Dark water. Law opened his hand and caught the half-bodied figure. Moments later, a shriveled head was thrown out of the air, revealing a devil fruit in his hand. Snake fruit. Mythical Zoan Yamata no Orochi form, put away. Law tossed the devil fruit to Hawkins. The next moment, Pecoms and the others stepped out from the portal, each carrying a dried-up samurai strung up by vines and thrown in front of Law. Whoosh! With a flash of cold light, 12 heads soared into the sky. The captives of the strong were clearly aware of Law's hobby. Captain, Pecom strode over, holding dozens of knives, along with an old man wearing a red mask and a man wrapped in white cloth. Law glanced at the two, Kazuki Sukiyaki and the bull demon. Who are you? I, Tengu Mountain Bitch, believe I have not offended you. Kazuki Sukiyaki shouted loudly, struggling with all four limbs. Unfortunately, they had all had most of the moisture sucked out by Shaki, leaving them with little strength left. Kazuki Sukiyaki, the general of Wano country? Law looked at his state and laughed, saying, You certainly don't look like a general right now. How could you possibly know? Kazuki Sukiyaki's eyes widened in disbelief. What you couldn't accomplish, I will help you do. What do you want? Wano country is currently occupied by Kaido, and I am no longer the general of Wano country. A sense of foreboding inexplicably filled Sukiyaki's heart. Kaido? Unfortunately, he is not in Wano country right now. What we're going to do is, it is the ancestral teachings you have inherited, isn't it? Help you establish a new Wano country. On the other side, at the roaring waterfall, several warships crossed the waterfall, arriving at the edge of Wano country. Admiral Kazan, is it really okay for us to step into Wano country? A nearby major's voice was hesitant. I take full responsibility for this matter. Kazan's voice was steady. In fact, he did not want to enter Wano country either. They were supposed to appear in the foreign seas of Wano, but the Navy and Saitan Saint had vanished without a trace. As they sailed along, Kazan did not see any members of the Beast Pirates. This made him unwilling to wait outside any longer. He didn't know what the intentions of Flynn Kevin were, but he felt that he had to stop whatever the other party was doing. With such powerful conqueror's haki, the person's demeanor and strength were extraordinary. He was definitely not the kind of person who would serve the Celestial Dragons as a member of the world government. Kazan doubted that the other party was doing all this to join the world government or to seek a position in the Navy. Kazan, Admiral, we've discovered the location of Onigashima, which is the base of the Beast Pirates. We are. Go to Onigashima. The group of Navy arrived before Onigashima and saw the luxurious giant ship inexplicably docked on the rocks. Kazan's expression darkened. It was this ship that Flynn Kevin and the world government members used to leave. However, the scene ahead made the Navy gasp in shock. It seemed to have turned into a hellish battlefield, with blood and dismembered corpses everywhere, the air thick with the smell of blood. The once steep cliffs had been utterly transformed, shattered by a powerful force, with jagged rocks strewn about, leaving a scene of utter devastation that was shocking to behold. It was as if a fierce and thrilling battle had just occurred. Wait, Kazan glanced around. It could not be called a battle at all. There were signs of cuts comparable to those made by great swordsmen, with smooth surfaces scattered around. Among the dead bodies, Kazan even saw several figures in tattered suits. They were members of CP who had followed Law. In the depths, several roars echoed. Small Pay, where are you? Forget about him. Contact Lord Kaido. Wano has been attacked. That guy is such a bastard. Damn bastard. Jean is also a jerk. Leave all this mess to me. He ran away. A fat man with a split abdomen staggered out from under the rocks, spitting blood, his face fierce. But soon he sensed something was wrong and slowly turned his head. Navy? What Navy? Kill them. I'm just looking for a way to vent. Runty shouted as she walked out. Brother Quinn killed him. A burly figure approached, holding two dead CP members. It was Jack, one of the calamities of the Beast Pirates. Shut up. Quinn's scalp tingled. Admiral Kazan, why are you here? The Flying Six and several executives of the Beast Pirates stood behind Quinn, their faces sinking upon seeing Kazan at the forefront. The members of the Beast Pirates. Kazan's eyes flickered. I am here to pursue a man named Flynn Kevin. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a rumble. The sky cracked open at that moment, and a terrifying killing light shot from the horizon, waves of energy crashing into everyone. Is this an earthquake? Peggy Wan frowned in the direction of the Beast Pirates. No, it's that guy. Quinn's expression changed dramatically, his body trembling from the shaking ground. Onigashima was placed on Wano's land by Kaido. Now, Wano resembled a colossal building with a cracked foundation, teetering on the brink of collapse, losing its necessary support and stability. The once solid cornerstone was shattered beyond repair, unable to bear this nation any longer. The sea is receding. Boom! Boom! The ground emitted a deafening roar, and the entire Wano trembled. Quinn and the other executives of the Beast Pirates looked up at the sky with heavy expressions, only to see a massive slash covering the distance, making everyone as hearts race. With a loud bang, the island began to sink violently, and the sewage within Wano quickly merged with the sea. In towns like Flower Capital, panicked residents fled in all directions, trying to find safe places to escape this disaster. The air was filled with shouts and cries for help. At the same time, monstrous waves rose on the sea, and fierce winds swept in. The Navy's warships were thrown into the air and then violently smashed into the sea, instantly shattering into countless pieces. The waves battered the coastline, destroying everything in their path. In the terrified eyes of the beast pirates and the Navy, the ground began to sink, as if the end of the world had arrived. At that moment, Kazan suddenly looked up, and a massive ship shining with golden light appeared out of nowhere. It resembled a dragon ship from myth, carrying unparalleled majesty and momentum, towering over everyone. At the top of the ship's mast stood a figure familiar to Kazan. He stood tall, facing the wind, his clothes billowing, and, in his hand, he held a long knife that Kazan recognized all too well. Kazan was startled, exuding a chilling aura, and instantly transformed into a gigantic ice man soaring into the air. His eyes fixated on the suddenly appeared giant ship, his voice laced with alertness and questioning. "Flynn Kevin, is it you? What are you here for? Is this your true appearance?" A person's exterior can change, but their aura cannot. Under Kazan's observation haki, the man on the golden giant ship was indeed Flynn Kevin. "It has nothing to do with you, Admiral Kazan. Wano is not a member of the world government. This is not under the jurisdiction of the Navy. You Navy are the invaders here." Flynn Kevin. Kazan's body was encased in a layer of transparent ice, isolating him from the surrounding world, bursts of cold air emanating. Only his cold gaze penetrated the ice layer, shooting straight at Law. Crack! Crack! The solid ice formed, and Kazan's figure rose again, his target being the golden giant ship in the sky. Law stood quietly, his expression calm as a lake, without the slightest ripple. However, beside him, figures began to materialize one after another. Carla was the first to step out, her body shimmering with electricity, each step accompanied by a thunderous roar. As if merging with the thunder in the sky, Carmen was enveloped in flames, the blazing fire dancing beside her, the intense heat rushing forward, causing the speed of ice formation to slow down. Snowflakes drifted as Monet stepped out, and Summer Chi appeared with a smile, radiating vitality and greenery. A dense forest appeared out of nowhere, with the fury of thunder, the heat of fire, the chill of snow, and the vitality of trees intertwining behind Law. In an instant, Kazan stopped in his tracks, his expression darkening. For nature-type devil fruit users, this guy, he guessed wrong. These were not idle strongmen at all. This was clearly a deeply hidden, terrifying force. Is it the Revolutionary Army? Kazan's heart raced. With 4 nature-type devil fruit users, there was a force on the ship that seemed to shield the aura of the people inside, inexplicably. The closer he got to the golden giant ship, the stronger Kazan's vigilance grew. The power behind Flynn Kevin was like that of a maritime imperial force. Are they going to battle with us? Kazan. Rose's gaze was indifferent, and his voice was devoid of emotion, yet tinged with a hint of mockery. We're not pirates. Nor do we have bounties. Down there, the heavily injured beast pirates are what you should be dealing with, aren't they? After a moment of silence, Kazan snorted coldly and rushed toward the cadre of the beast pirates. Just as Kazan turned to confront the beast pirates, Rose said to the side, "Record it." As time passed, the sea gradually receded, and the once calm surface began to ripple, with circles of waves spreading outward. Suddenly, a massive, ancient underwater city slowly emerged before everyone's eyes. This ancient city, forgotten by time, lay submerged deep in the ocean, exuding a mysterious and ancient aura. The city walls towered into the clouds, built from gigantic stones that revealed the marks of time. The city gates were tightly shut, and the walls were overgrown with moss and seaweed, giving a desolate yet solemn feeling. The streets were wide and straight, lined with tall buildings. Despite the ravages of time, one could still see the splendor and grandeur of the past. Row slashed through the air, and the rocks that had been submerged in seawater for hundreds of years instantly collapsed. "Jinbei," Row called out softly. A thunderous rumble shook the ground, and the exposed seabed trembled. On the other side, Kazan lowered his hands, revealing the ice sculptures of the beast pirates' cadres, vividly lifelike, with the leader being one of the calamities. "Queen, what is that?" Kazan frowned, and his expression changed dramatically the next moment. A massive warship, radiating a chilling light, pushed aside the ocean floor mud. It rose from below like a towering mountain, blocking out the sun. The ship's hull shimmered with a cold metallic sheen, its lines hard and sharp, as if constructed from countless steel plates. The ship was enormous, covered with various complex mechanical devices and artillery, emanating a powerful deterrent force. Was it the power of the float fruit? Kazan's expression darkened. The golden lion Shiki was also here. The familiar figure in a golden robe appeared at the edge of the golden giant ship, further confirming Kazan's suspicions. Just as Kazan ordered the Navy soldiers to withdraw, Ro waved to Kazan, and two warships streaked across the sky, disappearing into the air. They left. Kazan's eyes widened, but he felt a sense of relief inside. "Admiral, what should we?" A Navy officer with the rank of Major General asked. "Take them with us." "We withdraw." Kazan shook his head. He understood what the other meant. If it were just him, he would chase after them to uncover the truth. But now, with hundreds of Navy soldiers nearby, he could not abandon his comrades. Just as a group of Navy soldiers prepared to retreat, "Ah, help! Help!" The cries for help echoed from not far away. Everyone looked over, and it was the local citizens of Wano. The massive earthquake had affected most villages and towns. The Navy soldiers exchanged glances, and ultimately their eyes landed on Kazan. With a sigh, Kazan said, "If we can help, we should." Although Wano is not a member state of the world government, the Navy carry the mantle of justice. All units disperse and assist those affected residents. Hundreds of Navy soldiers rushed to the villages that had been ravaged by the earthquake, dedicating themselves to helping the villagers. Half an hour later, the Navy arrived at another side of Wano, named Jiuli. "Kazan, where are you now?" Sengoku's voice was filled with anger on the other end of the phone. Kazan briefly explained the situation, and Sengoku's emotions flared even more. "Return immediately from Wano. A severe war is breaking out on Crescent Island, and the Gorosei are also heading there. You must set off at once." "But Wano just experienced an earthquake, and we are helping," Kazan tried to explain. There was a 2-second silence on the other end, and Sengoku's voice came again. "Wano is the territory of Yonko Kaido, and has nothing to do with our Navy. Kazan, I hope you can distinguish between what is heavy and what is light. The situation on Crescent Island is more important." At that moment, Kazan looked up and saw several figures dressed in samurai clothing slowly emerging from the distant mountains and forests. "Who are you?" The man at the front was tall and stout, with fluffy pink hair styled in a topknot, wearing a light purple kimono adorned with yellow flower patterns, left unbuttoned to reveal his chest, with purple tattoos on his arms and chest. He had a yellow belt around his waist, carrying a gourd with a character for heaven engraved on it. "We are the Navy," the nearest Navy Major General said in a deep voice. "The members of the Beast Pirates have already been captured by us." "Foreign strongmen?" Ashura Duji frowned, and the next moment, he brandished a giant sword gleaming with cold light. Glancing at the frozen ice sculptures behind him, a fierce glint in his eyes. "Since you are not members of the Beast Pirates, hand them over to us." Behind him followed a group of seasoned warriors who had just taken advantage of the chaos to storm a Beast Pirate stronghold, having eaten and drunk their fill. Now fully recharged, each of them robust and imposing. "Hand them over to you?" "That's not going to happen. They will all be taken to our Navy's underwater prison." The Major General shook his head, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, feeling a sense of unease. However, as the blade flashed, what answered him was a cold glimmer from Ashura Duji's strike. Kongshiro Tanjiro, in the Flower City, the sudden battle turned the most prosperous district into ruins. The courtesan, known as Little Purple, knelt on the ground. When Tanjiro, playing Kongshiro, left, he had conveyed his purpose, and Little Purple naturally understood. They were all undercover agents with their own responsibilities. But unexpectedly, even though it wasn't the prophesied day, the figures descending from the giant ship had captured the ninja forces guarding Kaido, including Tanjiro, and ultimately, even Kaido himself was forcibly taken away. Looking at the collapsed Shogunate mansion, tears welled up in Little Purple's eyes. Why? It clearly wasn't the prophesied day yet. On Crescent Island, the terrifying rumbling sound continued, seeming never to stop. In the center, a violent aura surged into the sky, tearing the heavens apart into two extremes. "Is that Kaido? He and Shanks are both on this island?" On the Moby Dick, Marco's expression was grave. The waves surged due to the collisions on the island, creating enormous ripples. Gulalala. A man 66 meters tall, walked over to Marco, yanking off his 4-drip and oxygen tube. "Marco, don't worry. Your old man isn't done yet." Marco nodded slightly, feeling much more at ease. With his old man around, even with Shanks and Kaido present, he didn't have to worry too much. "That's the ship of the red-haired pirates, right? Sail over." Marco instructed the crew to steer toward the shore. However, just as the Moby Dick approached, what came into view was the heavily damaged Red Force. On the shore, Several figures were constantly clashing, and the two in the middle were none other than Teach and Jozu. The ones attacking them were Jesus Burgess, Rakairu, and others, striking fiercely, and Teach had already sustained multiple bullet wounds. Meanwhile, Jozu was panting heavily, his whole body glistening. He was doing his best to help Teach bear the injuries, while his eyes were filled with an uncontrollable rage. The red-haired pirate crew members across from them were the same. The only one resting was the golden-haired Raimon Jones, who was in poor condition, having lost an arm and looking pale. But when Marco looked at Raimon Jones, his expression darkened, and he shot into the sky. "What are you doing to our white-beard pirates, captains?" Beneath Raimon Jones lay Sachi, whose heart had been pierced. At this moment, Sachi had no breath left, clearly having been dead for some time. The white-beard pirates. Jesus Burgess was the first to notice the giant ship rapidly approaching in the distance, and upon seeing it, his expression changed drastically. But the blue flame bird shadow descending from the sky was moving too fast for anyone to react. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The figure wrapped in blue flames disintegrated at one corner, only to restore itself in the blink of an eye. The captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco? Jesus Burgess's heart sank. "Marco, your people killed ours. Is that so?" Marco's voice was as cold as ice in winter, revealing no warmth. Phoenix Brand. In his hybrid form, he unleashed a furious attack with his phoenix claws, and Rakairu jumped up in a hurry, concentrating his thick haki into his fist. The clash sent Rakairu flying like a cannonball into the distance. That wasn't enough. Jesus Burgess shouted, "Retreat, retreat, back to the boss." "Boss." A hoarse voice rang out. Jesus Burgess's body stiffened as if struck by lightning, and his face turned a frightening shade of green, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the shore. There a tall figure, radiant like the sun in his observation haki, slowly stepped out. "The kids on Shanks's ship. What are you doing to my dear sons?" In an instant, the clash between Shanks and Kaido in the middle of Crescent Island paused. Shanks remained silent, wanting to leave, but what greeted him was a wolf fawn club wrapped in red lightning. "Ha ha 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 ha! Has that old man Whitebeard come too? Today is truly wonderful. This war will be a gigantic battle that I desire." In the sky above, the once gray clouds suddenly became exceptionally lively, with two parts of the clouds changing and splitting into three independent cloud masses. These three cloud masses intertwined and tangled, with invisible forces oscillating and colliding between them, emitting dazzling lights and deafening roars. The entire sky was enveloped by these three powerful forces, and the killing intent in Shanks's eyes could no longer be contained. After fully unleashing his observation haki, Shanks noticed that the aura of one of his crew members had disappeared again. "The kids on Shanks's ship. What are you doing to my dear sons?" In an instant, the clash between Shanks and Kaido in the middle of Crescent Island paused. Shanks remained silent, wanting to leave, but what awaited him was a wolf fawn club wrapped in red lightning. "Ha ha 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 ha! Has that old man Whitebeard come too? Today is truly wonderful. This war will be a gigantic battle that I desire." In the sky above, the once gray clouds suddenly became exceptionally lively, with two parts of the clouds changing and splitting into three independent cloud masses. These three cloud masses intertwined and tangled, with invisible forces oscillating and colliding between them, emitting dazzling lights and deafening roars. The entire sky was enveloped by these three powerful forces, and the killing intent in Shanks's eyes could no longer be contained. After fully unleashing his observation haki, Shanks noticed that the aura of another crew member had disappeared again. "Kaido, get lost. I'll say it one last time." Shanks stared at Kaido, his eyes cold, like a bottomless pool of stagnant water. However, within that coldness was a hint of crazed bloodlust, as if it were about to erupt at any moment, chilling to the bone. Yet, Kaido across from him laughed heartily. "Shanks, it seems you lost an arm in paradise, and it's not without reason. Either kill me, or don't even think about getting past me." Ha ha ha. In an instant, the chill in Shanks's eyes was like a knife. He gripped Griffin with one hand, divine avoidance. This wave of battle. Cough, 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 cough. Below, two figures caught in the aftermath soared high into the air and crashed into a rock. This impact jolted them awake. "My head hurts. Zun. Cough, cough. Are you okay?" Jai turned his head immediately to look at Zun. "I'm Fina." Zun half opened his eyes, looking somewhat pale. The violent remnants of the battle had also severed the ropes binding them. Initially, Shanks and the others were clearly confident and did not use sea prism stone handcuffs to restrain the two. That asked the Yonko, Shanks, and Kaido. Jai looked up and was startled. "Damn, where is this? I'm so hungry." Soon, Jia's stomach growled, and his face turned weak. These days, the likes of Gold Lion and others had not been kind enough to feed them. With their strength, the two wouldn't just die like that. There's a broken tavern over there. Ziyuan also felt the weakness from within his body. Let's go there. We need to replenish our strength first. Then find a Din Mushy to report to the Navy headquarters. That celestial dragon St. Carter has a problem. Boss. Several figures quickly fled over. It was Jesus Burgess and the others, their eyes filled with pain. It was not just physical attacks, but mental as well. What does it mean to be an old-school Yonko? As someone who once stood against their captain, the world's strongest man who rivaled Pirate King Roger. When the opponent made a move, Jesus Burgess and the others felt their scalps tingle, their hearts weighed down by a mountain, making it difficult to breathe. That strike directly shattered the port of Crescent Island. This was still a result of Whitebeard holding back, as Teach and Jozu were still on the coast. However, Raimon Jones was shattered by this blow, ultimately turning into a mist of blood. With a bang, the familiar aura they knew was extinguished. Their escape was not due to their own strength, but because the Whitebeard pirates had not killed them. At least 15 division captains were gathered. Along with the crew from each division, the Whitebeard pirates had brought at least 1,000 people. The immortal Marco, the Flower Sword Bista, and other famous pirates appear before them. Lame Jones and Shanks suddenly changed their expressions. They are all dead, killed by Whitebeard and the captains on his ship. Jesus Burgess quickly said, "Haha, old man Whitebeard, are you finally planning to team up with me? It's about time. We've teamed up before." Hearing their words, Kaido laughed wildly. He took out a Din Mushy and called, "Hey, Lingling, you should come to Crescent Island. I'm here with that old man Whitebeard and Shanks. We're having some fun. There's going to be a great war here." "Ha." Without waiting for a response, Kaido crushed the Din Mushy with his hand, turning it into a bloody mess. At that moment, a muffled voice came from the other end. "Shanks just became an emperor, and your red-haired pirates are declaring war on us, the Whitebeard pirates." Whitebeard appeared with a fierce expression. The events had been explained to him by Jozu and Teach regarding the deaths of Lakyu and Sachi, both of whom were veteran members of the Whitebeard pirates, captains of the 4th and 7th divisions. This grudge. The Whitebeard pirates would definitely seek revenge. "Whitebeard pirates, are you teaming up with Kaido?" Shank's face looked grim. On the other side, Beckman and Raichuru switched positions, with Raichuru dealing with the injured Jin, while Beckman was freed up, staring at Whitebeard with a serious expression. In his extremely sharp observation haki, the man before him, claimed to be the strongest in the world, exuded a chilling, killing intent. This killing intent felt almost tangible, as if it could tear apart the surrounding air. Every subtle movement, every change in breath, was clearly captured in his mind. Just by making eye contact, Beckman knew he was not a match for the other. But he had to step up. The timing of Kaido and the Whitebeard pirates' arrival was too coincidental. It was as if the two were specifically hunting down his red-haired pirates. "You kill my beloved sons. Shanks, blood for blood. Now that you're plotting these dark schemes, Roger would be very disappointed if he knew." Shanks frowned, forcing down his anger, while fending off Kaido's incoming attacks. He said in a deep voice, "This is the territory of the red-haired pirates. What kind of schemes can we plot? If you want to fight, let us fight." The number of red lightning arcs surrounding Shanks visibly surged. That terrifying momentum rose once again. "Shanks, don't try to quibble." Among the officers of the Whitebeard pirates, Teach's voice was filled with anger, his body trembling in fear. He threw out a fainted young man. "Is this a celestial dragon? Why is he on your ship?" "Celestial dragon." Upon seeing St. Carter thrown out, Kaido's eyes immediately flashed with brutality. It was precisely the world government that suddenly attacked Wano country, causing the Beast Pirates' original development plans to be obstructed. "Ha, old man Whitebeard, hand him over to me. I'll help you kill this parasite of the world." Kaido laughed heartily. He knew Whitebeard's character. It was already very difficult for him to come and cause trouble for Shanks. Whitebeard didn't want to bear the consequences of killing a celestial dragon, because he was no longer the lone Whitebeard of the past. For the sake of his sons, Whitebeard would not take the initiative to become enemies with the world government. "Kaido." Whitebeard snorted coldly, ignoring Kaido, who was making a ruckus beside him. "Red-haired brat, you need to give me an explanation." He stared at the throne St. Carter, feeling an inexplicable sense of oddity in his heart. It seemed that the other party was someone he knew, but St. Carter was obviously a young celestial dragon, and the part of his broken headpiece that revealed his face assured Whitebeard that he had never seen him before. The New World is a paradise for pirates. Generally, celestial dragons would not go there, nor would the Navy. However, Over the years, the four emperors Kaido had been targeted by the world government, and the warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, established the Golden City in the New World, welcoming members from all sides to have fun, which led to many navy and celestial dragons appearing in the New World. But that was only in scattered seas, not within the four emperors' influence. Whitebeard, you give us an explanation. Shanks' expression was not very pleasant. Whether it was Kaido or Whitebeard, both were coming for him, and the situation wasn't in his favor, which greatly increased his sense of crisis. I don't know why he appeared on my territory, I just wanted to throw him to the navy. The celestial dragon cannot die here. You all know what kind of world upheaval would occur if a celestial dragon died. With his gaze on St. Carter, Shanks still wanted to persuade Whitebeard. Why can't he die here? Kaido sneered. Shanks, did you leave your courage behind in the paradise after losing an arm? World nobles? If we kill them, so be it. We, the beast pirates, fear nothing. Whitebeard. Shanks pushed Kaido back with a sword and continued. We will discuss our grievances later. I feel there's a misunderstanding here. Misunderstanding? Whitebeard took a step forward, instantly causing Beckman and the others to tense up, maintaining their hockey and staring intently at Whitebeard and the division commanders. Hand over those murderers, red-haired brat. I will not get involved in your grudge with Kaido. Impossible. Jesus Burgess was the first to speak, his eyes filled with anger as he raised his gun, pointing it directly at Whitebeard. Captain, this old man killed Lame Jones with his own hands. Beckman's expression darkened, unsure of what to say. There was nothing he could do in this situation. If Kaido was here to stir things up, the red-haired pirates would definitely not fear the Whitebeard pirates. But with Kaido and Jin here, they directly pulled Shanks and a powerful officer into the fray. You two, give me that celestial dragon, and I will leave immediately. How about that? Kaido grinned, his body bearing several knife wounds, but he laughed wildly, completely unconcerned about the pain. Ha ha ha! Kaido's laughter echoed in the arena, and Beckman's eyes flickered. Because he was a celestial dragon, Teach didn't care, throwing St. Carter directly into the middle of the Whitebeard pirates and red-haired pirates officers. Compared to the battlefield, he trembled all over, his expression fluctuating, and the people of the Whitebeard pirates thought Teach was sad because of Sachi. Teach had the closest relationship with Sachi. Many of the division commanders knew that. Whitebeard, that celestial dragon, cannot die. Unexpectedly, before Whitebeard could speak, Shanks spoke up. Why can't he die? Whitebeard retracted the strange feelings he had towards St. Carter, and his eyes, half murky and half clear, looked at Shanks, his tone dissatisfied. He didn't want to cause trouble, but wasn't afraid of it. Celestial dragons are world nobles. In Whitebeard's view, they are just that. The life of a celestial dragon cannot be compared to that of his sons, because he is also a celestial dragon. At this moment, the tied-up Tesla and Crocodile appeared nearby. Both of them were now using the true forms of the beast pirates. Tesla had a look of terror on his face as he shouted up at Kaido, Lord Kaido, that Shanks is also a celestial dragon. What kind of emperor of the sea is he? He's just the biggest traitor sent by the world government. When you all compete for the great treasure, that guy will strike and sabotage all the pirates. What? The faces of Marco and the other commanders of the Whitebeard pirates were shocked. The four emperors' red-haired Shanks is a celestial dragon? Are you serious? Hearing this, Kaido's expression darkened, and a fierce killing intent gradually rose in his eyes. If you are lying to me, I will smash you before going to dig for or at Rabbit Dawn. Of course, Tesla affirmed with certainty as he turned his head. As an emperor of the sea, a man like Shanks shouldn't be lying, right? Do you dare to say you don't have celestial dragon blood? At the same time, beads of sweat trickled down the back of Tesla's neck. This information was told to him by Captain Law. At that time, Tesla also felt incredibly incredulous. One of the emperors of the sea, Shanks, is a celestial dragon. However, Shanks' silence caused the atmosphere to drop again. And even Kaido did not continue his attack, but instead stared intently at Shanks. Hey, Shanks, you can't really be a celestial dragon, can you? He is a celestial dragon? Marco's eyes were filled with shock. He knew very well that before reaching the final island, Shanks was already on Roger's ship. Could it be that at that time, Shanks was already a pawn planted by the world government? This news was explosive. Even Teach stopped his plotting and thinking, waiting for Shanks' explanation. Boss, Jesus Burgess said with disbelief. You really are a celestial dragon? I have my reasons, Shanks said in a deep voice. My background is not something I could decide, is it? I have the blood of a celestial dragon, but I have always been with you. You know what kind of person I am. Beckman, on the other hand, showed a glimmer of understanding, quietly exhaling a puff of smoke without speaking. I have not helped the world government do evil, and I will explain to you later. Shanks continued. Hey, Shanks, if you're so ashamed, just kill that celestial dragon. Crocodile spoke up, his expression cold and his words unkind. Just then, Shanks and the others looked to the side. You lowly pirates, who gave you the audacity to attack the world nobles? A violent power erupted, splitting the sky again into four. A massive magic circle descended from the sky, and a figure emerged with a neck wrapped in black thunder, horns like a bull, and a lower body resembling a gigantic spider monster. Kaido's eyes instantly filled with layers of killing intent. You again, old man. Are you here to seek death? The person arriving was none other than the scientific defense god of the Five Elders, Jagaruja Satan. After learning of St. Carter's location, he rushed over without stopping. During this time, several warships had set sail, alarming many pirates, but Satan didn't care about that anymore. As a world noble, St. Carter could definitely become a good candidate for their level with the Conqueror's Haki activated outside. All he needed was a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit preserved in the Holy Land. At that time, the power in St. Carter's bloodline would be fully activated. Being a descendant of the 20 kings, he had royal blood flowing through him and immense potential. The genius Kaido of the Oni clan ate the fish fruit, mythical Zoan-type, azure dragon form, and became an emperor of the sea. St. Carter also had this qualification. However, powerful individuals like the emperors of the sea kept emerging, with the rulers of the New World changing one after another. The world government, however, had ruled the entire world for 800 years. Satan looked at Kaido with a cold smile. Ignorant little brat, today is your day of death. After saying that, a glimmer flashed in his eyes, and a powerful beam shot towards Kaido in an instant. Boom! Kaido dodged to the side, and the rocky mountain behind him exploded as he roared and charged towards Satan with his kanabo. Old man of the Five Elders, you seek death. Whitebeard, kill that celestial dragon, and then we'll take down this so-called Five Elder. Kaido's voice was deep, filled with killing intent. This is the New World, our territory. It is a disgrace for an old man from the world government to act so recklessly here. Emperor of the Sea? Some titles that we don't care about seem to have given you lowly people false hope and thoughts you shouldn't have. Satan's expression was indifferent. Shanks, save St. Carter back. Don't forget your identity. Shanks' expression changed slightly, and he did not respond. Satan's words immediately made the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates show flickering expressions. That true form of the beast pirates was right. Shanks is really a celestial dragon. Shanks, do you want to stand on the side of the world government? A fierce light burst from Whitebeard's eyes. He and Roger were old friends. Shanks, as Roger's successor, was taking a path close to the world government. The key was Shanks' identity. If he were a member of the world government, he could very likely stab them in the back at a crucial moment. The New World is known as a paradise for pirates. Even the Navy does not dare to easily come in and capture people. And the fundamental reason is that the four emperors of the sea and various pirates would resist the Navy. This is also an unspoken rule. Everyone follows the rules of the game to keep playing. Now, the unspoken rules have a problem. There's a traitor among them. Whitebeard, hand over that celestial dragon. After a moment, Shanks raised his head, his voice calm. I will give you an explanation about our matters in the future. Boss. Voices of disbelief erupted from Jesus Burgess and the others. They did not want to retreat. They only wanted to fight. As for the celestial dragon, if he dies, so be it. What of it? In their eyes, the life of a celestial dragon was not worth more than that of Rayleigh and Garp. Beckman said nothing, only tightening his grip on his long knife. Jesus Burgess, after this matter, I will explain to you. Shanks said in a deep voice. He was suppressing his anger, wanting to explode, but the priority was to maintain balance. This he cannot be thrown into chaos so early. He wagered his left arm on the future, believing in what Captain Roger said about the appearance of a successor. Shanks, if Roger were here, he would be very disappointed in you. Whitebeard sighed softly, holding his naginata, and punched the space in front of him with his left hand. Crack, crack. The space seemed to be forcibly torn apart by an invisible giant hand, revealing countless jagged cracks, and terrifying energy waves rapidly spread like ripples. Wherever it passed, everything turned to dust. This powerful shockwave instantly spread throughout Crescent Island, causing the island to tremble violently, emitting a series of chilling roars. The originally peaceful island became fragmented, with countless massive rock slabs soaring into the air, crashing down again, stirring up clouds of dust, buildings collapsing, trees uprooted, and chaos everywhere. Shanks and his crew's expressions changed dramatically. Captain, Jesus Burgess exclaimed as the rock he was standing on cracked beneath him, his tone anxious. Captain, let's fight them. Don't worry about that celestial dragon. Avenge Lime Jones and Gab. We are your comrades too. Shanks, Beckman also spoke up, noticing Shank's reluctance to fight. Shank's eyes were filled with rage over Gab and Lime Jones' deaths. Yet he was suppressing it, his hands trembling slightly. It wasn't because of the celestial dragons. Shanks was not one to willingly be a thug for the world government. And Beckman was well aware that Shanks had his own reasons. In fact, Beckman had been feeling something strange lately. After taking the title of Emperor of the Sea, the red-haired pirates had not expanded further, spending their days drinking and feasting without aggressively recruiting subordinates or expanding territory. Although the red-haired pirates were different from pirates like Kaido and Big Mom, Beckman still felt something was off. Shanks exchanged a glance with Beckman, then turned his head. The ground was littered with corpses, and Crescent Island had turned into a hell on Earth. Ordinary people could not survive the aftermath of his battle with Kaido. Both Jean and Kaido were cold-blooded individuals who didn't care for the lives of ordinary people. Not a single original inhabitant of Crescent Island remained. Even if someone was gravely injured and not dead, the shock from the earthquake had turned the Earth upside down, let alone ordinary folks. Shank's eyes narrowed as he suddenly reached into his chest and pulled out Griffin. An unparalleled hockey of Conqueror erupted from him. In an instant, it felt as if the entire world was shaken by his powerful aura. The surrounding space seemed to warp because of him, and red lightning surged like snakes in all directions. Fight! He was starting to resemble Roger. Whitebeard laughed heartily, his cloud cutter also bursting with terrifying power. Boys! Avenge Lakio and Sachi. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates and the high-ranking members of the red-haired pirates clashed violently. There were no weaklings here. 4 top-tier powerhouses with hockey of Conqueror collided with each other, overwhelming the pirates with bounties below 300 million berries, as well as many Navy generals and CP organization members, most below the rank of Rear Admiral fainted. The Whitebeard pirates were besieged by the red-haired pirates, Navy, and CP organization members, yet they held the numerical advantage. Meanwhile, near St. Carter, another figure appeared. Teach approached St. Carter, stepping on his body, his eyes bloodshot. Celestial Dragon, tell me, have you seen any devil fruits on the red-haired ship? St. Carter slightly opened his eyes. Do you dare to kill me? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Teach shouted. He was filled with rage because he had not found the devil fruit he wanted on the red-haired pirate ship. There were a few devil fruits, but it seemed the red-haired pirates were preparing to sell them. After finally getting the news about that fruit, a thought quietly surfaced in Teach's mind. As soon as this thought emerged, his expression turned brutal. If he couldn't find it on the ship, it must have been eaten. Who was it? Who ate that devil fruit? St. Carter closed his eyes, ignoring Teach. In fact, he was also somewhat apprehensive. The golden lion, inhabiting St. Carter's body, had long been prepared to abandon it. After all, this was not his own body, and in that guy's plan, St. Carter must die. However, the premise of death was that St. Carter had to be himself. To do that, they could only wait for Roger to arrive. Why was that guy still not here? A cold glint flashed in St. Carter's eyes. He could have broken free from the restraints long ago. Gab and Lime Jones did not pay much attention to St. Carter. In their view, they were just taking him to release him, and the ropes binding him were just ordinary ropes. He could break free at any time. But breaking free at this moment might restore calm to the situation. Unlike Shanks, the Golden Lion only wanted them to fight more fiercely. He didn't care about the consequences at all. Teach, be careful. At this moment, a figure rapidly approached Teach. The opponent wore a white mask, obscuring their face, and was dressed in a white suit. A strong member from CP0. Get lost. Teach was in a fit of rage, throwing a punch, with terrifying armament hockey covering the surface of his fist. Crack. The CP0 member bent their body, trembling involuntarily, cold sweat pouring down like a river. World government's dog die. The opponent was knocked back by Teach, but Teach didn't intend to let him go, charging forward and stomping on the opponent's body with incredible speed, crushing it mercilessly. Seconds later, the CP0 member lay lifeless on the ground, resembling a dead dog. Teach, impressive. Skuyard laughed. At this moment, the strong who remained on the battlefield were not simple. That CP0 member had quickly approached Teach using Soru, trying to save St. Carter. He was definitely a powerful individual. However, in front of Teach, the opponent was utterly defeated. Just a dog of the world government, Teach thought, forcing out a previous, simple smile. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates around him praised Teach, claiming he had the strength to take on a captain position. However, not far away, Jozu frowned at this scene, his eyes flickering, unsure what to think. The battle fell into a stalemate. Aside from the 3 emperors of the sea and St. Carter among the 5 elders, the battles between Lachi, Lu, and Jean, as well as Marco and Beckman, were also extremely fierce. It must be said that the cadres of the red-haired pirates were strong. Aside from Bista, Jozu, and a few others from the White-Beard pirates, the cadres of the red-haired pirates were almost facing multiple opponents, battling several captains from the White-Beard pirates. The White-Beard pirates had sent over 20 captains, and soon casualties began to appear. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a figure holding a flaming long sword fell straight down. Fossa! Damn it! The captains of the White-Beard pirates were shocked. Another captain had died. The captain of the 15th Division of the White-Beard pirates was ambushed and killed by Jesus Burgess. Red Hair Pirates, a mole in the New World, damn it. Vista's eyes turned red, but he was completely blocked by Hans. Behind, a group of Navy generals and CP members rushed forward, especially the members of the CP organization. They were extremely frantic. St. Carter's order to them was simple: rescue St. Carter, or they would follow him to the grave. Just relying on you? Jesus Burgess sneered, raising his gun again. But at that moment, Shanks, who was battling Whitebeard on the island, changed his expression slightly. Mama. A sharp and piercing laughter suddenly came from a distance, as if it were about to pierce one's eardrums. The fighters still engaged in battle turned their heads to see a group of people riding on the earth coming toward them. The earth seemed to be animated, growing a pair of eyes, rapidly moving closer to this place. Is that Big Mom? The shock in Jesus Burgess's eyes surged. Linlin, you finally made it? Kaido laughed loudly, knocking Saint Satan back with a single strike. Ha, let us kill them together. Mama, Kaido, you little brat. How come you didn't call me for such a good fight? The person who arrived was the last of the 4 emperors, Big Mom. Her gaze fell on Saint Katakuri. Mama, you heard about the celestial dragons, and you didn't call me? This time, I'm going to catch a celestial dragon as a souvenir. I really wonder what it feels like to give birth to a celestial dragon offspring. You lowly commoners dare to insult the great world nobles. Saint Satan immediately understood Big Mom's intent and became furious. The bloodline of the world nobles is exalted, even though Big Mom is powerful and has terrifying talent in Saint Satan's eyes. She is still a commoner. Red-haired, I heard you're also a celestial dragon? Big Mom's gaze shifted to Shanks, her laughter sharp. Then, you members of the Red Hair Pirates can all go die. Saying that, she charged directly towards Saint Satan above, because Saint Satan had just insulted her. She wanted to kill this high and mighty Gorosei first. Katakuri, bring that celestial dragon to me. In the back, Big Mom's children looked at the tall figure at the front. Brother Katakuri, we also want to go. Katakuri's eyes flashed red. Kill all the Navy here. As for the officers of the red-haired pirates, don't mind them. The Whitebeard pirates can handle them. As the second son of the family with a bounty of 1.057 billion berries, Katakuri only wanted to protect the safety of his younger siblings. In his perception, the officers of the red-haired pirates had all fallen into a frenzied state, their aura filled with danger. At this time, there was no need to clash with them. The Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates had been allied for several years. Although they were allies, each had their own motives, and there was no need to fight to the death. Outside Wano, several warships were sailing on the sea, with Kazan at the forefront, letting out a cold breath, his eyes flickering. Admiral, we shouldn't involve ourselves with them. Behind, a major was filled with rage, his palm torn, suffering significant injuries, his eyes blazing with anger. What admiral? It was us the Navy who saved them. Kazan shook his head. Fine, let's go full speed ahead, target Crescent Island. On him, there was also a knife wound that had torn his shirt. The samurai of Wano did not welcome the Navy upon hearing their name. Instead, they wanted to attack them. What surprised Kazan and the others the most was that most of the common people in Wano believed their admiral would protect them. They credited everything Kazan and his team did to that never-before-seen admiral. Helping was just for the justice in our hearts, wasn't it? Kazan muttered. He glanced at the natural barrier of Wano behind him. The waterfall that flowed backward was now gone, and all of Wano was just a high ground island. What will the future hold? I hope their admiral can save them. Wano was now a mess. Even Kazan was moved by the scene above. This time coming to Wano, aside from uncovering Flynn Kevin's ambitions, the biggest gain was probably this batch of prisoners from the Beast Pirates on the ship. The second of the Calamities, Queen and Jack, including the Flying Six, were all captured. But far away in the sky, a news bird was constantly flying. Its claws were clutching a camera, capturing the photos of Queen and the others. On the other side, Crescent Island was engulfed in chaos. Shanks had completely sided with Saint Satan. Along with that, The officers of the red-haired pirates were targeted from all sides. The key was that the Navy and CP members ignored them, with many Navy officers even attacking the officers of the red-haired pirates because of their high bounties, which were very tempting. The most miserable was Saint Satan, one of the highest leaders of the world government, under the hands of Kaido and Big Mom. His hundreds of meters long spider legs were severed multiple times. However, Saint Satan also demonstrated the terrifying ability of the mythical Zoan form, the bull demon, self-healing. Time and again he regrew, time and again he rose, as if he were a true, evil spirit, never tiring. But in front of him, Kaido and Big Mom were also colossal beasts, monsters among monsters. Their attacks were all covered in Conqueror's haki. The astonishing pressure shattered half of Crescent Island. In another battlefield, Shanks and Whitebeard were heavily engaged in combat. The clash of their Conqueror's haki was the main reason for the fainting of the small fry present. After the arrival of the Empress Big Mom pirates, the situation had turned around. Countless officers from the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates surged out, and the strong from the Navy and world government suffered countless casualties. But the arrival of one person immediately balanced the situation again. Unrivaled Machi blade shot. A red light flashed in Katakuri's eyes as his arm transformed into the shape of a machine gun, armed haki covering it. And a large number of deep black Machi bullets were fired in a barrage. Just then, Hachikyu. A vast amount of dazzling light bullets poured down, just entering the sweeping range of the Machi bullets. That was Admiral Kizaru. Within the Big Mom pirates' range, Perispero was startled. Kizaru, you finally came? Seeing Kizaru arrive, Saint Satan immediately scolded. I told you to come support long ago, didn't you hear? Sorry, Saint Satan, Kizaru said leisurely, his gaze sweeping over the various battlefields below, wiping non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. How terrifying. All four of the Sea Emperors have gathered here. Truly a group of monsters. Kizaru, at that moment, a trident stabbed towards him. Kizaru's half-body transformed into light particles, reconstituting on the other side. Oh, Big Mom Pirate's second son, Charlotte Katakuri. What a remarkable person. Kizaru stared at Katakuri, who was approaching with a dirt dragon, his eyes flickering. Kizaru, don't interfere with the battle over there with Mom. Katakuri stepped out, his eyes glowing red. The situation was now under their control. Kizaru's arrival was a variable, and he needed to block this admiral to prevent other siblings from getting hurt. However, contrary to what Katakuri thought, Kizaru did not avoid him. Instead, he approached, so let me test this highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family. Saint Satan, I will come to support you shortly. 1,000 meters away in the clouds, a giant golden ship was hidden within the clouds. Finally back. Law, you guys are really slow. Crocodile, smoking a cigarette, crushed the head of the body he had swapped earlier with his foot. Beside him, Tizolo smiled at Law. I didn't let you down, but will letting that admiral pass cause variables on the battlefield below? Don't worry. Law smiled. What is the point of risking your life as a wage worker? The battlefield below is truly deadly. They arrived here before the Yellow Ape. Seeing the giant battleship next to the proverb, Crocodile's eyes lit up. This is the Pluton? Yes, Pekin approached. Crocodile, this is one of the ancient weapons you've been longing for. Pluton. Crocodile's gaze was intense. Its power. Don't think about it, Pecan said. Its power system is missing key energy sources. It seems to be an ancient high-tech device. The iceberg has been researching it, but they can't find a breakthrough. If it weren't for the temporary electricity system we rigged up, similar to that of the proverb, it wouldn't even be able to fly. Initially, it relied on the float fruit's ability. Now it can fly at best, and it still requires Keela to stay on it providing power. Crocodile snorted coldly, seemingly disappointed. However, he remained facing the direction of Pluton, his eyes faintly glowing. Pluton, the ancient weapon he had pursued for over a decade. Now, it had fallen into Law's hands. At this moment, Crocodile's inner world became extraordinarily complicated. When to strike? I want to take down that old man with the white beard below. Not in a hurry. Law's gaze was calm. This time, his primary target in provoking the strong of the new world was Pluton and Wano. With Pluton in hand, the next step is to further incite the conflict between the world government and the pirates. Shanks wants balance. What Law wants is chaos. How can the water be muddied if it's not turbid? The world government is mysterious in everyone's eyes. What Law needs to do is tear off this mysterious veil and expose it to the world. Currently, Crescent Island has gathered 4 emperors of the sea, the 5 elders, and Admiral Kizaru, but it's still not enough. The celestial dragon descendant, Saint Carter, must die here, and Law also wants to leave one of the 5 elders behind. He received news that 2 of the 5 elders in Kazan, who was in Wano, were already on their way here. As a 5 elder, Saint Satan's strength is unquestionable. He was at a disadvantage against the combined forces of the Yonko, Big Mom, and Kaido, but his physique is monstrous, and he looks like he can hold out for a long time. Below, Katakuri's strategy is correct. He has tied up Kizaru, preventing him from rescuing Saint Satan. Kizaru has not used his full strength. Although he suppresses Katakuri, he is deliberately being restrained. On the battlefield, only the red-haired pirates are in a precarious situation. Beckman, Jesus Burgess, Lakuru, Bensong, Snake Bank Benji, and Monkey Masta, the remaining 6 cadres, face the onslaught of the Whitebeard pirates, and their aura diminishes every so often. Only Beckman and Lakuru are doing okay, as their opponents are just 1 each. One is fighting Marco, while the other is entangled with Jean, who is injured by Beckman. However, the other 4 cadres of the red-haired pirates often have to face 3 or 4 captains of the Whitebeard pirates each. The Navy and CP members brought by Saint Satan were massacred after the arrival of the Big Mom pirates. Shanks. Beckman's expression grew increasingly grave as he shouted to the sky. We need to leave. We can't keep fighting like this. Beckman, you weren't saying that just now? Marco sneered, appearing beside Beckman and kicking down. Boom. Beckman was blasted into the ground, immediately tearing through the dust and staring at Marco. This guy is even more troublesome than Jean. In his Phoenix form, Marco accepts all attacks. Even attacks covered in hockey can't injure Marco. They can only wear him out. However, after fighting with Jean, Beckman's stamina is not at its peak. Marco has been fighting with Whitebeard since he was a child, and he is undoubtedly the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. At this point, only one side can survive between us. The pirate world is not childish play. Marco's voice was cold. The battle on Crescent Island has lasted nearly a day, except for Sachi and Rikuyo during this time. 2 captains from the Whitebeard Pirates have died at the hands of the red-haired pirates cadres. The rivalry between both sides has become deadly. To protect his family around him, Marco does not care whether the arrival of the Big Mom pirates is unfair. He and Katakuri are somewhat alike. Both have things they want to protect. Shanks did not respond, but the scream made all the cadres of the red-haired pirates change their expressions. Masta, Bank Benji, let out a heart-wrenching roar. His voice thundered through the air, turning heads. With this roar, his body trembled involuntarily, his once strong face now twisted with grief, tears streaming down his cheeks, mixing with sweat and blood, soaking his clothing. Masta, Bank Benji's partner, a monkey who joined the red-haired pirates 10 years ago, is dead. Beckman's expression changed suddenly, and he thought to himself that it was bad. Benji, be careful of the enemy. However, brilliant blue flames erupted, and Marco stood in front of him, his expression cold. The Whitebeard pirates have lost their division captains as well. He wanted to support, but just now, Beckman was blocking him. Now, the roles are reversed. Bang! Gunfire rang out. Aizu, holding dual pistols, had smoke rising from the gun muzzles. Bank Benji fell to the ground, a bullet hole appearing in his forehead, his breath slowly fading, his face still showing that sorrowful expression. With that, only 5 cadres of the red-haired pirates were left. Bensong and the others looked furious. But the released Aizu and 2 other division captains of the Whitebeard pirates had their sights set on them, beginning to support. Among the 20 or so division captains from the Whitebeard pirates, the weak have already died, heavily injured, or fallen into a coma due to the terrifying clash of Conqueror's hockey above. The remaining fighters are all strong. Whitebeard, get out of the way. On the other side of the battlefield, Shanks fixed his gaze on Whitebeard. Whitebeard is old, his strength not at its peak. His use of Conqueror's hockey is decreasing. But the strongest man in the world is not so easily defeated. The power of the Tremor fruit erupted, and each strike forced Shanks to respond with all his might. Shanks also realized that losing an arm does have an impact on his fighting. Even after all this time, he has his own one-armed swordsmanship. If his left hand were still intact, Shanks would be confident in suppressing Whitebeard now. In a duel between kings, unless there is a significant gap, how can it be so easy to determine the winner? When Bank Benji and Masta died beside Shanks, Shanks regretted it. He shouldn't have stayed. He set sail not for the so-called great treasure. Is the world government worth you risking your life for? Red hair brat. Whitebeard wielded the NTI, gathering white light. And the void cracked open once more. Boom! Red lightning wrapped around Griffin again, and Shanks slashed out with his sword. I'm only here to balance the world situation. The celestial dragons are dead, and the new world will face impacts you don't want to see. I have my reasons. Balance? Whitebeard snorted coldly. It seems Roger's teachings to you back then weren't enough. We pirates have never feared battle. He had witnessed the deaths of celestial dragons, and not just one. Back when that man was still around, in God Valley, they had killed more than one celestial dragon. This is also the reason Kaido and Big Mom want to kill St. Carter. Lord Kaido. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed on the scene. A figure dressed in the Beast Pirate's true attire appeared, holding a stack of photos. Wano has been invaded, and Lord Queen and the others have all been captured by Admiral Kazan. The shout was deafening, and Kaido immediately turned his head. The newcomer was none other than Tezolo. Seeing Kaido turn his head, Tezolo suddenly crushed the item in his hand. In an instant, a huge phantom appeared, gradually forming an image that displayed the Beast Pirates' cadres frozen in ice. Is that Queen? Kaido recognized the fat man and the tall Jack at a glance. Navy, you're seeking death. Kaido was instantly furious, his eyes igniting with a fierce fire, and terrifying Conqueror's haki erupted in waves, distorting the air around him and forming a powerful aura. Causing trouble in my territory, then you'll pay with your lives. Kaido's eyes were filled with brutality. This feeling of being robbed made him feel extremely embarrassed. Queen and those guys are truly useless. The Spike Club, glowing with a chilling light, swung with unparalleled might. The blinding thunder mixed with overwhelming pressure, as if to tear the entire space apart. Downfall of the three worlds. Kaido leaped into the air, his figure soaring. The Spike Club tracing an arc as it whipped up a sharp wind and smashed down fiercely towards Saint Satan. Saint Satan widened his eyes, trying to dodge the blow, but the speed of the attack was too fast for him to react. With a loud bang, the Spike Club struck Saint Satan solidly. His enormous spider body became a burden at that moment. Saint Satan let out a muffled groan, his body involuntarily flying backward, crashing heavily into the ground. Boom! The ground instantly cracked, forming a huge pit, dust swirling, while Saint Satan was deeply trapped in the pit, unaware of his fate. Kaido's anger did not calm down from this blow. Instead, it grew even stronger, his eyes flickering with rage, letting out roars that shook the heavens. However, amidst the dust, a curse suddenly rang out. "You mere pirate!" Saint Satan's rough voice echoed like thunder, reverberating through the sky, seemingly carrying some strange sound wave that instilled fear in people's hearts. Suppress. As his voice rang out, it was as if a mysterious force enveloped the world. That force descended rapidly like an invisible shackling, tightly binding Kaido's massive body. In an instant, Kaido felt his body suddenly become incredibly heavy. It was as if he was being crushed by a mountain, unable to move. He tried to struggle, but that invisible force clung to him like a shadow, binding him tightly and preventing his escape. Mama, Kaido, it seems your subordinates are really unreliable. Big Mom grinned, her bright red lips curling into a sinister smile. Napoleon. Yes. Mama. Big Mom's hat on her head transformed into a long sword. Emperor's sword, broken blade. The flames of the sun Prometheus erupted like a torrential flood from the sword's body, quickly spreading across the entire blade. In the blink of an eye, the originally ordinary sword had grown several times longer, forming a massive flaming long sword with sharp fangs sprouting from the blade, glimmering coldly. A glimmer of seriousness flashed in Saint Satan's eyes, but he did not retreat as thunderous light formed at the feet of his massive spider body. Rumbling, when the flaming long sword collided with the black long legs, a tremendous explosion echoed, distorting the surrounding air. The terrifying shockwave surged forth, causing Saint Satan's expression to change slightly as he took a few steps back. However, the flaming long sword did not stop its attack. It continued to push forward. Thud! A bead of cold sweat appeared on Saint Satan's forehead. An unprecedented pressure washed over him, and one of his spider legs began to tremble, ultimately being severed by the sword. Blood gushed out, and Kaido immediately broke free from his bindings. Die, old hag! At that moment, Kaido roared, resembling a devil descending. His momentum so powerful it was suffocating. The anger radiating from him made even the cadres of the three emperors on Crescent Island tremble slightly inside. Kaido's fury continued to rise. His subordinates had been frozen and taken away. The situation in Wano was unknown, and he was suddenly trapped by Saint Satan's ability. Now, he just wanted Saint Satan, one of the so-called highest authorities of the world government, to pay the price. Whoosh! Kaido charged towards Saint Satan with great momentum, his massive figure standing out on the battlefield. The thick spike club shimmered with a dark light, flashing with red lightning, as if it were an enraged beast ready to launch a fatal strike against its enemy. Pirates, what the Emperor of the Sea? You are nothing but a group of commoners. In such a tense atmosphere, Saint Satan did not hide his insults towards Kaido, his words dripping with disdain and contempt for both Kaido and Big Mom. Hee hee, old man, You're quite a hassle. Big Mom's smile widened. She was amused. This feeling she hadn't experienced since establishing herself in this new world. Kaido, this old immortal is somewhat troublesome. How about we kill that little brat? Mama, what did you say, old hag? Kaido followed Big Mom's gaze, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, his eyes sharp as an eagle, locking onto a black fat man. Beside him, St. Carter lay motionless on the ground. Okay, do you want to seek death? The fury deep within Saint Satan's eyes was ignited. He naturally noticed the direction of the two's gazes. Kaido, use that move. I don't know if you have become rusty. Big Mom let out a strange laugh, her arms slightly bending as she wielded Napoleon, exuding layers of pressure. Of course, old hag, Kaido sneered. The two stood side by side, holding their spike clubs back. In the sky, Whitebeard, who was fighting Shanks, suddenly revealed a grave expression. Jozu, you all get away from there. Shanks also reacted, his tone urgent as he shouted, Get away from there, Jesus Burgess, you all hurry up. He hesitated for a moment and added, Take that guy with you. What? Jesus Burgess and the others were taken aback. They merely glanced towards Kaido's direction and immediately felt as if a mountain had pressed down on them, their heartbeats accelerating, blood rushing to their heads, their faces turning as pale as paper, cold sweat beating on their foreheads, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Danger! With the strike, they are likely to die. Teach did not look back, the ground beneath him cracked, and he leaped away, directly fleeing. On Jesus Burgess's side, the crew members of the red-haired pirates were similarly affected. Jesus Burgess recalled Shank's words and glanced towards Katakuri. Sea dominance. The two shouts of sea dominance rang out simultaneously, and a terrifying force swept outward like a tsunami. The entire island shook violently, countless houses collapsed, and dust filled the air. The members of the red-haired pirates were sent flying by this force, blood spurting from their mouths as they struggled to get up, their faces filled with fear as they looked at Kaido and Big Mom in the distance. At this moment, Jesus Burgess had already reached Katakuri, grabbing him and throwing him over his shoulder, turning to run wildly into the distance. Boom! A huge rumble echoed in the sky as a figure was smashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Jesus Burgess widened his eyes, looking at his body, his back torn open, blood staining the ground. A waste dares to block my attack? Kaido's voice came from above, filled with contempt and disdain. Jesus Burgess gritted his teeth, wanting to struggle to stand up, but his body began to disobey him. He knew his strength was far inferior to Kaido's, but he could not back down. Let go of the celestial dragon in your hands, or die. Kaido's gaze darkened slightly, seeming furious at Jesus Burgess's persistence. But it did not change his resolve as he raised his kanabo again. Kaido! A loud shout rang out. It was Sanji, who had two spider legs injured. Just now, he had taken most of the sea dominance's attack nearby, but this also sent him flying further away. Mama, old man, don't come to interfere with us. Big Mom grinned widely, heading straight for Sanji, her two fat hands pressing down on Sanji's feet, preventing the zone-transformed Sanji from moving for a moment. Jesus Burgess tightly gripped the gun in his hand, filled with despair, torn between whether to let go or not. At that moment, Kaido stepped forward, his expression growing darker. Jesus Burgess's actions displeased him. Then let's die together. Kaido muttered under his breath. He gripped the kanabo, staring at the injured Jesus Burgess, and walked towards him and Katakuri. His steps were firm and powerful, causing the ground to crack open with every step. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out. The hearts of the red-haired pirates' members jumped, their gazes fixed on the direction of the gunfire. They saw Jesus Burgess slowly stand up, the gun in his hand still smoking, his face pale and his arm trembling. I haven't lost yet. Kaido. Jesus Burgess gritted his teeth and said, his voice echoing across the battlefield. No. Ben Kepping and the monkey warrior on his back shouted. Put down that celestial dragon. Let's go. Conserve your strength. In the future, we will have a chance for revenge. In the distance, Sanji was enraged upon hearing this. You bastards. What are you saying? We can't let go. You have to protect Katakuri. If he dies, you all will accompany him to the grave. Sanji roared. Mama, old man, you should take care of yourself. Big Mom sneered, tearing off a broken leg with her hands. This time, she even opened her huge mouth and stuffed the spider leg inside. In an instant, the wounds on Big Mom's body began to wriggle and slowly heal. The power of the mythical Zoan devil fruit? Truly powerful. Old man, how about you come and be my collection? Mama. Sanji completely ignored Big Mom in front of him, focusing intently on Jesus Burgess. Kaido was already close, with bullet holes on his shoulder. But at this moment, Jesus Burgess could not inflict any injury on Kaido. The bullets merely pierced the skin. Thunderous, 8 trigrams. The brutal color surged in Kaido's eyes, like a volcanic eruption, his imposing aura sending chills down people's spines. He swung the kanabo, wrapped in lightning, at an incredible speed, smashing down towards Jesus Burgess and Katakuri. "You're going to die." Jesus Burgess internally screamed. An overwhelming sense of crisis surged through him, making him shudder. He widened his eyes, staring at the towering figure blocking his entire view, a thin layer of sweat breaking out on his forehead. At this critical moment, Sanji suddenly shouted, "Save Katakuri. I represent the world government to pardon you pirates." This statement reverberated throughout the battlefield like a clap of thunder, shocking everyone. Upon hearing this, Lachi Lu turned his head, his eyes turning blood red, as if burning with fury. "Run, Jesus Burgess. Run fast. That celestial dragon's life isn't worth it." However, a shadow quietly approached, stepping hard onto the fat Lachi Lu, burying him in the ground. Jin's cold armor revealed only indifference and ruthlessness in his eyes as he coldly said, "Die, fat man." The same words echoed in front of Jesus Burgess. Kaido's sharp teeth were exposed, his eyes filled with brutality. The kanabo, carrying terrifying power and streaks of lightning, smashed down towards Jesus Burgess and Katakuri. Bang! A loud explosion sounded, and Lachi Lu's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. However, this was not the end. Lachi Lu's body trembled slightly, but before he could say anything, Jean swung the massive katana through the air. Ben Kepping and the other members of the red-haired pirates held their breath for a moment. Then their faces showed ecstatic expressions. Jesus Burgess. Dozens of meters away, a figure sent flying clutched his injured arm, struggling to escape. It was Jesus Burgess. At the most critical moment, he ultimately chose to abandon Katakuri. Hee. So you chose your own life? Ha 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 ha. What a correct decision. Kaido did not pursue Jesus Burgess any further, his smile growing even more sinister. In the distance, Shanks, who was battling Whitebeard, finally relaxed. Jesus Burgess had been with him since shortly after he set sail. He was an old officer on the ship. However, seeing the exploding blood mist, Shanks sighed slightly. It's not that he didn't want to save him, but he was powerless to do so. Just then, Killing Eyes, an angry, hoarse voice rang out. Jesus Burgess, staggering away from the battlefield, suddenly turned his head. Bang! Jesus Burgess was struck by some invisible attack, blood flowing from his 7 orifices as his body lost control and fell backward. Jesus Burgess! Ben Kepping shouted in shock. Shanks instantly became furious, swinging his sword and slicing through the void, coldly glaring at Sanji. "What are you doing? A mere pirate, failing to protect his master, deserves to die." Sanji remained expressionless, staring at Shanks. "Shanks, don't forget your identity." Killing Eyes. The angry, hoarse voice rang out again. Jesus Burgess, staggering away from the battlefield, suddenly turned his head. Bang! Jesus was attacked by some invisible force, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, his body lost control and fell backward. Jesus! Benki Benji was taken aback. Shanks instantly became furious, swinging his sword to cut through the void, coldly staring at Satan. "What are you doing? A mere pirate, failing to protect his master, deserves to die." Satan had a blank expression, just watching Shanks. "Shanks, don't forget your identity." Shanks' eyes were filled with bloodlust. Gripping his griffin tightly, pointing it at Satan. "My identity? I am the captain of the red-haired pirates. Satan, if you attack my crew again, don't blame me for striking back." Satan narrowed his eyes slightly, sneering. "You are challenging the dignity of a god." His eyes were blood red as he stared at the place where Carter had vanished, his gaze filled with madness. Carter. He was the most outstanding youth among the modern celestial dragons, and a star likely to replace these old geezers in the future. Yet now he has died silently, leaving not even a trace. This is a tremendous blow and humiliation to all celestial dragons. Satan roared in anger, his figure flashing as he crashed into Big Mom, sending her flying several meters. Meanwhile, Whitebeard snorted coldly and resumed his intense battle with Shanks. The clash of swords and the collision of conquerors' haki almost sinking the remaining part of the island. Benki Benji hurried to Jesus' side to check his injuries. "Jesus, how are you?" Benki Benji asked anxiously. Jesus opened his eyes with difficulty, weakly saying, "I'm fine. Run." "My observation haki sensed them coming. Mama, just a celestial dragon brat died, and you're so heartbroken?" "Old man, I remember you lost quite a few back at God Valley, right? Big Mom laughed wildly, her multiple chins shaking. However, her strength was terrifying enough to shock everyone present as the furious Satan, entangled by Big Mom once more, could not break free from the terrifying power of the steel balloon this time. You all must die, Satan said slowly, his eyes cold with killing intent, a low pressure radiating from him enveloping everyone. Today, all of you, the so-called Emperors of the Sea, will die here. Not a single one will remain, including you, Shanks. Satan's gaze grew colder. I will take you back to the Holy Land. Even your identity will be useless. In his view, Jesus abandoning Carter and fleeing alone was a death sentence. Are you talking big? Old Spider. Mama. Kaido, come, kill him together. The 5 elders will become the 4 elders today. Here I come. Kaido roared, his violent demeanor evident. Old hag, no need for your chit-chat. Little brat Luo, look at the mess you made. Far away in the sky on the Arc Maxim, the Golden Lion suddenly stood up, furious. Fortunately, Luo used his ability before Kaido locked onto him, switching him back to his original body with Carter. Otherwise, the Golden Lion might have exploded temporarily and died on the spot. Carter's body couldn't support his full power of Conqueror's Haki. It wasn't a qualified body that had been battle-tested, needing a series of fights to hone it. However, Carter's body was young. Returning to his aged body left the Golden Lion feeling somewhat bland. This body was more shriveled than Carter's, but more solid and durable. Yet the vitality within the two bodies could not be compared. In an instant, the Golden Lion felt the vibrant life within him continuously dissipating. This feeling was somewhat melancholic for an elderly man. It's good just to be alive. Luo smiled lightly. I even helped you heal some of the lingering internal injuries. And your feet are no longer disabled. You should thank me. The Golden Lion snorted coldly. What are you going to do next? The esteemed 5 elders of the world government won't last long. Satan is very strong, absolutely royal-level combat power, in terms of vitality. Whitebeard and Shanks likely can't withstand him. But he's also facing 2 of the 4 emperors, Kaido and Big Mom. The 2 of them aren't afraid of engaging in close combat with Satan. It's just blood exchange. And Conqueror's Haki entanglement is the most basic combat style among the 3 sides. Don't rush. Luo still wore that smile. Now is not the best time for us to enter. In the distance, Kizaru was still sparring with Katakuri. Another celestial dragon died, which is really troublesome. The so-called Emperors of the Sea are truly terrifying monsters. A dazzling light flashed, and Kizaru reformed his body, his face carrying a bit of weight. He was a team mourning for Carter. Rather, after this incident, as one of the people present, even if the world government wouldn't do anything to him, he would definitely have his salary docked. Moreover, looking at the 3 battlefields erupting with madness on the island, Kaido and Big Mom, Shanks and Whitebeard, and Beckman and Marco. As the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, Beckman indeed possessed Conqueror's Haki, wielding a long sword covered in layers of thunder. Admiral Kizaru, a rapidly spinning armed color machi, came crashing down. Boom! Kizaru swiftly retreated, his gaze landing on Katakuri, another Conqueror's Haki user. Do you monsters all possess the qualifications of king? However, Kizaru's eyes looking at Katakuri showed he wasn't as worried as he was towards the other sides. Katakuri's Conqueror's Haki was limited to external release and couldn't be used in attacks, which is why Kizaru wasn't in a hurry. Kizaru knew Katakuri couldn't hold him back. At this moment, Kizaru also regretted coming so early. If Satan really dies, he might only have the escape route left. As an admiral, are you only going to run? Katakuri mocked. He didn't want Kizaru to slip out of his sight. An admiral couldn't be resisted by Big Mom's other children. Death had already become the main theme on this island. The next moment, Katakuri's eyes suddenly narrowed. So, have you ever been kicked by light? Boom! An explosion sounded from the side, a mass of machi reassembling into Katakuri's form. A flash of red light flickering deep in his eyes. Kizaru appeared, looking troubled. Observation Haki is really a monster. Boom! An even more exaggerated explosion suddenly erupted. Satan crashed heavily to the ground, all his spider legs broken, blood gushing from his mouth, staining his white beard. An admiral couldn't be resisted by Big Mom's other children. Death had already become the main theme on this island. The next moment, Katakuri's eyes suddenly narrowed. So, have you ever been kicked by light? Boom! An explosion sounded from the side, a mass of machi reassembling into Katakuri's form. A flash of red light flickering deep in his eyes. Kizaru appeared, looking troubled. Observation Haki is really a monster. Boom! An even more exaggerated explosion sounded suddenly. Satan Saint crashed heavily to the ground. All the spider legs beneath him shattered, blood gushing from his mouth, staining his gray beard. The old lady walked over slowly with heavy steps, looking quite disheveled. Old man, today you shall die. Kaido wielded his kanabo, wind blades gathering in his mouth. 5 old men. I will kill you all one by one sooner or later. The largest war in the world is finally about to begin. However, a faint smile lingered at the corner of Satan Saint's mouth. Lowly pirates, I told you, you will all die here today. In the next moment, 2 magic circles appeared beside Satan Saint, and with a bang, 2 domineering auras erupted instantly on the island. Who is it? The powerful figures on the field turned their gazes at the same time, suddenly shocked. Those are 2 of the 5 elders. Charlotte Perispero, the eldest son of the Big Mom Pirates, was taken aback, his hand holding the candy lollipop trembling slightly. Not good. Katakuri's eyes darkened. A piercing light suddenly erupted before him. Boom! Sorry, it seems I can't continue to drag this out any longer. Kizaru stepped out from the rain of light, instantly increasing the intensity for Katakuri. Reinforcements have arrived, and it seems justice will still stand on the side of the world government. The newcomers were none other than the financial warlord of the 5 elders, Izambaron V. Nasu, holding a katana, and Topman V. Vachali, sporting a pair of whisker-like mustaches. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, Nasu Shuru scanned the entire area and walked straight toward Kaido and Big Mom. It is you who killed my clansman, Carter Saint. The 5 elders have a special means of communication that allows them to communicate telepathically, so they don't need to be physically present to know what is happening. Thus, even though Nasu, Shuru, and Vachali were not present, they were already clearly aware of everything that had transpired. Old man, do you want to come and die too? Kaido's expression remained unchanged, but the smile on his face grew even more excited as he looked at Nasu Shuru, his tone laced with mockery. What a boldness! Nasu Shuru scolded angrily, filled with rage. This operation was originally to provide the outstanding junior, Carter Saint, with a powerful, mythical Zoan devil fruit. However, now that he was gone, Nasu Shuru felt an immense anger. He glared at Kaido, his eyes flashing with cold light, and coldly said, "Come over and die." As soon as the words left his mouth, the aura around Nasu Shuru exploded instantly, a terrifying pressure enveloping the entire battlefield. What is that? Several cadre members of the Emperors felt this powerful pressure and couldn't help but be moved. Nasu Shuru transformed into a massive skeletal horse. With its face and back covered in horsehide, its size towering hundreds of meters, surrounded by black smoky clouds similar to awakened Zoan fruits. Meanwhile, Kaido stood quietly in place, still wearing a faint smile, seemingly unfazed by Nasu Shuru's threat. His hand trembled slightly, filled with excitement and thrill, having long suppressed his urge to strike against the world government, wanting to make the highest authority wail and ignite the war he desired. In the sky, the golden lion felt a hint of dread, never expecting that Law would guess correctly once again. The 5 elders really appeared suddenly, including the ability used on him from a super long distance. Law's abilities seemed to have an exaggerated range that covered even his observation haki. Vachali was silent, motionless, like a statue, his eyes cold and almost hollow, as if he was pondering silently. Nasu Shuru wore a slight smile, though it was somewhat cold, as the 2 5 elders faced off against the 2 sea emperors again. However, as the next moment arrived, everyone on the island widened their eyes in shock. Stunned by the sudden upheaval, Vachali moved, disappearing in a shave, ignoring Big Mom and Kaido, and instead appearing in the midst of the crowd. Between the white-beard pirates and the red-haired pirates, he suddenly transformed into a massive, boar-like creature with 4 tusks and spotted skin, surrounded by black flame clouds. Its aura incredibly violent, erupting like a volcano. Not good. Ben Beckman and others were startled. It was too sudden. Almost no one expected this high-ranking 5 elder to attack them at this moment. Ben Beckman, Yasop, and others sprang into action, but were sent flying by the massive boar-like Vachali. Other members of the white-beard pirates and red-haired pirates were also suppressed by Vachali's unleashed conqueror's haki, unable to retaliate effectively. A bunch of ants. Do you think you can block my attack? Vachali sneered coldly and launched another attack. With just a stomp, Whitebeard Pirates 8th Division Captain, Namuel, and the 9th Division Captain, Brenheim, were torn apart, blood splattering everywhere. Damn it, is this guy insane? Ben Beckman gritted his teeth and said. Just then, a figure flashed by. Shanks stood in front of Vachali. Get lost, Shanks shouted. Vachali glared at Shanks, rage flashing in his eyes. Shanks, have you forgotten your identity? Indeed. Have you been brainwashed by that man after growing up outside? On the other side, Nasu Shrew, transformed into a centaur, held a katana that trembled violently, a long blade as black as ink, seemingly able to swallow all light. That was a black blade. The killing intent he exuded was overwhelming, filling the entire island with a murderous atmosphere. Boom! The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The ground completely split apart. Black lightning surged endlessly, the killing intent boiling. It could be clearly seen that sharp sword chi intertwined, flying in all directions, turning this area into a terrifying hellish battlefield. A flying slash evolved further from the conqueror's haki. The sixth son of the Big Mom pirates, Katakuri, was horrified, letting out a scream before exploding into a mist of blood. Following that, the seventh son, Kadance, roared repeatedly, but was unable to withstand this terrifying blade's aura. His body torn apart, limbs separated, one after another. In just an instant, the situation underwent a shocking reversal. The world turned upside down. This place instantly became a brutal slaughterhouse, blood filling the air, with severed limbs and mangled bodies strewn everywhere, a horrific sight that sent chills down spines. No one would have expected such a sudden and tragic turn of events. Just a moment ago, the Big Mom pirates were filled with murderous intent, their aura frenzied, as if they were about to tear their enemies apart. However, in the blink of an eye, they suffered heavy casualties, ruthlessly slaughtered by Nasu Shuru. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change, their hair standing on end, filled with fear and shock. Who would have thought that the high-ranking 5 elders would leap over the 2 sea emperors and suddenly rush in to attack the other cadres? At this moment, Nasu SHR became cold-blooded and ruthless. The 4 horse legs beneath him heavily stomped the ground as he charged toward the enemy with astonishing speed. The black blade in his hand shimmered, releasing countless black thunders, and the sword energy surged like roaring waves, overwhelming the area with murderous intent. Puff! Katakuri, furious, watched helplessly as half of his siblings' heads were severed, their faces frozen in terror until death, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Bang! The demon summoned by Big Mom's son, Charlotte Daifuku, was instantly strangled, dissipating into wisps of smoke. Daifuku himself suffered severe injuries, his body enveloped in haki, bones shattered, blood splattering everywhere. A tremor echoed from the sky, strong winds swept down, crushing many rocks unearthed from deep underground. Big Mom's eyes widened with murderous intent. You old fool, daring to attack my precious children despite your status. You're seeking death. A voice filled with killing intent rang out from above. As Prometheus transformed into a sea of fire descending, and Big Mom rapidly charged forward. Katakuri stood at a distance, watching this scene, red light flickering in his eyes as his body instantly turned into glutinous rice, light piercing through several voids within him. Boom! An explosion sounded, and Kizuru appeared beside Katakuri, delivering a kick. In an instant, Katakuri was sent flying again, unable to gather his armament haki in time, as Kizuru closed in on him. Is that the observation haki that can foresee the future? Kizuru scratched his head, while the light sword in his hand coalesced and pierced into Katakuri's back. The gap between the two was evident. As the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family, Katakuri was unable to even resist in Kizuru's hands. The previous delay was no longer present. Come over here, old man. On the other side, the scorching dragon breath arrived in an instant. Shanks had a cold expression, and a streak of sword energy swept out, causing the dragon breath to explode mid-air, tearing the earth apart and creating a massive crack, with shockwaves sweeping thousands of meters around. Shanks, are you blocking me? Kaido approached with a sinister smile. Anyone who attacks my crew will have me as your opponent. Shanks snorted coldly. Whitebeard walked over from a distance, and the person in front of Shanks was none other than Saint Vakili. Shanks, are you really going to stand with the world government? Whitebeard looked coldly at Saint Vakili. Just now, the other party attacked his sons. As their father, Whitebeard naturally had to stand up for them. Get lost, old man. That's my prey. Kaido grinned bloodthirstily, with no intention of teaming up with Whitebeard. You pathetic pirates. You all have to die. Saint Vakili began to gather power with his massive body. What a pity. In the sky, the golden lion stared at a plant-constructed light screen, smacking his lips with a look of mischief. This was a new technique developed by Xiachi, transmitting images that plants could see to their side. That old fool actually ran away. Kid Law, should we go take them down? The golden lion was eager to try. Unlike Kaido, he didn't care about surrounding the enemy, as long as he could win. In his view, Law's crew was definitely not inferior to a single Yonko crew, and perhaps even stronger due to the presence of a Logia Devil Fruit user, especially since they now had him, Law, and 3 warlords. This strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. Sure, what did you say? The Golden Lion was surprised. He was used to Law rebutting him. He thought Law would refuse like before. Unexpectedly, this wooden-headed guy actually agreed. However, it wasn't to go to the island, but here. Law pointed to a location where several warships were rapidly approaching. Below the warships, a figure was getting closer. The light screen couldn't clearly see who it was, only vaguely identifying the figure as a black fat man. Damn 5 elders. Angry curses came from the sea surface. The rushing warships seemed to be violently struck. Who is it? A major general on the warship stepped forward. A flash of light passed, and in the next moment, that major general stopped moving. His head gripped by a large hand, blood mist erupting, blood splattering on the deck. This scene was extremely shocking, leaving countless Navy soldiers in disbelief. Who is it? Enemy attack. Damn, is it that pirate from the island? A loud laugh rang out. It's your grandpa Teach. Teach's chest was covered in bruises, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. That old fool knocked me fly. He must have come with you, right? On the ship the 5 elders were on. Was there any strange treasure? For example, a devil fruit. Teach's smile twisted as he fixed his gaze on every Navy soldier, showing no fear. The battle on Crescent Island had also affected him, even though he had hidden his strength. Facing the overwhelming Conqueror's haki and the terrifying devil fruit powers of several sea emperors, Teach was envious to the core. He could no longer sit still, having been injured and even sensing death's approach. Teach, who had never consumed a devil fruit, no longer wanted to wait. Whether he could become Blackbeard was another matter. Right now, he desperately craved a powerful devil fruit to enhance his strength. The terrifying powers of several 5 elders and the strength of Yonko Kaido made Teach extremely envious. If he couldn't find that one fruit, he wanted to find a mythical Zoan devil fruit. The exaggerated enhancement of a mythical Zoan would be enough to transform a person. Just as he took advantage of the opportunity to be knocked away by Saint Vakili's group attack, Teach spotted the distant warships. Bang! 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 With the sound of gunfire, the warship fleet began to boil. Soon after, several more gunshots rang out, accompanied by sharp screams and cries of pain. A warship immediately igniting in a raging fire, black smoke billowing into the air, spreading above the sea. On the shore, the restored human form of Saint Satan stared at the distant smoke, frowning. What are these useless Navy doing? In the next moment, a magic circle appeared beneath him, and Saint Satan stepped out, vanishing. Bang! 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 With the sound of gunfire, the warship fleet began to boil. Soon after, several more gunshots rang out. Accompanied by sharp screams and cries of pain, a warship immediately igniting in a raging fire, black smoke billowing into the air, spreading above the sea. On shore, the restored human form of Saint Satan stared at the distant smoke, frowning. What are these useless Navy doing? In the next moment, a magic circle appeared beneath him, and Saint Satan stepped out, vanishing. What are you useless fools doing? The magic circle appeared on the warship, and Saint Satan stepped out, his gaze colder. Surrounding him were corpses sprawled across the deck, and another warship was emitting black smoke. In a breath's time, a red light flickered in Saint Satan's eyes as he looked toward a certain spot, spotting a pathetic pirate, seeking death. He stepped onto another warship, filled with continuous screams. Sir, Lord Saint Satan, a Navy soldier with half an arm broken and covered in blood saw Satan's saint, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes as he quickly approached. Sir, please save our men. Finger gun. Bang. However, what awaited the soldier was the finger raised by Satan's saint. With a thud, the soldier fell to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. Satan's saint walked forward, his gaze indifferent. How dare these lowly beings, reeking of blood, approach him? If they were useless, then let them die. Worthless fools. Saint continued deeper into the battleship, killing every Navy soldier he encountered one by one. Soon, the screams and gunfire on the ship gradually faded away, and the path ahead of Saint was blocked. Unmoved, he moved his body and struck with a heavy punch. Boom! A huge sound echoed, as if it would shatter eardrums. The incredibly sturdy steel plate instantly exploded under this strike, countless fragments raining down like raindrops. The passage, originally covered by collapsed walls and debris, was blown open, revealing a massive pit. Satan's saint, seemingly tireless, continued to swing his fists, each blow carrying unparalleled strength, destroying everything in front of him. His face remained expressionless, but his eyes flickered with murderous intent. As he stepped forward, punching again and again, the entire battleship trembled. Finally, after several powerful punches, a crisp crack echoed. Like breaking glass, the once unyielding steel plate could no longer withstand such heavy blows and completely collapsed. A hidden room revealed its true face. A strange fragrance wafted through the air. In the horrifyingly thick pool of blood, Blackbeard stood amidst a pile of Navy corpses, emanating an enticing aroma. It was bizarre. Satan Saint noticed the forcibly opened treasure chest in front of Teach, and his expression darkened. "Damn it, how dare you eat our things?" Just as Satan Saint was about to raise his fist, a massive rumbling sound erupted. A black spiritual light shot into the sky, directly breaking through the roof. After rising to a certain height, the terrifying black spiritual light instantly transformed into a gigantic curtain, enveloping the entire battleship. At the same time, countless strands of black mist materialized, intertwining with the blood pool and Teach, forming 3 thick ropes that hung around his neck. The ropes were dozens of meters long, exuding black mist and constantly rolling. Teach's body rapidly inflated at that moment, as if blown up like a balloon, instantly transforming into a small giant. His skin turned dark and shiny, muscles bulging, exuding a sense of power. Meanwhile, a brutal aura emanated from him, creating an indescribable sense of oppression. As Teach's body changed, cracks began to appear on the surface of his body, gradually expanding to reveal bones and muscle tissue, flashing with green light within. These green lights intertwined like lightning, forming a flickering glow, tinting his skin with a shade of green. The sound of cracking continued as Teach's body underwent a tremendous transformation, his height exceeding that of an ordinary human by several times, his massive form bringing unparalleled shock. At this moment, Teach resembled a green mountain, standing between heaven and earth. "Ha ha! Is this the power of the devil fruit?" Teach laughed wildly, his single fist clenched, captivated by the power within him. "You actually ate it?" Satan Saint roared in fury. Of course. Teach, shedding his previous timid demeanor, grinned fiercely at Satan Saint, showing no fear in his eyes. "This devil fruit, the mythical Zoan type, King Fang's form, I gladly accept it." "Damn it!" Satan Saint shouted angrily. That was the devil fruit they had specially prepared for Carter Saint. King Fangzhu is a monster that appears in the legend of the Night Parade of 100 Demons. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Teach looked at Satan Saint, a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Without any hesitation, he focused his thoughts, and the black ropes around his neck quickly came alive, transforming into 3 massive black snakes that bared their fangs and lunged at Satan Saint. The black snakes moved with incredible speed, arriving before Satan Saint in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the black snakes reared back and let out a sharp hiss, the sound echoing throughout the entire battleship. This hiss was no ordinary sound. It contained powerful soul energy, the legendary ghostly wail that could directly attack an opponent's soul. Satan Saint, already heavily injured, was consumed by rage at that moment and completely unprepared for Teach's sudden and bizarre attack. Caught off guard by the soul attack of the black snakes, his body jolted, his mind blanking out, and he instantly lost consciousness. Seizing the opportunity, Teach controlled the 3 black snakes to swiftly pounce on Satan Saint, tightly wrapping around his body and binding him so he couldn't move. Then, the black snakes transformed back into ropes, tightly constricting Satan Saint and trapping him in the black mist, completely submerging him so that his figure could not be seen from the outside. Teach, witnessing this scene, grinned with glee. "Old man, it seems the highest 5 elders of the world government are nothing special after all. Huh, you just faced the assaults of 2 sea emperors, and weren't you quite arrogant earlier? The plan has succeeded." Teach revealed a vicious smile, feeling the power surging throughout his body, energized. Mythical Zoan devil fruit, terrifying indeed. Hiss, the hoarse hissing of the snakes echoed. Dozens of cool black sword lights surged forth like an invading army. King Fangzhu possesses the ability to manipulate swords, having a special affinity for those who are hanged. Teach, not being skilled in swordsmanship, had these sword energies expelled by the black snakes transformed from the ropes around his neck. The flying slashes shone brightly in the dark cabin, heading straight for Satan Saint amidst the black mist, exuding an imposing aura. Satan Saint's expression changed, and in an instant, he activated the powers of the devil fruit, his body swelling up as he transformed into a half-beast form, his lower half becoming a spider legs turning into spears, trying to block the overwhelming sword lights. However, all of this was in vain. Before the black sword lights, Satan Saint's armed color hockey seemed weak and fragile, collapsing like melting ice and snow. The power exhibited by the sword lights was truly astonishing. Old man, I thought you would never tire. Teach grinned, revealing his incomplete teeth, speaking with glee. Having been beaten by 2 sea emperors in succession and being suppressed for such a long time, Satan Saint finally showed signs of exhaustion. In his peak state, just by transforming into a giant spider, he could easily have blown this battleship apart. But now, his size was barely larger than Teach's transformation into King Fangzhou. As Satan Saint completed his transformation, the black snakes that had tightly coiled around him could no longer restrain his entire body. He was just an unknown little pirate, a lowly member of the White-Beard Pirates. Did you really think that by eating a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, you could control its power at will? Satan Saint's eyes widened, and he roared in anger. He didn't even know who Teach was, nor could he even say Teach's name. This was enough to show that in the White-Beard Pirates, the other party wasn't even a division captain. In this world, it's not just about the abilities of devil fruits. In response to his words, Teach merely smiled, a hint of ruthlessness in his grin. Having left an unhealable scar on Shanxi, Teach's strength was already formidable. He wasn't even afraid of Marco, a commander of the Yonko level. Now that he had consumed the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, Teach had completely let loose. Here on the sea, with no one around, Teach's arms were covered in black liquid like hockey, and he raised his head, coldly staring at the severely injured Satan Saint. Is it hockey? The corners of his mouth slightly curled up, revealing a confident smile. Just right, let me test this move. He let out a deep, low laugh, keek. Meanwhile, Satan Saint, standing opposite him, still held a proud expression. He raised his thick spider leg and pressed down towards Teach with immense pressure. The air pressure inside the cabin suddenly changed dramatically, causing the Navy soldiers who had not yet died to spit out blood, their faces filled with despair and fear. Teach laughed heartily, truly ruthless. But then he took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and stepped forward, his aura becoming increasingly violent. At that moment, from the black fog that enveloped Satan Saint, Teach transformed into a green-skinned giant, suddenly appearing in front of Satan Saint. 3 black snakes coiled around his neck, looking exceptionally terrifying. Suddenly, a rope on Teach's neck transformed into sharp barbs, detaching from his body. This barb was pitch black, shaped like a long sword, and resembled a long, snake hissing. It shot out at an astonishing speed, heading straight for Satan Saint. With a sharp sound of breaking air, the barb traced an arc in the air, like a sharp sword cutting through the void, with countless black streams of light splashing from the barb, forming a dazzling rain of swords. Next, under the enormous force, Satan Saint's spider leg was severed. Moreover, Satan Saint's expression changed. His connection with the other 5 elders was suddenly cut off at that moment. He could no longer communicate with them in his mind as before. This lowly pirate is a problem. Satan Saint reacted quickly. He immediately urged the hockey within him, preparing to forcibly break out of the range covered by the black fog. Unbeknownst to him, the drifting black fog surrounded the exterior of the warship, firmly wrapping it within. Keek, I knew it, you 5 old geezers are connected. Teach's laughter was tinged with mockery. Your White-Beard Pirates will eventually be destroyed by us. Satan Saint's voice carried a hint of anger. And you will die too. Teach disregarded everything, his eyes filled with murderous intent, extending his hands forward and pressing down hard. I'll kill you first, old man. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed, and the fog surged. In the sky, the black mist that had originally dispersed from Teach began to condense into 2 enormous black hands, violently pressing down towards Satan Saint under his mental control. The space shook violently, and the air pressure was extremely compressed, turning into a powerful attack method in Teach's hands, slashing towards Satan Saint with overwhelming force. This scene seemed to be a unique collaboration between the dark fruit and the tremor fruit. This sword, had overwhelming momentum and astonishing power, causing Satan Saint to directly spit out blood and collapse to the ground, unable to move. However, facing this black giant hand, a tiny magic circle suddenly lit up in Satan Saint's eyes. Fierce Eye, with his low shout, a powerful force erupted from his eyes, directly hitting Teach. Teach immediately felt a sharp pain, unable to suppress a roar, and his black hands came crashing down, along with a loud noise. Steel plates and remnants of the warship flew everywhere. The place where Satan Saint stood was deeply caved in by this tremendous force. He had managed to withstand the 2 hands. For a moment, Satan Saint and the black hands were at a stalemate. Old man, this new era does not belong to you. A hint of ferocity flashed in Teach's eyes as he shouted loudly. The Satan saint before him was merely heavily injured. While he was in peak condition, Teach felt utterly humiliated that his moves were being withstood. His ferocity grew even greater. The Green Tengu, a monster of legendary status, was known for its murderous intent. "Old man, do you want to hang yourself?" Teach suddenly took a large step forward, the black snakes returning to the rope, swiftly breaking through Satan Saint's defenses and landing on his neck. In the next moment, as Satan Saint met Teach's frenzied gaze, just as the words escaped, the half-man, half-spider Satan Saint violently crashed against the ceiling of the cabin, light pouring in through a large hole. Satan Saint's beard was drenched in red, blood dripping down from it, and his tense muscles suddenly relaxed. He was reverted back to his human form, with a hint of asphyxiation turning his face a shade of blue and red. The rope seemed to have a mind of its own, embedding itself into his skin, making it impossible for him to breathe. Teach laughed wildly, reveling in the wonderful feeling of being able to control the rope without using his hands, simply by thought, which made his mood exceptionally joyful, as if this skill came naturally to him. Under his exquisite manipulation, the rope tightened and tightened. This was his unique ability, controlling the 3 ropes on his neck, which would enhance their power when wrapped around a creature's head. "Old man, die." Teach glared fiercely at Satan Saint, watching as his face grew increasingly red, his eyes filled with brutality and cruelty. Suddenly, he extended his 2 strong green hands, locking Satan Saint's body like iron pincers. Under his control, the hands, full of momentum, continuously gathered hockey into his palms. At this moment, Satan Saint was completely suppressed by Teach, but the blood-red light in his eyes grew even more dazzling, with terrifying blood-red lightning surging from his twisted face. With his roar, his conqueror's hockey erupted completely. In that instant, Teach's entire body ignited, flames bursting forth from him like a volcano erupting, the fire spreading. The Green Tengu, a creature of demonic bloodline, controlled the ghost fire of the underworld, known for its ferocity. Teach further stimulated his devil fruit powers, his hands bulging with veins, his strength surging. However, the waves of Conqueror's hockey that impacted his consciousness merely caused his body to tremble, but no further ripples occurred. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Satan Saint's eyes lost their light, becoming dull and lifeless, his head drooping weakly. At his neck, strands of blood slowly seeped out, completely dyeing his beard red, then dripping down the rope drop by drop, forming vibrant blood flowers on the ground. "Ha ha ha!" Teach let out a loud, triumphant laugh, filled with pride and madness. He released the rope in his hand and watched as Satan Saint's body slowly fell. He could clearly feel that Satan Saint had truly entered a near-death state, sinking into a deep coma. It must be said that Satan Saint's tenacious physique even surprised Teach. Under such intense attacks, the opponent was still able to keep his life. Just this physical confrontation had already consumed a considerable portion of Teach's stamina. After all, at this moment, Satan Saint was in a severely injured state. Teach grinned, revealing a sinister smile, and with a few cracks, easily dismembered Satan Saint's limbs. He did not immediately kill Satan Saint, because he had a more important plan. He wanted to take this living Satan Saint back to the White Beer Pirates. After all, a living person is more valuable than a dead one. For example, he could use him to threaten the world government into finding the dark fruit. At that moment, Creek, "Kid, not killing in a fight is not something a good pirate should do." Just as Teach returned to his human form, he heard a commotion and quickly turned his head. He saw a square door made of air slowly open, and several figures gradually emerged from within. The leading figure made Teach's eyes narrow. The newcomer was actually one of the 3 legendary pirates, famed alongside his father, Shiki the Golden Lion. Behind Shiki, there were several young men and women that Teach did not recognize. Although Teach did not know any of them, the information relayed by his observation hockey told him. These people were not weak. The faint smiles on their faces undoubtedly proved their strong self-confidence. Shiki's half-cloudy eyes scanned the cabin, finally landing on Teach. Revealing a meaningful smile, he gently pushed his famous sword, Yoru, and with a poof, under the sword's momentum, Satan Saint's eyes widened, blood splattering everywhere, filling the air with droplets of blood. Shiki chuckled, mixed in with black lightning, and his conqueror's hockey surged into Satan Saint's body like a volcanic eruption. Lowly pirate. Satan Saint's mouth was filled with internal organ fragments, and a massive gash appeared on his chest from Yoru's attack. His organs were completely shredded, and his life force vanished entirely. Satan Saint was dead. Shiki, are you going to join the battle on this island too? Seeing Satan's saint die like this. A flicker of caution flashed in Teach's eyes. The red lightning surrounding Yuru was the power he desperately wanted to obtain. Unfortunately, he could never grasp it. This was the fundamental reason Teach hoped to gain abilities from the devil fruit. No wonder, ever since he arrived at Crescent Island, he felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him, causing all sorts of misfortunes. Who would have thought Shiki would be hiding in the shadows? What cunning guy. With you all joining the battle, it seems my father will win even more easily. Teach scratched his head, showing a silly smile. What are you pretending for? Come and fight me. However, a figure rushed towards him from behind Shiki. Summer Chi's hands transformed into vines, instantly covering the entire room. What do you mean? Teach covered his hands with armament hockey, raised them in front of his chest, and took a hit, staggering back and lowering his posture. I haven't offended you. He stared at Summer Chi, confirming that this was the first time he had seen the other party. I haven't offended you. I just want to see how strong your mythical Zoan is. Summer Chi stepped heavily on the deck, and the cabin instantly filled with colorful, strange flowers. This guy. Pekin's eyes flickered, feeling a bit itchy, as he was indeed outdone. I don't think he can win. The air door closed again, and Hawkins walked over from the side. Satan's saint's corpse had already vanished from his feet. Gentlemen, I'm just an ordinary pirate of the White Beard Pirates. If you're looking for my father, I can take you there. Teach shouted, sweating profusely, not because of Summer Chi, but because of Shiki. The newspapers clearly stated that Shiki lost his legs to escape from the underwater prison, greatly reducing his strength, and that he had a ship's helm deeply embedded in his head. But now, looking at it, Shiki was in perfect condition. The terrifying sword energy overflowing from Yoru was enough to indicate that Shiki was at his peak. Teach had no desire to fight the people in front of him. He just wanted to return to the war-torn Crescent Island. The Summer Chi in front of him looked like a natural-type devil fruit user. Was he a new subordinate of Shiki? As if seeing his thoughts, Summer Chi sneered, clenched his hands tightly, and 10 tree spears shot towards Teach in a line. Bastard! Teach's eyes narrowed as he watched the massive tree spear flying towards him. A strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. Ha ha, come and fight. Summer Chi disregarded everything, raising his hand as the first tree spear shot out like lightning. Teach sidestepped, but was still hit in both arms. The intense pain made him grunt, but he did not stop his movements. Immediately after, the second tree spear whistled towards him, seemingly targeting the tail of the first tree spear. However, just as the second tree spear was about to hit the tail of the first, it inexplicably deviated from its original trajectory, stabbing towards Teach's abdomen. Not only the second tree spear, but the following 8 tree spears also exhibited the same situation. They seemed to aim for the tail of the first tree spear, but as they approached, they suddenly turned, skewing to the side. Bang! Bang! With a series of 9 sounds, Teach was pushed back repeatedly. This time, he was truly forced back. Each tree spear was covered in solid armament hockey. A trace of malice flashed in Teach's eyes, and when he lifted his head again, his body grew larger once more. The Zoan-type devil fruit, mythical blue lantern form. Has it appeared again? Summer Chi's smile grew wider. They had already seen Teach's form in Hawkins space. The 3 ropes on his neck transformed into black snakes, swiftly outpacing the vines, countering Summer Chi. Behind, a piece of broken steel in the cabin moved quietly. Whoosh! A slender figure appeared behind Teach. What? Teach's heart sank. Just as he wanted to retreat, it was already too late. The figure behind him suddenly lunged, reaching his back in an instant, a hand gripping his neck. Get off me! Teach's face changed drastically as the thick ropes coiling around his neck instantly transformed into black snakes, creeping up that arm, trying to bite the opponent. However, in the next moment, a wave of darkness suddenly appeared, completely engulfing Teach's vision. The fair fingers were as hard as steel, firmly gripping Teach's neck, preventing him from escaping. At the same time, endless darkness descended, enveloping Teach's body. A sense of weakness surged from deep within him, and Teach's pupils suddenly widened, filled with disbelief. This power! Teach's face turned pale, his originally blue skin gradually degenerating into black, and his body restored to the familiar figure of the black fat man. Teach's expression shifted from shock to anger as he was lifted off the ground by one hand, gripping his neck by Law. Staring wide-eyed at the darkness rising from Law's body, with a pair of pitch-black eyes like a demon fixated on him, filling Teach with both fear and rage. He wanted to use the power of the devil fruit, but Teach found that the connection that triggered the blue Tengu form had completely severed, and he couldn't use even a bit of it. Teach! Law stared at Teach, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. The Blackbeard of the Pirate King had finally been captured by him today. "What is your devil fruit?" Teach spoke with suppressed anger. But the next second, he suddenly felt a sinking sensation in his heart. It was a physical pain in his heart. Law's right hand had an unexpected pink cube that contained a living heart beating continuously inside. "It seems you haven't recognized the current situation." Law smiled slightly. He held that pink heart and gently squeezed it. Hiss! Cold sweat instantly broke out on Teach's forehead, and his face turned extremely pale. In that moment, he felt an unbearable twisting pain in his heart, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart, trying to crush it, causing him immense suffering. As the force in that hand gradually increased, Teach felt as though his neck and heart were about to be crushed, making it difficult to breathe, almost unable to catch his breath. His eyes widened, filled with terror as he looked at Law, his heart filled with despair and fear. Who on earth is this young man? Teach caught a glimpse of the Golden Lion. He was holding Sakura 10 and Moku K, seemingly oblivious and not intervening. His demeanor was as if it didn't concern him at all. Meanwhile, Xia Qi, who had just attacked him, landed and complained, "Boss, let's play sometimes too." It's a rare opponent. Without the power of the devil fruit, and with his heart being squeezed, Teach was powerless to resist. His heart filled with utmost horror as he weakly tugged at the hand gripping him. Taking advantage of the fact that he could still speak, Teach squeezed out a hoarse sentence from his throat. "I'm just an ordinary crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates. You might as well go look for Old Man Whitebeard. Don't you want to become Blackbeard?" Law laughed. "You want us to go find Whitebeard so that we can both suffer and you can take advantage of the situation, right? After all, you're the one who can leave a scar on Shank's face." For someone like Teach, a ruthless character, Law didn't want to give him any chance at all. The earlier battle with Xia Qi was also a pretense of weakness. Once he made a move, it would be like a thunderbolt, capturing Xia Qi as a hostage. Seeing Teach's expression change, Law merely smiled. "I'm very interested in you." Teach, Sir, if you kill me, why not let me become your subordinate? I know many secrets of the Whitebeard Pirates, and I can offer them to you." Teach struggled, his face turning red, showing no shame at all. "Is that so?" Law coldly looked at Teach, increasing the pressure in his hand, causing Teach to be unable to speak, his face turning a pig's belly color. "You want to follow me and plot against my Ope Ope Nomi? I see you've been looking for this fruit, haven't you? Unfortunately, I've got it." Teach's already bulging eyes suddenly showed disbelief. How did he know? Who exactly is this young man? This matter had been hidden in his heart for decades. However, Law did not directly snap his neck, merely waving his hand slightly. "Here." Beepo jumped out from behind, using several sea-stone handcuffs and sea-stone chains to tie Teach up tightly. Teach felt the weakness spreading throughout his body and struggled desperately. But gradually he couldn't even lift his hands. That was high-purity sea-stone taken from Wano country. Originally, if Teach hadn't eaten the devil fruit, Law would have needed certain means to trap him. But now, it was fine. He was tied up like a dumpling, unable to resist any longer. "Take him away." After Law ordered, Teach was forcibly pushed into the air door opened by Hawkins, and before entering, Xia Qi drained his moisture, transforming him from a black fat man into a black twig. The Mori Mori fruit brand free weight loss needle. Even those who were pricked say it's good. During the Crescent Island War, Law and the others made their first move, killing Saint Satan and capturing Teach, achieving perfect success. Pecan and the others stood behind Law, their eyes burning with eagerness, not planning to return to the ship with Hawkins and the others. Boom! The warship shook violently. In the distance, the cries of the Navy rang out once again. There are enemies. Zoro's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his face eager for a fight. He was already thirsty for battle, and the fluctuations from the top fighters on Crescent Island made Zoro's heart tremble, filled with both fear and excitement. In this batch of warships, Teach had destroyed two, and after Saint Satan entered this warship, the outside Navy smartly did not come in to help. After all, they were following the other two elders, Saint Nasujer and Saint Vacheli, and the Navy on the warship knew the pride of the elders to some extent. If they came in to help, they wouldn't wait for Teach to make a move before being killed by the elders themselves. As the highest authority of the world government, the elders instinctively hid their powers, not wanting to expose themselves to the public unless absolutely necessary. Perhaps this was related to the special mythical Zoan devil fruits they had consumed. "Stop thinking about fighting all day." Kuina struck Zoro on the head with the sword sheath. But in her eyes, there was also a flicker of similar fiery fighting intent as Zoro. Though she was a girl, Kuina had a combat talent far surpassing that of men. "Still your old companion." Law looked at the Golden Lion and smiled. "Do you want to meet them?" "It's them." A glint of red flashed in the Golden Lion's eyes. "No need. Suddenly, the golden lion grinned, staring at Law with a cold laugh. If I meet them, who will you find to take the blame? During this time, he had seen through how sinister this kid Law was, clearly possessing powerful strength. He still schemed behind the scenes, letting others fight, stirring up trouble everywhere, and making it hard to breathe. Bastards, do you still want to run? A piercing roar entered everyone's ears. Several powerful auras quickly approached. Really ruthless. Law shook his head. Room slaughterhouse. In an instant, everyone disappeared from the warship, replaced by several small stones scattered around the room, and the treasure chest in the center had been shattered, revealing an empty interior. The next moment, Silver Axe. Wangji, the remnants of the Rocks Pirates. The warship where they had just been was crushed by two figures, Saint Nazashiru and Saint Vachali, appearing with dark expressions and eyes blazing with fury. Not far away, the remaining warships were destroyed, the sea stained red with blood, and scattered around were broken corpses and wreckage of warships. Two massive pirate ships were right beside the warships, and the leading pirate laughed heartily, each slash taking the lives of several naval commanders. 5 elders? Wang Ji was taken aback, his expression changing slightly. They had just arrived. As the New World S pirates occupying Hive Island, the news from Crescent Island had stirred their restlessness, and after receiving word from Kaido's subordinates, the two rushed over with their pirate crew. Are the world government people cowards? Dark clouds loomed overhead, and a giant dragon peered down coldly at the two 5 elders below. Beneath Kaido stood Big Mom, stepping on Zeus, holding Napoleon, her exaggerated eye makeup hiding eyes filled with murderous intent. Mama, those who have hurt me still want to leave? The two followed closely, their auras no longer at their peak, but the violent momentum and the bloodthirsty glint in their eyes resembled two frenzied beasts, filled with brutality and evil. Their bodies seemed driven by a powerful force, each step carrying an irresistible might, the intense killing intent in their eyes suffocating the air around them. These two were like demons emerging from the depths of hell, with only battle and slaughter in their eyes. Where's Saint Satan? Saint Nazashiru seemed to not hear, slowly raising his sword, the original demon slayer, pointing the tip at Silver Axe and Wang Ji. The only thing that could make them disregard the situation on the island was one matter. Saint Satan was in trouble. The 5 were connected by a special secret technique, able to communicate in their minds. Now, Saint Satan's aura had vanished without a trace. The bloodstained blade suddenly erupted with terrifying sharpness, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding void, a terrifying aura shaking the heavens and stirring up violent conquerors' hockey. Very good. You Rocks Pirates. Do you want to walk the old path of rocks again and provoke the world government? Saint Vachali was furious, his gaze sweeping over the two pirate ships in front, as well as Kaido and Big Mom behind. The scene fell silent for a moment. The next moment, 4 waves of conquerors' hockey soared into the sky, colliding violently. Boom! A deafening sound of a terrifying impact erupted, pushing away strong shockwaves centered on the 4. Huge waves lifted the 2 pirate ships, but Wang Ji and Silver Axe showed a hint of unusual color in their eyes. This kind of battle was truly too nostalgic. The sounds of battle on Crescent Island disappeared. After the two 5 elders left, Shanks, who had been confronting Saint Nazashiru, no longer fought with Whitebeard, and led the red-haired pirate's crew away. This time, Whitebeard did not stop him. The two did not speak or exchange threats. Both sides silently gathered their pirate crews, leaving with the injured and the dead. Seeing the two 5 elders depart, Kizaru immediately transformed into a beam of light and headed in the opposite direction of the 5 elders. He was alone. There were no others. All the Navy had perished on Crescent Island. In fact, it could no longer be called Crescent Island. The entire island had been blown to pieces, the ground floating in chunks on the sea. 3 days later, news of the battle on Crescent Island spread, with countless newsbirds flying to various parts of the world, involving 4 emperors of the sea, 3 5 elders, and 1 marine admiral. Such a battle shocked everyone. Among them, the most shocking news was not the deaths of the cadres from the 4 pirate crews. The headline placed first by Morgan's was the death of the highest authority of the world government, Saint J. Garcia Saturn. As soon as this news broke, countries across the seas buzzed with discussion. Hey, did you see the news? One of the 5 elders is dead. What? The 5 elders? The highest authority of the world government. The celestial dragons can die too? I heard that all 4 emperors of the sea were involved, and many died. Crescent Island has been destroyed beyond existence. It's terrifying. The first to learn of the news were the pirates and navy in the New World. All 4 emperors of the sea moved together, including the renowned Silver Axe and Wang Ji, the 2 great pirates stationed in what was called the Pirates' Paradise. At Marineford, Sengoku looked at Kizaru and Akiji in front of him, holding a report filled with sorrow and helplessness in his eyes. Ding, ding, ding. The headquarters phone rang, and Sengoku looked at the transponder snail, transforming into the familiar visage of an old man, his expression slightly tightening. The caller was one of the 5 elders. St. Marcus Mars. Sengoku, immediately find Morgans. If he does not cooperate, issue an immediate bounty. Mars' piercing roar came through. Moments later, Sengoku hung up the phone, a flicker of anger passing through his eyes. The battle on Crescent Island, to be precise, was not one that the Marine headquarters was aware of. It was a war caused by the world government acting on its own. However, the outcome of this war led to the death of all the Navy. The Navy that followed the 3-5 elders to Crescent Island consisted of 22 warships, all destroyed. The number of surviving Navy personnel was 0. The Navy branch originally stationed in the New World suddenly had no combat personnel left. Sengoku immediately summoned all naval commanders back, the price being that from now on, it would be difficult for the Navy to operate in the New World. The arriving pirates found that all the Navy branches in the New World had been destroyed, and everything valuable inside had been looted. The Navy's only gain came from Akiji, who had captured all the major cadres of the Beast Pirates, except for Ember, now imprisoned in the dungeons of Marineford. Kizaru, Akiji, and Akainu, the 3 Marine admirals, all returned to defend. This was because the Navy's technical department had intercepted a new message through the transponder snail. For many older generation Navy members, this was nightmarish news. The remnants of the Rocks pirates have regrouped. Led by Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and Silver Axe and Wang Ji, they have formed a pirate alliance. Among them, Kaido has been hovering in the skies of the New World multiple times these days, his massive dragon form unabashedly visible, allowing many pirates and Navy to see his intentions. He wants to plunder the cadres of the Beast Pirates back. Sengoku's gaze swept over another report on the table. The headline read, Emperor Shanks. Celestial Dragon is a traitor among pirates. Morgan's news was increasingly explosive, plunging the Marine headquarters into various discussions that they could not control. Flint Kevin, what identity are you playing in all of this? Sengoku muttered. Sengoku, can I leave now? Kizaru said, a hint of relief on his face. He had encountered Akiji on his way back, which gave him some sense of security, especially knowing that 5 Elder Saint Saturn had died, making him even more apprehensive. If even a 5 Elder had died, those pirates truly were terrifying. Go ahead. Sengoku sighed. This time, it was already quite fortunate that Kizaru could return. Sengoku, that Flint Kevin definitely has issues. Akiji said seriously. He now thinks of that flying golden giant ship and feels a chill in his heart. On Crescent Island. That guy didn't show up, but Akiji believes things are far from simple. There are 4 natural-type devil fruit users, and there aren't many more than that in the entire Marine headquarters. Sengoku. The door to the room was kicked open, and a burly figure rushed in. Ha! Are we going for lunch? Kapu. Sengoku was furious, veins bulging, and immediately landed a loving iron fist on Kapu. Don't disturb me while I'm working here. Ha ha ha. It's great news that one of those old geezers is dead. Kapu didn't take it seriously, but seeing Sengoku's expression, he restrained himself from retaliating. If necessary, let this old man take action. Didn't you just mention something about Flynn, Kevin? Let this old man capture him and throw him in a prison. Once he's caught, all plans are useless. At this moment, Law, who had secretly completed everything, returned to Sky Island with everyone. Only Tesla got off in the New World, returning to his golden ship. Outside Sky Island, besides the Ark Maxim, a giant battleship radiating a chilling light was stationed there. The ancient weapon, Pluton. However, at this moment, Pluton was like a massive block of steel, and it was extremely difficult to start it. To get to fly, the energy required could not even be provided by Kizaru, who possessed the Rumble fruit. It seemed the energy purity was insufficient. Crocodile stood not far from Pluton, his eyes flickering. Is this really Pluton? The most uncomfortable person on site was none other than him, who had spent nearly 10 years searching for Pluton. For this, he even attempted to seize Alabasta. Such a result was unacceptable to Crocodile. He could not accept that the hard-won treasure was merely a pile of scrap metal. He might as well have wiped out those old geezers back then. The Golden Lion also appeared, snorting coldly. What Pluton? It's useless. They were preparing to ambush at sea, just like before. As a result, those 2 elders were actually driven away and met up with Kizaru and Akiji. After that, Law did not let everyone take action again and chose to leave. Because Akiji had been watching the sky, seemingly sensing something. In the previous chaotic battle, if you joined in, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin might not fight alongside you. Law looked at the Golden Lion and shook his head. Those two guys, huh? The golden lion snorted coldly. He knew very well, given those two guys' nature, the probability of them turning against him was high. This time was aimed at disrupting the world government's actions, exposing those who wanted to hide. Law said calmly. He took out a din mushy. Let's see what our allies are up to. They were causing trouble in the New World, with the elders and marine admirals all out. Law had sold this information when the battle was heating up. He sold it to the Revolutionary Army. A hoarse voice came from the din mushy, and Law's lips curled up slightly. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. How's the scenery in Mariewa? Law asked with a smile. Just as you said. Dragon's voice carried a heaviness. The Knights of God are very strong. Our people almost suffered a complete loss. Almost. Law heard this keyword. As a force that the world government feared, the Revolutionary Army's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. In this way, both sides were being transparent. The Revolutionary Army and the world government both knew the hidden strengths of each other. The leaders of the 4 Revolutionary Army divisions were not simple characters. Have you seen the one on the Void Throne? Law asked. As a colossal entity that had ruled the world for 800 years, the world government would not let it go easily. No, Dragon replied, quickly changing the subject. All right, what do you want? Your faction can hide better than us in the Revolutionary Army. Don't you really consider joining us? Our ideals may not differ. The gaze from the din mushy was profound. Dragon held a newspaper, and the news on it was far more explosive than the combined headlines of the past few years. However, there was still no news regarding Law's faction. Joining aside, I want to meet Dr. Vegapunk. I wonder if you can introduce me. Law's gaze flickered. Their faction lacked foundation, time, and more importantly, talent from various fields. With Pluton in their hands, they could not fully understand its manipulation principles with just an iceberg. To confront the world government directly, they needed controllable ancient weapons. Sorry, we are the Revolutionary Army, not the Marines. Dragon immediately refused. The so-called world's #1 genius scientist, Vegapunk, is heavily protected by the Marines. How could we know? Then I want the record pointer to Egghead Island. Law did not refute Dragon's words. Dragon fell silent. The person on the other end of the phone had put him in a passive position, uniquely reaching out to the leaders of the Revolutionary Army and then contacting them, providing them with information about the elders. Now he also knew the location of Dr. Vegapunk. Such a force was terrifying, especially the news published in the newspaper. Elder Saturn was dead. The killer was suspected to be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Teach, whose whereabouts were currently unknown. After a while, the call ended, and Law's smile widened. How is it, Captain? Beepo came over and asked. Xiachi and Pekan couldn't sit still and went to find Crocodile to fight. Not bad. Law smiled, preparing to meet this leader of the Revolutionary Army. He entered the specially constructed biological research room. Inside, many were top doctors from the Magnet Drum Kingdom, recruited by Law with high salaries. On the bed lay a black, fat man bound from head to toe with sea stone. It was Teach. What are the examination results? Report. Sir, the cells throughout this person's body are unusually active. We used a sedative, and it took a lot of effort to put him to sleep. Besides that, this person is very strong, but there are no particularly special circumstances. An old doctor came over, taking out several examination reports. Let me see. Law frowned. No abnormalities in his body? Room. A spatial cyclone appeared, enveloping the room. Law's finger traced, cold light flashing. Teach's body was instantly divided into countless small pieces, with his organs completely extracted. The doctors nearby brightened up, feeling regretful inside. Law's ability was too suitable for being a doctor. Let's check again. After a stick of incense's time, the examination results came out. Teach did not have any particularly abnormal traits. That is the soul. Law nodded. Bring Brooke over. Soon Brooke, dressed in a black suit, walked into the room. Yo-ho-ho. Captain Law, you looking for me? Brooke's hollow eyes scanned the room. Unfortunately, there are only men in the room, no female doctors. Take a look at his soul and see if you can find the cause of the problem. Law pointed at Teach, who was divided into many pieces on the stage. Even if Teach were to wake up now, he would be powerless and unable to move. In Law's memory, Teach seemed to have been born together with his 2 sisters, but encountered some kind of accident. As a result, Teach possessed the ability to consume 3 devil fruits. If Brooke couldn't do anything about Teach, then for the short term, the only option would be to keep Teach imprisoned here. The only people capable of controlling souls. Besides Brooke, the Soul King who consumed the Yomi Yomi no Mi and has the ability to communicate with the afterlife are the Yonko Big MOM. The user of the Soru, Surunomi, asking the latter for help would be akin to daydreaming. During the battle at Crescent Island, Big MOM and Kaido were already injured and not in peak condition, yet they still dared to chase after the recently arrived Gorosei. Their crazy appearance was like that of a mindless beast. The recently formed alliance of the remnants of the Rocks Pirates was initiated by Katakuri, Jin, and Marco after communicating with each other. Otherwise, it would be impossible for those 3 Sea Emperors to propose forming a group on their own. The news about Shanks has also been reported, and currently, they are still in the New World recovering from their injuries, but they are being ostracized from all sides. The Celestial Dragons have come out as pirates and chose to help the Gorosei on Crescent Island. The red-haired pirates have become traitors in the eyes of other pirates. Admiration has turned into hatred, and many pirates are shouting to kill Shanks and take revenge for the pirates. Some ambitious individuals have even come to the vicinity of Sabeti Archipelago. Gorosei Saturn has died. He was the highest authority of the world government and also a celestial dragon. The new celestial dragon, Saint Katakuri, is of little significance in this incident. This is the first reported death of a celestial dragon in such a long time. Celestial dragons can die, and the Gorosei will also be chased by pirates, escaping from the gates of the New World. This shatters the elevated image of the celestial dragons. The world government is no longer untouchable. Brook's skeleton fell to the ground, and a green cloud rose from within him, drifting into Teach's body. Captain Law, I found it. This Teach, just as you said, is indeed a trinity of 3 souls. His soul appears quite bloated because 2 small souls are embedded within his own. Law's eyes brightened, confirming his suspicions. Can you separate these 2 small souls? He asked. Or can you transfer them to someone else's soul? Brook's excited expression suddenly deflated, and a sheepish smile appeared on his skeletal face. Sorry, Captain Law, I can't do that. Although I can see them. Those 2 small souls have already merged with Teach's soul. Unless I can control souls and perform delicate surgeries on them like you, it's unlikely. Perform surgery on souls? Law nodded slightly. He wanted to do that as well. However, he couldn't see Teach's soul at all, let alone attempt it. When will your fruit awaken? Law asked Brook. Brook scratched his head. I haven't developed the Yomi Yomi no Mi much. I can only borrow power from that world for now. Within a year, develop your fruit's abilities to the awakened state, Law stated calmly. But, Law interrupted him. The Yomi Yomi no Mi is a paramecia-type devil fruit. After awakening, it won't change much, unlike Zoan types. What are you afraid of? If you can't awaken within a year, I'll leave you with Shachi and Penguin for some serious training. Law's voice was soft, but made Brook's hollow eye sockets widen in panic. No, Captain Law, I'll do my best. The madness of Shachi and Penguin was evident to everyone on the ship. They trained hard, pushing themselves to the limit, and their competitions were serious. No one would stop until they were knocked out. As a musician, Brook did not want to participate in such terrifying training methods. The ability of the Yomi Yomi no Mi allowed Brook to connect with the underworld and see where souls belong. Once he awakens, will this ability allow him to influence those around him, enabling Law and the others to see the world where souls exist? Could he then perform a stitching operation on those unconscious souls, connecting them with the souls of the living, thereby achieving the integration of multiple devil fruits? Law didn't know, but this direction was worth trying. The value of capturing Teach alive was extremely high. Even if he couldn't succeed, Law could use his abilities to allow others to control Teach's body. Unlike Brook's feelings, Law did not sense any difference between Teach and others when using his abilities. The mind exchange was solely with Teach himself. The situation at sea remained chaotic. In the New World, the red-haired pirates had lost their Yonko title and were currently missing, having abandoned their territory. Other great pirates, like sharks smelling blood, erupted into battles in that sea area. The Yonko Kaido was suspected of leaving the New World and entering the first half of the Grand Line, trying to rescue the members of the Beast Pirates. Therefore, the Navy headquarters had been continuously shrinking its forces. Contrary to what the world government and others imagined, they had completely disappeared without a trace, and no one knew what they were doing. However, the Navy headquarters publicly issued bounties for 2 individuals, shocking the world with their reward amounts. One was Morgans, the king of the underground forces and president of the World Economic News Agency, a user of the Tori Tori no Mi model, Albatross, with a bounty of 1 billion berries. They demanded his capture alive. The world government and the Navy had completely lost patience with this underground king. The influence of the newsbird was too great. Once, no one thought much of it, but after this battle, the decline of the world government and the Navy was reported, shaking the authority they had built up over 800 years. The world government issued a death order to retrieve the Tori Tori no Mi Albatross model. As for the other person, Flynn Kevin alias, with a bounty of 3 billion berries. The silhouette on the bounty notice bore a striking resemblance to Law and was made by Kazan after returning to the Navy headquarters. Once this bounty was issued, it caused a massive earthquake in the New World. 3 billion berries. This bounty exceeded that of many vice captains of the Sea Emperors, even surpassing the notorious Jin, Marco, and Katakuri. Flynn Kevin's sudden emergence shocked everyone and sparked hostility among numerous pirates. The bounty notice did not specify why the individual was being sought. Strangely, the reports disseminated by the newsbird did not mention this person either. Everything seemed like a bizarre act orchestrated by the world government and the Navy, leaving people baffled. One day, a small boat docked on a small island in the first half of the Grand Line. The leader was none other than Law, accompanied by Penguin, Shachi, and a small group, traversing through the jungle, suddenly arriving at the edge of a vast valley. Monet let out a long breath. We've finally arrived. The valley before them was enormous, stretching infinitely, with a conservative estimate of its area being around several dozen miles. Even more peculiar, the valley had a regular circular shape, as if it had been meticulously drawn with a giant compass. Standing at the edge of the valley, everyone curiously looked down, only to see that the bottom was approximately 30 zhang below their standing position. From above, the valley below is lush and green, with dense vegetation that shows no significant difference from the surrounding jungle. The mountains in the valley rise and fall, and streams flow gently, creating a picturesque scene that resembles a beautiful painting. Xiaoqi looked around for a long time before pouting and saying, "What bad luck. The first half of the Grand Line is just boring. There aren't any strong animals here. Isn't that pretty good?" Monet was speechless. "Don't forget why we are here. To meet the leader of the Revolutionary Army, right?" "I know." Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. "He must be very strong to lead the Revolutionary Army, right? Is he a swordsman?" The green-haired swordsman with 3 swords at his waist asked with bright eyes from behind. "No." Monet shattered his illusion. "He is strong, comes from the Navy, and is the son of the hero garb, but I haven't heard he is a swordsman." Suddenly, Law looked up, and Hawkins silently took a few steps back. "They're coming." Pekan and Xiaoqi abruptly turned around, staring in a certain direction. "Let's go down," Law said softly as room expanded, enveloping everyone, and in an instant, they disappeared at the edge of the valley. Inside the valley, just as Law and the others appeared, they felt a scorching aura coming from the other side. They turned to see several figures streaking across the sky like shooting stars, engulfed in flames, rapidly descending. Boom! With several loud bangs, those figures landed heavily on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The impact was so strong that it created large craters in the ground, and the surrounding rocks and soil were thrown up, forming a storm of dust. As the dust gradually settled, everyone was surprised to find that these figures had left behind a massive paw print on the ground. When they saw the leading figure clearly, Pekan couldn't help but exclaim, "The 7 warlords, Bartholomew Kuma." The figure at the forefront was indeed one of the 7 warlords, Bartholomew Kuma, with a tall stature, wearing a trapezoidal white hat and brown spots scattered across his body, a P0 mark tattooed on the left side of his neck. He held a book with Bible written on the cover as he walked toward them, shaking the ground with each step. Pekan couldn't help but show a hint of battle intent. They had encountered this infamous Kuma before when facing Moria. At that time, Kuma thought they were pirates and wanted to attack them. Fortunately, after Law ate the Ope Ope no Mi, his strength surged, and standing alongside the injured Jinbei, they ultimately did not end up fighting. However, Pekan remembered one thing. Kuma's fruit ability was incredibly powerful. If they could obtain it, their strength would grow tremendously again. After Law's Ope Ope no Mi ability, Pekan and the others had come to highly value powerful devil fruit users. Kuma did not speak, his gaze seemingly devoid of any emotion as he slowly approached Law and the others, exuding a strong sense of pressure. When he reached their side, he stopped at a safe distance. "Long time no see, Captain Law. You've accepted the modifications, I see." Law glanced at Kuma, sensing the mechanical sounds coming from within him. His consciousness was still there, but some of his organs had already been replaced with machinery. "Some people always need to take this step," Kuma said softly, his voice gentle. "Without sacrifice, how can there be revolution?" Wearing a green robe, Dragon appeared like a breeze in front of Law. He glanced over Law and the others, a hint of amazement in his eyes. "Captain Law, you really are young. Indeed, the times will be opened by the youth." Behind Dragon, the commanders of the Eastern Army, Bello Betty, the commander of the Western Army, Mori, and the commander of the Northern Army, Crow, followed. The vice-commanders of the 3 armies were also present. "The leaders of the 3 armies have arrived. Thank you for your attention," Law smiled slightly. To kill a celestial dragon, you are not to be taken lightly, young people. Dragon spoke, tossing a record pointer to Law. This is the record pointer for Egghead Island. Thank you. Law directly took the pointer without checking it in front of them. Their future cooperation with the Revolutionary Army would not be small, and if Dragon was a smart person, he would not fake such matters. However, I hope we can go together to see Dr. Vegapunk. I hope you can understand, Dragon said seriously. Behind him, Bello Betty was smoking, sizing up Pecan and the others. Frowning slightly. This really is a group of young people around 20. That is fine, Law nodded, his smile unchanged, not showing any change in expression despite the differences in what was said and communicated through the transponder snail. He had long known about Dragon and Vegapunk's relationship. This time, he brought Zoro and the others out to let them witness the strength from all over the world and enhance their combat abilities. It was normal for the leader of the Revolutionary Army to be friends with Vegapunk and not want to see him in trouble. But the reason Law and the others set out this time was precisely for Dr. Vegapunk. With the current strength of the Revolutionary Army, they could no longer stop them. The Golden Lion and Law alone were enough to handle most emergencies. What methods did your Revolutionary Army encounter with the Knights of God in Mariewa? Law asked. The five elders, Marcus Mars, is also a Zoan-type devil fruit user, possessing a bird head, bird wings, bird claws, and a snake body, with a gigantic size. Shepherd 10 Peter is similar, transforming into a massive sandworm, suspected to have awakened the Zoan type, and a special black smoke surrounding him after transformation, Crow said calmly. He was in charge of reconnaissance in the Revolutionary Army and had the clearest view. Just as he spoke, the vice commander of the Northern Army, Gilong, suddenly buckled at the knees and fell to the ground. Gilong, Crow exclaimed, rushing to his side to help him up. What happened? What did you do? Bello Betty's arm dropped from her purple hair, exhaling smoke, her gaze sharp. Other Revolutionary Army officers surrounded them. They stared at the group behind Law. And two people came to Gilong, who had fainted. It wasn't us. Law narrowed his eyes, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. Pecan and Xia Qi silently stepped out in opposite directions, standing in front of everyone. The atmosphere between the two sides grew tense. Suddenly, the clear weather turned gloomy, and the sound of electricity crackled. Law and Dragon looked up sharply. In the next moment, Law's expression changed. Hey, you Revolutionary Army aren't being followed, are you? On a sky island at an altitude of 10,000 meters, several girls sat at the edge of the clouds, looking at the motionless steel warship in the distance. Sugar smiled slightly at the girl beside her. What a pity, Bakura. Tesla sent you over, but you couldn't go out with Law and the others due to health reasons. Bakura, one of Tesla's subordinates, was a user of the luck fruit. Tesla thought it would be better for her to follow Law instead of him, so he brought her to the Sky Island. Bakura shook her head and smiled wryly. I'm not sure. I was fine before, but just before we set sail, I had health issues. I'm really sorry. It might be the environment of the Sky Island. Sugar laughed. Maybe. Bakura felt a sense of unease in her heart. I still need to practice my devil fruit abilities again. I always feel that this luck fruit ability is unreliable. Mariewa. In that endless void, a magnificent throne stood tall. On the throne sat a tall and slender figure, cloaked in strange attire, exuding elegance and nobility, making it impossible to distinguish between male and female. Below, four of the five elders bowed respectfully on the ground. If outsiders were to witness this scene, they would surely be astonished. The throne, which was supposed to symbolize authority, now had someone sitting upon it. Moreover, the expressions of the four elders were filled with reverence. Reporting to Lord M, the existence of the Revolutionary Army has already threatened our rule, said Shepherd Saint, one of the five elders, his voice deep and firm. Those lowly pirates have finally become a hidden danger. Izaberon V. Nejuro Saint's expression was grave. Compared to Shepherd Saint, who remained behind, they found it even harder to accept this operation. One of the five elders had died. The impact of this incident was too great. Yes, we must completely eliminate them to maintain the stability of the world. The figure on the throne nodded slightly, their gaze deep and somewhat indifferent. The son of that naval hero, Garp. He is also AD. Shepherd Saint and Maz Saint exchanged glances, and then Shepherd Saint stood up, providing the name of an island. Tokitama Island. Lord M, this is the confirmed location of a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. Should we go there? The figure on the throne quietly listened but interrupted Shepherd Saint. You do not need to. They spread their hand, and a scene map appeared in their palm. It was visible to the naked eye that many places on the map were marked with a large X. Without exception, these islands no longer existed in reality. In the next moment, Tokitama Island was marked with an X. Subsequently, the figure on the throne stood up, looking down at the five elders. Joy Boy has yet to appear, and you have already begun to disappoint me. Remember, this is the last time. Tokitama Island. Law's expression instantly darkened. As if pierced by a sharp light, a sharp and intense sense of crisis surged through him, sending a chill up his spine. He didn't even have time to say a word to Dragon and the others. Room. The spatial vortex appeared, and Law and the others instantly vanished, leaving only a pile of small stones behind. Bartholomew, let's go. At the same time, Dragon shouted. Bartholomew extended his hand, a sphere of energy forming in his palm, enveloping the cadre of the Revolutionary Army. Booming. In the sky, dark clouds gathered, and vaguely, a giant shadow emerged deep within the clouds. Dark energy beams like a massive tornado descended from the sky, carrying endless pressure and power. These energy beams pierced into the center of the island like a massive blade, splattering countless dust and debris, further burying them. As the energy beams descended, the entire island began to tremble, as if unable to withstand this powerful force. At the same time, waves of lethal light shot out from the clouds, like waves of the sea, one after another. These beams flickered with a cold light, each containing terrifying killing intent, weaving a dense net in the air, enveloping the entire island. Lightning flickered in the clouds, roaring with thunder, with each flash of lightning. A strong tremor was triggered in a corner of the clouds. It was vaguely visible that the half-arc cold exterior bore some resemblance to the Pluton that Law and the others had obtained. The waves at the edge of the island were also affected, their originally calm surface turning tumultuous, raising towering waves hundreds of meters high. These waves surged up the island, forming spectacular water walls that obscured everything between heaven and earth. Outside the island, Law stepped out, actually leaving Tokitama Island. Pecan and the others turned around to look back, only to see a violent energy fluctuation sweeping in from afar, like a surging giant wave. This energy seemed to have the ability to devour everything, destroying everything in its path, leaving chaos behind. Its speed was incredibly fast, closing in on them in an instant, sweeping everything away. That was a terrifying attack beyond their comprehension. Law radiated black mist, unleashing an infinite conqueror-esque haki, wielding his sword, Onigiri. His haki and the surgery fruit ability combining to instill fear in the world. They had escaped the center of the assault, but the range was simply too vast. The violent aftermath surged toward Law and the others like a flood, imposing and overwhelming, shaking the ground for miles around. It was as if a battle between man and natural disaster suddenly erupted at that moment. Law gathered his haki to the surface, not daring to underestimate or relax for a moment, and he had to exercise utmost caution in the face of this violent aftermath. A moment's carelessness could lead to bloodshed and demise. He naturally understood what was attacking them. It was the world government's secret weapon, known as Uranus, one of the three ancient weapons. Uranus descended to destroy everything, which could not be considered a complete attack. But the range and energy level it covered were too powerful, utilizing an energy Law and the others had never encountered before, as if a god had descended into the world. Blinding divine light continuously fell from the sky, each ray so dazzling that it illuminated the entire world. At the same time, the sky seemed unable to bear such power and began to shatter, with black holes appearing in the high heavens, resembling cracks in the universe. Vast, boundless air fissures emerged, these fissures like sharp swords falling vertically from above. Each strike was devastating, turning everything on the ground to ashes in an instant. Even the earth itself was breaking apart. Usually unafraid of enemies, Xiaqi now showed fear, her face pale, cold sweat pouring down her forehead. Zoro, with his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, also looked shocked. He had never seen such a terrifying sight, a strong sense of unease surging in his heart. Thankfully, Law acted in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The scene before them was too horrific and shocking, sending chills down their spines, making them tremble involuntarily. This day was anything but peaceful. Law directly moved the entire ship. Lightning fell from the sky, flames ignited on the horizon, and the sea roared with waves. On the ship, everyone was honest and straightforward, no longer casually boasting about testing their strength. It was like a natural disaster had descended. One misstep could lead to complete annihilation, leaving not even a trace behind. Not even a drop of blood remained. The entire Tokitama Island was destroyed, sinking to the seabed, forming a massive underwater vortex that pulled everything around it into its depths. Nearby, small sea kings passed by, trying to escape. But this was of no great use. With such a trend, it was destined to become a graveyard of life. Was that the means of the world government? Was that the Uranus, one of the three ancient weapons? At noon, the sun rose high. On the ship, everyone was trembling with fear. Even after escaping, they were still haunted by the experience. It was terrifying. They had witnessed the four emperors' war on Crescent Island. They knew that the top powerhouses of this sea had the strength to shatter islands. However, they had never seen an island crumble and sink to the seabed so easily before. It was beyond human capability. How about it? Do you have confidence in dealing with that thing? Law walked to the middle of the ship and asked, smiling at the Golden Lion, who was sitting on the steps smoking a cigar. As an old pirate from the previous era, Law dared not let his guard down around the other party in his own base and needed to keep a close eye on him. Other crew members would likely have to pay a bloody price if they wanted to deal with the Golden Lion, and success was uncertain. Law had not only healed the Golden Lion's head and legs, but also helped him recover from internal injuries. The current Golden Lion was an absolute royal-level combat force. In Law's perception, he was not inferior to Kaido and even much healthier than Whitebeard, who had begun receiving 4 drips daily. Is this your reason for preparing? The Golden Lion rarely refrained from making contemptuous remarks towards Law. Law nodded and shrugged. You see, the gap is too big. Among our crew, how many could survive that strike? Their crew included him, the Golden Lion, Pekan, and Shachi, as well as several other officers with great potential. To be blunt, even if they fought against any one of the 4 sea emperors, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. However, they were merely mortals desperately fleeing under the shadow of one of the 3 ancient weapons, the king. The world government, very interesting. The Golden Lion's eyes deepened. The scene they had just witnessed seemed familiar to him. The battle at God Valley, where his ambitious captain. Was that battle's failure destined to happen? Back then, he, Newgate, and Linlin had thought it was their own fault that led to the team's collapse. Looking back now, how could a man who could command terrifying monsters to sincerely call him captain during his and Newgate's youthful peak lose so quickly? Even if Roger and Garp teamed up, it wouldn't work. The Golden Lion chuckled. He was confident in his hellish conqueror's hockey, but he still felt he was lacking. Whoosh, whoosh. Who? As the ship passed through a certain sea area, gunfire sliced through the air with a sharp explosion. Zoro leaped up, not knowing when he had already tied his bandana. 3-sword style, onigiri. Boom, boom. The cannonballs exploded in the air, and a strong wind caused the ship to shake violently. Zoro landed, his eyes filled with battle intent and a hint of anger. He couldn't forgive himself for trembling under that attack. He wasn't strong enough. He was still far from being the world's greatest swordsman. Bang! What are you doing? Zoro felt a big bump on his head, stopping his actions to jump onto the distant ship and turned around, displeased. Open your eyes and see whose ship that is, Kuina said bluntly. Zoro followed her gaze and saw a massive red ship being pulled by 2 giant sea snakes. The Snake Princess, that was a ship of the 7 warlords. Compared to Zoro's recklessness, Kuina was more perceptive and recognized the emblem on the other ship. The 7 warlords were strong like Jinbei. When Zoro was training under Jinbei on Sky Island, he was still far from being strong enough. What are the 7 warlords? Zoro said discontentedly, rubbing the bump on his head. Watch I take them down. Ha ha, well said. Shachi laughed, eager for action. What are the 7 warlords? Blast them. Unlike the original anime, Shachi had drunk monkey's brew since childhood, eaten the forest fruit, and received training under Law, his strength exceeding that of an ordinary vice admiral. He was quite confident. He still remembered that the last time they encountered this pirate empress was during a battle with the Beast Pirates. It was the other party who stopped Jean from chasing them, but at that time, they hadn't taken this infamous 7 warlord seriously at all. Captain, Shachi shouted, full of excitement. Behind him, Pekan and Zoro were filled with fighting spirit. This was the ship's most headstrong trio, all battle maniacs. Go! Law's chest heaved slightly as he waved his hand, his gaze shifting. The newcomer was the pirate empress of the 7 warlords, Boa Hancock. But as a warlord of the sea, she didn't have the right to make them retreat. Attack! A delicate voice rang out. Once within a certain range, countless Amazon lily warriors clad in beast skins aboard the Snake Princess raised their bows. Whoosh! Whoosh! Like a rain of arrows. Every arrowhead turned black, infused with armament hockey, making them more lethal than the previous gunfire. Roar! Pekan quickly transformed into his half-beast form, roaring like a white ape. He leaped from the ship, his massive body shining in white light, and his eyes shot out golden beams, exuding an imposing aura. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Pekan grinned, his white fur stained with a layer of darkness. Is it a devil fruit user trying to knock me into the sea? Bring it on! Pekan growled fiercely, his hand glowing as white flames rose, transforming into an enormous white staff, pointing at the distant snake princess. A powerful wind surged, and waves rose high in the sea as a giant green hand appeared, slapping forward like a small sea king, enormous and imposing, making it intimidating and hard to resist. "You dare to attack us!" The voices of the female warriors on the snake princess cried out. The sound of arrows whistled through the air, doubling in number compared to before, colliding with the hand and erupting in brilliant sparks and shockwaves. This level of attack is nothing. Pekin sneered, swinging his staff. A sharp blast of energy flew out and shattered those arrows. At the same time, he flashed and lunged toward the snake princess at lightning speed. "I'm coming." Shachi stepped onto the air, skillfully using moonwalk, dropping hundreds of seeds into the sea. In an instant, floating plants rapidly grew, covering a large area of the sea. And Pekin landed on the leaf surface, with the seawater barely reaching his toes, not affecting him much. "You finally cultivated a useful plant," Pekin grinned, exposing his white fangs, and swung his white staff forward, fiercely intending to blow up this sea area. "You know nothing about plants." The giant hand, composed of vines, simultaneously fell, infused with dense armament haki from Shachi. The arrows hit both of them, only momentarily hindering their movements before they continued to descend at high speed. "Two pirates dare to be reckless on my ship?" Fragrant foot. A graceful figure shot out from the perfumed snake's ship, and in the blink of an eye, Pekin and Xiachi were dazzled as a powerful confrontation erupted, the terrifying sound of collision deafening. Xiachi and Pekin landed on two huge floating plants, and they saw a woman standing at the bow of the perfumed snake's ship. Her appearance instantly filled the ship with gasps and excited screams. It was the Empress. The Empress. They didn't expect to see the Empress herself take the field today. The ship was filled with Amazon lily warriors, all stretching their necks to look at the tall and graceful woman at the bow. Boa Hancock leaned against the serpent Samuro, crossing her legs, one hand casually draping over the serpent's body, her smooth black hair cascading down. She wore a chi-pao with a slightly open collar, revealing a deep neckline, and the high slit of the chi-pao exposed two snow-white legs, crossed like two entwined white snakes. Her figure was enchanting, her beauty stunning, and the moment Hancock appeared, the atmosphere on the Amazon Lily reached a climax. She was the ruler of the Amazon Lily Kingdom and a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Has she finally appeared? Boa Hancock. Xiachi's gaze was intense. Hancock had left a deep impression on him back then. If it weren't for Law unleashing his Conqueror's Haki to save the day in time, Xiachi and Pekin would have ended up as mere stone statues. Drifting on the sea, Hancock was a paramecia-type user of the sweet fruit, and the rarity of her ability had been noted by Law before. Once hit, no one could break the effect, except for Hancock herself. Another group of pirates? Hancock's gaze was cold, showing no sign of emotional fluctuation. With two powerful devil fruit users appearing near Sabeti Archipelago, if they weren't Navy, then they could only be pirates. Even a Logia-type devil fruit user couldn't ignore her charm. Arrow of captivity. Hancock lightly touched her lips, forming a huge pink heart, pulling it back like a bow. And a multitude of pink arrows shot straight towards Xiachi and Pekin, also covering the ships behind them. Damn! Xiachi's expression changed immediately, and he gathered his haki on the vines to shatter the arrows. He couldn't let the arrows touch his body. "Pekin," Law called out softly upon seeing this. "Don't hold back. If the ship got petrified, they'd have to rely on you to carry us across the sea." Hancock's move, once it hit, could petrify even non-living things. Its effect extremely domineering. "All right." Pekin let out a low growl, the sound echoing like thunder in the air. Immediately, a powerful and overwhelming pressure erupted from his body, like a surging torrent shooting up into the sky. The sea could no longer remain calm within the perfumed snake ship. The women responsible for logistics rolled their eyes and fainted, screams erupting everywhere. What happened? What's going on? Is this Conqueror's Haki? That white monkey has the same power as the Empress. The terrifying aura felt tangible, and the overwhelming pink arrows seemed to lose their strength, freezing in the air before plummeting to the seabed. Royal qualities. Hancock's expression remained unchanged. Her deep blue eyes, slender and graceful at the corners, revealed a hint of indifference. Damn! Xiachi's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy as he watched Pekin display his might. He felt quite displeased inside. Wasn't it just Conqueror's Haki? Haki is one thing, but the fruit is the real skill. White Ape Fist. Pekin spoke coldly, then swung his fists, the power of his strikes shaking the heavens. It seemed like a close combat brawl, but every move contained his armed haki and strands of white flames. The fusion of this ability and armed haki manifested in every detail. Boom, boom, boom. The three engaged in a fierce melee. Xiaoqi, with a Zoan-type Devil Fruit, and Pecan, a Logia-type Devil Fruit user, coordinated with each other, truly like gods of war descending. At this moment, Xiaoqi's mastery of the Devil Fruit had reached a high level, combined with observation haki. Every move seemed like a natural disaster. Countless plants attached to his armed haki surged like a torrent of steel toward the perfumed snake ship. If they were on land, Xiaoqi's potential would be even more terrifying. He could single-handedly form an army. Clang! As the air screamed, a sharp explosion sounded, and Pecan was kicked away, smashing into the floating plants Xiaoqi had created. Even though the floating plants were piled high, they still created a huge pit upon impact. Buzz! The towering treant trembled, tree shields emerging from its surface, then exploding, losing all luster. Xiaoqi poked his head out from the other side, his body reconstituting, his expression becoming serious. That kick was heavy and fast. He was shocked. The power of that kick was immense. If he hadn't dodged in time, and his observation haki hadn't been decent enough to elementalize, he might have been seriously injured. Amazing. The Empress. Oh, the Empress. The Empress is so beautiful. I love her. On the perfumed snake ship, the female warriors were excited, screaming loudly, their eyes filled with admiration and affection for Hancock. Hancock stood gracefully, her cold gaze fixed on Xiaoqi. Is that all you've got? Hancock said disdainfully. However, among the Gorgon sisters, the second sister, Boa Sandersonia, wearing a bikini with green long hair, revealed a serious expression. There were also powerful individuals on the opposing ship who were skilled in haki and possessed Conqueror's haki. Not only that, but the sisters, who understood Hancock well, knew her fighting style. The fact that she didn't kill or petrify the opponent immediately after knocking them away indicated that she didn't want to, but rather couldn't. The opponent's strength should not be underestimated. Of course, there's more. How could I be compared to that white monkey? Ha ha, taste my blow. Glancing at Pecan, who was sent flying even further, Xiaoqi laughed heartily, as if being hit hard was nothing to him. Just then, his giant tree-like hand suddenly shot up, like a fierce dragon, growing wildly. In the blink of an eye, that huge hand had become incredibly massive, even seeming to lift a 100-meter-high giant tree. This giant tree felt as light as a feather in his hand, easily thrown out with unparalleled might, crashing toward the perfumed snake ship. Compared to the current three admirals of the Navy and their Logia-type Devil Fruits, though the Forest Fruit's offensive might not be so sharp. In terms of destructive power and troublesome levels, it was definitely not inferior to other Logia-type Devil Fruits. Empress, what a terrifying attack. Why can he grow plants? What kind of Devil Fruit ability is that? On the perfumed snake ship, the female warriors swallowed hard, their eyes showing a hint of panic as they looked at Xiaoqi. But as Hancock moved again, all the female warriors' eyes lit up, their excitement returning. The Empress, how could she lose so easily? Attacking my ship is seeking death. The Empress, with her slightly disheveled black long hair and cold expression, strode through the floating weeds created by Xiaoqi, step by step, leaving behind traces of afterimages. Come at me. Do you understand the value of a natural-type Devil Fruit? Xiaoqi looked at Hancock charging towards him, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. He saw Xiaoqi's fist begin to turn black, covered with a layer of black armament haki. Then he swung his fist fiercely, the haki climbing up the giant tree that had grown. Today, one of the 7 warlords will be gone, Xiaoqi said coldly. Arrogant, Hancock shouted angrily. Xiaoqi no longer hesitated and punched out, casting a large shadow over Hancock and the ship, the Snake Princess, aiming to shake them all at once. Coming from a background of petty crime and having fought alongside Law since childhood, Xiaoqi had no intention of holding back just because his opponent was a woman. On the contrary, he wanted to force Hancock to take his strike head-on with the Snake Princess behind her. Boom! The sea began to shake violently, sending waves crashing outward as if the entire world was about to turn upside down. At that moment, the giant tree suddenly exploded with a loud bang, creating a massive rift. Crack! Crack! With a series of crisp sounds, the giant tree actually broke apart, revealing a long, fair leg in front of Xiaoqi. Great aroma kick. In a rush, Xiaoqi had no time to react differently and could only quickly cover his arms with armament haki, while his muscles suddenly stiffened like iron. Iron block, he shouted, trying to withstand the blow. However, when he met Hancock's cold and proud gaze, a terrifying conqueror's haki pressed down on him, causing his elementalization to come to a sudden halt. This pressure was simply too terrifying. Even Xiaqi's powerful defense seemed so insignificant at this moment. His armament haki couldn't fully conceal the sharpness of this aura. The layers of tree trunks shattered under the overflowing aura from her kick. Damn, a figure was sent flying, and it was Xiaqi. It was visible to the naked eye that his arm was slightly bent, and the bones in his arm had shattered quite a bit. Such powerful conqueror's haki. A low voice sounded. Another white figure descended from the sky. Hancock frowned slightly, disregarding Xiaqi, and immediately swept a leg towards Pekin. The next second, boom, the fist and leg collided heavily. This time, Hancock took several steps back, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. In contrast, Pekin had a deep high heel imprint appear on his chest, looking quite pale. Such terrifying physical strength, Pekin murmured. Hancock appeared tall and slender, a woman with a curvaceous figure. But the moment of impact, Pekin could clearly feel the terrifying power hidden beneath her taut skin. Your Majesty. Seeing blood at the corner of Hancock's mouth, the female warriors on the Snake Princess panicked, their expressions tense. Especially Hancock's second and third sisters. Their massive bodies twisted and moved to the front of the ship, wanting to support Hancock. 1 against 2, with the opponent's devil fruit ability being so strange. It was already a disadvantage for Hancock. I don't need your support. As if sensing the situation behind her, Hancock did not look back and said coldly, Sister. Boa Sanasonia looked worried. She gazed at the enemy's approaching ship. Unlike their concern, the ship was very quiet, with several young men and women standing on the deck, smiling and pointing at Pekin and Xiaqi. At the same time, in the air above the ship, a person with golden long hair and a black cross tattoo on his throat sat in midair, holding a camera in one hand, with a deck of cards placed in front of him. Hawkins, what are the odds of them winning? Below, Beepo asked. Their odds of winning are 73%. Hawkins replied calmly. If this continues, the probability of someone dying between the two is 70%. Seeing this, Hawkins felt a ripple in his heart. Glad it wasn't him on the field. It seems that Boa Hancock's strength is definitely formidable. The value of the 7 warlords is indeed not simple. Ha! What a great new generation of pirate empress. On the ship, the Golden Lion grinned. Not standing at the front like the other officers, but sitting on a chair on the deck, holding Sakura and Muku. Hey, Law Kid, why don't you go and bring her back to the ship? I see her potential is great, her strength, and looks remind me a bit of a young Linlin. Charlotte Linlin? Monet frowned slightly beside him. Comparing looks, that big mom is a no-go. Although now they are enemies, Hancock's beauty made even Monet, a woman, feel amazed. She truly had an unparalleled appearance. Hey, what do you kids know? The Golden Lion scoffed, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, remembering that Linlin was also a great beauty back then. But, thinking of Big Mom now, the Golden Lion coldly added, of course, if she stands in our way, it's better to kill her. Oh, Law Kid, are you finally planning to take action? Law, holding the Odin sword, flipped his other hand. Room. With a whoosh, Law disappeared from his spot. Boom, boom, boom. On the sea, Pekin and Xiaqi were still battling Hancock. Xiaqi relied on the strong vitality and area attack of the forest fruit to force Hancock to take his moves head on. Once attacked, he would elementalize his body. Pekin was more reckless, straightforward, focusing on his strong physical recovery, just charging in. After another 2 collisions, Xiaqi and Pekin were pushed back. Amazon Lily Kingdom. Is it just you? Xiaqi laughed loudly. No helpers? Your kingdom isn't doing so well. 1 against 2? I feel a bit sorry about it. He said this while conjuring another row of wooden puppets, charging towards Hancock. To deal with you, 1 of me is enough. Hancock's pupils shimmered, her cold gaze sweeping the surroundings, and the terrifying conqueror's haki surged out again. Xiaqi's expression became serious. He secretly muttered, another troublesome conqueror's haki. However, at that moment, a hand suddenly patted Xiaqi's shoulder. Immediately, a calm voice sounded, let me handle it. As soon as the words fell, an immense aura erupted from the figure behind Xiaqi, like a surging torrent, rampaging in all directions. This aura was powerful enough to astonish, as if it would tear the entire world apart. The rampaging conqueror's haki collided violently with Hancock's conqueror's haki. In an instant, countless black and red lightning exploded in the sky, dancing like demons, recklessly destroying everything around. Everyone was taken aback, their bodies involuntarily trembling and swaying. Even the female warriors who had previously supported the Snake Princess on the perfume ship found it hard to bear this overwhelming pressure, collapsing in rows with their eyes rolling back. Whose conqueror's haki is this? Those who had not fainted were shocked and gasped, their eyes wide with panic. At that moment, the entire venue was stirred, the terrifying aura flowing through the air like a fierce beast. Even the few people on Law's ship felt their breathing quicken. The captain's haki is terrifying again. Hawkins' eyes flickered as he put away his cards. Law had made his move. There was no need to predict the outcome anymore. This power is truly strong. On the ship, Zoro's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sooner or later, I too will step into this realm. Who is that? On the perfumed ship, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold exclaimed in unison, their faces showing astonishment. Their gazes were fixed ahead, filled with confusion and shock. Meanwhile, the entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence, all eyes focused behind Xiachi. Is it you? After their haki clashed, Hancock's gaze landed on Law. She didn't recognize him, but she recognized this conqueror's haki. A memory suddenly flashed in Hancock's mind. It was also near Sabiti Archipelago, that small boat that stood firm against the beast pirates' Godray's attack. You were part of that group of pirates back then? Hancock frowned slightly. Exactly. Law smiled faintly as he drew his sword. Onigiri. You attacked us back then, but you also diverted the attention of the beast pirates. Our accounts are settled. Boom. The clash of conquerors' haki tore the sky apart, splitting the clouds in two. In this world, no one dares to collect a debt from me. Hancock said coldly, the surprise in her eyes fleeting. In a contest of conquerors' haki, she was at a disadvantage. This time, it was still you, the Amazon Lily Kingdom, who struck first. Law's lips curled into a slight arc, suggesting, why not join us instead of being hostile? I'm quite interested in your 7 warlords. It seems he has already gathered several of them. Join? The two stood facing each other on the floating weed, neither moving an inch. Law stared intently into Hancock's eyes, not daring to relax for a moment. He hadn't forgotten the terrifying scene of those people being instantly petrified, which was caused by Hancock's power. If he was bewitched by her gaze, he would be restrained by the powers of the Mero Nomi. However, the haki within Law could easily resist such attacks. Now, he finally had the chance to witness this legendary pirate empress up close. Observing her at such a close distance, Law's heart couldn't help but stir slightly at her stunning beauty. He had to admit, Hancock was indeed an unparalleled beauty. Even the women on the ship, like Monet, seemed to pale in comparison. It wasn't just her looks. More importantly, it was her proud aura that instinctively stirred a desire to conquer within him. Perhaps only a woman like Hancock could maximize the potential of the Mero Nomi. Hancock's gaze was incredibly proud, as if she looked down on everyone. The pink longbow in her hand shimmered with a faint light. To have me join you? That's a fantasy. Her voice was cold and resolute, laced with endless disdain. Do you people even deserve it? Red lights surged in Law's eyes, his body covered in armament haki, as the arrow was blocked by his haki, kept at bay. Even so, the black haki was dulled, losing its luster. The people on Law's ship looked over. Hancock's ability was terrifying enough to chill one to the bone. One arrow could weaken armament haki, just like Law's surgical knife, yet you still couldn't afford not to block it. Once hit, you would be forced to petrify. The abilities of a Paramecia-type devil fruit are terrifying indeed. If we are unworthy, then other forces are even more unworthy. Law reached out, his hand inverted. The Amazon Lily Kingdom was a nation that revered martial power. To make Hancock listen to him seriously, he first had to demonstrate his personal strength. Room, slaughterhouse. Law's figure flickered and vanished. This ability, Hancock's purple eyes scanned back and forth, suddenly retreating, a pink energy longbow appearing in her hand. Countless arrows shooting out, continuously weakening Law's haki. Once the haki disappears, he would be petrified, reduced to the same level as an ordinary person. This was an unwinnable battle. It was all about buying time, either defeating Hancock before his haki completely vanished or waiting to be petrified. Hancock came out swinging, just as Law anticipated, aiming to quickly eliminate the other to establish dominance. Law chose the first path, charging toward Hancock against her pink heart arrows, stepping right in front of her, and with a swift move, unleashed a strike with Onigiri. In the blink of an eye, the void collapsed, the howl of the Onigiri echoed, and black-red lightning covered the entire blade, a terrifying power at the level of an emperor. He didn't believe Hancock could easily withstand the strike. However, Hancock's gaze was resolute, her purple, enchanting eyes shimmering like 2 brilliant gems. Suddenly, she raised her head sharply, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. A powerful aura surged from her long, fair legs, and the terrifying conqueror's haki shot up to the sky. Great perfume kick. With a delicate shout, Hancock moved like lightning. Boom! The surface of the sea sank, and a terrifying wave swept around, directly tearing apart the floating weeds that separated them from the seawater. Fortunately, Xiaoqi quickly arranged new floating weeds and vine barriers to block the impact. Otherwise, the aftershock would have been enough to send their ship flying. In the clash of conquerors hockey, Hancock's eyes were solely focused on the sword. She stared intently at Onigiri, very familiar, extremely familiar. This was the same attack she had seen when she was a child fighting against Rayleigh and the world government. The alternating lightning tore at the momentum of the people. This was Law's peak strike unleashed using conquerors hockey, making even the previously uninterested Shiki on the ship pay serious attention. This kid has gotten stronger again. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen explosions rang out as Hancock was sent flying from the direct confrontation, pain flashing in her beautiful eyes, blood dripping from the corner of her lips. That strike obliterated heaven and earth, causing the void to completely collapse as waves of distorted air devoured the surroundings, sucking in the dust. Your physique is quite strong. Bang! With a loud crash, Law tightly grasped Hancock's wrist, and the two vanished simultaneously, reappearing in the sky. Hancock's purple eyes fixated on him, the Mero Nomi ability activated, continuously wearing down Law's hockey. You can execute that kind of attack too. Of course, Law's knee slammed into Hancock, while at the same time, Hancock's abdomen was torn open, enduring the excruciating pain, her long, white legs raised to block Law's kick. Empress Hancock, you can become a warlord not just because of your beauty. During the escape, Law had already exhausted a lot of stamina, and that strike wrapped in conqueror's hockey was not easy to take. The fact that Hancock wasn't killed or knocked out directly was enough to prove her strength. Try again, Rose shouted lowly, releasing Hancock's wrist, and with a powerful swing of his right hand, the blade of guilty cry struck again. Hancock lightly bit her red lips, forming a heart shape with her hands, aiming closely at Rose's face. Sweet, sweet wind. With a bang, the shockwave from the cut shattered the void, and with one strike, Hancock's entire body was sent crashing into the depths of the sea. Room, the slaughterhouse. Rose stood on the void, his fingertips moving slightly, and Hancock, soaked by seawater, appeared in a graceful posture. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale, suspended high in the air. Now, with even greater control over his fruit abilities. In this surgical space, Ro could control those much weaker than him, as well as lifeless entities. Seawater dripped down her long black hair, her wet clothes clinging to her skin, perfectly outlining her exquisite figure, revealing a large area of spring scenery. Even if I die, I won't join you. To Ro's surprise, despite taking 2 full-force cuts from him, Hancock's breath was weak, yet her attitude remained resolute. Join us, and I'll help you overthrow the world government, Ro stated directly. As guilty cry cut through, Hancock's clothes were easily torn apart, and under the blade, her chest cavity was also sliced open. Ro extracted a square heart, while simultaneously using his surgical fruit abilities to heal the wound on her abdomen. What did you say? Hancock was startled, looking sharply at Ro. We team up to kill the celestial dragons. Ro's expression was calm. He pointed to the rapidly approaching ships in the distance. Of course, we are not the Revolutionary Army. We are different from them. A battle broke out over here. Not far away, a ship belonging to the Revolutionary Army was speeding towards them. On the ship, the open-hearted Bello Betty was smoking, staring at Ro's ship. Beside her, the commander of the Western Army, Mori, patted Crow's shoulder, comforting him. Crow, we all remember what happened to Geelong. In the future, we will definitely avenge him. Yeah, Crow, who was not fond of talking, nodded slightly, his expression hidden beneath the bird mask, making it hard to see. The world government had somehow locked onto Geelong. Perhaps it was what they did during their last invasion of Mariewa. Geelong was dead. They almost faced total annihilation. What relieved the Revolutionary Army officers was that they had just not been at the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, but on a deserted island. Otherwise, under that devastating attack, ordinary Revolutionary Army soldiers would likely not have survived. Kuma's abilities were also limited. That terrifying attack came too quickly. Stop right there. An air door opened on the Revolutionary Army's ship, and Hawkins stepped out with Pekin and Shachi. Our boss has something to do. What do you Revolutionary Army want? Shachi brushed off the dust on his clothes, speaking without courtesy. Hey, what's with your attitude? Bello Betty immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. A flag appeared in her hand, which was her weapon, used to inspire people and also as a weapon. Being the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, Bello Betty was not only special in her fruit abilities, but also powerful. What do you want? You almost got us killed. Shachi glared at Bello Betty. a displeased arc forming at the corner of his mouth. The fight with Hancock was interrupted by Ro, and now Shachi was full of battle spirit. Ro had said that sometimes cooperation also needed to show the other side some authority. This would yield better results for both parties. Do you guys want to fight? Seeing Shachi say this, Bello Betty was furious. Jilong was the vice commander of the Northern Army and also an officer of the Revolutionary Army. His death weighed heavily on her heart. Betty, Dragon spoke up, stopping the trend of the two seemingly about to argue. We go to Egghead Island together. That's our condition. Don't worry. Shachi smirked. We won't deceive you. In the back, Pekin also pressed down on Shachi's shoulder, looking at Dragon. Our boss has something to do. Once he's done, he'll naturally come with you. You got into conflict with the Empress among the 7 warlords? Commander Lindbergh of the Southern Army looked at the 2 giant sea serpents pulling a large red ship in the distance, speaking solemnly. Bad luck. Shachi shrugged. I mean them. Let's go. Pekin led Shachi back through the air door. After a while, Lindbergh spoke again. Dragon, they are a dangerous group. Is it really okay to cooperate with them? Even if Ro isn't on their ship, that ship still gives me a very dangerous feeling. Hey, Lindbergh, you're too cowardly. We are all officers of the Revolutionary Army. Belo Betty complained. Dragon slightly raised his head, staring at Ro's ship, as if there was a big character on board. However, we have no choice. No matter how dangerous it is, we have a common enemy. The other side is even more dangerous. Moments later, 2 figures descended from the sky. Empress. The female warriors on the Snake Princess ship became excited again, their worries swept away. Sister. Boa Sanasonia breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Hancock's appearance had not suffered much damage. Just her clothes were disheveled and torn in many places. Then, let us have a pleasant cooperation. Ro glanced at Hancock, adjusted his black and white soft hat, and in a flash, returned to the ship, leaving behind a stone that suddenly appeared, plunging straight into the sea. Hancock deeply stared at Ro before returning to the Snake Princess ship. I'm Fina. She nodded to her 2 sisters, sitting on the Snake Salome. Returning to the largest room on the Snake Princess ship. Going to war with the world government. Hancock lay on the bed, her expression complicated. If we can really kill the celestial dragons, what does it matter if I team up with you? Hancock's eyelids drooped slightly, her clothes slipping off, revealing boundless spring scenery in the side mirror. But at that moment, the brand dragon's claw on Hancock's back had disappeared, replaced by smooth, fair skin. The mark was gone, yet Hancock's heart quietly had an additional figure. Under Hancock's command, the Snake Princess ship turned around, heading towards the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Jojo, have you all finished your sweet reunion? What are we, just old subordinates being abandoned? Back on the ship, Shachi's lewd laughter rang out. Ro did not look at him, waving his arm. Whoa! Unprepared, Shachi was instantly teleported off the ship, not knowing where he was thrown. He only knew that at the edge of his vision. Floating duckweed suddenly grew on the sea surface. From now on, she is one of us, Ro said. Oh yeah. Monet laughed. Looks like you're really lucky. You just picked up another big beauty. Meanwhile, the Revolutionary Army ship was approaching Ro's side. East Blue. I don't believe it. Absolutely impossible. Shanks is definitely not that kind of person. In Windmill Village, a boy wearing a straw hat sat in a bar chair, looking incredulously at the newspaper report. His tone filled with anger. I know Shanks. He can't be an undercover agent sent by the world government among pirates. I made up my mind. I will set sail early, just in time to find Ace, who set out not long ago. I'm going to meet Shanks and ask him to clarify everything. I must become the Pirate King. South Sea. Haha, the lofty emperor of the sea. Is he also an undercover agent sent by the world government? How ridiculous. The pirates really need some new blood. Let me be that blood, setting sail early, just right. No need to prepare anything. In a garbage heap, countless pieces of steel are gathered together, and a young man with red hair wears a grim smile on his face. Let me take your place. Red-haired Shanks. On the open sea, on a broken warship, 2 figures sit among corpses and bonfires. The phone rings. That old hag again. The call connects. Hey, Kaido. Where are you now? On the other end, Big Mom's laughter rings out, laced with sarcasm. Going out alone all day. Aren't you different from the little brat who used to follow me back in the day? Shut up, you old hag. Kaido growls, gripping the transponder snail tightly. You can't control me now. Hee hee. Be careful you don't get caught by those Navy guys for research again. Big doesn't care about Kaido's attitude. Don't forget, you don't have any subordinates to rescue you anymore. Once you're dead, I'll have Jin come under my command. Mamam. That reckless signature laugh just rang out from the transponder snail. Crack. Veins bulge, and Kaido's fingers tighten, crushing the exaggeratedly made-up transponder snail into pieces. Another transponder snail down. Does he really think he's still on that ship? Kaido's gaze is filled with brutality. Jin, where have those useless fools like Queen been sent? At the Navy headquarters. A cold voice responds, as Jin just puts down a transponder snail. However, the transponder snail in his hand is still alive, trembling as it looks at the corpse of its companion thrown on the ground. The Navy headquarters has gathered all the top combat power. But with the bounty on Queen and the others, they will definitely be sent to the underwater prison, impelled down after some time. Is that the prison that old man Shiki escaped from? Kaido's gaze turns fierce, snorting coldly. If that old guy could escape, then the so-called impregnable prison isn't so impressive after all. What does that white-bearded old man say? In a room filled with a sweet scent, beside a mountain of cakes, Big Mom hangs up the transponder snail, eating cake, her terrifying smile suggesting she's in a good mood. Mama, the Whitebeard pirates still refuse to declare war on the Navy, nor do they plan to help Kaido rescue his crew. Big Mom's eldest son, Perispero, looks somewhat displeased, evidently having had an unpleasant interaction with him. Mama, I think this so-called pirate alliance is really unreliable. Even back on that ship, gathering together wasn't very reliable. Big Mom tilts her head and swallows a cake the size of a small car. That old man Newgate has lost so many sons this time. He definitely won't take the initiative to attack again. Not in a period of hunger pangs. Big Mom exhibits a calmness different from Kaido. As the only woman to hold the title of Emperor of the Sea, she was once able to mingle with Kaido on Rock's ship. Big Mom has never been a simple character. Then Perispero thinks quickly, not wanting to make his mother angry again. The more chaotic the sea becomes, it might not be a bad thing. That bastard red-haired has left, and the new world doesn't need so many emperors. Let Bruley come see me. Some things can't wait until she comes of age. She is a member of the Three-Eye Tribe, but she's a daughter I value a lot. Mom. Marineford. In the conference room of the Navy headquarters, the atmosphere is tense and serious. The generals seated here, looking at the badges on their shoulders, are at least Navy vice admirals. This morning, a Navy soldier reported a shocking piece of news to the headquarters. The red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, was spotted at Sabaody Archipelago. Upon hearing this news, Sakazuki, seated at the top, flashed a glint of killing intent in his eyes. He immediately stood up and volunteered to lead the team to Sabaody Archipelago. This hawkish figure, who missed the battle at Crescent Moon Island, looked very excited at this moment, his voice firm and cold. Shanks is one of the biggest pests among those bugs. Let me go, we can't miss this opportunity. I will definitely eliminate him. His words echoed in the conference room, and many gazes fell upon this admiral, while Kazan, who often opposed Sakazuki, remained silent this time. This made the dovish Navy generals below hesitate. Yet they did not dare to provoke Sakazuki's anger, giving Kazan frantic signals. Kazan saw this, but various scenes kept playing in his mind. There were too many dead Navy soldiers on Crescent Moon Island. So many that when Kazan went to rescue them, the shocking number left him speechless for a long time. The Navy hadn't experienced such a brutal war in a long time. The emperors of the sea gathered together, and the Gorosei had also intervened. For ordinary Navy soldiers, this was nothing short of massacre. After surveying the room, Sakazuki prepared to rise and lead the charge. He was always decisive. However, the fleet Admiral Sengoku, seated at the top, raised his hand to stop Sakazuki's impulse. Sengoku slowly said, "Sakazuki, calm down. Red-haired Shanks is one of the 4 emperors. His strength cannot be underestimated. We cannot act rashly." Sakazuki coldly glared at Sengoku. Was it because of his celestial dragon identity? "Sakazuki," Sengoku shouted sternly. The atmosphere in the meeting instantly became tense. The debris of the sea. Can't we act because of that identity? Sakazuki sneered. When did the news on the newspapers become the truth? The fact that Shanks is a celestial dragon was reported in the papers. If it weren't for the newspapers saying so, perhaps no one would think in that direction. The 4 emperors Shanks is a celestial dragon. So can his bounty still hold? This was actually one of the hot topics of discussion within the Navy. Ha ha. Sakazuki, you stinky face finally made me see you a bit more favorably. Garp. Sengoku's face darkened instantly as he looked at the guy in the corner of the conference table who had just woken up. You shut up. This is the most serious meeting of the headquarters. If you don't want to listen, then get out. Watching Garp lay back down with a snort. A quick flash of helplessness crossed Sengoku's eyes. We can act. The bounty does not need to be removed. The Navy will never compromise with pirates. Remembering the phone call on the day Crescent Moon Island ended, Sengoku paused, loosened his clenched fist. Shanks is a celestial dragon. That much is true. But he is still a pirate, just out of line to the bounty for capture alive. Previously, There was also confirmed intelligence that the Dark King Rayleigh was hiding at Sabaody Archipelago. At this time, go to Sabaody Archipelago. Do you want Sabaody Archipelago to become the next Crescent Island? Capture alive? Sakazuki did not stop his footsteps, just coldly stared at Sengoku. Haven't we already lost enough people this time? Dead pirates will no longer have the ability to harm this world. After saying that with a bang, the door was heavily shut, and Sakazuki left the conference room. Kizaru, keep an eye on him. Don't let things escalate. Sengoku's face was grim as he looked at Kazan, who had not come out to oppose Sakazuki, and spoke to Kizaru. All right, Admiral. Kizaru, with his long legs crossed, held his head, his face showing an expression of not wanting to go to work, but reluctantly dealing with his superior, completely unmasked. Among the 3 current admirals of the Navy, Kizaru is close to the world government, also in charge of commanding the scientific troops, and has direct communication with the 5 elders. He had to help with this matter. Or it wouldn't make sense from above. After Kizaru left, Sengoku looked down at Karp, who appeared indifferent, and Kazan, who was in a daze and didn't know what he was thinking, while only Tsuru was still maintaining a serious attitude towards the meeting, and the former friend Zephyr. That familiar figure had now also left the Navy. The remaining vice admirals were all lacking in opinions, and Sengoku saw no further potential in them. This time, the Crescent Island War, besides the Navy below, the most severe loss was the disappearance of the 2 candidate admirals, Shiryu and Kaji. Their last phone call should have been during the battle at Crescent Island. At that time, they only left 1 sentence before the call was forcibly disconnected. The Celestial Dragon. St. Carter has a problem. Crescent Island is in the New World, not the Navy's territory. As the defeated, the Navy could not immediately go to the New World to search. And as a sunken island, the number of people who could survive on Crescent Island was few. Up until now, there has been no news from the 2. This weighed heavily on Sengoku's heart. Shiryu was Tsuru's recognized younger sister, and Tsuru had been busy with Shiryu's matters these days. The wrinkles on this old partner's face seemed to have increased. According to the information provided by the Navy's undercover agent, there was no intelligence on Shiryu and Kaji. To avoid causing unrest, Sengoku couldn't even spread this matter within the Navy to prevent turmoil and could only let a few people keep searching. After all, Shiryu was a rare beauty, with many admirers in the Navy, well-liked by various generals and subordinates. The meeting ended hastily, and seeing Tsuru immediately get up to look for Shiryu, along with Karp, who still had a smile on his face, Sengoku felt utterly exhausted. The Navy might really need to expand its recruitment. A thought quietly arose in Sengoku's heart. The world is so big, it's possible for someone like Frank Kevin and his strange, yet powerful subordinates to suddenly appear, as well as people who dedicate themselves to justice and possess great abilities. In the vast, boundless ocean, a small island filled with technology like a brilliant pearl. Large, supermodern buildings, with a simple and generous appearance, smooth lines, full of a sense of the future. The roads on the island are wide and flat, paved with high-tech materials that can automatically absorb solar energy and convert it into electric power, providing energy for the facilities on the island. Unmanned vehicles shuttle freely in the air. There are intelligent robots providing various services and high-tech agricultural facilities capable of automated planting and breeding. This is Egghead Island, Vegapunk. This is Egghead Island? Wow, it looks so high-tech. Just then, a strong vibration came from afar, and 2 armored giants at least 100 meters tall were fiercely battling against a steel dragon, the terrifying battle fluctuations drawing everyone's attention. Hawkins turned to look in that direction, suddenly extending his hand while stepping back. At the spot where he originally stood, a portal appeared out of thin air. Immediately after, a powerful attack descended like lightning, crashing heavily into the portal. A glint of crimson light flashed in Law's eyes. This attack came from the sky, clearly a remnant of the battle. Even though it was just a remnant, the power it contained absolutely exceeded what an ordinary bounty of over 100 million pirates could withstand. Is this the hospitality of Egghead Island? Law looked up at the sky, his voice calm. Perhaps Vegapunk's projection technology has not yet been fully developed. Therefore, those 2 gigantic technological creations are not virtual projections, but real entities. They witnessed the giant suppressing the dragon and tearing apart the dragon's shell in a strange attack manner. In less than 5 breaths, the dragon was ruthlessly torn apart by the giant, countless parts falling down. The power displayed by the giant was so strong, it was shocking. The accelerator behind him allowed him to charge through the air. The residual power he released even took on a visible form, heavily pressing down on the ground. This time, Law's hand rested on the sword at his waist. None of his crew were weaklings, he didn't need to worry. Robots were fighting and killing in all directions. Is that the work of the first genius Vegapunk? Xiaqin exclaimed in surprise, muttering to herself. Why don't we rob them? I also want to pilot a mech. He could also create a plant giant with plants. But compared to the smoothly designed giant mech, Xiaqin felt her plant giant was really ugly. Such a large giant should be quite strong, right? Zoro held a sword in one hand, his gaze filled with fighting spirit. During his time on Law's ship, after being constantly beaten, he first mastered the iron block of the Navy's 6 styles, and his swordsmanship also successfully achieved cut iron. Now he was a swordmaster. Kuina glanced at Zoro, and with his swordsmanship, forget it. Don't even think about breaking the opponent's shell. What do you know? Zoro was enraged by Kuina's disdainful gaze. Wait until you can beat me before you talk. Kuina withdrew her gaze. You're a defeated opponent. You. Zoro was exasperated. However, what he didn't see was that a flash of anxiousness passed through Kuina's eyes. She had not progressed much faster than Zoro in entering the Swordmaster realm, especially during the learning of the Navy's 6 styles, when Zoro mastered Iron Block. His power increased several levels. Now, Kuina was no match for Zoro in terms of strength, and could only rely on her slightly superior swordsmanship to suppress Zoro. But with this growth trend, it was only a matter of time before Zoro surpassed Kuina. Even today, or tomorrow, if Zoro suddenly gains inspiration and comprehends, Kuina will no longer be Zoro's opponent. For a friend she grew up with to surpass her, Kuina sincerely wished them well, but there was also a sense of unwillingness. The attacks from those robots seemed to follow a similar pattern. The onlooker, Pikun, was relatively calm. When he mentioned this, everyone finally realized it. Indeed, the attack patterns of these giant robots were completely the same in certain aspects. They charged wildly like they were programmed, roaring as they launched their attacks. Even more surprising was that some robots would pause for a moment, then suddenly become exceptionally ferocious, as if awakening. The areas ravaged by them have turned into ruins, with a large amount of steel bars and parts crashing down, creating a spectacular scene. Law's palm faced downwards, and he and all the crew members instantly vanished from their original spot. However, just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Hawkins suddenly issued a warning. Someone was coming from a distance. Law was not surprised. He turned his head and saw many robots coming from afar. One of the robots raised its hand, and the large sword in its grasp unleashed a powerful slash that even made Zoro's eyes widen. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air followed, and a massive sword light struck from the sky. The flying slash could only be executed by a master of the swordsmanship level. Zoro had only recently reached this realm, and he was astonished that a robot could produce such a technique on this island. Just as Law was about to launch an attack, the robot suddenly moved, swinging its large sword towards him in an extremely bizarre manner. The speed of this strike was incredibly fast, reaching everyone in the blink of an eye. What surprised everyone was that this strike was identical to the flying slash used by ordinary sword masters. However, there was a difference, as it was accompanied by some special effects. When Law saw this strike, a terrifying beast roar suddenly echoed in his ears, a sound seemingly from ancient times, filled with endless majesty and dominance. Along with this beastly roar, an invisible pressure enveloped Law. It was as if a gigantic monster stepped out of the void before his eyes, its massive body like a mountain, with eyes gleaming with ferocity, staring intently at Law as if it considered him its prey. A strange color appeared in Law's eyes. Was this meant to display the intimidating effect of Conqueror's Haki? The Onigiri was unleashed, and with one sword strike, it pierced through the heavens and earth, directly shattering the robot wielding the sword. Damn it! Zoro's expression darkened as he realized the gap between him and Law was still so vast. Law was only a few years younger than him. He could execute a flying slash similar to the robot's, yet Law could shatter the robot with one sword strike, and he could be killed in one blow as well. Gripping the knife handle tightly, Zoro's gaze burned with intensity as he focused on Law. Learning from a strong was not a bad thing. Joining Law's crew with Kuina, the young Zoro had long been tempered by Siak, Chi, and the others. Losing a battle was not shameful. He could feel the things he learned from combat, and he was constantly growing stronger. Aren't you coming out? Law didn't even use his abilities, and the dazzling sword light detached from Onigiri, engulfing all the attacking robots with its overwhelming ferocity. Storm sword. Boom! Should we stop them? In the distance, the Revolutionary Army officers gathered behind Dragon, watching Law wreaking havoc. The Eastern Army commander, Belabedi, asked. Wait a bit longer. Dragon stopped the restless officers. Above the sky, countless black spheres surrounded them, resembling a massive black net. tightly covering the entire city and sky. These black spheres were like ticking time bombs. The ticking sound coming from the spheres was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Is Vegapunk insane? Xiaoqi exclaimed in shock, secretly muttering to himself. Looking at the astonishing number of bombs, conservatively estimated to be in the thousands. He couldn't help but gasp. One bomb might not be terrifying, but the sheer number of them gathered together gave him an indescribable sense of oppression, as if a massive stone was pressing down on his heart. The explosive power of such a blast, let alone this city filled with mechanical creations, would likely cause a chain reaction and explode. Even if placed on the previous Crescent Island, it would probably sink the entire island. Unlike the shells typically used by the Navy to chase pirates, these bombs seemed to be the new masterpiece of that genius scientist, although their size didn't change much. The terrifying aura they emanated was enough to instill fear. Dr. Vegapunk, threats are meaningless. If you want to destroy this island along with your Revolutionary Army friends, then go ahead. Suddenly, a frightening aura erupted from Law's body. The black and red lightning of Conqueror's haki surged like a roaring wave, crashing in all directions. The powerful momentum seemed to tear apart the very fabric of space, causing Zoro and the new crew members following Law to catch their breath. This Conqueror's haki felt terrifying every time he sensed it. Lindbergh, the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Southern Army, remarked. In the distance, behind a certain building, several figures suddenly swayed. Then the robot at the back hurriedly ran towards a certain direction. Does that old man really want to fight us? Xiaoqi wondered, touching the steel-like floor and pouting. There was no dirt here. Of course, he could forcibly activate the power of the forest fruit, but he couldn't extract nutrient from the soil, which would require exhausting his own stamina. This place was against him. He wouldn't dare, Law replied calmly. The deity he longed for had not yet arrived. How could he die so quickly? Not everyone was like Kaido, seeking death every day. As Dragon pondered whether to delve deeper, a figure swiftly flew out. Hey, what did you all do? The main body is passed out. It was a cute girl with short hair and big eyes, one eye covered by her hair, wearing a single-ear headphone, a tight-fitting bodysuit, and a jacket over it, with Dion boots that allowed her to fly. On her chest, there was a large 02. Who are you? Xiaoqi raised an eyebrow, staring at the round tube shoes beneath her feet, which clearly didn't emit flames or anything, but could still allow her to fly. With these shoes, wouldn't there be no need to learn the moonwalk? I am Vegapunk. Lilith grinned, her gaze fixed on Law. This was the person they initially intended to intimidate, but had no effect at all. Vegapunk. Xiaoqi and the others behind him widened their eyes. Even several officers from the Revolutionary Army were stunned. It should be a clone or something. Hawkins observed Lilith seriously. He wanted this technology. I am the representative of evil. Vegapunk 02. I am indeed a clone. You can call me Lilith, she said. Meanwhile, Hawkins was fixated on Lilith, clearly intrigued by her. A person capable of cloning could ensure greater safety. Is this the world's #1 genius? Achieving such miraculous feats through technology. Do you also want multiple female clones? Xiaoqi noticed the change in Hawkins' gaze. There weren't many things that could interest this fortune teller. Looking for another path because he couldn't find a girlfriend? Hawkins fell silent. I have read your fortune. Your chances of being single for life exceed 50%. Damn. Xiaoqi was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted. Are you cursing me again? Don't think I don't know. The longer your divination takes, the less accurate it becomes, and there are also limitations regarding those stronger than you. How do you know he isn't your opponent? Peijine's voice came softly. Hawkins, as an early core member of the crew, had not used his full strength after consuming the Dordor fruit. But Peijine knew that when he first met Hawkins, he could win because he had learned a special training method from Luo, which allowed him to suppress Hawkins. The fact that Luo valued the Dordor fruit and was willing to offend CP9 to obtain it meant that this fruit's effect was definitely not simple. Cough, cough. Not far away, Lilith coughed. You young people, do you think you can flirt with me? If my main body allows, I wouldn't mind. Most people glanced at Xiaoqi and didn't say much. Just a reminder, Vegapunk is at least 60 years old. He's an old man, Luo reminded them. No. What are you talking about, Captain? I don't have that kind of thought, Xiaoqi replied, speechless. With the forest fruit in hand, once the future fruit awakens, what kind of plant girl can I grow? Hearing them mention fruit awakening, Lilith couldn't help but glance at Xiaoqi again. The forest fruit, a nature-type devil fruit. These people were just as formidable as Dragon said. They were all incredible powerhouses. At this young age, to think about the awakening of a nature-type fruit, they hadn't even studied how nature-type devil fruits awaken. Lilith quickly led Luo and others to a low building on the side, as her main body had fainted and couldn't come over temporarily. However, I'm just a clone of my main body, so you can talk to me about anything. What is your purpose in coming to Egghead Island? An organization that could make Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and a group of revolutionary cadres take it seriously? These young people were definitely not ordinary. Dragon also said that besides Luo, there were other strong individuals on their ship that posed a life-threatening threat even to him. Luo had specifically asked for the record pointer of Egghead Island in his previous deal with Dragon, which shocked both Dragon and Vegapunk. The location here was confidential. The world government placed great importance on this world-renowned scientist, and there were usually Marine admirals patrolling. Seeing Lilith become serious, Luo smiled and said, "We want to invite you, the world's #1 scientist, to join us. We are serious. This is not just a simple trade." What? Lilith was taken aback. She originally thought Luo was here for some technology of theirs, and Vegapunk indeed planned to trade some technology with Luo that the world government was unaware of. The world government's malice towards Vegapunk was no secret. Old Vegapunk had long planned to prepare for the future. But unexpectedly, Luo came for them themselves? Wow, so he was really after them. As Luo's words came out, the revolutionary cadres nearby immediately became tense. This was their first time at Egghead Island. But they had heard that Dr. Vegapunk had a close relationship with their leader, and many of the weapons and inventions in the Revolutionary Army came from Vegapunk. To the revolutionaries, Vegapunk was one of their own, having endured humiliation and been imprisoned on this island due to the oppression of the world government. "Bastard, how dare you threaten Dr. Vegapunk? What do you want?" The speaker was Lindbergh, the leader of the Southern Army of the Revolutionary Army. A Revolutionary Army leader from the Fur tribe. He was also an outstanding scientist within the Revolutionary Army and held the highest admiration for Vegapunk. Luo ignored the Revolutionary Army over there and continued speaking to the hesitant Lilith. "As long as you agree, no matter who is in Egghead Island, we have the confidence to take you away safely, including those CP dogs hidden here." "Hey, I say you guys are too arrogant, right?" Lindbergh was so angry he was jumping up and down. Lilith fell silent. She exchanged glances with Luo and could see that this young man was not joking. He really had this intention. "If you're reluctant to part with the technological products here, we can take the whole island with us," Luo continued. He wasn't just making empty promises, since the Golden Lion had also come. Luo naturally wouldn't have the idea of taking care of the elderly and leaving this combat power unused. It was precisely because of the Golden Lion's presence that, facing Dragon, Bartholomew Kuma, and the other revolutionary cadres, Luo didn't have to worry about not being able to break out. Egghead Island is located in the New World. Now that the world government and navy had suffered a major loss at Crescent Island, they dared not enter easily. The 3 remaining emperors of the sea were completely enraged and had murderous intent towards the ships of the world government and the navy. Dragon gazed deeply at Luo. To take the entire Egghead Island away, what a crazy idea. Even if Bartholomew Kuma fully activated his pawpaw fruit, he couldn't achieve that. Egghead Island was much larger than Crescent Island. It was impossible for human strength to accomplish this. To safely take such an island away, only a few types of devil fruits could do it. Dragon's heart shivered slightly as he guessed the identity of the big shot on Luo's ship. He had suspected it before, and now he was certain. The Golden Lion, who possessed the float fruit, could definitely achieve this. The question was, how did someone like the Golden Lion get involved with these energetic young people? Back then, the Golden Lion had proactively attacked the Marine headquarters due to Roger's surrender. As the son of Garp, Dragon witnessed that battle. Even when Sengoku and his father teamed up to capture the Golden Lion, both suffered terrifying injuries and had to recuperate for a long time. Kuma frowned. He couldn't let Vegapunk follow Luo. The important plans of the Revolutionary Army still needed to ask Vegapunk to help him with something. Vegapunk was silent. Luo's straightforward words made him inexplicably tempted. However, the next moment, Vegapunk shook his head. "I'm sorry. I'll disappoint you. I don't want to join other forces. Working for the world government now is just my own past decision, and I do not regret it." "Is that so?" Luo gave Vegapunk a deep look. Behind him, the revolutionary cadres looked tense, staring intently at Luo in front of Vegapunk. In their eyes, these guys were more dangerous than the pirates of the New World. If the invitation failed, it was very likely they would take action against Dr. Vegapunk. "Sorry for the disturbance today, Dr. Vegapunk. If you change your mind in the future, we welcome your joining at any time." Under the watchful eyes of the Revolutionary Army, Luo turned around and left with his companions. He just left like that? Bella Betty's cigarette, but fell to the ground as he frowned, watching Luo and the others depart. Did he really just going to take a look at Egghead Island? Lindbergh also looked incredulous. Could this be their conspiracy? For example, waiting for us to leave, and then secretly coming back to kidnap Dr. Vegapunk or something. This young man is not that kind of person, Kuma spoke softly. With that level of Conqueror's haki and the other party's combat power, they didn't need to act like that. Just having interacted a few times, he could tell that this young man acted decisively and would not go back on his word. Doctor, will it disturb you if we stay here for a few days? Dragon looked at Vegapunk. Nevertheless, being cautious as usual, he chose to stay and observe for a while. Dr. Vegapunk was very important to the Revolutionary Army. They could not afford to lose him. Of course, welcome, Vegapunk chuckled. A figure flew in, dressed in a green flight suit, short in stature, with a head resembling a football, marked with the number 03, and a character for thought on his chest. The main body, those guys left no hair or skin flakes behind. The 03 Vegapunk clone, Edison spoke, and they boarded the ship, leaving without a trace. Not even a hint of their presence was detected within a 3,000-meter radius of Egghead Island. How cautious, Vegapunk sighed, not surprised by this outcome. The plans instructed by the world government were under research. Now, there had already been outstanding results, and, at the latest in 2 years, the pacifists and the strongest humans would successfully be produced. If that young man's blood was available, perhaps an even more powerful existence could be studied. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Regarding the failed invitation on Egghead Island, Xiaoqi and the others had already put it behind them. A team led by Pekin and Xiaoqi set off for the North Sea. The North Sea was where they had made their beginnings, and now they planned to recuperate again. Law's task for them was to master the gang forces in the North Sea and secretly control several countries. For this, Law also threw the Golden Lion to help Pekin and the others. He was a hothead, and as an old-timer among pirates, he would definitely not listen well to Pekin's commands. However, the Golden Lion was a good pressure cooker, allowing the cadres to engage in ample combat to unleash their potential. Meanwhile, Law set off alone with Beepo and Hawkins. Grand Tesoro, the world's largest entertainment city. If there was a country in the New World that had not been affected by turmoil, it must be this independent nation recognized by the world government. I bet big, the blind middle-aged man said, gripping his cane. Although he couldn't see the situation on the table, he remained calm. After a moment, the beautiful croupier opened the dice cup and announced, "The result this time is big." Listening to the complaints ringing in his ears, a smile tugged at the old man's lips. He had won. After dozens of rounds, the blind middle-aged man continued his winning streak, increasing his funds from the initial 5,000 berries to 500 million berries. During this period, he changed several gambling tables, but still maintained his winning record. Soon, the voice of a waiter sounded in the old man's ear. "Hello, our boss would like to invite you to a private room for a chat." Ordinary winners might worry upon hearing this, but the blind man adjusted his purple robe and simply said, "Please." The transport vehicle rolled down the corridor, creaking as the door opened. Inside, the blind man was not met with ambush or assassination. Instead, there were luxurious sofas, with only 2 people waiting inside. "Mr. Ishiao, we have finally been waiting for you." A hearty laugh rang out. Ishiao's ears perked up. He recognized that it was Guild Tesoro, the owner of Grand Tesoro. The Golden Emperor among the 7 warlords was also the reason Ishiao had come this time. "I hope you enjoyed our casino. Your casino is quite nice," Ishiao said as he sat down in front of Tesoro. A month ago, he had been invited and thus traveled a long way to this giant ship resembling a golden city. The imagined cheating and underhanded tactics did not appear. Instead, the row of cash next to Tesoro was exactly 500 million berries. "If you wish, how about 5 billion berries?" Tesoro grinned, sensing Ishiao's thoughts. "My boss is looking for you, so I invited you to be our guest." "Oh," Ishiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Tesoro was already a recognized warlord of the sea by the world government. Who could be his boss? "My boss wants to bet with you." "Bet on what?" "One condition. If you lose, you need to join us. If you win, we will grant you one condition. Anything we can do, we will not refuse." "As for what we can do," Tesoro's smile grew wider. "I could donate all my possessions. As for our power, even taking the head of a marine admiral or an emperor of the sea is not beyond our capability." Ishiao's heart trembled slightly. What was the content of the bet? A young pirate and a celestial dragon falling into the hands of a brutal emperor of the sea. Who would survive? A young man's voice came. In an instant, Ishiao's palm landed on his cane. Just then, 3 blazing figures suddenly appeared in his observation haki, as if they had descended from thin air, instantly materializing in the room. This sudden turn of events shocked him, and his mind immediately focused on these 3 figures. The 3 figures exuded an extremely youthful aura. But the young man in the center brought him an overwhelming feeling akin to an abyss, a sense of pressure even more terrifying than Tesoros. The other two figures stood on either side of this young man, their auras also not to be underestimated, at least experts of the rank of Marine Lieutenant Commander. However, compared to the young man in the center, their presence seemed insignificant. You can call me Law. The young man before him wore a black and white soft hat, his voice clear and melodious, like a harmonious tune. Seeing Law suddenly appear, Yixiao's expression changed dramatically before quickly calming. This was the boss Tesoro spoke of? In terms of strength, Law exerted a strong sense of pressure on Yixiao, yet how he appeared was completely unclear to Yixiao. A hint of wariness appeared on Yixiao's face. His observation Haki had not sensed Law. To suddenly appear in front of him and successfully ambush him was unexpected. I didn't think there would be more strong individuals in this world than I imagined. Yixiao shook his head. He could use observation Haki to replace his eyes. But in the outside world, he had not seen any reports about Law. Just then, something struck him, and he opened his mouth. Flynn Kevin, a previously used alias. I apologize for the laughter, Law said. Yixiao's heart trembled slightly. Today's young people were becoming increasingly formidable. An individual who had a bounty of 2 billion berries from the Marines upon appearing, Yixiao certainly did not consider Law an ordinary person. Why set up such a bet? Law took out a newspaper from today. Because Yixiao was blind, he read it out loud for him. This morning, one of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, attacked Marine headquarters, was heavily injured, and was forced to retreat, but on his way out, he captured the celestial dragon, St. Charlos. World nobles. Yixiao sighed softly, his expression shifting. He was already over 50 years old, having embarked on a life of wandering in his youth. However, he had not become a pirate, but had sailed the seas alongside various merchant ships. Along the way, he had experienced dozens of countries and had seen the brutal actions of various nobles and royals. Among them, the celestial dragons left the deepest impression on Yixiao. The world nobles, the most powerful nobility in the world, each celestial dragon's entourage was grand enough to shock the world. Yet beneath the comfortable lives of the celestial dragons lay the tragic lives of ordinary people. Slaves who fell into the hands of the celestial dragons generally had no good ending. This year seemed to truly be a bit different. Saint Katakuri of the celestial dragons had died. One of the 5 elders, Saint Sat-In, has died. Now Saint Charlos has been captured. The status of the celestial dragons is beginning to be challenged. This feels like a signal. The world is about to become turbulent. Is that other pirate in the bet the red-haired Shanks? One laughed silently for a moment and asked no. Law smiled and said, "It seems that the celestial dragons hold a high place in your heart. The technology of this world far exceeds that of his original blue planet. But the thoughts are relatively futile. The brutal actions of the celestial dragons are known to anyone you ask. Yet everyone acknowledges their noble status in this world when mentioning the celestial dragons. The idea of rebellion seems non-existent in their hearts. One mentioned Shanks, probably thinking of using magic to deal with magic. After all, Shanks is a celestial dragon among the publicly known pirates. Now the pirates of a new world do not recognize Shanks as the Emperor of the Sea. What is your choice?" Law asked, shifting the topic back to the bet. "That's St. Charlos," one replied. "Why do you ask this? Which great pirate has been captured? Red-haired Shanks' crew?" "No." Law still denied one's words and answered a phone call in front of him. "Hello, what's the situation?" "Crocodile, you haven't been defeated, have you?" "Law, what nonsense are you talking?" A displeased, deep voice immediately came from the other end of the line. The shape of the transponder snail transformed into Crocodile, who was also holding a cigar in his mouth. "Although I don't know why you care about such a minor character. This kid is just stubborn, and that's all." Crocodile exhaled a puff of smoke. "Is he the son of that dragon?" "Correct." Law smiled. "Hee, as expected of you, you little devil." Crocodile mocked. He was aware that Law had some cooperation with the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. Now you're starting to catch other people's sons. Using such a vicious scheme and still claiming you're not a pirate? In Crocodile's view, Law is even more suited to be a pirate than he is. "What are you talking about?" Law patted the fluffy ball hanging from the hilt of his sword. "You are a warlord of the sea, serving the world government. He is a new pirate from the East Sea, the Straw Hat crew. What's wrong with you catching him? Aren't you warlords required to submit a certain number of missions each year? So how's it going?" "As you wish, the people down below are on their way. The Germa family has taken action. That group of ambitious scientists. They have indeed chosen to deliver to that pirate emperor, Big Mom." Crocodile said, his tone becoming dismissive. "The news was released by you, right? I just caught someone, and the newspaper over there has already published all the information about that guy. Oomph. Morgans deserves to be rewarded with 1 billion berries." After speaking, Crocodile suddenly felt the transponder snail in his hand shrink back to its original form. That bastard. Crocodile's forehead twitched with a few veins. The call was hung up on the other end, but he was helpless against Law. Law shook the transponder snail in front of one, saying, "That pirate is the new pirate crew that recently escaped from White Hunter Smoker in Lowtown. The captain of the Straw Hat crew, Monkey D. Luffy." He felt a slight relief in his heart. The trajectory of this world has indeed changed since his appearance. The Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D. Luffy, did not defeat Crocodile. But thinking about it, because of him, Crocodile's hockey has not regressed. Instead, it has shown a trend of further advancement. Such strength among the warlords of the sea can definitely be considered powerful. Back then, even the strongest among Law's subordinates, Pikun and Shachi, might not be able to defeat this sand crocodile, let alone in the desert. Monkey D. Law and Crocodile's conversation was not hidden from one, who listened to the entire process. Compared to the Straw Hat Kid, he was more concerned about Crocodile's attitude towards Law. This proud warlord of the sea did not get angry when facing Law's indifferent attitude. Even if the two had cooperation, it felt more like Law was the one in a dominant position. He is also the grandson of Monkey D. Garp. Law said lightly, "Catching pirates and sending them to the Navy's prison is the responsibility of the warlords of the sea. However, this Navy hero will probably be even more dedicated in attacking the New World now. The world is about to face pain again." Upon hearing Law's words, one frowned slightly, feeling a bit reluctant. Just hearing the situation from Law gave him a sense of impending storm. The world government might not be able to sit still. Madmen like Kaido, who are as brutal as he is, crave the war to sweep the world, seeking excitement. But for ordinary people, war only brings pain and death. The world government will increase taxes, and the lower class will be exploited layer by layer. Even a Navy hero cannot avoid familial ties. But even so, my oppression will not change, one said in a deep voice. The celestial dragons cannot die. They cannot die anymore. Yes. Law smiled. That's why our bed is interesting. Tezzalo, you received that notice, right? The first summons for the warlords of the sea. I received it yesterday. Tezzalo rubbed the golden rings on his fingers, his smile widening. But his eyes showed a hint of sadness. It's really just as you thought back then. We are stepping forward one step at a time. 10 fingers adorned with gold. The nameless hatred he has never forgotten. It's coming. It's really coming, Marineford. After many days, Sengoku of the Navy headquarters received another phone call from the world government. Useless. A group of useless people. I've raised you for so many years, and you can't even do this little thing. The transponder snail shouted loudly, the voice echoing clearly in the corners of the room. Our Navy will cooperate with the world government to do everything possible to rescue His Excellency St. Charlos as soon as possible. Sengoku's forehead had veins bulging, but his voice remained calm. I'll give you 3 days. Since those pirates don't want to live, our world government doesn't mind cleaning them up again. Additionally, Vegapunk will represent us. In the capacity of the Science Defense War God, he will go to your Navy headquarters to mobilize personnel. A cold snort and the sound of the call being hung up came simultaneously. Sengoku's expression gradually darkened with the hanging up of the call. The abduction of Celestial Dragon Charlos was a complete misfortune for their Navy. Previously, the Navy received news that all Celestial Dragons had returned to the Holy Land, Mariewa. But the kidnapped Celestial Dragon, St. Charlos, disregarded the orders above and secretly came near Sabeti Archipelago to buy slaves. If it weren't for the kidnapping of St. Charlos, they could have captured Kaido of the 100 Beasts that day. It was precisely because of the emergence of this special hostage that the Navy's plans were rendered ineffective. Sengoku even almost erupted into a battle with the Kainu. After Kaido destroyed several warships, the other party actually wanted to kill the Celestial Dragons along with Kaido. Among the 3 admirals now, Akainu no longer heeds Sengoku's orders and goes to the New World to hunt pirates. Akiji is dazed and has been mainly on the defensive to protect the Navy below, seemingly losing interest in attacking. Only Kizaru still shows up every day, but his lazy demeanor suggests a lack of urgency. He takes orders well, but how to execute them and for how long is another matter. As for Garp, bang! The door was blasted open with a punch, and a robust figure charged in. Sengoku! Garp shouted angrily. When we go to the New World, those damn pirates, and that bastard crocodile, when will the warlords of the sea arrive? I want to beat him to death. Sengoku raised an eyebrow and shouted, Garp! Garp! This time, Garp, who would usually smile when reprimanded, couldn't manage a smile as he strode forward. You know my grandsons have been captured by that bastard pirate, right? But your grandsons are also pirates. Sengoku was furious and grabbed Garp's collar fiercely. Blackbeard Ace and Straw Hat Luffy. Those two guys are your good grandsons. They ate a free meal at a sea restaurant, injured several Navy officers, and then caused a ruckus in Lowtown. Your grandsons are quite something. My grandson can't be simple. Garp muttered softly, then shouted again, no, Sengoku, we must hurry to the New World. I want to send all those damn pirates flying. Luffy is still underage. It shouldn't be like this. Due to Shanks's news, the Straw Hat Kid made a name for himself 2 years early and even reunited with his brother Ace, the captain of the Blackbeard Pirates, successfully attacking Lowtown together. In Alabasta, Straw Hat Luffy was captured by Crocodile, who wiped out the Blackbeard Pirates. The only surviving captain of the Blackbeard Pirates, after narrowly escaping, went to raid the warship transporting Luffy with the remaining crew members, Sanji, Usopp, Johnny, Joseph, and Yarlita. Later, the Germa 66 family arrived at the scene, a terrifying battle erupted, the warship was sunk, and finally, the Germa 66 members left for the New World. Ace and the others lost contact from that point on. This is the information Garp received. Luffy has been captured. Ace's life or death is unknown, and Garp is now anxious. If it weren't for Tsuru keeping an eye on him, he might have personally gone to the New World already. He is not of age, and among those civilians and Navy soldiers who died, there are also minors. Sengoku felt a lump in his chest and coldly said, Sengoku, that is my grandson. Garp gritted his teeth, his voice coming out word by word through clenched teeth. Sengoku was silent for a moment. We will definitely go to the New World, but we must be fully prepared. If you're free these 2 days, go interview the recruits coming in for the world conscription. I hope that when we get to the New World, you won't act foolishly. And your grandson, when we find him, I don't want him still thinking about becoming a pirate. Of course. Garp, hearing Sengoku's assurance, immediately patted his chest. After all, I am also a righteous Navy. Luffy was just misled by that red-haired bastard. I won't let those pirate bastards go. Shanks, you still came. The white-haired old man in slippers, leaning against the bar, looked at the drink in front of him, his back to the bar entrance, feeling quite emotional. Rayleigh. Shanks pushed open the bar door and walked in slowly. Roger shouldn't have said those things back then. You're not at all like one of the 4 emperors of the New World now. Rayleigh swallowed his drink and turned his head. Was it worth it to have your arm taken like this? I believe in Luffy, Shanks said solemnly, one arm, betting on a future. I see the shadow of Captain Roger in him. So, Mr. Rayleigh, I hope you can help. Sigh. Rayleigh sighed. He furrowed his brows slightly, as he knew well what the situation in the New World was like now. But Luffy is someone Shanks values, and having eaten that fruit, Rayleigh can't just stand by. If you want to go, then go. At the bar, the woman in a tight top, spoon ant, exhaled a puff of smoke and glanced at Rayleigh. After so many years together, she knows Rayleigh's character. Although he always says he is retired, in his heart, he has always wanted to do something for Shanks and the younger generation. The dissolution of the Roger Pirates has always been a thorn in Rayleigh's heart. After a moment, Rayleigh nodded and said, All right, I'll go with you, but I won't help you contact the others. That was the rule when we disbanded. Shanks looked gratefully at Rayleigh, and he didn't plan to disturb the cadres of the Roger Pirates back then. The other cadres of the Roger Pirates are all strong, but after so many years, their strength has somewhat declined from their peak, and in the stormy New World, they may not be able to withstand it. On Sky Island, Jinbei safe travels. Kureha stood by the sea, waving at Jinbei. Jinbei also received a notification from the world government, preparing to set off for Marine Headquarters Marineford. That will be up to you, Yamato. Jinbei nodded at the tall, white-haired woman beside Kureha. Sky Island is their base, and Jinbei has always been stationed there. After Jinbei leaves, Yamato becomes the island's highest combat power. The cadres on Sky Island all like this pure and powerful girl. Don't worry, Yamato smiled. With Kureha and Sugar here, who would dare to cause trouble at our base, we will blow them up. When Luffy returns, we have to give him a surprise. Hey, has the identity of that Straw Hat Kid been confirmed? On the sea, dozens of huge snail ships sped toward a certain place, with the sails marked with the number 66. On the ship, Vince Smoke Judge's eyes were excited, holding a newspaper in his hand. The grandson of a Navy hero, the son of the Revolutionary Army leader. This time we really caught a big fish. Confirmed, father. Vince Smoke Ichiji replied. He is the eldest son of the Vince Smoke family. Germa 66 Red Flash. Ha ha ha. Now we don't need to marry into Big Mom's family. Vince Smoke Judge chuckled softly. He had wanted to connect with one of the 4 emperors in the New World for a long time. Now in the North Sea, a strange force has appeared, and the underground black market's landscape has changed drastically from decades ago. As a long-standing family, Judge has a keen sense of smell and feels that something is off. Wanted to find new territory. From previous interactions, he noticed that Big Mom was very interested in his sons, wanting one of them to marry into the Charlotte family. To this, Judge has been playing dumb, trying to delay it. His sons are not only his sons, but also the pinnacle of Vinsmoke's technological achievements, the fruit of his labor. Father, I believe that the Yonko will agree. Vinsmoke, Judge smiled. He is the fourth son of the Vinsmoke family, Germa's 66 Green Mantis. Coincidentally, my foolish brother has also been captured. This guy's been secretly staying in the East Blue all these years. No wonder we couldn't find him. That waste, although a bit weak, can still get married. Ha ha. After saying this, Judge laughed heartily. That failure of a brother is still the same useless person as before. He is trying to act under the pretense of saving the captain. Ridiculous. If it weren't for that straw hat kid still being useful, he would have loved to torment the captain that the waste mentioned in front of him. That idea is acceptable. Judge did not scold his son, but instead thoughtfully stroked his chin. Go tell him not to think about resisting anymore. If he doesn't accept our arrangements, we will kill that lame cook from the East Blue. He should know our capabilities. On the other side, on Hive Island, a person was tied to a pillar, trembling and weakly looking at everything in front of him. I'm a celestial dragon. You cannot treat me like this. The cries for help slowly emerged. However, no one around paid him any attention. In the distance, pirates were laughing heartily. Is this the celestial dragon? Ha ha, such an ugly celestial dragon, so fat. How has he not died from being so fat? No wonder Lord Kaido managed to capture this celestial dragon. The world nobles are nothing special. I believe that our current pirate alliance should conquer the Red Line. Mariehua, the Holy Land? Perhaps one day we could also ascend it. Ha ha ha. The capture of a celestial dragon has brought enormous repercussions. First and foremost, it is this group of all evil pirates on Hive Island. They are almost all subordinates of Silver Axe and Wang Ji, who have committed numerous acts of burning, killing, and looting. Now that the 3 Sea Emperors have united, they have followed Silver Axe and Wang Ji into this large group, and suddenly, their inner ambitions have erupted. In the past, when mentioning the celestial dragons, these lawless pirates wouldn't dare to speak much. Now, with the news of the Crescent Moon Island battle spreading, with a celestial dragon dead and another captured by Kaido, in an instant, the status of the celestial dragons in their hearts has no longer been that untouchable world noble. Especially the ugly appearance of St. Charlos, crying and whining, is even more cowardly than the villagers of the invaded villages. Besides shouting about being a celestial dragon, he cannot do anything else. Kaido, you've gone too far. However, deep within Hive Island's massive skull, a white-bearded Dindin Mushi spoke in a deep voice. Whitebeard, gone too far. Kaido took a big swig of alcohol. My subordinates are still being held by those damn Marines. Capturing one of them as a warning. It would have been good enough if I didn't kill that waste of a celestial dragon on the spot. Jin silently stood behind Kaido, feeling somewhat in agreement upon hearing this. With Kaido's temper, not slaughtering that celestial dragon on the spot indicates that the Crescent Moon Island War has given Kaido a warning, making him slightly alter his usual style. A living celestial dragon has great significance. If you want to get your subordinates back, do it quickly. Whitebeard frowned and said, with the identity of a celestial dragon, those people in Mariehua won't disagree. Exchange someone? A hint of killing intent suddenly rose in Kaido's eyes, his bloodshot eyes glaring. That celestial dragon is not just for exchanging someone. Whitebeard, on Crescent Moon Island, your sons have suffered over 10 casualties, right? They were almost all killed by the 5 elders of the world government and the Marines. Are you really going to let go like this? You've seen the newspapers. That bastard Shanks is also a celestial dragon. Or have you grown old? Can't wield a knife anymore? Back when you were with Rocks, you weren't this weak. Hearing Kaido's provocation, Whitebeard could no longer hold back. His conqueror's haki erupted in an instant, dense red-black lightning swirling like currents, and the killing intent almost solidified. The battle on Crescent Moon Island is an everlasting pain in Whitebeard's heart. Since the establishment of the Whitebeard Pirates, he has protected his sons. And for the first time in decades, so many sons have died. Even those who joined the Whitebeard Pirates early, like Sachi, have become corpses, and there has been no news of Teach. Kaido, are you provoking me? Whitebeard said in a deep voice, unable to completely calm down. Provocation? Kaido sneered, his conqueror's haki erupting simultaneously, his voice low, filled with a sense of brutality. Are we really just forming this pirate alliance to band together for survival? Whitebeard, that's not my style. Back when you were with Rocks, you were with him for much longer than I was. On the sea. How do we earn the title of Sea Emperors? One word. I want to use that waste of a celestial dragon to lure those Marines to kill. War is the best banquet. Will you come? Linlin and Silver Axe Wang Ji have all agreed quite readily, sitting on the massive chair. Whitebeard silently observed Kaido's frenzied expression on the small Dendenmushi. In this world, Dendenmushi is a very magical species. Not only can it communicate over long distances, but it can also take on the appearance of the caller, as if the person themselves were present. However, the Dendenmushi representing Kaido was not in good condition, with the white bandages wrapped around it and the blood seeping out, all indicating that this strongest creature among all beings on land, sea, and air is currently seriously injured and not in good shape. Even so, Kaido's voice remained loud, and from his gaze, Whitebeard could only see a mix of battle intent, madness, and killing aura. There was not a shred of fear or retreat. This is Beast Kaido, a man who directly invaded Marineford and fought his way back to the New World. Now, Whitebeard saw not Kaido's determination, but the disparity in their physical qualities. Kaido, despite his severe injuries, could still fight desperately without care. But Whitebeard could not, with his right hand receiving more than 10 forge rips. If he suffered injuries like Kaido's, it would only shorten his lifespan. Whitebeard is old. The surrounding Jozu and others showed worried expressions upon hearing the conversation between Whitebeard and Kaido. On the other side, sitting against the railing, Marco lowered his head, hiding his gaze, turning sideways to Whitebeard, but his fingers quietly left several indentations on the railing. "Old man, we can't agree. Your body." Jozu couldn't help but immediately advise. Glancing at his sons, Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter. "Grrrr, Kaido, you brat. You're even more domineering than when you were on Rock's ship. When we disbanded back then, I said I wouldn't get involved in your mess, nor would I cooperate with you." But Whitebeard's tone suddenly changed, and his whole demeanor became imposing. He didn't activate his conqueror's haki, yet all the officers on the Moby Dick focused their attention on him, a sense of respect for the strong arising in their hearts. "Since you want to fight, then I'll play with you, kid. When I formed my pirate crew, I said that anyone who dares to touch my sons will have to face me to the death." After saying this, Whitebeard suddenly shook the Songyun Xia in his hand, his gaze filled with an aura no less than Kaido's. "Roar, roar, roar, roar." Kaido grinned, like a demon laughing out loud. "Then come to Hive Island. I'll be waiting for you, old man Whitebeard." "Dad." Vista rushed forward as soon as Whitebeard hung up the Dendenmushi. As someone who wielded a Western sword with his own etiquette, Vista didn't interrupt Whitebeard during the call. After the call ended, he anxiously said, "Dad, your body needs a long rest," the doctor said. "Doctor?" Whitebeard scratched his head and laughed. "Well, there's nothing I can do about that. I've already agreed, Vista. I can't lie when facing that brat Kaido. Can I?" As a veteran who had roamed for many years, Whitebeard had become much more restrained compared to his flamboyant youth. But just as Kaido said on this sea, to be able to guard a territory and ascend to the throne of the 4 emperors, making the name of the Sea Emperor resound throughout the world, they relied on their own strength and the deterrence of their reputation. Balance was also established after all the colossal figures existed in everyone's impression. Now, after the battle at Crescent Island, this balance had been thoroughly shattered. The deterrence of the world government weakened, and the celestial dragons were no longer untouchable. Similarly, the reputations of the several sea emperors were also impacted and questioned. Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, had betrayed them, adding a layer of mockery to the title of the 4 emperors among pirates. In recent days, without reports from below, based on his years of understanding of his sons and the scene seen through observation haki, Whitebeard was clear that someone was coming to challenge them. Therefore, in these days, Jozu and the others took turns leaving for a while, and when they returned, their subordinates were still injured. The 4 emperors, who were once rarely challenged, had now become stepping stones for some ambitious individuals. Thus, they needed a grand war, a victory to once again forge the reputation of the Sea Emperor. "Dad, if you're going, let me follow you all the way." Marco, who had been silent, finally spoke up. "Marco, why are you?" Jozu's gloomy voice was somewhat annoyed. In his view, Marco should stand with them on the battlefield. "Dad has never broken his promises," Marco said. "Do you want Dad to break his promise? Our Whitebeard pirates are not just about Dad alone." "Marco." Whitebeard silently looked at Marco, and after a moment, he laughed heartily. "Then go ahead. After all these years under my protection, don't disappoint me, gula la 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 la." Marco looked up and met Whitebeard's gaze. He naturally knew what his father was thinking. However, Dad is getting old. Marco knew he could no longer be the carefree phoenix he once was. The Moby Dick sailed quickly towards Hive Island. "Dressrosa, hey, Doflamingo, do we really not need to accompany you this time?" Tori Pole, sniffling, looked somewhat worried. "It's fine, Tori Pole. Those monsters in the New World aren't focused on us." Speaking of which, Isn't it interesting that those high and mighty guys have been pulled down from their pedestals? Doflamingo laughed recklessly. Don't worry, with Virgo here, I won't be in any trouble. I wonder which old man will come down this time. Does this mean that D has appeared? How interesting, haha, on a small island in the New World. Mom, Dad is in danger. A huge voice pierced the sky, startling the birds in the trees to take flight. Weevil, lower your voice. Even if my ears aren't deaf, you'll make me deaf. An angry, wrinkled, short old lady with golden hair shouted. With a thud, the old lady smashed her cane hard on the head of a plump, yellow-haired man beside her. Mom, I'm sorry. Weevil looked aggrieved and did not refute the old lady. That guy Newgate is getting old and still wants to make big news. Bajigam Stussy snorted coldly. Her gaze fell on the news. The three great sea emperors Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, along with the great pirate Silver Axe and Wang Ji, had formed a pirate alliance. These restless guys, something that rocks couldn't achieve back then. Now they want to try again? Mom, are we just going to leave Dad alone? Do you want to go and deliver yourself to death? Bajigam Stussy glared fiercely at Weevil. We just need to wait. Saying this, she cackled, Weevil, you're the only blood relative of that man in this world. In the future, when he dies, all the wealth will be yours. On an unnamed ship by the North Sea. Admiral, we have completed the tasks you instructed, Indigo said quietly. In front of him were Gold Lion and Chikorito. Although the flying pirate crew was no more, he still habitually addressed Gold Lion as Admiral. A knock on the door sounded. Come. A thin figure in a suit stepped in slowly. Indigo immediately shut his mouth. He recognized the man in front of him, who wore glasses and resembled a butler. A role like this wouldn't have been worthy of speaking to the Admiral in the past. The Hunter Plans is just a joke in the face of absolute power. However, this man is quite lucky. Indigo stared at the shadow, moving under the man's feet. That young man, named Law, truly had an unusual ability. But how could he let this person eat the shadow fruit? What a waste of heavenly materials. What's the matter? Gold Lion stared at the newcomer, his expression unchanged. Lord Gold Lion, Lord Pekin asked me to inform you that the voyage to the North Sea has been cancelled, and the target will be the New World. Kuro pushed his glasses with his wrist and smiled lightly. Lord Pekin said, this is Lord Law's arrangement. Understood. Gold Lion replied coldly. Don't come to me unless it's necessary. Yes, Lord Gold Lion. Kuro smiled slightly, and in the next moment, his figure turned into a mass of pitch-black shadow before bursting apart. What a lucky guy. Indigo felt somewhat envious and dissatisfied. The shadow fruit, once belonging to the former warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, being eaten by such a small pirate from the East Sea was truly infuriating. Luck is also a part of strength. Gold Lion stood up, his gaze falling on the two famous swords beside him, Makuro and Sakura Ten. He not only had luck, but also ambition. Roger, you were born in the East Sea, but someone like you is actually an anomaly among pirates. Real-life examples to prove this are too simple. What a magical ship this is. If you like, you can often ride it in the future. Standing at the edge of the deck, Law smiled faintly. Beside him stood a person known as One Smile, who was leaning against the railing without any fear of falling. That won't do. One Smile shook his head, a hint of a smile on his lips, looking quite pleased. The charm of gambling lies in how much everyone values the stakes. Let's talk after I've won, Law, leaving the Golden City and being personally welcomed by this golden ship. One Smile once again witnessed the depth of Law's power. One Smile had little contact with the Revolutionary Army and was unsure whether the companions Law spoke of truly existed. But One Smile knew that Law's faction was definitely much richer than the Revolutionary Army. Law told him that their destination was the Sky Island, rumored to be 10,000 meters high. Law, is this the person you want to recruit? Is this old man very strong? Kurla, standing next to the control panel, looked curiously at One Smile. To have Law personally come to recruit and bring someone, it seems this is the first time he hasn't just beaten someone into submission. Previously, Crocodile and the Golden Lion, their hearts are still in Law's private safe. If he joined the Navy, One Smile should be able to become a Navy Admiral. Law nodded. Law, you overestimate me. Sensing the turbulent energy in the girl's hand, One Smile asked, is that the Thunder Fruit? It seems that if this girl joins the Navy, she would qualify to become an admiral in a few years, right? One Smile did not expect that the Thunder Fruit, known as the strongest natural type, now had an owner. The girl was constantly injecting lightning into this ship, which made him somewhat emotional. The devil fruit that outsiders covet has now become a human-shaped energy source. I definitely won't join the Navy, Kurla rebutted, walking over. The ship can only fly everywhere with her present, but she doesn't need to charge it all the time. In her youth, She had witnessed the darkest scenes of the world and had narrowly escaped from Mary Geos. In that place, the Navy was not synonymous with justice, but rather the butcher's knife wielded by executioners. You really have such a strong aversion to the Navy. One Smile's voice was somewhat emotional. In his perception, when the girl said this, a fierce aura emanated from her, indicating her very negative view of Navy. The girl was not very old, and her life force seemed to just have reached adulthood. However, One Smile did not argue with the girl. He had encountered scum in the Navy and had met quite a few of them. On Tesoro's Grand Tesoro, there was a group of guys who were so blinded by gambling that their stakes far exceeded the Navy's salary. Even a Navy admiral's annual salary probably couldn't match what they spent in one go at Grand Tesoro. Isn't that a sad thing? Encouraged by Law, Kurla started a fight with One Smile, and the result was a complete defeat for Kurla. The speed advantage brought by the Thunder Fruit could not be utilized within 10 meters of One Smile. Beepo jogged over to help Kurla up, and then they heard Law's voice. Kurla, your physique is still too weak. The advantages brought by the fruit are not omnipotent. I told you that when you were very young, right? I understand, Captain Law. Kurla hugged Beepo's arm, feeling quite embarrassed. At this age, with this strength, Miss Kurla, you already have the power to be a well-known, strong person of this generation. One Smile consoled. Uncle, your heavy fruit ability is also unsolvable, right? I can't even unleash Fishman Karate beside you. It's so painful. I might as well play whack-a-mole with Hawkins. Kurla scratched her head. The air gate opened, and Hawkins walked out, expressionless as he stared at Kurla. He had been following Law, and naturally, he was now on the ship. However, Kurla had just come out from charging and had not seen him. Oh, Hawkins, you're here. Kurla felt a bit awkward and quietly shrank next to Beepo. Hawkins had followed Law longer than she had, and in Kurla's mind, Hawkins was on the same level as Shachi and Penguin. Over the years, the unfortunate appearances of Shachi and Penguin had been documented in various photos among the cadres, but Kurla had never seen Hawkins make a fool of himself. Hawkins, do you want to join the fun? Law asked. It was rare for Hawkins to take the initiative to step out. The door-to-door fruit had been developed by Hawkins to a high level, and Law didn't know how long this guy could stay in that world. Only knowing that staying for a whole day was completely fine. If Hawkins didn't volunteer, no one could force him to step out of the air gate. Hawkins looked at One Smile, his expression serious, saying, I have only a 2-1 chance of defeating you, but I will give it my all. After saying this, he stepped into the air gate, and his figure disappeared. One Smile, when it's time for a meal, I'll treat you to our chef's specialty. Law smiled. Sigh. One Smile scratched his head. Young people are indeed full of energy. With a swoosh, a blade edge appeared from the cane beside One Smile. And as the cold light flickered, circles of purple halos suddenly appeared with him as the center. Bang! The air in front twisted, and Hawkins stepped out, his figure just appearing as he heavily landed on the deck, leaving a deep shoe print on the golden floor. Remember to fix that later. Law reminded Kurla, but his gaze remained fixed on One Smile. The ability of the superhuman heavy fruit was far stronger than he had imagined. Hawkins stepping out from the air gate indicated he could already influence the world behind the door. Given One Smile's observation hockey, which could pull meteors from outer space down from the ground, Hawkins's door-to-door fruit was useless against One Smile. Like Kurla, Hawkins was defeated, but within the gravity circle. He lasted much longer than Kurla. Hawkins valued his life, but he had never slacked off on training his physique, holding out better than Shachi. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? One Smile sheathed his knife and apologized to Kurla, who was starting to melt the gold and lay the floor. Superhuman. Door-to-door fruit, Hawkins replied. He looked at One Smile, his calm gaze carrying a hint of interest. As for physical training, Kurla's electrotherapy no longer had an effect on him. Training with gravity, however, was a new direction. Half a day later, the ship arrived at the Sky Island. Law. The air vibrated, and a shout like thunder roared across the sky, the sound grand, accompanied by lightning dancing through the 9 heavens, echoing in the sky. Is it an enemy? One Smile frowned, feeling a terrifying aura approaching. No, Law shook his head and smiled. I can handle it. Room. With a flip of his palm, Law's figure vanished. Boom! The radiance was dazzling, like thunder striking from the 9 heavens, with countless blazing lights falling into the sea of clouds, exceptionally piercing. On the pristine white surface of the sea, 2 figures suddenly appeared. One was black, the other white, like 2 meteors colliding, bursting forth with brilliant and captivating colors. The intense collision filled the sky with blazing light, dancing like lightning, falling towards the direction of Jinyan. I knew it. Kara was embarrassed. This was the reason she and T brought Dea when she went to meet Luo. Boom, boom, Boom! Lightning danced, electric arcs crackled, but ultimately faded away in the air without truly striking down. Kara shot out thunder from her fingertips. Blue and red-black lightning clashed, annihilating each other. She smiled and turned in that direction, somewhat entranced. Was that the clash of Conqueror's Haki? No. Was this the entanglement of Conqueror's Haki? Luo's strength was indeed excessively strong. Day's strength had indeed increased. Kara looked at the two figures in the distance, her expression astonished. When Day boarded the ship earlier, Luo had mentioned that Day was a woman with Conqueror's Haki. Now it seemed that Day had already been able to materialize Conqueror's Haki and wrap it around her weapon. Hawkins stood silently beside Jinyan, quietly watching this scene. Day's presence was a shock to Luo's old comrades. Young, possessing Conqueror's Haki and the ability of a mythical Zoan devil fruit, her talent was terrifying. Clang! A blade of light burst forth, illuminating the sea of clouds, dazzlingly brilliant. Hey, that guy Luo. Sugar also arrived, her eyes flickering at this scene. She clearly sensed that the aura emanating from Luo was completely different from before. It was a domineering and fierce aura, as if the sword in his hand had become part of his body, wielded at will. In an instant, where the blade of light passed, the world seemed to be split in two, the cut smooth and flat, unable to hinder the advance of the blade. In the distance, a group of Sky Island people were stunned, the weaker ones trembling in fear, their calves cramping from shock. They widened their eyes, staring at that blade of light. Filled with terror. This is Lord Luo's ability? A smile said softly. A flash of appreciation crossed his eyes. Although he knew Luo was strong, he expected his power to be this formidable. He could feel the room space released by Luo, and that blade of light, no matter what it encountered, did not pause, simply dissipating after exceeding a certain distance. Ha. Luo, your strength should not be less than that damned old man, right? They laughed. Her grip on the wolf, Fong, club tightening. ZZ. The terrifying momentum broke through the sky's constraints, heading straight for the heavens. The wolf Fong club in Day's hand, mixed with raging lightning and fierce electric light, surged into the sky above, where the cloudless sky of the Sky Island suddenly lit up with thunder and lightning, as if dark clouds were gathering. Thunder Bagua. Looking at this familiar move, a flash of red light crossed Luo's eyes, showing no signs of panic. His right hand tightened around the ghostly cry, red-black thunder infusing. Woo! The next moment, the air twisted, ghostly cry cutting through the sky, the sound not loud, yet faintly there was a weeping sound. Compared to his usual fights with enemies, Luo did not activate his ability. Inside the sea of clouds, a fierce thunderstorm net suddenly appeared, the wolf Fong club and ghostly cry crashing violently. Yet there was a 1 centimeter gap at the point of collision, looking far away as if they truly collided. These two guys. Sugar's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. Her small body seemed to be fixed to the ground, unmovable as the strong wind and lightning tornado mixed with thunder swept towards her, unmoving like a mountain. The two figures separated again, and the place of their earlier collision had already formed a deep black hole, nurturing an unfathomable abyss, as if thunderous hell had descended. That lady's Conqueror's Haki. Few in the world could compare to it, a smile remarked, observing their battle. To him, someone who hadn't joined the Navy nor become a pirate, apart from the 4 emperors of the sea and that legendary pirate, the Golden Lion, there were probably only those within the world government who possessed such power. Many people can wield Conqueror's Haki. Doflamingo in the 7 Warlords, the Pirate Empress. All possess Conqueror's Haki. Every era has several pirates with Conqueror's Haki entering the New World. However, very few can truly use Conqueror's Haki in battle. It is a skill that allows one's attacks to transcend levels. Even a smile would require expending a lot of energy to neutralize such an attack. Just then, the blade of light in the sky was dazzling, like a giant beam of light piercing through heaven and earth, carrying endless might and a fierce aura, as if it wanted to split the entire firmament. This terrifying sight shocked everyone. Those lacking strength retreat. Sugar's voice echoed at the edge of the Sky Island. She knew very well the danger of this battle. Ordinary people didn't even have the qualification to watch. Behind, many Sandia people who considered themselves warriors were already greatly frightened. Some even collapsed on the ground, unconscious, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They were overwhelmed by the powerful pressure wave created by the collision of materialized Conqueror's Haki, almost unable to bear the suffocating feeling. Brilliant sword light, like black lightning burning, then exploded. This scene was heart-stopping, as if the apocalypse was coming. Then all the black and red lightning erupted like a volcano, instantly submerging that area, creating a breathtaking spectacle. At that moment, even a usually calm Luo couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. Despite his cold exterior giving off a ruthless, demonic aura, he didn't dare to be hit easily in the face of such a powerful attack. After all, this was an attack wrapped in Conqueror's Haki. Not only would it cause intense pain, but it could also lead to injury. Not good. After several intense collisions, Day's face turned somewhat pale, evidently having consumed quite a bit of stamina and energy. Crack! Boom! A blinding blade of light suddenly exploded not far above Day's head, roaring like thunder, accompanied by various dazzling colors. Conqueror's Haki wildly intertwining, dazzling to the extreme. Luo slowly withdrew his hand. This was the final clash of their Conqueror's Haki, resulting in such an unfathomable scene. Luo, you still won. Day put away the Wolf Fong Club, her face still beaming with a smile, her laughter like sweet spring water, light and pleasant, making people feel at ease. If Pecan saw your Thunderbagua, he would be jealous. Luo's aura dissipated, and as he turned his palm, the two returned to the shore, where Jin Yan was docked. How is that the same? Perona floated over, waving her fist. Day looked much better than him, learning it is only right. Day, your strength should now be enough to deal with that sand crocodile. Luo nodded at Day. Learning to wrap Conqueror's Haki means officially having the ability to threaten those terrifying old-school powerhouses with physical strength. Even if covered with Haki, being struck by Thunderbagua would be impossible to defend against without expending several times the energy. Generally, ordinary pirates don't have the qualifications to resist the armed color Haki. That's not enough. Yamato also witnessed the war at Onigashima. Law, I want to go to Hakanosu. I want to punch that damned old man. The old man Yamato refers to is, of course, Kaido. For this old man who has imprisoned her for years and constantly berated her. If someone else had received Kaido's education, their chances of survival would be incredibly slim. Don't worry, I won't forget you. Law turned his head to smile. This is Skypiea. I hope the sights here will satisfy you. Marineford. Unlike the usual calm and tranquility, the naval headquarters is tense. Many teams are gathering. Some are shouting and waving to their loved ones, intending to say goodbye as they enter the new world and the battlefield. Others seem relaxed and unconcerned, possessing enough confidence. Sister Hinai, the young Peacock, rushed forward. It's you, Peacock. How is Vice Admiral Crane doing? Hinai extinguished her cigarette and smiled at Peacock. Sister Hinai, with your strength, you should be promoted to Rear Admiral soon, right? Peacock said excitedly. She is the granddaughter of Vice Admiral Crane, and after consuming the Paramecia-type whip fruit and undergoing the Navy's rookie training, she will soon officially become an officer. My experience is still not enough. Hinai smiled slightly, and suddenly turned around, pulling Peacock behind her. Don't speak. There will be special guests coming today. When she mentioned guests, Peacock clearly sensed Hinai's dissatisfaction. On the coast, a man carrying a huge black longsword walked over slowly. Immediately, a naval officer approached him, a rear admiral named Akinhati, who had dark skin and a strong build, but appeared nervous in front of the newcomer. Warlord of the Sea, Dracul Myhawk, please follow me. Akinhati raised his hand and moved in front of the man. Peacock's eyes lit up. As the granddaughter of Vice Admiral Crane, her status in the headquarters is not ordinary. Dracul Myhawk, the world's greatest swordsman, stepping onto the Navy headquarters territory. Myhawk had a blank expression, standing tall and walking steadily, showing no intention of communicating with others, just nodding slightly. After a while, Crocodile arrived, silent like Myhawk, with a cigar in his mouth. Long time no see, everyone. With a loud laugh, a man in a pink feather coat swaggered toward them. Oh, you're Crane's granddaughter, right? Two naval soldiers suddenly stumbled toward Peacock, their faces panicked. No, it's not me, I can't move. The two soldiers were instantly dumbfounded. Doflamingo, this is the Navy headquarters. What do you want? Hinai coldly stood in front of Peacock, just saying hello. Doflamingo clapped his hands, and the two naval soldiers collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their eyes fixed on the pink figure as if gazing at a demon silhouette. After all, I've known Crane for a long time. Doflamingo stared at Hinai, and even though he was wearing sunglasses, the surrounding Navy could clearly feel the intense malice in his gaze. Black-legged Hinai, a nice title. This guy. Watching Doflamingo's departing figure, Hinai's gaze turned colder. Although she was mentally prepared, these warlords of the sea completely disregarded the place, swaggering through the Navy headquarters as if they were pirates. The pirate empress arrived, stunningly beautiful, with long black hair cascading down her waist, skin like cream. Starry eyes, red lips, and a delicate nose, exuding an ethereal aura, as if she didn't belong to this world, transcending it, perfectly matching her name, aloof from worldly affairs. It was the pirate Empress Hancock. The coast went wild, countless soldiers' eyes turning into pink hearts. So beautiful, Peacock couldn't help but fix her gaze on the tall woman. In an instant, screams erupted as two naval soldiers suddenly lunged at Hancock. Crack! Just as the two figures moved forward, they turned to stone and fell to the ground. In no time, chaos broke out on the coast, with dozens more people charging toward Hancock. Buzz! Golden lights surged, shooting out like arrows. The soldiers who lunged forward trembled and then fell silent. This behavior isn't good, Joker. A man with dark green hair arrived, of medium height, with piercing eyes, suddenly appearing on the coast. He had come by boat, and that boat was entirely made of gold. This is Warlord of the Sea, Gil Tesoro. In the distance, some Navy recognized the newcomer and struggled to shift their gaze from Hancock. Long time no see, busybody. As Doflamingo walked to the conference room, he felt something and glanced toward the coast. You stole my fruit. I won't let this go so easily. Inside the conference room, a gentle male voice echoed. Doflamingo, please do not let your personal actions tarnish the reputation of our warlords of the sea. It's you, Tyrant Kuma. Doflamingo looked toward Mihawk's seat, a hint of wariness crossing his eyes. Just playing around. After all, those Navy didn't provide us with entertainment facilities, so we can only amuse ourselves, right? At that moment, in another conference room, Sakazuki suddenly stood up, his right hand turning into magma, releasing a wave of heat. What a bunch of damn pirates. In my opinion, we should just kill them. I'll go. Kazan pulled down his eye patch, stopping him. They're still useful to us. Sengoku remained silent, merely nodding at Kazan. Oomph. Sakazuki snorted coldly. I'll go prepare the warship. If I'm to make a move, contact my vice admiral. He didn't want to stay there any longer, fearing he might lose control and act directly. However, he also knew the reason the world government gathered this group of villains. Sengoku glanced around and suddenly felt a chill. Where's that guy, Carp? Reporting to the admiral, Vice Admiral Carp just said he couldn't wait to go rescue his dear grandson. At the end of the table, Admiral Kazuru leisurely trimmed his nails while speaking slowly. What? Sengoku jumped up, shouting, Borsellino, why didn't you say it earlier? There was no way. Admiral. Kazara blew on his trimmed nails. You know Vice Admiral Carp's temperament. I've never seen him this angry. That kind of murderous aura is terrifying. Borsellino. Sengoku was furious. As an admiral of the Navy, Kazuru could only obstruct. How could he possibly stop Carp? Even if he couldn't stop him, causing a commotion would allow Sengoku and Crane to intervene, which would be fine. Boom! Before Sengoku could speak again, a surge of oppressive force erupted from afar. Buddha's expression slightly changed as he immediately sensed a terrifying aura colliding from that direction. It was the collision of Conqueror's Haki. Thud! Thud! One by one, Navy soldiers at the entrance fell down. An invisible pressure made the surrounding air become heavy. It's the Conqueror's Haki, the qualification of a king. Truly terrifying. Kizaru sighed softly. Those bastards. Buddha couldn't help it anymore and suddenly turned his head, rushing towards the meeting room of the seven warlords. Didn't T. Kazan go over there? How could things go awry again? Buddha. At this moment, an old voice rang in Buddha's ear. You are. Buddha looked over, his gaze slightly tightening. Leave it to me to handle the organization under the world government. After all, I am the newly appointed scientific defense god. Inside the seven warlords' meeting room. Boom! Hancock conjured a pink bow and arrow in her palm, shooting heart-shaped arrows forward. That was her ability, a terrifying Conqueror's Haki spreading out. In front of her stood Doflamingo, wearing a pink feather coat. The table between them turned to stone and then shattered into powder. They were still some distance apart, yet such a terrible outcome occurred. This kind of offensive was extremely terrifying. Hey, Pirate Empress Hancock, do you want to fight me here? Doflamingo grinned, his voice icy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In response, dozens of arrows shot towards him with a sharp sound that seemed to tear through the air. Hancock's expression was emotionless, her gaze cold, and her entire body surged with Haki, radiating a dazzling light like a brilliant pink gem, her target locked onto Doflamingo. Seeing Hancock's indifferent attitude, veins bulged on Doflamingo's forehead, and a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. The next moment, his gestures changed, shifting from a waving motion to a controlling stance. As he waved his fingers, the floor beneath him was actually lifted, smashing towards the arrows like cannonballs. Crack! Crack! The dense sound of impact rang out as the floor collided with the arrows, producing a crisp sound. However, surprisingly, the floor did not shatter but transformed directly into gray stone. The stones broke apart under the force of the collision, turning into rubble that fell to the ground like dust. What kind of ability is this? The few Navy soldiers at the edges of the meeting room were stunned, their hearts filled with shock. They widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Whether it was Hancock's powerful ability or Doflamingo's bizarre manipulation of objects, it filled them with unprecedented fear. In terms of strength, they were not ordinary soldiers. At least they were of colonel rank. Although they felt immense pressure during the collision of Conqueror's hockey earlier, they managed to hold on with their strong will and did not faint. At this moment, facing the strange abilities displayed by Hancock and Doflamingo, they couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble, filled with dread. As the fighting spirit of both sides gradually intensified, their hockey became even more terrifying, as if it was going to envelop the entire meeting room. That invisible sense of oppression made every Navy soldier feel breathless, their hearts racing and sweat constantly sliding down their foreheads. Clap, clap. After a few breaths, besides the 7 warlords, there was no one left standing in the meeting room. Crocodile silently smoked, his face showing great interest. Meanwhile, Mihawk closed his eagle-like eyes, seemingly resting during the battle between the two. Doflamingo, your string fruit ability. Did you really think no one knew? Tezzalo sat comfortably in his chair, hands behind his head. Tezzalo, your fruit was obtained from me. How do you plan to repay the debt you owe? Doflamingo felt a surge of anger, his voice sounding suppressed. Although he had never hidden his ability, having it suddenly revealed in this situation still made him feel quite unpleasant. Especially Boa Hancock, the woman who attacked him on sight, actually also had Conqueror's hockey. The qualification of a king. Doflamingo's arms, entwined with strings, still did not dissipate. Instead, 5-colored light flowed, extremely dazzling, and a wave of hockey shook the soul. 5-colored strings. The multicolored threads sliced through the air, sweeping toward Hancock with a sharp explosive sound. In response to this strike, Hancock slightly turned, her left leg swinging out. At this moment, the arm hockey of both sides collided. Hancock's long, fair left leg was powerful and strong. Bang! The center of their collision exploded. TYSK. Amidst the billowing smoke, a deep voice resounded. The wind from the punch howled, carrying away the smoke, and halted the battle between the two. Crocodile's gaze slightly lifted. The newcomer was the last of the 7 warlords, the fishman Jinbei. Upon seeing Jinbei appear, Crocodile's eyes flickered. With Jinbei and Tezzalo along with him, that guy basically controls a small portion of the 7 warlords members. The 7 warlords of the sea is truly a joke. Thanks, fishman Jinbei. A lazy voice came from behind Jinbei. Mihawk raised his head, his gaze sharp. Crack, crack. The temperature in the room instantly dropped, and a previously shattered table reformed. However, it was not the original wooden table, but had transformed into a long table made of ice crystals. Admiral Kazan. Hancock shot a cold glance at Kazan, not continuing to attack. If you want to make a move against me, then go ahead and try. The consequences are yours to bear. Doflamingo snorted coldly. He wasn't afraid of Hancock, but didn't want to fight in such a setting. Especially with Tezzalo's malicious gaze nearby, it made Doflamingo quite unhappy. Admiral Kuzan, is it you who's organizing us? Doflamingo sat down, sneering at Kuzan, leaning against the door. So this time I will lead you. An old voice came from the doorway. Doflamingo, you have changed a lot since childhood. An old man walked in, his not-so-tall figure resembling a towering mountain. With a cold face and eyes like 2 shining stars, glimmering with a chilling light. Most striking was his hair, resembling a white crescent, and he wore a luxurious golden robe embroidered with exquisite patterns, showcasing his noble status. The old man held a long sword in his hand, followed by a group of bodyguards dressed in black suits, all tall, with stern faces and eyes revealing a murderous aura. You are. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed slightly. You actually came down from above? As a former celestial dragon, Doflamingo naturally understood this person's identity. Figurando Grinke, the supreme commander of the Knights of God. Those guys are supposed to only protect the safety of Mariewa, right? Why would he come down? You don't have to be surprised. The expression on Green Bull's face didn't change at all when he saw Doflamingo. It was just me coming down, that's all. From now on, I, Vegapunk Green Bull, am a new scientific defense warrior. This time, I will lead you all to the new world. The conversation between the two left the 7 warlords present confused. Tezzalo's eyes flashed with a cold light. He had heard that this joker, the underground world, had connections even within the world government and navy. This guy is, like Law said, also a celestial dragon. There are celestial dragons among the 4 emperors, and there are also celestial dragons among the 7 warlords. The world government is truly more terrifying than he imagined. Mihawk's gaze was fixed on the long sword hanging at Green Bull's waist, and his hawk-like eyes rarely revealed intense, fighting spirit. The new Elder Star, this person is undoubtedly a great swordsman. Just after the news of Elder Star Satan's assassination broke, a new Elder Star stepped out of Mary Geos. This depth of background made the 7 warlords present feel wary. The meeting ended quickly. Neither the 7 warlords nor Green Bull were people who liked to talk. Green Bull's words also revealed an air of superiority. Apart from Doflamingo, he didn't care about anyone else. Humph, prepare a room for me, and Jinbe, I have something to discuss with you. Hancock looked at Jinbe. She remembered that Jinbe was also on his ship when they first met. So, Jinbe should have his contact information. After discussing the alliance, Law left, and Hancock also forgot to ask for his snail phone number. More than 300 warships have already gathered at Marineford. TSK, TSK, TSK. The world government is really crazy. A huge white albatross was standing next to Law, chattering endlessly. News King Morgans. If outsiders knew that this president of the World Economic News Agency, known for creating big news, was here, it would definitely become a big news. Ever since he reported the battle at Crescent Island, Morgan's worth skyrocketed. A bounty of 1 billion berries. This bounty is rare even in the New World. Among the cadres of the 4 emperors, only a few can reach this bounty. Law, are you sure you want to report this as well? They will kill me. You're going against the world government to the end. But this is really big news. I smell super big news. Morgans had a worried expression, his body trembling uncontrollably. But it wasn't fear, it was excitement. As one of the kings of the underground world, Morgans was not an ordinary person. Now that he had Law support, the intelligence he obtained was more and more exciting. He was more worried that his big news could not be released than being wanted by the world government. Because of this personality, Morgan's shirt was being blown inward by the wind, leaving it empty in the chest area. His heart had been taken out by Law. If it weren't for this, Law and the others would probably also become newsbirds sold on the front page of newspapers. The Sea Emperors and the world government are about to go to war. This is a huge war that will affect the world. Shut up. Law's voice was soft, but made Morgan's excitement stop instantly, because that long hand had unknowingly covered a pink cube, inside which a fresh heart was beating vigorously. It's Lord Law. Morgans was sweating profusely and switched to a respectful demeanor. Selling a piece of intelligence, the new Elder Star, scientific defense warrior, Vegapunk Green Bull, is the supreme commander of the Knights of God of Mary Geos. What is the Knights of God? Morgans wondered. You don't need to care. You just need to release it. The rest will take care of itself. Law stood up to leave. Sugar, I'm counting on you. Rest assured. Beside him, a green-haired little girl holding a basket of grapes hummed. If he dares to mess around, I will turn him into a toy bird. Lord Sugar, you can rest assured. How could I mess things up? Morgan's voice trembled. He was genuinely scared. This seemingly harmless little girl could only be truly understood by those who had interacted with her. Although Sugar's height hadn't changed, her strength had improved significantly over the years. The old cadres on Law's ship, even if they were little girls, had undergone special training since childhood and were not ordinary people. Since both the Navy and the world government have set off, we should prepare as well. After leaving this place, Law took out a snail phone. Hey Law, did you take out that iron fortress? Sugar asked as she followed behind. Yeah, just in case. There are too many Sky Islanders. New World, Hakanosu. This is a paradise for pirates. At this moment, pirate ships were continuously entering the island. The outer port was already full. I've got a nice toy. Inside the huge skull building at the center of Hakanosu, several figures were sitting there, laughing heartily. That hero Carp's grandson, sitting across from Big MOM, was a sprightly old man. This is Wang Ji, one of the cadres of the Rocks Pirates. So, the dragon of the Revolutionary Army is his father, right? Sitting next to Wang Ji was another great pirate, Silver Axe. Over the years, Silver Axe and Wang Ji had occupied Hakanosu and turned it into a paradise for pirates. Yes, with such a bloodline, I don't know which daughter to choose. Or maybe I should try myself. Let's see if I can give birth to a child stronger than Katakuri. Mamam. Lin, your hobbies are still as special as they were back in the day. Wang Ji laughed heartily. Is this little guy? He isn't even as tall as your thigh yet. In the hall, a young man bound by sea stone was slumped on the ground. He was awake, his mouth stuffed with a rag, staring intently at Big Amon. Oh, looks like he still wants to talk. Silver Axe flicked his sword. With a swoosh, the rag in Luffy's mouth flew out. Who are you? Ha ha ha, kid. This is not a place for you to play pirate games. Silver Axe laughed. I heard you also start a pirate crew? As Carp's grandson, the son of that dragon. You really are interesting. What do you know? Luffy immediately got angry. I'm going to surpass Shanks. I'm going to be the pirate king. Ha 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 ha. Did you hear? Not only a celestial dragon, but Big Mom's pirate crew also captured Carp's grandson. Yes, that hero Carp. Is that true? It must be true. I heard he is currently locked up in prison. I have a brother who is a guard at the prison. It's only a matter of time before the news gets out. A few pirates swaggered down the road with drinks in hand. I went to the restroom. The pirate who had spoken before walked toward an alley. However, just as he was about to enter the alley, a hand reached out and pulled him in. Bang! Crack! Sounds of blows and breaking bones echoed from deep within the alley. Please, please, I'll tell you everything. The previously drunken pirate now looked terrified, staring at the freckled young man in front of him. Tell me the location of the Hive Island prison and the distribution of forces, or your only fate is death. The Hive Island prison is managed by Lord Silver Axe and Lord Wang Ji. Due to the situation with the celestial dragons, the nearest one is next to that skeleton island in the middle. There are those two sea emperors personally stationed there. Besides Whitebeard, Kaido and Big Mom have already sent their men over. After a moment, a young man dressed in Hive Island pirate attire emerged. Luffy. The young man tightened his fists, determination in his eyes. I will definitely rescue you. A small boat sped across the sea. It was very small, with only 2 people on board. Shanks, you ultimately decided this. Rayleigh sighed softly. They have suffered because of me. I also bear responsibility for the deaths of my hometown. Gab and Lime Jones. I have a feeling that this time in the war, there will be others coming secretly, perhaps even old acquaintances. Shanks drew his griffin and slashed down at the sea. Boom! The ship was once again empowered, shooting off like an arrow into the distance. After careful consideration, Shanks did not bring any other members of the Red Hair Pirates. This was his personal choice, but it seems they won't listen to you. Rayleigh suddenly smiled. A huge warship approached from behind. The flag flying above was not the Navy's flag, but the red-haired pirate's flag. Hey, Captain! Lakiru stood at the bow, holding a massive beast's leg. You won't abandon us just because our ship is gone, right? We have to go save that kid Luffy. How can we do it without us? You guys. Shanks looked at Beckman in the center of the warship, his gaze flickering. Beckman calmly smoked a cigarette. Less ship. Stealing a warship isn't bad. Much better than your little boat. Boom! A loud sound erupted. A figure engulfed in blue flames was heavily knocked back. It was the 103rd time being sent flying. Nearby, on the Moby Dick, many officers looked at the bloodied Marco with pity in their eyes. Marco, do you want to continue? Ahead, a tall man at 66 meters held the supreme Great Knife 12 Works, Sun Yun cut, calmly watching Marco struggle to stand up. Continue. Flames burned on Marco's body, visibly healing his wounds at a rapid pace. Boom. Once again, charging forward, Marco was sent flying again. Dad, he is too strong. Vista's expression tightened, muttering repeatedly. Are you really not going to stop him? Waydibe turned her head slightly, her gaze filled with pity. Even with the title of Ice Witch, seeing the battered Marco attacking time and again and being knocked back from his initial spitting blood to now trembling all over, she couldn't help but want to plead for Marco. This is Marco's resolve. Jozu approached, speaking solemnly. In the war at Crescent Moon Island, Marco realized his strength was insufficient. Far from enough. Over the years, Marco had always appeared kind in front of the officers. But in reality, the old officers knew that Marco cared the most about Dad. He was also the first son Dad picked up. To Marco, Whitebeard was his biological father. The greatest masterpiece of the Big Mom Pirates, Katakuri, possesses Conqueror's Haki, and everyone witnessed the true application of Conqueror's Haki at Crescent Moon Island. The Marco who once gave up reignited his fighting spirit. He also wants to master Conqueror's Haki. With that kind of power, he could better protect the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard has the title of the world's strongest man, but he's not good at teaching. However, in this world, fighting is always the best way to improve. So Marco kept getting hit, standing up again and again amidst Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki attacks. The Phoenix cannot make others immortal. The best defense is offense. Marco stood up again. Dad, bring it on. I'm in 2. Vista jumped down. This seemed to trigger a switch, and soon, all the division commanders stood in front of Whitebeard. Gururur. Whitebeard laughed heartily, swinging Sonyan cut violently. Then come at me. While I can still fight, I want to see all of you. Hundreds of warships sailed, and on one of the warships, there was not a single male Navy member, because the people on this warship were a Shichibukai, the pirate empress Boa Hancock. However, no one expected that Hancock was currently in her room, looking excitedly at the connected transponder snail. Lord Law. Hancock lay on her bed, holding the transponder snail, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation, her lips slightly curling up, showing a charming smile. I can hear you. The monitoring issue had been resolved, and chatting was now fine. I knew you would find a way. Hancock's usually cold voice carried a hint of playful reproach. You finally called me. Previously, when she was at Marineford, she had asked Jinby for Law's number. However, at that time, Jinby had refused Hancock because it was the Navy headquarters, where the confidentiality level for monitoring was the highest. Making a phone call, there was practically stirring things up under the Navy's nose. On the other end of the line, Law's voice came through. I want to discuss some matters with you. The Empress's mood became even more cheerful, and she turned over on the bed, her beautiful figure on full display. She gently bit her lip and said, What kind of trouble are you in? As long as it's Lord Law's request, I will agree. Law was silent for a moment before saying, Not at the moment. In the upcoming war, protect yourself well. Don't die. When needed, she could team up with Jinby and Trafalgar. Crocodile is unreliable, so it's best to stay away from him. Bear is a Revolutionary Army member with his own goals, so there's no need to conflict with him. Pay close attention to Doflamingo. After Law finished speaking, a strange light flickered in his eyes. The 7 Warlords of the Sea are indeed a reliable organization, hiring powerful and influential pirates as cannon fodder. The idea is beautiful, but in reality, not a single Shichibukai truly wants to work for the world government. After all, those who could become great pirates are not ordinary people. Hancock replied without hesitation, No problem. By the way, Hancock, do you know about Sleepy Town? Sleepy Town? I've never heard of this place, but I can ask Grandma Za. She is the former emperor of our Amazon Lily Kingdom and knows a lot about various places. Okay, then I'll trouble you with that. After hanging up the phone, Hancock rolled around on her bed, wondering how Lord Law was actually concerned about her protecting herself. She closed her eyes, imagining the scene of galloping across the sea with Law, a happy smile appearing on her face. Then, Hancock immediately picked up the snail phone and called the Amazon Lily Kingdom. The pirate empress seems sweet in her words, but she might be secretly thinking about how to kill you. Don't say such scary things. With her personality, she wouldn't deceive you because it serves no purpose. Law's expression remained calm. Empress Hancock is considered one of the most reputable people in these waters. However, Law did not understand why the other party suddenly showed such affection toward him. But I am surprised that you chose to participate in such a grand occasion, Miss Robin. Law looked at the woman lying on the deck reading a book, smiling slightly. Although Nico Robin had joined them, over the years, apart from working under Crocodile, she had little contact with Law and was quite a silent person. However, after arriving on Skypiea, she got along well with Nami and several other girls. Compared to Yamato or Perona, Robin indeed had a kind of intellectual beauty, more understanding and rational than them. Despite knowing Law's power, Robin never once thought about venturing out, preferring not to be in the spotlight. This time, it was a breakthrough. Didn't you say that staying cooped up all the time isn't good? Robin's arms remained still, but a pair of hands appeared in front of her, gently turning a page of her book. In the past, my strength was insufficient, but now I finally have a bit of my own power. Moreover, for such a grand feast, it would be a pity not to witness it with my own eyes and record it in history. That's fine. Law turned his head, not expecting to truly trouble you. With a smile, the deck of the ship was vast, comparable to a football field. At this moment, a layer of purple light surrounded the edge of the deck, making various visible objects inside appear much heavier. For me, it's also a good way to train. Sitting on a small stool, a smile laughed heartily while taking the large bowl handed over by Carmen. A steaming bowl of beef noodles was placed in front of him, topped with a generous layer of tender, juicy, and distinctly patterned beef chunks, each piece cut thick and evenly, with an enticing color that made the smile drool just from the aroma. With such top-notch chefs around, as long as there are enough noodles, it's fine. The smile picked up the chopsticks and began to eat heartily. I'm glad you like it. Carmen wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling slightly. On this deck, all areas were covered by the gravity circle, and all the officers were constantly bearing the gravity created by the smile. For Carmen, who was not good at physical strength, this kind of training was a torment. But no one said much. The good life they enjoyed over the years was the result of Law leading them in hard work. This sea is cruel. Without strength, one is no different from the civilians who are plundered by pirates. A moment's carelessness can lead to destruction of home and loss of life. The closer one is to Law, the more terrifying the gravity becomes. Currently, the only person closest to Law is Yamato. Besides her, there is Hawkins. Further back is Bepo, who is lying on the ground but unwilling to leave. Yes, Hawkins seems to be physically stronger than Bepo, who is from the Mink tribe. Night fell. Law and Hawkins entered a research room within the ship. The room was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere, with faint light flickering on the walls, illuminating a table filled with experimental tools. A striking figure appeared on the table, a black-skinned fat man tightly bound by sea stone. His massive body was secured to a chair, and his face showed a look of terror. His eyes filled with despair. I will agree to whatever you want. I can join you. I will work for you. Just don't kill me. I can do anything. I know what Whitebeard cares about most. I know the town he values and invested a lot of money to build. Just ask. The next moment, a stick made of sea stone was thrust directly into Teach's mouth, preventing him from speaking further. Law, this guy is very dangerous. Hawkins silently glanced at Teach several times. On this sea, Hawkins has followed Law and has seen many strong figures. The person before him is undoubtedly a true pirate. Rest assured, I won't keep him alive. Law said calmly. Next to Teach, there was also a middle-aged man with a terrified expression, also bound all over. But he was tied with ordinary chains, not made of sea stone. Room. This time, Law just thought, and a spatial cyclone instantly covered the entire room. Hawkins silently watched this scene, his gaze flickering. What? You've awakened too? I am still the captain. It's normal, right? Law smiled slightly. Chaos space. Swap. In an instant, Teach and the terrified middle-aged man's expressions froze. And when they opened their eyes again, their gazes had changed. What is this? The middle-aged man's face changed slightly. However, before he could speak, a flash of cold light filled his vision. Puff! A head flew into the sky, and the two halves of the body disappeared with a swoosh into the nearby incinerator. As the flames rose, the middle-aged man's body completely turned to ashes. Can this be guaranteed? A large number of floating divination cards appear before Hawkins. After determining that Teach's chance of death was 99%, Hawkins put away the cards and returned to Law's side. Seemingly recalling something, Hawkins said, "Are we really going to give his body to that old man? Since he agreed to be the main combatant, what is the harm in giving it to him?" Law took out a heart and tossed it to Hawkins. "Put it inside you." Hawkins caught it and pressed it gently. MMM. Instantly, the Teach, whose mouth was blocked, started to sweat profusely, looking pained. When necessary, just crush it directly. No need to hold back. Kazan, these days, you seem to be in poor condition. At night, on the deck of the warship, Sengoku slowly walked up to the tall, thin man who was staring blankly at the sea. "Admiral." Kazan nodded slightly. "As the highest combat power of the Navy, your current performance does not resemble that of an admiral," Sengoku said in a deep voice. "Borsellino has taken your shift for several days. Although he does not mind contacting the world government, he still complained to me for a long time. It's quite difficult to make him work overtime." Kazan thought about Borsellino's appearance while working overtime and couldn't help but smile. "Of course." Buddha smiled and then changed the subject. "Kazan, are you planning to oppose the decisions of the world government? You should know what the consequences of doing so are." "But Marshal." Kazan looked at the Navy soldiers patrolling below and pointed at the nearby warships with their lights still on at night. "Soldiers are also human. If it's to save you or save Mr. Garp, I can accept it. But saving St. Charlos, what kind of person is that guy?" "Marshal, you know him better than anyone." Hearing Kazan's words, Buddha's expression changed slightly. Referring to a celestial dragon as that guy was something Kazan had never done before. As for St. Charlos, who often appeared in the Sabeti archipelago, Buddha certainly knew what kind of scum he was. Just the number of slaves who died at his hands exceeded 1,000. Sometimes, he could play with dozens of slaves a day just for his own amusement. Such behavior was not uncommon among the celestial dragons. "That is an order from the world government," Buddha said solemnly. "Just because they are celestial dragons? Just because they are celestial dragons." Buddha looked deeply at Kazan and said, "Don't have any inappropriate thoughts, Kazan. You are a Marine Admiral." "Marshal, I'll go rest now," Kazan said after a moment of silence. Suddenly, he seemed to recall the reason he had asked Vice Admiral Garp when he was young why he was unwilling to be promoted to Admiral. At the same time, a large number of warships were entering the New World. On the other side, a dog-headed warship was rapidly heading towards Honeycomb Island. "Vice Admiral Garp, haven't you contacted Zifa yet?" Kazan S.A. Bogart asked worriedly. "Not yet. I haven't contacted him." Garp clapped Bogart on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "Vice Admiral Garp." Bogart was taken aback. Their ship, directly under Garp as command, had rushed out in a hurry without waiting for the main force because Garp had told him he wouldn't go alone. Garp said he would go find Admiral Zifa together, which was why the usually rational Bogart allowed Garp to act recklessly in such an important matter. Even if Zifa had retired from the Navy, as a former admiral, his strength still surpassed countless vice admirals at Navy headquarters. What is wrong, Bogart? What kind of expression is that? Don't you trust me? Garp laughed heartily. Of course not, but Vice Admiral Garp. Bogart hesitated. As Garp's aide for many years, he understood Garp's temperament well. He also had his suspicions about Garp's current objective. Garp wouldn't be so anxious just to save a celestial dragon. This could only be for that Straw Hat Kid. The kid had become a pirate. And while Garp looked displeased, he probably still cared deeply about his grandson. Bogart, don't forget, even Roger and the others were chased around by me back in the day. Garp grinned. How far are we from Honeycomb Island? Only a day's journey left. Vice Admiral Garp, Bogart replied, his voice a bit quieter. Back then, he had also been on Garp's ship. In fact, he wanted to refute Garp's words. The Pirate King Roger was not like ordinary pirates. He wouldn't initiate a war with the Navy. Compared to other pirates who would slaughter an entire town, he could be considered a good person. Just leave it to me when the time comes. Bogart. Garp's gaze suddenly sharpened. Those damn pirates are not worth sympathizing with. But family is different. At that moment, whoosh, a sound of breaking air rang out. Bogart's expression changed drastically, his voice echoing throughout the dog-headed warship. Enemy attack. Bring it on. Garp suddenly had a stone in his hand, flicking it with his thumb, and a streak of light shot out. Boom! An explosion erupted with a roar, and a strong wind was released from the center of the explosion, forming a huge fireball. Following that, flames erupted into the sky, spectacular like a volcanic eruption. The blazing flames illuminated the entire sky. Vice Admiral Garp, I found a pirate ship. Is that Garp? On the other side, on the Moby Dick, which resembled a giant whale, Whitebeard slowly stood up. It had been over a decade since they last met. Let us go say hello. Behind him, Marco stepped forward, Dad. Let me handle it. Whitebeard nodded, his gaze filled with nostalgia. He is not an ordinary opponent. The next moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out in the night. Newgate, I didn't expect someone like you to team up with those guys. At the front of the dog-headed warship, Garp stood, laughing. A streak of blue light illuminated the night sky. What Dad does has nothing to do with you Navy guys. Marco dove rapidly from the sky, his speed making the Marines on the dog-headed warship shiver. Phoenix punch. Marco's foot transformed into a phoenix claw, his hands covered in blue flames, resembling a pair of wings made of fire, the flames rolling fiercely. Ha! The little brat on Whitebeard's ship has grown up, huh? But you're still not enough. Garp remained unfazed, a faint proud smile on his lips. He bent his arms slightly and suddenly threw a punch. Iron fist. The air screamed as it was compressed. The speed was so fast that Marco felt locked in place in his observation hockey, unable to dodge. Before he could change his move, he felt a tremendous force hit his feet. Boom! The blue figure was shot backward faster than before. Marco spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, staggered as he flapped his wings, his face pale. Marco! The onlooking commanders of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but exclaim. Looks like the training wasn't in vain. Whitebeard nodded slightly, showing no intention of helping Marco. Bang! Sparks exploded in the air, drifting down to the sea. Bogart looked at Marco in surprise. This first division commander of the Whitebeard pirates was stronger than he had imagined. One could only say he truly deserved to be the right-hand man of the world's strongest man. As Garp's aide, Bogart knew just how heavy Garp's iron fist was. Any ordinary sea king would probably faint from that punch. After taking that hit, Marco spat out a mouthful of blood and came charging again. Looks like I'm getting old too, Garp murmured, then the smile on his face widened. Since you want to play, if I kill you, that old guy Newgate can't blame me. A dense layer of hockey covered his entire body as Garp threw off his coat and rubbed his wrist. The Navy hero Garp. Can such a fist also be called an iron fist? Above, Marco had blood at the corner of his mouth, but was smiling. In these days of fighting with Dad, not a single hit was lighter than that punch just now. Marco is a Zoan-type devil fruit user with the ability of the Phoenix, possessing top-tier regeneration and recovery abilities in the world. He only wants to advance further through battle and pressure. Marco has already reached a very high level of proficiency in developing his devil fruit abilities. By integrating armament hockey into his kicking techniques, his attack speed approaches its peak, further enhanced by the unique flames of the Phoenix. The perfect combination of speed and kicking techniques. The air trembles. Blue flames surge. Thick armament hockey drawn from deep within his body merges with the flames, becoming one, radiating blue light. Marco's gaze is sharp, as if the blue flames are a source of power, allowing him to repair his body instantly when pushing past his limits. This kick is undoubtedly Marco's strongest strike yet, merging hockey and abilities. But a punch that seems to break through the dawn. The punch bone, impact. Carp grinned, seemingly breaking the limits of space, appearing right in front of him in an instant. This power, Marco trembles in his heart. The punch, completely unexpected, stirs his spirit. His armament hockey cannot block this punch at all, like divine punishment, carrying a terrifying oppressive force, full of dominance. The speed does not seem fast, but when the punch lands, it suppresses everything. Marco sees clearly that it is not a power entwined with Conqueror's hockey, but pure armament hockey. However, compared to Carp's armament hockey, his own is like a child compared to an adult, not on the same level at all. The wind seems to stop. Power gathers in the arm, then is unleashed through the punch. In front of Marco, it feels as if he is facing a massive explosion of meteors. The solid brown light filling his entire field of vision. Boom! The power erupts. The dazzling blue light bursts forth in an instant, two powerful forces immediately blooming. The explosion echoing across the sea. The shockwave of the collision sweeps around, causing the Doghead warship and the Moby Dick to drift backward. The sky seems to clear. Cough, cough. A figure crashes into the massive ship, caught by a large hand. Marco spits out blood, kneeling on the ground, clutching the foot that collided. As the ship's doctor, Marco quickly assesses his injuries, shattered bone fractures. A large fist imprint is starkly visible, marked on the sole of his shoe, looking extremely grotesque. His thigh trembles, the power continuing to crack upwards through his bones. Ha ha ha, you're still alive? Carp's surprised voice rings out, completely unfazed by the furious gazes of other Whitebeard Pirates Division commanders. The kid raised by Newgate is quite impressive. Although Carp is laughing, his eyes slightly narrow. Marco stands up. Blue flames wrap around the leg that should have been broken. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Marco walks to the edge of the ship, as if nothing has happened. However, the blue flames burning on him are a bit diminished compared to before. The hero Carp truly lives up to his name. What a great devil fruit. Bogart thinks to himself. The situation has changed. Before reaching Hive Island, they encountered the Whitebeard Pirates. If Vice Admiral Carp could capture Marco to threaten them, that would be the best outcome. Unfortunately, Vice Admiral Carp would never do such a thing. Whitebeard hasn't made a move yet, and other division commanders are eager to try. The Phoenix Marco and several division commanders like Vista put a lot of pressure on Bogart. Kid of the Whitebeard Pirates, do you want to play a few more rounds with me? Carp sees Marco take one of his powerful moves and still move freely, letting out a few hums of interest. That's enough, Carp. If you want to play, I can accompany you. A massive figure slowly walks to the front of the Moby Dick. Newgate. Ha ha. It's been so many years since we've seen each other. On the Doghead warship. Looking at the tall figure on the Moby Dick, Carp laughs heartily. Behind him, a group of naval soldiers can't help but swallow hard. That is the world's strongest man. The Yonko Whitebeard, known as the man who brings disaster, now appearing before them. Even some of the less experienced naval soldiers feel their legs weaken and their hearts tremble. They have no distrust of Vice Admiral Carp's strength, but if the two of them fight, will they all die in the aftermath? Even Bogart, Carp's old Vice Admiral, feels an immense worry. Even if Vice Admiral Carp can block Whitebeard, the division commanders on Whitebeard's ship are clearly stronger than their combined strength on the warship. Moreover, they are very close to Hive Island. With Whitebeard's abilities, once he makes a move, it will definitely impact Hive Island. What if the Yonko Kaido comes too? Vice Admiral Carp is no longer young. This situation is too dangerous. Carp, coming alone without waiting for your main force. You're still as bold as ever, Whitebeard grins, his mouth curving into a smile. What can I do? My little brat got captured. As a grandpa, I can't just sit back and watch, can I? Carp replies calmly. True. Whitebeard nods. If it were him, if his beloved son was captured, he would also charge in, even against the Navy headquarters. But unfortunately, you ran into me. Whitebeard says solemnly, Carp, since you ran into me, there's no way I'm letting you pass. Then it can only be a fight. Carp's eyes suddenly burst with fierce light. He will not retreat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come. Wait. At this moment, Carp's Vice Admiral, Bogart, interrupts their conversation. I remember you. You're Carp's Vice Admiral, Bogart. You've been by Carp's side for decades, right? Just like him, you've never been promoted. Whitebeard rarely gives Bogart a more thorough look. In the Navy, there are indeed strong individuals whose ranks may not be high, but their strength remains formidable. Carp is one, and his Vice Admiral Bogart is naturally not weak. State your reason for interrupting me. Otherwise, you and Carp can just wait for the ship to sink. Hey, Newgate. You scoundrel pirate is still as arrogant as ever. Carp scoffs. However, There is also a hint of concern for the Navy on the ship and doubt about Bogart in his eyes. You let us pass. Bogart speaks, staring at Whitebeard. I can tell you the whereabouts of that Teach from the Whitebeard Pirates. Although his bounty is low, I remember he is an old member of your Whitebeard Pirates. Upon hearing Bogart's words, a terrifying aura erupts from Whitebeard, sweeping around like a tide. What do you know? Thud, thud, on the Doghead warship. Soldiers roll their eyes and collapse. On the Moby Dick, a small number of pirates also faint or go weak in the knees. Conqueror's hockey. Where's Teach? Whitebeard no longer maintained the previous calmness, his tone suppressing his emotions, sounding very low. It seems he considers you all very important to the Whitebeard Pirates. Bogart was unhurried. So can we continue our deal? Our goal isn't that celestial dragon, and actually doesn't conflict much with your plans as the Emperors of the Sea. Or are you planning to give up on Teach? Teach is my son. Whitebeard squeezed out each word through his teeth, his voice resolute. Where is he? Has he been captured by your Navy? I promised you. I won't stand by while any of my sons are in trouble. That is a promise I made long ago. Whitebeard certainly had not forgotten about Teach. He was a little brat who had followed him for a long time. Although he didn't seem very likable, and Whitebeard often felt that he was troubled and strange, Teach was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, and that was enough. Initially, Whitebeard thought Teach had perished in the battle at Crescent Island. After all, more than 5 division commanders had died in that clash. They had even erected a grave for Teach during the previous memorial. Now that he had learned of Teach's news, Whitebeard naturally wanted to investigate. Behind him, some of the lower-ranking commanders wanted to say something, but seeing that powerful figures like Marco showed no change in expression, they held back. At the same time, they felt a bit moved. This was the personal charm of their captain. Marco, let them go. No more cannon fire, Whitebeard said. Don't worry, Dad. Marco took out a din-din mushy and instructed the others, understanding his father's intentions. When the dog-headed warship reached the front of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard asked, Go ahead. If you lie to me, you will know the consequences, Vice Admiral Carp. He was captured by Flynn Kevin. Bogart threw a bounty notice toward Whitebeard. It featured the face of Law when he was impersonating Flynn Kevin. The bounty was 3 billion berries. Is it him? Marco adjusted his glasses, slightly frowning. A mysterious man who had a bounty of 3 billion berries upon his first bounty by the Navy naturally caught Marco's attention. He was also one of the masterminds behind the Crescent Island battle. Bogart explained, this face might also be a disguise. A devil fruit user. The ability of the fruit is unknown, possesses 3 types of hockey, and is skilled with a sword. Where he comes from and who is behind him is also unknown. But if your Whitebeard pirates plan to take action against him, you should be cautious. That's all I have to say. Good luck. After saying that, the dog-headed warship quickly left the area. The first time his news appeared was on the Grand Tesoro of the warlord, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Marco stared at the man on the bounty notice and said, at that time, he was favored by a celestial dragon. And that celestial dragon was known as the most talented among them, the one who died on Crescent Island. However, now Shanks is the true genius among the celestial dragons. According to our sources, this person does exist. But before this, no one knows where he came from, since it's Vice Admiral Carp who shared this news. Its credibility is quite high. On the other side, aboard the rapidly departing dog-headed warship, Bogart said, You didn't tell Newgate the truth, did you? I'm sorry, Vice Admiral Carp. Bogart said in a low voice. If it weren't for that, don't say any more. I understand what you mean. Carp patted his shoulder. Thank you, Bogart. You've worked hard being by my side all these years. Although Carp didn't manage affairs, he naturally understood some intelligence gathered by the Navy from his daily visits to the war room. Among them, Teach's disappearance did not prove to be related to Flynn Kevin. Even Kazan wasn't sure if Flynn Kevin had reached Crescent Island. It was just that the other party had indeed left toward Crescent Island. The Navy knew little about that mysterious force. Bogart said this just to draw Whitebeard's attention. Otherwise, even if Carp and Whitebeard had just fought, Carp wouldn't be able to leave regardless of who won. The large Navy force would take several days to arrive here. Meanwhile, the pirates on Hive Island could reach in less than a day. No, Vice Admiral Carp, it is my honor to serve as your aide. Bogart exclaimed excitedly. There's no need to say that. Actually, I shouldn't have involved you all. Carp felt deeply moved by the joy radiating from the Navy soldiers aboard the warship, who had survived a disaster. These soldiers were also someone's sons and grandsons. Liu Fei didn't know where that brat ace had run off to again. Admiral Akainu, noticing a warship from the side, said, On the other side, several warships of the advanced scouting team have arrived. Ghost Spider came to Akainu's side, reporting the latest news. The advanced scouting team is most likely to encounter danger as the vanguard. However, as an admiral of the Navy, Akainu resolutely came to the front lines. In fact, this position was very dangerous, once discovered by the four emperors, if several attacked at the same time. Even an admiral of the navy wouldn't fare well. Not to mention, this was the sea. Our signals went unanswered. Even firing special signals received no response. There are people on the warship, the lights are on, but they immediately went out when we approached. They are retreating from us. Which warship is it? Sakazuki asked calmly, biting down on a cigar. Although every warship looks the same, each one has its specific number. The observers hadn't fully confirmed it, but according to existing information, it was likely a warship stolen before arriving here. Ghost Spider said in a deep voice, stolen? Sakazuki looked over. All the soldiers who witnessed it were knocked out, and the assailant acted cleanly and efficiently. Even now, those soldiers had not awakened. A glint of ruthlessness crossed Ghost Spider's eyes. The headquarters doctor speculated that if they didn't wake up in a week, they would become living dead, unable to awaken forever. Admiral Akainu, please allow us to sink this warship. According to regulations, if a warship was stolen, capable Navy officers should ideally capture the thief and bring them back along with the warship. The thief's fate would be the same as those pirates, locked up in prison. However, this time, the reporting admiral was Ghost Spider. He was a hawkish figure standing on Akainu's side, who usually advocated for killing rather than capturing pirates. Permission granted. Akainu said flatly, bring the ship closer. Yes. Ghost Spider immediately nodded, sending information to those below. Whoosh, whoosh. Cannonballs cut through the air, shooting towards the distant warship under the cover of night. The next moment, several gunshots rang out. Following that, the cannonballs were suddenly pierced in midair, exploding prematurely. Boom, boom. The flickering flames illuminated the surroundings for several seconds. On the warship, a figure with only the right hand extended, holding a rifle, stood at the edge of the ship. Moreover, under the light, a figure with bright red hair appeared before all the Navy personnel. This is bad. Red-haired Shanks. It's the red-hair pirates. They've actually appeared here too. Damn it. Have all the Emperors of the Sea teamed up? Suddenly, the ships that made up the Vanguard reconnaissance team erupted into noise. Many Navy soldiers swallowed nervously as they looked at that warship. Not everyone has participated in a war against the four emperors. On Crescent Island, the number of returning soldiers was minimal, mostly those who went to assist later. Admiral, should we pursue? A flash of anger quickly crossed the eyes of the Ghost Spider, but he quickly suppressed it. To have the audacity to steal a warship near the Navy headquarters without leaving a trace. This force is certainly not a small player. Red-haired Shanks, one of the four emperors of the sea. Even if he is currently rejected by the pirates of the New World and his identity is not recognized, it does not change the strength of the red-haired pirates. According to the report from Kizaru, 3 of the red-haired pirates officers died on Crescent Island, and even their pirate ship was destroyed. But even so, a dead camel is bigger than a horse. The captain of the red-haired pirates, Shanks, still has an incredibly dazzling identity. Celestial Dragon. Why not pursue? Akainu took the cigar out of his mouth and slowly walked to the side of the warship, to the closest position to the ship that was seized by the red-haired pirates. The Navy headquarters has never lifted the bounty on 4 Emperor Shanks. As long as he is a pirate, he is our target for capture. The Copper Wall Iron Wall pirates, it seems their iron wall will also be melted. Let the other ships follow behind us. Don't hold back. The Ghost Spider understood and picked up the transponder snail, instructing the subordinates not to rush to report. After all, in battle, it's normal not to have time to send signals, right? They're still coming. On the ship that was attempting to escape, Jesus Burgess spoke towards the back. Shanks, I saw someone on a warship. It's Sakazuki. That mad dog won't just let this go. They're heading straight towards us. After speaking, Jesus Burgess casually raised his gun and shot into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannon fire rang out one after another, but the sharp sound of shells slicing through the air still echoed continuously. The cannon fire over there did not stop, and the implication was obvious. Can our ship shake them off? Shanks slowly walked to the edge, frowning. No. Bendix, carrying a monkey on his shoulder, walked over. Our ship is not as fast as theirs, and during the ship hijacking, some parts were damaged. It doesn't affect much under normal circumstances, but during a pursuit, we won't have the advantage. We'll just be caught up step by step. Shanks, it seems your luck isn't too good. From behind, an old man wearing glasses, smiling, pushed open the door and walked out. When the old man came out, the surrounding officers of the red-haired pirates involuntarily focused their gaze on him. The Pirate King's first mate, Silver's Rayleigh. Even Shank's right-hand man, Beckman, reduced the nonchalance in his eyes upon seeing Rayleigh. The Pirate King, Gold, Roger, was a legendary figure who ushered in the era of great pirates. It can be said that more than 70% of pirates today set sail for the sea because of Roger's words. And Silver's Rayleigh is a living legend. I didn't expect to encounter trouble before reaching Sabady Archipelago. Shanks, what do you plan to do? Rayleigh asked with a smile. Rayleigh, we can handle it. We don't need your help for now. Shanks felt a bit embarrassed. At this time, Rayleigh should be sleeping. It seems he was disturbed by the recent noise. Over 70. Shanks didn't want to trouble Rayleigh over small matters. After all, Rayleigh had already retired and should be enjoying his old age in Sabady Archipelago. But that guy is not someone who would back down. When I was in Sabady Archipelago, those pirates trembled in fear when talking about him. Haha. As if recalling something, Rayleigh's smile widened, and he showed no signs of panic despite being pursued. Admiral Akainu is a hot-tempered guy, Beckman calmly stated. If you ask which of the current 3 admirals would be the most troublesome, it would definitely be Akainu, because pirates caught by him often suffer irreparable injuries, and the mortality rate is extremely high. His presence has made many pirates realize the value of life. But by then, it's often too late for regret. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something cutting through the air came again. However, compared to before, the night was no longer pitch black, but illuminated in a fiery red. What was coming was not cannonballs, but large chunks of red magma. Meteor volcano. At the forefront of the pursuing warship, Sakazuki raised his fist, and countless boiling magma erupted from his fist, gathering in the air before crashing down like a meteor shower. What a hassle, Jesus Burgess snorted coldly, raising his gun to aim at the magma fist. Magma is different from cannonballs. When bullets hit it, they would just pause for a moment before continuing to fall without exploding. Only with absolute force can you collide with the magma and stop its descent. Each of the 3 current admirals of the Navy is a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Moreover, they're all top-notch absolute masters in both physical combat and hockey. They are talents cultivated by the Navy headquarters. Even without Conqueror's hockey, there are very few who can match them in physical strength in this world. Let's let them know the consequences of pursuing us. Rayleigh chuckled softly, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Just as he drew his sword, crimson lightning erupted from him like a volcanic eruption, instantly bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. This crimson lightning seemed like an angry dragon, spreading its immense might and power in all directions, tearing the air apart and creating small cracks wherever it passed. Beckman stared deeply at Rayleigh. The solidified Conqueror's hockey. This old man is still so formidable. No wonder Shanks invited him to take action. Suddenly, a flash of sword light cut through the air, moving at an extreme speed, shattering each magma fist to pieces under the night sky. In the distance, Sakazuki's pupils suddenly contracted, barely having time to extend his hand to gather armament hockey to defend his vital points. That sword light had already slashed in front of him. Boom! Admiral! Behind! The ghost spider felt a chill as the cold light flickered from that ship. Admiral Akainu was attacked. Conqueror's hockey attack. Looking back at the half-down Navy soldiers on the ship, the ghost spider pondered. It must be that red-haired Shanks. No. A crimson figure tore through the smoke, completely transforming into a magma silhouette that appeared in front of the warship. Sakazuki stared coldly in the direction of the warship, his voice suppressing his anger. An old fool who shouldn't have had the bounty revoked was indeed looking for death. Molten lava dripped onto the deck, melting holes into it. But Sakazuki no longer cared. His expression was very cold. Indeed, the decisions made by those old geezers from the previous generation would lead to endless troubles. The Dark King Rayleigh, the first mate of the Pirate King, actually stepped forward at this time. Admiral, should we continue the pursuit? A major general anxiously approached. A small part of our men have passed out. Get those guys into the cabin. Sakazuki didn't look back. Continue the chase. Report the whereabouts of Rayleigh. Have Kizaru come over first, and we will continue the pursuit. Sakazuki was irritable, yet not foolish. Reporting Rayleigh's whereabouts was different from reporting Shanks. Shanks, being a celestial dragon, made the world government unreliable in this matter, and it was very likely they wouldn't allow them to continue the pursuit. Moreover, there were also celestial dragons among the old geezers on the ship behind. If there was any pirate the world government hated the most, it would undoubtedly be Roger, the pirate king who initiated the Great Pirate Era. They also loathed Rayleigh. Requests to eliminate him would basically not be obstructed. Rayleigh, it seems your influence is of no use now. On the ship, Shanks saw Sakazuki still pursuing and not backing down because of Rayleigh, a slight smile on his face. Times are changing. I am indeed getting old. Rayleigh smiled. Then we can only fight Shanks. Let's make it quick. They were not far from the territories of Silver Axe and Wangji. They could wait for them to go first. Yeah, that was my plan too, Shanks nodded. They had no intention of fighting the Navy. Their goal was to save Luffy and protect this new era's chosen one. Once the world government and the Navy's forces arrived at Hive Island, that island would likely meet the same fate as Crescent Island and be sunk. They needed a suitable opportunity to slip in and rescue Luffy. Boom! The warship shook violently, the rear being hit by splashing cannonballs. Damn it! Jesus Burgess spot. Even though this was a ship they had found temporarily, it reminded him of the Red Force. Go to hell, bastard! Jesus Burgess's eyes glinted red as he aimed at the most outer warship. Bang! Gunfire rang out, along with the explosive sound of the warship being penetrated. Boom! At the moment of the warship's explosion, the entire area fell silent for a moment. Jesus Burgess, Beckman said in a deep voice at this time. We need to stay calm. Sorry. Jesus Burgess chuckled awkwardly. He accidentally overdid it. It was just a warship. He didn't expect it to be so fragile. In an instant, the entire sea surface became steamy, as if a hot lava-like temperature swept over. Red-haired pirates, damn it! Hounds bite Red Lotus. Sakazuki's eyes were filled with rage, his arm instantly turning to lava, then shaping into a dog's head and extending. The lava giant dog roared and bit towards Jesus Burgess. Bang! A cold light flickered as Shanks held his griffin in front of Jesus Burgess, his expression serious. Admiral Akainu, do you intend to go to war with us? A pack of stray dogs. What if we go to war? Sakazuki's gaze was icy, his aura radiating a fierce ferocity as terrifying lava transformed into a meteor shower, rapidly descending. Boom! Boom! Lava, like cannonballs, heavily smashed against the stolen warship, some damaged with catching sparks and igniting. We can't delay any longer, Shanks, Rayleigh said seriously. This warship won't hold out for long. At this rate, they won't be able to avoid the pursuit and will be entangled by the Navy. The top priority is to eliminate that Admiral Akainu. We need to blow up the warship under his feet. He is a devil fruit user. Vice Captain Rayleigh, let's strike together, Shanks nodded. In the next moment, both drew their swords, facing the molten lava capable of melting everything. Two terrifying conquerors' hockey bursts erupted, pushing the lava to the sides. Two beams of crimson, thunder-like sword light, as sharp as the finest swords, passed through, causing the lava to retreat. On the warship, Sakazuki felt a chill run down his spine. An extremely dangerous feeling surged in his heart. You all jump ship immediately, Sakazuki said in a deep voice. He was also serious now, his anger burning in his heart, his tall figure rapidly melting into scalding lava. A hot aura radiating from him as if he wanted to turn everything around him to ashes. At the same time, a strong-armed haki surged within him, flowing through the lava, forming a hard shield. Then, without hesitation, he charged towards Shanks and the others, his speed leaving people dumbfounded. Boom! This time the sound of the impact was deafening, even more intense than before. The shockwave from the explosion instantly spread, whipping up a gale and heat wave that made the surrounding warships sway precariously. Flames blazed in the air, illuminating the entire sky, presenting a scene of crimson. That scorching power seemed capable of piercing through the clouds, evoking a sense of endless celestial might, akin to a volcanic eruption. Save them! Quick, save them! One by one, the Navy soldiers turned pale, neglecting to check their own injuries, looking towards the warship where the Admiral was. On that warship, the elite were the most numerous, but there were also the most people. With two of the top-level powers at sea attacking, no one could resist that blow. Where's the Admiral? Where did Admiral Akainu go? He is a Logia devil fruit user. Quickly find where the Admiral is. The soldiers looked anxious. Although Sakazuki was merciless against pirates, he had many supporters within the Navy, and many Navy officers were willing to follow this iron-blooded Admiral. The Admiral has charged onto their ship. Ghost Spider's expression was not good. Quickly report. Let the other admirals in the rear come to support. Directly report. Even if Admiral Akainu is in danger. Boom! Another explosion sounded. The warship where the red-haired pirates were about to escape from the chase was suddenly engulfed by lava. Sakazuki! Shanks's cold voice rang out. The explosion of Conqueror's haki made the clouds in the sky involuntarily disperse. Countless red lightning bolts erupted within the lava. That terrifying power directly sent a figure flying. Sakazuki had blood at the corner of his mouth, and he already bore several wounds. He successfully crashed into the warship that the red-haired pirates had seized, the cost being the attacks from the entire crew of the red-haired pirates and Rayleigh, the Dark King. This time, it caused him to fail to elementalize. The power unique to Conqueror's haki wreaking havoc at his wounds, his body momentarily stiffening in spasms. Admiral, Ghost Spider is anxious. Hurry to support the general. If the general falls into the sea, it will be troublesome. You all retreat. At that moment, a voice rang in everyone's ears. Whoosh! Even though the flames lit up the area like daytime, all the Navy soldiers could see a thick beam of light shooting from afar. In an instant, the beam enveloped Akainu's entire body, and then it bounced back onto the deck of another warship. Akainu, is it really necessary to be like this? Kizaru emerged from the beam of light, addressing the other Navy personnel. This is Kizaru. All troops retreat, get away from here. Hey, Kizaru, their warship is gone. They can only use temporary small boats now. It's the best time to pursue. Akainu stood up again, dissatisfied. The orders given to you from above should not be a retreat, right? Well, Kizaru spread his hands. There indeed was an order to eliminate the Pirate King Rayleigh on the spot, but there are also those red-haired individuals aboard. You should know that esteemed person behind us. His hair color is also red. Kizaru. Akainu was furious. This guy clearly didn't want to exert himself. From what Akainu knew of Kizaru, even if it was just Pirate King Rayleigh alone, he probably wouldn't go all out against him. Don't look at me like that. I want to protect your safety. Akainu, Kizaru said lazily. Come on, he is just a worker. What is the point of risking his life? With Pirate King Rayleigh and red-haired Shanks here, plus that troublesome Beckman and the cadre of the red-haired pirates, he didn't want to be directly knocked out like Akainu. I don't need your protection. You just need to attack, Akainu said coldly, wishing he could take the stage himself. But the power of hockey flowing within him made him first consume it. All right, I'll give it a try. Kizaru sighed, transforming into a beam of light standing high in the air. In an instant, a dazzling glow gathered in his hands, and countless light bullets shot toward the distance. Yada no Kagami. Countless light bullets rained down from the sky like a meteor shower, instantly illuminating the night sky as bright as day. Accompanied by the deafening sound of explosions, towering waves surged on the sea, as if to engulf the entire world. Once everything settled, the sea returned to calm. The ships ahead had disappeared, and the once lively sea area became silent, with only floating wreckage and burning flames proving what had just occurred. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood, chilling to the bone. Kizaru stood on the warship, arms crossed, a somewhat troubled smile on his lips. Truly worthy of red-haired Shanks and Pirate King Rayleigh. To escape from such a small boat. That's really scary. Beside him, Akainu's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. If you can't control your devil fruit powers well, you could go back to the base and relearn. After saying that, he snorted coldly and left. Kizaru's scattered light bullets looked magnificent, but in reality, not a single one hit the small boat the red-haired pirates left on. This guy was just acting next to him. Kizaru watched Akainu leave, feeling unsurprised by his attitude. There was no way around it. After all, that red-haired one was a celestial dragon. Akainu, the Navy, also has to obey the orders of the world government. Inside Hive Island. Ma'am, have they arrived? I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder how many of those bastard Navy are coming. Big Mom's massive body sat in the hall, holding several pieces of cake and eating heartily. Have you made up your mind? Kaido, give them a chance. Do you think those guys will really agree to our demands? Lin, if it weren't for your attitudes, I would actually prefer them to come and attack directly. Kaido's voice was cold. Next to him was a wine gourd taller than 10 ordinary people. There's no need to engage in direct battle with those guys. Whitebeard hasn't arrived yet, Silver Axe said in a deep voice from across the table. Isn't it better to let this world descend into chaos instead? Kaido, another elder laughed. Wang Ji, also a former cadre of the Rocks Pirates. They captured the celestial dragons to lure the high-ranking members of the world government here. It's not just about starting a war. It's also for profit exchange. Among them, Kaido's demand was naturally to release all the Beast Pirates cadres. Big Mom's request specifically named dozens of special races collected by the world government. Silver Axe and Wang Ji wanted a large amount of money, a lot of treasures, and even gold from the sky. Whitebeard, however, asked for nothing. These were all demands they had made earlier, but when the world government truly arrived as pirates, they certainly wouldn't let people go so easily. Why not let them bring back the head and Navy Admiral in exchange? Haha. Wang Ji laughed heartily. You think too much, Wang Ji. An existence like a Navy Admiral, those guys sitting in the Holy Land are not stupid enough to do that, Silver Axe scoffed. Why not let them bring women to exchange? Those noble daughters from various kingdoms. Those renowned queens. By the way, Kaido, I heard that your country. What was it called again? Wano country. After being destroyed by the Navy, the citizens all came out by themselves. The samurai and geishas inside are quite good. Don't you want them? Upon hearing Silver Axe's words, Kaido slammed the ground, his voice filled with rage. Silver Axe, mind your own business. What use are those trash? Kaido was furious. He had gone back to Wano country. The massive mountains were shattered. The entire country seemed to have been forcibly split apart by a tremendous force, and he saw no subordinates of the beast pirates present. What remained were only the large number of corpses submerged underwater. According to reports, Queen and the Flying Six, the army of devil fruit users made from artificial devil fruits, had all been captured by that damned Navy Admiral Akiji. However, in the news, Kaido did not see any information about his foolish son. In such a war of this level, Wano country was completely shattered, countless people died, and the possibility of Yamato being dead was not low. As the son he wanted to cultivate to inherit his empire, Kaido believed Yamato wouldn't just die like that. But facts speak louder than words. With no news from the other side at sea, Kaido could only pin this grudge on the Navy. Just wait. When the time comes, I want that Navy Admiral's head. Report to the leader. It is uncertain. The information obtained from the Navy can only confirm that the new scientific defense warrior, Vegapunk, has left the Holy Land Mariehua with the Navy's main force. Besides that, we have not found evidence of the 4 elders leaving the Holy Land, Mariehua. Continue investigating. Dragon hung up the transponder snail, his fingers rubbing his brow, his eyes flickering. Ever since the Navy's main force left, the Revolutionary Army had gathered at Sabeti Archipelago. Their target, of course, was the lofty Holy Land. Last time, with the help of Crescent Island's war, they broke through the gates of the Holy Land and witnessed another power of the celestial dragons, the Knights of God. This time, they still planned to take action against the Holy Land of Mary Geos, trying to see if there really was someone on the Void Throne. After all, nearly all the high-ranking officers above the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy had left. His father, Carp, and Admiral Sengoku personally led the 3 admirals to the front lines. This was a rare opportunity where they didn't have to worry about Navy intervention. The only thing to confirm was how many of the 5 elders remained. If there were only 2 or fewer, Dragon even considered having the Revolutionary Army completely attack the Holy Land and seize the supreme authority of the world government. But if all 4 were present, Dragon would only lead the most elite troops. As last time, they would conduct a rapid attack and then withdraw. At the same time, the death of their Northern Army deputy commander, Gillong, was a pain for their Revolutionary Army. The power of the world government to destroy an island that day made Dragon wary. But if they failed this time, it would be harder to find such a good opportunity next time. Things come in threes. Recently, places where the Revolutionary Army was active have inexplicably had more CP organization members appearing, all of which Dragon kept an eye on. Chief, don't underestimate them. Those guys are not as simple as they appear on the surface, said the Northern Army commander, Crow. This time, our Northern Army wants to be the vanguard. I hope you can agree. Hey Crow, let our Eastern Army handle it. Eastern Army Commander Bella Betty interjected. Your abilities are more suited for support. Crow, you Northern Army will be responsible for support. You'll definitely have your chances to act. In the end, Dragon spoke, putting an end to the argument among the 4 commanders. Just then, a phone bug rang coming from Dragon. The commanders fell silent. Who could be calling the chief at this time? Dragon took out the portable phone bug. This is Dragon. I think you need intelligence on the 5 elders. The phone bug spoke arrogantly. Dragon's expression remained unchanged. He recognized the voice on the other end. It was Morgan's, the president of the World Economic News Agency. On a remote, deserted island, a dazzling, giant golden airship descended from the sky. Beepo, a huge fruit sprouted from the ground, and a figure popped out, jumping onto the ship. Hakka, are you all okay? Beepo and the newcomer hugged tightly before quickly separating. Not much. There are no strong opponents in the North Sea. It's boring to death. You know it too well. Zaki pouted, turning to look at Hawkins. What are you looking at? Do you want to fight me? Hawkins, your chances of getting beaten today are 83%. Are you joking? Who can beat me? Zaki scoffed. Who can match me? Are you finally going to agree to have a contest with me? Hawkins ignored him and chose to walk away through the air door. This guy really seems to be asking for a beating. In the back, Pecan, Zoro, and others boarded the ship. The golden airship started again, disappearing into the sky. The purpose of coming here was to pick up Pecan and the others who had been released to the North Sea some time ago. By the way, old man, who are you? Soon, Zaki's gaze fell on a middle-aged man in a purple robe soaking up the sun in the middle. Is the other party blind? Where did the boss find this blind man? This time, Zaki's expression became much more restrained. With a smile, he sensed a strong aura from the old man, even slightly stronger than Pecan. Old man, are you a swordsman? A surprised voice rang out, and Zaki blinked to see a green-haired figure striding forward with 3 swords at his waist. Want to have a fight with me? Deep inside the ship, Pekin sat next to Law, while opposite him sat an old man in a golden robe, smoking a cigarette. Hey, Law kid, have you prepared what we talked about? I've been babysitting your little brats, giving them plenty of pointers on their battles. Shiki grinned. Standing behind him were Indigo and Scary-Doo. If you get addicted to this body-swapping behavior, I'll 1T be responsible. Law's voice was calm. In front of them was a dark-skinned man, locked by sea stone. Compared to before, Teach seemed to have shrunk, having lost nearly half of his size. After all, he was only injected with a small amount of nutrient solution daily, which was specifically to control his physical strength. Even if the original Teach soul was already dead, the body now contained only an ordinary pirate. But after consuming a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, the power contained in this body was still immeasurable. Ha, don't worry. I won't blame you for this kind of thing. Shiki stared at Teach's body, becoming more and more satisfied. His special body was vigorous and at its peak. According to analyses from Law and other researchers, this person could eat 3 devil fruits. For Shiki, this was much better than the body of the celestial dragon, St. Carter, that he swapped for last time. The issue of physical weakness could be easily resolved as long as he was well fed. Room of chaos. Law's finger moved slightly, and Shiki was already wrapped up in sea stone chains like a rice dumpling. Meanwhile, Indigos and Scary-Doo were excitedly helping Teach break free from his restraints. Now Teach had become Shiki. How long have you tied this guy up with sea stone? Shiki waved his arms a few times and sat up slightly dissatisfied. The weakness in his body, compared to hunger, that feeling of helplessness when a devil fruit user encounters sea stone filled every cell in him. It wasn't until all the sea stone was removed from his body that this situation improved a bit. Would you be careless about someone wanting to become Blackbeard? Law signaled for someone to come in and take Shiki to the prison. Ha ha ha, still Blackbeard? The sons of Whitebeard are quite interesting too. Shiki grinned, and a bit of black mist rose from his dark arms. The mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, Aoyama's form, was indeed powerful. Unfortunately, this unfamiliar ability would take me a while to adapt to. Even if you say that, you still have to participate in the battle on Hive Island, Law said lightly. If you need it, I can extract the devil fruit from your original body. But as for what will happen to your original body and whether it can maintain its life signs, that depends on your luck. A strange light flickered in Shiki's eyes. Forget it. You know this old man is quite nostalgic. Your devil fruit has awakened. Can't you extract the devil fruit from a distance? You think too much. Law wiped his hands and threw the towel into the trash can. If you know how a Logia-type devil fruit awakens, please teach me. I really don't know about this. Behind Shiki, Indigo looked somewhat angry, feeling that Law's attitude was too rude. However, he didn't dare to speak and stood silently like a statue. Long ago, he had complained to Captain John about Law, thinking that Law was disrespectful to his elders. Unfortunately, after Zaki had a very harmonious spar with him, he no longer dared to speak casually. The young people on this ship are all freaks. Forget it. Then I'll go adapt to the power of this body. Shiki ordered Indigo to say something. Suddenly, he looked in a certain direction, the strong man on the sea, whom I basically recognized. Hey, Luo, did you bring someone back again? Perhaps it's someone I know. Can I go and see them? You don't know them. Luo glanced at Shiki, and the direction he was looking at was exactly where Yixiao was. People like you should have less contact with others. Not everyone is as easygoing as I am. Some people hate pirates, so it's better for you not to cause me any trouble. Ha ha ha, bad person, huh? Shiki picked up his wooden stick and Sakura from his side. If we're talking about it, you're not bad either, Luo. How many people were able to leave Hive Island alive this time? The Golden Lion laughed heartily as he left. When he was in the North Sea, he had invited me. After sensing the absence of the Golden Lion's aura, Pekin spoke up. Boss, this guy will be a problem sooner or later. Every time I come into contact with his conqueror's haki, I can feel that overwhelming ambition. Luo nodded, watching the Golden Lion's departing figure. After all, he was a legendary pirate. This one almost made Pirate King Roger fall into his hands. How's your hockey training going? Still lacking a bit. Pekin shook his head. I haven't fought enough. There's no one in the North Sea who can match me. I know he won't kill me. Boss, if possible, I also want to participate in this battle. Don't worry, your chance won't be lacking. Luo smiled. Then let's go and have some fun when the time comes. Always hiding in the shadows. How can you make your heart lively? With the power we've accumulated, there's no need to hide anymore. At the critical moment, we could take down one of the Gorosei first. On Hive Island, the pirates couldn't find any peace. The booming sounds coming from afar, the sea rising unexpectedly, were clearly strange. The world government and the Navy's naval fleet had been known to various forces as soon as they set sail. Such a large army couldn't be concealed. Some pirates, not very bright, were so nervous they couldn't sleep and could only manage to doze off after getting drunk. There was no way. This battle was indeed attractive. Everyone was paying attention. It was terrifying, the emperors of the sea fighting against the forces of the world government and the navy. This was practically a great war that hadn't happened in 800 years. I heard that the Gorosei will be mobilized, along with all the elite troops in the navy and the 7 warlords of the sea. It seems that the pirates from a new world won't be able to bounce around for much longer. This news spread quickly through the streets and alleys like a whirlwind, becoming a hot topic for people to discuss over tea and meals. This was the view of the vast majority. They were not satisfied with the existence of the celestial dragons. But at the same time, they believed that those pirates from the New World were all brutal and monstrous, unable to contend with the powerful world government. This mindset took root deeply, leading many to firmly believe that the outcome of this war would be the victory of the world government. However, some nobles and wise men began to think deeply about the possibilities and impacts of this war. Some even invited military experts and think tanks from within the country to analyze the situation, hoping to find countermeasures. Additionally, some adventurous nobles sent their own ships to the vicinity of the battlefield, hoping to get the latest developments in the war as soon as possible. That world's strongest man is also there. Will he be defeated? Some elders and disbanded pirate crews said so. The world government has controlled the world for so many years. Isn't that long enough? If the world government falls, some ambitious individuals revealed a tempting smile. However, until the next day, Hive Island remained calm. Old man, should we send out the news? Marco stood beside Whitebeard, blue flames flowing into him as he performed the final healing on Whitebeard. He wanted to talk about Carp. They had all arrived at Hive Island, but Carp's dog-headed warship was nowhere to be seen, which was very unusual. Marco had followed Whitebeard since childhood and had known that naval hero for a long time, understanding his straightforward nature. It's not our concern. Whitebeard slightly shook his head. As for Carp, he is there to save his grandson, like when he went to Crescent Island before. In this era, he doesn't have many familiar faces left. Anyway, he hasn't caused any trouble, has he? Marco. All right. Marco nodded. They're coming. The world government people are here. So many warships. There must be at least 100 of them, right? How many people is that? Is that the entire strength of the Navy? Exclamations rang out from outside. Let's go, Marco. Don't worry about me. Whitebeard stood up, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It's been a long time since I've experienced a great battle. My blood is rarely this hot. In the distant skyline, where the sky met the sea, small black dots gradually emerged, twinkling like stars on the surface of the sea. As the distance closed in, it became clear that these small black dots were enormous warships. They sailed in neat rows, well-trained, their hulls gleaming with metallic luster, flags fluttering. Each warship exuded a serious and solemn aura, their goals clear as they headed straight for Hive Island. Hand over St. Charlos. A completely black ship sailed out, on which stood several members of the CP organization dressed in black suits. At the edge of Hive Island, 3 towering figures stood in the forefront, resembling 3 unshakable mountains, radiating a suffocating pressure. Charlotte Linlin, Kaido of the Beasts, and Edward Newgate. There are also 2 relatively shorter old men, smirking with excitement. Behind them, countless black dots gathered together, forming a black ocean. These black dots were pirates from various powerful factions, numbering at least tens of thousands, each with a strong killing intent. Quite excited, pirates from a new world had basically been gathered here. A terrifying momentum came from the front, and the CP members trained to be professional weaponized humans couldn't help but swallow hard, cold sweat streaming down their backs. Mum. It's you disgusting creatures again. Big MOM did not hide her disdain for the CP members. We want the things you prepared. Are you ready? My lords, we have prepared, but before that, we want to see St. Charlos. A middle-aged man in a suit stepped forward, forcing down his inner fear, his voice trembling. No one wanted to face this scene directly. Compared to the Navy, as members of the CP organization, they did not want to engage in a war. They only hoped that the transaction could go smoothly and allow them to escort St. Charlos away. That celestial dragon? Big MOM laughed loudly, opening her big mouth. Katakuri. Let these guys see that celestial dragon is still alive. Under everyone's gaze, a group of pawn soldiers carried a huge cage over. In the cage, St. Charlos curled up naked in the corner, tightly holding on to 2 equally naked women, his eyes filled with unmistakable terror and despair. His body trembled continuously, his face pale as paper, his lips drained of color, his entire expression seemed to be devoured by fear. Don't kill me. I can make that group of Navy do anything for you. Just let me go, and I will do everything to make that admiral of the Navy help you. Yes, let the admiral help you kill. Before St. Charlos could finish his words, he was interrupted by Big Mom. Ma'am, what a great proposal. She turned to look at the members of the CP organization. Hey, loyal dogs of the world government. Did you see that? This guy promised me an incredible deal. The members of the CP organization exchanged glances, but no one's expression changed. They had their suspicions long before they arrived. After all, St. Charlos was a celestial dragon. And that was enough. He was a world noble, while they were from the CP organization. St. Charlos, a middle-aged man from the CP organization, spoke in a deep voice, catching St. Charlos's attention. You're from CP. St. Charlos looked over and finally noticed the members of the CP organization who had arrived, his face lighting up with joy. You finally came. Finally. He moved his plump body, his gaze quietly glancing at Big Mom. And then he saw the foul-faced Kaido and the expressionless Whitebeard, along with several towering figures, causing all the threats he wanted to utter to die in his throat. When he was first captured, he was very arrogant, with a terrible attitude. But now he dared not. They're all our dogs. As long as it's an order, they will listen to anything. How about exchanging them for me? St. Charlos's eyes brightened as he shouted. Behind him, groups of pirates laughed heartily, the tension from being surrounded by the distant Navy fleet easing slightly. The pirates of a new world all knew what the CP organization represented to the world government. Some words, when spoken by them, held a different meaning than when spoken by St. Charlos. The members of the CP organization on the warship were clearly selected individuals, their expressions unchanged, showing no sign of dissatisfaction. Lord St. Charlos, rest assured, we will definitely rescue you. Absolutely. You must rescue me. Otherwise, you all might as well die. What meaning do you have to live, you worthless fools? St. Charlos took 2 steps forward, but was blocked by the cage, a surge of anger rising in his heart as he yelled. After shouting, he seemed to worry about something, trembling, and shrank back behind the 2 naked women. This made the pirates laugh even harder. Ma'am, did you get all on tape? Big Mom grinned widely, looking somewhere. Yes, Mama. A biscuit soldier stepped forward, holding several photography den mushy. The biscuit soldier came from Charlotte Cracker, the 10th son of Big Mom. What? The middle-aged man leading the CP organization frowned, clenching and relaxing his fists. Damn it. All right, go bring over everyone and everything we discussed earlier. Otherwise, this guy won't be going back, understand? Big Mom waved her hand in disdain. The CP organization of the world government was one of her most disliked institutions. Everything is ready, another CP member said. Lord St. Charlos, we'll be back to get you soon. After saying this, the members of the CP organization quickly left the scene, leaving a terrified St. Charlos and a smug Big Mom behind. Ma'am, Kaido, it seems your beloved subordinates are coming back. Big Mom looked at Kaido beside her, then slightly lowered her head to look at Jin. Kaido, how do you want to thank me? How about letting Jin join my pirate crew? I guarantee his status won't be lower than my second son, Katakuri. Kaido's expression turned cold, his voice low. Linlin, do you want to die? Ma'am, just a joke. But my proposal is always valid. Big Mom's gaze was fixed on the hundreds of Navy warships in the distance, her eyes slightly narrowing. During the period of hunger, she was the most violent of the Sea Emperors, out of her mind. But usually, including back when she was on a Rocks pirate ship, she was actually the one who thought the most. This battle would not happen until this terrified celestial dragon was exchanged. And it could not happen because of the other party's identity as a celestial dragon. Therefore, the ones who came to negotiate with them were not from the Navy, nor would they be those high-ranking Gorosei. The CP organization would become the expendable in their dialogue. Hey, has it spread? Big Mom took out another den mushy and asked. Report, Mama. Morgans didn't lie to us. It's being broadcast live all over the New World. As for the first half of the Grand Line, we don't have enough manpower. A respectful voice came from the den mushy. That's enough, ma'am. A strange light flashed in Big Mom's eyes, her smile becoming even more sinister. Rest assured the guy wouldn't dare to deceive me. Let the whole world see this high and mighty world noble. As she spoke, several biscuit soldiers approached St. Charlos with enormous photography den mushy. Meanwhile, residents in kingdoms around the world were staring at the suddenly appeared large screen, their faces filled with shock. On the screen was the scene on Honeycomb Island, and they saw the vast fleet of warships on the sea. Before they could feel proud of the Navy, they heard the conversation between the CP organization and Big Mom and saw St. Charlos. Is that the celestial dragon? A little girl exclaimed in surprise. Don't look. Her mother immediately covered her eyes, preventing her from seeing St. Charlos's disgraceful state. At this moment, St. Charles, without the oxygen mask that blocked the outside air and his specially made clothes stripped away, looked like an ordinary fat man, ugly and disgusting. Is that the world noble? Someone exclaimed. The celestial dragons are so disgusting. So what the newspapers said was true. At this moment, another voice came through. They don't seem much different from ordinary people, do they? In an instant, the noisy crowd paused for a moment, the atmosphere slightly stiffening. Watching 5 giant ships heading toward Honeycomb Island, the Navy silently observed this scene. Their expressions complex. At this moment, the 3 admirals of the Navy and Fleet Admiral Sengoku were on a warship. Sakazuki snorted coldly. They actually agreed to such a request. Kazan, look at the good thing you've done. On one of the giant ships, all were executives of the Beast Pirates. They were all part of the batch Kazan brought back from Wano country. Sakazuki, Sengoku said in a deep voice. It's the pre-war period, the most tense time. We shouldn't be causing conflicts. 5 giant ships, one filled entirely with members of the Beast Pirates, one filled with slaves collected from various races by the world government, and the other 3 filled with treasures. This act of providing resources to the enemy made Sakazuki extremely furious. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Those members of the Beast Pirates should not be alive. Sakazuki's attitude was poor. As a soldier, obeying orders was his duty, but he was struggling to contain himself now. All the members of the Beast Pirates have been living well these days, in order to exchange for St. Charles. Every member of the Beast Pirates had to eat and drink well. Aside from their freedom being restricted, they were living better than the Navy soldiers guarding them. They were not prisoners of war. They were treated like lords. Knowing the reason, some members of the Beast Pirates became even more excited. Those with animal fruit abilities seemed to have personalities different from ordinary people, more irritable and crazier. Over 100 Navy soldiers had died while guarding this group of criminals. Ordinary Navy soldiers were completely helpless against them. This made Sakazuki wish he could eliminate these pirates with a single attack. The temperature in the air suddenly rose, and drops of magma fell on the deck, creating a hissing sound. Sakazuki, Sengoku said with a slightly raised tone, his fingers clenched tightly. He was not a saint. He was also very angry, but here, he was a Navy admiral. If a battle were to break out later, I will not stop you. If a battle breaks out, I will kill all the pirates in front of me. Sakazuki's words were cold. Whoever stand in my way is my enemy. He deliberately glanced at Kazan several times. The meaning was clear. Previously in the Navy, it was this guy who had always contradicted him, talking about peace. Ridiculous peace. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Suddenly, a soldier rushed over anxiously. What? New information came. The news from all over the world could not be hidden. What was happening here was being broadcast live. The broadcaster was Morgans, the president of the World Economic News. Does that guy want to die? Veins bulged on Sengoku's forehead. How does this guy have guts? And where did he get the technology and manpower? But a moment later, his eyes flickered. There's no need to pay attention. Just leave it for now. It's time to rescue the world noble. Before coming out, the 5 elders emphasized that all actions should prioritize the life of St. Charles. Everything else is secondary. Soon, the 5 giant ships arrived at Egghead Island. Master Kaido, a chubby man with a golden long ponytail, jumped off the ship in a few hops. Queen, you're still alive. Just be honest, a cold voice came from the side. Jean, no need for your pretense here. Queen was annoyed, but after meeting Kaido's gaze, he forced a few laughs and quietly moved to Kaido's side. It must be said that the world government kept its promises. None of the Beast Pirates have been abused. Instead, they lived quite well, with Queen even looking shiny and well-fed. At this point, as one of the 3 emperors of the sea, the position of the Beast Pirates had finally become crowded, and the return of all the executives gave a slight sigh of relief to the affiliated pirate forces. These days, the pirates belonging to Kaido's faction have been ridiculed and ostracized for a long time. Our intentions, I believe everyone has received. Please allow us to take away St. Charles. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier approached again, wearing a standard polite smile. Take away? Ma'am. Big Moem laughed loudly, bending down to look at the other party. That won't do. Your requests have all been agreed upon. As the emperors of the sea, the middle-aged man began. What? You want to control us? Ma'am. Big lowered her head, her gaze locking onto the middle-aged man. In an instant, the middle-aged man was drenched in sweat, his previous calmness gone, feeling cold despite the bright sun, his hair standing on end, his body trembling uncontrollably. Stay or life. Big Mom's shrill laughter echoed in his ears. What? The middle-aged man looked terrified. As he met Big Mom's gaze, her figure gradually enlarged in his mind. The fear from deep within him erupted like a tidal wave. Stay or life. The same voice rang out again, with an added hint of mockery. Life. The middle-aged man collapsed to the ground, his suit soaked with sweat, looking as if he had been pulled out of the sea. A mess. I want to live. Live. In an instant, the middle-aged man felt something being drawn out of his body, making him weak, kneeling on the ground. My hands, my body. What came into view were his dry hands covered in age spots. He screamed and ran outside. Through the sea surface, he saw that he was no longer middle-aged, with a head full of white hair and wrinkles all over his body. Bang! He shook violently, a hole suddenly appearing in his forehead. Nearby, a blood-soaked rice dumpling was stuck to the ground. Katakuri, well done. This guy is really loud. Ma'am. Big Mom laughed heartily. The other CP members did not stop this, but each of them was sweating in fear. Don't be nervous, you dogs raised by the world government. You're quite obedient. Big Mom clapped her hands. Cracker, bring him up. A biscuit soldier walked out from behind, carrying a cage. However, compared to St. Charlos, the young man inside was tied up with sea prism stone chains, a tattered straw hat drooping at the young man's feet. Big M.O.M. picked up the transponder snail she had contacted the Navy with, smiling as she introduced, Hello, Sengoku. Can you hear me? What do you want? Big M.O.M. Sengoku's voice was low, his tone not very good. But Big M.O.M. didn't care, instead pointing at the cage, saying this guy's Monkey D. Luffy. I wonder if you heard this name? As soon as these words were spoken, Sengoku's pupils suddenly contracted. How about it? Is this name familiar, Sengoku? Ma'am. Big M.O.M. laughed happily. He's Carp's grandson. A choice of hostages. Save Carp's grandson or save that celestial dragon. It's up to you to choose. In the name of the big M.O.M. pirates, guarantee that the person you choose will leave safely. However, the one you give up, I will execute immediately. Ma'am. What kind of joke are you making? Sengoku said coldly. Earlier, he had foreseen that Carp's grandson would become a disaster for Morgan's newspaper, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Ma'am. Sengoku, that's why I'm only contacting you. I don't want to bother with those bastards from the world government. Big M.O.M. laughed, even more joyfully. The gift from the Vinsmoke family, she really likes it. Our Navy's mission is to protect St. Charlos. Is it possible for you to threaten us with a pirate? Sengoku said in a deep voice. Sengoku, there's no need to say these things to me. How he behaves is none of our business. Big Mom still smiled, but she just wanted you to make a choice. Now choose. Sengoku took a deep breath. It was impossible to reason with Big Mom, because right now, the reasoning was in her hands. Given his position, he should choose St. Charlos. But Garp. Sengoku's gaze hesitated. He wasn't a saint either. Garp could be considered his closest friend in this life. If you don't choose, then I'll kill both. At this, the CP organization members on Hive Island changed their expressions. They had been listening to Big Mom and Admiral Sengoku's call, and Big Mom hadn't avoided them. Admiral Sengoku, please reconsider your identity. A CP member spoke up. He was relatively young and didn't want to die. If the celestial dragon dies, they all have to accompany him in death. The higher-ups won't consider their difficulties. The bodyguards who had followed St. Charlos were all killed the same night after his death, and it was their doing. Meanwhile, on another huge black ship, which was not a warship but was twice its size, two elderly figures sat on a sofa in a luxurious room. One elder wore a white robe, was bald, wore glasses, and had a katana at his waist. The other had red hair, like a crescent moon, and an icy gaze. What's this guy, Sengoku, hesitating about? St. Nazashiru's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. Have someone warn him. If he doesn't want to be the Navy Admiral, he should step down. The events on Hive Island were being broadcast live. In addition, the CP organization members were not armed, but had plenty of communication devices. They heard everything clearly. Wait. A red-haired figure, St. Greenbow, raised a hand, interrupting him. Let me make a choice. Just in time, I also want to see what kind of choice the current Navy Admiral will make. St. Nazashiru snorted coldly. Compared to Greenbow, who came from the Knights of God, he was a financial warrior and a swordsman, but his work style was gentler. But people cannot die. This is not the Holy Land. And you need to be clear about that. The Knights of God not only protect the celestial dragons, but also have the duty to judge them. Among their kind, those who died at the hands of St. Greenbow were actually not few. The other party would not treat them differently because of their status. However, St. Nazashiru, who had served as an Elder Star for a long time, was different. In the outside world, celestial dragons cannot die. The authority of the world government cannot be provoked. Boom! At that moment, the ship rocked, and a terrifying energy surged from another location. Saints Greenbow and Nazashiru instantly appeared on the deck. To the side, a warship was heading straight for Hive Island. Whose warship is that? Greenbow frowned. Regardless, as celestial dragons and representatives of the high-standing world government. Their significance of coming here is far greater than taking action themselves. The war should be charged by the Navy below, but clearly, it is not yet time for war. At least not until St. Charlos returns. This battle cannot commence. Sengoku felt the same way. He fixed his gaze on the charging warship, a mix of relief and worry rising in his eyes. That was a dog-headed warship. Luffy, Grandpa is coming to save you. Just then, a figure suddenly leaped from the dog-headed warship. Vice Admiral Garp, the Navy exclaimed in shock. Garp grinned widely, revealing his signature reckless smile. His right hand bent backward, and a heart-pounding armed color hockey rapidly condensed. As this power gathered, the surrounding air seemed to twist. Is that the hero Garp? On the other side, on 7 parallel warships, Doflamingo laughed heartily, his eyes becoming excited. Truly powerful like a monster. Mihawk made no move, silently watching Garp's figure with hawk-like eyes. Luffy, I'm here to save you, Garp shouted, his voice echoing across the battlefield as his body shot toward the battlefield like a cannonball. The armed color hockey around him growing stronger. Luffy also heard Garp's call and weakly looked up. When he saw Garp, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Grandpa, Luffy shouted excitedly. Fist to the bone. Garp rushed toward Hive Island, and a figure also shot up from Hive Island. Thunder 8 trigrams. Boom! This was a world-shattering explosion. Various lights obscured the sky and rose into the air, and the instantaneous explosion triggered a deafening roar and shockwave. The waves rose like a giant dragon, reaching dozens of meters high, as if to break through the sky. The distant warships were pushed toward more remote seas by this powerful force. What happened? The ordinary Navy personnel on the warship trembled as they spoke. But when they saw the figures in the sky, everyone was stunned. Is that an admiral? How could it be? Garp stood facing Kaido, but in front of Garp, there were 2 more figures, Kizaru and Akiji. You two, are you here to stop me? Garp's gaze sharpened as he stared at the 2 wearing admiral uniforms. Sorry, Grandpa Garp. Kizaru scratched his head, his tone helpless. The higher-ups said to stop you. Akiji said nothing, and the sea waves stirred by the aftermath had all turned into ice blocks. Ma'am. Big Mom's laughter rang out again as she glanced at St. Charlos, causing him to shrink back in fear. The Navy Admiral is indeed obedient. The sentiment of a grandparent saving a grandchild is truly magnificent. There's no need for a choice. This is the last request. If that old man Garp dies, I'll let these 2 go. How about that? Make your move. On the other side, a cold voice came from Kizaru's transponder snail. It was Saint Nezashiru's voice, filled with fury. Is Garp crazy? That punch is really going to fall. If St. Charlos doesn't die at the hands of pirates, he'll die under this guy's iron fist. Vice Admiral Garp, you have left our ranks without permission. If you go back now, maybe. Kizaru began. Borsalino, let's not talk about that. But do you really want to stop me? Garp stared at Kizaru, his smile unchanged. I won't hold back against you nature-type devil fruit users like Zephyr did. Garp, you are defying the orders of the world government. Nezashiru's voice came through. Kizaru, make your move. Hearing the order, Kizaru sighed helplessly, raised his hand, and fired a laser at Garp. Which boom! Garp's fist was covered in rich, armed color hockey. At that moment, his aura was wildly rising. Crack! Crack! A series of icebergs rose from the ground, wrapping both Garp and Kizaru within. Vice Admiral Garp. Kazan soared up along the ice pillar, his gaze flickering. Ice spear. With a sound of breaking air, dozens of ice spears condensed in midair, heading straight for Garp and Kizaru. Garp shattered the ice spears with a punch, but Kizaru, while retreating, accidentally let a Den Mushi get pierced. Hello, Kazan, your enemy is not me. Kizaru reached out, his expression somewhat helpless. Vice Admiral Garp, you shouldn't have come alone. Seeing the Den Mushi shattered, Kazan shouted directly at Garp. The world government can't even equip a listening device on a Marine Admiral. Being surrounded here, Vice Admiral Garp is both a mentor and a friend to him, and he still wants to persuade Garp. Even as a Marine hero, some actions can lead to unimaginably severe consequences. Kazan doesn't want Garp to reach that point. Kazan, you're giving me a headache. Kizaru extended his finger, light gathering at his fingertip. Borsalino, you know the current situation well. Kazan's eyes turned cold as he stomped on the ice, charging towards Kizaru like an arrow released from a bow. Hey, Kazan, don't be so serious, Kizaru said, but his movements were not slow at all. Turning around to kick at Kazan, the 2 collided instantly, their overwhelming hockey causing the surrounding space to subtly distort. I say, you two. Boom! A glint of excitement flashed in Garp's eyes as he looked at the massive glacier before him, his fist clenched, muscles bulging, and he swung his fist fiercely, colliding hard with the glacier. With a loud bang, countless cracks appeared on the glacier, spreading rapidly like a spider web. Carp didn't stop there. He swung his iron fist again, this time with even greater force. As he punched, the glacier finally couldn't bear the pressure, emitting a crisp sound of breaking. Ice fragments and countless light points flew in all directions, resembling a brilliant fireworks display. Those pirates nearby suffered misfortune, with piercing screams occasionally ringing out as they were struck by the ice fragments, bones breaking and muscles injuring. Carp, like a god of war descending, walked with steady steps towards Kazan. When he stood before Kazan, a hint of displeasure showed in his eyes. Kazan, I won't let you help me. Use your full strength, or you will die. Is this the hero Carp? A captain of the Whitebeard pirates, who had joined later, looked shocked. Such a massive glacier was shattered in just a few punches, and Carp still looked so relaxed. Whether it's Carp or those two Marine admirals, their strength is terrifyingly excessive. Lin, your plan is completely unnecessary. Kaido returned to Onigashima, glancing at the injured pirates affected by the residual waves, snorting coldly, his eyes showing disdain. He had long desired a world-class war. Now both sides had come to the forefront, but were stalled because of these two weaklings in the cage. A feeling that inexplicably angered Kaido. Kaido, don't be anxious. The main course will be served after the appetizers, making it more appetizing. However, the importance of these two guys really surprised me, ma'am. Big Mom glanced at Luffy and Charlos behind her. One was small, with an angry and worried face, while the other was fat, looking terrified and desperate. Their expressions were polar opposites. However, this guy's name is quite interesting. Big Mom fixed her gaze on Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy. He seems to be related to that D. Hearing Big Mom mention this, Whitebeard glanced over, his eyes flickering, but he didn't get too involved. His purpose for coming today was twofold. First, revenge against the red-haired pirates who might come and the world government that would definitely be present. Second, to establish authority. The title of Emperor of the Sea had now been challenged. After living so many years, Whitebeard understood the importance of reputation, just like the world government. Lin, do you still believe that guy rocks from back then? Wang Ji laughed from his side. Kaido, however, ignored what was happening over here and took the opportunity to scan around for Queen, Jack, and the captured officers of the Beast Pirates. Hey Queen, where's Yamato? Kaido said in a deep voice. Master Yamato. Queen was taken aback for a moment, then weakly said, Master Yamato didn't come with us. What did you say? Kaido's expression turned cold. Are you saying the Marines didn't let him go back? And no, Kaido-sama. Queen broke out in a cold sweat. I didn't see Master Yamato when we were in Wano. He must have gone to another place in the New World. There were some words he didn't say. Yamato was a devil fruit user and was handcuffed. At that time, the entirety of Wano was shattered, and much of the country sank into the sea. Forget it. Kaido turned around, telling someone to find his whereabouts. Yes, Kaido-sama. Queen immediately responded. Above, the battle had intensified. Carp's strength was unquestionable. Both ice and light were shattered by his punch. Among them, Kazan was the most severely injured, as he was actually trading blows with Carp, both sides clashing fiercely, the dull sounds echoing endlessly. The one who seemed to be in the best condition was Kizaru, who had been moving high in the air, bombarding the ground with beams of light, seemingly inclined to destroy the world. A large amount of ice was shattered, smoke billowing, but the battle inside seemed unaffected. With Carp and Kazan in a stalemate, a Marine hero and two Marine admirals evenly matched. Compared to the pirates watching the show, the Marines looked somewhat unnatural. That guy Carp. Sengoku clenched his fists, staring intently at that side. Sengoku, if this continues, it will have a huge negative impact on us. A thin old lady slowly walked up to Sengoku, followed by two female Marine officers. Sir, I know. Sengoku spoke, his expression one of headache. The scene of a Marine hero and Marine admirals battling would make the Marine soldiers below wonder how they should think about it. Although Carp didn't care, his fame in the Marines was very high, recognized as a Marine hero. Sengoku took out a Den Mushi, Nasu Shu. Continuing like this will have a huge negative impact on our side. Sengoku, don't meddle in what you shouldn't. Just do your job as Fleet Admiral. However, the voice on the other end of the Den Mushi was extremely cold. At that moment, on the world government's ship, Nasu Shuru held a piece of information handed up by the CP organization below. A rubber fruit user? A glint of cold light flashed in Nasu Shuru's eyes. Monkey D. Luffy, another D. In this period, there was also that fruit they couldn't control, and it was a D. Now, his attention had shifted from rescuing Charlos to this matter. Do your best to save Charlos, but that grandson of Carp must die. Communicate with Big Mom's side. Directly execute this kid, whatever conditions she wants. As a financial warlord, Nasu Shuru spoke with strong confidence when it came to compensation. No matter how many berries, treasures, or even devil fruits were needed, he could agree to them. On the Navy side, they shouldn't let go. Green Gusheng leaned back in his chair and said lightly, "This time, let's make this naval hero disappear." Mamam. Big Mom listened to the words of the CP organization member in front of her and laughed wildly. "You want me to kill that kid?" Big Mom glanced at Luffy, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Logically, the world government shouldn't do such a thing. Because Carp is very special, he has made great contributions to the Navy, having dedicated almost his entire life to it, and his strength is among the top in the world. Some things that are done secretly are now placed in the open. There is only one possibility. The world government is anxious, and it's not just about saving that celestial dragon. He is also a pirate. Since he has gone out to be a pirate, what he has done isn't much. A pirate is a pirate. The leading CP member was sweating profusely. In this island full of pirates, saying such things, he feared that the pirates in front of him would kill him if they found him unsatisfactory. However, everything happening here was being filmed by the transponder snail, broadcasting it live. As a representative sent by the world government to negotiate, what he said must be correct. Even if he is the grandson of a naval hero, once he becomes a pirate, he should be guilty like everyone else. Our world government will never shelter any pirate. The CP representative said solemnly. Ma'am, what about Shanks? Big Mom suddenly asked. Hearing that name, the CP representative felt a chill run down his spine. Since the revelation of red-haired Shanks being a celestial dragon, the world government has never defined his identity. The higher-ups haven't spoken, so how would this low-level member know? I think once he is captured, our higher-ups will handle it seriously. In front of the camera, the CP representative said dryly, fearing he would say something wrong. Since you want this guy, Big Mom thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Bring him. First unlock this guy's handcuffs." Behind her, a pirate underling in leather armor bowed his head and quickly walked to the cage where Luffy was held and opened it. "Kazan, get out of the way." On the other side, Carp noticed this scene, his eyes bloodshot, and his aura erupted as he stepped in front of Kazan. Boom! A figure fell like a cannonball into the ice below, and Carp suddenly turned around and headed toward Luffy. In midair, Kizaru saw Kazan being knocked away and raised an eyebrow, not daring to get close to Carp, only condensing thousands of light bullets in the air. Boom! Boom! Several light bullets exploded right behind Carp, piercing through his white naval coat. This time, Carp did not turn back to defend. He just coldly stared at the figures in front of Hive Island. "Carp, it seems you also have something to worry about." Big Mom smiled. "For this, would you even betray the Navy?" Behind her, the officers of the Big Mom pirates looked at the approaching Carp with wary eyes. The aura he exuded was too terrifying, and those eyes were hard to look at. Clearly, this naval hero did not possess Conqueror's haki, yet his presence felt oppressive, causing their breaths to quicken involuntarily. Katakuri stared at Carp, his eyes flashing with a red light. But the next moment, he frowned and looked at Luffy. "My grandson, that pig-headed guy is worthy of being compared." Carp's mouth curled up, and as his voice fell, the light on his fist became dazzling. The Navy is indeed unreliable. The eyes of Kaido, next to Big Mom, were brutal as he gripped his kanabo, a trace of red lightning rising and wrapping around it. "Linlin, let the war begin, starting with this old man." Kaido's voice was cold, filled with madness and excitement. "Kaido, don't rush. I see this kid," Big Mom said calmly, turning her head to look at Luffy. In an instant, Big Mom's voice turned icy. "Hey, whose subordinate are you?" The pirate underling carrying Luffy then came before St. Charlos, yanking the naked celestial dragon out. Hearing Big Mom's words, the pirate raised his head, revealing a freckled face, a smirk on his lips. "I'm just a brother here to save my little brother." "Ace." Luffy's eyes lit up, but he still looked exhausted. Having been restrained by Sea Prism stone handcuffs for so long, and not having eaten for days, Luffy had no strength left to move. "You little brat, looking for death." Queen jumped up suddenly. The other party wearing their beast pirate's clothes was simply provocative. However, before he could make a move, Ace, carrying Luffy, grabbed St. Charlos with one hand and vanished from sight. Queen missed, only to find that the other party had somehow appeared 100 meters away. How is that possible? Queen looked up, his face filled with surprise. Was that the Navy's Soru? Is it a devil fruit ability? Jin walked up to him, wings spread behind him, staring at Ace with cold eyes. Superhuman type, teleportation fruit. Is that the devil fruit? Queen was stunned for a moment, then grinned at Ace. "Kid, how do you want to die?" Being dodged by someone who seemed weak made Queen's forehead bulge with veins. He had just returned to the Beast Pirates and wanted to perform well in front of Kaido. Damn it. Ace's expression changed slightly, his gaze becoming serious as he looked at the surrounding pirates. He could say he was deeply trapped in the pirates' lair, chasing from the East Blue to the New World. In these few months, Ace felt that his understanding had greatly expanded. Every pirate in the New World was strong. If he hadn't eaten this devil fruit by chance, Ace wouldn't even have the ability to reach Hive Island. He managed to get close to the guards not because he was strong, but because those pirates were too relaxed. This is a paradise for pirates. And with the 4 emperors stationed here, because various pirate crews mixed together, Ace casually fabricated an identity as an outer pirate of the Beast Pirates to blend in. Just right, the officers of the Beast Pirates were all absent, and neither Jin nor Kaido paid attention to these outer members. Moreover, the people here possess a power called Haki. Ace heard many pirates say that for those strong ones, only the power of Haki can inflict damage. Since that's the case, Ace's eyes flickered. He could only use that power. Are you stupid? Queen sneered, striding towards Ace again. Get away. Ace suddenly erupted, shouting loudly. In an instant, a surging pressure erupted from him like a volcano. This pressure surged like a furious tide in a storm, causing the air to pause in that moment, leaving everyone shocked. At this moment, Ace seemed like a fierce tiger released from its cage, his gaze becoming cold and terrifying, exuding an inviolable aura. What? That is. In an instant, the faces of the pirates here changed. The outermost pirates felt as if they had been struck hard by a hammer, their eyelids growing heavy. Thud! Thud! The surrounding pirates fell to the ground like dominoes. Ace's aura surged, fully erupting, and the astonishing pressure suppressed all around him. He straightened his back, his gaze becoming resolute once more. Luffy, I will definitely save you, Ace said in a deep voice. Conqueror's Haki? Quinn frowned, feeling a dangerous vibe from the freckled young man before him. Behind, most of the pirates were stunned. This kid, Whitebeard's gaze also fell on Ace, his expression deep. He felt a strange familiarity with this young man. This Conqueror's Haki was rare, even in the New World, and it was clear that the other party was not very skilled in using it. But this was Hakinosu. Even the most ragtag pirates here were still New World pirates, generally strong. The fact that such a young man's Conqueror's Haki could make a small group of outer pirates fall was simply incredible. From the aura, Ace did not seem very strong. Many pirates with bounties over 100 million could defeat him. So what if he had Conqueror's Haki? Quinn's face darkened. A young brat actually made him feel danger? That was a disgrace to him. Only blood could cleanse it. Boom! Boom! The ground shook as Quinn, in his dragon form, strode towards Ace, his face filled with killing intent. Swish! Ace had no intention of fighting Quinn. This was someone else's territory. What he needed to do was escape. Stop your attack, or don't blame me for killing this fat deadweight. Ace roared, his gaze fixed on Quinn like a starving wolf in the snow. Ace raised Charlot's Saint high, scaring the latter into screaming. No, don't kill me. I'm a celestial dragon. I can give you a lot of things. I don't want to die. Damn brat. Quinn's expression was so dark it seemed like it would drip water, his advance slowing. Celestial dragons must not die. At least this matter could not be linked to him. As a scientist, Quinn knew a lot about the world government and didn't want to become a focal point like that. Seeing this, Ace let out a breath of relief. As long as my brother and I leave, I will throw this person to the edge of the island later. I won't get involved in your matters with the world government. Ace had a brief stay at Sabeti Archipelago, but he understood what kind of people celestial dragons were. Such a person was not worth dying for. If he encountered one on a normal day, Ace would have thought of killing him. Luffy, let's go. Ace forced a smile at Luffy. His goal had been achieved. He looked at Carp, who was fighting Kaido in the distance. Once he left and handed Luffy over to the other party, his brother would be completely safe. The power of the devil fruit activated, and without looking back, Ace vanished. Swish! When he appeared again, Ace was several hundred meters away. The teleportation ability of his fruit couldn't be blocked, but there was a distance limit when carrying someone, so Ace could only use it multiple times. Is this your devil fruit ability, Ace? So amazing. Luffy lifted his eyelids, his face filled with joy. However, Ace, who was carrying him, trembled all over but did not answer him. Ace. Luffy looked over in confusion, his eyes suddenly narrowing. Ace. Hey Ace, what's wrong? Ace's expression seemed to freeze as if someone had pressed the pause button. His muscles stiffened. Uffed. Ace turned his head to look at Luffy, wanting to say something, but a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Luffy, run. None of you will escape. A cold voice rang out from behind. Luffy turned around in a daze and saw a tall man, wrapped in a large scarf, silently standing behind Ace. The man had short crimson hair, a muscular build, long legs, and pink tattoos on his left arm, upper body, and left back. The left arm had a skull tattoo, and the left back had a wing tattoo, with a white scarf covering even his mouth like a flower. Upon seeing him, Quinn's footsteps came to a complete halt, his face even more displeased. TCH. Katakuri drew the trident in his hand, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Ace. Luffy's face turned horrified as he hugged Ace's body, only to end up covered in blood, his hands sticky with the thick liquid. Run. Ace's eyes were also filled with disbelief. The place he teleported to was something only he knew, not just a simple straight line, but following one after another. Mama, Katakuri, you are reliable. In the distance, Big M.O.M. laughed, staring at Ace's face with a hint of ferocity in her eyes. That Carp's grandson could be overlooked, but that celestial dragon was their treasure. Katakuri extended his hand, a mass of machi quickly elongating and firmly binding Charlot's Saint. Thank you, Charlot's Saint cried, clearly rebound, yet nodded in gratitude to Katakuri. Having been tied up for so long, he knew that the ferocious pirates before him would not easily kill him, and someone like Ace, a fugitive, might actually kill him while escaping. Luffy. A mouthful of blood spewed from Ace's mouth as he summoned his strength once more. But this time he realized that his injuries were far more serious than he had imagined. Merely having his abdomen pierced, that blow seemed to possess a certain power that was continuously damaging him from within. Armament Haki. Ace thought to himself. He had heard that this power would make the injuries of Devil Fruit users more severe. On the way to the New World, he had also witnessed such power. But the tall man behind him had armament Haki that seemed stronger and more terrifying than any opponent he had ever defeated. Ace. No. Luffy's eyes turned hollow as he held Ace, tears mixed with blood streaming down. However, in the next second, he was lifted by the machi hand, unable to move like Charlot's Saint. That guy, just kill him. Big Mom's voice came with a hint of disdain. In broad daylight, facing a live broadcast to the whole world, there were actually people hiding under her nose. If Kaido hadn't left now, she would have definitely mocked him a few words for not even being able to manage his own pirates. Luffy. Ace. An angry roar came from the sea. Boom. The violent aura shot into the sky. A gust of wind swept in, carrying a thick smell of blood. Luffy slightly turned his head and saw the familiar old man charging from afar. Beside him, Kaido was sent flying, his arms spread wide. A deep fist imprint on his chest, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Yet he was laughing maniacally. Yuru. Carp, old man. Your punches still hurt just the same. Kaido. Big Mom's tone was displeased. This guy was still like before, enjoying seeking death. Intentionally trying to take Carp's punch at this time. Napoleon. Big Mom swung her arm, and the hat on her head immediately jumped in her hand, transforming into a menacing giant blade. Here, Mama. A face formed on the giant blade, grinning wickedly. Prometheus. Here, Mama. A small sun appeared, landing on the giant blade. Merging with it. Emperor, sword, broken blade. As the words fell, the long sword in Big Mom's hand wildly elongated, entwined with pulsating red lightning, fiercely slashing towards Carp. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded immediately. Kazan, you finally woke up. In the air, Kazuro looked at Kazan, who had jumped out from the depths of the ice, and smiled. Borsalino, why don't you stop Vice Admiral Carp? Kazan's expression darkened as he looked up at Kazuro, who was watching the show with his arms crossed. As Carp's disciple, he didn't want to fight his own master. He came here just to stop the other side. With their strength, facing two admirals, Carp couldn't possibly get through. But Kazan also didn't want to see Carp get hurt. However, he didn't expect Kazuro to be so unreliable. At least he could have gone up to fight Carp head-on and been temporarily driven away from the battlefield. This guy clearly didn't want to face Vice Admiral Carp. Not even pretending. Watching Carp, who had already charged to Hive Island, Kazan said solemnly, "Come with me to bring Vice Admiral Carp back." Bringing him back was a pretense. Protecting him was the real deal. With Carp alone facing so many pirates on Hive Island, Kazan was simply not at ease. Don't be hasty, Kazan, look over there. Kazuro had a calm expression, not moving his legs towards Hive Island at all, silently pointing below the sea surface. Kazan glanced over, frowning. This is Carp. You're getting old. Are you here to die? Big Mom and Carp collided head-on, both taking a few steps back. But before they could gather their strength again, Carp charged straight up, his eyes bloodshot, his expression terrifyingly frightening. Charlotte Linlin, are you looking for death? Carp roared, go down and accompany Rocks. Now Rocks can't suppress me. Ma'am. Big Mom noticed Carp's expression, feeling no worry but rather excitement. What is wrong? Is that kid also your grandson? That dragon from the Revolutionary Army actually has two sons? Behind them, a giant dragon rapidly descended from the clouds, transforming into human form midair, a mountain-like figure with astonishing momentum. Kaido transformed into his hybrid form, his body color darker, Old Man Carp. Let's battle again. 3 world lead to hell. Surrounded by the two, Carp felt the two violent auras crashing into his mind. It seemed he hadn't experienced such a fierce battle in a long time. You remnants of rocks are really annoying. Carp's expression calmed, suddenly smiling. But before I save my grandson, you want to kill me? Not enough. His aura. At the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco's expression became serious. He clearly did not sense Carp possessing Conqueror's haki. Yet at this moment, the aura emanating from this old man was as heavy as an abyss, explosively showcasing a terrifying presence amidst Big Mom and Kaido's aura. This is Carp. Whitebeard silently watched this scene. You all watch closely this opportunity. Suddenly, Whitebeard seemed to sense something, and his gaze turned cold. Behind, Katakuri split 3 rice cakes, each grabbing St. Charlos, Luffy, and Ace, also watching the battlefield over at Big Mom. Strange. Seeing Carp's unguarded back, Katakuri slightly shook his head, a strange emotion rising in his heart, as if something was about to happen. However, his observation haki showed no reaction at all. Bang! A thick water column shot up from the sea beside Hive Island. A small boat wrapped in a transparent membrane suddenly appeared. The membrane shattered quietly at the moment of its appearance, and with a swoosh, a figure rapidly approached Katakuri. Not good. Katakuri's eyes darkened. His observation haki had failed, but the person was too fast. He only caught a glimpse of the red hair on the opponent's head. The long sword entwined with red lightning was already slashing towards his face. God avoid! Swoosh! Katakuri felt a chill. A massive rice cake extended to form a round shield, the armament haki just covering it. Thunder surged, lightning clashed, a massive sense of crisis rose from his heart. Griffin erupted with red lightning, and with a bang, Katakuri was sent flying, tumbling away. Shanks! In the distance, a muffled voice exploded on the battlefield. A towering figure over 66 meters tall stomped down, his figure rushing towards this side like a cannonball. Boom! Extremely terrifying, Whitebeard immediately activated the Tremor Fruits ability. The power astonishing, the sky trembled, and the space shattered like a mirror. Whitebeard, your opponent is me. A figure shot out holding a long sword. With white hair and beard, black light shimmering, haki soaring, contrasting sharply with the vibrating energy, pitch black as ink, the two clashed violently. Rumble. Rayleigh. Whitebeard retracted his handprint, picked up his sword, his expression complex. You, Roger's first mate, are you also here to support the younger generation? After Roger's death, the members of his crew scattered. Because of this, the Navy's pursuit of them had slowly diminished to a very small extent. Now, Rayleigh jumped out again, attracting the attention of the world government at this critical moment. It would be hard to hide now. I'm just here to rescue the seedlings of the new era, Newgate. We're old now. We have to give the young ones a chance, right? Rayleigh smiled slightly. In that case, let's fight. Whitebeard's gaze turned cold. No matter what. The red-haired pirates had killed several of his sons. This grudge he had to avenge. Meanwhile, Shanks gently swiped, saving Luffy and Ace, and threw them harshly to the back. St. Charlos screamed and ran back, but for a moment, Shanks remained silent and charged towards him. Suddenly, 2 figures stepped out, blocking Shanks' way. Shanks, do you want to die? Aren't you being a bit too greedy? Silver Axe and Wang Ji coldly stared at Shanks. Aren't you the celestial dragon that Roger picked up on God's Island? Roger really did pick up a monster. Shanks. In the distance, 2 terrifying figures approached from the side. Big Mom coughed up blood, her forehead veins bulging, her clothes becoming dirty, her right hand clutching her abdomen, looking very uncomfortable. Behind her was Kaido, and Carp had already vanished, leaving only a bottomless pit at the spot. Even as the iron balloon, facing Carp's full force strike, Big Mom felt pain like she hadn't experienced in a long time. It wasn't just pain, she was injured. But taking a hit from Kaido, Carp would have been even more severely hurt. He hadn't defended at all. Kaido, you go. I'll hold off the guys behind. Big Mom's expression darkened. Oof, don't die. Kaido grinned. Lin, you're really regressing as you age. Carp is old, but Big Mom is in her prime. That hard hit actually caused her considerable injury, which Kaido found amusing. Mind your own business, Kaido. Big Mom snapped Emperor's sword. Boundless killing intent revealed itself. The terrifying Conqueror's haki sweeping across the sky, cutting towards the shore. 2 figures emerged, cold air rapidly spreading in the air, golden light filling the sky. Boom! The earth trembled, the aftershocks surged down, the coast shook, many pirates staggered and almost fell to the ground, while the two tall, thin figures were pushed back. Oh, Big Mom! Truly a terrifying sea emperor. Kizaru transformed into light points and reassembled. On the other side, Kazan stepped forward, arriving at the deep pit, just taking a glance before shifting his gaze back to Kaido and Big Mom. Hey, you two admirals, are you planning to break the agreement? Big Mom coldly laughed. Katakuri, Mom. In the distance, Katakuri was dragging the fleeing St. Charlos, stabbing the trident into his neck. Blood dripped down the blade, and St. Charlos was completely panicked. No, don't kill me. You two admirals, do you want me dead? Hurry up and kill that group of people. Go now. Perhaps driven by desperation, St. Charlos bravely yelled at Kuzan and Kizu, pointing at the red-haired pirates with eyes full of resentment. He didn't know Shanks, but it was because Shanks saved that straw-hatted guy that the battle broke out, leaving him in such a predicament. Did you hear that? Ma'am. Big Mom grinned. Loyal dog of the world government. If you don't go kill Shanks, then get lost. As she spoke, she was suppressing her anger. If it weren't for the fact that now wasn't the time to fight the Navy, she would have acted directly. That old man Rayleigh, actually associating with Shanks. The remnants of Roger's crew are indeed troublesome. Back then, they meddled in the Rocks incident, and now they want to meddle again. What a mess. Kizaru Kazan, kill that straw-hatted kid. At this moment, a CP member held a din mushy, and the voice of Saint Nasuduru came through. Straw-hatted kid? Kizaru scratched his head. That really is a big trouble. He didn't want to go against the words of the Gorosei. But that straw-hatted monkey D. Luffy had already become the focus of another battlefield, guarded by members of the Red Hair Pirates. That is Carp's grandson. Both of those over there are Carp's grandsons. For a moment, not to mention Kazan not moving, even Kizaru's raised finger, amidst the flickering light, hesitated to release. Meteor volcano. Just then, a deep voice filled with killing intent reached everyone's ears. Big Mom raised her head, her expression turning cold. Do you want this celestial dragon to die? The sky was covered with raging lava, scorching magma converging from all directions, forming a vast ocean of lava. These molten rocks erupted like volcanoes, flames and thick smoke intertwining, creating a heart-stopping scene. The lava flowed in the air, dancing like fire dragons, colliding and merging, releasing endless heat and energy, enveloping the entire sky with this immense power, as if it would burn everything to ashes. Oh, it's Akainu. Kizaru took a small step back, his eyes narrowing. As a colleague, he had long known how this guy operates, and now it seemed even more forceful than he expected. Clearly, he and Kazan were on the island. Yet that guy unleashed such an attack, not caring about that celestial dragon. Does he want to bury them all on this island? The ocean of lava gradually approached Hive Island, its scale growing larger, as if it would swallow the entire island. The fiery red glow of the lava illuminating the surrounding clouds, turning them crimson like a burning sea of fire. As the lava drew closer, the heat and hot air hit them, making it hard to breathe and feeling scalding. Boom! An explosion sounded, a figure engulfed in blue flames shot up into the sky. Marco! At the Whitebeard pirate's side, the division commanders watched Marco ascend, nervously shouting. Marco smirked. Can't let old man do everything. Blue Flame Goose. His burning wings transformed into a massive fireball, charging upwards. Boom! 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 The pirates on the island fled in terror, searching for safety from this disaster. In the sky, lava and azure fireballs collided, erupting with incredible waves, extremely terrifying. The air twisted from the heat. First Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco. Kizaru paused his steps, surprised. Akainu's move wasn't a particularly powerful technique, but as a Logia-type Devil Fruit user, the attack's range was comparable to a natural disaster. For Marco to handle it all, it didn't seem difficult, enough to show that this First Division Commander had solid fundamentals, not much inferior to the admirals. Attack! In the distance, a fleet of Navy ships approached, led by none other than Akainu. The Navy had mobilized nearly half of its fleet, testing the waters. What is Fleet Admiral Sengoku doing? Why did he let this guy come here? Seeing the visitor, Kizaru felt a headache. The look in the opponent's eyes clearly indicated they wanted to launch a massive extermination operation, flattening this island. Although this island, known as the Pirate Paradise, had no good people, the air temperature dropped. Kazan moved towards the officers of the Red Hair Pirates. Kizaru, are you going to fight me? Big Mom turned to Kizaru, her eyes filled with hostility. Of course not. Kizaru raised his hands. Big Mom, I haven't received orders to engage the 4 emperors. I think I'll go stop Akainu instead. You wouldn't want that guy to arrive, right? After saying that, he cast a deep glance at Marco, his whole body transforming into countless light particles, rushing towards the fleet approaching Akainu. Boom! The air trembled. A thin figure staggered back. Rayleigh halted his retreat with his sword. Shanks, it's time to go. Ahead, a low growl sounded. Rayleigh, Whitebeard, holding his sword, walked step by step. Each step felt heavy and powerful, as if he were stepping on people's hearts. His aged yet imposing face was partially obscured by his crescent-shaped white beard, but still exuded an irresistible aura. At this moment, his violent conqueror's haki surged like a torrent, pressing down on Rayleigh's thin figure. Rayleigh stood quietly, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes, feeling the powerful aura from Whitebeard, the pressure of the world's strongest man. He had experienced it many times while following Roger. However, it was often Roger who fought Whitebeard, not him. Facing Whitebeard, Rayleigh knew he was no match, both in the past and present. However, he did not retreat. A faint smile appeared on his face as he straightened his body. The same conqueror's haki erupted from him like a surging torrent, sweeping through the surrounding air. The immense power collided with Whitebeard's conqueror's haki, creating an intense confrontation. At that moment, it seemed as if only the two of them existed in the world, rendering everything else insignificant. As the two conquerors' haki continued to clash, the pressure in the air intensified, making it hard to breathe. Thunder rumbled. The clouds in the sky began to churn as if torn apart by an invisible force, bright sunlight shining through the gaps, illuminating the entire battlefield. Whitebeard's steps quickened, finally transforming into a flash of white lightning as he swung his weapon, the Tontata, fiercely down towards Rayleigh. The blade shimmered with endless might, as if it would tear the very space apart. Rayleigh took a deep breath, gripping the sword hilt tightly, his gaze sharpening as he leaned slightly forward, and his long sword collided violently with the Tontata. Clang! Unfortunately, Rayleigh's sword was not a famous blade, and it shattered in the tremor. Go! At that moment, Shanks appeared, holding Griffin with one hand, slicing through to pull Rayleigh back swiftly. Red-hair brat, you bastard! Silver Axe rushed over, looking disheveled, and along with Wang Ji. They struggled to gain the upper hand, but were seized by Shanks to retreat. This outcome filled him with immense rage. The other members of the red-haired pirates were not faring well either. They faced the entire Beast Pirates crew. Kaido suppressed Beckman, knocking the fierce warrior down like a monkey. However, it was clear that the red-haired pirates officers had planned ahead this time. Luffy, be careful. Lachi Lu took the hit from Jack, throwing Luffy and Ace onto the ship. All the officers of the red-haired pirates evacuated immediately without hesitation. Their goal was to save Luffy. Now that the goal was achieved, they withdrew immediately. With Rayleigh on the ship, their small boat could quickly dive underwater and escape. Lachi Lu, Luffy's eyes brightened. He didn't expect to find Shanks and the others here. Lachi Lu, can you save Ace? He's so weak. Luffy held Ace, his voice tinged with urgency. Luffy, let's talk once we're out of here. Lachi Lu glanced worriedly at the approaching Rayleigh and Shanks, preparing to dive the small boat. Get away. Feeling the terrifying conqueror's haki, Lachi Lu suddenly turned his head and saw Beckman being knocked away by Kaido. Beckman, damn it. Jesus Burgess raised his gun and fired wildly. However, the person he faced was Ash. His bullets, even if they hit Ash, only made him stagger slightly. You still want to leave? Ash's expression was cold. Queen, you can use that weapon. Back then on Crescent Island, it was just him and Kaido. Now, it was different, with all three calamities present. They held a clear advantage against the red-haired pirates, who had lost 3 of their officers. Kill them all, Kaido ordered coldly. Upon hearing Kaido's command, Queen immediately took out his weapon. Let me show you my new weapon, the Plague Bomb. Bombs rained down, shot down by Lachi Lu. For a moment, poison mist spread, and many nearby pirates were infected. Cries of agony erupted as all infected pirates instantly showed symptoms of the bizarre disease, their bodies heating up. Just then, a red light flashed, and Shanks made his move. Converging his solidified conqueror's haki, he unleashed it upon the officers of the Beast Pirates, shouting, prepare to retreat. Rayleigh smiled slightly as his conqueror's haki rolled outward, stunning the surrounding pirates. Meanwhile, Jesus Burgess continued to confront Ash, firing his gun while retreating to keep Ash at bay. Lachi Lu took the opportunity to pilot the small boat, carrying Luffy and Ace away from the scene. Mighty Warrior, here. Lachi Lu pulled the monkey Mighty Warrior onto the boat. Binge, hurry. Bonk Binge quickly approached behind Mighty Warrior. They were not devil fruit users. As long as they sank into the sea, they could successfully escape. Just then, Buzz. 2 magic circles suddenly rose along the coast. Leave that straw hat kid behind. An old voice rang out, and from the magic circles, Saint Nesudru and Saint Greenku stepped forward. The moment they appeared, two beams of sword light streaked in like lightning, erupting instantly, flashing cold light like two meteors crossing the sky, with fierce momentum and endless killing intent, slashing directly at Luffy. The speed of these two sword lights was so fast that it was impossible to dodge, and the crimson lightning they emitted made the surrounding air turn icy and piercing, as if it could annihilate everything. Lachilu, Luffy, be careful! Bonk Binge shouted loudly. The sword light covered everything, not just Luffy, but everyone on the small boat, including the monkey Mighty Warrior, who lived with Bonk Binge. Eek! A shrill cry came from Mighty Warrior, who stared ahead in disbelief. Drip, drip! Blood slid from Mighty Warrior's hand as Bonk Binge stood in front of everyone. Luffy stared in shock at the scene, his expression frozen, unlike when Ace saved him earlier. The two beams of sword light directly severed Bonk Binge's head and chest. A shattered corpse, maintaining the form of armament hockey, thudded to the ground. Eek! Mighty Warrior supported Bonk Binge, looking up but not seeing that familiar bald round face. Bastard, Saint Nesudru cursed angrily. But beside him, Saint Greenku was even more decisive, swiftly slashing out again. Binge! A roar echoed like thunder throughout the area, making everyone's eardrums buzz. Shanks emanated a powerful aura, his entire being transforming into a blazing red light, like a burning meteor rushing towards this way. His speed was extraordinarily fast, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the shore. At this moment, Shanks's eyes were filled with endless killing intent, a strong killing intent that seemed capable of penetrating one's soul, making people shudder. Shanks! However, a massive skeletal horse stepped out instantly, its face and back draped in horsehide, black smoke spreading throughout the area. Saint Nesudru stood in front of Shanks, his expression indifferent. Don't forget your identity. Boom! God of Void! The terrifying Conqueror's haki erupted like a volcanic eruption. Shanks and Saint Nesudru crashing together with astonishing speed and strength. At that moment, time seemed to freeze and the entire Hive Island shook, causing numerous pirates to faint from this clash of Conqueror's haki. Shanks' slender figure displayed unparalleled strength, causing the massive skeletal horse to retreat repeatedly. This power, Nesudru's expression changed slightly, a hint of astonishment rising in his heart. He never expected that Shanks' strength had already surpassed his own at this moment. However, in Shanks' eyes, besides the endless sorrow for his deceased companions, there was also a trace of tension. Roger truly deserved to die. Nesudru's voice was icy. Shanks, you should know that our world government will not allow that kid to live. That fruit must be in our hands. Even if we cannot control it, its host cannot continue to live. Shanks' momentum in suppressing Nesudru halted, his eyes filled with immense anger, but he had no choice but to retreat to the side. Shanks! Two sinister laughs rang out. Silver Axe and Wong directly charged in, their eyes gleaming with excitement. As old members of the Rocks Pirates, they inherently carried a certain brutal factor. The battlefield was chaotic and frenzied, but the expressions of the two elders grew increasingly agitated. Get out of the way! Shanks was completely enraged, the Conqueror's haki on his body compressed on a griffin in an instant. Get out of the way! The same red hair, the same Conqueror's haki, the same swordsman. In front of the small ship, Saint Greenku did not pay attention to what was happening behind him, raising his long sword with an emotionless gaze. Carp, as a hero of the Navy, do you want to die? Lakiru and Ace both had a deep sword wound in their abdomens, exposing white bones, gasping heavily, cold sweat pouring down. In front of him, Carp looked down at him. However, the next moment, Carp's gaze shifted away from Lakiru, glanced at Luffy and Ace, and turned around. Grandpa, you. Luffy's excited voice just began to rise, then abruptly stopped. When Carp turned around, Luffy saw that Carp's back had already lost a large amount of flesh, bloody and a blur. Kaido's full force strike, combined with the obstruction that jumped out from the ground while protecting Luffy, had left Carp hesitant, contemplating whether to hand Luffy over to Shanks to take away. Shanks was a bastard who led Luffy down this path. However, Carp had no choice now. Take them away. Carp's voice was hoarse as he said to Lakiru, Grandpa, let's go together. Compared to Luffy, who was 2 years ahead of his original sailing plan, his mindset had not completely changed at this moment. Or rather, everything that was happening had made it impossible for him to think clearly. When the blood from Bank Benji fell on his face, it was still warm. Carp, it seems you intend to seek death. Greenku walked over slowly, appearing slow but with an ever-increasing momentum. Luffy, Ace, live well, Carp shouted, and the aura emanating from his body was like a ferocious beast descending. Grinka's lips curled slightly. Just you? Carp, do you think you are still the hero of the Navy from back then? After speaking, Grinku moved instantly, the blade wrapped in black-red thunder, charging straight at Carp. Carp showed no fear, his smile widening. Iron fist. The black hand grasped that sword light. A chilling sound erupted, triggering a massive shockwave, causing waves to roll on the sea. On the small ship, Ace silently watched Carp's back, his eyes slightly red, tears streaming down Grandpa. Compared to Luffy, who had just begun to venture on the sea, Ace understood the cruelty of the pirate world more. The tall figure from his childhood memories could also be hurt at this moment. He pressed down on Luffy, his face pale, lips trembling. Luffy, don't look over there. Let's go home. He wanted to help Carp, but the cramping pain in his abdomen and the weakness in his limbs told him that he must escape now. The enemy's target was Luffy. Only if Luffy left could Carp possibly survive. Luffy wanted to struggle to save Carp, but was held back by Lakiru. Lakiru, why won't you let me go over? Since you chose to set sail, you must act like a man. Lakiru no longer held the roasted beast leg, his expression serious enough to make Luffy's heart tremble. Just moments ago, Bank Benji had died right before Lakiru. But now Lakiru could only bury his sadness deep inside. Don't let your grandpa's efforts be in vain, Lakiru said solemnly. In fact, aside from the captain, the other members of the red-haired pirates did not understand why Shanks valued Luffy so much. However, Luffy was indeed the child they watched grow up in the red-haired pirates, and that was enough. However, as the small ship sank more than halfway through the transparent membrane, Luffy and Ace's pupils suddenly constricted. Carp, unleashing all his strength, had momentarily suppressed Grinku's violent power. But at this moment, Carp's body stiffened, a blade tip piercing through his back. Fu. It seems our Navy hero is not invincible. Laughter echoed. In the air, a man in a pink feather coat, fingers hanging down, wore a sinister smile. Monkey Dikap. It seems that as AD, you are still lacking. Fu. Behind Doflamingo, 7 warships surrounded them. The world government values that young man so much. On one ship, Jinbei silently watched this scene. Arms crossed, the 7 warlords were mobilized. The task given to them by the world government was not to rescue that celestial dragon, nor to resist the 4 emperors, but to kill the Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D, Luffy. Upon hearing this task, Doflamingo moved, while the other 6 simply watched, not intending to get involved so soon. It seems those guys also have things they are worried about. The one speaking was Crocodile, who is currently smoking a cigar. His gaze not on the shore, but locked on a Whitebeard on the other side. Do as you wish, my target is Whitebeard's head. Don't obstruct me. As soon as he finished speaking, on another warship, Mihawk calmly said, my goal is to see the strength of the world's strongest man. Mihawk, are you provoking me? Crocodile replied, displeased. If you think so, then it is. Mihawk's eagle-like eyes swept over Whitebeard, then looked at Shanks, Rayleigh, and finally landed on Isudru and Grinku. The world government indeed has formidable great swordsmen. Especially those 2 elders, the aura on them made even Mihawk feel a surge of fighting spirit. Being known as the world's #1 great swordsman, he now felt pressure from other great swordsmen. Fighting strong enemies was Mihawk's goal. The world government. In contrast, Hancock and Tesoro had rather gloomy expressions, their hands gripping the railing so tightly that it began to warp. Bartholomew Kuma, on the other hand, appeared absent-minded, his expression unchanged throughout. Go! On the other side, manipulating the parasitic line to control Carp, Doflamingo laughed even louder, pointing his index finger at the small ship where Luffy was. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air rang out. Kid, get out of my way! A roar suddenly exploded next to Doflamingo's ear. A tremendous force surged from below. Carp grabbed the line that was wrapped around him with one hand, and with a single pull, Doflamingo was yanked towards him like a cannonball. Damn it! Doflamingo felt his scalp explode, a feeling of palpitations rising in an instant. Unfortunately, he was facing Carp, who was enraged to the extreme. Boom! The pink figure was instantly sent flying, crashing deep into the depths of Honeycomb Island. Luffy and Ace. Carp breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the small boat behind had already vanished from the surface of the sea. Carp! A cold voice approached from behind. Saint Jiringu turned the knife in his hand, his gaze fixed on Carp. You have tarnished the name of a Navy hero. Ha ha! Carp laughed wildly, his tensed muscles relaxing slightly. I can go back with you. Luffy and Ace are my grandsons. How could I possibly let my grandsons die in front of me? Is that so? Saint Jiringu's eyes showed more anger. I already told them. The D family is not to be trusted. Fegalandu Jiringu. In the distance, two figures rushed over. The always composed Sengoku looked anxious. Please spare Carp's life. He is one of our navy. Before he could finish, a violent conqueror's haki erupted from Saint Jeringu's hand. Black and red lightning surged into Carp's body like a tide. Pff. Saint Jeringu pulled out his long sword, ignoring Carp, who had collapsed on the ground, and spoke to the somber-faced Sengoku and Tsuru. Sengoku, mind your identity. Rescue St. Charlos, and if you can't, launch the Demon Slaughter Order against Honeycomb Island. Tsuru held Sengoku back. The expressions of the two old Navy men were extremely complicated. Even Sengoku couldn't help but feel a killing intent, aimed directly at Saint Jeringu. On the ground, Carp's chest still showed faint rises and falls. Not dead yet. But not being dead now doesn't mean Carp could be saved. The sword wound that pierced through him, that violent conqueror's haki, exploded directly within Carp, shredding his internal organs. Do you want to make a move against me? Sengoku. Saint Jeringu met Sengoku's gaze, his voice turning cold. Sengoku did not answer, silently walking over, gently helping Carp up with Tsuru, and took him away. Both of them silent throughout. Saint Jeringu snorted coldly, not caring. As the leader of the Knights of God, he was responsible for clearing some dark sides in the Holy Land, and his views on powerful outsiders were somewhat different from the other five elders. But he was still a celestial dragon. In Saint Jeringu's eyes, not beheading Carp on the spot was already his mercy. And you? Are you sure you want to make a move against me? Saint Jeringu's expression was cold as he turned to look at the shore. There, Shanks was standing in front of the blood of Benkabin, his gaze terrifyingly cold. Griffin raised his weapon towards Saint Jeringu, the conqueror's haki wrapped around it becoming more solid. On Shanks's open chest, there was a visible injury down to the bone, dripping blood. And at his feet, a corpse with bulging eyes, its wrinkled face filled with disbelief. The identity of the corpse was known to everyone present. The powerful figures of the previous era were all aware. Silver Axe, an officer of the Rocks Pirates. You touched my people, and now you come to ask me? Shanks's face was as dark as a block of black lead, his eyes flashing with cold light. Saint Jeringu sneered. That bald guy? You're different from them. I once gave you a chance to become Fegaland to Shanks, but you did not want it. Shanks! A deep and murderous voice sounded. A robust man with a violent aura stepped into the scene. Whitebeard's gaze locked onto Shanks. So you really are a celestial dragon? He glanced past Saint Jeringu, a look of apprehension crossing his eyes. He recognized Saint Jeringu. It had been decades since they last met, and he did not expect him to personally come to the Holy Land, Mariehua this time. If only Roger and Carp had been there during the battle at God's Valley. They could not have stopped that madman. You several warlords can make a move now. Saint Jeringu calmly ordered without being surprised by Whitebeard's appearance. On the shore, 6 warships approached, and 6 warlords descended. Whitebeard, Crocodile was the first to step down, his gaze fixed on Whitebeard's face. I'm here to take your head, old man Whitebeard. Crocodile, you Sand Crocodile, are you still not dead? From behind, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates came forward. Whitebeard glanced at Crocodile indifferently, not caring. Clang! A flash of green sword light instantly slashed through, dividing everything in its path, the sharpness causing those watching to feel a sting on their skin. A bunch of guys obeying the world government. How could you hurt old man? Jozu stepped forward, his entire body turning into crystal, taking the hit head-on. However, the next moment, Mihawk leaped high. Clang! Vista stepped up, blocking him, the 2 great swordsmen clashing together in an instant. The battle was ignited. Shanks, disregarding everything, decisively attacked Saint Jeringu. Shanks, since you are unwilling to return to the Holy Land, then like these pirates, be buried in this sea. Saint Jeringu's conqueror's haki erupted. The terrifying fluctuations were not inferior to Shanks at all. Kuma silently approached several captains of the Whitebeard pirates, while the other warlords rushed towards Whitebeard. Whoosh! Figures flickered. Marco and the other captains landed in front of Whitebeard, preparing for battle. Suddenly, they all froze. Among the 4 warlords, only Crocodile charged in, blocked by Marco. The other 3, Jinbei, Trafalgar, and Hancock, all headed towards another battlefield. You don't need to worry about my side. Saint Jeringu's voice was cold. Suddenly, he turned his head sharply, and the attacks of the 3 warlords came crashing down on him. Boom! Shanks frowned, not making another move. As the smoke cleared, the 3 warlords emerged, but Saint Jeringu had disappeared. Whoosh! On the island closest to Honeycomb Island, Saint Jeringu's figure suddenly appeared. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out in an instant. Saint Jeringu, holding a long sword, blocked the incoming sword light. The environment around him changed. In his perception of observation haki, there were very few presences on the island. but each one was comparable to the cadre of the 4 emperors from just now on Honeycomb Island. Ha 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 ha, it seems you've come. A black, stout man wielding 2 swords grinned as he walked towards him. Who are you? St. Jaringu's pupils shrank slightly. This guy looked somewhat familiar. But what was familiar were the 2 famous swords in the opponent's hands. Sakura-ten and Moku-kaze. After the Island of Gods. We haven't seen each other for a long time, have we? St. Greenku. The golden lion grinned, and the conqueror's haki surged violently into 2 famous swords. Today is the day of your death, the new elders. Not just him on the other side. A white-haired ape man that St. Greenku had never seen before slowly walked out, with strands of black and red lightning coursing through his fur. Behind him, Yamato, holding a small wolf fawn club, also erupted with terrifying conqueror's haki. Boom! The ground cracked, and a massive plant shot up into the sky, engulfing St. Greenku. In an instant, the frenzied attack covered the area. On Hive Island, the sudden change concerning St. Greenku left everyone stunned. Taking this opportunity, Shanks did not hesitate, leading Beckman and Jesus Burgess, alongside Rayleigh, to charge towards the location where the pirate ships were docked, decisively seizing a ship and retreating. Luffy had already rescued him, experiencing the death of Bon Clay, and now Shanks, after adjusting, had completely calmed down. He did not plan to interfere in the war here. It was too chaotic, and he feared for Beckman and Jesus Burgess's safety. Just like at Crescent Island, the battle between the Navy and pirates erupted into a fierce confrontation right from the start. It was a war among elite fighters. Ordinary soldiers and pirates could hardly intervene. The waves of erupting conquerors' haki could only be withstood by Navy personnel, at least of the rank of Rear Admiral. Dad, the Navy has launched an attack. Marco landed next to Whitebeard and spoke. On the other side, Kaido and Big Mom were blocked by 3 admirals from Navy. At this point, no one was thinking about rescue except for the CP organization. The goal of this war had already changed. The world government decisively targeted Luffy, directly igniting the war throughout the scene. Sengoku and Drew were in a hurry to rescue Carp. At this moment, the temporary commander of the Navy had become a Kainu. This admiral, who had 0 tolerance for pirates, had only one order: kill. Kaido and Big Mom also erupted, leading their pirate crews into a frenzied battle against the incoming Navy. The earlier threats, no matter how many were said, were merely the prelude. The world government would not stop after rescuing St. Charlos. The goals of Kaido and others were not just the conditions promised by the Navy. Whitebeard watched Carp leave, his expression complex. Upon hearing Marco's words, he nodded slightly, his mouth curling into a smile once again. Everyone was ready. Don't die next. Our target is the heads of the elders. St. Nesudru's expression turned cold. Whitebeard and Roger are dead. The world's strongest man. You're on your way too. At this moment, his shadowy eyes continuously scanned the surroundings, unable to maintain calm. Just now, St. Greenku had disappeared right under his nose. This was the reason he had stopped. What are you doing? His gaze swept towards Taizalo, Jinbei, and Hancock. The 7 warlords of the sea. Are you planning to betray? His words shifted everyone's attention. Although no one spoke, many had noticed the actions of the 3 7 warlords just now. A saint capable of putting Carp on the brink of death. No matter how he utilized Carp's eagerness to save his grandson, that terrifying conqueror's haki and swordsmanship were not inferior to anyone present. However, such a presence had vanished. It was definitely related to these 3 warlords. Hey, are you 3 dragging us down? Doflamingo stepped out, his expression not looking good. He was worried about the overall impact on the 7 warlords. Originally, the act of electing strong individuals from among pirates to become warlords had already left many kingdoms and high-ups dissatisfied. Now, a saint from that place's old man had appeared. Because of the issues with the 3 warlords, it was likely that after this war, the entire 7 warlords would be affected. Crocodile glanced at them indifferently, clashing again with Marco. As expected, that person would not miss such a war. It seemed that, after this battle, that person would reveal his true face, no longer planning to remain submerged. Kuma remained unchanged. Why don't we resolve them ourselves? They cannot represent us. His voice was soft, but at the moment his words fell, his figure disappeared. Boom! Jinbei slapped out, facing Kuma's palm, and a terrifying power exploded madly. I think this is good. Doflamingo smiled, dozens of transparent threads passing beneath his fingers. Suddenly, strands of golden light erupted, and golden liquid spread from the ground. Taizalo threw a straight punch. Layers of gold stacking up, and a giant fist descended from the sky. Doflamingo, what are you pretending to be? You're also a celestial dragon, right? Taizalo's eyes sparkled. What did you say? Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins, his eyes serious beneath his sunglasses. Whoosh! Doflamingo jumped back, but the moment he landed, he saw a graceful figure rapidly closing the distance between them. Great sweet aroma kick. A cold voice and a dull collision sound rang out simultaneously. He felt a tremendous force surge, and Doflamingo was kicked away heavily. Boa Hancock! Doflamingo's eyes turned fierce, a terrifying aura emanating from him as his conqueror's haki erupted instantly. The surrounding air seemed to be distorted by this powerful haki, and the ground began to tremble slightly. However, Hancock, standing opposite him, merely looked at him coldly, her beautiful and noble face showing no sign of fear, her long, shiny black hair flowing in the wind like a black waterfall cascading down. Celestial dragon, go to hell. With her gaze, an equally exaggerated aura surged from her, fiercely colliding with Doflamingo's conqueror's haki. The two powerful auras clashed violently in the air, producing a muffled sound, as if the entire space was about to be torn apart. The auras of both sides intertwined and devoured, forming a giant field of energy. Yet on Hive Island, everyone remained unmoved, already accustomed to it. There were too many strong individuals capable of Conqueror's haki on the island. Damn, Doflamingo's expression turned ugly. On the other side, Taizalo slowly approached him. Unlike the earlier meeting in the Navy's conference room, he was now facing two opponents, Crocodile and Mihawk, who were fighting against two of Whitebeard's captains, completely ignored what was happening on his side. This inexplicably stirred a surge of anger within Doflamingo. Damn it, Kuma went to find trouble with Jinbei first. How did it turn into him being attacked by two people? And how did they know he was a celestial dragon? At this moment, among all the battlefields on Hive Island, the craziest was undoubtedly the one involving the oldest combatants. The battle between Whitebeard and Saint Nesudru shattered all areas within 1,000 meters in just a few breaths. Perhaps because he hadn't fought in a long time, Saint Nesudru was suppressed when facing Shanks, and now against Whitebeard, he was still being overwhelmed. Compared to Shanks, Whitebeard at this moment was even more frenzied. It was as if the one who had lost crew members was not Shanks, but Whitebeard. The air shattered. That indescribable surging giant force slammed hard into Saint Nesudru. Boom! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and Nejuru was once again injured, his expression growing colder. He should have exterminated this group of lowly pirates back then. Whitebeard was unafraid, his demeanor calm. If you have the ability to do so, then come. The atmosphere between the two sides was even more frenzied on Whitebeard's side. The massive storm clouds pressed down, and Nejuru had already transformed into a centaur form. Even so, he was still lacking in strength. Thunder and lightning flashed, and crimson lightning arcs shot up continuously as the two sides' conquerors' haki violently intertwined, evolving into a land of destruction. Whitebeard's expression was calm, but the killing intent around him was like a vast ocean. He accepted the invitation from Big, MOM, and Kaido, not only for old friendships and the pirate structure of the New World, but also to establish his authority. The balance of the four emperors had changed because of Shanks, and for his sons, he wanted the world to remember the Whitebeard pirates once again. Today, Whitebeard declared that he would kill Agora Ci, and he would definitely kill Agora Ci. Nejuru, hey old man, are you not able to? A mocking voice rang out, as the ground seemed to be turned over, with countless giant branches over 2 meters in radius shooting up into the sky. Xiachi had already transformed into a treeman form, taking large strides forward. Swish! The blade flashed, and the treeman was cut in half. The two segments of the wooden body fell to the ground, and Xiachi grew back again, his expression unchanged. Still spirited. Thunder 8 trigrams. Yamato, dressed in a kimono, laughed heartily as the wolf fawn club in her hand was enveloped in crimson lightning, smashing down towards the elderly man. Boom! Saint Grinke retreated, blood spattering from the corner of his mouth, but a black mist was approaching from behind. In his green priest form, Shiki's palm emitted ghostly flames, and the 3 ropes around his neck transformed into black snakes, with rich armament haki flowing over his green skin. Green lion slash. The black mist transformed into a strange lion, mixed with red thunder, enveloping Saint Grinke completely. Thunder rumbled. The energy fluctuations were intense, and the thunderous light beams falling from the sky completely covered the area. 1 billion volts. In the air, Kurla's expression was calm, and the lightning arcs crackled in her outstretched palm. The continuous attacks showed no signs of stopping. The smoke was torn apart by a white giant hand, and the killing intent mixed with Conqueror's haki as Pekin leaped high and smashed down with a heavy punch. Poof! A figure was sent flying out. Saint Grinke looked extremely disheveled at this moment, as if he had suffered severe injuries, appearing weak and powerless. His once vibrant red hair now lost its luster, becoming disheveled. The neatly combed hairstyle was no longer present, replaced by a chaotic and disorderly appearance, his once proud red hair now resembling wild grass blown by a fierce wind. Looking so defeated and pitiful, Grink's face was filled with exhaustion and pain, his eyes bloodshot, lips cracked, with dried blood at the corners of his mouth, his expression distorted. Additionally, a thick layer of fresh blood clung to his beard, looking particularly terrifying, as the sticky blood seemed to have only recently coagulated, his muscles slightly trembling. And each breath was particularly difficult, his chest heaving violently. It seemed as if he had to exert all his strength to complete this simple action. His body exuded a strong, bloody aura, sending chills down one's spine. He had no power to fight back. If the battle on Hive Island between the world government and the pirates still maintained some balance, then the fight here was purely a crushing defeat. St. Grinke was strong, which was why he was still alive now. The special fruit ability and the same Conqueror's haki that surrounded St. Grink's advantage could not be exerted at all. "You are Shiki." St. Grinke slightly raised his head, his gaze landing on the black, chubby figure before him. Although their appearances were different, their life auras could not be concealed from such skilled masters of observation haki. The two knives in the black chubby's hands, Sakura 10 and Moku K, were both familiar famous swords. "Old man, this isn't our first meeting." Shiki grinned, his Conqueror's haki like a tangible substance, wrapping around the two famous swords. "I didn't expect such an organization to be hiding here." St. Grink's eyes were cold. Nearby, Pikun, Xiachi, Kurla, and Yamato, the ones taking action, all exceeded the strength of ordinary vice admirals by a large margin, at least existing as quasi-admirals within the Navy. Moreover, St. Grinke could sense several auras from the other side, one which felt somewhat familiar and was not much weaker than Shiki before him. "Shiki, so you willingly became their subordinate?" St. Grinke spoke, as the soil beneath him rolled again, the special plants below locking onto his aura, making it impossible for him to escape. The one who moved him here had yet to show his face, even if he was simultaneously restrained by several warlords. The ability to move him to a new island indicated that this person was definitely a formidable character. St. Grinke, today, one of the Gorosei must die. At the forefront, Shiki's eyes flickered, and in such a situation, there was only one outcome for you, a truly sad fate. "Is that so?" St. Grinke retreated violently, countering with a sword clash against Yamato. Boom! Previously, he could suppress this woman, but now he could not. "Captain, should I go?" In the distance, Beppo scratched his head and asked, "No need for you." Law, holding the sword Onigiri, silently watched this scene, his fingertips lightly tapping the sword's hilt. A dying tiger's danger level would suddenly increase several notches. They could handle it. Beside him, a calm female voice chimed in, "You never know. What if they suddenly summon several Gorosei? They might get killed." Beppo looked tense. "Really? Miss Robin?" Behind them, the skeletal frame Brooke and Beppo huddled together, both looking worried. "It's been so long. What are you afraid of?" Law's fingers stopped tapping the hilt of Onigiri, speechless. "Robin, don't scare them." "Of course. My captain." Robin smiled softly, quietly watching the battle before her. So unwilling. On the other side, Zoro propped himself up, his whole body injured, wrapped in large bandages. Upon seeing Saint Grinke appear, still a great swordsman, Zoro could not suppress his fighting spirit and rushed forward to challenge him. With just one sword. If Law hadn't saved him in time, Zoro would have already been finished. Even so, Zoro was beaten into unconsciousness. "Be quiet." Kuina struck Zoro's head hard with the back of her sword, and seeing the large bump that formed, she satisfiedly withdrew her hand. "At this rate, you might not even be a great swordsman anymore. You'll just get killed." "Kuina, what do you know?" Zoro hissed, covering his head. "I've already felt that power, the special power with killing intent." Suddenly, Law froze slightly, looking towards Hive Island. "What's wrong?" Robin was the first to notice Law's expression. Their observation haki couldn't reach that far. Only Law and Kurla could use their abilities to observe Hive Island. Law's eyes flickered faintly. A big shot had died. "On Hive Island, get over here." With a roar, Whitebeard swung his Tsung Yin Chia down forcefully. Nasu Shuru raised his weapon to block, but was still sent flying by the overwhelming power. At this moment, he spat blood, and his eyes were filled with fear and anger as he looked at Whitebeard. The New World is our territory. Even the world government, if they dare to interfere, should be prepared for death. Whitebeard stepped towards Nasu Shuru, each step bringing a terrifying pressure. At this time, Hive Island was only a quarter destroyed. Among them, the battlefield between Whitebeard and Nasu Shuru was not the most severely damaged. However, Nasu Shuru, facing Whitebeard, was already the most miserable elder on the scene. At that moment, Nasu Shuru was covered in blood, with not a single intact piece of skin. Whitebeard didn't let the full power of the Gura Gura no Mi explode, causing a disaster-like attack. Instead, he compressed the strong vibrations into Song Yun Xie and his fist, condensing the attack. In the distance, no matter which side they were on, everyone looked over with a hint of terror, not daring to approach. A masked CP0 member watched as Whitebeard didn't activate the Gura Gura no Mi's abilities and thought about sneaking in for an attack. That person was a master comparable to a vice admiral, but in front of Whitebeard, he was just a slap away. With one strike, that CP0 was completely shattered. Clothes, skin, blood, muscle, and bones were crushed in an instant and then dissipated into the air. Newgate. Nasu Shuru's eyes glowed faintly red as he returned to human form, holding the first-generation Kitetsu, his voice hoarse. As a member of the Five Elders, he had now gone mad. The Newgate in front of him was simply reckless. To control the Gura no Mi in such a limited area came at a high price, and Newgate had to bear the backlash of the fruit's power. Boom! Song Yun Xie slammed hard against the ground, Whitebeard's gaze cold, killing intent overflowing. In this battle, he had completely let loose, as if he had returned to his youth, freely unleashing the hockey within him. Buzz! Song Yun Xie trembled lightly as Whitebeard smiled. Gurara, old friend, do you also remember how we looked in our youth? The blade pressed down, and the fierce, domineering power surged forth as Whitebeard infused Song Yun Xie with his conqueror's hockey like a raging tide. In an instant, red lightning flashed, and the sound was deafening. Clang, clang, clang. This sound was so piercing that it felt like it would shatter eardrums. This was no longer a duel between great swordsmen, but a frenzied slaughter between raging warriors. Each strike carried immense force, and the aftershocks caused the clouds above to fracture. Ding! Amid the deafening noise, Nasu Shuru was sent flying, a trail of blood appearing on his chest as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The ability of the Gura Gura no Mi could not only be released externally, but when retracted, it suppressed and then explosively released single-target damage, almost without solution. If it weren't for the first-generation Kitetsu in his hand, the black blade that Nasu Shuru had been cultivating, any other sword would have shattered by now. Even a famous blade. Each of Whitebeard's direct strikes was heavier than a mountain, concentrated on the tip of Song Yun Xie. That guy Greenbolt, Nasu Shuru could not hold on any longer, as a magic circle began to form beneath his feet. Boom! However, Whitebeard's attack followed immediately, preventing him from activating the power that connected the Five Elders. CP, Navy, gather towards me. Nasu Shuru shouted. A group of people on Hive Island looked over, gasping in shock. The aura emanating from that battlefield was too terrifying. Members of the world government, dressed in all black or all white, headed towards Nasu Shuru. However, unexpectedly, the Navy did not take action. The three admirals seemed to have not heard, as the violent explosions from another battlefield never ceased. The other vice admirals exchanged deep glances with Nasu Shuru, hesitating for a moment, but they did not move. Everything stemmed from what was happening with Garp. For the Navy, Vice Admiral Garp held an incredibly revered status in their hearts, even surpassing Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The hero of the Navy was not only the Navy's hero, but also their faith. Generally speaking, the cooperation between the Navy and the world government was rare, and there was even less interaction with the CP organization. In this special period, the two sides gathered together, seemingly a strong alliance. But the underlying contradictions had also bred many issues. The world government's raid on Hive Island was partly due to this reason. They could understand Garp saving Luffy and Ace. However, the Five Elders deliberately going to intercept was something many Navy personnel could not comprehend. Luffy had no bounty on his head and was not considered a pirate. The Five Elders attacking Luffy would only make the Navy resentful. As the saying goes, my superior is not my superior. The Navy would listen to Fleet Admiral Sengoku's orders and the Admiral's commands, but if the Five Elders wanted to command them, many Vice Admirals showed no intention of moving at all. Meanwhile, the members of the CP organization were blocked by the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates before they could approach Nasu Shuru. The battle continued, and after an unknown amount of time, as night was about to fall, the first-generation Kitetsu in Nasu Shiru's hand was sent flying. The exceptionally sharp, long sword fell, and the light of Tsong Yun Chia shone brightly, illuminating the vast sky, landing in Nasu Shiru's abdomen. Bush boom! Newgate! Nasu Shiru roared, unleashing all his haki, especially the power of the Zoan-type devil fruit within him, causing the color of his skin to change. At that moment, his aura surged violently, and the haki around him intertwined fiercely with that power. However, Whitebeard remained expressionless as Tsong Yun Xie brought forth a large spray of blood. With a loud bang, Nasu Shiru's chest spread out like a spiderweb, his entire body trembling, roaring as the furious conqueror's haki swept through his flesh and blood. Bang! 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 The sea behind Nasu Shiru seemed to be disturbed by an invisible force. The originally calm surface of the sea began to churn violently. Waves rose like towering mountains, intertwining and crashing into each other, producing deafening sounds. These massive waves spread out in all directions at an astonishing speed, creating a spectacular yet terrifying scene. Each wave carried boundless might and power, as if they were about to swallow the entire world. In an instant, the area centered around Whitebeard fell silent. Nasu Shiru's blood and flesh began to spread outward from his chest, layer by layer severed, bones and blood mixed together, and the cold light in his eyes gradually dimmed. The 5 elders are dead, someone exclaimed immediately, their face filled with disbelief. They really died. A pirate skilled in observation haki gathered to sense it, muttering. This was the first 5 elder to die in front of everyone. Big Moem shattered the frozen sea surface with a single strike, looking toward a certain direction, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Mama, did another one of those old guys die? That old man Whitebeard did well. Nearby, Kaido also crawled out from the magma, his dragon form radiating an intimidating heat. And the most excited was a pirate holding up a den mushi to record the scene, because this was being broadcast live to the whole world. The 5 elders are dead. Is this the strength of the Emperor of the Sea? Even at night, the livestream screen is incredibly eye-catching, as people from all over the world watch in shock and fear the scene of Nasir Shiru's death. Prior to this, when Satan died, there were news reports. But those were speculations. It was better described as missing rather than dead. The world government has hidden it for so long. Who knows if he is truly dead? Now, Nasir Shiru has died in front of everyone. Meanwhile, pirates across the globe cheer and shout Whitebeard's name as one of the 3 legendary pirates. The number of pirates who worship Whitebeard in these seas is countless. Today, it has reached a peak. The 5 elders are seen by everyone as the 5 people at the pinnacle of power in the world. But now, one of them was brutally killed in front of everyone. Whitebeard's mouth gaped open. In midair, the shimmering light transformed into the figure of Admiral Kazuru, who looked over there with a face full of caution, his expression more serious than ever. Crack! Ice crystals formed, and Akiji's figure appeared, silently looking over there with an expressionless gaze, not saying a word. His condition was obviously much worse than Kizaru's, with blood dripping continuously from his fists. Vice Admiral Garp was heavily injured by the 5 elders and in critical condition, a scene that Akiji witnessed. Watching Nasir Shiru die, he surprisingly felt a sense of relief. What are you 2 doing? Boom! At the front, magma and that scorching dragon breath violently collided. Akainu's upper clothing was torn, revealing a scarred torso, while his lower half was submerged in magma, sounding displeased. Among the 3, he appeared in the worst shape. Ma'am, Kaido, we can't let that old man fall behind. Big Mom's sharp laughter was piercing in the calm night. Her bloodthirsty gaze fell on the 3 admirals, and her breathing became heavy. With 2 against 3, Big Mom and Kaido were getting more and more excited. Linlin, you don't need to say. Kaido snorted coldly. Use that move, Kaido, to keep them from getting distracted. Big Mom laughed loudly. The 2 simultaneously pulled back their Kanabo and Napoleon sword, violently concentrating their brutal power, forming a terrifying wave of energy. Their laughing eyes filled with killing intent, as if they wanted to tear the entire world apart. Overlord C, with a roar, a thick beam of light erupted from the top of the Kanabo and Napoleon's sword, fiercely rushing toward the 3 admirals. This beam of light carried an overwhelming force, sweeping forward like a tsunami, making it impossible to resist. Where the beam passed, space seemed to twist, and the air became extremely hot. Akainu felt this power, and his expression suddenly became grave. The manifested conqueror's haki violently pressed down with tremendous force. Trying to escape was extremely difficult. But of course, Sakazuki had no intention of dodging. Glug glug. Countless magma erupted from underground. Magma, hellhound. However, at this moment, Kizaru in the air erupted with immense power, and with a whoosh, he forcibly tore through the environment wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, transforming into light and disappearing from the area. At the same time, Akiji, feeling the incoming high temperature, quietly distanced himself, and an ice wall rose in front of him. But between the ice wall and the magma was the weakest point of defense. Boom! Sakazuki's body was knocked away, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Sakazuki, are you okay? A beam of light fell beside Sakazuki, taking him away from the attack of the Thundercloud Zeus. Kizaru scratched his head, still feeling uneasy. As expected of the four emperors, even in the face of us, they're still frighteningly fierce. Sandstorm. On the other side, endless sand and dust seemed to be manipulated by some force, rapidly gathering. In the blink of an eye, a massive sand wall rose from the ground, blocking out the sun, as if doomsday had arrived. This sand wall surged toward Whitebeard at an incredible speed, causing the ground to tremble and the wind to howl. But to everyone's surprise, Whitebeard did not turn around, remaining with his back to the raging sandstorm. Dad! A startled voice rang out. Finally, someone noticed something was wrong. Go save Dad. Dad's illness has worsened. Vista was anxious, and in the next moment, he felt a chill by his ear as a green blade of light cut off a few strands of his hair, shocking him. Vista turned around sharply, his eyes filled with anger. Hawkeye, my hawk. Old man Whitebeard, you've aged. A mocking laugh echoed from above the sand wall, revealing Crocodile's half-sandified body. Boom! A rumbling sound erupted as Crocodile's body was blasted through, shattering into a pile of sand, but reappeared in half a breath. Nature's disaster. You can't stop me with such simple attacks. Crocodile looked up at the sky, his voice cold. After years of fighting with Law, Crocodile had developed a set of attack methods against those he couldn't defeat with brute strength. He couldn't deal with Marco. This first division captain of Whitebeard had an overly powerful vitality and stamina, fully utilizing the characteristics of the mythical zone. After experiencing several defeats, Crocodile no longer obsessed over winning or losing, only focusing on achieving his goals. He came here to kill Whitebeard and take revenge. Marco's single attack could destroy part of the sand wall, but couldn't shake the large area as a whole. This sand crocodile. Marco's gaze grew colder. As the sand wall drew closer, Crocodile's aura became even more menacing. Meanwhile, Whitebeard still had his back to everyone, his haki resonating as if it were a physical entity, causing the surrounding air to buzz. Finally, when the sand wall collided head-on with Whitebeard, the entire world seemed to freeze. A loud bang rang out, deafening. Boom! Whitebeard's back slammed hard against the sand wall, kicking up a storm of dust. However, the sand wall did not collapse. Instead, it continued to push forward, attempting to engulf Whitebeard. Dad! Marco was completely anxious as the pressure from the sand wall increased. Gradually, Whitebeard's feet began to sink into the ground, and his body involuntarily started to retreat. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were in a state of panic. Crocodile, stay away from Dad. At that moment, Marco let out a furious roar, and an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted, forming an invisible shockwave that spread outward. This shockwave was like a hurricane, dispersing the sand wall into countless fine particles of dust that fell gently. Marco descended from the air, his expression cold enough to send chills down one's spine. Crocodile, I'm going to kill you. Just then, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Marco, like an invisible storm that instantly swept across the entire island. This aura was so powerful that everyone present was shocked, and they stopped their actions, their gaze involuntarily drawn to Marco. Conqueror's Haki? Someone exclaimed. The strong ones present who possessed Conqueror's Haki had basically already unleashed it. Who is this now? Such a strong sense of oppression. Another person muttered. Those pirates who saw Marco showed expressions of terror and instinctively began to retreat. They felt an unprecedented fear, as if they were facing not a human, but a ferocious beast. Marco stood in place, his gaze becoming exceptionally sharp, emanating an unparalleled majesty. A faint glow flickered around his body like lightning. That was the symbol of Conqueror's Haki, a power possessed by only a very few strong individuals. Now it was fully displayed in Marco. Conqueror's Haki. Crocodile's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a hint of wariness in his gaze towards Marco. To unleash such overwhelming power on the first try, the captain of the Whitebeard's first division was becoming even more troublesome. Even so, Crocodile looked at Whitebeard, and a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. Whitebeard still hadn't moved. His aura was much weaker than before. Now was the best time to kill him. Don't waste your efforts, Marco. You can't save him. Before Crocodile could finish his sentence, Marco's figure flickered and transformed into a blue bird shadow, enveloped in arcs of thunder, charging towards Crocodile in an instant. Stubborn. Crocodile extended his hands, activating the abilities of the Sansan fruit once again. Boom! The two instantly engaged in fierce combat, and for a moment, it was hard to distinguish between them. Marco. At that moment, Whitebeard suddenly turned his head, slowly walking out from the sand pile, each step extremely heavy. Prepare to retreat. What? Not far away. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates were stunned. Whitebeard, are you trying to escape? Crocodile's breath caught, and he was filled with rage. Old man? Marco was similarly taken aback. What we needed to do has already been accomplished. Whitebeard's expression was calm, and then he shouted, Boys, the Gorosei are dead. We are returning to the Moby Dick. After saying that, Whitebeard said nothing more, merely glancing silently at the clouds overhead. It was nighttime, and darkness enveloped the area. But for some reason, Whitebeard felt something was off. It seemed there was something above the dark clouds. Very dangerous. On the other side of the battlefield, a figure dressed in a pink feather coat crashed heavily to the ground, dust swirling. Don Quixote da Flamingo, you celestial bastard, you will die here today. Beside him, Tizzolo stared at da Flamingo, golden light shining beneath his feet. Wherever he walked, it was all gold, which he manipulated into various shapes like clay. This sight attracted the attention of many pirates around. However, those who tried to attack Tizzolo could hardly last 3 moves. Celestial dragons, damn them. Hancock slightly lifted her head, her beautiful face illuminated by the moonlight, appearing exceptionally mysterious and enchanting. Her gaze was as cold as ice, revealing an indescribable majesty and dominance, fixed directly on Doflamingo. Incredibly sharp. You two bastards. Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins, his killing intent heightened. He wanted to kill the 2 traitors among the Shichibukai right in front of him. However, neither Hancock nor Tizzolo was any weaker than Doflamingo. Facing the 2 working together, if he wasn't constantly using the string fruit to repair his body, he would have been immobilized long ago. Compared to this side of the battlefield, the other side seemed a bit lazy. Kuma and Jinbei exchanged punches and palms, the sounds of battle rumbling continuously, but they hadn't even broken a single house, and were instead moving further away to a secluded area. Say hello to Law for me. After witnessing the death of Nisudru, Kuma said softly. Jinbei nodded, retracting his fist, just watching Kuma slap himself. With a pop, Kuma disappeared from his sight. Beep, beep, beep. Jinbei took out the transponder snail and dialed Law's number. One of the Gorosei is dead, and their mission is halfway completed. Compare to balance. Law seeks chaos. Whether it's the world government, pirates, or marines that die, as long as a big shot falls, it can muddy the waters of the sea even more. Of course, Jinbei prefers to kill those pirates and world government bastards. However, after a full minute of dialing, Law did not answer. Not good. Jinbei's expression darkened slightly as he dialed Pei Jin and Shachi's numbers. Beep, beep, beep. The transponder snail still hadn't transformed into the other person's image. Nisudru is actually dead. From a news received through the Den Den Mushi about the Battle of Hive Island, Monet and the others were somewhat incredulous. They had been beating on Green Goku for so long without killing him, yet Nisudru was actually killed by Whitebeard, the world's strongest man when he truly erupts. His power is indeed extraordinary. Brook wore a serious expression, unusually not joking, while feeling somewhat emotional. That rookie pirate who had just debuted back then is now so powerful. After all, they are really fighting for their lives over there. Law said flatly. He had been observing the battle on this side. Although Shachi and the others were attacking together, they had no intention of fighting to the death. Over there, Whitebeard was truly crazy, unleashing full firepower, compressing the abilities of the Tremor fruit to a point, creating terrifying single-target destructive power. However, he was nearly done here as well. Room. With a thought, Law enveloped the entire island in a special spatial cyclone. Is the captain about to make a move? Shachi was slightly taken aback, sensing Law's power. Having spent so long with Law, once Law's ability activated, they all understood what he meant. When facing a decent enemy, Law often makes the final strike. That's the usual rule. That little brat finally plans to take action. Holding the Sakura 10 and the Moku Kagu's golden lion grinned, taking 2 steps back. No longer attacking, his eyes glowing red. The surrounding Pei Jin and others also skillfully stopped their attacks. Whoosh! A figure instantly appeared in front of Green Goku. Clang! The clash of swords rang sharply. Law's gaze was calm as he swung horizontally with his sword, forcing Green Goku back. So it really is you. Green Goku frowned and spoke. You're the boy who escaped from Doflamingo's crew back then, right? Trafalgar Law? No, I should call you Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. Whoosh! Law's figure flickered and appeared behind Green Goku, his sword covered in crimson lightning. The solidified Conqueror's haki wrapped around the sword, falling down fiercely. Green Goku turned to defend, but was a step too late. Compared to the beginning, his body was already unable to keep up. Law's movements were too fast. Clang! The black sword in Green Goku's hand was sent flying high, and his old body crashed into a mountain peak, causing the ground to shake. Ancient trees to fall in large numbers, and the ground to crack, with countless rocks rolling down. Slaughterhouse, Rose said softly, and with a thought. A figure reappeared in front of him. Green Ancient Saint was covered in blood, his tiger mouth torn, and his pair of eyes stared at Ro coldly. As the leader of the Knights of God, he had never been so embarrassed before. The Ro in front of him was just like him, not fond of talking, but the actions in his hands never stopped. I really hate those guys in the clan who keep mentioning the D family all day long. Green Ancient Saint looked at Ro with cold eyes, a layer of domineering aura covering his body again. The surgical fruit is very special. That ability to transfer positions could easily fall into Ro's trap if he wasn't careful. You pirates really deserve to die. Green Ancient Saint was heavily injured, but his combat power remained undiminished, charging forward despite his wounds. His foot stomped on the ground, and the rock layer beneath him exploded, but his figure instantly disappeared. This was the result of refining the shave to its essence, condensing his own footwork, moving at an extraordinary speed that made Pecan and the others narrow their eyes. Just now, Green Ancient Saint had not revealed this move. Trying to take advantage of the moment to attack our boss? Xiaoqi reached out, the soil under his feet rolling, and a fruit tree immediately grew, bearing various fruits. He picked a watermelon and waved it towards Pecan and the others. Want one? Let's see how this old guy dies together. With a whoosh, the somewhat nervous Beepo leaped up from behind, picked a fruit, and then turned to look at the battlefield where Ro was. I'll go check on the prophecy. Keela picked a peach and flew into the air. They were not too nervous, having absolute confidence in Ro. Not to mention an old man who had been beaten up for a long time. Even when Green Ancient Saint was at his peak, he might not be able to defeat Ro. The current Green Ancient Saint was like a flickering oil lamp, not far from death. Hiss! A pure sword energy broke through the air, cold light flashing, but Green Ancient Saint did not dare to take it head on. An awakened surgical fruit user is really troublesome. Ro's eyes sparkled with cold electricity, his feet stepping forward, disappearing step by step, his figure surrounding Green Ancient Saint. And with every slash, the armed color domineering on Green Ancient Saint's body was crumbling. Are those two candidates for the Navy in your hands? Hearing Ro's words, Green Ancient Saint raised his hand, his fingers pointed like a sword, and actually clashed with the blade of Ghost Cry, his fingertips meeting the sword's tip, the domineering from both sides bursting out wildly. Boom! Crimson lightning continuously evolved in the void, like the most brilliant flames between heaven and earth, burning the entire world. And under this endless lightning, two figures stood quietly, as if merging with this heaven and earth. The aura they emitted began to distort the surrounding space. As if unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, the overwhelming Conqueror's haki surged like a raging tide, crazily spreading in all directions, enveloping everything within. At that moment, time seemed to stop flowing, and only the endless lightning and terrifying aura continued to wreak havoc in this space. Bang! Green Ancient Saint was sent flying, but his palm pressed against the ground. As the hidden figure behind the scenes, don't you understand? Green Ancient Saint's expression carried a hint of ferocity, but the depths of his pupils were incredibly cold. ZZ. A purple magic circle appeared beneath his feet, and two figures suddenly appeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiaoqi, who was eating a melon, reacted quickly, and the watermelon in his hand instantly transformed into a black melon covered with armed color domineering, slamming forward violently. Boom! The sudden figure took a step back, and after swaying, a lewd face entered Xiaoqi's line of sight. Damn! Xiaoqi was startled by Kaji. Boom! Another explosive sound rang out as Pecan's punch collided fiercely with the woman holding a long knife in front of him. These two, Pecan frowned, recognizing their identities. Navy candidates, T-Pig Kaji and Peach Rabbit Shiwan. These two should have been dealt with on Crescent Island. How did they end up here? Not following the Navy, but instead summoned by the Gorosei? Not fair. A roar erupted in the scene. Xiaoqi stared at Pikun with a look of resentment. How come the one in front of you is a long-legged beauty from the Navy while the one in front of me is a disgusting, ugly uncle? So, this is unfair. The originally eager Beepo and the others, upon hearing this, fell silent and abandoned the idea of helping. However, the two suddenly appeared Navy substitute generals did not speak. Their expressions were devoid of emotion as they charged at Xiaoqi and Pikun. However, Kaji in front of Xiaoqi seemed to attack faster. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Xiaoqi looked displeased, two plant vines wrapped around his fists. Then immediately shriveled, transforming into two fist gloves with short spikes. If this is your trump card, then two of the Gorosei are going to die today. The blade light crisscrossed. Black energy surged under Ro's feet, the aura strange, and the sword edge dazzlingly brilliant, holding Ghostcry in one hand, leaving a deep knife mark on Green Ancient Saint's chest that could be seen to the bone. You think too much. Green Ancient Saint's gaze brightened with a hint of strangeness. Two devil fruits. That is the ability of the dark fruit. You actually didn't die. How interesting. Is it because the day of prophecy has come, so all deaths have become special? Green Ancient Saint's fingers unleashed the sword rainbow, and even without a weapon, he was still a great swordsman, with sword chi and domineering entwined on every finger, pushing the technique to its extreme. Unfortunately, I'm not a devil fruit user. You'll be disappointed. Just as his voice fell, clang. A loud shock. Ro ignored Green Ancient Saint, Ghostcry sweeping backward. A massive force erupted from the middle, instantly forming an unparalleled powerful shockwave, rapidly spreading outwards, the surrounding air violently stirring, creating a deafening roar. TCH. As expected, the sneak attack failed. Huh, kid Ro. Is this your choice? Ro turned around, his eyes showing little surprise. Three swords collided together, the violent power soaring into the sky. Everywhere the shockwave reached, all objects were ruthlessly pushed away or crushed, as if nothing could resist its impact. And at the center of this force, there was chaos and shattered scenes. The originally complete space also became distorted and deformed due to the influence of this power. In front of him appeared a black fat man, grinning coldly. Black Lion, Shiki. The materialized conqueror's haki completely enveloped this area. Strands of red lightning striking the ground, creating numerous craters. Whoosh! Ro suddenly took a step back, dodging Green Ancient Saint's attack. Under this domineering pressure, even though his surgical fruit had awakened, he could not instantly escape. The attacks of Green Ancient Saint and Shiki fell like a torrential rain. Bang! Bang! So you were waiting for me on purpose? Huh? The rock layer under Ro's feet exploded. His figure vanished. In the next second, the spot where he had just stood was immediately engulfed by the blade light. The footwork Ro used was at least 50% similar to Green Ancient Saint's shave. It seems those useless ones also need to be cleaned up. Green Ancient Saint's eyes gleamed with cold light. Every year, members of the Navy and the world government defect to the outside world, and the instances of the Navy's 6 styles being leaked have been increasing. Luo clearly observed Rashi's movements. Like him, it was evident that he had mastered the Navy's 6 styles to a profound level, further integrating them into his own combat techniques. It was impossible to achieve such proficiency without training for at least 5 years. When he was directly confronted by Nyo, the aura around Green Saint gradually became cold and sinister. You won't see it, Luo said with a smile towards Green Saint. As Luo's words fell, his aura suddenly erupted, and countless mists shot out from the darkness, enveloping Green Saint like a large net. Dark water. Green Saint's expression changed slightly as he swung his long knife. However, the black mist was exceptionally gentle. No matter how hard Green Saint tried to sever it, it would immediately restore itself. In the blink of an eye, the black mist wrapped around Green Saint, and a strong pulling force erupted, tugging at his aging body. The power of the dark fruit was not just about making the abilities of devil fruit users disappear. Is this your ability? Nothing impressive. Green Saint shouted angrily, his muscles bulging, as he forcibly pushed the black mist away. But just then, the black light in Luo's hand intensified, and the mist solidified into lightning, tightening like a steel cable around Green Saint, halting his movements. Luo! A sharp cry came, as Yamato swung her wolf fawn club, the wind howling as it collided violently with Shiki's Sakura, Ten, and Moku. Luo was not alone. Although Yamato was unclear about what had happened, Shiki's sudden betrayal made her react quickly, positioning herself beside Luo, the kid from Kaido's family. Shiki's eyes flickered with intense dissatisfaction as he looked at Yamato. He couldn't understand how that guy Kaido raised such an outstanding daughter, who could be lured onto a ship by someone as dark-hearted as Luo. After Luo's ambush, everyone quickly reacted after a brief shock. Pikan and Shachi were blocked by two expressionless, silent Navy vice admirals. However, there were too many experts on Luo's ship. Beppo and Monet were the first to step forward, attacking Shiki. Creak! An air door opened, and Hawkins stepped out, holding a blood-red cube, inside of which a beating heart could be faintly seen. Puff! The cube exploded, and blood immediately flowed from the corner of Shiki's mouth. Yet, after a violent shudder, he forcibly steadied himself and did not fall, instead laughing heartily. Ha ha! Luo kid, do you really think such tricks can bind a pirate? Pirates are the freest people on the sea. Do you think I will listen to your orders forever? Don't dream. Even Roger didn't have that qualification. Shiki's smile widened, his eyes growing more sinister. The technology for artificial hearts had long been in the hands of the world government, thanks to that guy Vegapunk. He really did a great job. Hey Luo, why not become my subordinate? Bring your people to join me, and I can give up my collaboration with those old geezers in the world government. His reckless laughter echoed in the arena. Luo ignored Shiki and simply said to Hawkins, take them back to the pledge. He was referring to Zoro and Kuina, who had descended on the island to watch the battle with them. Okay, big brother Luo, be careful. Kuina nodded, dragging the unconscious Zoro into Hawkins' air door. Green Saint's attack had left Zoro still unconscious. Did you notice? Shiki laughed, but you're already too late. Luo bro, on the pledge. Carla's voice turned heavy. Something is coming from the clouds. My observation, Haki, surprisingly didn't detect it in time. It intruded into my electric field. Heavenly King? Luo's brows furrowed, his cold gaze fixed on Shiki. Cooperating with the world government, is this the kind of pirate you want to be? Seemingly sensing something, Shiki turned to look at Green Saint, his voice filled with dissatisfaction. Hey, do you have no restrictions on using that thing? He looked at Luo and smiled. But this was within my expectations. In a pirate world, there are no limitations on means. The world government wants to erase you, and I want everything you have, Luo. Shiki's voice grew colder, raising his hand to strike Yamato back. If you don't want to be any king, then come assist me in taking that position. The title of Pirate King was just achieved by Roger. What I want is this world. I will ask you one last time. Luo, cooperate with me, and today I will ensure you live. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave this island. In an instant, a sandstorm rose on one side of the island, sweeping over with great force. On the edge of the island, Crocodile, holding a cigar in his mouth, looked coldly towards this direction. I knew that Sand Crocodile was unreliable. Shachi and Crocodile exchanged glances, their faces no longer playful, their voices turning cold. Compared to external enemies, internal betrayal made them angrier. Crack, crack. At that moment, the space began to shatter like a fragile mirror, cracks spreading and producing heart-stopping sounds. Following that, a violent tremor hit, as if the entire world was shaking and the ground began to crack inch by inch. It felt as though an invisible, powerful shockwave was crashing towards everyone. Ha 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 ha. The Golden Lion nodded in satisfaction. That guy Whitebeard owes me a favor. As long as he doesn't die, he has to repay it. Old man. On the sea, the captains of the Moby Dick looked at Whitebeard in surprise. As they passed by this small island, Whitebeard suddenly threw out a powerful punch towards the front. The terrifying force surged like a mountain, as if it wanted to consume the entire world. Wherever this power went, it stirred up massive tsunamis, waves reaching dozens of meters high, roaring towards the small island like a giant dragon. As the tsunami first made contact with the island's edge, it produced a loud bang, followed by a shocking tremor. Soon after, the island's edge began to shatter like a fragile eggshell. Don't mind it. Let's go. Whitebeard coughed out blood, his face pale as a ghost. Marco immediately stepped forward, the flames of the phoenix rising within Whitebeard. However, Marco's expression grew increasingly grim. Old man. You. Marco, I know. Whitebeard's mustache was stained with blood as he forced a smile. The old era is coming to an end. The debts owed must be repaid. The new era is yours. Luo, you can't escape now. Shiki laughed loudly, raising his hand, the conqueror's haki enveloping him, the brilliance of Sakura Ten and Moku shining brilliantly. The attacks sweeping in from all directions were not meant to defeat Luo, but to keep him here. In the air, a giant, thunderous figure appeared on the pledge. Carla's brows furrowed, the brilliant lightning illuminating the entire void. Boom! Dark clouds rolled, thunder and lightning flashing within. A cold gleam shimmering with a ghostly light, vaguely revealing an enormous black shadow. The shadow resembled a massive fortress, gradually becoming clearer over time. Finally, the enormous ancient weapon revealed its true face. The King Uranus, entirely pitch black, shimmered with a cold metallic glow, covered in mysterious runes and patterns. As if containing infinite power, its shape resembled a giant ship but had a unique design and style, making it instantly recognizable as a war fortress that transcended time. At this moment, the enormous cannon was aimed at the proverb, which was also in the sky. Its first strike was not aimed at the island below, but at everyone on the proverb. Thunder arrival. Zzzz. Kila stood at the forefront of everyone, unleashing exaggerated lightning from a wide-range thundercloud. A massive spherical black thundercloud gathered, resembling ball lightning, with astonishing airflow and electric currents shooting up into the sky. Can Kila withstand it? Below, Beepo looked worried. The thunder fruit was hailed as one of the strongest devil fruits, its attack power terrifyingly high. This was Kila's strongest move. In a single strike, it had once destroyed a primitive island filled with countless giant beasts. Buzz. The cold cannon slowly lit up, its brilliance seemingly capable of piercing through all darkness. In an instant, the entire sky was illuminated by this dazzling light, resembling daylight. The powerful force erupted from the cannon, carrying unparalleled destructive power, rushing towards the proverb. The enormous pitch-black thunderball, surrounded by crackling lightning, instilled a sense of fear. This power was equally formidable, colliding with the previous energy beam, producing a deafening roar. As these two forces clashed, the entire space seemed to tremble. The terrifying energy waves spread out, stirring up a frenzy of wind and waves. The surrounding air twisted and deformed, as if it would rupture at any moment. While the energy beam and the massive pitch-black thunderball appeared like two unmatched powerhouses engaged in a thrilling duel, neither yielding, locked in a stalemate. After one strike, the clouds in the sky completely dispersed, revealing a vast starry sky. The proverb did not explode, but it seemed to lose its power, crashing into the distance. And the thunder giant conjured by Kila also vanished. Boom! The proverb crashed violently into the sea, plunging into the depths. And the cold cannon in the sky lit up again. Ha ha! Shiki laughed heartily, looking at the King Uranus in the sky. A flash of horror disappearing from his eyes. The strongest natural type is still nothing in front of this ancient weapon. The moment Kila's strike appeared, even Shiki felt an indescribable sense of danger. To take that black thunderball head-on, he would either die or be severely injured. However, the black thunderball had a clear weakness. It was too slow. At that falling speed, it was enough for Shiki to escape 10 times. Moreover, it had used all the power from the proverb, which was a ship and also an amplifier for the Thunderfruit user. In contrast, the ancient weapon king was simply beyond standard. Not only was it frighteningly fast, but after one strike it seemed unaffected. Even when he had met the Revolutionary Army before, Shiki had witnessed it once. But this time, it still shocked him. This attack, exceeding his understanding, was comparable to Whitebeard's peak explosion of the tremor fruit. Rumbling, cutting through the sandstorm. Emerging from the shockwave, Law did not look at the proverb, but focused on Saint Greenbow. At this moment, Saint Greenbow was also smiling, his gaze icy, attempting to resist our world government with mere human strength. Can he really do that? I do not believe in prophecies. Therefore, in these years, I will eradicate all of you. You have no chance left. Law was enveloped in black mist, covering the scene, making him appear as if standing in a black hole. However, Saint Greenbow sneered, "Kid, how much can you really understand about our world government?" A magic array lit up in the blink of an eye. This is the ability granted to us by that esteemed person. As long as I prepare in advance, you cannot stop me. From the very beginning, I anticipated your ambush. How could I possibly engage in a direct confrontation with you here? The magic array lit up beneath Shiki, Saint Greenbow, and the two candidate admirals. With a swoosh, the four of them disappeared. Boom! In the sky, cannon light descended. Damn it! Xiaqi's expression changed drastically as she frantically absorbed the power from the island, causing plants to wither instantly. At the same time, a hard ancient tree covered in armament haki shot up into the sky. On the scene, Beepo, Pecan Yamato, and others erupted simultaneously, unleashing terrifying power that shook the void. Rumbling. What happened over there? On Hive Island, everyone looked in shock towards a certain direction. Could it be that Whitebeard and Redhaired are fighting again on that island? Many pirates looked puzzled, but more of them had serious expressions. What a terrifying fluctuation. It's truly a monster. Kizuru was sweating profusely. That violent aura could affect them from such a distance. Not to mention him. Even if a Kainu unleashed his full power, it would be impossible to achieve. Inside the cabin, Sengoku and Tsuru stepped out, gazing at the suddenly bright light. Little Tsuru. It seems the thing really exists. The world government's people have all left. Tsuru put down the din-din mushi in her hand, her eyes sharp. Now, among the Navy fighting on Hive Island, not a single one was below the rank of Rear Admiral. Similarly, the world government also had a batch of exceptionally strong elites who had been trying to rescue St. Charlos. Now, that batch of elites had retreated, their target being the island where the terrifying fluctuations erupted in the distance. Sengoku, what do you plan to do? Tsuru's voice was slightly melancholic as she gazed out at the sea. The two had led the Navy for a long time. Over the years, each treaty of the Navy had come from their hands. But no one is perfect. In this battle, their actions were quite irrational. Everyone was fighting, yet they had prioritized Karp's immediate withdrawal for battle. This level of battle had nothing to do with ordinary Navy personnel. So-called command was of little use. Only fighting, only slaughter mattered. We are the Navy. The warships approached Hive Island, and Sengoku's figure suddenly surged. In an instant, a gigantic Buddha slowly emerged from the void, radiating dazzling golden light, like a rising sun illuminating the entire sky and ocean. At the same time, a brand new Conqueror's haki suddenly erupted on Hive Island. This haki surged like a raging wave, instantly sweeping across the entire island. Everyone felt this powerful momentum and showed astonished expressions. Among them, the Navy's commanders felt a sense of awe in their hearts. Admiral Sengoku. It is Admiral Sengoku who has arrived. The only one in the Navy with Conqueror's haki. As soon as Sengoku appeared, countless commanders felt their blood surge. The Zoan-type human fruit, mythical beast, great Buddha form. Kaido, Big, Emon, the emperors of the sea, should also come to an end. Sengoku's expression was serious as he raised his hand, condensing golden light, and struck down fiercely at Big Emon. Boom! Big Emon staggered back a few steps, coughed, and blood flowed from her lips, her gaze becoming increasingly ferocious. Mama. Sengoku, you have come too? It seems that old guy Karp has died, right? Contributing his whole life to the world government. Karp ended up dying under that red-haired old man's hands. If Karp had fought back with all his might, how could that guy have easily killed him? You Navy guys are truly useless. Ma'am. Big Mom grinned, her laughter causing the nearby commanders to retreat a bit further. In this battlefield, even Vice Admiral could hardly intervene. Anyone who came in would die. Even other pirates dared not get involved. Big Mom, remnants of the Rocks pirates. Today, you and Kaido will remain on this island. Sengoku's expression remained unchanged, his gaze becoming deeper, the violent Conqueror's haki merging with the great Buddha, its aura intense. The oppressive feeling unmatched even by the three admirals of the Navy. So this is Admiral Sengoku. Kizaru silently retreated, his eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. This was the first time he had seen Admiral Sengoku unleash his full power. Indeed, he was as strong as a monster. Roar, Sengoku. Are you here to seek death too? Kaido's fierce gaze locked onto Sengoku and Tsuru beside him, sneering coldly. There are too many old guys like you. Rocks has long been waiting for you. In an instant, battle erupted. The three admirals of the Navy, along with Sengoku, directly suppressed Big Mom and Kaido. Tsuru's arrival also compensated for the lack of combat power on the other side of the battlefield. Apart from the fiercest fighting areas, the Navy was not at an advantage. There were too few who could stop Kinemon and Katakuri. Ordinary vice admirals were no match for them. With Silver Axe and Wang Ji. Now that the world's government's experts had exited the battlefield, too many powerful pirates had emerged. Among the warlords of the sea, those who could escape did, and those who betrayed did. Not a single one could be seen on Hive Island. Some Navy personnel witnessed Jinbei, Hancock, and Tesoro seizing a warship and heading towards a distant island. After defeating the Whitebeard pirates Bista, Mihawk had vanished without a trace. This was also why Tsuru's expression was so grim when she received the call. As the third major force established by the world government to counter the Navy and pirates, the warlords of the sea had no reliable members. Just as Sakazuki said, one should not expect anything from these pirates. At that moment, an unpleasant laughter echoed. Since the war has fully erupted, that guy's become useless, right? Deep in Hive Island, Wang Ji's gaze turned cold as he stared at St. Charlos, slashing down. Swish! A violent beam of sword light arrived in an instant. Crack! A block of solid ice shattered, and the surrounding temperature rapidly dropped. Kazan made his move from over 1,000 meters away, exhaling a breath of cold air. The next moment, he was covered by thunder. Boom! The black thundercloud. Zeus looked down at Kazan, and Big Mom clapped her hands in praise. Zeus, well done. Having chosen me, do not interfere with other battlefields. Admiral Kazan. Big Mom strode towards Kazan. Gurgle, gurgle. Hellhound. Hot steam rose, and scorching magma instantly slammed into Big Mom's back, sending her flying several dozen meters. Sakazuki's half-body transformed into magma, the red liquid flowing on his face no longer resembling its original shape, his gaze icy. Big Mom, you shall die today. The pirate crew you established will accompany you in death. Big Mom pirates, I will kill you all. He raised his hand, red light flashing, a roar erupted from his arm, and the sky was illuminated a bright red, as if a meteor shower were descending from the heavens. Oh really? Big Mom let out a sharp laugh and charged straight for St. Charlos. Then I'll kill this guy first. At this moment, St. Charlos had been so frightened that he was paralyzed on the ground, his face filled with terror. No, don't kill me. I can give you everything. Ice Age. A deep voice rang out as Kazan stood in front of Wang Ji, half of his body transforming into an ice wall, shooting straight towards St. Charlos. He aimed to stop Big Mom's action. Big Mom was not surprised, only laughing heartily. Then how will you choose? Navy. Mingguang Cannon. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light erupted from Napoleon in Big Mom's hand. The target was those large groups of Navy personnel who had been knocked out by the Conqueror's hockey. Just looking at it, there were at least 1,000 people. How will you choose? Mamam. Crack. Crack. After hesitating for just a moment, Kazan had already made his choice. As the ice wall extended to a certain point, it suddenly turned. Mamam. What a caring admiral. Big Mom laughed wildly, grabbing St. Charlos and tossing him lightly. In everyone's gaze, St. Charlos transformed into a cannonball, violently colliding with the rapidly approaching magma in the air. With a scream, St. Charlos was engulfed by the magma, instantly turning to ashes. Big Mom watched everything with satisfaction, her goal achieved. In the distance, several camera snail devices transmitted the events here. When Nasujaru died, everyone guessed the fate of St. Charlos. With the 5 elders dead, why should a worthless celestial dragon not die? However, he died at the hands of an admiral of the Navy. Even though everyone understood what was happening, the Navy personnel on the scene were clearly stunned for a moment. Normally, when a celestial dragon is in trouble, an admiral would have to go protect them. There is a hierarchy among people, with the celestial dragons at the top. Yet now he died at the hands of the Navy admirals who usually protect them. Sakazuki. The ice wall blocked Big Mom's attack, but Kazan's eyes showed a bit of pain and helplessness. Protecting those Navy soldiers was an instinctive action for him. When faced with Big Mom's threat, he had no choice. Kazan, what are you dawdling for? Sakazuki shot a cold glance at Kazan. The battlefield fell into a dead silence, with only the magma still bubbling and rolling. Sakazuki merely frowned, his gaze locking on a Big Mom, his killing intent palpable. He adhered to the principle of absolute justice, and during his missions, he had destroyed entire islands to eradicate pirates. The number of civilians who died in his pursuit was not small either. But in Sakazuki's view, celestial dragons and those civilians were not much different. Compared to the direct resistance of pirates, he was more annoyed by the backstabbing from behind. Charlotte Linlin, you will not be the first empress of the sea to die. Hellhound Crimson Lotus. The scorching magma fist descended with destructive momentum. Boom! With a loud bang. Big Mom's body flew out like a kite with a severed string, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood and leaving a bloody trail in the air. Her skin was burned black by the boiling magma, her flesh mangled, a sight too horrible to look at. The Navy admirals, known as the highest fighting force of the world government, each one was among the top experts of their time. Even without the Conqueror's hockey, their strength still stands at the pinnacle of the world. Crack, crack. On the other side, Wang Ji, who was blocking Kazan, transformed once again into an ice sculpture. Mamam. It hurts, damn Navy. Bloodshot veins appeared in Big Mom's eyes, and her breathing became heavier. There's no denying that facing such high-level experts puts a lot of pressure on her. Dingling. At that moment, a transponder snail on Big Mom rang. Mamam. What did you say? Big Mom's voice was high-pitched. Her eyes suddenly brightened as she shouted to the side, Kaido. The old lion actually did it. I want to go see. After saying that, her massive body leaped high, and Zeus the thundercloud and Prometheus the sun immediately supported her, flying into the sky. What did you say? Kaido snorted, his figure being knocked back by the golden Buddha's palm, coughing up blood, yet laughing heartily. Go. Of course, let's go. I've always wanted to witness something like this. With a roar, Kaido unleashed his furious conqueror's haki, and his massive body began to rapidly swell, muscles bulging like small mountains. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a gigantic azure dragon over 1,000 meters long. This azure dragon was covered in blue scales that gleamed with a metallic luster, each scale as hard as steel. Kaido's dragon claws were sharp as blades. With a light swipe, he tore through the massive light bullets, his dragon eyes shimmering with a captivating glow, staring at Sengoku. Sengoku, today I have something more interesting. Next time, you better kill me. Rolo, 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 Rolo. The azure dragon rose into the clouds, the howling winds stirring up a violent storm as it soared into the sky, rushing towards the distance. Boom! Suddenly, the dragon's head shook, and Big Mom jumped onto it. Ling Ling, are you trying to die? Kaido yelled angrily. Ma'am. Kaido, have you forgotten where this fruit came from? Big Mom didn't care, instead laughing heartily. During the flight, the azure dragon's speed increased, scattering the clouds in its wake, leaving a long trail behind. Great fire! Suddenly, massive columns of magma shot into the sky like an angry fire dragon, roaring towards the azure dragon above. Akainu stared intently at the sky, as magma erupted one after another, intertwining to form a scorching fire net, attempting to trap the azure dragon within. However, Kaido and Big Mom were too fast, their coordination smooth as they effortlessly broke through the fire net and flew towards a distance. The magma fell empty, ultimately plunging into the sea below, creating huge waves. A small portion of the magma did not completely disappear, but continued to flow down, bringing disaster to the pirates below. Some pirates were directly engulfed by the magma, instantly turning to ash. Others desperately tried to escape, but were still caught by the magma, suffering severe burns. The entire scene was chaotic, with screams and cries for help echoing, making it hard to bear. However, Akainu's expression darkened, and he turned to pursue. Akainu! Sengoku's voice was deep, stopping him. The war on our side is not over yet. Those two emperors of the sea, their importance far outweighs these worthless trash. Akainu halted, locking eyes with Sengoku. After a moment, Akainu turned back, his aura even more violent, the Hive Island glowing red. All the pirates were stunned, except for the commanders of the Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates, who seemed to have anticipated this and quickly departed from the ships at the back. The remaining pirates changed their expressions. Those two bastards. Wang Ji broke the ice, cursing angrily. Sure enough, this alliance is unreliable. What reminiscing about the old days with rocks, they sold out rocks just like this back then. Gulp, gulp. Suddenly, Wang Ji's expression changed drastically as he saw Akainu, whose entire body had transformed into lava. The Hive Island no longer needs to exist. Watching the island gradually being engulfed by rolling magma, Sengoku returned to his original form, his expression complicated. This paradise for pirates has finally been occupied by the Navy. It's not that he doesn't want to intervene, but today's events have escalated too much. 2 celestial dragons have died, one of whom was a member of the Gorosei. If the warlords of the sea betray, and the pirates are completely wiped out, will the Navy, as a third party, really face a good outcome? Ha ha! What a powerful team, Law. Your strength is even more terrifying than I imagined. Inside the cold steel fortress in the sky, Shiki's sinister laughter echoed down below. Clearly, it was a transmission, yet there was no one besides Shiki. Rather than a room, this place resembled a cage. An internal cage. Saint Jiringu was proud, but also wary of him. Or rather, he believed Shiki was unworthy to be in the same place as him. Inside, Shiki could watch the scene below through a screen. Ha 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 ha. Is this the national treasure of the celestial dragons? Saint Jiringu, can you hear me? Shiki grinned, completely unconcerned about the scene around him. When we return to Mariehua, we will have a good talk with you. An old and cold voice echoed. Saint Jiringu, not knowing from which position the voice came. Then I must look forward to it. Shiki smiled, his eyes sparkling. In this lifetime, I have never been to your celestial dragon's sacred land. But you should not underestimate that guy down there. Saint Jiringu. Saint Jiringu snorted coldly, looking down. Boom, boom. The rumbling sounds were incessant, as if the entire world was about to be torn apart by this terrifying noise. The attack of Uranus, the Sky King, was like a torrential storm, showing no signs of stopping. Each energy beam was incredibly thick, containing endless destructive power, its might rivaling Kizaru's laser. These energy beams fell from the sky like a dense barrage, wildly firing at the island below, their speed so fast that one could not evade, piercing through the island. They quickly moved in all directions. In the blink of an eye, The entire island was engulfed by countless energy beams, everything on the island turning to ashes in an instant. Uranus did not stop its attack. Its energy seemed endless, continuously releasing, those energy beams still rampaging, completely covering the island. Under such exaggerated attacks, only a spherical barrier with a radius of 10 meters remained. Law and the others stood on a flower floating in the air. When a bright purple beam struck in, their speed suddenly decreased, defended by everyone simultaneously. It must be said that under this area of effect attack, individual defense became an advantage. Uranus's attack target was not Law and the others, but the entire island. They only needed to withstand less than 1%. It's no use, really no use. Xiaqi's complexion was a terrifying green, transformed into a tree person, and the tree spear covered in armed hockey could only serve to obstruct under the energy beam. Among those present, only 4 main forces were holding out. Peijin and he both had white flame clouds mixed with black-red thunder rising from their bodies. And the unique power of the phantom beast species surged wildly within them, colliding with the energy beam. However, it was evident that both of their arms were trembling constantly, as if they had reached their limit. Their faces were filled with expressions of tension and pain, seemingly enduring tremendous pressure. Despite this, they were still desperately unleashing their strongest moves, unwilling to give up easily. On the side, Hawkins stood with a serious expression, his hands clasped together, murmuring incantations. As his chanting continued, portals appeared out of thin air, presenting strange runes and light, opening automatically, layer upon layer, unfolding like a folding fan. Each portal emitted a powerful attraction, pulling the energy beam inside, causing it to shuttle back and forth within the portals at an increasing speed, ultimately exploding within. The explosion was deafening, shaking the entire space, and the energy shockwave spread outwards, stirring up a gale. "That guy Hawkins! Everyone keep it up!" Xiaqi shouted, his voice resonating like a war drum, echoing across the battlefield. The flowers beneath his feet bloomed once more, this time producing pale, yellow blossoms that sparkled like brilliant stars, giving a feeling of tranquility and warmth. As the flowers opened, a massive amount of radiance surged forth from them, like a warm flood, quickly integrating into everyone's bodies. These were special pollen, containing powerful life force extracted by Xiaqi from plants, capable of rapidly healing everyone's injuries and replenishing their lost stamina. However, just as everyone was enjoying this miraculous healing, Xiaqi's complexion gradually turned pale, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his body trembling slightly. "The probability of us dying here today is 21%. Hawkins calmly glanced at Xiaqi. "But I believe Captain Luo." "Bastard." Xiaqi glared fiercely at Hawkins, determined to have a good fight with him once this was over. Hawkins's performance surpassed Xiaqi's, which particularly annoyed him. However, what annoyed them even more were Zoro and the others. The group surrounded Keela, who was gasping for air while sitting on a gigantic flower, their expressions not looking good. Especially Zoro, who was wildly swinging his sword at the energy beam above. The flying slash capable of cutting through steel was swallowed by the energy beam without even making a sound, not causing a single splash. The gap was too great. The energy beam was only weakened by Luo's space before descending upon them. "Damn it!" Zoro gritted his teeth. "Why am I so weak?" Below them, the island could no longer be called an island. It had turned into a deep water pit. At a glance, it was bottomless, and the surrounding seawater was rushing in. "Luo." As Zoro looked over, his expression became grave. "Don't disturb Captain Luo." Kui now blocked Zoro's path with her sword, also fixated on Luo. The familiar demon sword, Ghost Cry, appeared to be covered in a layer of special transparent film, making the entire blade extraordinarily smooth, as if polished. Luo raised Ghost Cry high, his expression chillingly cold, and the blade began to extend wildly, shooting straight towards the sky, continuously elongating as if it were about to break through the limits of the sky and extend into the endless distance. Energy beams continued to shoot down from the sky, but these energy beams could not destroy the blade of Ghost Cry. The blade collided with a coldly glowing barrier above. It was as if two forces were constantly exhausting each other, with arcs of red lightning dancing at the blade's tip. Suddenly, Luo's indifferent voice rang in everyone's ears. "Kill Green Bull and retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, the surface of the barrier violently fluctuated, forming ripples. Boom! In the next moment, a hole was punctured in the barrier. The roaring sound continued to erupt, like a planet exploding, the deafening noise seemingly on the verge of bursting eardrums. That clear, penetrating sound had long been drowned out in this surging wave of sound. At this moment, Ghost Cry, now transformed into a black blade, had a crack appear on its sharp edge. The intense entity of Conqueror's Haki continuously exploded on the surface of Ghost Cry, crackling loudly. In a peculiar-looking control room, Green Bull frowned slightly, a hint of confusion and incomprehension flashing in his eyes. Is it about to end? The Heavenly King is directly controlled by Lord M and should not have any problems. This is why he felt secure bringing the Golden Lion Shiki in. The control of the Heavenly King is in that Lord's hands. Even if one were to act within the Heavenly King, it would be impossible to seize control of such a weapon regarded as divine. A remnant of the D clan cough. Green Bull coughed out a mouthful of blood, his gaze darkening. After so many years, with injuries of this extent, even a mid-admiral level expert could easily kill him now. It's time to report to Lord M. The Lord hasn't acted for a long time. The world is almost forgetting why our world government is above all else. That useless Nejiru, unable to defeat Shanks, even dying at the hands of the decaying Whitebeard. The Holy Land is due for a blood baptism of position change. Crack. Green Bull's eyebrows moved slightly, as if he heard a sound beneath his feet. Boom! The floor beneath him seemed to have suffered an irresistible attack, shattering directly, sending countless fragments flying. At the same time, a cold light flashed, and a slender blade seemed to suddenly come to life, rapidly extending and striking towards his neck with astonishing speed. In an instant, a dazzling Conqueror's Haki erupted like lightning, illuminating the entire space. Green Bull had completely not anticipated this sudden attack. His pupils constricted, his heart racing. A strong sense of crisis surged up. However, before he could react, all he saw was a cold blade. That blade was like the scythe of death, mercilessly attacking his throat. Trafalgar Law. Green Bull finally realized he was under attack, a surge of intense anger and shock flooding his heart. He never expected that this young man, who had always been low-key, would launch an attack on him at this critical moment and succeed. The island below was gone, and that guy was still alive? Green Bull was furious. He swung the saber in his hand, huffed. Blood gushed out, and just as Green Bull tried to twist his neck, he found he could no longer do so. At some point, the blade had easily pierced through his throat, and the incredibly powerful entity of Conqueror's Haki surged from who knows how far below, flooding into his body along his neck. This Conqueror's Haki is no weaker than that of him and other old-school powerhouses like Shiki. Clearly, it has always been the hidden mouse in the dark, yet suddenly the Conqueror's Haki erupts, and the internal spirit it represents leaves Green Saint stunned. In a faint sense, Green Saint seems to see the demon that once attacked God Valley. However, compared to Rocks, Law's thoughts and spirit seem calmer and more resolute. Below, Law gently rotates the Kiku into a small angle, his gaze cold. Room cut. The next moment, a strong and hot blood aura suddenly surged from the depths of Law's heart, like a turbulent torrent quickly flowing to every corner of his body. This blood aura was familiar to Law. Compared to the strong opponents he had killed before, this time the blood aura was unprecedentedly powerful, instantly enveloping his entire being, tightly wrapping every inch of skin, every vein, and every muscle. As the blood aura permeated, Law's muscles began to tremble slightly, greedily absorbing this powerful energy, gradually becoming firm and strong. His already robust body was now filled with explosive power, as if every cell had been injected with new vitality. At the same time, his bones also became harder and sturdier under the nourishment of the blood aura, with increased bone density and more flexible joints, allowing his body to withstand greater pressure and impact. This change not only enhanced his defense, but also gave him more advantages in battle. Most notably, at this moment, Law's chi and blood surged like burning flames, continuously rising, his aura growing stronger, and he exuded a heart-pounding pressure. Ha ha ha, good. I was right about you. Law Kid. No, your current aura is completely different from those young brats. You like the Roger back then. Give me a sense of crisis that is too wonderful. A chilling, sinister laugh suddenly echoed within the king. Originally, Teach's dark face twisted like a devil, grinning and letting out a wild laugh. Shiki's eyes sparkled with a fiery light, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a cruel smile, as if filled with anticipation and excitement for what was to come. I knew it. How can an old guy about to die be your match? 5 elders? Even gods will fall. Kaido, Big Mom, let us bring this thing down together. Shiki? A sharp female voice came from afar, the sun slightly rising. An ray of light fell, revealing Big Mom stepping on the Azure Dragon before everyone. Although your voice is a bit off, you old guy is still alive? Ma'am. Big Mom grinned widely, letting out a strange laugh. Kaido, did you see? The thing rocks couldn't find really exists. Lin, I don't need your reminder. Kaido snorted, shaking his head, trying to throw Big Mom off, but failed every time, his dragon face growing increasingly displeased. It's good that you came. Shiki laughed. I thought you guys are like that Newgate guy, rushing to die on Hive Island. It was he who contacted Kaido and Big Mom. With both of them arriving, one inside and the other outside, 3 top powerhouses simultaneously attacked this iron lump. At that time, the world government's killing weapon would fall into their hands. This is Shiki's plan. D? Shiki, you old guy. Even if you die, we won't die. Big Mom snarled. How does it feel in the underwater prison? You can still escape. It seems you're not completely rusty. Inside the metallic fortress, shining with a cold sheen, Shiki's voice was extraordinarily arrogant. How could such a shabby place block a true pirate's yearning for the sea? Lin, Kaido, control this thing. The 5 elders inside are already dead. Did that little guy kill them? Big Mom immediately spotted Law, who was protected in the center, her eyes flashing. It seems I have felt this aura somewhere before. Back at Crescent Moon Island, it was also you guys who plotted against us, right? Kid, if you come and have a son with me, I'll forgive you. How about that? Ma'am. Together we can overthrow the world government. It's not impossible. In this world, the concept of privilege is deeply ingrained. Even the strongest powerhouses usually hold reverence for the leaders of the world government or the nations. Even among those watching the live broadcast now, a large portion cannot comprehend everything happening on Hive Island. To them, these pirates are heretics. However, the pirates on Hive Island are indeed villains. But even villains have certain ideological limitations. No matter which sea emperor it is, they are full of confidence in themselves, are not afraid of the marine admirals, and would not directly attack the world government. This time, a port has been opened. The death of the 5 elders has intensified certain thoughts. Old woman, stay away from Captain Law. A clear voice rang out, as Yamato, wielding a kanabo, scolded Big Mom. Yamato. Upon seeing that familiar figure, Kaido, who was under Big Mom, widened his eyes, his aura growing increasingly violent. You damned son. You actually ran to someone else's side. At this moment, a powerful conqueror's haki mixed with dragon breath surged like a violent storm, sweeping straight towards everyone. Kaido. Yamato's eyes widened, showing no fear as she faced Kaido. She tightly gripped her kanabo, which flickered with strange lightning, her strong momentum soaring into the sky. Even if you are my father, I don't need you to control my actions. Yamato took a deep breath and then swung her kanabo fiercely forward. Boom! With a loud bang, the kanabo collided with the dragon breath, the air violently rubbing together, creating a massive shockwave that spread outwards like a landslide. This shockwave carried unmatched power, blowing everything around it askew, even lifting layers of huge waves on the sea. Ma'am. Upon witnessing this scene, Big Mom couldn't help but sneer. Kaido, you bastard, you really raised a good child. At this moment, the kings had stopped their attack. But Pikun and Shachi beside Law continued to stand up. The Sea Emperor's hop. Pikun's eyes flashed with a hint of brutality, half-beast form, stepping on flame clouds. Staring intently at Kaido. Awakening Conqueror's haki, awakening the mythical Zoan Devil Fruit, mastering Conqueror's haki infusion and advanced armament haki techniques. At this moment, he was only lacking in his own physical body and decades of battle experience compared to the strongest creature like Kaido. But compared to Kaido, Pikun also had strong confidence in himself. Law had said that their greatest asset is their youth. Compared to those top-tier powerhouses who have reached the pinnacle of the world but have not made any progress for a long time and are beginning to slack off, about to decline. Every intense battle now can bring them tremendous improvement. The arrival of the King of Heaven has always brought a sense of deathly crisis to them. The duration of the bombardment is actually quite short. However, during the resistance, Pikun completely mastered the Conqueror's haki, feeling that all aspects of himself were improving. Life and death battles are the best way to progress. Without waiting for others to speak, Pikun and Yamato proactively took a step forward, directly confronting the 2 Sea Emperors. Boom! Boom! The battle in the air erupted instantly. On this side, Shachi looked displeased but chose to handle logistics. The ability of the forest fruit activated, and a ship made of special plants appeared in the air, with a wildly spinning flower below. This is not a ship sailing on the sea. It can fly. As long as Shachi doesn't fall, the tree ship can keep flying. As for how much stamina Shachi, the forest fruit user, has left on Law's ship, it's as much of a mystery as how strong Hawkins is. A group of little rascals. In the air, Shiki's expression turned cold. Ling Ling and Kaido were actually blocked, although Pikun and Yamato's aura was much weaker than Big Mom and Kaido. The consumption under the bombardment of the King of Heaven was too great. However, he was also in danger here. Shiki finally understood why Law, despite having awakened the surgery fruit, took so long to cut this giant ship. At this moment, his hand was on the wall, and he didn't feel the unique weakness of sea stone. However, the black mist on Shiki wanted to merge into the ship's body, which was extremely difficult. What on earth is this made of? What is the energy? Shiki flipped his palm, revealing a devil fruit he was all too familiar with. Looking at the special patterns, Shiki grinned. Old buddy, can I trust you? This is the float fruit. Law killed his original body and took the devil fruit. Juice dripped down, flooding the ground. The fruit was hard to eat, but Shiki devoured it mouthful by mouthful, his expression frenzied. This body is very special. After confirmation from Law and several doctors, it can withstand more than one devil fruit. On Law, Shiki also witnessed the miracle of multiple devil fruits coexisting. It seems that miracles will happen to me as well. Shiki grinned, shaking his dark, rough arm. That familiar feeling surged up, making him feel unprecedentedly good. Crack! The ghost cry that pierced through the throat of the ancient Saint Green was not retracted by Law. Law's deep pupils glimmered with light as he forcefully swiped the arm, holding Ghost Cry outward. Whoosh! From the position where the ancient Saint Green was located, a large piece of the ship's body was forcibly cut off by Law. Law's eyes were icy. Shiki, you might as well die. Do you want to kill me? Law. Shiki laughed loudly at Law across the barrier, before doing something even Roger couldn't do. I won't die. Room batten. The spatial cyclone wrapping Law and others suddenly expanded, covering the massive fortress above. Whoosh! At that moment, a powerful force suddenly surged from below, like an invisible giant hand tightly grasping the King of Heaven. This force was overwhelming, seemingly wanting to flip the entire King of Heaven over. At the same time, a buzzing sound resonated through the skies, as if thousands of bees were flapping their wings at once. The engine inside the King of Heaven instantly started, producing a deafening roar as countless mechanical devices began to operate at high speed, gears turning, chains moving, metal parts colliding, making crisp sounds. The cold exterior flashed with dazzling light. Various indicator lights lit up, indicating that it had entered combat readiness. With the engine fully powered, the King of Heaven began to slowly rise, preparing to dash away into the distance. The King of Heaven also had self-protection settings. Law shattered a corner of its surface, allowing the King of Heaven to return to the Holy Land, Mariewa. Don't be fooled by the massive war machine in the air that looks heavy. Once it fully operates, its speed will be terrifying, just like when it came, as fast as lightning. And for Shiki, who cannot break into the interior of the King of Heaven, once he follows the King of Heaven back to Mariewa, what awaits him will definitely not be a good outcome. Instead of forcibly killing Shiki at this moment, Law just wanted him to fight with the world government, people like dogs biting dogs. Just like the people at the bottom of this world, who have no opinions. No matter what decision the higher-ups make, they will not question or resist. The high and mighty guys in Mariewa will not listen to Shiki's explanations. All they need is one reason. Shiki has offended their dignity, which is enough for them to erase Shiki. As a legendary pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki is not someone who will submit to others. Whether it's rocks or law, they're merely tools for his use. Buzz. However, after the King of Heaven rose to a certain extent, another surge of power covered the King of Heaven, pushing it down. The ability of the float fruit is no less than your surgery fruit. Shiki's arrogant voice rang out again. Law, kid, with such a method, you really are insidious. Want to know how I got the float fruit? Below, Shachi and others beside, Law had unsightly expressions. Leveraging the ability of the dark fruit, Law extracted many strong devil fruits. Of course, they basically have no idea how to deal with these extracted devil fruits. Hawkins. Shachi's gaze locked onto a certain spot in the void, asking in a deep voice. What's going on? Monet and Beppo said nothing. They, who had followed Law from the beginning, knew some other information. For example, some of the devil fruits extracted by Law were handed over to Hawkins to handle. Because others cannot enter that alternate space, it is Hawkins' unique territory. In the air, a portal opened, and Hawkins, dressed in a luxurious robe, stepped out with a furrowed brow. I will give you an explanation. The float fruit is indeed with him. It shouldn't have been lost. Captain Law, I did not betray you. Hawkins bowed to Law, then took out that oddly shaped tarot card. The next moment, Hawkins stepped back into that alternate space. When he came out, he was holding dozens of constantly writhing human shadows. Is that guy? Seeing these human shadows, Xiaqi's expression suddenly turned cold. Law glanced over and said to Hawkins, "You deal with him, capture him. Life or death is irrelevant." Understood. Hawkins nodded, not saying much. This was not a time for jokes. They all knew Law was really angry. With a bang, all the human shadows were crushed by Hawkins. These human shadows had weak auras. They were probably secretly placed into his space during a previous mission. No wonder the other party didn't show up this time. This is the power of the shadow fruit from Moria, which was initially handed over to a person brought back from the EC by Law. Buggy Clown. The reason Law valued him back then was that he heard Buggy's IQ was very high, second only to Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the Red Hair Pirates. This group of people didn't lack strong devil fruits, only talented individuals, and they needed useful talents. Over the years, Buggy has indeed helped a lot with logistics management. His strength is not comparable to that of strong executives like Beepo, but he's also a useful person. A guy who relies on the shadow fruit to have a bit of strength is truly seeking death. Xiaqi's voice was cold. The feeling of betrayal was very unpleasant. Buggy is different from Shiki. They brought him out from the weakest C, the EC, and all of Buggy's strength was taught by them. They had also been together for several years. Such betrayal was even harder for them to accept. Hawkins, I will go with you then. Find Tesalo. With his information, that guy can't escape. Above, Shiki's laughter continued. Ha ha. So, you young kids just can't see through human nature. The moment I met that guy, I saw the greed hidden deep in his heart. Moreover, it was you who gave him the opportunity to rise. By the way, he should be with my subordinate, now on your Sky Island. I wonder if the people on your island can hold their ground? I've heard that the golden land of Elbaf is all in your hands. What an astonishing fortune. Ha ha, that bastard. Xiaqi clenched his fists. At this moment, Law had just retracted his Ope Ope no me and sat on the ship. His calm face also showing signs of fatigue. The worst off was Kira. She remained unconscious, held in Monet's arms. Meanwhile, Chopper, the ship's doctor, was busily mixing treatment medicines, his small hands moving quickly. Law, Tesalo, Hancock, and Jinbei were on their way. Behind, Robin put down the Den Mushi. Prepare to retreat. Law raised his head, looking at the already disadvantaged Pekan and Yamato in the distance, signaling for them to come back. The world government's people are coming. Those pirates and marines are also behind. Creak. In front of Law, an air door opened, and Hawkins walked in with a tall, middle-aged man. Law, I've come to repay the kindness you've shown these days. The newcomer held a blind stick, wore a purple robe, and had his eyes tightly closed. Yet his face showed no discomfort from the overpowering conqueror's haki colliding beside him. Thank you, Mr. Smile. Law did not refuse. This was not the time for other words. Buzz. As circles of purple light rose, what? Shiki's expression finally changed. The Heavenly King moved again at an incredibly fast speed, as if propelled by a force not inferior to his own, causing this giant to suddenly rise. The waves surged and the wind changed color. Shiki's pupils widened. He could hardly believe the scene unfolding before him. However, at this moment, he had no time to think further. This massive war fortress had fully activated. How is it controlled from such a distance? Shiki's face turned extremely ugly. His power was neutralized, and not only that, the Heavenly King seemed to have switched on some mechanism, heading in a certain direction. Whoosh! The next second, Shiki felt the power that had been opposing him vanish. The Heavenly King had already left the area covered by Law's ability. However, at this moment, the enormous body of the Heavenly King could no longer be stopped, soaring into the sky with Shiki disappearing into the air. What is that old guy doing? In the sky, the giant dragon roared. Kaido knocked Yamato away with a tail swipe, staring at the ever-shrinking giant shadow in the sky until it vanished at the edge of the horizon. The speed was too fast. It was that Kaido didn't want to chase. Driving something so large, the speed was astonishing. Even if Kaido transformed into beast form and exerted all his strength, he had no confidence in catching up. Big snorted coldly, pressing down Pekin. That old man was really getting old. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures vanished, and Pekan and Yamato returned to the plant ship built by Xiachi. Without any hesitation, the flowers on the ship spun wildly, taking everyone away. Hey, you little brats want to leave just like this? In the air, Kaido spoke coldly, then swung his kanabo. The overwhelming conqueror's haki crashing down towards everyone, wrapped in a thunderous aura. Although Xiachi ordered the ship to evade, that force still grazed past it. In an instant, wood chips flew, the wooden ship shook violently, and large pieces shattered. Figures stepped in the air. Each step fell as if stepping on a staircase of air. Moonwalk. Since they knew the training method of the Marine 6 styles, the combatants on Law's ship all aimed to master it. However, there were also those who were not good at moonwalk, like Zorro, who was held in Quina's arms, looking displeased. That bastard. I want to cut him down. Be quiet. Quina hit Zorro on the head with the hilt of her sword, causing him to soften and struggle less. He had just taken a blow from Green Bull and hadn't he recovered. Though he looked spirited, he was actually very weak. The Four Emperors Kaido. We have no intention of being your enemies. Law turned his head, his cold gaze fixed on the massive azure dragon behind him. Rororo. That's not going to happen. Kaido's nostrils flared, his expression ferocious. The world-class war I desire cannot just end like this. Those guys have run away, so you will take their place. His eyes were filled with madness. The world government and the Marines were rushing over. But even so, Kaido still had no intention of leaving. He didn't even think about how his crew would fare. This high-frequency slaughter made the blood in his body boil completely. And Yamato, you disobedient son, come back here. Kaido, I will kill you sooner or later. Yamato's face was filled with anger. In the recent battle, Kaido had shown no mercy. The small kanabo in Yamato's hand had developed cracks, and every muscle in her body was screaming in pain. If she held back or stopped, she would truly die. If Kaido had cared for her life on Onigashima, now in battle mode, he had completely lost any emotional consideration, turning into a cold, human-shaped war machine. Xiaoqi, continue building the ship. Law spoke, taking a step forward. Rororo, are we fighting now? Kaido's gaze fell on Law. Shiki had mentioned this young man and valued his potential, but he didn't know how strong the other party was. Kaido could sense that this young man, like Yamato, had consumed most of his stamina. Yet even so, the other still brought him a sense of crisis. The more this was the case, the more excited Kaido became. The next second, Law's figure vanished. K. Rune surgical knife. The young man's cold voice reached Kaido's ears, and in an instant, that elusive sense of crisis surged dramatically. Come on. Kaido's gaze remained unchanged. Not even a moment of contemplation, as he unleashed the Three Worlds technique. At this moment, Kaido had reached a level of madness, with the bloodline of the Oni flowing within him, unafraid of anything. However, the result of the clash was shocking. The air wailed, easily sliced by the demon cry, as if a spatial leap had occurred, with the two intersecting without direct collision. Boom! Buzz! The spiked mace smashed down on Law like a mountain crushing an egg. At the same time, Law's demon cry effortlessly sliced through Kaido's scales and tough skin in his half-beast form. The sense of impending death surged through Kaido's mind. Yet, he grinned, showing no intention of retreat. Instead, he increased the force in his hands, the overwhelming conqueror's haki intertwining with armament haki, striking Law with a force capable of toppling mountains. A life for a life. He was never the same as those cowardly celestial dragons. A mournful wailing echoed, as if a demon was crying, and the source of that sound came from within Kaido. The demon blade that had pierced deeply into him now radiated a strong, killing intent. Waves of darkness blossomed within his dragon body, causing the power unique to the mythical Zoan devil fruit to rapidly fade. In the next moment, a similarly murderous force erupted violently from within Kaido. Boom! Law flew backward like a meteor, crashing heavily into the distance, despite Summer and Monet quickly creating thick snow and soft plant barriers. The newly constructed ship still inevitably collapsed in a large area. Puff! Similarly, Kaido's towering dragon body trembled violently, the hard scales that had covered his surface rising and then bursting apart, losing all their luster. Hey, Kaido! Big MOM frowned. Witnessing Kaido lose the enhancement of the devil fruit, the flame clouds around him vanishing, and he's silently plummeting toward the sea. Zeus, go catch that guy. Big MOM said coldly. Yes, mama. The black thundercloud transformed into a white cloud. Boom! After catching Kaido, Zeus's white body was immediately stained red with blood. So badly injured? Seeing this, Big MOM furrowed her brow. She was quite aware of how terrifying Kaido's defense was in his half-beast form, having followed him on the rock ship. Zeus brought Kaido to Big MOM. Looking at the knife wound on his chest that almost sliced him in half, Big MOM unceremoniously pressed down on it. Lin. Kaido glared at Big MOM, his voice filled with anger. He wasn't afraid of pain, but this was clearly intentional. Ma'am, it seems you won't die yet. Big MOM stood up, her gaze fixed on the ship that was drifting away again, not pursuing it further. Although she shared Kaido's volatile temperament, she would think a bit more than him. Usually, Big MOM didn't like to think or train, but that didn't mean she couldn't or that she was weak. Suddenly, she spoke, Kaido, let's go back. Lin, what are you saying? Hearing her words, Kaido couldn't sit still. This counted as a failure. Big, stated bluntly, her tone calm, but 2 of the 5 elders are dead. And we also witnessed that thing. That's quite good, isn't it? Kaido's voice was agitated. This was a hard-won war. The next moment, Big Mom glanced down at him. I don't want to fight with a useless person. You old hag, Lin Lin. Kaido's expression darkened. Right now, he truly had no combat ability left. Just as the other party had said, that one knife wound was heavier and deeper than the one Odin had left on him back in the day. No, they weren't even comparable. The other party's devil fruit ability was too bizarre, directly breaking through his defenses and restricting his own powers. This overwhelming, domineering type of attack reminded Kaido of the scenes he had witnessed on that man's ship. However, compared to Rocks, this young man, named Law, utilized his devil fruit ability in an even more terrifying manner. The dark fruit. Suddenly, Kaido spoke. What did you say? Kaido, speak up. Big Mom shot him a glance. That guy possesses more than one devil fruit ability. The calm Kaido's voice was low. He, like Rocks, is also a user of the dark fruit, the most vicious ability in history. Big Mom stared at the retreating Law, understanding Kaido's meaning. It seemed Rocks' ability had truly fallen into the hands of an extraordinary individual. On the other side, Law was also rescued by Summer and Monet. Captain Law, Beepo exclaimed as he rushed over. As Law opened his eyes, he felt himself fall into a fluffy embrace. Beepo, Law's mouth twitched as he shouted. No joking. I'm going to suffocate. Don't shove the injured. The petite chopper pulled at Beepo's arm, finally saving Law. Seeing Law's flushed face, Beepo chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Sorry, Captain Law. Chopper, how is Boss Law? Summer hurriedly asked. After a thorough examination, Chopper said solemnly, without a complete check, the surface looks okay, but the internal organs are severely injured. Seeing all eyes on him, Law spoke, I'm not going to die, don't think too much. Prepare to leave immediately and let Jinbei and the others retreat and support from the outside. Hurry. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sound of air piercing echoed in the sky. Whoosh. The blade flashed. Boom. A cannonball exploded at the side of the ship, and Kana raised her large sword. The 21 work, and Dowie, as she looked down below. Their ship had originally been flying in the air, but after suffering 2 damages, its altitude had dropped significantly. 11 black ships, flying the world government's flag, were charging madly toward them. The densely packed personnel had expressions of deathly silence. Yet there was a hint of madness in their eyes. They were dressed in black, and the leader wore a white suit and an odd mask. These were all CP0 and other members of the world government. They were all filled with a sense of death. Behind them, Robin walked over, looking at the members of the world government, letting out a faint sigh. The 5 elders and the celestial dragon they were going to rescue had died on Hive Island. This was bad news for the accompanying members of the world government. They had only one fate left, to be buried together. The high-ups in Mariehua would not reason with them. Quickly deal with them and listen to Boss Law's order to retreat. Hikun, having released his devil fruit ability, felt adrenaline surge, and with every step his body swayed. After all, he was just an ordinary human, with no special bloodline and ordinary talents. His only fortune was the monkey wine he drank on that island and the mythical Zoan devil fruit he obtained. Compared to monsters like Kaido and Big Mom, he is still far too lacking. There are considerable gaps in all aspects, and it will take too much time to make up for it. The people from the world government are seeking death. Xiachi sneered. The tree ship beneath her feet grew wildly, tree spears condensed, and the rich color of armament hockey flowed through the spear. Whoosh! In the next moment, the 10-meter-long tree spear shot downwards. There were 2 consecutive explosions. 2 black ships exploded and sank to the bottom of the sea. Xiachi destroyed one, while the other was swallowed by a door. Hawkins stepped out from the side, his chest heaving violently. Their consumption was mainly from resisting the attacks of the kings before. That unreasonable war weapon made it very difficult for them to defend against every shot. Snowman, Zhu Yan, a cold voice rang out, and a cold wind swept through, covering the remaining 9 black ships in frost. Roars echoed, and 9 snow Zhu Yan, resembling the form of the Pekin beast, rose from the ground. Roar! On the ship, Brooke also drew his sword. In the flickering light of the blade, a chill that seemed capable of freezing souls spread. The others on the ship took action at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the 9 black ships exploded. Xiachi kindly strung up those CP0 members and sent them before Law, allowing him to kill them. Just a bunch of useless trash. Xiachi looked disdainful. Those CP0 members were not strong, and they were already injured. Even if they fought desperately, they could not be their opponents. Perhaps they could not deal with monsters of Kaido and Big Mom's level, But dealing with these dogs raised by the world government was not difficult. Clang! The blade of the ghostly cry sliced through the necks of those CP-0 members, and several corpses fell into the sea. Law looked into the distance. They were merely bait. Sent out to die. It seemed that it was not just the world government. That Admiral Sengoku had a ruthless heart as well. During the time they had been delayed, 8 warships surrounded them and the others, including Big Mom, from 8 directions. Although the number of warships was small, the Navy generals at the front were at least vice admirals. Led by Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru, the 3 admirals surrounded them from different directions. Their target was everyone here. Damn it, Xiaoqi cursed inwardly. Things had become troublesome. If they were all at their peak, how would it be to fight the Navy headquarters? But now, they were all quite injured, with Kila and Law in the worst state, and Yamato and Pikun also close to exhaustion. As for the other officers, they had consumed too much during the battle against the kings. It had to be said that such a war fortress was terrifying. Even if they had twice the number of people, they could do nothing against such a thing. They did have similar weapons. One of the ancient weapons, Pluton, was in their hands and was being studied by the scientific team, led by Iceberg and others. According to their information, even Kila could not sustain all of Pluton's energy. The consumption was too great. Hawkins calmly said, they had long been plotting. We cannot let them form a siege. We must break out. Good. I will take the lead, and you all follow. Xiaoqi said in a deep voice. Among them, the weakest chopper, after consuming the rumble ball, had strength comparable to a Navy vice admiral. As long as they quickly created a gap, they would be able to break through. Big Mom Pirates, Kaido Pirates, and Flynn Kevin. If you surrender now, you still have a chance to survive. On the foremost warship, Sengoku's expression was serious, and his voice was loud, carrying nearly 1,000 meters. Damn Navy. On the Beast Pirate ship, Queen looked displeased and worriedly glanced at the Big Mom Pirates. They had successfully regrouped, but Governor Kaido was still on the Big Mom Pirates ship and appeared to be seriously injured. This worried him as a scientist about what would happen next. They had already been captured before. That feeling was not good. Brother Gene, why don't we just go over there? Let's kill a Navy admiral as an offering to Lord Kaido. The one speaking was Jack. At this moment, he looked frantically at the encroaching warships, his voice hoarse. Are you crazy? Queen looked at Jack speechlessly. Among the 3 disasters, he was the most annoyed by Jack. Facing any Navy admiral, even if they could kill one, the remaining officers on this ship would probably be few. Let's join the Big Mom Pirates and fight our way out, Gene said coldly. He had just put down the transponder snail and communicated with Katakuri. As for Kaido and Big Mom, Gene knew their relationship. Now they were all allies. Of course, if necessary, Gene would also use the children and officers of the Big Mom Pirates to pave the way for Kaido. Admiral Sengoku, what Flynn Kevin? At this moment, laughter rang out from the wooden ship above, and Xiaoqi stuck her head out, looking down. We are not pirates. Flynn Kevin is not on our ship. On the warship, Kazan's gaze sharpened. He had seen this young man beside Flynn Kevin before. However, he did not expect this person to lie with a straight face. But what he said made sense. On Flynn Kevin's bounty poster, that face was not on the ship above. Everyone understood it was a fake face. They all knew what was going on, and the decision was in their hands. Kazan's gaze fell on Sengoku's face and found that the admiral did not immediately respond. If they did not let them go, the Navy would face 2 fierce sea emperors and a group of individuals whose strength was unclear. Kazan knew that among Flynn Kevin's group, there were 3 Logia Devil Fruit users, the Snow Fruit, the Burn Fruit, and the Rumble Fruit. Now looking at it, the one speaking was likely a user of the Logia Force Fruit. Such a foundation was more luxurious than their navy. His gaze fell on a large whirlpool of seawater that was gradually dissipating. There should have been an island here. Now it was gone. The one who acted was very likely the world government. A whole island had disappeared, yet they were still alive. The absence of Green Ghost was enough to prove their strength. What a joke. A roar interrupted everyone's thoughts. On a warship, Akainu looked coldly at the people in the sky, smoke billowing from his body. Let the devil child Nico Robin roll down, and you can leave. Cooperating with pirates? Never possible. Kazan frowned slightly. Indeed, he saw a familiar figure on that not-so-large ship. Nico Robin. Had that little girl chosen to join them now? Kazan felt complicated. In previous years, he had also paid attention to her, and even offered help when she was in trouble as a child. He was one of few who knew the truth behind that massacre order. Back then, when Nico Robin saw the world government and Navy members, she would tremble uncontrollably, filled with fear of them. Now, trapped in the Navy's encirclement, her gaze made Kazan feel a bit strange. She was no longer in fear. For some reason, Kazan felt a bit relieved. Then let's fight. Above, Xiaoqi's voice suddenly turned cold. We have no habit of betraying our comrades. Sakazuki, after this incident, will you become the pirate you despise the most? The celestial dragon you wanted to save has died at your hands. This statement caused the naval commanders who heard it to show unnatural expressions, especially the hawkish vice admirals, who clenched their fists tighter. In the next moment, the wooden ship in the air suddenly accelerated, heading towards a certain direction. Trying to escape? Sakazuki's expression was cold, as if he hadn't heard Xiaqi's words. Great fire. Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, streams of scalding, searing magma erupted from Sakazuki's hands. The magma seemed to possess endless power, continuously surging upwards, eventually forming massive pillars of fire that shot straight into the sky. These fire pillars reached dozens or even hundreds of meters high, their surfaces flowing with boiling magma, emitting dazzling light and a pungent sulfur smell. They danced in the air like giant dragons, heading straight for the wooden ship. Kuina stood in midair, stepping lightly as if on moon steps, her sword, Wad Ikamanji, shimmering with a cold light, causing Navy soldiers to fall one after another. Block them! Ghost Spider shouted loudly. Countless cannonballs shot into the sky, and the battle erupted in an instant. Big Mom's ship and the beast pirates suddenly moved in another direction, rumbling. What a bastard! In the sky, Xiaqi cursed. His small wooden ship exploded for the third time. This time it was more serious, completely gone, swallowed by the magma. In fact, Xiaqi did not dislike Sakazuki. When they set sail years ago, the Navy had gone to trouble Kaido, and Sakazuki's Doberman had invited them to join the Marine. They were even given a training booklet from the Navy headquarters, which recorded the simplest methods to cultivate armament hockey. However, now Xiaqi found Sakazuki extremely disgusting. Acting without reason and directly attacking, his abilities just happened to counter him. One annoying bastard, Xiaqi thought. In terms of destructive power, their attacks couldn't compare to Sakazuki's. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of breaking air rang out, and the people in the sky were sent scattering. Those with abilities? Take the others and leave. Luo's voice rang out, still calm. Let's gather in the Sky Island. Don't die. At the same time, Luo's figure flashed, avoiding the incoming cannonballs. And with a flick of his hand, Ghost Cry traced an arc, the blazing sword light heading straight for Sakazuki. Buzz! The overwhelming Conqueror's haki erupted at that moment, sweeping towards the approaching warships. Damn it! Several weak naval commanders fell one after another, and upon seeing this, Ghost Spider was furious, swinging his weapon towards Luo. The cold light flashed. Clang! The long sword entangled in Ghost Spider's hair shattered completely. You step back, Sakazuki said in a deep voice, delivering a heavy punch forward. Ziz! The heat steamed, reflecting the sea red. Sakazuki took a step back, a deep blood mark visible on his fist. Long time no see, Admiral Akainu. Luo smiled at Sakazuki. The others above, seeing Luo take the initiative to confront the enemy, hesitated for a moment, but decided not to interfere with Luo's decision. With Luo's abilities, if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. It was even more convenient than Hawkins' door fruit. After all, once one's power reached a certain level, it could also interfere with the other world Hawkins opened. So it's really you. Sakazuki looked deeply at Luo. He still vividly remembered the scene when Doberman invited them to join the Navy. He just didn't expect that the boy back then would grow to this extent now. It's simply terrifyingly fast. Uncle Sakazuki, if the Navy can't continue, how about coming to my side? Luo chuckled, slightly nodding at the two warships surrounding them. Of course. Admiral Kizaru, you too. What an impressive guy. Kizaru scratched his head, looking at Luo and sighing, daring to oppose the world government at your age. Your strength is simply monstrous. He said this very seriously. As admirals, they knew some things that others did not. Just like Crescent Island. The mastermind behind all this is actually Luo, and he's so young. Truly remarkable. Luo's mouth curled up. I've already taken down those two old men, Saint Satan and Saint Greenbowl. His expression at that moment was like a child showing off his candy, smiling naturally and excitedly. In terms of destruction to the world, actually, the innocent civilians who died at your hands outnumber me, don't they? Luo's naked gaze scrutinized Sakazuki and Kizaru. Admiral Kizaru, follow us. No matter how high your salary is in the world government and navy, mine is 3 times that. How about it? Luo's smile made the surrounding naval commanders frown, the pressure of his conqueror's haki weighing even heavier on them. My goal is not to rule the world, nor to become the pirate king. I just want to take down that unpredictable guy at the top of Mariewa. Isn't it disgusting, these celestial dragons? Hearing his words, Kizaru's eyes flickered. Hellhound. Scalding magma shot into the sky. Sakazuki coldly stared at Luo. You talk too much. Borsellino. Don't rush. Kazura's voice was calm, his arms crossed over his chest. At that moment, it was as if the heavens and earth were enveloped by an extraordinarily brilliant light. This light rapidly expanded at an incomparable speed, and in the blink of an eye, it completely covered the sky. Hundreds of dazzling lasers shone brightly, even making it hard to look directly at them, only feeling their immense power and might. Amidst the light, countless lasers poured down like dense raindrops, weaving and intertwining in the air, forming a tightly woven net of light that directly covered Luo's entire body. My words are always effective. Luo turned his palm over, laughter ringing out. Whoosh. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into the air, a steel plate appearing in its place, pierced by the laser. His condition was not good. He could no longer do what he did at the beginning, swapping places with just a thought without needing to exchange with an object. That bastard. Sakazuki suddenly turned his head. Luo's chosen direction was actually towards Sengoku. In the distance, everyone entered Hawkins' otherworld and directly retreated. The aura perceptible from the outside had already weakened. Not only that, but there were reports of Navy soldiers fleeing in that direction where the Shichibukai was located. Admiral Wee. A vice admiral stepped forward and asked in a low voice. Turn back. Sakazuki's reaction was quick. Coordinate with Admiral Sengoku. Leave those two pirate crews behind. Don't hold back. Yes. On the other side of the battlefield, Sengoku, Tsuru, and Akiji were all pushing toward the direction of the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates. Jin and Katakuri were coordinating with Big Mom to attack the Navy. The battle here was even more intense, with a vice admiral already dead and several officers from the Beast pirates and Big Mom's offspring also killed. At that moment, Sengoku, who was dealing with Big Mom, suddenly turned around. On the outermost warship of their encirclement, a figure suddenly appeared. The overwhelming conqueror's haki instantly attracted everyone's attention. This guy. Sengoku stared intently at Law. Ma'am. Little brat, are you trying to cooperate with us? Big Mom grinned, her expression playful. Cooperate? Law shook his head, sheathing the sword in his hand. My reinforcements have come to pick me up. Reinforcements? Sengoku frowned, his gaze cold. Were those fleeing warlords? They hadn't played any useful role in this war. Of course. Law's gaze fell on the ships in the distance that were gradually becoming clearer. It's your old friend. The logo prominently displayed 3 English letters. Now, as the ships drew closer, a figure slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Upon seeing this figure, both Sengoku and Tsuru changed their expressions. The vice admirals who had gathered around also showed shock in their eyes, their movements halting. Several commanders even exclaimed, Admiral Zifa. They recognized the identity of a newcomer. The Inyo Navy, an organization founded by former Admiral Black Arm Zifa. It had been operating on the fringes of the New World, with the sole aim of eliminating pirates. His appearance directly unsettled the major commanders of the Navy. Over 80% of the Navy officers present had, to some extent, been taught by Zifa. Seeing him now, many of the Navy commanders showed smiles. In their eyes, Admiral Zifa was not an enemy, even though he had left the Navy. The Inyo Navy he created was also acting to eliminate pirates. However, Sengoku's expression turned very grim. Zifa, you shouldn't be appearing at this time. Sengoku murmured. Over the years, the world government had received intelligence that his old friend had been searching for some special or. However, in recent years, the movements of the Inyo Navy had suddenly become secretive. If it weren't for the increasingly fierce pirate conflicts in the New World, the Inyo Navy might have already become a target for bounties. Sengoku had a vague guess about his old friend's purpose. Long time no see, Admiral Sengoku. Law's bony fingers reached out and snapped his fingers at Sengoku. Snap! A small stone appeared in place. And beside that figure, which surprised the Navy, Law suddenly stepped out. Admiral Zifa, be careful. One vice admiral's expression turned anxious, just about to speak, but saw that familiar face, showing no surprise at all. Law even smiled and greeted a few officers from the Inyo Navy. Long time no see, I'm Binz. You brat. Binz looked displeased, his brows furrowing, but he ultimately sighed. The boy in front of them, about the same age as them, had subordinates who could defeat their seniors, Smoker and Tina. He himself was also among the top experts across various factions, scheming against the Navy, the pirates, and the world government. Such a person. He really didn't want Zifa-sensei to get involved with them. It was too dangerous. Ein, on the other hand, looked at Law with a complex expression. She had fought with a woman named Monet and suffered a crushing defeat. As a woman, she could feel Zifa-sensei's changes more than Binz. Before this guy contacted Zifa-sensei, her own teacher had been aimless, filled with hatred. Now, it seemed like Zifa-sensei had found a purpose. "Admiral Zifa, I'm counting on you." Law was not polite at all, sitting directly on the deck and closing his eyes. "How many times have I said it? I'm no longer an admiral." Zifa shook his head, his gaze quietly meeting Sengoku's across the way. "Bins, return to base." The Inyo Navy's ship traced a curve and began to retreat. During this time, Sengoku did not order a pursuit, merely watching Zifa leave. Sengoku stared at their departing figures, his clenched fist involuntarily relaxing. If he were a Navy man, how great it would be. He did not issue orders for the commanders to attack while the other side was turning. If a fight broke out, the Inyo Navy would not leave unscathed. But Sengoku could not give such an order. The influence of the older generation on the younger generation was enormous. As a Navy hero, Garp had been brutally stabbed by the Holy Knight Green Bull in front of all the Navy. This scene had already shaken the faith of the lower-ranking Navy. And Zifa was also the teacher of those middle-aged Navy commanders. If a real fight broke out, perhaps half of the Navy commanders here would not take action. Even the Hawks, who usually advocated for war, would not see more than 5 vice admirals take action. Sengoku saw very clearly that Zifa did not bring that heavy iron wall crusher right hand. His right hand seemed to be perfectly intact. At that time, even with the medical technology within the Navy, it was impossible to achieve, only possible through the ability of a devil fruit. Therefore, Law's identity could actually be confirmed. In fact, he had a close relationship with his adopted son. For this reason, your ambitions, could they be targeting the celestial dragons? "Kizaru, take Kazan and go catch those fleeing guys," Sengoku said to the transponder snail, his gaze locking onto the Bigman pirates and the Beast pirates, who had initially broken through the defenses. "All troops, listen up. Surround the Bigman pirates and the Beast pirates with full force." 3 days. The outcome of the battle at Hive Island spread throughout the world at an astonishing speed. Just 1 day later, this news topped the headlines of the newspapers distributed by the newsbirds, becoming the focus of the entire world. In places not covered by live broadcasts, countless people were shocked, unable to believe the details in the reports. The battle was so intense that it completely destroyed 2 islands. Pirates' Paradise Hive Island was completely flattened, while the other was blown to pieces and sank into the sea. Even more astonishingly, this fierce battle resulted in the death of one of the elders and the disappearance of another. Additionally, over 10,000 pirates and Navy soldiers lost their lives, filling the entire sea with a sense of death and bloodshed. People were astounded by the scale and consequences of this battle. Celestial Dragon Charlos was live-streamed being killed. The Navy hero was ambushed by the elders. The warlords of the sea betrayed. Waves of news unfavorable to the world government and the Navy spread throughout the world. This war dealt a significant blow to the world government, filled with negative news against them. The Navy could hardly present any impressive achievements. The only gain was the officers from the 4 Emperor's crew. The most captured pirates still come from the Beast pirates. The officers who were originally released as hostages were only out for a short time, and except for Queen, they were all captured again. Drought Jack was killed on the spot by Admiral Akainu. The situation continued to escalate, especially among those who watched the live broadcast, who spread the news. Upon returning to Marineford, the faces of the various Marine generals were not looking good. But soon, a message quickly spread from Marineford. The Marine hero, Monkey D. Carp, unfortunately, sacrificed himself during the battle on Hakanosu Island. His funeral will be held in half a month at Marineford. Another piece of news soon broke the original calm period. In the Sabeti archipelago, a blind swordsman publicly killed a celestial dragon. One Smile. This name spread from Sabeti archipelago and caught the attention of countless people. With the celestial dragon killed, the Marine admirals personally came, causing chaos in Sabeti archipelago, with countless pirates fleeing. This was someone who dared to kill a celestial dragon during a sensitive period for the Marines. Soon, people discovered that this One Smile was not a pirate. After killing the celestial dragon, he said nothing and did not leave, just sat down to eat a bowl of ramen. This fierce individual was quickly captured by the Marines and brought to Marineford. Although he did not resist, according to bold merchants nearby, Admiral Kizaru's expression visibly became serious upon seeing him. The individual was suspected to be a devil fruit user. However, after being handcuffed with sea prism stone, his body only paused momentarily as he walked step by step onto the warship, looking not particularly uncomfortable. Some Marines claimed that after boarding the warship, Admiral Kizaru kept shouting Kawai and I, seemingly communicating with Fleet Admiral Sengoku. What no one knew was that at that moment, Sengoku's desk had an additional transfer order. It was about the personnel movements of Marine generals and soldiers. The direction of the transfer was Holy Land, Mariewa. At this time, Sengoku was looking at another piece of intelligence. It was an unsigned, unmarked document recorded in code. The content stated that 1/10 of the territory in Holy Land Mariewa had mysteriously disappeared. At this moment, Holy Land Mariewa had sealed off all news. Even the Gorosei only contacted Sengoku once. The content of the contact made Sengoku change his expression for the first time after the battle on Hakanosu Island. It seems I'm still not competent enough as Fleet Admiral. Sengoku's eyes flickered as he opened the drawer and slowly took out another handwritten report. The report bore his handwriting. It was a resignation letter. 1 day later, several new bounty notices were sent out from Marine headquarters, shocking countless people. Trafalgar Law, bounty 5 billion berries. Among the 4 emperors of the sea, only Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, had a bounty that could surpass his. The gap between the two was only 46 million berries. The bounties of both Big Mom and Kaido were below 5 billion berries. This was like Marine headquarters announcing to the world the emergence of a 5th emperor of the sea. Many people could not understand, because they did not know this Trafalgar Law. They didn't even know the name of his pirate crew, an extremely unfamiliar powerhouse. Many people saw numerous pirates during the battle on Hakanosu Island through the live broadcast and witnessed the strength of those world-class powerhouses. But all of them were familiar faces, all great pirates from the New World. But who was this Trafalgar Law? What puzzled everyone even more was that Morgans, the president of the World Economic News, known for his intelligence, did not provide a detailed explanation in the new newspaper. This was obviously big news. Morgans dared to report even on the death of a Gorosei. Yet there was no explanation for this newly emerged emperor of the sea. At this time, Law, who was widely talked about outside, was just sitting in a CF, resting with his eyes closed. Directly opposite him, a mature purple-haired old man was leisurely holding a cup of coffee, gently sipping it and savoring its rich aroma. His deep and wise eyes revealed a calmness and indifference that came with the passage of time as he read the latest newspaper and bounty notices. Behind Zephyr, Ein and Bin stood quietly like 2 towering mountains, resembling 2 solemn and dignified guardian deities. They stood tall, their eyes focused and vigilant, as if ready to respond to any unexpected situation at any moment. Suddenly, Ein and Bin's originally calm expressions slightly wrinkled, as if sensing a strange aura. Then, they swiftly turned their heads. Who? The alert shout broke the silence, and a brilliant blue arc of electricity suddenly flashed. Just as everyone was astonished, a delighted young girl's voice rang out, Law. Ein and Bin's immediately became alert, their eyes wide with disbelief and vigilance. They hadn't even seen how the other had silently appeared here. In front of them, a thin young man leaned against the soft sofa, with the cursed blade Oni Kuri leaning beside him, seemingly possessing its own spirit, as the plush ball below the hilt gently swayed. As if sensing something, Law slowly opened his deep eyes. Seeing Kira lively as usual, Law nodded slightly. Nowadays, the officers had scattered, and Kira was an early officer who boarded the ship and possessed the rumble fruit, excelling in speed. She was also the first one he arranged to meet him. Don't be anxious, Zephyr's calm voice rang out, prompting Ein and Bin's to lower their weapons together. Law calmly observed the scene, not surprised. As a former Marine admiral, Zephyr had a strong personal charm. In these few days, even when he was discussing with Zephyr, Ein and Bin's directly questioned the tasks assigned to Zephyr, wanting him to take the lead. This showed that Admiral Zephyr, you taught well, Law chuckled softly. Law, another youthful girl's voice rang out. However, compared to Kira, the newcomer seemed full of resentment and discontent. A blue-haired little girl holding a basket of grapes pushed the door open and tossed a teddy bear forward. Sugar, you're too slow. Kira laughed from the side, a flash of lightning in her hand as she popped a grape into her mouth. How could I run faster than you? Sugar said helplessly. Snap. She lightly snapped her fingers. In the next moment, the teddy bear transformed into a thin man. So this guy's a traitor? Sugar said disdainfully. I told you back then, that way of recruiting people would definitely have problems. This kind of ungrateful wolf should be killed directly. The man was none other than Crocodile. However, at this moment, this man known as Mr. Zero looked at Sugar with a face full of terror. You. Crocodile's voice abruptly stopped, his gaze glancing at Law sitting on the sofa, and his heart sank completely. Lord Law, please spare my life. I was threatened by that legendary pirate, and I had no choice. Whoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, Crocodile suddenly erupted, his shadow shattering into pieces and dispersing in all directions. You're really asking for death. Sugar coldly watched this scene without intervening. During their time on the Sky Island, This guy had sneaked into the rooms of few of their cadres and was caught by her red-handed. The shadow fruit is very powerful. But Crocodile is just a waste. He couldn't even last 10 moves against her. Dark water. A cold voice echoed in the CAF. Law calmly extended his hand, and black tide spread across his pale palm. No. Crocodile's expression changed drastically, and his body involuntarily converged towards Law. Spit. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. Crocodile's body became shriveled, as if some power was being drawn from him. His skin dulled, and his scream abruptly ceased. A breath of life slowly faded away in the CAF, and Crocodile's body was swallowed by darkness. That reliable candidate, I leave it to you, Sugar. Law tossed the devil fruit in his hand to Sugar, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Let's talk later. Sugar did not refute, glancing at Law and putting away the shadow fruit. This fruit was not the first time they had seen it. The most vicious devil fruit ability in the world. A gasp came from the side, and Ein and Binz looked at Law's actions with serious expressions, their eyes filled with shock. He could actually extract a person's devil fruit ability directly. They had also seen the bounty and knew some information. This Trafalgar Law is not just a user of the Ope Ope fruit. He has 2 devil fruit abilities. Zephyr put down the newspaper in his hand, feeling a bit emotional. What an evil ability. He and Garp, Sengoku are from the same generation, and have naturally seen that crazy man. Rux, the previous user of the dark fruit. Law smiled slightly. Admiral Zephyr, do you also want to throw me into the underwater prison? If I were still in Navy. Zephyr looked Law up and down and laughed. Then I would definitely keep a close watch on you, kid. Since your people are here. Do we need to accompany you? No need. Law stood up and said seriously, thank you for saving me, Admiral, the other day. Zephyr looked at Law deeply. If I don't go, I believe your people will find a way to rescue you. Right? His agreement to go to Honeycomb Island was largely due to not wanting Law and the Navy to engage in unnecessary conflict. Even now, Zephyr still couldn't figure out how Law had gathered so many strong individuals. A person like him, stepping into old age, no longer spoke of dreams and ties. The reason Law could persuade Zephyr was that Zephyr truly saw hope and the possibility of success in Law. Not in the future, but in the present. Ha ha ha, of course. It's easier for you, Admiral. Law waved at Zephyr. Are you sure you don't want to go with me? I feel that just by myself. I might not be able to convince him. No. Zephyr shook his head. He wasn't child. If I participate in your plan, I might become your enemy. Wouldn't I? That's true. Law nodded. Creak. The door opened, and 2 figures walked in. Zephyr left with Ein and Binz. However, both Ein and Binz looked shocked upon seeing the 2 who entered. Law. A fragrant breeze seemed to bring endless allure and temptation, like a light veil rushing towards them, instantly coloring the surrounding air with a different aura. A figure descended from the clouds like a fairy, her height matching Law's, her figure graceful and curvaceous, her beauty unparalleled, cheeks slightly flushed, and her eyes sparkling like brilliant stars. Her cherry lips slightly parted, as if a beautiful butterfly was directly flying over. Sugar raised her eyebrows slightly and quietly retreated to the side, sitting on the sofa and eating grapes. The newcomer was none other than Boa Hancock. This pirate empress, with her enchanting demeanor, made one's heart skip a beat. Law instinctively opened his arms, which had been slightly closed, and suddenly felt an aura as warm as the spring sun enveloping him. That aura gently lingered around him, and a soft figure, as if capable of melting hearts, quietly appeared in his embrace. Hancock's skin was delicate as fat, exuding a faint fragrance. She seemed like a fairy that had fallen from a celestial realm, soft as jade. In an instant, everyone's gaze converged on Law, their eyes filled with teasing. It was extremely rare to see Law blush. However, now that Hawkins and the others were not around, they would definitely have taken out their cameras and snapped away. Law cleared his throat a couple of times, slightly pulling the figure in his arms away, and seriously nodded. Hancock. Ha ha ha, Law. It's good to see you're fine. Jimby laughed from behind, greeting Law and the others. The small island next to Honeycomb Island that was sunk had shocked those who rushed over afterward. The level of destruction made even Jimby's heart race. Hancock's expression shifted slightly, and a hint of worry appeared in her eyes. However, sensing that Hancock was about to say something shocking, Law quickly extended a finger to block Hancock's lips and patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I'll definitely take you next time. I'm fine. Hancock nodded vigorously, her shy demeanor leaving Law at a loss for words. Not many people had gathered. Pecan and the others had all returned to Sky Island to regroup. Not everyone was like Law, with a special physique and inhuman recovery ability, capable of treating injuries by removing parts of their body. At the port, the luxurious giant ship was already waiting for everyone's arrival. The ship naturally belonged to TrafalgarLaw. This time, their target was the Navy headquarters. Not to challenge war again, but to rescue someone. That day, Admiral Kizaru did not come away empty-handed. Shachi was captured. After he was captured, Pecan and Hawkins led everyone to escape even faster. There was no way. With the cadres captured, the Captain Law naturally had to go rescue them. However, Captain Law, TrafalgarLaw smiled as he saw Law was fine, the corner of his mouth curling up. You guessed right. That straw hat kid really showed up on this island. Rayleigh, where's Shanks and the others? On the other side, also on Sabeti Archipelago, in a bar, Luffy was eating barbecue, feeling a bit down. I still wanted to personally thank him. By the bar, Rayleigh swirled the drink in his glass, tilting his head back to finish the liquid in one go. He has his own business, and you have yours. Right? Luffy, are you sure you want to see your grandpa? Rayleigh asked. Of course. Luffy nodded, feeling inexplicably sad, the meat in his hand seeming less tasty. It had been less than half a year since he set sail, yet so much had happened that he never anticipated. That's the Navy headquarters. Aren't you afraid of being caught? Not afraid. Luffy shouted. Rayleigh, can I follow you to learn how to get stronger? Hey, since we know each other, can you let me go? In a prison cell, a young man with short orange hair sat on the ground, his entire body wrapped in dozens of chains. Upon closer inspection, the chains are all made of sea prism stone. Outside the cell, Smoke swirls as Smoker, with his silver short hair. Sits at the door wearing a large coat with the word Justice written on the back and wind goggles around his neck, polishing his sea prism stone weapon, Shishodo. You have quite the nerve. Smoker lights up another cigar, glancing at Xiachi, who keeps talking, a flash of apprehension quickly crossing his eyes. The Navy headquarters has confirmed that this guy's devil fruit ability is the Mori Mori no Mi, reputed to be the strongest natural-type devil fruit in terms of vitality. Of course, Xiachi grins. We've taken down several of the 5 elders already. But Smoker, aren't you being a bit excessive? I'm not a wanted criminal. Which bounty notice has my name and photo on it? Your Admiral Kizaru is just grabbing people randomly. Hearing the words 5 elders, Smoker's mouth twitched slightly. His tone calm. The more you talk, the more stamina you expend. My duty is to send you to the underwater prison. That's all. Come on. Xiachi chuckled. But if that's the case, the underwater prison is probably going to be destroyed. You can try. Smoker's voice turned slightly colder. Don't worry. Xiachi seemed to see through Smoker's thoughts and comforted him. We'll help you take down all the pirates inside. In our boss's words, people themselves are also resources. Aren't they? Smoker, why don't you leave the Navy? We have quite a few natural-type devil fruit users among us. It wouldn't be a problem to take you along. Let's form a team full of natural-type devil fruit users and blow up that garbage zone type. At this point, Xiachi seemed to think of something, his face turning sour. Then he cackled. Take care of yourself. Smoker got up, ignoring Xiachi further. The Zoan type. Smoker seemed to recall years ago when he first met this group. At that time, he encountered the young man who could transform into a white ape. However, back then, it was only the other party's captain who managed to defeat him. And now, in the war on Hive Island, Smoker, like Tina, is one of the sleeping naval officers from the past. He only played a role in the early stages and during the cleanup of Hive Island. What happened in between? Smoker and the other naval soldiers knew nothing. Under the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki, they didn't even have the qualification to act. In the Navy, only those at the rank of captain and above know the full situation of the war. This left Smoker feeling very uncomfortable. Who? Just then, Smoker suddenly turned his head, staring at a shadowy area. Vice Admiral, White Hunter Smoker. A calm voice sounded as a man in a white suit and bird mask stepped out, first announcing Smoker's identity. Are you from the world government? Smoker frowned. Which CP agency do you belong to? Sorry, you have no right to ask. The man in the bird mask stepped closer. What are you doing here? Smoke wafted from Smoker's cigar. Whoosh. A sound of air breaking suddenly rang out. Bang. Shishodo was tightly gripped by a hand. Not a devil fruit user. Smoker's eyes flashed as he observed the other party's unchanged demeanor, quickly forming a judgment in his heart. As long as you want, our world government can support you to quickly advance to the rank of Rear Admiral. The man in the bird mask spoke. No need. Smoker retracted Shishodo, locking his gaze on the other party, taking a deep puff of his cigar. With my own abilities, it won't take long for me to become a Rear Admiral. He is calm, and the war on Hive Island indeed made Smoker feel the path to becoming stronger. No, you are mistaken. The man in the bird mask shook his head. Having the strength of a rear admiral and the qualifications of a rear admiral does not mean you can become a Navy rear admiral. Smoker, you are a smart person. You know what I mean. Get lost. Smoker slightly lowered his head, taking out a lighter to light a new cigar. White Hunter, are you refusing the world government's reward? I want to take that guy in the prison away. Have Admiral Sengoku notify me. My mission is to escort him to the underwater prison. Upon hearing Smoker's words, the man in the bird mask fell silent. However, he did not take action and simply turned to leave. Smoker watched him depart, opened the door, and re-enter the cell. Ha ha ha, your face really stinks. Xiachi laughed. Smoking 3 cigars at once. Is this the power of a smoke fruit user? You should be glad that the one guarding you is me. Smoker ignored Xiachi's mockery and pulled over a chair to sit down. Then let me go. Xiachi's laughter stopped, wanting to move his body, but after shaking, he still couldn't break free from the restraints. Smoker, you actually don't have the confidence to defeat the guy you just spoke to, do you? You can let me handle it. I've taken down several of that level of CP0. In fact, I also want to see if the world government still has anyone comparable to your Navy admirals. After the war on Hive Island, the Navy headquarters fell into a low atmosphere. Please stop. At the port, a group of Navy soldiers was welcoming the recently arrived warship. The leading man stepped out, presenting his credentials. Vice Admiral Alvin from the North Blue, please enter. After confirming the paperwork was correct, the group quickly passed through security and headed inside. As expected of you, Tezolo, one of the plump Navy officers chuckled. If someone could strip off his clothes and face, they would surely see familiar blue skin. Fisher Tiger, nowadays, the world government has not dealt with any matters concerning the 7 warlords of the sea. Meanwhile, the Navy has issued a warning to be cautious of all warlords of the sea due to the situation during the war on Hive Island. This is Fisher Tiger's 2nd visit to the Navy headquarters. Just like last time, they completely entered Marineford legally and in compliance. Even Vice Admiral Alvin is a genuine Navy rear admiral. Among the crowd, Alvin appeared very respectful, especially towards Tezolo. This Vice Admiral was brought up by Tezolo using his money ability. He also participated in the war on Hive Island, but fainted on the outskirts. In past achievements, capturing pirates with bounties over 100 million all involved Tezolo's contributions. This is the limit. Tezolo spread his hands. Ro, you were right back then. Money can't buy everything. It's simply impossible to support a Navy admiral to the top. If you were to replace the world government, it wouldn't be impossible. Ro smiled. The world government. Tezolo's eyes flickered. Maybe he actually doesn't care how the world government operates. What he cares about is the Holy Land, Mariewa, located on the Red Line. The celestial dragons have already begun to die, haven't they? Ro, that old guy might not be dead. Thinking of certain intelligence he had acquired, Tezolo reminded them. Among the news they received, Mary Geos had lost 1/10 of its territory. A great war erupted above, suspected to involve elite forces of the Revolutionary Army. As the war on Hive Island approached, they launched a surprise attack on Mary Geos. If he didn't die, he would find another chance to kill him. Law rubbed the hilt of his sword, guilty cry, and a ripple of emotion surfaced in his deep eyes. Collaborating with pirates was akin to seeking skin from Tiger. The Navy wasn't necessarily just, but pirates certainly deserved to die. They had accepted the goodwill brought by this legendary pirate. Pecan learned to wield conqueror's hockey, and he had a share of the credit. At the same time, he indeed helped Law and his companions a lot. But fundamentally, he would also act for himself. They were fortunate to have experienced each other's malice. After several twists and turns, Alvin led everyone to a relatively remote area of Marineford. This was the difference between a vice admiral from the headquarters and those from the 4 seas. Without a mission, Alvin was like a stranger, not receiving any special treatment and naturally not being valued. The direction they were heading was the military hospital of Marineford. Law was on a fine garp. Yes, the garp was about to attend a funeral. If this funeral were real, Law hoped it was false. If this funeral were false, Law wished to make it real. Garp had no enmity with him, and Law even held a sense of respect for this naval hero. However, Law was not a good person, given the circumstances. Even if Garp were still alive, he wouldn't last long and wouldn't be able to exert much combat power. The war on Hive Island made Law realize his own weakness. He wasn't strong enough. Far from it. The legendary ancient weapons, when fully utilized, posed a significant threat to Law. The Heavenly Kings could indeed kill him. Not just the Heavenly Kings, but top-tier powerhouses like the Golden Lion could also inflict fatal injuries on him. Law's name contained AD, but in reality, he didn't feel he had anything special. His ability to consume multiple devil fruits and absorb blood energy from killing came from the golden finger he brought with him when he crossed over. This body itself had nothing remarkable. Humans have limits. Therefore, Law chose a bloodier path to harvest the lives of the strong. He came to the Navy headquarters because Shachi and Penguin were here. Law's next target was the Whitebeard pirates. Then he would eliminate the Golden Lion and others. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, an alarm sounded ahead. Alvin immediately became nervous. He didn't know the identities of Law and the others. But he knew Tesalo, the former warlord of the sea, who was now not favored by the Navy. Once he was discovered, it would be over for him, completely over. He was quite clear about how he became a vice admiral in the Navy. He stopped a team of anxious naval soldiers, and after they explained, Alvin's tense muscles visibly relaxed. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Tesalo's eyes. He didn't expect the Straw Hat Pirates to appear at this time. It seemed their goal was the same as his group's. However, compared to them, the few led by the Straw Hat had secretly infiltrated and then couldn't prove their identities, which led to their discovery. The naval soldiers just now weren't very anxious. They brought Alvin a message that Admiral Kazan had gone to provide support. Indeed, a cold breeze wafted through the air ahead. Then let's go to our original destination. 2 more naval rear admirals came to meet Alvin, smiling. They were also their people, here to guide them into the depths of Marineford's prison. The prison located at the Navy headquarters had security forces more lax than expected, even compared to Jean Bay and others. Their paperwork and identities were prepared perfectly, allowing them to enter the prison easily. The prison was divided into 3 levels. Only the top level had naval soldiers guarding it. It was evident that the impact of the war above had led the soldiers on the lower levels to be indifferent. A strong smell of alcohol wafted through the air, although it was just a bottle or two. For strong individuals like Law and the others, the scent was quite noticeable. The soldiers were laughing and playing cards. Upon seeing Alvin, a relatively unfamiliar vice admiral, they were momentarily taken aback. But upon seeing the other 2 rear admirals, they immediately showed smiles again, waving at everyone, even whistling at Hancock and Carla behind them. These guys. Hancock's beautiful eyes narrowed. There's no need to get angry with these guys, Hancock. Law noticed this scene and quietly approached her, his voice ringing in her ear. In an instant, the frost on Hancock's face disappeared, and her eyes showed obvious joy and shyness as she lightly responded with an eagerly following Law's pace. The 2 rear admirals stayed on the top level, chatting with the soldiers, while Alvin led Law and the others down. The first level was filled with pirates trying to go from Sabati Archipelago to the New World. They came from all over the seas, and none had bounties over 100 million, all small fry. The second level underground had pirates with considerable fame, bounties ranging from 100 million to 300 million, many of whom had been to the New World. Tesalo pointed out their identities to Law, mentioning that some were customers from their casino. Most were captives caught on Hive Island. Swish! Guilty cry unsheathed. Its cold light harvesting lives from the pirates in the cages on both sides. Law moved silently, like harvesting cabbage, with no sound as each life force vanished. It's you guys. Finally, at the deepest part of the second level, someone recognized Law. In fact, it was the guilty cry in Law's hand that gave him away. They were truly acquaintances, led by the Flying 6 of the Beast Pirates, including Sasaki and Page 1. They had returned to prison, their expressions natural, as if coming home, contrasting sharply with the terrified and worried looks of the previous pirates. The response to them was still the thunderous sound of guilty cry slicing through the air. Sugar skillfully took out fruits from her bosom, and a tide of darkness rose in Law's hand. This batch of leeks was worth a lot, with several ancient varieties, which Law naturally wouldn't miss. They might not need them, but collecting them was good. This time, even if Kaido kidnapped a Gorosei, he couldn't redeem his subordinates. Snap! Snap! The footsteps of the group echoed in the bottommost level, sounding very abrupt in this empty and quiet environment. Looking around, the cells here were all empty, except for the innermost cell, where an empty chair was placed. Hearing the sounds coming closer, the man inside raised his head, his gaze falling on Law and his companions. Upon seeing the person at the deepest part, Alvin was visibly startled, his face filled with disbelief. At this moment, Law tore off his disguise, revealing his true face. Admiral Sakazuki, it seems your situation isn't very good. It's you. Sakazuki's expression darkened upon seeing Law arrive, his gaze falling on Alvin behind him, his demeanor unfriendly. There were no fluctuations of battle, no noise, and not even any obstruction. The way Law and others appeared in front of Sakazuki seemed to mock this former admiral. The war on Honeycomb Island felt like it was just yesterday, and today the positions of both sides had changed dramatically. I had spoken to Fleet Admiral Sengoku before. There are indeed some useless people in the Navy who are just dragging things down. If it's true. Sakazuki didn't get angry and shifted his gaze back to Law. Don't be so angry, Admiral Akainu. Law smiled slightly. Can I ask you something? Where are my companions? Sakazuki snorted coldly. Do you think I would tell you? Or do you think that because of this, I would betray the Navy? Don't dream. He suddenly stood up, scaring Alvin into retreating behind his Olo. But the decaying system and old rules you can no longer change. Law drew out his sword, Inma, and waved it gently. The cold light cut through the iron bars of the cell, instantly closing the distance between the two. Law truly believed that this Admiral Akainu would become the future Fleet Admiral of the Navy, replacing Sengoku's position. After all, that is how it was portrayed in the anime. He just didn't expect that the celestial dragon the Navy went to save would actually be killed by Sakazuki. Not only that, but this admiral was really bound and hadn't defected. Oh, he should now be considered a former admiral. Tazolo took out a document and handed it to Sakazuki. Sakazuki merely glanced at it, snorted twice. The operations of those loyal dogs are still so disgusting. That was a document from the world government, secretly transporting Sakazuki to Mariehua for execution. He didn't doubt that it was a fake document because the style of doing things was too familiar. As an admiral of the Navy, one of his responsibilities was to protect the celestial dragons, and naturally, he had interacted with that group of loyal dogs from the intelligence organization many times. So what is your choice? Law stepped forward, sheathing Inma, appearing defenseless. Or are we going to break into a fight in the next second? Upon hearing this, Alvin's face turned even paler, while Tazolo and Jinbei's positions seemed casual, but they were actually prepared for battle. Although Sakazuki was in a cell, he was only wearing a pair of sea-prism stone handcuffs that were quite loose, more like training equipment. Tazolo and the others had experienced some of Law's training methods. As a devil fruit user, after continuous training, one could gradually resist that feeling of weakness. For trained warriors, the sea-prism stone only restrained their abilities and could not completely confine them. This was also the reason why Kaido of the Beasts, one of the four emperors, was captured repeatedly but escaped again and again. Even with sea-prism stone handcuffs, it could not limit his powerful physique and haki. Similarly, Sakazuki was the same. If he truly wanted to break free, these broken handcuffs couldn't restrict him. Sakazuki met Law's pitch-black eyes, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. Do you want to fight me? Bang. He leaned back and sat down again in the cell. I'm no longer an admiral, just a prisoner who has done wrong. Done wrong? Law laughed, killing the celestial dragons. Isn't that a great thing? Eliminating evil for the people. What's wrong with that? Next to Law, Hancock, who was holding his arm, nodded seriously, agreeing with Law's words. The celestial dragons all deserve to die. Lord Law, I support you. Sakazuki did not respond. As a Navy man, a Navy who obeyed the orders of the world government, he always prioritized the commands of his superiors. To kill pirates, he wouldn't even care about civilians, let alone the nobles of those kingdoms. However, the ones who wanted him dead now were the world government he had obeyed his whole life. Betrayal? To become a pirate? Sakazuki felt it would be better to just die like this. He wasn't afraid of death. Seeing him close his eyes, Law still approached, his low voice filled with temptation. The Navy has always followed the world government's orders. That's your biggest mistake. If the world government were truly fair and just, that would be one thing. Letting a group of disgusting celestial dragons stand above you. Your predecessors bore their debts, and we, the juniors, have to repay them indefinitely like beasts. Besides, history is written by the victors. Perhaps their ancestors were enemies of our ancestors. After all, 3 of the Gorosei have already died. Come to me, and you'll be the fleet admiral of Neo. Once all those guys in Mariehua are dead, we'll support you to be the admiral in this marine fort. Who would dare oppose? At the mention of Neo, Sakazuki's expression remained unchanged. But when it came to Zifa, he opened his eyes, his tone strange. Does the old man Zifa not want to live his later years? I healed his illness. Law said calmly, what your Navy can't do, I did. Just then, boom, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from afar, shaking the underground prison slightly. Sakazuki ignored this unexpected situation, his eyes reflecting a few memories. Among the 3 admirals of the previous generation, Zifa, Garp, and Sengoku, the one he was closest to was actually Zifa. Admiral Zifa was his teacher. However, due to ideological differences, after Sakazuki had his own warship to carry out missions, they had little contact. He felt that Zifa's not killing reputation was very foolish, but it was undeniable that this was Admiral Zifa, the guy who was like a good-natured person. After leaving the Navy, he established the Neo Navy, but his style had changed completely. The fundamental reason, Sakazuki knew in his heart. For so many years, he had no children or thoughts of marriage. Sugar, make your move. Seeing that Sakazuki did not refuse, Law directly placed Sugar beside Sakazuki. Hey, you guy. Sugar was startled. Facing an admiral so closely, especially the most ruthless admiral Akainu, she was also scared. However, Sakazuki did not make any moves. Sugar cautiously placed her palm on Sakazuki's shoulder. With a light, buzzing sound, a toy soldier about half a person tall, wearing C-prism stone handcuffs, appeared before everyone's eyes. Jinbei and Tizolo felt a wave of confusion rising in their hearts. The next moment, a wave of tangible Conqueror's haki washed over them from head to toe, reminding them of Sakazuki's presence. Sugar's Devil Fruit ability allows those with Conqueror's haki to be shielded from its effects. A certain teacher once said that haki is everything. Even with adequate armament haki, one can forcibly break free from a toy form. As for the motionless toy soldier in front of them, for adults, not refusing meant acquiescence. Right? Grandpa. That sorrowful voice seemed to carry endless grief, echoing softly in the quiet hospital morgue. It felt as if every note was permeated with deep pain. Luffy stood there dumbfounded, his usually vibrant and determined eyes now slightly red. The black and white photo on the coffin was all too clear to Luffy. That is his grandfather, Garp. In that war, his grandfather died, saving him. At this moment, he felt a deep silence in his heart. Ace and Shanks had both left before he woke up, and now, there were only 4 figures around him. Sanji, Usopp, Vivi, Johnny, and Joseph. These were all the current members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy, you still have us. Sanji gently patted Luffy's shoulder, wanting to light a cigarette, but holding back. Whatever you do in the future, we will accompany you. Yeah, Luffy, you've already participated in such intense battles. Usopp said repeatedly from the side. Luffy nodded vigorously. Then everyone. Let's open the coffin lid together. The sad atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. What did you say? Usopp's voice rose sharply. Luffy, you idiot. Sanji's forehead bulged with veins, his expression unfriendly. He had wanted to comfort this guy. You bastard. I think Luffy must have his own thoughts, right? Vivi said softly from the side. Hearing the girl's gentle voice, Sanji turned his head, and a bright smile suddenly appeared on his face. Vivi-chan, your voice is really nice. You are right. The next second, Sanji turned back, glaring at Luffy. Hey, Luffy, are you really going to do this? Of course. Luffy grinned. I want to take my grandfather back to the East Blue. That's where Grandpa belongs. Saying this, Luffy quickly extended his hand and grabbed the knife at Johnny's waist. Luffy. Johnny was shocked, watching Luffy swing the knife towards the center of the coffin. Using the knife like that will ruin it. Joseph breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Luffy didn't take his knife. This guy. Sanji couldn't help but light a cigarette for himself. He couldn't bring himself to help his captain pry open his grandfather's coffin lid. However, in the adjacent building, a screen was placed showing what Luffy was doing. 3 figures were standing there, one of whom was handcuffed with C-prism stone, eyes closed, bowing their head to eat ramen. Mr. Garp's grandson really has character. One laughed, taking a sip of ramen, his voice tinged with a hint of emotion. He wasn't mocking, with his observation haki. He could sense that the little guy was more like a child with a pure heart. Sorry for the trouble. On the hospital bed, Garp clenched his fists, seemingly wanting to give Luffy a loving iron fist. But he couldn't do that now. He couldn't even deal with an ordinary pirate in front of him. The door opened, and Sengoku walked in, looking very tired. The Dark King Rayleigh is here. 2 hours ago, he appeared at Sabaody Archipelago. He should be near Marineford now. Ha Sengoku. Are you going to catch him? Garp laughed, completely unconcerned. He was now thoroughly retired, and had no choice but to be. Garp. Sengoku's tone was unfriendly. This is all your grandson's doing. Do you think it's for whom? Before your grandson causes a disaster, don't let it become a pirate anymore. You should know, right? The 4 Emperors Shanks and Roger's remnants are all involved with your grandson. Otherwise, only the undersea prison is waiting for him. Garp's smile froze. This was the reason he cooperated with Sengoku to spread the news of his funeral. He wanted to catch Luffy and Ace and prevent them from going to sea again. The sea is too dangerous. However, the screen only showed Luffy and not Ace. Garp was also very anxious inside. At that time, Ace was also seriously injured and taken away by Shanks and the others, not knowing what the future held. When Shanks approached Luffy as a child, Garp felt something was off, especially when he heard about something that Shanks lost an arm in Windmill Village. When Garp first heard about this, he didn't believe it. Not to mention Shanks. Even the other kid on Roger's ship who ate the torn fruit couldn't possibly have his arm eaten by that so-called king of the near sea. Inside the screen, Luffy's expression became more determined, and finally, with a bang, he pried open the coffin. Immediately, Garp's face darkened. This was truly his good grandson. In front of everyone, he pried open his coffin. Sengoku, let's go according to your plan, Garp said solemnly. As the patrolling Marines arrived, Luffy and the others began their escape. However, all the chaos settled down after Kazan intervened, except for Luffy being frozen at the legs. His 5 crew members all turned into ice sculptures. Grandpa, you liar. In the hospital room, Luffy shouted, tears welling up in his eyes, but he was still cursing. Let my friends go. Luffy, Garp sneered. Let your friends go? Then let you continue being a pirate? It seems you haven't tasted your grandpa's loving iron fist for a long time. Garp maneuvered the hospital bed towards Luffy. Rubber pistol. Suddenly, Luffy leaned back, pulling his neck back, then slammed his head into Garp's. Mr. Garp. Instantly, the hospital room was filled with noise. Zzz. The sound of electricity crackled. Killa held a golden rod, pointing it somewhere, with arcs of electricity swirling around her body. Come out. Kizaru, the user of the Pika Pika know me? A bright light appeared, and a tall figure condensed in the back. What a scary place. Kizaru slightly raised his hand, his gaze sweeping over Law, Killa, and the 3 Shichibukai, his eyes flashing with a strange light. The presence locking onto him brought him a serious sense of crisis. Tonight, he was just on a routine patrol, thinking that he could take a quick tour at the speed of light and then go back to sleep. When he reached the prison area, he suddenly felt like he had forgotten something. This made him, who intended to slack off, have the idea to go take a walk there. Then, he saw these familiar faces, especially Law in front of him. Kizaru was all too familiar with him. Not long ago, Admiral Sengoku had chatted with him about some matters. Trafalgar Law. Kizaru opened his mouth. Admiral Sengoku invited you for a meeting. That blind swordsman from your group is currently a guest with the Admiral. Guest? I see you have set up an ambush in advance, right? There are Marines everywhere. Killa's expression was unfriendly, her gaze at Kizaru filled with battle intent, the blue lightning arcs crackling around her. At that time, it was this seemingly lazy Marine Admiral who captured Shachi. Naturally, the opponent's speed was astonishing. If it weren't for Killa exhausting herself after taking the attack of the Heavenly King during the Battle of Hive Island, she would really want to have a good fight with this Marine Admiral. The Thunder Fruit and the Spark Fruit both grant abilities related to speed. This is Marineford, so it's quite normal to have a navy around. Kizaru scratched his head, feeling a bit of a headache as he looked at Kara's expression. His observation haki informed him that the little girl had a strong fighting spirit. However, Kizaru really didn't want to fight her. Fighting in the middle of the night, especially when not on a mission, would waste time and not earn him any rewards. The aura Kara gave off was not weaker than that of fierce pirates. So how could he possibly engage in such a thing? It would be too much of a loss. With this thought, Kizaru's gaze towards Law became more serious. A young man who could gather so many strong individuals was truly not simple. He glanced briefly at Sugar. The little girl gave him a strange feeling, especially with a soldier toy in her hands. The soldier toy seemed to move, giving Kizaru the impression of being alive. Another unfamiliar strong person. Sugar's aura was not weaker than that of a vice admiral from the Navy, and she appeared to possess a very special devil fruit ability. Strange. Why does this toy feel so familiar? Kizaru suddenly recalled if he had played with a similar type of toy when he was a child. But that was impossible. His childhood dreams and hobbies were never about being a soldier. Lead the way, Law spoke, giving Kizaru a deep look. He didn't meet the Marine Admiral often. In his previous life, the Admiral who could transform into light left a deep impression on Law. After all, that was the spark fruit. Who could resist the temptation of becoming light? Unfortunately, snatching from the other party was too difficult. Every Marine Admiral was extraordinarily strong. Even without Conqueror's Haki, they had integrated their devil fruit abilities and combat talents, making them top-tier fighters in the world. Please follow me. Kizaru immediately turned around, leading Law and the others towards Sengoku without any delay. He felt a slight chill in his heart, sensing a hint of malice in Law's gaze. Indeed, the young people nowadays are quite shrewd. Admiral Kizaru, why not consider joining us? Law quickly caught up, no longer maintaining a cold expression, his voice very serious. How much does the Navy pay? I'll offer 5 times. The Sandora we control is famously known as the Golden City. I'm sure the Admiral has heard of it, right? Kizaru's pace quickened slightly, but Law's voice continued. Not just salary, but vacation time is doubled. You will definitely have teammates on missions, with a very high level of safety guaranteed. As these words came through, Kizaru's originally quickening steps noticeably slowed down. After a he began to converse with Law. Behind them, Hancock looked a bit jealous, glaring fiercely at Kizaru. Why was Law so interested in an old Marine man? Meanwhile, Trafalgar was quietly playing with the golden beads in his hand, silently watching Kizaru's back. Conversations aside, once it came to a fight, they would definitely not hold back. Among the three Marine admirals, Trafalgar disliked Kizaru the most, because during the Sabiti Archipelago incident, out of the admirals called by the Celestial Dragons, Kizaru was the one who appeared 7 out of 10 times. Clack, clack. In Sugar's already empty basket, the soldier toy couldn't help but start moving. Hearing the conversation between Law and Kizaru, the two went from being strangers to laughing and chatting with each other. This made a certain former Marine admiral a bit restless. After a while, everyone stopped in front of a low building. There weren't many Navy soldiers around, but the arguing from the low building was quite loud. Marshal Sengoku, I brought the person. Upon seeing Sengoku, Kizaru quickly approached him, feeling a bit relieved. Conversations aside, the sense of life-threatening danger Law brought to Kizaru was too strong. A person who secretly organized the deaths of 2 elders. How could he be simple, no matter how young he was? Hero Carp, Trafalgar called out softly, his gaze passing over everyone and landing on Carp, who was lying on the bed. The hero hasn't fallen yet. Jinbei seemed a bit emotional, his vigilance heightened. Ahead, Sengoku and Tsuru were standing beside Carp. 5-eye sculptures and one guy whose head was the only part not frozen stood on the other side. Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid, Carp's grandson. They all recognized the identity of the guy who made the battle on Honeycomb Island more chaotic. At this moment, Luffy was cursing, with an expression of I won't give up. What can you do to me? Upon seeing Law arrive, Luffy looked over, surprised as he recalled. You're the Trafalgar guy that Rayleigh mentioned. You're really strong, right? Save us, and I'll let Sanji treat you to barbecue. His cooking skills are really good. After finishing, Luffy paused, mainly because Rayleigh and Sanji had emphasized Law's identity and danger level to him these days. He couldn't help but remember some things. Isn't the other party a pirate too? By the way, Trafalgar, what are you doing here? You can't be a friend of my grandpa, right? Law calmly looked at him. And compared to the original story, this sun-god situation had changed significantly. Even with his grandfather severely injured and crew members dead, could he still be so relaxed? From the intel Law received earlier, that Yaltari who ate the slippery fruit had also joined the Straw Hat Kid's crew. Now that the other party hadn't appeared, the likelihood of them being dead was extremely high. In the ocean, it's nothing unusual for a pirate to die. I only have 2 purposes for coming to Marineford. Law said softly. The first is to take my crew member away. He glanced at Ishao, who was bound by sea prism stone, and continued. The second is to send off Mr. Carp. Send off? Luffy clearly couldn't understand the term. In the Navy headquarters, to say that they wanted Mr. Carp's life. Kazan, who had originally rested his hands on the windowsill, turned around, exhaling a breath of cold air, and stared at Law. Your courage is as great as ever. Fleet Kevin, that name I no longer use. Law smiled at Kazan. You Navy spread the news of Hero Carp's death, right? Then let me make that news a reality. As the words fell, Law's gaze became sharp, and he raised his hand, a spatial cyclone quickly covering the area. His words caused the atmosphere on the scene to freeze abruptly. Luffy was stunned, frowning and shouting, Grandpa wouldn't be so easily defeated by you. Kazan's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness, but quickly returned to calm. Sengoku and Tsuru had already blocked in front of Carp. Defeated? Law said calmly. Even if I don't take his life, he will undoubtedly die within a month. As a user of the surgery fruit, and having gained extensive medical knowledge under the top doctors in the Drum Kingdom, Law was now also a highly skilled doctor. Observing the scene, Carp's condition was far worse than he had guessed. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki that Green Bloom had unleashed when piercing Carp's body could easily tear apart an ordinary vice admiral. The world government must have long wanted to kill Carp. The fall of a hero is always a tragedy. What? As soon as these words were spoken, Luffy was taken aback, turning his head to look at Carp on the hospital bed, his expression dazed. Luffy, don't look at me with such weak eyes. Carp snorted coldly, picked his nose, and flicked a booger at the unavoidable Luffy. You old bastard. Luffy shook his head violently, but the booger still stuck to his face, and he snapped back to reality, struggling repeatedly. Trafalgar D. Water Law. Sengoku spoke up, his gaze falling on Law's face, his expression complex. Do you remember Corazon? Law frowned slightly, his heart inexplicably tightening. He understood the implication behind the question. As a traverser, Law inherited the original memories, naturally feeling a strong connection to the name Sengoku mentioned. Admiral Sengoku, if you want to talk about Razanani, then there's no need. Law replied, not wanting to get drawn into past matters. Those were merely memories he inherited, and Razanani was no longer in this world. However, I will visit the Don Quixote family in the future to settle some old scores. Whether from his previous life or after crossing over, the Don Quixote family had brought trouble to Law. He remembered feeling an overwhelming sense of danger when he encountered Don Quixote Rocinante. Now that the seas were in complete chaos, he and his crew had been exposed, and he didn't mind eliminating this old enemy. There were a few decent devil fruits within the Don Quixote family. This time, it was Sengoku's turn to frown. Sure enough, this kid was completely different from Rocinante. He hadn't taken the path you wanted. You have too much killing intent. At least after becoming my enemy, the ones who die are the enemies. Not me, Law replied calmly. He was actually similar to a Kainu in that he wouldn't hesitate too much for his goals. However, Law's moral bottom line was clearly lower and more flexible than Akainu's. Your non-killing admiral is now on my side. If you came today to throw us all in prison, we are ready for a fight at any time. Law lightly flicked the sheath of his sword, boom. In an instant, the overwhelming conqueror's haki erupted like a raging wave, sweeping out with an unstoppable force, as if it would completely engulf the small hospital room. It was like the pressure released by an enraged ancient beast, instantly enveloping the entire space, making Sengoku and the others feel an indescribable sense of oppression. The dissipating red lightning fell like countless furious fire dragons, with a scorching temperature and astounding power, striking hard against the originally solid wall. Each impact seemed to make the earth tremble, and the wall was immediately pocked with alarming small craters, with shattered bricks flying everywhere, as if telling the horror of this domineering power. More red lightning fell mercilessly upon Sengoku and the others like dense raindrops. Those lightning bolts seemed to have a life of their own, jumping and wreaking havoc on their skin, as if they wanted to scorch their very souls. Just moments ago, Luffy, who had been dissatisfied, wanted to say something, but his head tilted, and he fainted. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, an equally majestic and commanding aura suddenly erupted from Sengoku. This aura was like volcanic lava erupting from deep within his body, instantly spreading, making the surrounding air become scorching hot. The clothes of Kizaru and Kazan behind him rustled like flags under this strong airflow. Is Admiral Sengoku's conqueror's haki really this terrifying? Kizaru looked at the two of them and sighed. After Sengoku became an admiral, they rarely saw him take action. And during the Battle of Hive Island, Admiral Sengoku displayed terrifying combat prowess. In the pursuit of the Big Mom pirates, Sengoku single-handedly made Big Mom cough up blood. The golden giant Buddha they felt was only one thing: powerful. Kizaru even thought that if the top brass of the Navy worked together, it would be entirely possible to take down one or two emperors of the sea beforehand. At this moment, both Law and Sengoku displayed extremely exquisite control abilities. The conqueror's haki of both was confined to this hospital room and only fell upon each other. However, no one behind Law fainted. The clash of auras was momentary. Law turned back to signal Hancock not to act impulsively. As the third possessor of Conqueror's haki on the scene, Law could feel her restless aura. However, compared to Law and Sengoku, Hancock clearly did not master this aspect with much finesse. Once it erupted, it would inevitably spread to the outside world, creating a grand spectacle. Earlier, it was just written that Carp did not have Conqueror's haki, and then Oda confirmed that the old man does have it. This is a twist from an unfinished long-running manga that he does not intend to change. The setting of this book is that Carp does not have Conqueror's haki. Right. During the Battle of Hive Island, Mary Geos was attacked by the Revolutionary Army. The leader of the Revolutionary Army's Western forces, Morley, was confirmed dead beneath Mary Geos. Additionally, the bodies we found in the forest were confirmed to be members of the Revolutionary Army, totaling over 200. You have betrayed the Revolutionary Army. Sengoku stared at Law and said slowly, "They also betrayed me." Law responded quickly, not caring about the information revealed. Where did the artificial hearts owned by the Golden Lion and Crocodile come from? Even the top medical team he brought from the Magnetic Drum Kingdom couldn't produce artificial organs. The only explanation is that they were obtained from the man with the world's greatest brain. Vegapunk, this doctor ultimately stood on the side of the Revolutionary Army. Of course, Law never considered that the other side would stand with him, even though they had cooperated. This is the flaw of youth. Others have connections, while they do not. The connections between the Golden Lion, Kaido, and Big Mom, as well as the Revolutionary Army and Vegapunk, and even some people within the Navy, these are all things Law cannot achieve. You have potential, so others will cooperate with you. On this sea, relationships are also par strength. As enemies of the world government, the worse the Revolutionary Army is, shouldn't you be happier? Admiral Sengoku. Law smiled at Sengoku. The other party brought up the Revolutionary Army and was the first to mention intelligence. This was a form of concession. It was also a signal for cooperation between the two sides. There are never eternal enemies. Trafalgar Law, you understand what I mean, but you need to show us sincerity. Sengoku said solemnly. You should know what sincerity is. Law's eyes flickered. The information exchanged for lies by the Revolutionary Army. Or do you not trust the son of an old friend? The Revolutionary Army situation is this dire because they must have done something the world government does not want outsiders to know. For example, confirming that someone exists on the empty throne. It is likely that this point has shaken Sengoku's conviction. Although the Navy has done a lot of dirty work for the world government, it has done even more good deeds on this sea. At least generations of Navy admirals have their own justice to uphold. Now, the justice we uphold has become someone's private possession, and this is something that the warring states cannot allow. It seems we need to have a serious talk. Talking is fine, but what I said when I came here, I meant it. Law's gaze fell on Carp. Old man Carp, there are some things you can't do anymore, but we are different. Carp frowned, meeting Law's deep gaze. Carp. Beside him, Tsuru wanted to say something, but was stopped by Carp. No need to say anything, Tsuru. It's quite interesting that a young man cares so much about an old man like me. This is... The buzzing sound of electricity filled the room as Luffy slowly opened his eyes, his expression suddenly frozen. In front of him, at the bedside, Law's hand was pressed against Carp's heart. Grandpa. In an instant, Luffy stretched his neck, his expression anxious. Why is only you Trafalgar here? Where are those Marine admirals? My grandpa. Cardiac arrest. A calm voice came from Law. ZZZ. Carp's body trembled violently, and the next moment, the life force beside Law dissipated. Wait. You. Luffy's pupils suddenly constricted. Grandpa. Accompanied by his voice, a special power surged into the sky, instantly engulfing the entire ward. Sure enough, he inherited the talent. Behind Law, Trafalgar silently glanced. Conqueror's Haki. However, this Conqueror's Haki was too weak for them. Trafalgar, you bastard. Luffy roared, the ice on his body melting away, but he still had no strength to move. This kid. Hancock shot Luffy an annoyed glance. How dare he insult Law? Even if he's Carp's grandson, she still wanted to petrify him. As a pirate, one must be prepared to lose their life. Law glanced at Luffy and shouted to everyone, let's go. Do you think you're the only one with a worthless life? This sea is not a child's play. If it weren't to save you, with Vice Admiral Carp's strength, he wouldn't be able to handle things without gathering a group of experts. Ignoring Luffy's dazed expression behind him, Law walked outside. Admiral Sengoku stood there with a blank expression, his arms slightly trembling, showing that he wanted to take action against Law. If your ambition causes disaster to the world in the future, I will be the first to deal with you. I hope you mean what you say. And Sengoku seemed to deflate in an instant, his gaze falling on the soldier toys in the sugar basket. The justice we believe in does have problems. Behind him stood only Kizaru. Akiji and Tsuru entered the ward as soon as Law and the others came out. Law did not provoke, nodded to Sengoku, and waved gently. I owe the Navy a favor. Whoosh. The moment his voice fell, everyone vanished, leaving nothing behind, as if they had teleported, their powerful auras disappearing directly from Sengoku's observation haki. This strength. Sengoku's pupils contracted slightly, his tense fists weakly unfolding. Behind him, Kizaru also fixed his gaze on the backs of Law and the others as they left. Their departing actions told them that if Law and the others wanted to leave, they could not be stopped. Just as in the intel, the opponent's surgical fruit had awakened. In a sense, if Law wanted to kill Carp, they couldn't stop him. Light is not afraid of thunder and lightning, but it is afraid of teleportation. Admiral Sakazuki, welcome aboard. On the Polar Star, Law looked at Sakazuki, who had returned from being a soldier toy, and tossed him 2 bottles of alcohol. Unlike Akiji and the others' choices, Sakazuki stayed in the ward, watching Carp leave. He listened carefully to the conversation between him and Sengoku. Nice ship. Sakazuki took the wine, snorted, and drank. I am no longer a Marine Admiral. Coming to the Inyo Navy as an Admiral is the same. Law smiled, patting the railing. This ship was the first one I had built by a famous shipwright in Water 7 after I had capital. It is 100 meters long. I thought it would be my vehicle for a long time, but unfortunately, I encountered a better and more convenient ship, the Poneglyph in the Sky Island. After the Poneglyph was gone, I found that this ship was quite nice. That Master Tom joined you? Sakazuki said lightly, burning the empty bottle in his hand. He hadn't drunk alcohol since he became an admiral. However, long ago, he drank very little too. He didn't, but his disciple did join. His name is Iceberg, and I will introduce you to him later. He is in Sky Island. Saying this, Law called out to the distance, "Jinbei, when can we retrieve the poneglyph? This might be a bit difficult." Jinbei scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. "The poneglyph is not smaller than this polar star and is made of gold. Very heavy. Then let's take a trip to Fishman Island." Law thought for a moment and said, "Of course." Jinbei smiled, very supportive of Law's proposal. With the poneglyph, they could basically fly around in the air. Over the years, Law and the others really hadn't gone to the sea. Sakazuki felt very relaxed. As a user of the magma fruit, it was his first time deep underwater. The bubble coating was done by the best coating master under Trafalgar, and with Jinbei, who was from Fishman Island, their route was exceptionally smooth. This was a shortcut route for the fishmen, which could avoid most dangers underwater. However, there was not a single weakling on the polar star at this time. Even sugar could easily kill large sea kings. Under the premise that abilities could not be used underwater, it required the ability user to come into contact with seawater. Law's room was not affected underwater. Sakazuki's magma immediately formed a rigid shell upon contact with seawater, while the internal magma remained quite intact. The deep environment felt even more tranquil than on land. The sound of a cane tapping on the ground came beside Sakazuki. The newcomer was Ishii. As an old man of similar age to Sakazuki, the two had surprisingly harmonious relations these days. This made Law glance over at them. He felt that Ishii and Sakazuki would eventually fight, because Ishii was a soft-hearted blind swordsman. If he was beside Sakazuki, when Sakazuki took action to achieve his goal, once it affected the crowd, Ishii would undoubtedly intervene. However, Law was also quite troubled now, or rather at a loss. Hancock beside him was just too enthusiastic. Trafalgar had left his subordinates and run over, but had already arranged everything beforehand. Law heard the grievances of that old lady in the din mushy from Hancock's side and felt a bit sweaty. This truly was a situation where a female emperor was abducted. Of course, in response to the collaboration, Monet, Guéna, and a group of girls will soon head to the Amazon Lily Kingdom to pass on Luo and others' training methods to the female warriors guarding there, while also utilizing the resources on Nine Snake Island that specifically benefit women for their cultivation. "Luo, eat some fruit." A gentle, mature voice rang out as Hancock held a peeled grape to Luo's lips, her eyes filled with anticipation. Luo helplessly opened his mouth and ate the grape. Kurara laughed quietly beside them, and Luo shot her a fierce glare. However, this did not dampen Hancock's enthusiasm. She continued to feed Luo grapes while saying, "Luo, eat more so you can become stronger." Under Luo's correction, Hancock finally stopped referring to him as master. But even so, her straightforward enthusiasm still left Luo feeling a bit overwhelmed. He had no experience in dating. Luo, who had never encountered such situations in 2 lifetimes, found it hard to adapt to the current circumstances. As she fed him, her fair fingers, like jade, gently brushed against the corner of Luo's mouth. In that instant, a cool sensation surged through Luo's body like an electric current. The stunningly beautiful Empress, Hancock, stood quietly beside Luo, her large, gem-like eyes sparkling. Luo lay on a soft chair, with Hancock's graceful figure beside him. Just a glance at her curvaceous body, perfectly sculpted and flawless, revealed the ultimate feminine charm. Her slender waist could be grasped with one hand, her long legs were straight and elegant, her rounded and perky backside, and her full, towering chest all showcased an irresistible allure. Even though Luo was usually calm and composed, at this moment, facing such a beauty, he found it difficult to maintain his composure. A faint blush crept onto his cheeks. Although not very obvious, it was still caught by Hancock's keen eyes. Seeing Luo's slightly shy demeanor, Hancock's beautiful eyes not only did not look away, but became even brighter. Oh, you can blush too?" An untimely chuckle came from the side as Sugar stood next to Kurara, holding a camera. Luo's expression darkened. Another person influenced by Hawkins' bad habits. "I'm only 20. Luo glanced at Sugar disdainfully. It is only natural to yearn for beautiful things. Hancock is indeed beautiful, isn't she? Though he was low on offense, he had high defense. As a user of Conqueror's Hockey, Luo never feared small ripples in life. On the other side, the once smiling Hancock suddenly seemed like a different person, speechless for a moment. Her stunning face turning red like a ripe apple, almost dripping with color. Her heart raced like a startled deer, and countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Even though her emotions were in turmoil, Hancock still tried hard to suppress them. However, no matter how she concealed it, the smile that inadvertently appeared on her exquisite face could not be hidden. This subtle smile was like a flower quietly blooming in spring, beautiful and heart-stirring without being ostentatious. Sugar was somewhat speechless. The Empress Hancock, whom she had only seen a few times, was truly embarrassing herself. This was completely giving Luo the upper hand. Even a girl as short as Sugar could see what kind of villain Luo was. What was wrong with the Empress of the Amazon Lily Kingdom? Sugar felt that Hancock was about to petrify herself. What was so good about Luo? Kurara, on the other hand, tugged at Sugar's arm, slightly shaking it, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She was the youngest among the old-timers on the ship. Kurara's life before had been relatively monotonous. There were few entertainment options on the sea, and everyone had their own goals, so the concept of love had never appeared in her life. After all, they were all just kids back then, with Luo as the captain, following his orders, but Luo never considered these trivial matters. As for the companions they had always been with, they were all comrades focused on their careers, having grown up together, and everyone knew each other's embarrassing moments. Kurara really had not seen any girl make Luo blush over the years. The current scene made her feel like she was encountering something extraordinary. Room. A calm voice sounded, and Sugar raised her camera. 1 second, 2 seconds. The camera showed no change. The tidal wave of hockey had completely enveloped the camera without anyone noticing. Sugar looked at Luo disdainfully. Her observation hockey was no match for his. But as long as she was prepared from the start, there wouldn't be any problem. Hancock, Luo is praising you like this because he wants you to give him a hug, Sugar said, raising her camera again, her voice calm. In the next moment, a fragrant breeze approached, soft in her embrace. Luo's body stiffened, gently wrapping his arms around Hancock's back, allowing her flowing black hair to fall into his palms. Click! The camera's flash went off, and Sugar's lips curled up slightly. Indeed, this world's #1 beauty was both low on defense and high on offense for Luo. As they sank deeper, the sunlight gradually disappeared, surrounding them in darkness. On the polar tang, it was still bright. With Kurara around, they didn't have to worry about energy issues at all. All set. Next we just need to keep diving down. Entering a specific shipping lane, Jinbei approached from the front, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. You've worked hard, Jinbei. Kurara waved at Jinbei, inviting him to sit with them. On such a large ship that could accommodate hundreds, there were only about 10 of them, making it feel extremely spacious. It's a small matter, Jinbei said with a smile, unconsciously patting his belly. Gur. Haha, how about we eat first? Sure, I'm just getting hungry. Kurara's eyes lit up. I was actually planning to treat you all to a good meal at Fishman Island. Jinbei scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. The way we handle cooking at Fishman Island is quite different from the surface. Oh, are we eating now? In the distance, a smiling Brook approached, looking less silent than before, accompanied by Sakazuki. Brook seemed to be in a good mood, though it was unclear what he had discussed with Sakazuki. However, there didn't seem to be any sea kings nearby. At this depth, there should be some ahead, Jinbei said, but this shipping lane was near some large sea king's nests, and going off course could be troublesome. There were no weaklings on the ship, but apart from Jinbei, everyone else was a devil fruit user. That could be arranged. Sitting up on the soft chair, Luo gently nudged Hancock. Help me get a knife. Hancock, as if waking from a dream, blushed and hurriedly released her interlocked fingers with Luo. Why are you so lazy? Sugar mocked. They had just been joking around, but Luo really held hands with Hancock, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. The abundance of dog food made all the single men present feel stuffed, as if they were all bright light bulbs. Room, slaughterhouse. Luo ignored Sugar and gently waved his sword, Ghost Cry. In an instant, the searchlight next to the Star River illuminated a giant creature. It was a huge, fearsome piranha. Its massive body was beyond imagination, measuring at least 100 meters long. In comparison, even the magnificent Star River seemed insignificant next to it, as this piranha was clearly larger. However, as soon as the piranha appeared, invisible blades flashed, instantly slicing its entire body into countless pieces, turning it into hundreds of chunks of varying sizes. The freshest and most succulent parts disappeared, only to suddenly reappear inside the Star River's coating, as if they had always belonged there. Luo, your strength never fails to amaze me, a chuckle remarked. The fish was far from their position, even at the edge of what the observation hockey could sense. Yet Luo managed to bring it over, showcasing his immense power in detail. Normal, Clara said, seeing the chunks of meat that looked quite good, feeling quite pleased. To be honest, she was almost tired of the food from Sky Island. The deep-sea sea kings must taste good, right? On the other side, Luo was preparing to sit next to Hancock again when his body suddenly trembled. From left to right, a new problem arose. Who would cook? The second person to realize this was Sugar. She looked at Luo sideways. Captain, you don't expect me. A little girl, to carry these meat chunks that are countless times larger than me to cook, right? Heh. Luo completely ignored this old lowly pretending to be young. Sugar was actually a bit older than him. However, without Carmen around, wanting to eat something hot and delicious was indeed a problem. Before meeting Carmen, Luo often cooked for everyone himself. Then it was Sugar and Monet or Hawkins. After taking the Sky Island, they had a built-in chef. Luo, should I try using electricity to grill the fish? Clara's hands crackled with electricity. Don't waste ingredients. Luo paused for a moment before slowly speaking. Clara had a high talent for combat, but when it came to cooking, it was another story. How about I cook for you? Hancock came to Luo's side, a gentle smile on her face that made one feel as if they were enveloped in spring breeze. She suddenly thought that preparing a bento for Luo in this environment seemed quite nice. No, you should rest first, Hancock. Luo raised an eyebrow, holding Hancock's hand and seating her back on the soft chair he had just occupied, then using his ability to conjure a cushion for her. As an emperor of a nation, Hancock likely had never set foot in a kitchen. Just as Luo was about to take action himself, boom, the intensely hot magma rolled, erupting into roaring flames. Above the flames, the broad belly of the fish resembled a small hill, covered with a thick layer of white fat. As the magma's high temperature roasted, the fat on the fish's belly began to gradually melt, flowing down like golden honey, soaking into the tender and juicy fish meat. In an instant, an incredibly enticing aroma filled the air, captivating everyone's attention. I'll do it. The sturdy Sakazuki stood firmly beneath the giant fish, gripping a large spoon made of solidified magma. The lava in the spoon bubbled and released an astonishing amount of heat. Despite the scorching lava being so close to the fish meat, Sakazuki skillfully controlled the heat, ensuring the fish meat didn't burn. Smells great. Clara rushed over to help. Soon, a lavish whole fish feast was presented before everyone, the table filled with an array of dishes exuding an enticing aroma that made everyone's mouths water. I didn't expect you could cook. Luo took a bite and found it surprisingly good. Reliable admiral. During naval missions, it was impossible to bring a chef along. Sakazuki nodded slightly, noticing the evident generational gap in conversation between him and Clara. However, Clara was very outgoing and chatty. After a brief moment of tension, she could hold a continuous conversation with Sakazuki. Jinbei, how many sea kings are there in the deep sea? Luo looked at Jinbei while feeding Hancock. He didn't take the initiative. He wanted to be fed by the other party instead. Luo, are you planning to take action against the sea kings? Jinbei thought for a moment. At least 100, but some of the super-large sea kings beneath Fishman Island can exceed 5,000 meters in length. They're troublesome big guys. Let us see when the time comes. Luo said thoughtfully. Without seeing super-large sea kings with his own eyes, he couldn't make a judgment. Generally speaking, he would not cut things he couldn't see, especially after awakening the Ope Ope no Mi. Even one of the ancient weapons, like the Heavenly King, could be cut open by him. The blood energy provided by the Sea Kings was considerable. Although this quality was far from the level of a captain, there was an advantage in quantity. Due to their strength, everyone had a large appetite. Even though Sugar was only 4 meters tall, she could still consume several cubic meters of fish meat. Once consumed, it could be digested. This technique came from one of the skills created by the world government, life return. Seeing Sugar and Clara using it so skillfully, Sakazuki couldn't help but fall silent for a moment. This was not an ordinary technique. It could even be applied in battle. Among those present, only the honest person, Ishiao, wouldn't know how to use it. Mr. Ishiao, let me teach you later. Taizolo keenly observed this scene. Thank you. Ishiao didn't refuse. Eating more and digesting quickly. Digesting quickly and eating more. This was indeed a very tempting skill. Although Ishiao was blind, he was still quite envious of it. Sakazuki quietly ate his grilled fish, his expression unchanged. He was no longer a marine, so he didn't need to worry about such matters. In these days, Sakazuki experienced a life he had never encountered before. Now, he somewhat understood that guy Polisolino. No wonder he loved to slack off during days without missions. Even in this deep sea, which he hated the most, it was indeed not bad. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. Luo lay on his bed and slightly closed his eyes. He didn't intend to actually sleep. Like Sakazuki, Luo also disliked the underwater environment. All of this stemmed from a threat to his life posed by the surrounding environment. Law and Hawkins can be said to be the ones who use sea stone and seawater baths the most. The purpose is to reduce the situation where the ability users are restrained. However, even so, Law still cannot swim in the sea. Once he falls into the seawater, he will have a slight resistance ability and then drown. Since boarding the ship, he has communicated with Kira and Sugar to take turns, keeping their observation hockey focused. Knock. Knock knock. The door was knocked on. Come in. Law frowned, wondering why there were several people outside. The door opened quickly, and a tall and charming figure was gently pushed into the room. Although his view was temporarily blocked, Law, sharp as he was, immediately sensed the presence of Kira and Sugar behind that figure. I brought you a body pillow, Captain. Sugar's calm voice, almost devoid of emotional fluctuations, came leisurely. At the same time, Kira couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, but her laughter was a bit loud, and Law heard it very clearly. With a dull sound, the door was tightly closed from the outside, isolating the room from the outside world. At this moment, the only one left in the room was the somewhat dazed Hancock, her stunning face turning red from shyness. Law. Hancock spoke softly, feeling a bit embarrassed. At this moment, she had taken off the luxurious outfit from the Amazon Lily Kingdom and replaced it with only a loose bathrobe. This bathrobe seemed to be deliberately designed to showcase her curvy figure, with the collar slightly open, exposing large areas of her snow-white skin, which was covered in a thin layer of mist, making her look even more dreamy and enchanting. Law looked up and couldn't help but be stunned. Hancock's skin was as white as snow, flawless, and she had long, shiny black hair draped over her shoulders, wearing golden hoops that added a touch of mysterious charm. Her flushed face was truly beautiful, and the allure in her brows made it hard for Law to look away for a moment. Come sit. Law snapped back to his senses and pulled the blanket beside him open. He couldn't let Hancock sit elsewhere, right? After all, this was the captain's room, which was quite large, and the bed was also spacious. Hancock's eyes lit up, revealing a smile as she quickly walked over and flopped onto the bed, occupying half of it. From now on, listen less to the bad ideas from Sugar, Law said helplessly. How could a dignified pirate empress be so obedient at this moment? What if she got led astray by Sugar and the others? Okay, Hancock nodded, but a thought of disagreement arose in her heart. At least Sugar and the others' words seemed quite useful. What topics would a man and a woman alone in a room discuss? Of course, it would be about combat skills. Hancock, can you compress your conqueror's hockey after materializing it? Law extended his hand, a strand of crimson lightning swirling at his fingertips. Was this conqueror's hockey wrapping around? Hancock sat up, and the friction between her bathrobe and the blanket caused it to slip slightly, revealing her snow-white shoulder. Zzz. Noticing this scene, Law's lightning suddenly grew larger, almost out of control. Right? Law nodded, learning this is on two different levels. Hancock's conqueror's hockey is strong. As someone who became the Empress of Amazon Lily Kingdom at 18 and received the title of Warlord, her strength is formidable. Even against a Marine Admiral, Hancock could likely participate in that level of battle. However, in terms of offensive killing, Hancock still lacked effective means. The Sweet Fruit's ability is quite domineering, but its effect is limited against strong opponents above the rank of captain. After an in-depth exchange, Hancock was already able to materialize her conqueror's hockey, condensing it into a destructive crimson lightning arc. However, to apply it in battle, more intense practical experience was needed. Hancock's talent is among the top tier in these seas. Wait, that area is not okay. Hancock, with her back turned, had her delicate body trembling slightly, and the loose bathrobe she wore inadvertently slipped down with her movements, revealing glimpses of her snow-white skin. At this moment, Law was holding the other side of the bathrobe, gently pulling it to the side. As the dignified pirate empress, Hancock normally has an imposing demeanor, but at this moment, her stunning face was filled with nervousness and shyness. Her cheeks were as red as the sunset, and her captivating eyes revealed a hint of worry, her pearly teeth lightly biting her luscious red lips, as if trying to suppress her inner turmoil. Don't be nervous. I just want to tell you, you don't need to care too much about others' gazes. I won't dislike you for it. Law's gaze swept over the mark of the celestial dragon's hoof, and a flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes. Seeing Law's lack of special reaction, Hancock breathed a sigh of relief, slowly leaning against him. In the future, the celestial dragons will all die. I promise. If you care about it. I happen to know a few devil fruit abilities that can erase this scar. Hancock slowly turned her head to look at Law, only to see the sharp outline of his profile. She let out a soft again, the corners of her mouth curling up. The next moment, she was flipped over and held in Law's arms, closing her eyes in satisfaction. This was her first time being held by a man, but Hancock felt very safe. The next morning, in the depths of the sky and sea, a gloomy darkness enveloped the entire starry sea. We're here. Jinbei's voice suddenly rang out. The room door opened, and Law stepped out first, holding the sword Onikuri. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A large white mass with pink spots had a head with a beast skull poking out. Law glanced at Salome. This snake was Hancock's pet and looked a bit silly. Hiss, hiss. Salome saw Law and backed away a bit, feeling scared. Law gave it a dangerous feeling, as if he were a person not to be offended. Behind, Hancock obediently followed Law, her face slightly flushed, her red lips tightly pressed. Forming a beautiful arc compared to yesterday, she no longer got overly excited because Law was too close. After all, last night their distance was 0, and she had served as a very good body pillow. Are we there? Law had no intention of walking, with a thought. He and Hancock appeared at the bow of the ship. Ahead, they could already see an island surrounded by a huge, double-layered, semicircular bubble shield, with an air layer between the two shields. If a coated ship strayed into Fishman Island along the wrong path, the coating would automatically peel off and merge with the island's shield, and some ships would even fall to the ground in the air layer. Jinbei explained, his mood visibly improving. He hadn't been back for a long time. Although it was located deep under the sea, the front was filled with light, and Fishman Island also had sky and clouds. This was because the giant tree, sun tree Eve, which grew near Fishman Island, could transmit sunlight from the surface to Fishman Island, so even the deep-sea Fishman Island would experience sunlight and changes in day and night. This is the blessing of the sun. A ship from Fishman Island and a group of mermaid soldiers also spotted the Star Sea and were heading this way. Jinbei, how have you been? As the ship approached, a red-skinned, robust fishman wearing a headscarf came over. He had thick curly hair, a broad mouth, and a beard, with a bit of stubble on his upper lip and a sun symbol on his chest. Brother Tiger. Jinbei's eyes lit up, his tone excited. Uncle Tiger. Carla also ran forward, waving at him. Is that you, Carla? You've really changed. I almost didn't recognize you, huh? Tiger grinned widely, clearly delighted. The mermaid soldiers beside him looked at Tiger with great respect, silently guarding the Star Sea. Law, although the news hasn't reported on it. You've been involved in those big events, haven't you? Tiger finally turned to Law, his mouth curving up slightly, feeling somewhat emotional. The 5th Emperor of the Sea. You've truly achieved something remarkable. This is a gift for you. With that, Tiger clapped his hands, and a sawshark fishman stepped forward, carrying a bound tiger shark fishman. Here you go. Arlong's expression towards Law was quite complex. The human boy he once disliked was now someone he could only look up to. Fishman Island was not oblivious to the significant events happening on the surface. A bounty of 5 billion. Only the 4 emperors of the New World could be compared to this. Thank you. I really like this gift, Law said with a smile. Because of Tiger, the Sun Pirates had all returned to Fishman Island, helping their hometown develop. Law had already sensed that the big white shark Fishman, standing next to Arlong, was Hody Jones. The development of Fishman Island had indeed changed from what it used to be. Whoosh! Arlong's pupils contracted, and before he could react, the bound tiger shark fishman was already in Law's hand. That was Vander Decken 9, captain of the flying pirate crew, a descendant of the original Vander Decken. At this moment, he seemed to want to beg for mercy, his body trembling, but his mouth was blocked. Dark water. A tide of darkness rose from Law's hand, completely swallowing Vander Decken 9. Sugar. Coming. Sugar calmly took out an ugly fruit from the fruit basket that she didn't like to eat. As the darkness dissipated, the original Vander Decken 9 had vanished, replaced by a devil fruit. What kind of devil fruit is this? Carla asked. It's a paramecia type target fruit. Law tossed it lightly, and the target fruit vanished on its own, being thrown into the treasure room of the Star Sea. Arlong silently stepped back behind Tiger, saying nothing, his eyes filled with a greater sense of wariness, while the fishmen and mermaids on the neighboring ship looked on in shock. Ha ha! What a miraculous ability. Tiger didn't mind. He had long suspected that Law was collecting devil fruit users. As for Vander Decken 9, this guy had ambushed the mermaid princess. If it weren't for Law, Tiger would have wanted to personally deal with him. Soon, everyone entered Fishman Island, and Law and the others were invited to Dragon Palace. Welcome, everyone. Outside Dragon Palace, Neptune was waiting there. His physique was more robust than that of the average mermaid, with thick, fluffy, orange-red woolly hair and beard, fiery tattoos on his arms, dense body hair, and metal arm guards adorned with jewels. Beside him were Odoheim, with her wavy golden hair, and their 4 children. General Tiger, you've worked hard. Neptune also cast a respectful glance at Tiger. Many years ago, it was this heroic fishman who returned with a pirate crew and forcefully suppressed the chaos in Fishman Street. Since then, Tiger had become the great general of Fishman Island, making significant contributions to training the kingdom's soldiers to fend off external enemies. Over the years, very few fishmen had been captured from Fishman Island. Even if someone was captured on the way to the auction, they would be stopped by the forces of Tazolo. With Jinbei and Tazolo, both Shichibukai, protecting them, Fishman Island had been thriving in both the underworld and the surface. King Neptune, Law nodded at Neptune, we're just passing through. Sorry for the disturbance. You must be Mr. Law. Neptune's eyes brightened. You have done us a great favor. Why not stay a bit longer so we can treat you well? We can even grow fruit underwater. Odoheim said to Sugar, who was closest to her. I'm sure the underwater fruits won't disappoint you, little girl. Sugar replied with a soft hum, thanking Odoheim while feeling somewhat surprised. The underwater world truly opens my eyes. Law chuckled, as if sensing something, turning his head toward Odoheim, feeling a sense of warmth. On the other hand, Sakazuki frowned, the farthest from Odoheim, with no intention of speaking. Odoheim was quite weak. The queen of the Ryugu kingdom did not possess much strength, but her observation haki was special, allowing her to hear the inner voices of others. However, Law's group consisted of the elite among the elite, those who dared to challenge the Marine headquarters. Everyone felt Odoheim's uniqueness to some degree. During the meal, everyone chatted happily. Just then, an alarm suddenly rang out. The entire Fishman Island was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. What happened? Neptune's expression grew serious. Report. A ship is approaching, and it's moving very fast. It looks like they have ill intentions, a panicked mermaid guard reported. Oomph. Whoever dares to invade Fishman Island will not return. Tiger snorted coldly, exuding a powerful aura. King Neptune nodded to Tiger and immediately ordered the soldiers to prepare for defense. Nowadays, Fishman Island was no longer the same as before. Meanwhile, Odoheim let out a gentle sigh. Unlike in the anime, this queen had survived to the present. However, her plans had not succeeded in Fishman Island. The strong stance Tiger had taken had garnered the support of the people in Neptune. This is the effect of a national hero. Even if Odoheim's reputation was good among the people, it couldn't change certain things. Odoheim had heard Tiger's inner voice, and since then, she could no longer speak freely to him. If it weren't for that young man named Law. Odoheim looked at Law, her eyes filled with gratitude, fearing that Tiger and the fishmen would be even more extreme. At this moment, Law and Hancock were sitting together, being affectionate. Suddenly, Law raised the corner of his mouth. It seems our peaceful journey is about to be interrupted. Law, he from the world government. Carla slowly opened her eyes, her tone suddenly urgent. It seems my intuition was correct. Law said thoughtfully, tightening his grip on the sword hidden in his cane. If possible, I can help. As a repayment for this meal. Nearby, Law was somewhat speechless, not wanting to get involved, and pulled Samelo, who was behind Hancock, closer to her side. The scales of the snake are soft, and it feels quite comfortable to lean against. As for Ichiji, he truly is a good person. He probably sensed the goodwill of the mermaids and the people of Fishman Island, not wanting this peace to be disturbed. However, taking on everything for others is not the best form of help. Fishman Island has its own army and its own way of handling things. Neptune is much more flustered than before, but he is still a competent king, organizing tasks in an orderly manner. Jinbei left with Tiger, and just these two are enough. Mr. Law, I apologize for the trouble, Neptune said awkwardly, lacking much of a kingly demeanor, even asking if Sugar needed any other desserts. It's fine, Law smiled. Your Fishman Island isn't the same as it was 10 years ago, is it? Sure enough, the battle ended quickly. A group of people in suits followed behind Tiger as they entered the Dragon Palace. Oh, familiar faces? Seeing the familiar attire, Law and the others turned their gaze. You are Trafalgar Law. What are you doing here? The leading CP officer's expression changed drastically as he saw Law half lying on a large snake with a look of utter despair. The worried look on his face now turned into one of sheer terror, his legs going weak. The newcomer was indeed a long-lost acquaintance, Spandam. Behind him, Law noticed several figures in white clothing. The leading individual stood quite close to Spandam, seemingly no longer in a superior subordinate relationship. Rob Lucci, known as the strongest and most ruthless killing weapon in CP9's history, was regarded by many as the most talented individual in the 800-year history of CP9. Got a promotion? Law raised the corner of his mouth, showing no intention of getting up. The individuals behind Rob Lucci were his good teammates, Kaku, Gabra, and others. When they first met, this group was still wearing black suits. Now they had changed to white and were wearing special masks. They had transformed into CP0. Law's voice was calm. Where I am has nothing to do with your world government, right? You. Spandam took a few steps back in fear. We came to find the king of Fishman Island to discuss cooperation, and it has nothing to do with you. Nearby, Rob Lucci and the others stared intently at Law. It doesn't matter. Do you have the Den Den Mushi for the Gorosei? Law slightly raised his eyes, and a small spatial vortex appeared in his hand. Don't do anything reckless. Spandam retreated further, even bumping into a nearby fishman soldier. How could I possibly have the adults den mushy? But my father definitely does. Rob Lucci couldn't stand it anymore, his voice cold. Spandam. This startled Spandam, who jumped up and shouted, Lucci, you were once my subordinate. I had high hopes for you. You have to protect me. Until we receive permission, we will not engage with Trafalgar Law's group, Lucci said in a deep voice. The next moment, cold light flashed, and Lucci suddenly retreated, a chilling aura emanating from him, his pupils constricting. Thud! A head shot up like a cannonball, arcing through the air before crashing down heavily, sending up a cloud of dust and blood. Looking at the headless body, blood gushed from the neck like a crimson fountain, staining the surrounding ground bright red. Spandam's face, which had still carried a forced smile, was forever frozen in that moment, as if time had stopped. That smile looked so eerie, so horrifying, that the CP members' breaths quickened, and they all drew their weapons, looking at Law in terror. Engage in battle? Law held Hancock with his right hand, and his left fingertip pointed at Rob Lucci and the others, his tone unhurried. You guys? Behind, Kira was quite tempted, looking like he wanted to take action. Meanwhile, Sugar merely glanced over, silently eating the fruit in front of her. Princess Odoheim did not lie to her. The fruits from a seabed were not very salty and had a unique flavor. Joining CP0, Rob Lucci and the others indeed had considerable talent. However, compared to Law and the others, CP0 had forcefully killed several ships during the war on Hive Island. As for Spandam's cause of death, it was due to Hancock's disdain for him. His father Spandam had dealt with many dirty affairs for the world government, offending Amazon Lily. At this moment, King Neptune of Fishman Island appeared among a group of guards, looking sternly at Lucci and the others. We do not wish to cooperate with the world government right now. Please leave. Seeing this, members of Spandam's faction hurriedly said, Neptune, this is a mutually beneficial opportunity. As long as Fishman Island accepts the protection of the world government, you won't have to worry about pirate invasions anymore. You can even come to the surface and participate in the World Conference. The World Conference. Neptune's expression tightened. This was one of their dreams on Fishman Island, to become a member of the world government and allow mermaids and fishmen to walk freely on land. At this moment, Lucci had transformed into his hybrid form, his expression serious. Neptune, I hope you think carefully about this, otherwise you will bear the consequences. He was being threatened by Law, being forced to use his devil fruit ability. Despite being recognized as a genius by the world government, Lucci realized that he was far too outmatched by his old enemy. He simply could not avenge Bruno. In Lucci's gaze, Law spoke again. Is it just you guys who came on your ship? Lucci did not answer. If you don't answer, I'll just kill another. You know I have that ability. You don't think you have the strength to act recklessly here, do you? Law thought that there were always a few stubborn people on this sea. Monkey D. Luffy was one. The Law in front of him was also one. Didn't Ichiji and Kira, as well as Sakazuki sitting below, see this? Didn't Jinbei, Tizolo, and Hancock beside him see it? Even if the remaining 3 Gorosei came together, Law would dare to step forward and attempt to kill them. It's just us, Lucci said in a deep voice, his tone low, carrying a hint of killing intent. No, not just them. Kira suddenly stood up. Law, there are several strong presences coming in. I sensed it. Law sat up, and the spatial vortex in his hand disappeared in an instant. Buzz. Law's mind moved slightly, but nothing happened. Whoosh. 7 figures suddenly appeared in the hall. In an instant, Tizolo, Jinbei, and the others all stood up. Meanwhile, Samuro, who had been released by Law, happily ran to Hancock's feet, looking quite aggrieved. The 7 figures did not come over by Law's ability. They arrived on their own. This kind of teleportation ability came from a teleportation fruit. One of the figures at the back was Ace, who had been rescued on Hive Island. The leading man was extremely eye-catching, with hair that burned like flames swirling wildly, and his left arm was empty. That missing limb did not make him look disheveled. Instead, it added a touch of ruggedness and fierceness to him. His right hand tightly gripped the griffin, the blade wrapped in crimson lightning, exuding a chilling aura. The moment Shanks appeared, his gaze shot out like 2 bolts of lightning, locking onto Law not far away, as if he intended to see right through him. Red hair pirates. Neptune's expression darkened. He had not expected such an unexpected guest to appear at Fishman Island. Shanks's reputation on these seas was not good. The Celestial Dragon bloodline had a special collaboration with the world government. Some even attributed Roger's death to Shanks. This was the current configuration of the red hair pirates. Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, Lucky Roo, Navigator Bendy Neck, Monkey D, Luffy, and Ace. Nearly half of the crew had died, and the red-haired pirates no longer bore the title of Iron Wall. It really is you. Shanks's eyes were deep as he looked at Law. At that time, they had left Reverse Mountain, while Law and his crew headed back to the East Blue in the opposite direction. Now, both sides had clearly taken opposing paths. If we were to go back to that time, I wouldn't hold back. Shanks's voice was cold. You didn't hold back either. Law gripped the scythe, standing up. Shanks had shown him what Conqueror's hockey was back then, not to guide him, but simply for the thrill of it. In this sea, goodwill without reason was scarce, especially among pirates. It seemed that this time, both sides were still headed in opposite directions. Law and his crew aimed to enter the New World, while Shanks and his crew were likely heading back to bid farewell to Garpeth Ace. The four emperors, Shanks. At the CP members' location, Kaku's expression changed drastically. The arrival of Trafalgar Law's group was already troubling enough. Now, another pirate crew whose allegiances were unknown had appeared. Shanks glanced in Kaku's direction, but paid them no mind, focusing solely on Law. The commotion at Honeycomb Island was significant, and although Shanks had left early, he had his own channels of information. He had sensed something was off, and upon seeing Law, he had confirmed it, because Law was strong, completely deserving of his 5 billion berries bounty. As a man who ascended to the position of a four-emperor in the shortest time, Shanks always had his own plans. But now, those plans had been disrupted. Not only that, but nearly half of his crew had died. This was something Shanks could not accept. To become a sea emperor, Shanks would not casually wield a blade against civilians or toy with others' lives. He could be considered a good person among pirates, but he absolutely did not have a saintly heart and was not a kind-hearted individual. His crew members were his partners, the things he genuinely cared about. Boom! Massive bolts of lightning exploded in the Great Hall, and Shanks did not unleash his full Conqueror's hockey. Just the intent to kill he had gathered made many of the fishmen soldiers in the hall gasp for air, as if they were being targeted by a deep-sea monster, their bodies trembling. Yamato. Neptune anxiously looked at the unconscious Yamato beside him. Although Yamato possessed strong observation hockey, her combat strength was minimal, and she would cry even when she had to hit someone. Is this how Roger left you the task, to cause trouble in another race's palace? Law spoke up. Are you trying to threaten me with ordinary people? Shanks coldly stared at Law. We are pirates. Suddenly, a purple light circle rapidly expanded. Boom! Shanks's feet sank, his legs embedding into the ground as a tremendous force suddenly descended upon him. Who? Jesus Burgess quickly turned his head, raising the gun in his hand. The other red-haired pirates' crew members did the same, except for Beckman. At that moment, Akainu silently fixed his gaze on the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, his expression unwavering, magma bubbling from his body, raising the temperature around him. Please stop. A low voice came, and the hand was already on the sword and the cane, ignoring the threat from Jesus Burgess's gun. If a fight truly broke out, Law would not care about Yamato's life, because Yamato was not among the people Law was closest to. The thought of saving someone just because they're kind and good would never cross Law's mind. However, it would cross the mind of the old swordsman. This elderly swordsman was blind, but yearned for beauty. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you outside. The old swordsman said in a deep voice. Heavy, heavy fruit. Shanks's gaze turned cold as he surveyed the old swordsman. This person gave him a very dangerous feeling. The most uncontrollable aspect of Trafalgar Law was the strength he had accumulated. Not only his own strength, but also the many strong fighters he had gathered beneath him. Even Akainu, who was watching Beckman, would definitely not mind going to war with them, even if it meant destroying Fishman Island. Of course, Jinbei and Tiger had already stepped forward, expressing a sentiment similar to the old swordsman. They could not watch Yamato perish, nor could they allow Fishman Island to be destroyed. Shanks's gaze swept over Jinbei and the others, ultimately landing back on Law. What if I say that if you don't fight me, I'll destroy Fishman Island? Law's gaze was calm. Then you might as well tell me to commit suicide. If I don't, you'll destroy Fishman Island. He never concealed his selfishness. He would do his utmost to support his own people, but his own life was always the top priority. Law stepped forward, crossing over Jinbei, moving to the front, facing Shanks directly, his cold voice resonating. Shanks, if you make a move this time, everyone from the red-haired pirates will die here. Not a single one will be left. Do you dare? At this point, the distance between Shanks and Law was less than 10 meters. For them, this distance was negligible. However, Law still moved forward, step by step, getting closer to Shanks. In the end, only 2 meters remained between them, just 1 centimeter more than Shanks's height. You can't kill me, Law stated with a tone of certainty. But not just you. Everyone you care about will die. The people from Windmill Village, The kingdom you spent the longest time in the New World, Monkey D, Luffy, who you value, and your adopted daughter, Yuta. In an instant, Law's calm voice echoed in the hall, raising everyone's hearts high. If top-tier strong individuals at the level of the four emperors were to engage in battle, it was no longer just a matter of Fishman Island being at the bottom of the sea. Fishman Island would come into close contact with the seabed. The destructive power of the four emperors had already been demonstrated at Honeycomb Island. That was a disaster of island-destroying proportions. The members of the CP organization nearby were also prepared for the worst, their expressions grave. I will definitely kill you, Trafalgar Law. However, Shanks did not make a move. He even retracted the hint of Conqueror's haki that had overflowed. They left. Luo and others, including Sakazuki, did not intervene, merely sitting back quietly in their seats. After a long time, there was a flicker of lightning in Keela's eyes. Luo, they are leaving. Keela's observation haki could not foresee the future. However, her heart network excelled in range. Covering an entire island was not difficult. She just knew they wouldn't fight. Sugar let out a light sigh, watching Neptune leave anxiously with Otoheim and the doctors from Fishman Island. On the field, only Neptune's 3 sons were left. The large mermaid princess, Shirahoshi, also cried as she left with Neptune. Actually, it might not be the case. Luo slowly sat down and pulled Samuro, who was next to Hancock, over to use as a backrest. It was uncertain whether Shanks would go crazy and fight in such a situation. The opponent had mastered the technique of observation kill, and Luo's foresight of the future was not necessarily correct. Luo just didn't want to fight in Fishman Island, because it was underwater. If the seawater flooded in, under the immense water pressure, the fighting would turn into a survival challenge at the bottom of the sea. That would serve no purpose. Even Sakazuki, who loved to fight, considered this point. He hated the seabed more than Luo did. Clearly, both Luo and Shanks hoped to achieve total victory, winning at the lowest cost. The next time they met, it would be a life-or-death situation. Well, it's your turn now. Luo turned his gaze to Lucci and the others. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? I'm not in a good mood right now. Lucci sneered. Pirates killing each other has nothing to do with us, CP0. It's just watching the tigers fight. Kaku beside him nervously tugged at Lucci's sleeve and whispered, Lucci, watch out for the power gap. Turn them into toys, Sugar. On the other side, Luo waved his hand, signaling Sugar to take action. The identity of CP0 is the highest among all CP organizations, because they serve directly under the Celestial Dragons and have connections with them. Lucci and the others may not have contact with the Gorosei, but they can certainly reach a Celestial Dragon in Mariehua. Killing them would be a pity. Even Lucci only has an ordinary Zoan-type Devil Fruit. Not to mention how many there are in the Beast Pirates. Not killing them and letting them go. Now Luo was in a bad mood, so that was naturally not allowed. You. Lucci suddenly turned his head, his gaze fixed on Luo. However, all of this was meaningless. Lucci and the others finally understood why Shanks had just sunk into the mud. For them, except for Lucci, all CP members were pressed down by that invisible gravity. Lucci also knelt down instantly, struggling to support his body with his hands. A smile and action followed. Sugar pouted and casually walked over, effortlessly turning them into toys. Among them, Lucci's leopard doll was even handcuffed with sea prismstone cuffs. It's unsafe to leave me like this. Sugar threw that batch of dolls to Luo. Is it safe to leave me here? Luo began to miss Hawkins. The spatial ability of the Ope Ope fruit was indeed very useful. In the end, a batch of dolls turned golden, enchanted by Tizolo. Although Lucci had not awakened yet, as a seed valued by the world government, he and Kaku and others still had decent talents. Sugar's ability was not unsolvable. As long as there was enough haki in their bodies, they could recover on their own. After a meal, Luo and the others left the palace. Next, Jinbei would step forward to communicate with Tiger and discuss the recovery of the Poneglyph. That was a big project, as the Poneglyph was made of a large amount of gold and was very heavy. One of the purposes of coming to Fishman Island this time was to see that mermaid princess, Shirahoshi. She was indeed extraordinary, under a hint of Conqueror's haki from Shanks. Otoheim fainted, but Shirahoshi was unharmed. Both the world government and Shanks should have noticed this scene. The world government might even have more information, which is why they sent CP0 to Fishman Island at this time, to invite Neptune to visit the surface. Luo had reminded them everything that needed to be reminded. Ultimately, Fishman Island had to rely on themselves. There were still quite a few special people on Fishman Island. For example, Tom's brother Dan was a shipwright and a researcher of the sea forest. Or the one standing in front of Luo and Hancock now, Charlie, a shark mermaid. the manager of the Mermaid CAF in Fishman Island, and the half-sister of our law. She was a fortune teller with an accuracy of 100 in her predictions, and was respectfully called Madame Charlie by the mermaids on Fishman Island. I'm sorry, I cannot predict anything about you. Charlie slightly lowered her head and bowed apologetically to Luo. Due to Tiger and Jean Bay, Fishman Island was very grateful to Luo and his group. If Luo hadn't saved Tiger back then, Charlie couldn't imagine what kind of radical person her brother Arlong would have become. It's okay. Luo was not dissatisfied at all. On the contrary, he felt it was better that her ability couldn't be applied to him. After all, this one had the title of 100% success rate in predictions. If it succeeded, it would imply a sense of fatalism. Luo hated fatalism. It gave a nauseating feeling of being out of control. Not only Luo, but even Hancock beside him. Charlie couldn't perform a fortune-telling, not even a normal one. Luo, how about we go have some dessert? Hancock held Luo's hand, not thinking much. She was just happy with the current life. All right, Luo nodded. The desserts on Fishman Island were indeed one of their specialties. This was a delicacy recognized and remembered by Big Mom. Under the glow of the setting sun, two people walked side by side. Their figures were elongated, hands tightly held together, with no gaps at all. Achoo! On the other side, in the cell of the warship, a thin young man stared blankly at the ceiling. When will Captain Luo come to save me? Help me, help me. After being locked up for over a week, Xiaoqi only felt that this place was truly hell. Everything else was fine, with Smoker around. Those CP members who wanted to lay hands on him couldn't find an opportunity. But it was so boring here. Xiaoqi regretted not taking more seawater baths or wearing more sea prism stone accessories back then. Now, he could only describe himself in 3 words: muscle weakness. If Luo were here, even if he was handcuffed with sea prism stone cuffs, Xiaoqi believed that his captain could definitely force them open. If it were that scheming, cowardly Hawkins, maybe, possibly, should be able to do it? But Xiaoqi really couldn't. Without the sea prism stone restricting him, with this kind of warship, even if there were 10 more, Xiaoqi wouldn't be afraid. Creak. The door opened, and Smoker, puffing on 2 cigars, walked in silently, slapping the newspaper in his hand onto Xiaoqi's face. Let me see. Xiaoqi's eyes brightened. News meant external information. It meant entertainment. The headline printed on the front page. No way. Former Admiral Akainu has defected. And within the world government, it turns out, oh, you really went after an admiral? Xiaoqi laughed, reaching out to pinch a corner of the newspaper and forcefully flipping to the next page. Then, he saw that the 5th Emperor of the Sea had personally arrived at Marineford, the collaboration between the admiral and the pirates. The article recorded that Trafalgar Law, with a bounty of 5 billion berries, was heading to Marineford, while Admiral Akainu had betrayed the Navy. However, amidst their cooperation, Admiral Sengoku still led the majority of the Navy forces to repel their so-called justice story. Xiaoqi was taken aback. Is Morgans looking for death? He wasn't joking. This guy was under their control. How dare he publish news about Law? The article also briefly introduced Law's deeds, mentioning that the disappearance of the Gorsi Eye might be related to this person. Does Morgans have the guts to say such things? Moreover, Xiaoqi felt a pang in his heart. Damn it, these useless Navy officers are so quick to send him to the underwater prison. But they weren't this fast in battle. It's simply insane. Morgans? 2 puffs of smoke rose, and Smoker turned his gaze towards Xiaoqi, his eyes flickering. It's nothing. It doesn't concern you, Xiaoqi shrugged. After getting to know him better, he realized that Smoker was a good person. At least, in his dealings with someone who hadn't done anything wrong, Smoker didn't resort to torture or violence. There were more criminals here than just Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi had witnessed Smoker beating other prisoners. That pirate was beaten badly, and Smoker wasn't just a simple nice guy. Where's your boss? Smoker asked coldly. Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency, controlled the most widely circulated newspaper across the seas. The previous articles had already indicated some issues. The other party was likely under control. Now, seeing Xiaoqi's expression, even a fool could tell something was wrong. I don't know. Xiaoqi spread his hands, genuinely clueless. He was still thinking about how Law would come to rescue him, but he didn't expect that the direction of the rescue was wrong. It's all the fault of the world government and the Navy. The secret transport and the other criminals on the ship were probably just a cover. Xiaoqi felt that they were coming for him. Smoker was here for Sakazuki. An admiral who had dealt with the most pirates during his tenure was now defecting. Smoker's first reaction upon seeing this newspaper was disbelief. You think not saying anything will let you escape? Smoker said coldly, the sea stone staff in his hand striking the ground heavily. I really said I don't know. Xiaoqi shrugged helplessly, but his eyes were darting around. contemplating an escape plan. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the cell. Not good. Major Smoker, new ships are heading towards us. A Navy soldier hurriedly reported. What? Smoker frowned, turning to head outside. However, as he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. Are you CP0 people here for something? The cigar in Smoker's mouth emitted thick smoke, dispersing into the air and forming wisps of white mist. By the door, a man wearing a bird mask and a white suit leaned against the wall, quietly watching Smoker. Don't panic, he said. They are our people. Smoker's gaze fell on him, and he said lightly, I said, it's useless to look for me. This is Admiral Sengoku's order. If you want to hand someone over, go contact Admiral Sengoku. What an inflexible man, the bird-masked man shook his head. Let me remind you, the people who came this time do not belong to our CP organization. They're new recruits from above. He has already submitted an application to your Navy headquarters. The position he applied for is Admiral of the Navy. Admiral of the Navy? Smoker's pupils contracted slightly, and his tone grew colder. If this is a joke of yours, it's meaningless. The Navy has a complete promotion system. A newcomer applying directly for the position of Admiral? This isn't funny, especially not at a time when Sakazuki has just defected from the Navy. The man is called Aramaki, the bird-masked man said with a hint of mockery in his voice. Don't underestimate the top powers hidden around the world. This one came specifically for the criminal you want to protect. Suddenly, the bird-masked man's voice stopped, and he shifted his tone. He is here. Above, on the deck, there was a sound of running and the shouts of Navy personnel. Who is it? Which pirate dares to step on a Navy warship? Answer. Otherwise, we will open fire. The commotion over there was significant, and Smoker's expression darkened as if he recalled something, and he immediately prepared to go stop it. However, just as he walked through the corridor, Smoker stopped again, his face growing even darker. The previously restless deck fell silent. Creak. The door leading to the internal cells of the warship was open from the outside. A strong smell of blood mixed with the sea breeze flooded into the cabin, and a tall figure appeared in Smoker's line of sight. Behind him, the bird-masked man smiled slightly. The newcomer had prominent facial features, heavy eyebrows, drooping eyelids, slightly thick lips, messy dark green curly hair, sunglasses, and a cigarette in his mouth. He was tall and muscular, with long legs, bare upper body, and a tattoo on his left side that read Dead River Heart. What did you do? Smoker's voice was laced with suppressed anger. His gaze fixed intensely on the man before him. Oh, it's a major? Aramaki scratched his head, his expression still calm. Those guys outside really are a bit too impulsive. I just taught them a little lesson. The orders of the world government cannot be disobeyed. You Navy should know that, right? The reason I came here is white smoke bomb. Smoker didn't wait for Aramaki to finish, and with a sudden clap of his hands towards the distance, thick smoke expanded and rolled towards Aramaki. In an instant, the small corridor was filled with smoke, and Smoker's figure shot towards Aramaki like a jet, bursting forward. Smoker's observation, hockey, wasn't particularly strong, but he could sense the auras of the crew outside. The auras of the Navy soldiers suddenly dropped. The little lesson from the other side had at least left the ordinary soldiers severely injured. Natural type devil fruit? Aramaki silently observed this scene, an inexplicable light appearing in his eyes. Actually, I also like natural type devil fruits the most. There is one devil fruit that I've been looking forward to for a long time, but unfortunately, it never found me. In an instant, Aramaki moved, suddenly reaching for Smoker's explosive punch, his rich armament hockey flowing like a tide, as he took the initiative to meet Smoker's attack. Bang. With a single punch, Smoker was sent coughing up blood. The sound of shattering bones echoed from his arm, and his body, now transformed into smoke, bore a deep fist imprint, nearly puncturing his abdomen. The fruit ability is good, but your strength is too weak, Aramaki said calmly, holding a sea stone weapon in his right hand, which was Smoker's own weapon, the Jit. Sea stone, huh? But I'm not a devil fruit user. His long right leg rushed in, kicking Smoker high into the air. Strong. Too strong. Smoker stared intently at Aramaki, realizing that the other's speed and power far surpassed his own. Where did this powerhouse come from? Smoker was sure he had never seen this face on any wanted poster. He wasn't a pirate and wasn't in the Navy's records. But before he could steady himself, bang, the air trembled like a silenced gun being fired. Puff. Smoker's body trembled slightly. A blood hole appeared on his chest from back to front, blood flowing out in streams. The White Hunter Smoker, focusing solely on the battle ahead, was not a good habit. Behind him, CP0, wearing a bird mask, slowly walked out, with a wisp of smoke still lingering on his right index finger. What was this guy doing? Inside the cell, Xiachi was stunned. What the hell? a natural-type devil fruit user, an excellent graduate of the Navy headquarters, guided by Admiral Zephyr, possessing the most systematic and complete path to power in the Navy. You smoker. Actually got defeated? No, buddy, don't fall. Get out of the way. Hold on. Get up. Xiaoqi leaned against the wall, slowly sliding down to the ground, his eyes vacant. Damn it. His mastery of observation hockey told him that someone had invaded. Moreover, Smoker, who was supposed to protect him, had been taken down. Feeling the other's aura weakened significantly, Xiaoqi didn't know what to say. A miracle did not occur. The strongest Navy officer on this ship had been defeated. Xiaoqi was not afraid of falling into the hands of the Navy, nor was he afraid of ending up in that underwater prison. But he did not want to fall into the hands of the world government. That was a place even Law had to be wary of. When they were young, they didn't understand why Law treated the world government as multiple Navy headquarters and as a hypothetical enemy. But as time passed, Xiaoqi understood how dark the high and mighty world government truly was. The celestial dragons were proud, and, at the same time, they were vile. Now, Xiaoqi could feel that there was someone outside harboring malicious intent towards him. Bad news, someone was coming for him. Bang! The cell door was opened. In front, a CP0 in a neat suit with a bird mask stepped in. Xiaoqi, a user of the Sunsen fruit, the fifth emperor of the sea in the New World. A subordinate of Trafalgar Law? Am I mistaken? A calm voice echoed from the front. Yes, it's your father. Xiaoqi grinned. Is it you who consumed my Sunsan fruit? A voice that seemed to have been squeezed out from between teeth rang from behind. Aramaki pushed aside the bird-masked CP0 and stepped in front of Xiaoqi, his long legs slicing through the air. Bang! The wall behind Xiaoqi was kicked through, debris scattering outward. This kick did not land on Xiaoqi. A little trick. Aramaki scoffed. His foot was just grazing the edge of a sea-stone handcuff, stepping against the wall. Sea-stone handcuffs are specially made. Even if I kick it, it won't break. Moreover, with one hand free and the other locked up, you would still be a weak user. Then help me get off. Xiaoqi was not angry and laughed. You think a fair fight between us would mean I'm unworthy of this power since I consumed the Sunsen fruit you wanted? Before he could finish, gunfire rang out. Bang! Cough! Cough, you bastard! Xiaoqi glared fiercely at the bird-masked man next to him, aiming at him. As expected, those guys have no dignity or chivalry at all. CP0, I've already taken down more than one of your good colleagues and seniors. One day, you will join them. The bird-masked CP0 was clearly not a hothead. He did not get angry, but instead spoke lightly. Thank you. Without the deaths of my predecessors, I wouldn't be in this position. I will repay you generously by giving you more bullet holes. A bullet hole now appeared in Xiaoqi's abdomen, a result of his handiwork. Hee. Xiaoqi spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression darkening. If I get the chance, I will definitely kill you. Kid, if I get the chance, I will kill you first. Aramaki appeared even more irritable, stomping down hard on Xiaoqi's left knee. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed in the small space. Just as the smile on Aramaki's face began to rise, he abruptly turned his head. Who? Behind him, a portal in the air opened silently, and a golden-haired youth dressed like a noble slowly walked out. The probability of forcibly killing them is 73%. The probability of capturing them is 21%. The probability of saving them is 99%. Xiaoqi, this time you owe me a huge favor. The golden-haired youth had 6 vertical lines on his forehead, a black cross on his Adam's apple, and his voice was ghostly, cold, as if devoid of any emotional color. Baka. His appearance made Xiaoqi's eyes widen. Hawkins, you son of a bitch. Why didn't you save me when you arrived early? Just got here. If you just got here, I'll live stream eating shit 3 meals. I can have someone provide you with props. Hawkins, wearing white gloves, moved gracefully, continuously approaching. Make a move. Finger gun mastery. The 2 voices sounded simultaneously. Aramaki and the bird-masked man acted immediately, both targeting Xiaoqi. However, Hawkins made no move. In an instant, a door appeared beneath Xiaoqi's feet, swinging open. You! Before Xiaoqi's complaint could finish, his figure fell down, disappearing. Boom! The wall behind the cage was completely shattered, large chunks of debris crashing down, smoke billowing. Xiaoqi gasped as he walked out from behind Hawkins. Where's your camera? You're such a dog. If it were Beepo, it might really be that he just arrived. But with Hawkins, to say he arrived so coincidentally, just in time to save Xiaoqi at the most critical moment, the probability was definitely 0%. The weakness in Xiaoqi's voice vanished. The foot that had been stomped on swelled directly, transforming into a sturdy branch. Captain Law's intention was to use you to drive a nail in the undersea prison. You escaped so early, there is no benefit. Is our relationship only based on interests? Xiaoqi said unhappily. Hawkins glanced at him indifferently. After all, you've been captured. Shame, unwillingness, anger, and other emotions help activate Conqueror's Haki. I really thank you. You're welcome. Meanwhile, opposite them, the birdmass CP-0 looked furious. Damn it. I knew the Navy was unreliable. The fact that the Seastone handcuffs can be opened so quickly indicates that the key has long been in the hands of the other party. And the Mera know me. He had seen in the intelligence that CP-9 members confirmed it was dead and that it was not such an important member. It was at that time that a powerful devil fruit belonging to their side fell into the hands of the other party. And now it has become a weapon against them. Xiaoqi was thoroughly excited, his feet digging into the wooden planks of the ship, the birdman face. The situation has changed. The whole ship was shaking, being transformed. This scene made Aramaki's face increasingly grim. I'll let you experience the power of the Mera no Mi and then drain the moisture from your body. Green Hair Man. Law. We are about to enter the new world. A giant ship was wrapped in a transparent film, quietly rising in the deep sea. On the deck at the bow of the ship, Law and the others gathered here, watching Jinbei control the helm, heading in a specific direction. They had stayed on Fishman Island for a week. During this week, the blood and flesh of sea kings were sold in abundance on Fishman Island. The merfolk do not eat meat or fish, but the fishmen have had a great time eating during this period. Law and the others stayed on Fishman Island, not only to prevent Shanks from making a surprise attack, but also to intimidate. Through Tiger and others, Law taught the fishmen how to be selfish. This time, coming to Fishman Island, he wanted to teach them what it means to respect the strong. Even teammates, showing off their muscles at the right time, can strengthen the alliance between both sides. Because of Tiger and Jinbei, Fishman Island can be considered a backup for Law under the sea. During this week, Law had been looking for ultra-large sea kings to kill. However, sea kings of this level are not low in intelligence. After killing just 2, Law had not seen any more ultra-large sea kings. Captain Law. The polar star rose from the sea surface, the signal began to improve, and the snail transformed into Pekan's appearance. What's the matter? Law asked. Pekan's voice seemed a bit rushed. Xiaoqi and Hawkins have gone missing. We have sent Yamato and Beppo to Nami. It was originally Law's arrangement to have Hawkins keep an eye on Xiaoqi. However, Hawkins did not go alone. He brought a navigator named Nami for direction. 3 days ago, a new ship approached the military ship where Xiaoqi was located, and Hawkins set off from the nearest island, leaving Nami on the island. After that, Hawkins never returned. The reports about this battle definitely have inside information. A news bird flew overhead, and Law directly used his ability to grab newspaper. The headline read, Pirate Supernova appears, Eustace Kid attacks military ship. The article described how the Kid Pirates from the South Sea attacked the military ship stationed by Rear Admiral Smoker. The outcome of the battle was that the Kid Pirates left victorious, and that military ship sank to the seabed, with the wreckage confirmed by nearby naval branches. Among them, the Logia-type smoke fruit user, Rear Admiral Smoker, and everyone on the military ship were nowhere to be found. There were even rumors that world government ships appeared in the vicinity of the sea, suggesting that the world government also intervened. The telephone snail conveyed Pekan's serious expression. This matter is too strange, Captain Law, which is why I wanted to contact you immediately. Even someone like Hawkins can go silent. There's too much at stake here. Pekan knew Hawkins well. A Hawkins with the Dordor fruit, combined with Xiaoqi, who possesses the Logia-type Mera no Mi. The two together could probably escape even from 2 admirals. Moreover, when Law and the others visited Marineford, Sengoku and others were still at the Marine headquarters. Be careful with Yamato and Beppo. Law frowned slightly. First, return to Sky Island and strengthen the defenses there during this time. We'll go back. Focus on defense. After hanging up the phone, Law looked at Tezzalo. Tezzalo, it's up to you for the underground forces. Understood. Tezzalo became much more serious. Some news cannot be found on the surface, but high prices can be offered to buy it secretly. He is a warlord, and also the Golden Emperor who controls the dark world with money. His influence extends throughout the world. The richest man in the world. The power of money is no joke. Law, should we continue sailing in this direction? Jinbei's voice came from the helm. Continue. Law said calmly. We are already in their territory. If we want to stand in this sea openly, relying on the small moves behind Crescent Island and Hive Island is not enough. We can already stand at the top of this world. Zzz. The sound of electric currents crackled, and Keela materialized from a bolt of lightning. Law, someone is coming. Under the sea. Law's eyes flickered slightly, I know. Room. An invisible spatial vortex instantly enveloped the surroundings. Whoosh! A wet figure suddenly appeared on the deck of the Polar Star. The appearance of the other party was familiar to Law and the others, who had just come out of Fishman Island. This was a powerful fishman, with protruding teeth on his lower jaw, 3 per row, a wide upper body and narrow lower body, hair standing up, the number representing the 8th Division printed on the left side of his neck, dressed in prisoner attire, blue sleeves and light green long sleeves, with fins protruding from his back, and wearing gray long pants. That was Muir, the captain of the 8th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Feeling himself in a strange place, Muir's expression changed dramatically. Originally, some fish had told him that a ship had approached from below, and he didn't believe it. But he really saw another giant ship. It was a massive ship, not smaller than the Moby Dick. Fortunately, the life energy on this ship was not abundant, and there was no pirate flag flying. However, that was just Muir's thought a second ago. The next second, he saw Sakazuki's scarred face. Tezulo, Hancock, Jinbei, and even Law, the 5th Emperor of the Sea, suddenly appearing. Just one more glance, and he exploded. Boom! A magma giant hand engulfed in high temperature pierced through Muir's body, the temperature rising instantaneously, turning all the seawater on him into steam, dissipating into the air. Muir was unable to resist this sudden punch. The next moment, a cold light flickered, and a faint sound of a ghostly wail echoed in the air. This was the last sound Muir heard while his head was still intact. Poof! Before the boiling hot blood could spew out, Muir disappeared from the Polar Star. A pool of crimson rose on the distant sea surface. A life force just vanished like that. Law and Sakazuki's first cooperation took less than 3 seconds. A single combo took him out. Retrieving the demon cry, Law calmly looked into the distance. Indeed, the sea pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions had become limited in his enhancement. To achieve a significant improvement, he must find even more formidable top-tier powers. For example, the veteran Yonko, who holds the title of the world's strongest man from afar. Back then, Whitebeard dealt them a blow while they ambushed the legendary Green Bull, preventing Law and others from leaving. Now Law has come for revenge. That Meower, sensing the life force of Meower dissipate, just a few breaths later, several auras soared into the sky from the island. Several figures rushed towards the Polar Star where Law was, their faces filled with anger. Who are you? How dare you attack a member of the Whitebeard Pirates? One muscular and broad-chested man shouted angrily. Crack! Crack! His body became incredibly shiny, with a fierce cold light flickering. Diamond Jozu, captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Before he could rush over, Tezulo stepped out beside Law and smiled slightly at him. Law, I will bring his body back intact. The reason for choosing the Whitebeard Pirates is also because the Devil Fruit users in the crew have very special abilities. Diamond Jozu, a character that gives headaches to other close combat experts. The two collided in an instant, and in that moment, a large expanse of golden land appeared on the sea. It's you. In the air, blue flames ignited, and Marco looked down with a serious expression. He didn't remember Law, but he did remember Law's aura. Was it this group that fought on that island near Honeycomb Island? Under that level of attack, the island was annihilated, yet this group managed to survive. No wonder the world government considers them the 5th Emperor of the Sea. In the next moment, a force akin to raging waves of the sea erupted in the air. Unparalleled power surged like an invisible shockwave, sweeping toward the Polar Star with overwhelming force. It seems the intelligence was correct. Sugar sat nearby, her expression unchanged. The captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Phoenix Marco, awakened his conqueror's haki during the Battle of Honeycomb Island and is hailed as the next captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Mr. Yishio, Law said calmly, then let me handle it. Marco above was originally frowning as he looked at the Polar Star. On this ship, not a single person fainted from his conqueror's haki, not even showing the slightest abnormal expression. The next second, Marco, standing in the air, suddenly felt an indescribable immense pressure fall upon him, as if a heavy mountain was crashing down. What is this? Marco paused, his figure suddenly plummeting. Fortunately, just before he fell into the sea, he stopped himself and fixed his gaze on Yishio, who was holding a sword and a cane. This blind man, he had seen in the newspaper. He was the one who killed a celestial dragon in Sabati Archipelago and was subsequently captured by Admiral Kizuru. Marco. The long sword was drawn, petals flew. A flying slash descended, poetic and beautiful, with a mesmerizing floral fragrance lingering in the air. The petals suddenly transformed into countless sword lights, violently striking towards the Polar Star. The opposing ship had abilities, and here was the sea, so the primary target of the attack was the opponent's ship. In the chaos of the sea battle, there are no such rules. Once the opponent killed Meower, it was destined that today they would determine life and death. Boom! A violent tremor erupted, and the sea water rolled back, soaring into the sky. Jinbei sat on the water, blocking in front of Bista, the captain of the 5th Division of the White-Beard Pirates. These three were the top captains of the White-Beard Pirates, stronger than ordinary rear admirals, and were notorious pirates on the seas. Unfortunately, today, Law came with killing intent. He didn't plan to let any member of the White-Beard Pirates escape. Law glanced at Akainu beside him, who nodded slightly. Room. In an instant, Law, Akainu, Kula, and Hancock on the ship flashed and disappeared from their spots. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, as if to tear the entire sky apart. The sound echoed through the clouds, spreading far and wide. Thick and dazzling blue lightning arcs danced in the air like spirit snakes, intertwining and colliding, bursting forth with dazzling light, instantly filling the entire island. Amidst this breathtaking scene, war suddenly broke out without warning. Originally, those fierce figures rushing towards the polar star seemed to be restrained by an invisible immense force, halting their advance in place. At this moment, Kula and Hancock appeared in front of these people like war gods descending from the heavens. They exuded a powerful aura that made it hard for others to approach. Scanning the White-Beard Pirates captains before them. Blamank stared at Kula. He was the captain of the 6th Division of the White-Beard Pirates. A Logia-type Thunderfruit user? You got it right. Kula smiled, raising a hand forward. ZZZ. 1 billion volts, thunderstorm. On the other side, aboard the massive ship with the white whale figurehead, a burly man sitting in the highest position coldly watched the two figures emerging ahead. It seems we aren't late. Law said calmly. Thud. One of the 12 supreme blades, the Cloud Cutter, slammed heavily onto the deck, and the towering man, standing at 6.66 meters tall, rose. Even though he was over 70 years old, Whitebeard still looked robust and strong, his muscular lines flowing naturally beneath his skin, creating a magnificent silhouette like mountains under the sunlight. The traces of time imprinted on his skin, filled with power and majesty, radiating an alluring masculine charm. There are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. The world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, was undoubtedly the strongest among the 4 emperors at his peak. Had it been before the Honeycomb Island War, Law would not have sought trouble with him. During the Honeycomb Island War, Whitebeard had the strongest record. He had brutally killed one of the 5 elders, Izambalin V. Najuro. Unfortunately, the marks left by time cannot be erased. Whitebeard has aged, and the aftereffects of a battle, even with the treatment of the undying blue flame, cannot stop the deterioration of his body. Gurgle. In an instant, the surrounding temperature seemed to ignite, rising sharply. The scorching heat surged like a torrential flood, suddenly sweeping over, and the boiling magma raced like a runaway wild horse, swiftly covering the entire Moby Dick. The raging flames and the flowing lava intertwined with each other. At the same time, an extremely violent momentum suddenly erupted, accompanied by 2 pillars of crimson thunder colliding. The originally calm sky could no longer withstand such a tremendous impact, and the clouds tore open like ripped paper, creating a huge gash. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Whitebeard, you're getting old. Sakazuki waved his hands, and large amounts of magma roared toward Whitebeard, distorting the air in its path. However, Whitebeard remained unmoved, swinging his sword, the tornado, which instantly blew away part of the magma with a powerful wind pressure. Do you think this is enough to kill me? Whitebeard roared, unleashing an even stronger power that made the entire Moby Dick shake. However, at this moment, only Moby remained of the Moby Dick. The lower half, Dick, had completely disappeared, and the ship, which had accompanied Whitebeard for the latter half of his life, had reached its end. The body may be old, but the heart is still young. Without the power of a devil fruit, relying solely on this heavy sword strike, he could still kill a vice admiral level expert. Law's eyes sharpened, and the onigiri in his hand was drawn, colliding head-on with Whitebeard. At this moment, the 3 were in a dark space where no light could penetrate. Beneath their feet, water mist floated like a black-hole pool, avoiding Sakazuki but wrapping around Whitebeard. On Hive Island, Whitebeard suffered a backlash that was enough to be fatal. His seemingly strong body was already riddled with holes inside. But Law never underestimated such an old veteran. If the opponent found an opportunity and unleashed the full power of the Tremor fruit on his forehead, Law did not want to test whether he could survive. On the battlefield, blood trickled from the corner of Sakazuki's mouth, but his gaze was incredibly intense. When he was in the Navy, Every time he applied to enter the new world and engage the four emperors, he would receive orders from Sengoku not to provoke war. This time, he could finally fulfill his dream. Roar! A roar sounded, not from Whitebeard, but from the shockwave of his sword. Without the enhancement of a devil fruit's power, this old four emperor was still a great swordsman with immense strength. Cut! Law's eyes suddenly brightened, and the onigiri in his hand buzzed loudly, disappearing in an instant as he approached Whitebeard from the side, the blade's edge sharp and quietly descending. Puffed! Blood splattered as Whitebeard's arm was effortlessly sliced open, the blade cutting down to the bone, only stopped by the internal haki. Clang! Whitebeard suddenly turned, the tornado in his hand slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, its sharp blade flashing with dazzling cold light, the bright long sword descending, illuminating the entire space, making it bright as if filled with radiant sword light, instilling fear. In an instant, a torrent of Conqueror's haki surged from the sword, as if it wanted to tear apart everything in this world. Just then, a loud bang echoed, like a thunderclap exploding in the air, deafening. Sakazuki charged down from the sky, his enormous fist, enveloped in flowing magma, carried an unparalleled might, crashing hard against Whitebeard's tornado. On Sakazuki's fist, one could faintly see a ferocious magma giant dog lunging down, exuding an endless aura of brutality. However, just a second later, Sakazuki's body violently trembled. Despite having a physique far beyond the norm and being known as a monster in the Navy, at this moment, in the face-to-face clash with Whitebeard, his strength was still at a disadvantage. With a dull, crashing sound, Sakazuki was blasted away like a cannonball, unable to suppress the blood that gushed from his mouth, drawing a horrifying line of blood in the air. And at the moment Sakazuki was pushed back, Law, who had been waiting for an opportunity nearby, struck again. His figure flashed, like a specter, swiftly crossing from the other side, reaching mid-air in the blink of an eye. Law's arm exerted force, diving downward with an incredibly fierce posture, the onigiri in his hand trembling, emitting a series of low growls. High-frequency scalpel. As his voice fell, a rich red light surged from the onigiri, that red light like a blazing black-red flame, dancing wildly. Moreover, within that red light, one could faintly hear a series of sharp, piercing cries, as if countless vengeful spirits were simultaneously roaring, stabbing deep into the soul. In that instant, Whitebeard raised his strong, powerful arm with all his might. But everything happened too quickly. An unstoppable, terrifying force suddenly struck him, as if a thunderbolt had hit him, sending him flying sideways like a kite with a broken string. First, Sakazuki's scorching and violent magma fist slammed against Whitebeard's chest, erupting with a deafening roar and dazzling flames. Before Whitebeard could recover from his heavy blow, Law's strange and fierce attack followed, wrapping around his body like a specter and mercilessly constricting him. Whitebeard's body was instantly covered in blood, a sight too gruesome to behold, as if thousands of blades had simultaneously cut across him. Moreover, deep and shallow, shocking blood marks began to appear all over his body, like a once pristine canvas splattered with scarlet paint. This man, who once roamed the seas and instilled fear in countless enemies, was now finally gravely injured. The old wounds he had forcibly suppressed within his body for so long could no longer be contained and began to erupt wildly, corroding his already exhausted body. Boom! Law's attack arrived in the blink of an eye. The closer it got to the final moment, the more he needed to focus all his energy. He pushed his observation haki to its limit, and his heart glimmered with faint light. Thump! 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 Each beat of Law's heart sounded like a drumbeat. His already incredibly powerful bodily functions were now at their peak, like a burning flame. The haki flowing in his blood surged like a torrential wave. As Law's mind focused, this haki fused with the blood energy swirling around him and operated together, unleashing an uncontrollable ferocious aura. Whitebeard, I'm sorry, safe travels. Law's expression was grim as he coldly shouted. He pushed his strength to the extreme, leaping high once again like a lightning bolt slicing through the sky. This time, he did not rely on the power of a devil fruit, but used pure Conqueror's haki to launch his attack. This haki surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, destroying everything in its path, accompanied by thunderous explosions. The space along the way seemed unable to withstand such terrifying pressure, bursting apart. The remaining wooden planks and metal fragments on the Moby Dick. Once encountering the figure of Law, it would immediately turn to dust. Even a slight touch of the aura emanating from him would be instantly obliterated. A loud boom echoed, as if the entire void had been violently torn apart by this strike. Sakazuki forcibly twisted his body, his eyes flashing with madness, even risking being pierced through by Kongyunki. He threw a punch with all his might, striking Whitebeard's body fiercely. In an instant, a torrent of scorching magma surged from his fist, like a ferocious beast opening its bloody maw, instantly engulfing Whitebeard's interior. Under this terrifying impact, the surrounding wooden deck was instantly reduced to ashes, and the hard steel melted into a pool of fiery red liquid, flowing on the ground and turning the originally flat surface into a scorching land of magma. Who would have thought that Whitebeard ignored Sakazuki? Instead, he gripped Kongyunki with all his strength, and his terrifying aura erupted completely. Boom! The aura on Law intensified, dominating and fierce as a chilling light flashed. In the blink of an eye bang, a crimson heart in Whitebeard's chest burst open, shredded into pieces. Whitebeard was dead. It's over. The turmoil on the seas came to an end. The Polar Star set sail towards the distance. Law's collection now had 4 new devil fruits: Paramecia, Tremor fruit; Glint fruit, Bag fruit; Zoan, Bird fruit, mythical type, phoenix form. Thus, the Whitebeard pirates came to a complete end. None of the division commanders managed to escape. They were all stopped by a smile. The reason was simple. He did not want to see civilians die. This was the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, and the nearby islands were inhabited. If Law and Sakazuki couldn't stop their thoughts, they could only prevent the division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates from leaving. The result of this battle directly caused the draft line of the Polar Star to rise slightly. The storage room was filled with treasures and supplies. Among them, the items from the Moby Dick were the least. Although Whitebeard had exaggeratedly taken countless lives with every quake during the battle, he could indeed be considered a good person for certain countries under his command, like his homeland. However, the treasures Law obtained from the division commander ships were worth more than 5 billion berries, especially from several lesser-known division commanders. The treasures on their ships were exaggeratedly abundant, and the luxury inside the ships made Keela and others momentarily stunned. Ordinary nobles could hardly compare. They were simply rolling in wealth. Sakazuki glanced around, sneered a few times, and said nothing. The 4 emperors of the New World basically divided the 4 richest regions of the New World, existing at the top of the pyramid. Law. Hancock smiled, her beautiful figure blooming like a night flower, enchanting the night. I have mastered that power. Saying this, Hancock extended a finger as white as jade and waved it in front of Law. Zizizizi. Threads of crimson lightning danced at her fingertips, making Law feel a dangerous aura. The manifestation and entanglement of Conqueror's Haki. In just one battle, Hancock had grasped this power. As the Empress of Amazon Lily, Hancock's talent did not disappoint Law. Not bad. Law's lips curled up slightly as he wrapped an arm around Hancock and gently kissed her red lips. As long as no special accidents occurred, just their ship alone could reach almost anywhere except Mary Geo's on the Red Continent. After personally dealing with all the division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates, Law did not even sustain a single injury. His physique had now reached an extremely terrifying level. Cough, cough. Sugar approached, tilting her head, interrupting their moment. Where to next? News from Sky Island says that the Golden Lion has been taking a tour. That old guy isn't dead. Sugar's voice carried a hint of killing intent. Sky Island, after all, was the place they had lived the longest. It could be said to be their home. Although he was being watched by Pecan and Yamato and did not take any action, he was still a threat. Surviving from the world government's grasp, that old guy had grown stronger. Pecan said that the Golden Lion exhibited another form, capable of transforming into countless bats. The devil fruit you previously asked Crocodile to find, the bat fruit, mythical type, vampire form, was likely in his hands now. Golden Lion. Law's eyes flashed. Eating 2 mythical type devil fruits consecutively, this guy wasn't afraid of exploding his body. If it wasn't his body, he could just create as he wished, right? Among the Zoan devil fruits, the will of the animal form was contained. That old guy couldn't possibly be unaware of that. No wonder he nearly killed Roger back then. No problem. Law replied calmly. He is looking for the Pluto. Long before the Battle of Hive Island, Pluto was already set free, as you know. We have ways to counter the float fruit's ability. As he spoke, Law looked at a smile. The abilities of the devil fruits are bidirectional, and the core still relies on the developer's capabilities. As a user of a Paramecia type heavy fruit, a smile can add stronger gravity. However, in reverse application, it can also strip gravity. In a one-on-one fight, Law did not fear anyone except that mysterious M. Moreover, weren't we cooperating with the Navy? Focusing on pirates is their job. Law's gaze shifted to Sakazuki. Sakazuki nodded slightly. The Navy only needed to expend a certain amount of energy, and when they reappeared elsewhere, the news would spread immediately. The next day, a shocking message reverberated across the seas. The 4 Emperor's Whitebeard is dead, and all members of the Whitebeard pirates have vanished. Suspected to be all dead, someone had witnessed the traces of the 5th Emperor of the Sea, Trafalgar Law, on nearby islands. The New World had completely undergone a bloodbath. Compared to the various headlines related to the Whitebeard pirates, those on the Polar Star were more concerned about the news that should have been a headline in the corner of a newspaper. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo, led his entire family to leave the Dressrosa kingdom. It is well known that Doflamingo is the king of Dressrosa. Without Sugar's help, he still used his influence in the underworld to become the new king through violence and threats. Yet now he actively left the territory he had painstakingly conquered. Someone had already confirmed inside the palace of Dressrosa that all the treasures and supplies had been taken away. Doflamingo had escaped. A clever guy. Tesla put down the phone and shook his head at Law. Doflamingo had already realized he was on Law's side. Now, even the people of the underworld couldn't find any trace of the Don Quixote family. They seemed to have completely hidden away, perhaps living on an unknown island. The Whitebeard pirates had been completely annihilated. There was no more formidable achievement than this. Doflamingo had no intention of meeting Law at all. Change direction, Law said. Their original destination was Dressrosa. Let's go to Punk Hazard. If we don't gain anything, we can return later. What belongs to us cannot be avoided. Doflamingo's actions seemed like a signal. However, the next day, the world government announced the abolition of the warlords of the sea and reissued bounties on them. Among them, Jinbe, Hancock, and the Golden Emperor Tesla were placed under the command of the new pirate emperor, Trafalgar Law. Information about this new sea emperor was made public, revealing several powerful subordinates, along with new bounty notices. Someone simply calculated and was astonished to find that the total bounty of the powerful subordinates under the new sea emperor exceeded 30 billion berries. Morgan's that guy, was also a traitor. Carla caught the fresh bounty notices delivered by the newsbird, her tone dissatisfied. During the war on Hive Island, the Golden Lion Shiki betrayed them, and Morgans took the opportunity to escape while Crocodile was causing trouble in the sky. This king of the underworld had some skills when it came to fleeing, but for him, it was actually normal. Jinbe laughed heartily, maintaining a good attitude. After all, that guy now gives us newspapers for free. Sugar also took a copy of the newspaper, glanced at it, and snorted coldly, though her courage had grown significantly. Not only did she dare to report on the world government's matters, but she also dared to report on theirs. After reading it, Sugar frowned slightly, realizing that it wasn't just Morgan's. Crocodile was indeed a disaster. Law. Our information has been made public, she said, waving her arm lightly, causing a large stack of bounty notices to fall out. The first one was Trafalgar Law, with a bounty of 43 billion berries. Following that were the bounties of Law's allies, former Marine Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, for 33 billion berries. The Great Swordsman Mihawk, for 1 billion berries. Former Warlord Golden Emperor Tesla, 24 billion berries. Pikun Mythical Zoan Type Shirohige, Conqueror's Hockey User, 1 billion berries. Kaido's daughter, Yamato, Mythical Zoan Type Daikoku, Conqueror's Hockey User, 5 billion berries. Carla, Logia Type Thunder Fruit User, 95 billion berries. Shachi, Logia Type Forest Fruit User, 73 billion berries. Former Warlord, Pirate Empress Hancock, 659 billion berries. Former Warlord, Jinbe, 3 billion berries. Basil Hawkins, Paramacia Type Door Fruit User, 7 billion berries. Monet, Logia Type Snow Fruit User, 680 million berries. Sugar, Unknown Fruit User, heavily protected, 500 million berries. The world's #1 shipwright Tom's disciple, Iceberg, Aspicu, Paramecia Type Swallowing Fruit User for 120 million berries. Beepo Mink Tribe, 340 million berries. Devil Child, Nico Robin. Flower Fruit User, 330 million berries. Carmen, Logia Type Burn Fruit User, 320 million berries. Swordsman Kuina, 200 million berries. Swordsman Brook, Yomi Fruit, 130 million berries. Swordsman Rorinoa Zoro, 110 million berries. There were also bounty notices for Nami and others with bounties below 100 million. The above cadres made all the powerful figures at sea recognize this newly emerged 5th Sea Emperor. The combined bounties exceeded 30 billion berries, a colossal figure. This was far higher than the total bounties of the other three existing sea emperors, the red-haired pirates, beast pirates, and big Moan pirates. Of course, whether the currently despised red-haired pirates and the captured and killed beast pirates still counted as emperor-level forces was another matter. The only one still intact was the big Moan pirates. It seemed the world government was also afraid. Teselo's eyes flickered, and he smiled. The fact that the world government could issue new bounties directly without going through the Marine headquarters indicated a certain level of cooperation between Morgans and the world government. This appeared to be a new bounty, but in reality, it exposed Law and their information, pushing them into the spotlight. After all, Pecan and others had rarely made moves, especially Hawkins and the others. If they acted, they would leave no survivors. The world government could not have known Pecan's strength based on their battle records and even rank them. That intelligence could only have come from certain traders. Their sources of information could only be Morgans and Crocodile. Of course, it could also be Shiki and Crocodile, among others. In the past, Law and their style of operation had always been hidden beneath the sea. Now, the spotlight of the world government was directly focused on them. This strongest force in the world, which had ruled for 800 years, was also scared. They began to take Law and the others seriously and started using means. Considering the arrogant attitude of those guys in the Holy Land, it was hard to imagine. Their previous caution was due to their weakness. Law remained calm. Let them be. When they survive under the king's cannons, the world government's image has already been demystified in their hearts. Law never sought dominance. He just wanted another kind of freedom. For example, to make the things that could easily kill him disappear from this world. However, with the development of their own power, they were getting closer to realizing this wish. What does it matter that the bounty has been issued? The battles at sea are not about comparing numbers on bounty notices. Law, Punk Hazard has arrived. Suddenly, Jimby shouted, looking into the distance at an island that didn't seem to have a good environment. Zzz. Carla transformed into a bolt of lightning, suddenly appearing in front of Law and Hancock. There were traces of habitation on it. Law, it's just as you said. Is this the world government's island? A smile gripped the sword in his staff, frowning slightly. The cries on this island were too many. Sakazuki spoke up. This used to be a marine research base, and it held some criminals of the world government. Due to an experiment by a scientist, a large amount of toxic gas was released on the island, turning it into a dead island. Then, that scientist escaped when he was captured and sent to the undersea prison. Teselo smiled. Caesar Clown. That guy is too valuable to some ambitious people. His words made Sakazuki's eyes glint with coldness, targeting certain individuals within the Marines. This world has never been just black and white. As the Golden Emperor of the Underworld, Teselo knew much more than Sakazuki, the Marine Admiral. We found it. At this moment, Keela raised her head. There were several auras on the island, and their strength was considerable. Lua, let me go. In an instant, a deep blue lightning bolt shot up into the sky. Boom. The lightning that Keela transformed into vanished in an instant. The Starsea stopped at the edge of the island of Pankasad, and everyone was just waiting for news, with no intention of disembarking. Boom! In the sky, thick, ink-like dark clouds quickly gathered together, forming a chilling dark canopy. Amidst these black clouds, Keela stood firmly in the high sky, stepping lightly like the moon. She suddenly spread her arms, and in an instant, all the pores of her body erupted with dazzling lightning like a volcanic eruption. These bolts of lightning intertwined and wrapped around her entire body, transforming her into countless raging thunders. At this moment, Keela seemed to merge with the entire world, continuously exchanging boundless energy with it. In that instant, the activity of her cells surged, blood flowed faster, her muscles tightened to the extreme, and even the domineering aura that had been hidden deep within her body was affected, beginning to boil wildly. Keela did not use her domineering aura. At this moment, she relied solely on an instinctive reaction and a complete explosion and control of her devil fruit powers. She stretched out her long body, crossing her arms like a great rock spreading its wings in front of her chest, and then suddenly exerted force, pushing outward horizontally. 1 billion volts. The sea of thunder descends. With this action, an indescribable terrifying power gushed forth, bursting forth with boundless, dazzling blue lightning. This lightning was no longer just light, but transformed into a vast, boundless, surging blue ocean. It erupted from where Keela stood with the force of a landslide, sweeping towards the island below. Moments later, a deafening wave of sound echoed through the sky, causing the entire island to tremble involuntarily. Zzzz. In the sky, dazzling arcs of lightning danced wildly like silver serpents. Suddenly, with a flash of light, Keela fell like a bolt of lightning, holding two people in her hands. One of them looked quite strange, as if he were a mass of gas condensed into form. His long black hair flew wildly, and on his head, a pair of curved ram horns grew, making him particularly eye-catching. This person was incredibly tall, over 3 meters high, with lips smeared with a layer of purple lip balm, and his limbs were unusually long, resembling a spider's legs, dressed in a light blue coat emblazoned with the striking word gas, fluttering slightly in the wind. The other person was a stark contrast to him. He was a burly man with developed muscles and short yellow hair. On the island, there were 2 officers named Derlinch and Jola. Keela scratched her head. They're dead. One of them was that scientist Caesar, and the other was Bellamy, whom she didn't know. That Jola seemed to be a power user. I thought she would be quite strong. Pervert! A piercing scream rang out. Caesar fell onto the deck of the Star Sea and immediately saw Luo and the others, quickly distancing himself from Sakazuki while moving closer to Luo. You must be Lord Trafalgar Luo, right? Where's Don Quixote da Flamingo? Luo asked directly. He didn't make a move, but Hancock beside him cast a displeased glance at Caesar. Why does everyone want to get close to Luo? Under Hancock's feet, Samuro rushed over with keen eyesight, roaring at Caesar while spitting out a crimson snake tongue. Don't eat me. Caesar was startled and finally did not cling to Luo's leg. My lord, I don't know. Da Flamingo and I only had a cooperative experiment. I have been on the island, but I can serve you. What do you want me to research for you? Artificial, zoan-type devil fruits, giantization experiments, toxic gas weapons, or whatever you want. Caesar's voice suddenly halted. He suddenly realized that he could not maintain his gaseous state as a black force wrapped around his entire body like a tide. After a while, a new devil fruit was thrown to sugar by Luo. This needs to be kept well. This is a rare natural type gas fruit, and I only have this one of the natural type. You guy. Sugar pouted. Luo's ability was indeed too convenient. They were not lacking in devil fruits at all now. He had more than one phantom beast-type devil fruit from the ones obtained from Satan and Marco. The Beast Pirates had also generously sponsored a batch of ancient-type devil fruits. What about you? Luo's gaze fell on Bellamy on the deck. In contrast to Caesar, Bellamy kept his lips tightly sealed, saying nothing. But it was clear that he had been struck by lightning all over, turning him completely charred and emitting a pungent burnt smell. Lord Da Flamingo wants to collaborate with you. Bellamy raised his head, his voice hoarse. Swish! Luo lightly raised his hand, and 2 items appeared in front of him. One was a pink devil fruit. The other was a transponder snail. The former was still thrown to Sugar, the fruit minister. For the latter, Luo dialed the number of the transponder snail. This was a special transponder snail with only one number. The call was encrypted and could not be located. After connecting, the transponder snail's image transformed into a man wearing a pink feather coat. Trafalgar D. Water Law, may I call you that, Luo? Are you that afraid of me? Luo said directly. I can't help but be afraid. Luo, you have truly become an extraordinary man now. The 5th Sea Emperor, but alas, it's all that guy Rosanandi's fault. Maybe. Luo leaned against the railing. You shouldn't be here just to plead for me, right? Your people have been slaughtered by mine. I was a bit heavy-handed. If he had crossed over a little earlier, he might have really become a member of the Don Quixote family. However, this was also under the rule of the celestial dragons. From any perspective, it was the same. Da Flamingo probably wanted him to perform an eternal surgery after his fruit awakened. The laughter from Da Flamingo's side faded, and it was evident from the transponder snail's expression that he was angry too. However, this was meaningless. You know my identity. The people behind me want to ask you if you're willing to make a deal. At this point, Da Flamingo's tone became calm. Do you want to become a celestial dragon? The world government can support you to become a new Gorosei and obtain amnesty. The condition for the deal is that you help the world government eliminate the Revolutionary Army and that monkey D. Luffy. Discussing a deal over the phone? Luo did not refuse, nor did he agree. Marine headquarters. For this, the higher-ups can give you the power to temporarily cooperate with the Navy. That's quite a bold move. Law gently tapped the railing and slowly spoke. Da Flamingo, do you think I should agree to this deal? A low laugh came from the Den Mushi. Law, you're not the indecisive type. This is a chance to soar to the top. I've applied to be a celestial dragon for so many years and have never had a chance to choose again, to return to that place. Law smiled and said, return? To be a domesticated pig in the Holy Land? Da Flamingo's voice turned cold. Law, you need to think carefully about what is the wise choice. Stop pretending, Da Flamingo. Your eyes betray you. If it were before, you wouldn't give up on becoming a celestial dragon. But now, the world government's trump card has been revealed. The unknown is the root of fear. What? Want to sell me information? Or weapons? Doflamingo laughed heartily on the den mushy. What weapons would catch your eye? Sell me information. I have the location of that pirate supernova, and I can lure out a Gorsi eye for you. What's the price? My life. Doflamingo chuckled. And the lives of my Don Quixote family. Law, you know they're my family. Agreed. However, we can negotiate a different way regarding the previous collaboration with the world government. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. This sea seemed to have fallen into a period of calm. No large-scale wars broke out, but various forces continued to communicate and exchange, each with different thoughts. Trafalgar Law was hailed as the new sea overlord. Meanwhile, a new piece of news suddenly emerged. The legendary pirate, Gold Lion Shiki, had re-emerged, reportedly having taken on a new body and possessing the ability to wield multiple devil fruits. A massive tsunami had once erupted in the territory of Big Mom, and a new force was rising, led by Gold Lion Shiki, with Big Mom and Kaido below, forming a new pirate alliance with powerful pirates like Silver Axe and Wang Ji in command. At the same time, former Warlord Crocodile also joined this new pirate alliance, completely taking over the territory of the New World. Trafalgar Law and others, who were highly regarded by many pirates, seemed to have vanished without a trace, no longer appearing on the seas. The emergence of the new pirate alliance made life even harder for the people of the New World. Their original lives were completely shattered. Everything was for the sake of preparing for war. The world seemed to have fallen into a strange period of tranquility. All pirates were rushing to the New World. However, the first half of the Grand Line was not as calm as people imagined. A non-allied nation that refused to heed the world government's orders was directly destroyed by descending thunder. The world government also displayed its tyranny. If you disobey, you die. When the facade was torn away and the cover put on display was gone, the world shifted from order to chaos. During this time, celestial dragons rarely appeared from Mary Geos. Yet, those powerful pirates still wanted to become celestial dragons. Celestial dragons can die, and the world government is not invincible. Even the Gorsi, who hold the highest power in the world, can be killed. People's perceptions changed, but what remained unchanged was the exploitation of the weak by the strong. For a time, the Navy became a headache. Even with the arrival of a Marine admiral named Akamaki, the situation did not ease. This is what you wanted. A technologically advanced island descended from the sky, and several figures were thrown down from the golden giant ship. The unconscious boy at the forefront wore a hat. The Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D, Luffy. I promised your father I would save his life. Now it's settled. On the island, a figure suddenly appeared. Law calmly looked at the revolutionary leader, Dragon, who concealed himself under a green cloak. His fruit and Shank's intentions have been revealed to you. Everything is settled. However, your choice not to escape shows you were wise. Law's gaze fell behind Dragon. An old man with a huge head and long legs was looking at him with an awkward smile, his expression somewhat uneasy. Come with us, Law said directly, Vegapunk, or you should know the consequences. Can I have another? Vegapunk was already captivated by Luffy, who was in Dragon's arms. Ever since he learned that Dragon's son had consumed that devil fruit, he had wanted to study it. After all, it was the fruit of a god. It doesn't matter. Law glanced at him, if he can convince Dragon. Carp just wanted him to live quietly. But if you still want to push him from behind, those who become enemies, I won't hold back. Dragon was silent for a moment and said, I will respect his own will. Knowing the significance of Luffy's fruit, even he couldn't remain calm. However, Law still honored his agreement with Carp. Some things were no longer secrets for them. For example, Law had the power of the dark fruit, and the dark fruit could extract the abilities of other devil fruit users. Law did not hand Luffy over to the world government or kill him directly, not because he didn't care about the benefits. But the benefit before him was not as significant as the benefit Law valued. Standing face to face with Law again, Dragon could clearly sense the surging power within him through his observation haki, and the feeling brought by the probe was extremely dangerous. Ordinary strong people on the sea were fighting over a single devil fruit, but what Law valued now was probably on another level. It was Conqueror's haki, his spirit, and will. Soon, a roaring sound erupted on Egghead Island. As a purple light ring appeared, a small part of the island seemed to lose gravity and flew straight into the sky. Vegapunk, you should have brought that thing, right? On the deck, everyone looked at the Vegapunk clones, but their attention fell on a sealed device. Mother Flame, this was the unquenchable fire created by Vegapunk, capable of bringing endless energy to the world. At the same time, the Mother Flame could also serve as fuel to power ancient weapons. What a powerful energy! Upon seeing this unremarkable flame, Crawler couldn't help but exclaim, this thing should be able to serve as the power source for the Pluton, right? So, you handed the Seraphim over to the Revolutionary Army? As the ship ascended, Law stood next to Vegapunk, his tone calm. You didn't say. Vegapunk chuckled awkwardly. The look in his eyes when he glanced at Law was filled with deep wariness. The matter of the Seraphim was known to only a few even within the world government. And this time, Law's arrival to take him represented the world government. Yes, although it is unnecessary, the approval in Luo's hand comes from the world government. Previous matters are now forgiven. Luo looked down at the increasingly smaller figures of Dragon and others, then turned his head. You are clear about our demands. Pluto, Vegapunk sighed lightly. Indeed, a man like this could never choose to submit to the world government. The world government has the celestial dragons, and what they do has already gone far beyond us. Luo stated directly, 5 islands destroyed in 1 month. You should be aware of this matter as well. Everything is just because the one in Mariehua is unhappy. For this, Luo and a smile worked together to move the Sky Island to a different location. Ultimately, the world government remains indifferent. Sigh, Vegapunk said. I don't know if helping you is the right choice. Old man, do you want to die? Hancock interjected rudely, walking over with an unhappy expression. In the end, Vegapunk agreed to Luo's request. As the Poneglyph was sailing, it approached Luo's next destination, the underwater prison, impelled down. Ladies and gentlemen, please. A strong stench wafted over. A man in black, dripping with black-purple venom, spoke in a deep voice. Magellan, the director of Impelled Down. At this moment, he was right beside Luo, looking a bit unnatural. Impelled Down does not completely cut off contact with the outside world. Luo's group is quite rare here. The new overlord of the New World, Trafalgar Law's faction. Among them, Sakazuki was on the other side of Magellan, making the director quite uncomfortable. This is because Sakazuki is one of the least frequent admirals to visit Impelled Down. Magellan, are you planning to follow me? Luo invited as they entered the first level. The Red Lotus Hell. Sorry. Magellan shook his head. I plan to dedicate my life here. Is that so? Luo smiled slightly. But this place will soon cease to exist. Room, slaughterhouse. With a light laugh, cold light flickered, and heads flew into the sky. This was a massacre. Director Magellan. In the distance, Hannibal ran over, looking incredulous. What are you doing? These are esteemed guests of the world government. Magellan said, and the poisonous gas around him grew thicker. What? Hannibal frowned. Just as he was about to say something, he met Luo's deep black eyes. Zizi, a flash of red lightning jumped, and before Hannibal could react, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Let's go, Magellan. Luo shook his head, not wanting to waste unnecessary time. On the second underground floor, Beast Hell. The same scene continued to unfold. Not a single living soul was left, including various beasts. Underground floor 3, Hunger Hell. Underground floor 4, Scorching Hell. Underground floor 5, Extreme Cold Hell. It wasn't until they reached this level that Luo and the others slightly paused. Behind them, Magellan's face was not good, but there was nothing he could do. Luo's glance had knocked Hannibal out, but it also intimidated him. This man was too terrifying in strength. Magellan's observation, Haki, sensed a strong sense of crisis. It was likely that the moment he made a move would be his death. Creak. Suddenly, an air gate opened ahead. Boom. Countless plant vines surged out in an instant. What? Magellan was shocked. When did Impelled Down have such a powerful ability user? No need to panic, Luo said calmly. Boss Luo. A mournful cry rang out, and the plants gathered into a human shape, transforming into the figure of Shaki. This place is simply not meant for humans. So boring. There was also a group of undead. Hawkins stepped out from behind, nodding slightly to Luo. After he rescued Shaki, the two mixed into Impelled Down during that attack because the Knights of God had arrived. Further back, a gray-haired man emerged, looking at Sakazuki with a complex expression. This was the missing Marine Rear Admiral, Smoker. Magellan's face grew even darker. It's not just that. Shaki disdainfully extended his hand, the wooden spear strung with several corpses. All were androgynous bodies, with only one man, with a purple afro and orange-white hair, still having a trace of breath. So disgusting. If it weren't for replenishing energy, I wouldn't want to touch these undead. Shaki said with a face full of disdain, tossing the two corpses toward Luo. Darkness surged, and 2 devil fruits were thrown by Luo to Sugar, both being paramecia types, the scissor fruit and the hormone fruit. Lightning flashed, and the Revolutionary Army Grand Line, Vice Commander Emporio Ivankov, the Revolutionary Army Grand Line Commander, were forever buried in this level along with the level 5. 5 New World Paradise of Impelled Down. Hawkins and Shaki chose to wait here, knowing Luo would definitely come. However, if they were to choose together again, Shaki would definitely choose to kill their way out. After all, this is a harsh prison environment with nothing inside. They were practically starving. What about Pekin? He didn't come? Shaki laughed ominously. Guarding the ship, once you board, you will see him. Kira waved at him. Then that's fine. Shaki relaxed his fists. After coming to the prison for training, I now feel incredibly strong. Like Luo, Shaki can absorb the moisture from the bodies of those he kills to replenish his own energy. However, he prefers to store it. Coincidentally, the prison lacks everything but strong prisoners. Impelled Down holds far more than just pirates. It also contains various powerful individuals who have committed acts of extreme cruelty, hidden by the government. Even the newspapers deliberately conceal them. For Shaki, this place is a buffet. Hawkins's abilities allowed them to thrive inside. Let's go. I'll take you to the 6th level. Shaki strode ahead, looking more familiar with the terrain than Magellan, the director. Behind him, Smoker looked at Luo with an extremely complex expression. He was essentially kidnapped by Shaki, but the other party also saved his life. He originally thought the two sides remained hostile. However, now Luo openly entered Impelled Down, accompanied by Magellan. This time, Smoker appeared to be much more obedient. The world is realistic. If your fists are small, then you are unworthy of speaking. In front of Shaki and Hawkins, he has never won once. Even against that undead who ate the hormone fruit, Smoker was no match and almost turned into a woman. This incident, Shaki said he would make Smoker eat for a lifetime. The group followed Shaki to the 6th level, where a suffocating atmosphere permeated. The prisoners in the cells saw someone arriving, their eyes flashing with various expressions: curiosity, hatred, and indifference. Look over there. Xiachi pointed to an apparently ordinary prisoner in the corner, saying that this guy had once slaughtered an entire island by himself, with not much moisture left in his body, so the quality should be very high. Here, among the prisoners, there were very few with strength and destructive power below 500 million berries. They were all vicious pirates. At this moment, Magellan, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Don't go too far. If a riot breaks out, I want you to stand by. He was truly numb. This guy who appeared out of nowhere seemed to know so much. Indeed, under the infamous reputation of the underwater prison, not just the lower levels were lazy. Even those at their level were the same. Xiachi, however, looked indifferent and smiled. Don't worry, Chief. There won't be a riot. Captain Law won't let them live. As soon as he finished speaking, shadows came flying towards Law, and before they got close, their heads were chopped off. At the same time, Sugar handed over fruits from behind, and a black tidal wave of energy spread outward. Devil fruits appeared one by one. This scene was not hidden from Magellan by Law. The reason he hadn't made a move earlier was that the guys below weren't significant enough. The advantage of the 6th level was that they wouldn't die easily because some of the devil fruit abilities of the guys that were not something the world government wanted to let out. Katarina Devon, Avaro Pizarro, Basque Shot, San Juan Wolf, Bondi Wald. Even Shiryu, who was originally the chief guard, had his head chopped off by Law. In the end, Law walked up to two people. One of the legendary pirates, Red the Lone Baroic Letterfield, possessed the observation hockey that could see through people's hearts. Are you willing to teach me your observation hockey? You haven't thought of leaving me alive, have you? Indeed. The blade flashed, and the sound of a wailing ghost in the air became even louder. Red the Lone, this time, truly turned completely red. His existence also made Law realize some things. For example, his observation hockey was still not strong enough. As for the other one, Demon Air Douglas Bullet, his situation was the same as Baroic Letterfield's. Both had their limbs severed and hearts removed. Only the sea stone chains were tightly bound around their necks. Two vines stretched out, draining their blood until only a trace of breath remained. At the same time, seeds were planted in their heads, taking root and sprouting. I can take these two with me, right? Law pointed at the seemingly lifeless two and said to Magellan. Magellan's expression darkened. These were the only two prisoners left in the entire Impelled Down. But did he dare to refuse? No matter how powerful those two had been before. Now they were just immobile living corpses. Don't worry, I will definitely kill them in the end. Law gently patted Magellan's arm, making the latter's expression even worse. At the moment of contact with Law's palm, Magellan wasn't poisoned, but the control he had over his abilities instantly vanished. He was a top-tier powerhouse who had awakened his fruit. Was that the most vicious devil fruit ability? Later, I will report to the Navy headquarters and the world government. Magellan said solemnly. He felt that compared to this man before him, their prison was still too beautiful. It doesn't matter. Law sheathed his sword and smiled just in time. We are also going to Marineford. Together? Magellan. Anyway, there are no prisoners here that you needed to guard, right? On the other side, in a lush green forest. At this moment, a large group of animal fur tribe warriors of various shapes gathered. They stood, squatted, or lay down, all their gazes focused on the four figures not far ahead. The reason these warriors were so excited and thrilled was actually not because of the other three figures among the four, but because they were fixated on the small figure in the middle, a child dressed in a pink kimono. The child looked only about 7 or 8 years old, but exuded a unique aura, though their voice trembled as they spoke. Did you really hear it? Of course. I never lie. It's really talking. From behind, 2 figures taller than the other warriors stepped out. Toko, don't worry. We will all help you. Yeah, Toko, don't lose heart. The 2 were Inuarashi and Nekomamushi. And further back, 6 figures silently watched this scene. Boss, is it confirmed now? To be able to communicate with such a giant beast is really terrifying. Luffy bit into a piece of roasted meat and looked at Shanks beside him. Shanks nodded slightly. Just like Captain Roger's prophecy. They actually weren't wrong. Have you found Luffy? Yeah. He's not in the Navy's hands right now. He's with his father, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. Dragon, huh? Shanks murmured. Boom. In the vast and boundless sky, a thrilling battle was in full swing. Sharp sword lights and shadows shot up like lightning, tearing through the air as if to rip apart the entire sky. Above, Law stood in the void, his whole body suddenly bursting forth with blazing red lightning, instantly illuminating the surrounding space. The lightning was so intense that it was impossible to see the specific situation on the battlefield, which was completely shrouded in his terrifying conqueror's haki. Intense collision sounds echoed one after another, happening at an unimaginable speed. With every breath, countless sounds of collision rang out like dense drumbeats. These sounds converged into a powerful sound wave. Even from thousands of meters away, those who heard it felt a sharp pain in their ears, extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly, a crisp crack echoed through the sky. Law's powerful slash directly tore apart the flowing lava below. At the same time, with the fall of his blade, a mournful and eerie cry echoed, as if a ghost was wailing. Admiral Akainu, this magma isn't strong enough. This slash was incredibly powerful, easily breaking through the lava giant's incredibly solid defense, like a bamboo being split apart. Thousands of meters away from the battlefield, Magellan watched this scene, his eyes widening in shock, filled with apprehension. Gulp! He couldn't help but swallow hard. Due to the simultaneous explosion of a large amount of Conqueror's haki on the battlefield ahead, the dazzling light completely enveloped that area, making it impossible for him to see the situation clearly. But he knew that if he stepped in, he would probably end up seriously injured in no time. Law, single-handedly, faced off against the Kainu, a smile on his face, while Yamato, Pekan, and Kuroha were all at his side. 1 against 5, yet completely holding the upper hand. After a moment, the battle ended, and Law and the others flickered back onto the deck. How was it, Magellan? Our strength isn't weak, right? Law smiled as he reached out his hand, steadily catching the towel Hancock handed over. He tilted his head slightly back, the corners of his mouth curling up gently. At this moment, his upper body was completely bare, fully revealing his well-proportioned and muscular physique. His cool-toned skin shimmered with a healthy glow, and the muscle lines were smooth and natural, neither overly exaggerated nor lacking in a sense of power. His broad shoulders, solid chest, and toned abs perfectly showcased his excellent physical condition. The sunlight cast upon him made everything even more perfect and charming. Enough. Keela shook his head, looking speechless. You all can't keep up with Law's speed. Unless you disable your Ope Ope no Mi ability, it's just too over the top. In the space created by the Ope Ope no Mi, Law was basically invincible. This ability even began to lean towards telekinesis. Unless one used haki to counter him, Law could still control others to move elsewhere. You guys are impressive, Magellan sighed. Even the youngest-looking Keela, with the exaggerated thunder from the Raijin fruit, was not weaker than his venom. He understood Law's intention to show off his muscles. But ironically, he was the one being shown up. This was indeed too overwhelming. Moreover, he connected it to Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku didn't say much about him following the orders. As for the world government, Magellan did not contact them proactively. The recent actions of the world government made the situation feel delicate. He also knew Law's mission, collaborating with the Marine headquarters to eliminate the new Pirate Overlord Alliance. This was an alliance led by the legendary pirate Shiki, along with the former Yonko Kaido and Big Mom. This was a war against outsiders. However, aren't we heading towards the New World? Magellan frowned. Even though they were in the sky, he could still faintly recognize some iconic buildings from the island beneath the clouds. For example, they had just flown over Marineford. Our target is indeed the new Pirate Overlord Alliance. Law nodded slightly, turning to look at Magellan. But who said our battlefield is the New World? On the other side, at Marineford, led by Sengoku, 3 admirals followed, along with a group of at least vice admiral-level strong individuals, boarding 5 warships. Hey, Admiral Kazuru, do you know where Admiral Sengoku is taking us? The green-haired Omaki stood by the railing, gently spinning a transponder snail in his hand, his brows furrowed. Although he was a Marine admiral, he was actually a member of the world government. Now, the Navy had dispatched all their high-end combat power. Such a battlefield made him think of the Hive Island battle where the 5 elders died. He reported to the world government, but received orders to follow. Yet, inexplicably, Aomaki felt something was off. I don't know, Aomaki, Kazura scratched his head, looking quite troubled. Admiral Sengoku has his own considerations. I'm not too clear. Kizaru. Aomaki still looked dissatisfied. In his view, Kizaru was in charge of the world government's scientific forces and should stand with him. This veteran admiral was hiding something, and Aomaki clearly sensed that. Suddenly, Aomaki saw Kizaru's expression change, floating backward as if he was impatient with him. Aomaki, what does that mean? In the next second, he understood. A thick, scorching dragon breath descended from the sky. Ah! Aomaki cried out in pain. In an instant, the skin all over his body felt as if it was covered by a layer of black armor, haki flowing. However, that heat, akin to lava, quickly spread to every corner of his body, wrapping him instantly. In the blink of an eye, Aomaki's originally dark and thick hair was completely gone, leaving his head smooth as an egg. At this moment, on that egg-shaped head, Aomaki's expression was extremely cold, with endless killing intent surging from his eyes, sending chills down spines. Boom! A loud noise erupted, like thunder cracking in the sky. The people on the warships looked up to see a giant azure dragon suddenly emerging from the thick clouds. The azure dragon was massive, twisting and coiling, and the next second, its body began to shrink and distort, ultimately transforming into a burly and robust man. The man's muscles were well-defined and bulging, exuding explosive strength. What was even more unsettling was that he radiated an extremely violent aura, as if he was the embodiment of destruction and death. Kaido of the Beasts. As Kaido descended from the sky, the overwhelming conqueror's haki crashed down like a mountain, creating a strong sense of pressure and unreality. Kaido dove down at high speed towards the several warships below without any concern. His cold eyes locked onto Aomaki, with killing intent unmasked. Kaido. Upon seeing the face of the incoming person, Aomaki's expression changed instantly, panic surging in his heart. No, not just Kaido. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous roars echoed through the sky, and in the distant horizon, a raging sea of fire was wildly spreading, the flames fierce and colorful. Amidst this sea of fire stood a massive figure, Big Mom, Mamamam. At this moment, she was firmly standing atop Prometheus, who was engulfed in roaring flames, looking down from a high vantage point. The calm was shattered. A physical manifestation of Conqueror's haki slashed towards the central ship. Where the sword energy passed, the waves were obliterated, and the incoming cannonballs were easily torn apart and crushed like paper. Sengoku, accompanied by a roar, a burly man with dark skin slowly walked down from above. This person resembled the original Marshal D, Teach by about 80%. However, now his identity was no secret within the Navy. Shiki, the Lion King. Who would have thought that this pirate-formed maritime overlord alliance would be so bold as to actively attack the Navy? Almost the moment the two sides faced each other, a fierce battle erupted. Blades clashed and flashed, shouts of killing rose and fell, and for a time, the entire sea was stained red with blood. As the battle intensified, the originally tumultuous sea gradually returned to calm. But when everyone regained their senses, they were astonished to find that the land beneath their feet had somehow become exceptionally hard, as if it had transformed into an indestructible steel fortress. After a fierce battle, their battlefield had shifted from the vast ocean to the red Earth continent. Damn it, why is everyone focusing on me? Aramuki looked up at the sky, where the colossal figures of Big Mom and Kaido converged like 2 towering mountains. They struck simultaneously, their powers blending together as if they were one, exuding a terrifying aura that sent chills down the spine. This fused power erupted like a volcano, hot and violent, unmatched in ferocity. Overlord of the Seas. Their combined strike, engulfed in raging flames, dove down with the force of thunder towards Aramuki. Damn pirates! Aramuki's face turned as pale as paper upon seeing this. At that moment, he could no longer afford to search for Kazuru. His keen observation haki was frantically alerting him. His life was facing an unprecedented serious threat. Just then, many other notorious pirates made their appearances. In an instant, the sounds of battle filled the air, echoing to the heavens, so grand that even the majestic red land beneath them seemed to tremble. The entire red land had turned into an ocean of slaughter, with blood and smoke permeating the atmosphere, chilling to the bone. This unprecedented fierce clash continued until the latter half of the night. As time passed, the deafening sounds of fighting gradually diminished, but they remained loud. Somewhere high in the sky, a voice broke through the night, as Law asked, "What's the situation?" The air door opened, and Hawkins returned from outside. Both Kaido and Kazan were now injured. The battle between Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Don Quixote was raging fiercely, with the blood of other pirates and navy staining the entire Red Land. It was expected that fighting would continue tomorrow. Should we intervene? The current situation deviated from their original plan. According to the original plan, Law and the others were supposed to rendezvous successfully with the Navy forces before launching an attack on Don Quixote and others. They hadn't anticipated that the war would break out early, and the core area of the conflict had also changed. No rush, Law's eyes flickered. Such a level of combat wouldn't cease in just a few days. He was not surprised. Time swiftly moved to the next day, and the great battle resumed. The surviving pirates, all strong, ruthlessly launched a new round of bloody combat. However, the powers of the top-tier fighters were too closely matched, and no one could easily defeat the other. Just as the fierce battle was at its height, Law suddenly took out a den mushi. New information arrived. One voice message stated, the Revolutionary Army and the red-haired pirates had indeed gone to war. A new newspaper was published, featuring a series of fresh reports. One particularly eye-catching article noted, on the Red Land, located in the middle of the Grand Line, its magnificent mountains were experiencing violent shattering phenomena. The Red Land was not comparable to ordinary rocks. Its solidity was beyond imagination. However, even so, it was not entirely indestructible. Yet, causing damage to it was no easy task. After all, this was the core of the world government. That evening, news finally came that certain individuals in Mariewa could no longer suppress their anxiety, and several figures descended from above. The nighttime battle escalated further and ended in the deep night. Meanwhile, Law and the others had gathered together, ready to intervene. Boa Hancock, under the pitch-black night, the Red Land resembled a slumbering giant beast, quietly lying between heaven and earth. It was majestic and imposing, and with a whoosh, a group of figures suddenly appeared on the Red Land like ghosts. From a distance, it could be seen that many pirates and bounty hunters were hidden not far behind this group. Each of them had sharp eyes, closely watching the front, like a pack of hungry wolves eyeing their prey. Clearly, many were waiting for the perfect opportunity. Once the battle among those extraordinary fighters concluded, this place would become their domain. At that time, they would be able to rush onto this land to seek potential treasures and benefits, making a hefty profit. Once, Law had never set foot on the Red Land. At this moment, he stood beneath it, looking up towards its peak. The Holy Land Mariewa stood tall at the highest peak of the Red Land, seemingly piercing the clouds, almost level with the horizon, soaring into the sky. Following the winding path, few spoke along the way. Everyone understood that time was of the essence. Not only was their group in a hurry, but others behind them were also quickening their pace, eager to soar to the summit of the Red Land immediately. Law and the others moved swiftly, like lightning streaking across the night sky. Their figures were as fast as the wind, kicking up clouds of dust as they passed. Many who initially wanted to catch up were instantly frozen in place, frightened into immobility upon seeing the true faces of this group, no longer daring to take a step forward. The fifth Emperor of the Sea at that time, now one of the two great overlords of the seas. This was not something they could provoke. Unknowingly, Law and the others were getting closer to the summit of the Red Land. There lay the headquarters of the world government, and also the Holy Land, Mariewa. In a daze, the scene before them gradually blurred, with clouds and mist swirling, making them feel as if they were in a dream. Before long, Law and his group finally reached their destination. He headed towards a higher elevation, hoping to better observe the surrounding environment. When they reached the top, however, they found themselves shrouded in heavy mist. The swirling clouds gave a sense of ethereality and illusion. This mysterious fog seemed very strange. It possessed a peculiar power that effectively blocked the spread of observation haki, as if it had shackled their senses. From a higher vantage point, they could clearly see the nearby cliffs flowing with brilliant rays of light. Those rays were colorful, like moving rainbows, but unfortunately, the surrounding mist remained thick as ever, greatly limiting their visibility. Standing there and looking out, one could only feel that this place was unimaginably vast. On this expanse of land, remnants of walls and piles of rubble were everywhere. These ancient architectural ruins might have once been magnificent, but now they had all collapsed and fallen into ruin beneath the unending sounds of battle. Looking further to the edges, the outermost areas were ravaged by sandstorms, with fierce winds carrying massive amounts of dust rolling in. The once solid red land was gradually becoming sandy under the intentional erosion of the wind and sand, forming endless dunes. Oh, a familiar face. Summer Chi looked over and smiled. Former warlord of the sea, Crocodile. At that moment, Crocodile was fully suppressing a Navy Rear Admiral. This person was known to Law and the others. Rear Admiral Doberman, once the right-hand man of Akainu, was a hawkish figure. What? Crocodile frowned and looked back. At that moment, without any warning, a chilling wave of killing intent suddenly struck like a fierce storm, targeting the vital area at the back of his head. Crocodile was startled, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinheads, reacting with astonishing speed. His figure swayed and instantly transformed into a cloud of sand mist, moving sideways in an eerie and swift manner. At the same time, a sharp ee sound rang out as a massive fist, entirely composed of molten lava, roared past, creating rolling waves of heat and thick smoke, crashing heavily onto the nearby earth and stones. In an instant, that patch of earth seemed to have been thrown into a high-temperature furnace, quickly beginning to melt and deform, ultimately turning into a pool of scalding lava, flowing everywhere. If Crocodile's movements had been even the slightest bit slower, his fate at this moment would surely have been as tragic as those stones struck by the lava. Once Crocodile stabilized his form, his gaze turned icy cold, staring fiercely behind him. Not far away, Akainu, dressed in a large black cloak that wrapped tightly around his entire body, appeared like a ruthless demon descending upon the world. He casually held a cigar at the corner of his mouth, and amidst the swirling smoke, his already expressionless face looked even more terrifying. Akainu. Crocodile gritted his teeth and forced out the name through clenched jaws. Standing beside him, Doberman was momentarily stunned upon seeing Akainu's arrival, and then a hint of uncontrollable excitement appeared on his face. His eyes widened. Admiral Akainu, it really is you. Stay focused in battle, Doberman, Akainu said in a deep voice. It's you guys, Crocodile frowned, his gaze landing on the group of young men and women behind Akainu. Sand Crocodile, do you want to die? Akainu's voice was somewhat hoarse, staring at him as lava bubbled around him. Sandstorm. Crocodile's face darkened as he coldly shouted, attacking without hesitation. In an instant, a fierce wind howled, and sand and dust soared, forming a massive sandstorm at an astonishing speed, sweeping over everyone with a destructive momentum. As he launched his attack, Crocodile quickly retreated, his brows furrowed, and his gaze flickered uncertainly. As an experienced pirate, he was no fool. If he recklessly advanced at this moment, those guys would definitely not act with the righteousness of honorable people, adhering to the so-called samurai spirit. Just as he thought this, Akainu charged straight into the oncoming sandstorm. He radiated a scorching aura, the molten lava in his hand rolling and surging, suddenly expanding and smashing forward with a deafening roar. This strike was incredibly powerful and domineering, like a towering mountain formed from boiling lava crashing forward with overwhelming force. Hellhound, Akainu shouted. A surge of intense heat erupted from his fist, forming a fierce dog head made of lava, colliding head-on with the sandstorm ahead. Damn it! Crocodile's brows furrowed even deeper at this sight. Behind him, the ground surged, raising a towering sand mountain into the clouds. Synopsis: traveling to the world of One Piece. Becoming Trafalgar Law, mastering the Ope Ope Nomi ability, possessing a special physique. Years later, a new Sea Emperor emerges.